You just said that studying can make me happy. Mom and Dad were immediately taken aback. They hung you up and beat you for a whole 7 days and nights, threatening to break your legs if you touched a book again, all because you are the last heir of a gang family, with ancestors who were notorious figures. Yet now, you're just sitting at home managing hundreds of bathhouses, while claiming you're focused on studying. And all of this, all because you bound yourself to a system that claims reading can make you stronger. Not only can reading earn you various rewards, but most importantly, it can extend your lifespan, especially since when you arrived, you were horrified to find you only had 4.5 minutes left to live. At this moment, in a soulless villa in Yunhai City, a dozen doctors in white coats surrounded you, their faces filled with joy. You were still in a daze, but after a moment, the memories of your previous life finally merged. Wow, such an unbelievable background really belongs to me. It's too hard to survive in the arms trade, the addiction to the underworld, my dad who has successfully gone straight, and me, a vegetable. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in your mind. The reading to get strong system has been successfully bound. As long as the host studies diligently and promotes positive energy, not only can they earn amazing rewards, but they can also increase their lifespan. Do I really need to study with this background? Even dogs don't study. Fine, when I get up, I'll check out the hundreds of bathhouses at home. Just as I was happily thinking about it, a countdown popped up in front of me, remaining lifespan 4 minutes 30 seconds. I was shocked. I fell into a deep coma again, and the heart rate monitor emitted a piercing sound. Seeing this, the dozen top doctors tensed up because they were warned by your dad that if they didn't wake you up, they would all be sent to Africa to raise elephants. Quick, 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 heart rate scan. The villa was once again in chaos. At that moment, a burly man with a stern face, exuding an aura of dominance, walked in. He was your father, Lu Zhixiong, the head of the Lu family, who had turned his life around and become the head of the largest conglomerate in the country. Seeing the doctors frantically scanning you with their instruments, he frowned and cursed, "What the hell is this? Didn't you say my son was awake?" However, after a series of rescues, the doctor became even more desperate, trembling as he said, "Master Lu, it seems the young master won't make it through tonight." Upon hearing this shocking news, Lu Zhixiong calmly nodded. Then he smiled and said, "My son will be able to get out of bed and walk tonight." Great, great. I didn't waste my money. The doctor was taken aback and quickly explained, No, I meant the young master won't survive the night. So let's have him go to sleep early and not stay up late. Lu Zhixiong still didn't get it. At this moment, the doctor felt utterly defeated and couldn't help but mutter, "Such an uneducated wealthy family is truly frightening. I don't know how they came to possess all of this." At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a glamorous woman in a mink coat rushed in, exuding elegance but now with a face full of anxiety. She was your mother. Your mother rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in anguish, "Open your eyes and look at your mother. What's wrong with you?" The doctor stood beside her, trembling as he said, "Madam, it seems the young master won't survive the night." Upon hearing this, your mother burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Oh, my son, please don't leave me. I promise I won't hit you or scold you again. If you want to play Genshin Impact, go ahead. If you want to go to the bathhouse, I won't stop you." Just as she finished speaking, miraculously, the heart monitor began to beep rhythmically. You, who were barely alive, suddenly sat up with wide eyes. "Mom, I'm awake." Everyone around was stunned by this sudden turn of events, which shocked them all. A few seconds later, tears of joy appeared on their faces. "My son, you scared your mother to death." Your mother cried as she hugged you tightly. "You little rascal, look at how your mother is. The young master is finally awake. Now you won't have to go to Africa to pick cotton." A nearby servant quickly wiped his tears and approached. Looking at your mother's tearful eyes, you said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. From now on, I will study hard and strive to be an exemplary student to give back to society. The system has given you a week to live. You must study like crazy during this time. Extending your life is the priority." However, as soon as you spoke, your mother, who had been crying uncontrollably, froze. She first touched her forehead and then yours. Then she suddenly threw herself into Lu Zhixiong's arms, crying even louder, "Our son must be crazy. He actually said he wants to study hard." Lu Zhixiong gently patted her back and comforted her. "It's okay, dear. Even if we have to hire the world's most expensive doctors, I will make sure our son's mind gets better. If they can't fix him, I'll send those doctors to South Africa to drill for oil." The doctors exchanged glances. You helplessly looked at your parents, thinking, "My mind is really fine." To prove yourself, you performed a beautiful Thomas Flair jump off the hospital bed, moving as gracefully as a gymnast. The doctors nearby were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Just moments ago, you were barely alive, and now you were up and moving. You walked up to your parents, looking serious, and said, "Mom and Dad, maybe I've caused you a lot of trouble in the past, but this time I'm serious. I will study hard and go to college." The entire room fell silent instantly. A prodigal son returns. After visiting the gates of hell, the young master of the Liu family finally realized and decided to turn over a new leaf. Even the doctors couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, Liu Zhixiong looked at your serious face without a hint of relief. Instead, he slowly pulled out a 7-wolfskin belt from his waist. Immediately, the villa was filled with thunderous curses. "You little brat, instead of being in the underworld, you want to study? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? What's the point of learning? You might as well die. If you dare study seriously, I'll blow up your school tomorrow." You stared at your raging father in disbelief, completely unaware of what you had said wrong. However, your father had no intention of giving you an explanation. The 7-wolfskin belt in his hand whipped through the air as he yelled, "How dare you even mention such a disgraceful thing as studying? Did your great-grandfather study? Did your grandfather study? Did I study? We have hundreds of hotels and thousands of bars across the country. What good will your studies do? I'm sending you to school just to get a diploma and not bring shame to the family. Can't you help manage the family business and spend time with your mother? You're old enough, why do I have to worry about everything?" It infuriates me. Looking at your father's red face, you swore you had never seen a more absurd scene in your life. The system forced you to study, or you would die. What can you do? Tell mom and dad you're a time traveler? "Dad, I know I'm wrong," you sigh helplessly, pretending to accept your fate. "I will definitely slack off and drop out right after high school." Hearing this, Liu Zhixiong finally stopped and fastened his belt back around his waist. "Remember what I said. Your current task is to win over the Bai family's daughter and marry her. With the Bai family as your support, I can confidently pass the family business to you. Do you understand?" You nodded vigorously, saying that normal people can't achieve great things. It seems to be true. Dad has clearly stepped outside the realm of normalcy. Back in your room, you opened your phone and found a bunch of unread messages. Upon checking, they were all from a girl named Bai Wanyue. "Lu Feng, are you dead? If you are, that would be great. A family alliance is just a joke. The esteemed Bai family's daughter is actually going to marry a wastrel like you? It disgusts me. Every time you ask me out, I look down on you even more. Now that you're not waking up, I can finally say what's on my mind. It feels good." According to the host's memory, Bai Wanyue has an impressive background. Her grandfather is a significant figure in the capital. That's why Dad prioritized you winning her over. And the original you is truly bizarre, chasing her not only by blocking the school gate with flowers but even bursting into the broadcasting station to confess publicly. Such behavior, for a girl like Bai Wanyue, born into an aristocratic family, is simply embarrassing in public. It seems she has definitely inherited her father's genes. Their outrageous ways are identical. You shook your head and turned off your phone. Being a dog for someone after time traveling is impossible. Accumulating lifespan is the most important thing. Looking around the bookshelf, you found it filled with books. You pulled out one titled 18 Techniques for Picking Up Girls and others like How to Avoid Fatal Strikes and 10 Secrets to Enhance Men's Abilities. After flipping through for a while, you realized they were all frivolous books. 10 minutes later, you finally found a book titled Martial Arts of the Dragon Country. You felt like you had found treasure, picked it up, and started flipping through it. The system detected that the host was reading the Martial Arts of the Dragon Country book. Lifespan increased by 1 minute plus 1 plus 1. Martial arts ability increased by 1 plus 1 plus 1. Wow, reading can actually increase lifespan and abilities. Your eyes lit up. You turned to look at the 10 secrets to enhance men's abilities with a meaningful smile. The system detected that the host was reading 10 secrets to enhance men's abilities. The book is shameless, really shameless. 2 hours later, you finished reading Martial Arts of the Dragon Country. The system prompted again. Reading the entire book took 2 hours, rewarding you with an additional 6 hours of lifespan and 1,000 points in martial arts ability. You looked at the virtual panel, nodded in satisfaction. You thought, can I reread this book to gain more lifespan? So you opened Martial Arts of the Dragon Country again and started reading. The system detected that the host was rereading Martial Arts of the Dragon Country. Martial arts ability increased by 1 plus 1 plus 1. You couldn't help but curse the damn system. Lifespan isn't increasing, only ability is. Forget it, practicing martial arts for self-defense isn't bad. After all, in this family, enemies are everywhere. Who knows when a few assassins might pop up? Yi Jianchen, you've read Martial Arts of the Dragon Country 7 times, and your martial arts proficiency has reached LV4. Lying in bed, you silently vowed that starting tomorrow, you would be a good student who loves to learn. The next morning, as soon as you got up, dozens of servants attended to you, helping you dress, wash up, and served breakfast, a complete service, extremely thoughtful. Once everything was ready and it was time for school, several servants escorted you to a Rolls-Royce. Before leaving, one of the servants gently reminded you, "Young master, remember to follow your father's instructions when you get to school. Don't take classes seriously and definitely don't study hard. The priority is to quickly win over Miss Bai." You waved goodbye with a bitter smile. Yunhai City's number 13 middle school is the worst school in Yunhai City, with mediocre teaching resources and a terrible atmosphere. Small-time delinquents roam freely here, and the pregnancy rate is even higher than the graduation rate. This is also your father's deliberate arrangement. He wants you to grow up in such a harsh environment and become as fierce as he is. Young master, take care. I wish you poor luck with your studies and smooth sailing in romance. The driver couldn't help but tease. As soon as you entered the school gate, a group of followers rushed up to you. "Brother Lu, you're back. Are you okay?" "Great." According to the host's memory, these are all your little brothers at school. Skipping classes, playing online games, and getting into fights are all routine for them. Sneaking out to skip classes is even common. "Brother Lu, your wolf head tattoo looks so cool. Where did you get it done?" "Recommend it to us," said one of the yellow-haired delinquents. You chuckled and replied, "My dad gave it to me with his belt. If you want one, I can help you get it done another day." In an instant, everyone froze, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing. One of the younger brothers casually said this, "You can't take it seriously, Brother Lu. Does it still hurt? We can buy you some medicine to put on it." Seeing how scared they looked, you didn't think much of it and waved them off. "What are you all doing lingering here? Classes are about to start. If you don't want the wolf head tattoo, hurry back to the classroom." The delinquents were clearly taken aback. You usually led them in skipping classes, so this was unusual. However, they didn't dare to say much and quickly ran back to the classroom. After dispersing your little brothers, you carried your backpack toward the classroom. Your class is 9-8. Upon entering, you rummaged through the drawer and found all the books looking as good as new, even though the semester was already half over. Looking at the textbooks, your eyes lit up. These are treasures for gaining lifespan. Suddenly, a girl appeared by the window, capturing the attention of the boys in the class. "Wow, who is that girl? She's so pretty." "That's Bai Wanyue, the daughter of the Bai family. She's the top scorer in every exam and comes from a prestigious background." Hearing the discussion, you looked up, and indeed it was Bai Wanyue, with skin as smooth as jade and long hair cascading down her shoulders. At that moment, she was staring at you, her face frosty. "Lu Feng, what do you mean by this?" Bai Wanyue's tone was unfriendly. You looked confused and asked, "Is there something going on?" Bai Wanyue frowned and said, "You woke up but didn't reply to my messages. Do you know what it feels like to bring someone hope only for it to turn into despair? I will never marry someone like you, even if you are the last man on earth. I'd rather be alone forever." He said a lot, but realized you didn't pay him any attention, focused instead on your book. Bai Wanyue was stunned. You were reading, which was almost as unbelievable as a pig climbing a tree. After he finished speaking, you impatiently replied, "Just go away quickly, you're disturbing my studies." As soon as you said that, Bai Wanyue's expression turned serious, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. "Oh, Lu Feng, you're really something. So you want to play this game with me, huh?" Her face flushed with anger. In the past, you would find her in class before morning reading even began, following her everywhere and practically wanting to stick to her 24/7. And today, it was actually her first time in 3 years actively seeking you out, only to be met with your cold demeanor. She thought you were playing hard to get. "Lu Feng, I hope you maintain this attitude and never appear in my world again." Bai Wanyue angrily turned and walked away. You caught a glimpse of Bai Wanyue's back and shook your head lightly. "What's so special about the Bai family, daughter? The book in my hands is far more valuable. You don't have anything written on your face. Why should I fawn over you? Women only slow down my reading speed. I'm here to earn lifespan," you thought, feeling unfazed, as you continued to focus on reading your math textbook. The boys in the class, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel pumped. "I said it all along, Brother Lu is just playing around with Bai Wanyue." The esteemed heir of the Lu family wouldn't settle for being a fawning dog. Of course, if Brother Lu really wanted to date, he could have any kind of beauty he wanted. But honestly, he looks like he's genuinely studying while reading. On the other side, Bai Wanyue walked to the stairway and pretended to casually look back, only to find that you weren't following her at all. She couldn't help but feel confused. Was it not a game of hard to get? Did he really want to cut ties with her? This made things much simpler. Without your annoying interference, she could finally focus on her studies. Bai Wanyue clenched her small fists and disappeared around the stairway. Not long after Bai Wanyue left, a female teacher holding a math textbook approached. This teacher was lightly made up and stunningly beautiful, with a devilishly hot figure that made the surrounding male students and teachers almost unable to look away. Under the almost frantic gazes of everyone, the female teacher walked straight into your class. "Hello everyone, I'm your new homeroom teacher, Luyu. With only 3 months until the college entrance exam, I will spend the remaining time with you. Although our time together will be brief, the teacher wishes she could have met you sooner. I hope everyone will cooperate." Seeing Luyu at the podium, the boys in the class instantly erupted. "Teacher, you're so beautiful. Teacher, I love you. I just want to spend my life with you." In the face of the cheers below, Luyu remained unmoved. Her gaze fell on you, the only one in class who was seriously reading, and she looked puzzled. "Everyone, don't get it wrong. He's not attracted by your serious study. He has a more important mission." Luyu is a doctoral student at the Dragon Country Police University. After graduating, she joined the Beijing police headquarters, and her first task is to dismantle the Liu family group, a century-old mafia family. However, the Liu family is deeply rooted. They may be in the underworld but appear cleaner than anyone else. After a year of deep investigation, the organization found only a bunch of charitable honors. In desperation, they decided to target you, the heir of the Liu family. You are portrayed as someone who does no wrong at school, so Luyu has been assigned as your homeroom teacher, planning to find a breakthrough through you. Desiring to see you seriously reading, Luyu couldn't help but wonder why you hadn't looked up at her even once after standing there for so long. Your face was practically buried in the book. This eagerness to study doesn't seem like the behavior of a spoiled rich kid. Could the organization have made a mistake? He cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. "Since I walked in, it's been a minute, and you haven't been quiet. Do you need me, your teacher, to maintain discipline? I have a straightforward personality and will say some harsh words up front. As your teacher, I want to establish a good teacher-student relationship with you, but don't push me to anger. I won't pamper you." Her speech stunned everyone, and the previously noisy class fell silent. However, a few seconds later, the class erupted into noise again. "The teacher's personality is really fierce. I like you even more. Teacher, how do you teach biology? I want to discuss some biological knowledge with you." Luyu was taken aback by this string of questions. Is this a serious student? Which student can ask such questions? Normally, he would have elbowed someone to remind them of their manners, but now he was the teacher and had a mission to complete. He took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, reminding himself that minor annoyances could disrupt greater plans. Just then, a student asked a question that completely broke his composure. "Teacher, I heard you're a PhD. Can you check if there's any fluff in that?" Luyu was initially prepared to respond grandly, but upon pondering the remark, his face began to flush red. In the next second, he was completely overwhelmed. Standing at the podium, it felt as though an invisible smoke was rising above his head. The next moment, he raised his right hand and delivered a swift strike. He struck down hard on the desk with a loud bang, splitting it in half. This sudden scene instantly silenced the class, and all the students stared in shock, their faces full of terror. Seeing the effect achieved, Liu let out a cold laugh and tightened her sore fists. "Please remain quiet, everyone. If anyone dares to ask impolite questions again, don't blame the teacher for being rude." At that moment, a trembling student stood up. Luyu showed a gentle smile. "Classmate, what would you like to say?" The student appeared frightened, but in the next second, their speech sped up dramatically. "Teacher, destroying public property is illegal. The principal will punish you." Previously, a female teacher accidentally kicked over a flower bed and ended up getting punished by the principal for 3 days. She came back shaking all over. "But teacher, you're so beautiful, the principal will be even angrier. You might get punished for at least a month. Good luck, teacher, don't get ruined." Upon hearing this, the whole class burst into laughter. Some boys gazed at Luyu with lecherous eyes, as if they could already see her in a miserable state. Luyu was thoroughly flustered. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never encountered such unruly students, insulting teachers and showing no respect for elders. It was utterly outrageous. "Don't laugh." Luyu felt a bit flustered, but his reaction only made the students more brazen. He was starting to feel a headache. Being sent here by the organization and not being able to manage the students, how could he complete his mission? Just as Luyu was at a loss, a clear, forceful voice rang out. "Everyone, shut up." As the voice fell, the noisy class fell silent instantly. The students, who had just been cheering, now all lowered their heads, looking obedient. Luyu was startled and quickly looked for the source of the voice. "She saw you standing up, your eyes fierce like a tiger, scanning the classroom. Your expression seemed capable of devouring people, emanating an inexplicable pressure. You were genuinely angry because the system hadn't activated, wasting your time. You wanted to focus on reading to gain lifespan, but these people wouldn't stop making noise, preventing you from reading a single word. Your parents wouldn't let you read at home, and now that you finally came to school, these people wouldn't let you study either. Since they weren't going to let you be calm, don't blame you for being rude. You roared in your heart, "Are you trying to drive me insane?" You coldly stated, "School is for you to learn, not for you to joke around." The country invests heavily in 9 years of compulsory education for you to attend school for free, but you don't cherish it, wasting precious resources every day. How many children in the mountains want to go to school but have no chance? If you don't want to learn, then get out and leave the opportunities for those who need them. Do you deserve this school? Do you deserve your country? Do you deserve your parents? As teenagers, you should work hard in your studies, contributing to the great rejuvenation of our nation, not becoming social parasites. I'm putting this out there, anyone who dares to make noise and disrupt others' studies, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, you sat down and continued to immerse yourself in the sea of knowledge. The few at the neighboring desk were overwhelmed by your presence. After all, who in the entire number 13 middle school didn't know your background? Is Brother Lou on the wrong medication today? Usually, he's the one leading the trouble, right? During the day, he clashes with male teachers, and at night, he confronts female teachers. What's going on today? Stop talking. If Brother Lou hears us, we're done for, a few boys whispered from the corner. At the podium, Lou recalled what you had just said, standing there in a daze. Well said, very well said. What kind of awareness is this? How many high school students in the country can have such a sense of patriotism? But upon further thought, it fell off. Aren't you the sole heir of the Lou family? The future successor of the Lou group? How come you have such awareness? This doesn't add up. Lou furrowed her brows. Could it be that the mission has already been compromised? Were your words just a show in front of him? It's not impossible. The Lou family's connections are extensive nationwide, and infiltrating the organization is also possible. It seems she needs to find a chance to report this to her superiors. This classmate, your speech was excellent. I hope everyone learns from him. The teacher's tone earlier was not pleasant. I hope you all forgive that. Now, let's start the lesson. Please open your math textbooks. After experiencing that scene, Lou knew the difficulty of the mission was extremely high and that she needed to proceed carefully. Once you asserted control over the class, all the students became obedient, and no one dared to act out again. At this moment, a system prompt rang in your mind. You have successfully promoted positive energy, influencing 50 people. Reward, 5 hours of lifespan and a mysterious gift package. You paused slightly while reading. Mysterious gift package? So promoting positive energy can also increase lifespan and earn a mysterious gift package. It looks like I should help elderly ladies cross the street or something in the future, to be a good young person with positive energy. You opened the mysterious gift package and received a reward, perfect potion. Curious, you clicked to use it, and in the next second, a warm current flowed into your body. Instantly, you felt no more itch in your lungs, and your kidneys no longer felt weak. Your originally handsome features were further enhanced, and all your minor health issues disappeared. Your overall aura increased by several notches. What a great item! After marveling at it, you continued to look down and flip through your math textbook. The teacher taught his lesson while you focused on your book, both activities not conflicting with each other. The system detected that the host was reading the first volume of math. Lifespan increased by 1 minute plus 1 plus 1, and math knowledge ability increased by 1 plus 1 plus 1. As time passed, you finished reading the first volume of math. You have completed reading the entire first volume of math. This reading session lasted 1 hour, granting you an additional 3 hours of lifespan and an extra 1,000 points in math knowledge ability. In total, you gained 2 days and 15 hours of lifespan and 8,200 points in math knowledge ability. Following this, you took out the second volume of math. Throughout the entire day, no matter what class it was, you only focused on math. The teachers noticed but were too lazy to intervene. As long as you weren't causing trouble, they were grateful. Moreover, you, who rarely even entered the classroom, were actually reading seriously. The teachers were almost shocked and nearly dropped their jaws. After class, they discussed whether you had suffered a serious illness that messed with your brain. By the end of the day, you had gained a wealth of knowledge, having read through all the math from freshman to senior year. You gained over 10 days of lifespan, and your math knowledge level was filled to the brim. At this point, you had gained nearly a month's lifespan, with martial arts proficiency at LV4 and math knowledge ability at level 10. The system prompted that your math knowledge ability is maxed out. You can obtain high lifespan rewards and a mysterious gift by participating in math competitions or exams. You didn't expect that maxing out your level would unlock new reward acquisition methods. Seeing mysterious rewards, you couldn't help but feel intrigued. After all, the effect of the mysterious potion had given you a taste of sweetness. It seems you should look for opportunities to teach others math or participate in math competitions in the future. Before you knew it, school was over, and today you had gained a full 30 days of lifespan. Whistling happily, you walked toward the school gate. The rhythm was perfect, you could gain knowledge and live a few more days. Just as you stepped out of the school gate, you suddenly saw a pure girl in a white skirt standing a short distance away, trembling in place. She was surrounded by a few yellow-haired delinquents, who were leering at her and occasionally whistling. "Hey little sister, come watch a movie with us. The newly released action film Jinping Mei is really good," one of the green-haired delinquents said earnestly. "As long as you agree to come with me, no one at number 13 middle school will dare bully you afterward." The girl nervously clutched her backpack. "I'm sorry, I really don't have time. Please don't look for me anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the delinquents' expressions changed dramatically. One of them raised his hand and slapped it down. "You think you can be so arrogant, huh? You've pushed us to the edge. Do you believe we can drag you off to the alley and take care of you?" The girl was so frightened that she kept retreating, tears streaming down her cheeks. She kept bowing, crying, "I'm so sorry, really sorry. My mom is in the hospital, and I have to work part-time to earn money. Please let me go." At this moment, there were almost no people left at the school gate, and the delinquents grew bolder. "You think you're tough? Just tell Big Brother how much it costs for a month. I'll pay double." As the girl was pushed into a corner, suddenly a Volvo drove by. It was Luyu, who had just finished work. Through the rearview mirror, she saw the scene and was furious. "I'm going to deal with you guys today." She changed into flat shoes, opened the car door, and was about to get out when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "What are you guys up to? Let me join." Luyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw you standing behind a few delinquents, holding your backpack with a smile on your face, illuminated by the setting sun. Luyu smiled slightly, and then felt a surge of joy inside. "Finally, your true self is revealed. You were pretending so well during the day, so this is what it really is now that you can't hold it in any longer." She immediately took out her phone and began recording the scene, intending to document it as evidence of bullying to report to the organization. At the school gate, a few delinquents turned to look at Lu Feng, their eyes filled with disdain. If it were the seniors, they would have long come over with smiles, respectfully offering cigarettes. But these kids had just arrived at the 13th middle school not long ago and were still in their first year of high school. They had only heard of Lu Feng's reputation and had never seen what he looked like. One of them with green hair spat and cursed, "Where did this pretty boy come from? Get lost, don't disturb your father's enjoyment." The girl's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior. But then she quickly lowered her head in disappointment, for she knew the background of these delinquents. Just as they said, the green-haired one had recognized several ruthless seniors as his big brothers. They often bullied others in the school, and no one in the first year dared to provoke them. She didn't want anyone to get into trouble because of her. "Classmate, you should go. This is none of your business," the girl said, her eyes reddening. "Did you hear that? My girlfriend told you to scram." The green-haired one laughed. After saying that, the delinquents turned back, grinning as they approached the girl. Suddenly, a soda can flew towards him. Smack! The can arced perfectly through the air, hitting the green-haired one squarely on the head. "Ow!" He cried out in pain, clutching his head. Turning around, he saw Lu Feng clapping his hands, looking apologetic. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Now, the delinquents were completely enraged. "What the hell? You don't want to drink the wine offered, so you're asking for a beating instead. I'll kill you today. You little brat, daring to mess with the king of hell, even a god can't save you today." After saying that, 3 delinquents charged at Lu Feng like wild dogs unleashed. Inside the car, Lu Yun, who was secretly recording everything, was stunned. Something was off. Wasn't Lu Feng supposed to join them? From the looks of it, it seemed like he was about to fight them. Her student was being surrounded and beaten. As the homeroom teacher, should she intervene? Just as Lu Yun hesitated, she was surprised to find that at the school gate, the 3 delinquents had all been taken care of by Lu Feng. At that moment, they were all rolling on the ground, clutching their bodies and letting out pig-like screams. "Ow, my stomach, it hurts. Damn it, who do you think you are to hit me? Do you know who my big brother is? Call Brother Black Bear, get some people." Lu Yun was speechless. 3 against 1 and they still lost, and they were calling for help. And they wanted to learn how to be tough? However, Lu Feng's skills were truly impressive. He looked thin and weak, yet in the blink of an eye, he had taken all of them down. At the school gate, Lu Feng walked up to the girl and said lightly, "Classmate, let me take you away from here." "Ah." The girl stared at Lu Feng's handsome face, momentarily speechless. Her flawless face was flushed with a rosy hue. Unlike the embarrassment from being teased by the delinquents, this time, it felt as if a little deer was racing in her heart. Thank you," the girl stammered, her voice soft and gentle. "You're welcome," Lu Feng replied succinctly. After saying that, he and the girl turned to leave. At that moment, the three delinquents, who were lying on the ground, struggled to get up. Damn it, you can't leave. You think you can just act tough and run away? Stand there. Lu Feng ignored them and continued forward. Seeing this, the yellow-haired one immediately shouted a threat. If you dare to leave today, I'll throw that girl's disabled mother into a well. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng froze. He then turned to look at the delinquents, his eyes filled with contempt. Go ahead and call for help, he coldly said, standing still without moving. Lu Yun in the car watched this scene with growing interest. This future heir of the Lu family is quite interesting. He finishes the fight and doesn't leave, waiting for them to call for help. Not bad, he has guts, she muttered to herself. Lu Yun took out her phone and dialed 110. Just kidding, what if a dozen people came over later? Wouldn't that beat Lu Feng to a pulp? Even if she went to help, two fists couldn't fight off dozens of hands. At this moment, calling the police was the wisest choice. At the school gate, the girl saw Lu Feng stop, his expression somewhat dazed. Then, as if making a certain decision, she simply stood still, accompanying Lu Feng, her gaze becoming resolute. Hey, what the hell? Playing this game in front of me, huh? Just wait, I'll make you two die together soon. Green hair felt worse than if he had eaten a fly at the sight before him. The girl he liked was not only being saved by someone else, but they were even acting out that cliché love drama of you die, I die with you. The thought of being a part of their play made Green hair nearly explode. Before long, the originally clear sky began to be gradually covered by dark clouds, creating an atmosphere as if a storm was about to strike. Soon, a large group of people came marching from the west side of the school. At a glance, they were densely packed. Sitting in the car, Lu Yun estimated and was astonished to find there were no fewer than 100 people. Lu Yun was incredibly shocked. What the hell was going on? Is this still in the country? Isn't the 13th middle school liberated yet? It's the 21st century. How could such a relic from the past still appear? Is this a scene from a gangster film? She was extremely grateful that she had called the police. Otherwise, Lu Feng would definitely be beaten into a folding screen. Ha ha ha, my big brother is here, you all just wait to die. Greenhair was extremely excited, throwing out a harsh remark, and then rushed forward with two little brothers. Brother Black Bear, you finally came. It was that little brat who hit me. Greenhair pointed at Lu Feng, who had his back to the crowd at the school gate, and complained. The leader, Brother Black Bear, was 1.9 meters tall, with a broad back and a sturdy build, his skin dark. Judging by his physique, he truly lived up to his nickname. Black Bear glanced in the direction Greenhair was pointing and found the person's back somewhat familiar. But he didn't say much. Instead, slap, slap, slap. Each of them received a slap, turning them into pig heads. Greenhair covered his swollen face, feeling wronged. Brother Black Bear, why did you hit me? Black Bear pointed at them and scolded. What the hell? Just one person beat the three of you into this state, and you still have the nerve to say you're my little brothers. After saying that, he waved his hand, his voice powerful. Let me see who's blind enough to dare hit my people. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd surged toward the school gate. Soon, over 100 people surrounded Lu Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. The girl looked at the people around her, trembling in fear. She clutched the hem of Lu Feng's shirt, her delicate fingers shaking. Kid, you're quite brave, daring to touch my little brother. Who are you with? Black Bear lit a cigarette, staring at Lu Feng's back. However, the more he looked, the more something felt off. The more he stared, the more familiar it became. This outfit, this back, how does it look like that person? Seeing Lu Feng not moving for a long time, Greenhair cursed, damn it, my big brother is talking to you, are you deaf? However, next, when Lu Feng slowly turned around, the moment Black Bear saw Lu Feng's face, his heart tightened. The whole person was dumbfounded, his mouth forming an O shape, his jaw nearly hitting the ground in shock. A few seconds later, Black Bear stammered, Lu, brother Lu? In your life, have you ever risked your life for someone else? Black Bear had, and it was right now. Looking at the expressionless Lu Feng before him, Black Bear's eyes darkened, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked his back. In his heart, he even had the thought of slapping Greenhair to death. What the hell? With so many people in the school, why provoke anyone? Of all people, you chose the most formidable one. Isn't that just digging your own grave? Not to mention, with Lu Feng's background, dealing with them would be as easy as squashing an ant. And from a practical standpoint, he is still Lu Feng's underling. Lu, brother Lu, how is it you? Hee, misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. The Black Bear trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Lu Feng, all the while watching for any subtle changes in Lu Feng's expression, terrified that he might turn hostile at any moment. Behind him, most of the crowd were seniors, and how could they not recognize Lu Feng? So, everyone shouted in unison, Brother Lu. The sound was deafening. At that moment, the three green-haired boys were dumbfounded. No matter how foolish they were, they couldn't fail to guess who this person was. In the entire 13 middle school, the only person who could make the black bear so respectful and also had the surname Lu was that young master. They couldn't think of anyone else. Lu. The green-haired boy was sweating profusely, stammering and unable to say a word. The black bear slapped him directly. Are you blind? Did your eyeballs grow on your butt? You dare provoke anyone? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you, damn it. In the next second, the three green-haired boys rushed forward, frantically bowing their heads in apology. Brother Lu, it was our three brothers who were blind, not recognizing the great mountain. Please forgive us, don't hold it against us. Brother Lu, we're sorry, we didn't know it was you. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to offend you even if we were beaten to death. Brother Lu, we know we were wrong, please forgive us. The arrogance they had before was completely gone. Their attitude was incredibly sincere. The black bear and all the senior students silently watched, no one daring to speak up for them. What a joke. They didn't even want to think about who they had provoked. They certainly didn't want to bring trouble upon themselves. Meanwhile, a girl stared blankly at Lu Feng, utterly astonished. Is he really that legendary young master? But why doesn't he seem so bad? At that moment, Lu Feng spoke, his tone icy, bullying female classmates in broad daylight, and even threatening to throw someone's disabled mother into a well. Did your parents give birth to you just so you could do such earth-shattering things? From now on, I don't want to see the three of you in Yunhai City. Transfer schools, leave this city, get lost. When the black bear heard the last sentence, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then scolded. Brother Lu told you to get lost, didn't you hear? Why are you still standing there? The green-haired boys nodded like garlic. Yes, thank you, Brother Lu, thank you, Brother Black Bear. We'll handle the transfer first thing tomorrow morning. With that, the three of them fled without looking back, tails between their legs. As soon as they left, a system notification sounded in Lu Feng's mind. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 108 people. Reward, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy. Although there was no mysterious gift reward, 10 hours of lifespan was worth as much as reading several books. Promoting positive energy in society is our duty. After the incident, the black bear saw that Lu Feng didn't continue to press the issue and was about to apologize when suddenly, a familiar female voice came from not far away. Lu Feng, you're bullying people again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw Bai Wanyue walking out of the campus with a backpack. She walked straight up to Lu Feng and coldly said, "What's wrong? Can't keep up the act anymore? Weren't you supposed to be a good student who loves to study during the day?" The events of the morning had left Bai Wanyue fuming. She had taken the initiative to confront him, but he had ignored her completely, even lying that he was too busy studying. Such a pathetic excuse was no different from insulting her intelligence. Today, Lu Feng is bullying someone again. Naturally, she won't miss this opportunity to lecture him. Lu Feng, do you only know how to bully the weak? Are you so arrogant and indulgent? Don't you find yourself ridiculous? Someone like you wants to be my boyfriend? Let me tell you, we will be together forever. No, yes, no way, Bai Wanyue said emphatically. It was a way to vent her frustration. Her mood also eased considerably. Seeing this, the black bear hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. Lu Gu isn't bullying. He had just started to speak. Lu Feng interrupted directly, saying, don't say any more. From now on, no one is allowed to call her sister-in-law. Did everyone hear that? Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What's going on? It was common knowledge that Lu Feng was pursuing Bai Wanyue. To win her heart, Lu Feng had tried every possible means. He would have gone so far as to take the moon from the sky and give it to Bai Wanyue. Especially when he heard his brothers call her sister-in-law, he felt genuinely happy. But why was he suddenly changing his tune and forbidding it today? Could it be? Everyone turned to look at the girl next to Lu Feng. Was it because of her presence? Feeling the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the girl's face instantly turned red. Bai Wanyue also noticed this girl. She realized that the girl's looks, figure, and temperament were not at all inferior to her own. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart. If that were the case, then her earlier remarks would make her look like a clown. Was she being overly sentimental? Just thinking about embarrassing herself in front of so many people made Bai Wanyue blush. But then she realized something was off. With Lu Feng's flirtatious nature, he must have many girls like this around him. But why was he bringing her out at this moment? It was known that at this time, Lu Feng would usually be out partying with a group of people. Meanwhile, she was studying late every day because of the upcoming college entrance exams. Bai Wanyue figured it out. Lu Feng was deliberately creating a chance encounter to make her jealous. He was clearly playing hard to get. With this thought, Bai Wanyue smiled lightly and said, Lu Feng, don't think that what you're doing now will have any effect on me. It only makes you look ridiculous and childish. Please don't bother me again in the future. Let's not meet again. After saying this, Bai Wanyue left without looking back. The crowd fell silent. Such cold and cruel words. Even though Bai Wanyue had always rejected Lu Feng, she had never shown such a resolute attitude before. Lu Gu, the black bear, wanted to step forward to comfort him, but he found Lu Feng completely indifferent. In fact, he even shook his head and cursed in the direction Bai Wanyue had left. Crazy. After Bai Wanyue left, the girl looked at Lu Feng, her face flushed. A bit nervously, she said, Classmate, thank you for saving me today. My name is Li Jingya, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Repay? Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need to thank me. I never leave my name when doing good deeds. The Black Bear, Li Jingya, a group of little brothers. Do you even need to leave your name? Just now, over 100 people called you Lu Gu. As long as one isn't missing a few marbles, who doesn't know you are Lu Feng? Lu Gu. The Black Bear leaned in, looking ashamed, and said, It's all my fault today. I didn't keep my eyes open when taking in little brothers. Please punish me. I have no complaints. Lu Feng looked at the Black Bear and the group of thugs behind him, cleared his throat, and said, As men of stature, we are all strong. The pillars of our families. I have no other demands of you. Everyone has their little flaws. I just hope you don't bully the vulnerable. At the very least, be a person filled with a sense of justice. Ha! Upon hearing Lu Feng's statement, everyone was dumbfounded. What's wrong with Brother Lu today? Either he forgot to take his medication or he took the wrong one. Usually, you are the one who causes the most trouble. Now you want us to be people filled with a sense of justice? Who doesn't know that your father is the biggest gangster in the country? Of course, these thoughts were only dared to be thought in their hearts. Immediately, the Black Bear shouted to the crowd behind him, Did you all hear what Brother Lu said? From today on, everyone must be a person filled with a sense of justice. As soon as these words were spoken, over 100 people raised their hands high. A loud cheer erupted at the school gate. Justice! 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 Righteous! 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 Hysteria! Hysteria! Hysteria? Huh? As they shouted, the slogans started to go off track. At that moment, an 80-year-old grandmother, holding a cane, bent over and passed by. She glanced at this group of young and vigorous boys and shook her head. Silly kids, why choose to be hysterical people? This is a disease that only someone my age would get. The crowd, just as everyone fell silent. Beep 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 beep, a siren suddenly came from afar. However, the little gangsters did not panic like in a TV drama. With Lu Feng backing them up, what were they afraid of? But considering the impact, Lu Feng still waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. In just a few seconds, only Lu Feng and Li Jingya remained at the school gate. Creak! 2 police cars stopped by the roadside. Several uniformed police officers, wearing body cameras, got out of the cars. However, when the officers saw Lu Feng, one of them, who looked like the captain, subtly gestured. The other officers immediately turned off their cameras. Xiao Chen, you've caused trouble again, huh? The captain walked over and asked with a smile. Lu Feng recognized this person, Li Fu, who was once just a grassroots police officer. Later, he reported his superior for corruption and got into trouble with the wrong people. Not only was he beaten up and dismissed from his position, but he was also framed with a crime and imprisoned. In the end, it was Lu Feng's father, Lu Zhixiong, who intervened, cleared Li Fu's name, and helped him rise to the position of captain. No, Brother Li, it's strange, who called the police? Lu Feng asked in confusion. At this moment, the door of an SUV opened by the roadside. Lu Yun, wearing high heels, walked out from inside. I called the police. Everyone turned to look. Lu Yun walked over, revealing a beautiful smile, and said, Officer, I'm Lu Feng's homeroom teacher. I saw him being bullied just now, so I called the police. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Fu and the other officers all laughed. Lu Feng being bullied? What a rare term. In the 13th middle school, it would be good if he didn't bully others. They couldn't believe it at all. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, Li Fu nodded. All right, since there's nothing going on, we'll leave. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind, Xiao Chun, go home early, don't make your parents worry. Lu Feng nodded. Got it, Brother Li. Once the officers left, only Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and Li Jingya remained. Let's go, I'll drive you home. Lu Yun shook the car keys in her hand and smiled. Looking at this beautiful homeroom teacher, Lu Feng thought for a moment and found nothing wrong with it. Since the original owner of his body would gather with a group of friends after school every day and only return home late at night, the family driver was only responsible for dropping him off, not picking him up. So, the three of them got into the car. On the way, through chatting, Lu Feng learned about Li Jingya's background. To simply describe it with an idiom, it was extremely tragic. A gambling father, a paralyzed mother, a broken family, and yet she is strong. Her father gambled away their entire fortune, drowning in debt, and ultimately, unable to bear the pressure, he jumped to his death. Her mother is now paralyzed and unable to work. Thus, all the debts fell squarely on Li Jingya's shoulders. Not only does Li Jingya work part-time every day to help pay off the family debts, but she also has to take care of her paralyzed mother. Yet, even in such circumstances, Li Jingya's grades remain excellent, often ranking in the top 10 throughout her first year of high school. When Lu Yun heard this, she couldn't help but feel moved. Jingya, tomorrow is Saturday, and there will be a math competition in the city. The first prize is a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. I am one of the judges, and I have a few registration forms. Do you want to give it a try? Hearing about the money, Li Jingya's eyes lit up, and she replied, "Really, teacher? I want to participate." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Feng also raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I want to participate too." Lu Yun, Li Jingya has excellent grades and outstanding math skills. Participating in the competition might even earn her an award. But you, a playboy who hasn't even opened a book a few times, what are you trying to join in for? Lu Feng knew that Lu Yun looked down on him, but his math knowledge had already reached the maximum level. Participating in the math competition not only offered a high reward but also mysterious bonuses. Such a great opportunity was right in front of him. How could he let it slip away? Teacher, you don't know, I have a serious bias in my studies. Every time I take an exam, although I do poorly in other subjects, my math score is surprisingly high. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel curious. How high? Lu Feng, take the last monthly exam for example, Chinese 24, English 13, Physics, Chemistry, and Biology 29. But my math score was a full 30. That's a serious bias. Put. Li Jingya couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yun, the full score for math is 150, with multiple choice questions accounting for half. You scored 30, and you call that a bias? Scatter some rice, and let Kun Kun step on it. It wouldn't be just that, right? And you only got 24 in Chinese. Aren't you afraid of being mistaken for a spy? But upon further thought, since she needed to find a breakthrough in the Lu family through Lu Feng, it would be beneficial to interact with him more. Alright, you two fill out these forms. Lu Yun took out 2 forms and handed them to the two in the back seat. When Lu Feng returned home, it was already 9 p.m. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his father sitting in the living room with a dark expression. Dozens of servants stood on either side. The atmosphere in the house was exceptionally grim. Lu Feng's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding slowly rose within him. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Feng stepped inside, Lu Zhisheng coldly said, "I heard that Bai Wanyue came to your class today, and you gave her the cold shoulder in the name of studying, and you were seen with another girl right in front of her." After saying this, Lu Zhisheng waved his hand and called over a nearby servant. "Damn it, bring me Lu Feng's backpack." The servant brought over the backpack and respectfully handed it to Lu Zhisheng. The next second, Lu Zhisheng directly dumped everything out of the backpack. Aside from a few scattered books on the floor, there was also a registration form for the math competition. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng's heart sank. Bad. He was going to face the belt again. Looking at the scattered textbooks and the math competition registration form on the floor, Lu Zhisheng's face was as dark as it could be. The surrounding servants didn't dare to breathe a word. They all sighed inwardly, realizing that the young master was digging his own grave. The master had clearly instructed him not to study hard or strive for improvement. The main task at hand was to pursue a romantic relationship and win over the Bai family's daughter. Yet Lu Feng, under the guise of studying, had given Bai Wanyue the cold shoulder. One action had violated both prohibitions. With Lu Zhisheng's temperament, Lu Feng was probably going to get a wolf's head tattooed on him tonight. Lu Feng had already resigned himself to being beaten and knelt on the ground, saying, "Dad, I was wrong, go ahead and hit me." However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Zhisheng's gloomy face suddenly brightened. He burst into laughter and helped Lu Feng up, saying, "Ha, you really are my son, so clever." Lu Feng slowly stood up, confused. Lu Zhisheng lit a cigar, his face beaming, and said, "What a clever tactic of feigning retreat to lure the enemy. You know, that's how I won your mother over back in the day. At that time, I pursued your mother for 3 years. She had feelings for me too, but we just couldn't break through that last barrier. There was no other way. I had to find a girl to help me put on a show, pretending I didn't like her. When your mother found out, she was furious and led hundreds of people to chase me down the street. I got cut up pretty badly. I spent several months in the hospital, and I still have many scars. But those wounds were worth it. When your mother saw me in that state, she couldn't help but cry. That's when we officially got together, then dated, got married, and finally had you, this little rascal. After hearing Lu Zhixion's story, Lu Feng was almost speechless. So his dad thought he was playing hard to get with Bai Wanyue, but he really wasn't. It would be a lie to say he had no feelings for Bai Wanyue. Who wouldn't like a beautiful, well-endowed rich girl? It's just that for now, accumulating lifespan was the priority, and he had no time to pursue a girlfriend. Moreover, his mother was quite fierce in her youth. The thought of her leading hundreds of people to chase someone down the street was thrilling. Before Lu Feng could respond, Lu Zhixiong picked up the math competition registration form again. He took a deep puff of his cigar, looking satisfied, and said, I heard from the Bai family that Bai Wanyue will also participate in this math competition tomorrow. That's right, to pursue a woman, you have to use your brain. How can you succeed by only chasing her at school? You need to gradually shift to outside the school to deepen your feelings. Alright, hurry up and wash up and go to bed. Remember to dress handsomely tomorrow and perform well. After saying this, Lu Zhixiong extinguished his cigar and slowly left the living room. Lu Feng scratched his head. No wonder his father wasn't angry when he saw the math competition form. It turned out Bai Wanyue would also be participating in the competition tomorrow. What a narrow path for enemies. But on the other hand, it was fortunate that she signed up for the competition, otherwise, he would have been beaten today. If his dad found out he was studying hard and being proactive, it would definitely lead to a storm of trouble. Back in his bedroom, Lu Feng shouted Ape God Activate and picked up the book Dragon Country Martial Arts to continue reading. The events at the school gate in the evening made Lu Feng realize the importance of martial power. If he hadn't leveled up martial arts mastery to LV4 overnight, he might not have been able to handle those three little thugs today. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the book Dragon Country Martial Arts. Martial Arts Ability +1, +1, +1. Listening to the system's prompt in his ear, Lu Feng gradually immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. Meanwhile, in a single apartment in Yunhai City, Lu Yun finished her shower and changed into a clean nightgown. Even in such loose clothing, her curvaceous figure was hard to hide. She then sat at the table and opened her laptop. What came into view was a video conference with a dozen people. These dozen people were all key members in the effort to eliminate the Lu group. Comrade Lu Yun, what is the progress of the mission codenamed Hunting the Deer? A man with a square face and an air of righteousness asked from the screen. Deer is a homophone for Lu. Hunting the deer means capturing Lu. Hearing this, Lu Yun showed a hint of difficulty. She said, report to the leader, I have successfully started my job and recorded all of Lu Feng's actions and statements today, but, according to the organization's requirements, since starting her job, Lu Yun had installed a pinhole camera on her clothes to capture everything Lu Feng did, in order to find evidence of his wrongdoing at school. However, if she were to send the video from today, it would not only fail to provide evidence but would instead seem like a way to clear Lu Feng's name. The man frowned. No need for more words, upload the video to the conference room immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun had no choice but to upload the video. Soon, the video she had recorded during the day began to play in the conference room. Everyone took out their notebooks and pens, focusing intently on the screen, trying to record evidence. The first segment of the video was in the classroom. The students continuously mocked, their words unbearable, and their attitudes extremely poor. Lu Yun, infuriated, slammed her hand on the wooden table, leaving all the students stunned. Upon seeing this, her colleagues laughed and praised, Comrade Lu Yun still has that fiery temper. That's right, just a little show of strength, and she scared those students who haven't even grown up yet. Hearing this, Lu Yun pouted but said nothing. Everyone continued to watch. However, when they saw that the students were not only unshaken but even more disrespectful, pushing Lu Yun into a corner, they all fell silent. They hadn't expected this group of students to be not only poorly behaved but also bold, and their eloquence was impressive. Just imagine, if it were themselves standing on the podium facing these students, they probably wouldn't know how to respond either. Just as everyone felt powerless, Lu Feng suddenly stood up and began to rage. What do you all want? Turning the world upside down. The country spends a huge amount of money every year to establish 9 years of compulsory education, providing you with free schooling. But what about you? You don't know how to cherish it, wasting national resources every day without learning anything. Do you all deserve the school, the party, and the country? As young people, we should strive to learn knowledge and contribute to the great rejuvenation of our motherland, not be a malignant tumor. His voice was powerful and resonant. His words struck deep into everyone's hearts. Who would have thought such thoughts and statements would come from a teenager? He was simply a model student of contemporary high schoolers. At this moment, a straightforward corps member couldn't help but shout, "Good, that was so well said." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill down his back, realizing something was off. Good? What good? Right now, They were supposed to be finding evidence of Lu Feng's crimes, not here discussing patriotic thoughts. The leader also looked helpless. Wasn't the video supposed to capture evidence of Lu Feng's crimes? Instead, everyone was taking notes and watching a youth study session. The conference room fell into a long silence. After a while, the leader sighed and said, "Continue playing the next video." The second video was not complete. After all, it was already after school, and Lu Yun was preparing to go home. So it started with Lu Feng violently beating up 3 delinquents. After that, when the core members heard the blonde threaten to throw Li Jingya's disabled mother into a well, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Was this really a high school student? What kind of terrible environment could produce such a carnivorous flower? Immediately after, the blonde called for reinforcements. The black bear arrived with over 100 little brothers. Lu Feng just showed his face, and the other side was scared to the point of wetting themselves. The 3 delinquents frantically admitted their mistakes, followed by Lu Feng's lecture. Bullying female classmates in broad daylight and threatening to throw someone's disabled mother into a well. Your parents brought you into this world to do such earth-shattering things? I have no other demands of you. Everyone has their little flaws. I just hope you won't bully the vulnerable. At the very least, be a person filled with a sense of justice. Justice, justice, justice. The video ended. The conference room was eerily quiet. No one spoke. The screen was silent. You could hear a pin drop. The reason was simple. The Lu Feng presented in these 2 video clips was completely different from what everyone had expected. Where was the promised spoiled rich kid? Where was the supposed villain? This was simply overflowing with positive energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a model youth of the new era. The chief sighed, breaking the silence. First, the deer hunting mission is much more difficult than anticipated. Lu Feng is clearly putting on an act, which leads us to suspect that there may be an undercover agent from the Lu family within our ranks. As soon as this was said, the core members expressed their agreement. Lu Yun also concurred. After Lu Feng finished that speech in class, I felt that the deer hunting mission had already been exposed. I suggest we conduct a thorough investigation to root out the undercover agent. The chief nodded. After this meeting, I will immediately form an inspection team to specifically address this matter. After saying this, the chief made a gesture and continued. Second, the management at No. 13 Middle School in Yunhai City is chaotic, with delinquent youths running rampant. But these troublemaker students have one thing in common, which is, they all look up to Lu Feng. Therefore, I suggest Comrade Lu Yun shift the focus onto these delinquents. Once these troublemakers cause trouble, Lu Feng might step in to resolve the issues. As long as we capture evidence of Lu Feng shielding his subordinates, we can gradually gain the upper hand. This could also serve as a breakthrough. Hearing the chief's remarks, Lu Yun's eyes lit up. After all, he was a leader. While others were still worrying about the high difficulty of the mission, he had already found a new breakthrough. Yes, Chief, Lu Yun said, slightly excited. The Lu family, as a century-old clan, is deeply entrenched in crime and power, making them an extremely difficult nail to pull out. I hope everyone can work together to accomplish this great task. With the chief's speech, the discussion on the deer hunting mission came to an end. Immediately after, the chief shifted his tone and said to Lu Yun, additionally, there is a temporary task that requires you to collaborate with the local police. Lu Yun's expression became serious. Please give your orders, Chief. The chief nodded. Just yesterday, we cracked a child trafficking case that occurred in the capital over a decade ago. Upon investigation, the suspect is now in Yunhai City. And tomorrow, the suspect will accompany the child to participate in a math competition held in Yunhai City. I know you like math and have privately registered to be a judge for this competition. Since that's the case, you might as well get involved. Consider it part of your achievements. After hearing this, Lu Yun patted his full chest and said, rest assured, Chief, I will do my utmost to cooperate with the local police to complete the task. The meeting concluded. Lu Yun closed his laptop, kicked off his slippers, and sprawled out on the bed. He opened his phone. With a "T-I-me" sound, Lu Yun began his relaxation time for the day. Strongest bronze rank 1, beautiful, sweet-voiced, good-tempered. Is there any master who wants to team up with me? Lu Yun squeaked, sending a voice message in the world channel. Not long after sending it, a boy replied, brothers, don't believe her. The last time I played with her, just because I gave away a kill, she scolded me for an hour in voice chat. Not only that, but she also threatened to expose my real self offline. Lu Yun's face turned visibly red at a rapid pace. Her voice no longer held back as she angrily shouted, dare to slander me? Give me your address, and I'll kill you. Lu Family Villa. The time was 23:56 at night. After finishing a book, the reading speed would significantly increase with each subsequent read. During this time, Lu Feng had read Dragon Country Martial Arts dozens of times. Martial Arts Mastery, LV10, Max. World class, system notification, martial arts mastery is full. You can gain high longevity and mysterious rewards by participating in competitions, using violence to counter violence, or martial arts professional exams. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng stretched lazily. Phew, finally maxed out. With world-class martial arts mastery, there were very few people in the world who could fight him up close. This greatly improved his personal safety. With this thought, Lu Feng lay contentedly on his bed and soon fell asleep. The night passed quickly. Unbeknownst to him, morning arrived. 6:49. Before the alarm rang, Lu Feng woke up to his father's gentle calls. "Get up, you lazy bum. What time is it? Can't you be a bit more mindful? With your attitude, how can you complete the tasks I give you? Still want to chase after by Wanyue? You wouldn't even match up in the countryside." Lu Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes, surprised. He didn't expect Lu Zhixiong to be so disciplined in middle age, already up before 7. It seemed this cheap old man had some qualities worth learning from. However, Lu Zhixiong cursed, sang K all night, and still haven't slept. "I'm about to die from exhaustion. I'm going to sleep now, damn it." Lu Feng, truly a non-normal human. The grand image of Lu Zhixiong in Lu Feng's mind shattered completely within seconds. After getting up, under the service of the maids, Lu Feng completed his daily essentials, washing up, brushing his teeth, having breakfast, dressing, and styling his hair. Stepping out of the Lu family villa, as soon as he got into the Rolls-Royce, dozens of servants lined up in 2 rows and shouted in unison, wishing young Master Lu a victorious start, successfully marrying the Bai family's daughter, having a bunch of chubby little boys. What the hell? Watching his newly established worldview about to collapse again, Lu Feng hurriedly shouted, "Hurry, driver, let's go." "All right, young master, hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the car engine roared like a beast. Accompanied by thick smoke, the car shot off like a rocket towards the math competition venue. Yunhai City, Oscar Mall Center. It was only 8 in the morning, and it was already packed with people. The atmosphere was lively. This was because a nationally anticipated math competition was about to take place. Although the event wasn't of high level, for every math enthusiast, it was a challenge not to be missed. Moreover, the first prize was a whopping 200,000 yuan. That could equal the income of an ordinary family for 1 or 2 years. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, a gentle female voice sounded beside him. Lu Feng? Turning his head, he saw Li Jingya blushing slightly as she looked at him. Today, she wore a pink short-sleeved top and white-hot pants. Her clean face bore no traces of makeup, exuding a pure and simple beauty. "Li Jingya, what a coincidence," Lu Feng said with a charming smile. Li Jingya nodded, a bit nervously. "Yes, what a coincidence. Let me take you to the competition site. I used to work part-time at this mall, so I know where there's a back door we can use." Lu Feng glanced at the mall entrance and found the large main door already packed to the brim. He nodded in agreement. He walked towards the back door with Li Jingya. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. They had barely taken a few steps when they saw Bai Wanyue approaching them. She was accompanied by 4 or 5 people wearing glasses, each holding a few books, looking very much like scholars. Bai Wanyue naturally noticed Lu Feng and Li Jingya. She frowned and approached with a strong air of confrontation, saying, "Lu Feng, aren't you being a bit excessive? Even the actors have come here?" Lu Feng? Human nature can be quite frustrating at times. Before his time travel, even when Lu Feng shamelessly tried to please her, Bai Wanyue hardly spoke to him. Now, when he didn't want to engage with her, she was the one initiating conversations. Although what she said wasn't pleasant, in the past, it would have been enough to make Lu Feng happy for a long time. "Classmate Bai, I'm here to participate in the math competition, not for you. Could you please stop being so narcissistic?" Lu Feng couldn't help but speak up. He didn't want to stoop to her level, but she was getting more and more aggressive, always starting off by mocking him. "I don't owe you anything. Why should I keep putting up with you?" As soon as he said this, Bai Wanyue immediately got angry. "Lu Feng, I don't want to expose you. Please have some self-respect. With the little knowledge in your head, how dare you say you're here for the competition? Have you even read any books? Moreover, participating in a math competition requires a team. May I ask where your team is?" Math competitions are different from regular exams. The test papers mostly consist of world-class problems. Therefore, they use an open-book exam combined with team discussions for assessment. There are even AI teams participating in the competition. In this context, almost every participant has their own team. Some are formed by classmates or between teachers and students. Those with better conditions might even spend money to hire top-notch teachers to assist them. Bai Wanyue belonged to the latter category. The 5 people beside her were the top math masters she had hired. Lu Feng felt quite disdainful. Does one really need to hire a team for world-class math knowledge? Even Einstein would have to give him a cigarette. While that was true, Lu Feng was still annoyed. He then looked at the 5 masters beside Bai Wanyue and asked, "How much did she pay you?" "I'm willing to offer double." Bai Wanyue was momentarily taken aback. This bastard, trying to poach people right in front of her. How shameless. Fortunately, the 5 masters looked at each other, and none of them paid Lu Feng any attention. Seeing this, Lu Feng raised 5 fingers, 5 times the price. "You." Bai Wanyue gritted her teeth in anger. She had spent 500,000 to hire these 5 people. 5 times that would be 2,500,000. Bai Wanyue hadn't even graduated from high school, and her monthly allowance was only a few thousand. 500,000 was something she had saved for a long time. She had resolved to find a job after getting into college to support herself and break away from the Bai family. In this situation, she would never actively ask her family for money. If these 5 people were tempted, Bai Wanyue would be left with no options. Lu Feng naturally knew this, which was why he offered such a high price to poach them. At that moment, one of the masters sneered, "Kid, you're really humorous. We've dedicated many years to studying mathematics. Whether the money is a lot or a little doesn't matter. What's important is credibility and reputation. So please don't insult us with money. That behavior is very childish." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng remained expressionless. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a black gold dragon card. "There are 50 million in this card. If you agree, each of you can take 10 million. If you really don't want to, then forget it. I never force anyone." After saying this, Lu Feng intended to put the card back in his pocket. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that the card was gone. Looking up, he realized that at some point, the black gold dragon card had already appeared in the other person's hand. Lu Feng was taken aback. "Damn, a thief. Do mathematicians really have such quick hands?" The 5 renowned teachers looked at the black gold dragon card, and each of their faces lit up with joy. "We don't care much for money, but your sincerity has moved us. The field of mathematical research desperately needs someone like you to support it. Don't worry, handsome. We 5 are professionals and will definitely help you win first prize in this math competition." Seeing the expressions on the faces of the 5, Bai Wanyue was furious, her small face turning as red as a monkey's backside, and she said, "Lu Feng, you are the most shameless, most brazen bastard I've ever seen." Lu Feng replied expressionlessly, "Now that I have a team, you believe I'm here to compete, right? Awesome. That felt good." Li Jingya, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Is this the world of the rich? She worked an hour and only earned a few dozen bucks. Lu Feng just casually gave away 50 million? She had never burned through money like that. Just as Bai Wanyue was about to hit someone in her anger, suddenly, a sound of rotating propellers came from the sky. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of everyone around. A helicopter circled a few times above the mall before slowly descending onto a nearby lawn. When the cabin door opened, a remarkably charismatic young man stepped out. "You are." The man shouted towards Lu Feng's direction and then ran straight over. Upon hearing that voice, Bai Wanyue looked closely and immediately showed an expression of pleasant surprise. "Beige." When the two met, it was as if they were long-lost friends, excitedly chatting away. "Beige, aren't you studying in the capital? Why are you here? What else would it be? I heard you were participating in a math competition, so I took a helicopter overnight to get here." After saying that, Beige patted his chest. "Don't worry, with me here, winning first place in this kind of competition is a piece of cake." Bai Wanyue exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Beige. I still remember when I was little and couldn't solve math problems. You were the one who taught me." Beige proudly replied, "Of course. I taught you before, I'll teach you now, and I'll keep teaching you in the future." Meanwhile, Lu Feng looked at this man and felt he looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. At that moment, the 5 renowned teachers walked over to Beige, each displaying an expression of disbelief. You are the one who has won first place in the global math competition for 3 consecutive years, the math genius Bug?" One of the teachers exclaimed excitedly. Beige smiled slightly and said, "Ah, you haven't mistaken me, I am indeed Bug." Upon hearing this, the 5 were taken aback, unable to believe it. "Oh my, as researchers in the field of mathematics, we have heard your name resoundingly. This is the first time we've seen you in person. It's truly exhilarating. Please be sure to take a photo with me later." Beige waved his hand nonchalantly, Sure. Immediately after, the 5 renowned teachers lined up in front of Lu Feng, taking out the black gold dragon card from earlier. "Young man, I'm afraid we can't assist you in this math competition today. If you came for first place, I advise you to give up. With Bug participating, the outcome is already decided. We don't want to tarnish our careers." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng expressionlessly took the card back. Hey, I originally wanted to spend a little money to vent my anger. Now, this saves me 15 million directly. For Lu Feng, having or not having these 5 renowned teachers made no difference. He could still take first place. It wasn't that Lu Feng particularly wanted this championship. He guessed that the higher the ranking in the competition, the more generous the system rewards would be. This was a great opportunity to extend his lifespan. Maybe there will be a mysterious reward like the perfect potion? Yuer, who is this? Beige pointed at Lu Feng, his tone filled with disdain. He had just circled around in a helicopter several times, all to find Bai Wanyue. But when he saw Bai Wanyue standing next to a handsome man, jealousy surged within him. Considering the image he held in Bai Wanyue's heart, he didn't express his dissatisfaction immediately. And now, the opportunity had come. This person is irrelevant, Bai Wanyue said, slightly smug. Oof. Intentionally finding a girl to appear in front of him and poaching the famous teacher he had invited with a hefty sum. In Bai Wanyue's heart, Lu Feng's strategy of feigning indifference was completely exposed at this moment. Shattered. But Beige was relentless. Oh my Yuer, just introduce him. Big brother wants to get to know the person beside you. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue could only helplessly introduce, he is the future heir of the Lu group, Lu Feng. As soon as these words came out, Beige's heart sank, filled with hostility. Oh, so he is that good-for-nothing who covets my Yuer. On the surface, he has a distinguished identity and a prominent status. But in essence, he is just an uncultured, slightly wealthy little thug. Don't think that having a bit of money makes you impressive. Not everything in this world can be bought with money. For example, the first place in this competition. And even more so, Yuer's heart, Beige said with a cold smile. The word mockery was clearly etched on his face. However, Lu Feng was not angry. He finally remembered who this Beige resembled. Oh, you are Beige, I know you. Your reputation is quite loud online. Lu Feng gave a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Beige instantly felt proud. I didn't expect you, a good-for-nothing who never studies, to have heard of my name? Lu Feng immediately opened his phone and played a video. Your famous work from back in the day went viral nationwide. How could I not know? Beige's face was full of disdain, but out of curiosity, he leaned in closer. In the video, a man who looked very much like him had a heavenly eye tattooed on his forehead, squatting next to a latrine. The next second, the man in the video shouted, "Today, I, old 8, will perform for everyone by eating poop. Ali give. Let's go, brothers." Then, he reached back, pulled out a lump, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh! Accompanied by the sound of vomiting, Beige was first stunned. Then his face turned like an eggplant after frost, one moment green, the next purple. His whole body trembled with anger. Bai Wanyue never expected that her usually gentle Beige would suddenly explode with such vulgarity. I damn your horse! Beige cursed loudly. He was furious. Who could accept such an insult? Since birth, he had grown up in an environment where he was treated like a star. Especially after showcasing his mathematical talent, everyone around him treated him like an emperor. Now, Lu Feng actually used a viral video of someone eating poop to humiliate him. A great humiliation. Absolutely intolerable. Even more infuriating was that the man in the video looked very much like him. If it weren't for the man's disgusting behavior, he would have wanted to take the video home and confront his father. Had he ever donated outside before? Beige, you. Bai Wanyue looked in disbelief. How could the usually gentle Beige suddenly curse? She then turned her gaze to the video on the phone. But after watching the content, Bai Wanyue immediately covered her mouth, looking nauseated. Then, she began to look at Beige with a more complex expression. Feeling the change in Bai Wanyue, Beige suppressed the anger in his heart and hurriedly explained, Yuer, you have to believe me, the man in the video is definitely not me. He just looks like me. How could Bai Wanyue not know? But even so, recalling the content of the video, combined with the fact that Beige and that man's appearance matched up to 99%, her heart was still somewhat affected. Beige, let's hurry into the competition venue and ignore these uncivilized people, Bai Wanyue said, her tone pleading as she regained her composure. She knew that her Beige was indeed clever, but when it came to swordplay and causing trouble, no one could match Lu Feng. After calming down, Beige pointed at Lu Feng and shouted, I hope you really came to participate in the competition. Once we get to the venue, I'll show you what the gap between people really is. You filthy rat from the sewer. You dimwit. After saying this, he walked side by side with Bai Wanyue, striding away. Watching the two leave in a hurry, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. This guy's looks were truly a gift from heaven. Lu Feng turned to Li Jingya and said, let's go in too. The competition is about to start. Li Jingya nodded her little head. But on her pure face, dark clouds were gathering at that moment. Lu Feng was puzzled. He hadn't shown Li Jingya that eye-polluting video. As they walked in, Lu Feng asked, you seem to have something on your mind? Li Jingya didn't hide it and expressed her feelings. I was originally thinking of giving it a shot. Maybe I could win a first prize to help with household expenses. But that bug is really impressive. Not only has he won the global math competition first prize for 3 consecutive years, moreover, before that, he had won countless math awards, and prestigious universities around the world are scrambling to recruit him. So I was thinking, winning the first prize this time should be impossible. But getting a second prize would be nice too. It's definitely easier than working for money. Li Jingya smiled slightly, comforting herself. Lu Feng nodded. The second prize also had a cash reward, but compared to the first prize of 200,000, it was a full half less, only 100,000. Lu Feng knew that for a strong girl like Li Jingya, just giving her money would be no different from insulting her. So, Lu Feng said, how about this, you team up with me, and I'll help you win the first prize. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya looked up at Lu Feng, her face turning red as she said, Lu Feng, I actually admire your personality. Sometimes I think, if only I had half of your blind confidence. Lu Feng. It couldn't be blamed on Li Jingya for saying that. After all, Lu Feng was notorious for being a playboy in school. He really didn't study at all. Despite this, Li Jingya agreed to team up with Lu Feng. The two arrived at the back door, and with no obstacles, they headed straight to the competition venue. At this moment, it was 9:35 a.m. There were only 25 minutes left until the competition started. The venue was packed with people, noisy and bustling. A large electronic screen hung in the center of the mall, visible from every angle. Below the screen stood hundreds of square tables, with several people standing beside each table, representing a competing team. According to the requirements, Lu Feng and Li Jingya needed to collect their team number plates. When the two arrived at the collection point, they saw Lu Yun sitting there. She wore a black professional outfit on her upper body and tight shorts on her lower body, her long legs wrapped in black stockings. The two male judges beside her were staring wide-eyed. Li Jingya stepped forward politely and said, Teacher Lu, we are here to collect our team number plates. Lu Yun looked up at Li Jingya, then glanced at Lu Feng, surprised. You two are teaming up? Lu Feng nodded. Yes, teacher. Lu Yun fell into a thoughtful expression and then warned, Lu Feng, you know Li Jingya's family situation. Once the competition starts later, you mustn't disturb her while she's solving the problems. Lu Feng made an okay gesture. No worries soon. After completing the formalities, Lu Yun handed over a high-tech electronic number tag. It prominently displayed 91. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This number is very auspicious. Lu Yun asked in confusion, how is 91 auspicious? Li Jingya was also puzzled. Shouldn't auspicious numbers be 66 or 88? Lu Feng smiled mysteriously. Haven't you heard of the great 91? This number tag means I am the master of this math competition. Upon hearing this, the two male judges beside them were momentarily stunned. Their faces twitched, and their lips struggled to suppress a smile. Lu Yun and Li Jingya still looked bewildered. Lu Feng cleared his throat twice. Since they didn't understand, it was better not to explain. After all, in this day and age, pure-hearted girls are rarer than gold. At that moment, two people approached from behind. Judges, we are here to collect our team number tags. The voice was very familiar. Lu Feng turned around and smiled again. Who else could it be? Of course, it was Bai Wanyue and Ba Gu. It's you again. Ba Ji's eyes filled with hostility, his expression fierce as if he had been injected with adrenaline. What a coincidence, Ba Gu, Lu Feng said with a mischievous grin. This smile exuded a mocking tone from the inside out. Ba Gu gritted his teeth in anger, pointing a finger. Just as he was about to explode, Bai Wanyue nudged his arm and said, Don't mind him, the competition is about to start. Let's quickly get our number tags. Ba Gu shot a fierce glare at Lu Feng, then began the process of collecting his number. When he received his number tag, he glanced at it. 92. He looked over at Lu Feng's number tag. 91. So they say, enemies are bound to meet. It seemed today would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Ba Gu looked at Lu Feng and Li Jingya, who had not walked far, and coldly said, Kid, today you'll know what despair is. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly turned his head, raised his arm, and cheered, Let's go, give it your all. Upon hearing this, Ba Ji's expression changed. Damn it! The competition was about to begin. Lu Feng and Li Jingya found their designated table with their number tags. Next to them were Bai Wanyue and Ba Gu, with only about 3 meters separating the two teams. At this distance, they could discuss problem-solving strategies quietly without being overheard. Just then, a middle-aged man from the team in front tightened his clothes and shivered, saying, In this hot summer, why does it feel so chilly behind me? Turning around, he saw Ba Gu from Team 92, staring daggers at Lu Feng from Team 91. It's just a competition, why so much animosity? The man said without reservation. Upon hearing this, Ba Ji's temperature, which had just cooled down, flared up again. The time reached 10 a.m. The competition officially began. Thousands of spectators in the outer stands erupted in silent cheers. At the same time, this competition would be broadcast live across major platforms nationwide. Within just a few minutes, the number of online viewers had already exceeded 2 million. Following that, the judges began to announce the competition rules. Lu Yun, with her delicate hand holding the microphone, said, "This competition consists of a total of 10 questions, with an exam duration of 8 hours, and scoring will be based on a buzzer system. The questions will be displayed on the big screen, presented one by one to the participating teams according to difficulty. If any team solves an answer, please press the answer button immediately. At that time, your number plates will turn green, and the 3 judges will come over to verify whether the answers are correct. The team that first solves the correct answer will receive 10 points. At the same time, that question will be voided, and the big screen will automatically jump to the next question. When all 10 questions are answered, or the exam time is up, the team with the highest score will win the first prize of 200,000 yuan. I declare the competition to begin." Accompanied by Lu Yun's explanation, the screen in the center flashed, and the first math competition question appeared. According to the rules, the difficulty of the questions is arranged from easy to hard. Therefore, the first question is the simplest. However, since it is a competition, even simple questions require a lot of calculations. Just as the question refreshed, ding, a team directly pressed the answer button. Lu Yun was slightly startled and glanced at the system data, saying, "The team that pressed the answer button is Team 92. As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at table 92. There, Ba Gu was calmly staring at the question on the big screen. Beside him, Bai Wanyua looked a bit confused and said, Ba Gu, I haven't even seen the question clearly, and you've already answered it?" However, Ba Gu shook his head and deliberately said loudly, "No, I'm calculating. The judges will take about half a minute to get here, and during this time, I have enough time to solve the first question." Upon hearing this, all the surrounding teams were collectively stunned. Wow, this is too pretentious, right? For an ordinary person, it might take half a minute just to read the question, and he not only finished reading it but could even solve the correct answer? Just then, people around began to recognize Ba Ji's identity. "Oh, he seems to be that math genius boy, Bug. Wow, it really is him. My goodness, how could Bug appear in such a low-level competition? There must be a mistake." "No way to mistake it, Bug is my idol. I could recognize him even without his clothes on. Bug is so handsome, so talented. I love you. Ah, damn, if Bug is here, then what chance do I have? The first place is definitely gone." It doesn't matter. Being able to compete on the same stage as Bug gives me bragging rights in the future. As everyone recognized Ba Gu as the genius boy, all the contestants and the audience erupted in excitement. Not only that, but in the backstage studio, the director was also stunned looking at the boy on the screen. He never expected the famous Bug would appear in such a competition. He immediately shouted to the staff beside him, "Quick, call the relevant departments and request to increase the live broadcast lines. Wherever there is BUG, there is traffic. This time we will definitely break the record for the highest number of online viewers." The staff immediately replied, "Yes." In the competition venue, under the gaze of millions of eyes, Lu Yun, in her high heels, walked step by step towards table 92. During this time, Ba Ji's gaze was fixed on the big screen, his brow furrowed. Just as Lu Yun was about to reach him, Ba Gu let out a breath, his brow relaxed, revealing a relaxed expression. "Team 92, please state the answer to the first question." Lu Yun looked at the boy with a smile. As a seasoned math enthusiast, she naturally knew a lot about BUG. She was also a fan of this boy. However, she hadn't recognized him when he received his number plate earlier. She didn't even get a photo with him. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel disappointed. It was all Lu Feng's fault. Her attention was completely drawn to his lucky number 91. Ba Gu took the microphone and said, "The answer to the first question is 13. This problem is cleverly designed. First, we use an unusual integral to find the necessary parameters, then apply the Lagrange mean value theorem to derive the limit of the curve, and finally, using a simple matrix calculation method, we can easily obtain the final answer. The calculation for this problem is quite large, but as long as you find the right method, even the most difficult problems can be solved effortlessly. Here, I want to inform all the contestants that when playing with mathematics, your thinking must be flexible, you can't get stuck in a rut. When one path is blocked, you must learn to leap in your thinking and view the problem from another angle." Originally, he was supposed to give the answer. Instead, he started teaching on the spot. Such a show-off behavior, if it were someone else, would have probably been scolded mercilessly. But Ba Gu wouldn't be scolded. Simply because his reputation precedes him, there are no negatives. The name Bug is just too loud. Luyan smiled slightly, took the microphone, and said, "Congratulations to Team 92 for solving the correct answer and taking the first question, earning 10 points. After that, Luyan praised him again, as expected of Bug. Upon hearing this compliment, the atmosphere on site reached a peak. Wow, Bug is amazing. Finished reading the question in half a minute and calculated the correct answer in his mind. That's incredible. Not just incredible, it's simply mind-blowing. Indeed, only Bug would have such a domineering way of answering questions, successfully gaining fans. Bug is still Bug. The first place in this competition is already taken. Bug listened to the cheers around him. A smile he couldn't hide appeared on his face. He turned to look at Lu Feng. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Do you see this? This is my strength. And you, what do you have to compare with me?" Lu Feng looked completely unconcerned. This Bagu, his hand speed is quite fast. Before he even realized it, Bagu had already pressed the answer button. Since you want to show off so much, then don't blame me for showing off even more later. At this moment, Li Jingya murmured beside him, "Bug, really amazing." Lu Feng laughed loudly. "It's fine, let them have one question first." His voice was loud enough to be transmitted directly through the microphone. All the contestants and audience turned to look at the 91st table where Lu Feng was sitting. Feeling the anxious gazes of the crowd, Li Jingya shyly lowered her head, her face turning so red it seemed like it could bleed. The director also switched the video feed to Lu Feng, wanting to see who had said this. But when they saw this unfamiliar face, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this? I don't know. I've never seen this character in the math world. A nameless junior, daring to show off in front of Bug? Probably just a sycophant trying to show off in front of girls. Poor sycophant, showing off at the wrong time. Watching Bug won't even recognize his own mother. Poor girl beside him. Everyone began to attack Lu Feng. You have to know that all the contestants and audience present are math enthusiasts. Everyone knows the slightly famous figures in the math world. And Lu Feng, a stranger, actually dared to boast and say let Bug have one question. Who else should they scold if not him? In the competition venue, Bagu heard Lu Feng's remarks and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He shook his head and said, as expected, "A rich but brainless fool." As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen in the center flashed, and the second question appeared. When everyone saw the new question, all the participating teams picked up their paper and pens and began to write. The venue fell silent once again. Although the first question was very simple, but from now on, the difficulty of each question will increase exponentially. Otherwise, they wouldn't allocate 8 hours to solve just 10 questions. Even the genius known as Beige began to pick up his tools. The pen tip scratched incessantly on the paper. Inside the venue, almost all teams were engaged in intense discussions. At table 91, Li Jingya was tormented by the questions, her hair in disarray. Lu Feng, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed. Seeing this, Luyan couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, she hoped Li Jingya could win the first prize. Unfortunately, her teammate was Lu Feng. She then glanced at the team in front of Lu Feng, the one that had made her feel a chill down her spine earlier, the uncle with the cricket badge. This team, aside from a scruffy-looking uncle, had only one teammate left, a girl who looked like a high school student. According to the information provided by their superiors, this uncle was the human trafficker accompanying his daughter to the competition. The leadership had instructed that he should be allowed to accompany his daughter until she finished the exam, and then they would immediately implement the arrest at the moment the competition ended. Just as Lu Yun was pondering this, a sound rang out. Ding! A team pressed the answer button. All the contestants gasped in shock, instinctively thinking it was Beige who pressed it. Hiss, the bug is getting more and more twisted. How can such a complex question be answered in a second? As expected, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves behind. One slap sends the previous waves crashing on the beach. The bug is simply unprecedented, too strong. Just as everyone turned to look at the table where the bug was, they were astonished to find Beige also had a bewildered expression. He was looking around, trying to find out which team pressed the button. The contestants were confused. It wasn't the bug who pressed the answer button? Then who could it be? After scanning for a while, they were shocked to discover that the person who pressed the answer button was none other than Lu Feng, who had just been boasting. Lu Feng, you. Li Jingya was dumbfounded. She had just finished writing her solution and hadn't even fully understood the question. She didn't expect Lu Feng to press the answer button directly. Lu Yun also noticed this and asked with some dissatisfaction, Lu Feng, did you accidentally hit the button? Lu Feng flashed a grin, raised his hand, and said, no, I want to answer the question. Upon hearing this, Beige couldn't help but laugh. You're so dumb, really too dumb. I just love your abstract vibe. The audience in the venue and the livestream couldn't help but laugh at Lu Feng's response. Damn, where did this abstract contestant come from? It's killing me with laughter. What a stupid idiot, trying to copy my bug and press the button. Who do you think you are? What a poser. If he can answer, I'll eat 3 tons of shit. Dude, can you be a bit more daring? If he can answer, I'll help my roommate. Upstairs, can we be friends? I want to be your roommate. The barrage in the livestream surged wildly, filled with mockery, and no one believed that Lu Feng was genuinely answering the questions. Almost everyone thought he was just trying to show off. In the competition venue, Lu Yun sighed deeply and looked at Lu Feng, saying, each team only has one chance to answer each question. If the answer is wrong, that question will no longer be related to you. Lu Feng, are you sure you want to do this? She hoped Lu Feng would refuse. The earlier questions were simple, and Li Jingya, fighting alone, still had a chance to score. But as they progressed, the difficulty of the questions skyrocketed. What could Li Jingya do against a whole team? Sure, Lu Feng replied firmly. The audience let out a synchronized gasp. Lu Yun shook her head helplessly. As Lu Feng's homeroom teacher, she had already given him a chance. If he didn't follow the process, she, as a judge, might be violating the rules. Alright, Team 91, please state your answer. Lu Yun shoved the microphone into Lu Feng's mouth. Cough cough. Lu Feng pulled out the microphone and said, the answer to the second question is 9. The voice fell. Lu Yun lazily glanced at the official standard answer. The moment her gaze touched the screen, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the other competing teams were still working hard to answer questions, having completely forgotten about Lu Feng, whom they regarded as a clown. At this moment, Lu Yun's voice suddenly rang out in the competition hall. Congratulations to Team 91 for solving the correct answer and securing the second question, earning 10 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Not a sound was heard. A few seconds later, the entire competition hall and the live broadcast room exploded. What the hell? Is this for real? They actually got it right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is a question that hasn't even been solved for bugs. How could he answer it? No need to think. This guy didn't even move his pen, he definitely guessed. Damn, this guy's luck is off the charts. He managed to guess it right. Can the event organizers make the answers a bit more complicated? For crying out loud, it's a single-digit number, too easy for a fool to guess right. Where's the guy who just said he'd eat a ton of crap? Come out. I happen to have a bit of a stomachache. The live broadcast room was filled with barrage comments. All the viewers believed Lu Feng had guessed correctly. After all, the calculation for the second question was several times more than the previous one. Many competing teams had filled several sheets of paper, and their calculators were almost smoking, yet they still hadn't arrived at a final answer. You, Lu Feng, didn't even move your pen, and you calculated it in your head? At table 91, Lu Yun wore an expression of disbelief. After a long while, she finally reacted and said, you little brat, your luck is off the charts. Then, she changed her tone. Don't mess around with the next question. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Yun had indirectly told all the competitors that the answer to the next question wouldn't be so simple. No one should harbor any delusions. Lu Feng, you're amazing, you got that right. Li Jingya said in disbelief, her pure face filled with shock. Just a small matter. Lu Feng chuckled. Beside them, Ba Gu was so angry he gritted his teeth, cursing Lu Feng dozens of times in his heart. He had finally almost calculated the correct answer, only to have it guessed right by Lu Feng. It was like working hard your whole life, finally saving enough money to buy a house for your child, only for someone else to win a house in a lottery. And it was in the same neighborhood, right next door to you. Wouldn't you be mad? Bai Wanyue comforted him from the side. It's okay, Ba Gu, luck can't always favor fools. Just because he got lucky this time doesn't mean he'll always be lucky. Let's adjust our mindset and focus on answering the questions. Ba Gu naturally didn't take it to heart. Having participated in so many competitions, his mindset had already been tempered through countless trials. This little matter wouldn't affect him at all. Heh, kid, you're lucky. I hope your luck continues. Ba Gu sneered at Lu Feng, exuding an air of a strong person looking down on the weak. Urban B.A. Lu Feng shot him a glance. You. Before he could finish his curse, Ba Gu took a deep breath, his expression gradually clearing. He knew he had to stay calm at such times. Getting angry would only slow down his calculation speed. At this moment, the big screen suddenly flashed, and the third question appeared. All the competitors stared at the question on the screen, their brains racing at high speed. In an instant, the sounds of flipping pages, typing on keyboards, and writing filled the air. All the sounds mixed together, creating a pleasant melody in the competition hall. Lu Feng glanced at the test question, and instantly, countless formulas and texts intertwined before his eyes. Every thought process, every solution, all appeared in his mind. About half a minute later, Li Jingya suddenly said, "Oh no, this is bad. The value I calculated for this step is 0. 4, it shouldn't be like this." Lu Feng calculated in his mind while responding, "Isn't it normal to have a decimal point?" Li Jingya blinked her big eyes, "But I'm calculating the number of people on the bus." Lu Feng re-examined the question, just as he was about to clarify for Li Jingya. At that moment, he heard Beige's mocking laughter from the side. Sure enough, in the face of true strength, luck is utterly useless. No way? Let me teach you. Try replacing Arcsin with Arctan and see what happens. Li Jingya was half convinced, but she followed his suggestion and changed the function. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she politely said, "I got an integer, thank you." Seeing this scene, Bai Wanyu frowned, not because she was angry that Beige was helping her opponent. It was just that Li Jingya seemed to really be here for the competition? Could it be that Lu Feng was with her not to make her jealous? And it wasn't a strategy of feigned indifference? A flash of doubt crossed her mind. Bai Wanyu dared not think too much and quickly refocused her attention on the exam questions. With Beige helping Li Jingya just now, the atmosphere around began to shift subtly. Originally, the various teams were whispering, but now someone occasionally raised their voice to ask questions. "Oh no! Here, calculating the bus's speed limit, why doesn't the answer match the reverse calculation?" Upon hearing this, Beige realized it was time to show off. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "That's because you forgot to account for the friction between the tires and the ground." Not long after, the other party replied excitedly, "Thank you, Beige." Soon, another question was raised. "Oh no! Why, Beige, that's because." "Thank you, Beige." Questions came one after another. What was originally a solemn and serious competition now felt like a Q&A session. The viewers in the live stream were amazed, and the comments flooded in. "Oh my, what am I seeing? Beige is actually helping other teams solve problems? Beige, this is our Beige, a genius boy indeed. In comparison, what is that Lu Feng? Just a piece of trash, sitting quietly like a mute, too scared to guess? Ha, this is the gap between a master and a loser. Just a lucky fool, yet he dares to claim Beige's question, truly shameless." While netizens praised Beige, they also took the opportunity to attack Lu Feng, considering him just a lucky loser. Inside the competition venue, Beige saw the people around him looking at him with respect. His vanity was satisfied to the utmost. A sense of superiority arose within him. It felt great. High intelligence was impressive. Those who were not as smart as him could only look up to him like they were gazing at a deity. And he only needed to give a little, and people would be grateful and sing his praises. This was the survival rule of the world. Only strong individuals like him deserved to stand at the top of the pyramid, looking down on all beings. Beige glanced at Lu Feng, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It was a pity that this dimwit had guessed one question correctly. It disrupted his plan for a perfect score and victory. Otherwise, he could have shown off in front of Bai Wanyu. "Great, I got the answer." At this moment, Bai Wanyu danced with joy. Beige looked disdainfully and said, "This kind of question is really too childish." Just as he raised his hand, ready to press the button to answer, suddenly, ding! Lu Feng pressed the button first. He had already calculated the correct answer but wanted to give the other contestants a chance to experience it, which was why he had delayed answering. Beige looked amused and said, "You don't think I would be angry, do you? Dimwit, so naive." He thought Lu Feng had pressed the button first. It was intentional to irritate him with this behavior. But what difference does it make? He had already calculated the answer to this question. The result was very complex. He didn't believe that Lu Feng could guess it right. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room saw this and also thought Lu Feng was deliberately looking for trouble, so they began to curse. "This idiot is just trying to annoy BUG. Dare to target our BUG, brothers and sisters, let's roast him. No, I think this Lu Feng wants to be famous. He has no limits to gain traffic. This kind of person shouldn't even have children." "It's okay," the host said. "The answer to this question is very complex, absolutely impossible to guess. Once he gives the wrong answer, the score will ultimately still go to BUG, so everyone please stay rational, don't curse him, that just gives him traffic." The analysis upstairs is correct. The best way to deal with someone who is crazy for fame is to ignore them. Many audience members believed Lu Feng wanted to be famous, so they thought it was better to ignore him. And everyone really took the advice. In no time, the barrage cursing Lu Feng decreased significantly. In the competition venue, Lu Yan walked up to Lu Feng and said lightly, "Team 91, please state the answer to the third question." She knew that once Bud pressed the button, it must have calculated the correct answer, which would essentially invalidate this question. Since Lu Feng wanted to take the spotlight, let him have it. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng slowly stated the answer. The answer to this question is E plus 13, Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Yun's cherry lips formed an O shape, her face filled with shock. Before this, she had seen the answer, and it was exactly the same as what Lu Feng said. Congratulations to Team 91 for solving the correct answer, successfully securing the third question, and earning 10 points, Lu Yun said with the microphone, almost unable to speak from excitement. Contestants and audience members were stunned to hear the answer was correct, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. The venue erupted in an uproar. What the hell? He guessed it right again? No, I wouldn't believe he could guess such a complex answer even if you beat me to death. Could it be? He really is a genius even more powerful than Bug? Impossible, Lu Feng hasn't written anything from start to finish. If he could solve such a difficult competition question just by mental calculation, is he even human? Unless there's an inside story? At table 92, Bago looked terrified, his expression dazed. His body temperature rose sharply. No matter what, he was unwilling to admit everything happening before him. There's definitely an inside story. Bago clenched his fists and shouted loudly, Lu Feng from Team 91 hasn't written anything from start to finish, nor has he used any calculating tools. What right does he have to calculate the correct answer? I ask all math enthusiasts around the world, could you solve that question just by mental calculation? As soon as this was said, the competition venue turned into a marketplace. Everyone began to discuss heatedly. Lu Yun realized something was off and started to feel uneasy. As a seasoned mathematics researcher, she was certain that such a difficult competition question could not possibly be solved by mental calculation. Could it be another guess? That was even less likely. The probability of guessing such a complex answer was less than 1 in a billion. Could it be? Lu Yun frowned. Could there really be an inside story? It was quite possible. The Lu family's influence spread across the country, and in Yunhai City, they could summon the wind and rain. The small math competition was held in Yunhai City. For the Lu family, getting a backdoor pass was as easy as child's play. Just then, from the audience, someone shouted, I'm a local, I know this Lu Feng. He is the only son of the Lu family, the future heir of the Lu family. So he must have taken the back door and memorized the answers in advance. With the utterance of these words, in an instant, the entire competition venue and the live broadcast room erupted. Who doesn't know the Lu family? They are the most powerful family in the country. As Lu Feng's identity was revealed, the barrage in the live stream filled the entire screen like raindrops. No wonder he could state the correct answers to 2 questions without even picking up a pen. Turns out he took the back door. What right does this spoiled rich kid, who relies on family power to score, have to compete with us Bug? Get out! I suggest disqualifying Lu Feng from the competition. The person upstairs is overthinking. Maybe this competition is sponsored by the Lu family. Without a family background, Lu Feng doesn't even have the right to lick Bug's shoes. Bai Wanyua looked at Lu Feng and sneered, Ha, Lu Feng, you really haven't changed a bit. You can only rely on family power, using some dirty tricks to survive in this world. The disdain was clearly etched on her face. The previous doubts were resolved in that moment. Intentionally appearing at the school gate with other girls to form a team for the math competition. Spending a fortune to poach his 5 renowned teachers, taking the back door for answers. Everything was to attract her attention. As the online insults grew louder, the pressure gradually mounted on the competition organizers. Meanwhile, the head of the backstage was completely bewildered. Lu Feng took the back door? He had no idea. If he had known that the young master of the Lu family was coming to participate, he wouldn't have needed Lu Feng to back the answers. He would have directly awarded the first prize to Lu Feng. Since there was no backdoor, it could only mean one thing: Lu Feng arrived at the correct answers on his own, completely unrelated to the organizers. As the audience's emotions became increasingly radical, the head organizer directly instructed the judges to handle the matter freely. Receiving this directive, Lu Yun approached Lu Feng with a microphone and said, Team 91, could you please explain your problem-solving approach? The answers were easy to memorize, but the problem-solving approach was complex. The third question involved basic mathematics from middle and high school, as well as higher mathematics, discrete mathematics, probability, and other related knowledge points from university. She didn't believe Lu Feng could memorize it all. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in applause. Nice, well done. He's just a backdoor answerer. What can he possibly say about problem-solving? 666. I didn't expect the judges to be so tough, daring to go head-to-head with the Lu family. Love it. The judge not only looks beautiful but is also bold. Let's give this judge a thumbs up. Netizens praised Lu Yun's actions endlessly. If Lu Feng couldn't articulate his problem-solving approach, then his shameless act of backing answers would fall apart. "Stinky rat, I want to see how you get off this stage today," Bago mocked. Lu Feng was too lazy to waste words and directly took the microphone. Under everyone's gaze, he said in succession, "There are a total of 13 methods to solve this problem, among which the simplest method is to first use the indefinite integral to calculate the limit to find the maximum speed of the bus, and then through Leibniz's formula." In an instant, the vast competition venue echoed only with Lu Feng's voice. Not only did Lu Feng articulate all 13 methods of solving the problem, but he also explained every formula and detail clearly. Especially when faced with each step requiring extensive calculations, Lu Feng showed no hesitation. The correct results flowed from his mouth, all solved in seconds. Such terrifying calculation ability, logical analysis ability, comprehensive application of formulas. It left everyone in the competition venue stunned, wide-eyed and speechless. Above are all the known problem-solving approaches for this question. As Lu Feng put down the microphone, at this moment, everyone in the competition venue and all the viewers in the live broadcast were stunned, bewildered. Everyone looked at Lu Feng with shock on their faces, and not a single person spoke. The surroundings were silent, quiet as a whisper. "I can hardly believe my ears." Clear thinking, concise steps, the application of mathematical formulas flows like water. It's even more perfect than the standard answer. He laid out dozens of problem-solving methods without a single detail wrong. This is truly terrifying. Is there a possibility that he memorized all the problem-solving steps? I think that's unlikely. There are 10 competition questions, and each question has many methods of solving. If he really memorized them, that would be an enormous task. I agree with the person above. Even if Lu Feng really memorized everything, his memory would still be terrifying. Could it be that we misunderstood him? Is Lu Feng really a genius? As a bystander, I believe there is nothing impossible in this world. 10 questions may be many, but if he started memorizing a few months or even a year in advance, he could still memorize them. The bullet comments began to discuss heatedly. Some believed Lu Feng was truly talented. Others thought he had started memorizing the answers months or even a year in advance. At the competition site, ding! You have successfully taught on-site, tutoring others in mathematics. Your actions have influenced a total of 485 people. Reward, lifespan plus 48 hours. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy. How could he have forgotten this? After reaching the maximum level of mathematical knowledge, he could still receive rewards through teaching. However, from the system prompt, it seemed that rewards could only be obtained through on-site teaching. Live streaming online courses wouldn't work. At the adjacent table 92, Beige was sweating profusely, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He never expected that Lu Feng not only articulated the problem-solving ideas but also mentioned all the methods to solve this question. This is impossible. He must have memorized the steps in advance. Beige refused to admit it. How could he lose to someone he looked down upon? Just then, Lu Yun took the microphone, her tone somewhat flustered. "Dear contestants and viewers, there has been a sudden incident. The Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom has requested that we invalidate the remaining 7 competition questions. Instead, several professors from the Academy will create new questions on the spot." As soon as she finished speaking, the large screen in the center of the venue flickered. 3 elderly men, with white hair and an aura of scholarship, appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing these 3 elders, the audience and contestants instantly became excited. "Wow! Isn't that Professor Zhang from the Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom? Oh my god, and there's Professor Li, who once won the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Professor Wu is also here. My goodness, all 3 giants of mathematics in the Dragon Kingdom have appeared. Wow, wow, wow. What a divine lineup. All the big shots in the math world are here. I never expected to see these 3 in this small competition. What a privilege in this lifetime." These elderly men were all titans in the field of mathematics in the Dragon Kingdom, having won countless awards internationally. Even geniuses like Beige were nurtured by them. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, and Teacher Wu. Seeing his 3 mentors, Beige felt like a wrong child seeing his parents. He almost cried on the spot. At this moment, the voices of the 3 professors echoed from the large screen. "Hello, friends. We are just ordinary people among thousands of math enthusiasts. We heard that there are fairness issues in a math competition being held in Yunhai City. Therefore, we are willing to create questions on the spot to make a small contribution to maintaining the academic environment in our country. If we cause any disturbance, please forgive us." Hearing such remarks, everyone couldn't help but admire this emotional intelligence, this vision. Truly a top figure in the mathematics community of the Dragon Country. "Kid, this time you're dead meat." Beige looked at Lu Feng and said with a cold smile. Since new questions were being posed, all the answers Lu Feng had memorized before were rendered useless. At that point, he wanted to see how Lu Feng would continue to stay in this competition. Because creating questions required more skill and time than solving them, the organizers turned off the big screen, allowing the three professors to focus on crafting the questions. At this moment, at the Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Country, Professors Li, Gao, and Wu were racking their brains to come up with questions, feeling indignant. Humph. So what if he's the future heir of the Lu family? I won't give him any face. Exactly, who could possibly be such a genius that he can solve all calculation problems in seconds? Ha, old Li's character is still so straightforward. This time we all think alike. Daring to pollute the academic atmosphere of mathematics, I will make sure he can't save face today. Thank goodness I saw this live broadcast today, otherwise, that kid would definitely be left with a shadow in his heart. The disciples we three taught must not be desecrated by capital. They believed Lu Feng was just a playboy using power to take shortcuts. With the three of them working together, soon the first test question was produced. When the big screen was turned back on, everyone gasped at the sight of the new question. Originally just a small-scale mathematics competition, most participants were high school students, but now the questions designed by the three professors were as difficult as those in world-class competitions. Many participating teams were scratching their heads, as this was far beyond what they had learned. Some were worried, while others were delighted. Beige, with experience from several world competitions, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The questions were difficult, but for him, it was just a matter of time. He immediately picked up a pen and began to write fluidly on the paper. Nearby, at table 91, Li Jingya took one look at the question and gave up, saying, "Lu Feng, it's too difficult, I can't even understand the question." But when she turned her head, she was surprised to find Lu Feng staring seriously at the screen. "It's okay, just leave it to me," Lu Feng said calmly. Li Jingya couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Given this situation, could it be Lu Feng really could solve it? About 2 minutes later, at table 92, Bai Wanyua's voice rang out, "Beige, don't rush, take your time." At that moment, Beige's brows were tightly furrowed. His eyes were fixed on the draft paper, and his pen had stopped writing. Clearly, he had encountered a problem. Hearing Bai Wanyua's words, Beige hurriedly pretended to be relaxed, saying, "It's nothing, just a small trouble. Using double integrals here actually can't be calculated. It shouldn't be like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the surroundings. "This question clearly suggests that double integrals should be used for calculation. In reality, it's a trap, as the necessary parameters are not provided, and continuing would lead to a dead end. Why not try the most basic middle school knowledge and use a quadratic equation to break through this barrier?" As soon as this was said, Beige immediately looked up. Who was speaking? Turning his head, he found Lu Feng smiling at him. It was obvious that the hint just now had come from Lu Feng. Beige's face turned red. When he looked at the draft paper, he realized that using a quadratic equation could indeed yield the desired value. With a bang, he felt as if he had exploded. All his arrogance, superiority, and pride in his intelligence were completely shattered and trampled by Lu Feng at this moment. "Shut up! I don't need you to teach me," Beige shouted hysterically. His loud voice startled Bai Wanyua, making her beautiful face turn pale. Bai Wanyua was stunned. In my impression, the usually refined Beige had cursed 3 times in just one day. This severely damaged his image in Bai Wanyua's mind. Ding! You have successfully taught others mathematics on site. Your actions have impacted one person. Reward, plus 2 minutes of lifespan. Seeing Beige break down, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. "You don't want me to teach? That's not going to work. I'm counting on you to extend my lifespan." Ahem. Lu Feng cleared his throat. Immediately, his rough voice echoed throughout the competition venue. "Oh, this problem seems a bit difficult, but upon careful analysis, it turns out to be a comprehensive application question that integrates knowledge from high school and university. Where do we start? It seems that using double integrals is quite appropriate, but after calculating, I found that double integrals are a trap. The correct method is to directly substitute into a quadratic equation. Then we obtain the first necessary parameter, and next, we substitute the obtained parameter into the next step, and then, hearing Lu Feng's analysis, the contestants were initially taken aback. What does this mean? Just solve the problem, why shout so loudly? But upon reflection, they understood. Lu Feng was teaching them how to solve the problem. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The contestants, who had been like headless flies, all buried their heads in writing after hearing Lu Feng's analysis. For every sentence Lu Feng spoke, they moved their pens. It was more organized than military training. As they wrote, the contestants praised him. "Brilliant! Amazing!" At table 92, Bug also exclaimed, "Damn! This is really brilliant! How can it be this brilliant?" Bug's language was quite colorful, cursing while continuously waving his pen, afraid that if he slowed down for a second, he would miss Lu Feng's thought process. He wanted to stop, but his body was completely out of control. As a math lover, he just wanted to solve this difficult problem in front of him. Bai Wanyue watched Beige writing furiously and then glanced at the eloquent Lu Feng. She realized Lu Feng wasn't playing hard to get, nor was he intentionally trying to irritate her, and he certainly wasn't using backdoor methods to get the answers. He was genuinely here to compete. Everything that had happened before, at the classroom window, at the school gate, at the competition venue, all of it, was just her own overthinking. It seemed that Lu Feng really didn't intend to pursue her anymore. In the past, Bai Wanyue would have been overjoyed and lost her mind, but now, facing Lu Feng, who displayed exceptional mathematical talent, a sense of inexplicable disappointment surged in her heart. Although it wasn't much, it was real. The audience in the livestream was also stunned. No one dared to question Lu Feng's abilities anymore. What the hell? I can't be seeing this wrong. Lu Feng is actually teaching Bug how to solve problems? I'm not seeing things, my dear mother. This world is too chaotic. I need to take a breather. It seems that Lu Feng didn't take any shortcuts. All the previous answers were calculated by him mentally. I can only say, I'm convinced, this young master of the Lu family is truly remarkable. Not just remarkable, he might surpass Bug and become the #1 in the mathematics field of Long Country. Indeed, the resources of wealthy families are just too good. The children they educate are all extraordinary. The scene unfolding in the venue completely captivated all the audience. With 3 professors from the Long Country Academy of Sciences present, the fairness of the competition was beyond doubt. Lu Feng had indeed solved the first 2 problems on his own. On the screen, the 3 professors from the Long Country Academy of Sciences also wore expressions of disbelief. They had put a lot of thought into designing this problem, but they never expected it to be seen through by Lu Feng so easily. This young master of the Lu family has such a flexible mind. He saw through the trap we designed at a glance? Not only that, but his problem-solving approach is also the highly efficient optimal solution. His reflexes are beyond what ordinary people can achieve. That's right, although Bug could solve this problem, when it comes to efficiency, it's clear that the young master of the Lu family is superior. It seems we misjudged him before. At this moment, Professor Gao shifted his tone and said, such a genius must be personally nurtured by the 3 of us, assisting him to step onto the world stage. Professor Li nodded affirmatively. In my opinion, Lu Feng will go further than Bug. If we cultivate 2 mathematical geniuses in a row, we will also be remembered in history. Hearing the words remembered in history, Professor Wu stood up excitedly. I will immediately book a plane ticket. After the competition ends, we will head straight to Yunhai City. Professors Li and Gao nodded immediately. The 3 elderly men, having lived most of their lives, hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. At this moment, in the competition venue, Lu Yun gazed at Lu Feng's handsome face. The sound of his analysis echoed in her ears. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. Recalling yesterday, when the whole class was restless, only Lu Feng was focused on studying with a math book in hand, even expressing such classic patriotic sentiments. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could this guy really be a diligent and good young man? Was the deer hunting mission not exposed? Were there no spies in the organization? No, that's not right. Lu Yun shook her head. She believed that the intelligence provided by her superiors was absolutely reliable. Moreover, before the mission began, Lu Yun had secretly observed Lu Feng for a week, a full 7 days. This guy had only entered the school gate once, and that was after an all-nighter at an internet cafe, returning to class to catch up on sleep. Under such circumstances, Lu Yun simply couldn't believe that Lu Feng could have such high mathematical skills. Could he really be a genius? Self-taught? Lu Yun furrowed her brows. It seemed that was the only explanation. It's just a pity he was born into the wrong family. The Lu group was destined to perish, and Lu Feng, as a descendant of the Lu family, could not escape his fate. If an ordinary person had such high talent, Lu Yun, as a math enthusiast, would naturally be willing to deepen her relationship with him. But fate was not on her side. Sigh. Lu Yun let out a long sigh. She then shifted her gaze to the criminal suspect in front of table 91. However, she was surprised to find that the suspect was glaring fiercely at Li Jingya. Lu Yun's heart sank. As a police officer, she keenly sensed that this suspect harbored hostility towards Li Jingya. But why? On the other side, Lu Feng was still continuously explaining his problem-solving approach. Ding! You have successfully conducted on-site teaching, tutoring others in math. Your actions have influenced a total of 484 people. Reward, lifespan plus 48 hours. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng rolled his eyes in delight. Oh yeah, 2 more days to live. This lifespan is too easy to earn. But when Lu Feng continued to explain, the system no longer provided any rewards. meaning that a question could only refresh lifespan once. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. This lifespan is too hard to earn. Since that's the case, he didn't need to waste time continuing to explain. He immediately pressed the answer button. Ding! The number plate of table 91 lit up green. The contestants saw Lu Feng choose to answer and couldn't help but show sad expressions. Yanzi, how are we supposed to solve this problem without you? At this moment, Beige was already drenched in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a state of near madness. For a moment, Beige felt that the past 10 years had been lived in vain. Lu Yun, holding the microphone, skipped over to Lu Feng and smiled. Team 91, please state your answer. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Feng took the microphone and said, the answer to this question is e to the power of 12. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was unsure if this result was correct. Lu Yun looked at the three professors on the screen and politely asked, respected professors from the Academy of Sciences, is the answer from Team 91 correct? Professor Lee immediately replied, correct, very correct. Moreover, Team 91's problem-solving approach, the application of formulas, and the speed of calculations are all perfect. I believe that in this competition, the champion must be Team 91. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Everyone agreed with Professor Lee's statement. The reason was simple. The competition had turned into Lu Feng's teaching session. Who else could compete with Lu Feng for the championship? The contestants had nothing to say. If it weren't for Lu Feng's hints and explanations, they would have only been able to write a solution. At that moment, a contestant suddenly shouted, I think we should directly award the championship to Team 91. One voice sparked a wave of agreement. All the contestants began to echo. Team 23 agrees, the championship should go to 91. Team 34 agrees. Team 51 agrees. Agreed. In an instant, the competition venue was filled with voices of agreement. The organizers had never encountered such a situation before and immediately called all the judges and staff together for an emergency meeting. About 10 minutes later, the meeting concluded, and Lu Yun returned to the competition site. She took the microphone and excitedly said, Dear contestants, after discussions with the higher authorities, we have decided to directly award the championship to Team 91. Upon hearing this news, the venue erupted with warm applause and cheers. Everyone present looked at Lu Feng with envy. They knew a new generation of mathematical stars was about to be born. Yay! We are the champions. Amazing! Lu Feng, you are incredible. Li Jingya jumped up in joy. Like a butterfly dancing among flowers, she was cute, lively, and beautiful. Lu Feng smiled gently. Stay calm. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully won the championship in the mathematics competition. Event level B. Reward, lifespan plus 7 days. Reward, mysterious gift pack *1. 7 days of lifespan? And the long-awaited mysterious gift pack? Yay! Lu Feng jumped 3 feet high. Li Jingya. Looking at Lu Feng, who was jumping higher than herself, Li Jingya couldn't help but laugh. What happened to staying calm? At the adjacent table 92, Bai Wanyua looked at the excited Lu Feng and Li Jingya. Her expression dimmed. She fell into silence. This feeling, it was like a yellow-haired boy chasing you madly every day on a motorcycle. You looked down on him, constantly making things difficult for him, wishing he would disappear from this world. Suddenly, one day, he became a unique genius recognized, admired, and praised globally. You felt unworthy to compare yourself to him. Only Lu Feng didn't have yellow hair. His ride wasn't a motorcycle but a Rolls-Royce. On stage, Lu Feng and Li Jingya stood side by side, smiles on their faces. The surrounding lights sparkled, and cheers were incessant. Bai Wanyua gazed at this fairy tale-like scene, her eyes somewhat dazed. At that moment, 2 staff members walked up. One held a bank card in both hands. The other held a trophy engraved with the words first prize. Lu Yun took the microphone and smiled, saying, Congratulations to both of you for winning the first prize of 200,000 yuan in cash. After saying this, Lu Yun put down the microphone and quietly said to Lu Feng, Are you considering severing your father-son relationship with your father? Lu Feng, do you want to hear what you're saying? Shouldn't I give an acceptance speech for the award? How did I even win a prize? Did I lose my father in the process? Lu Yun realized she had accidentally spoken her thoughts aloud. Her heart tightened, and she quickly corrected herself, saying, Oh, I meant to say, should I consider telling my father this good news? We can support you with a real-time video call, so your father can see his shining moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng quickly shook his head. No. What a joke. His father had always thought he was there to pursue Bai Wanyu. If he found out that his daughter-in-law hadn't been won over and instead had taken first prize in a competition, wouldn't he break his own legs in disbelief? Seeing Lu Feng refuse, Lu Yun nodded and gave this opportunity to Li Jingya. Li Jingya didn't hesitate and dialed her mother's WeChat video call. When the video connected, the first thing that came into view was a shabby house, a scene of bare walls. The first impression was that this family was very poor. Soon, a woman with a weathered face and a yellowish complexion, lying weakly on the bed, slowly appeared on the screen. The video quality was very blurry, clearly from a very cheap elderly smartphone on the market. When she learned that her daughter had won the championship, and that the prize money was a full 200,000 yuan, this woman in her 50s couldn't help but burst into tears. In front of the entire audience and millions in the livestream, she cried out, "I have been bedridden for years, unable to take care of my own needs. My husband, overwhelmed by huge gambling debts, jumped to his death. All the living expenses, debts, and tuition fees in the family have fallen on my daughter. My daughter goes to school during the day, works at night, and comes home exhausted to take care of me, her useless mother." That year, she was only 11. Every time there was a parent-teacher meeting, other children had their parents with them, while my daughter was always the lonely one. But my daughter never complained. She smiled and told me she wasn't envious. I know she was lying. What child doesn't want their parents by their side during their childhood? Many times, I thought about ending my life to lighten my daughter's burden. But my daughter said that if I were gone, she wouldn't know the meaning of living either, and she wouldn't want to live. My daughter, you are still young, you haven't been to college, you haven't fallen in love, and you have a beautiful youth ahead of you. Mom wants you to live, to see how beautiful this world is. Daughter, Mom loves you very, very much. You are the strongest, the best, and the most filial daughter in the world. As the woman's voice echoed throughout the venue, all the audience members in the live stream fell silent. Every word, every sentence struck at the souls of the listeners. What a strong girl she is. Clearly still at an age to be spoiled in front of her parents, yet she held this broken family together at its weakest moment. Some couldn't help but start sobbing right there in the venue. When the video call ended, thunderous applause erupted. Clearly, this applause was not for the championship but to cheer for Jingya, this strong girl. As the applause subsided, Li Jingya, tears streaming down her face, looked at Lu Feng and said, "Here, I want to thank classmate Lu Feng. It was he who insisted on teaming up with me after knowing my family situation. It was he who, with his own strength, helped me win this first prize. Without classmate Lu Feng, I absolutely could not have won the championship." After saying this, Li Jingya deeply bowed to Lu Feng. "Classmate Lu Feng, thank you very much." When the audience heard these words, thunderous applause erupted once again. "Good job, brother Lu. You didn't let us down." I didn't expect Lu Feng, as a child of privilege, to be so kind-hearted, completely refreshing my bad impression of the upper class. Is it possible that Lu Feng also came for the prize money? Are you stupid? Go search for Lu Group online. Do you think he lacks money? Lu Gu is awesome. Lu Gu is too amazing. Hearing the praises around him, Lu Feng felt a tightness in his chest. This is bad. Why does it feel like his persona is about to collapse? If his father knew that others praised him for being kind, wouldn't he beat him into a foldable screen? After the award ceremony ended, the competition was still in full swing as they needed to select the third and second places. Only Lu Feng and Li Jingya left the competition venue. At the entrance of the mall, "Lu Feng, thank you so much today. Let me treat you to a meal," Li Jingya said happily, holding a bank card. She had a total of 200,000 in prize money, which Lu Feng had given her entirely. Since she was really short on money, and Lu Feng didn't need it, Li Jingya was not being hypocritical. She graciously accepted Lu Feng's kindness, secretly resolving to repay him once she earned money in the future. "Sure, then I won't be polite. Let's get a bottle of Pepsi," Lu Feng said with a smile. He knew that this strong girl had a strong sense of pride. If he refused her kindness, she would think he was being condescending. Sure enough, seeing Lu Feng agree, Li Jingya revealed a heartfelt smile. "Great, follow me. I often work part-time here and know which restaurant is clean." Thus, under Li Jingya's lead, the two headed towards the food court on B1 of the mall. Not long after they left, a man wearing a baseball cap and a gloomy expression appeared in their place. He glanced at the direction Lu Feng and the others had gone, shoved his hands into his pockets, and quietly followed. This man was the criminal suspect identified by the police at the table in front of Lu Feng. Meanwhile, inside the competition venue, Lu Yun was still hosting the event when she suddenly noticed that the criminal suspect she had been watching had disappeared. Her heart sank. She immediately spoke into the mini communicator at her collar. "Not good, the suspect has vanished, only his daughter is still competing on site." Soon, a voice came through her Bluetooth earpiece. "Received. All comrades, please check if there are any suspects appearing around you." About half a minute later, report, suspect found. He followed the winning students to the B1 level of the mall. "I'm tracking him quietly." Upon hearing this news, Lu Yun's heart jumped to her throat. She recalled the cold gaze the man had fixed on Li Jingya earlier, and an ominous premonition arose. Don't alarm the snake in the grass, I'm heading over immediately. With that, Lu Yun handed the microphone to another judging teacher, casually made an excuse to leave for a while, then changed her clothes and hurried towards the B1 level of the mall. B1 level of the mall. Although it was called a food court, it was actually a long corridor made up of small restaurants. At noon, it was peak dining time, and there were many people eating, creating a lively atmosphere. The two arrived at a ramen shop and casually found a spot to sit down. Uncle Wang, 2 bowls of ramen, add eggs, add sausage, and 2 bottles of ice-cold Pepsi. Li Jingya waved her small hand, speaking with great enthusiasm. Oh, Jingya, is this your boyfriend? He's really handsome. The owner looked at Lu Feng and praised him repeatedly. As soon as this was said, all the small stall owners around rushed out. What? Jingya has a boyfriend? What does he look like? Let me see if I can trust him. A boy who can make Jingya like him must be a good kid. Li Jingya's face turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hands at everyone, saying, No, it's just an ordinary friendship. The street vendors all showed expressions of I understand. Then they laughed and dispersed. Lu Feng teased, You get along well with everyone here. The blush on Li Jingya's face hadn't faded, and she shyly replied, Yes, I've worked part-time at almost every shop here. Everyone knows my family situation is difficult, so they take special care of me. Lu Feng nodded. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a mysterious gift pack he hadn't opened. While the ramen was still being prepared, Lu Feng thought to himself, Open the mysterious gift pack. Immediately, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Gift pack opened successfully. Received mysterious reward, golden I*1. Oh, Lu Feng clicked to use it directly. In the next second, an invisible gas flew into his eyes. Instantly, Lu Feng felt a coolness in his eyes, and an inexplicable sense of comfort spread through his optic nerves. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Lu Feng could clearly feel that his field of vision had increased significantly. At the same time, everything he looked at was clearly visible. He could even see through a wall. Wow! Can it really see through? Lu Feng was stunned. The mysterious gift pack never disappoints. Since Li Jingya was sitting right across from him, Lu Feng didn't react in time and saw something he shouldn't have at first glance. Wow! Lu Feng's face turned red. He quickly shifted his gaze. Lu Feng, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lu Feng's face as red as a monkey's butt, Li Jingya asked curiously. It was just a few teasing remarks from the vendors. Why was he even shyer than herself? Nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit hot. Lu Feng kept fanning himself, almost breaking his hand. But I feel a bit cold. Li Jingya was even more curious. The air conditioning in the mall was quite low. Sitting here, she could clearly feel a chill. Could it be that Lu Feng's heat was too intense? Just as Li Jingya was puzzled, a man wearing a baseball cap slowly approached from her right side. In the man's hand, there was a gleaming triangular military dagger. With the increased field of vision, Lu Feng turned his head 90 degrees to look at the man. The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting that such an awkward angle would be noticed. Since that was the case, he simply stopped pretending. The man suddenly raised the military dagger and charged towards Li Jingya. Watch out! Lu Feng shouted. Then he leaped into the air, delivering a flying kick to the man's arm. The man frowned and let out a scream. Clang! The triangular military dagger fell from his hand and crashed onto the floor. The noise was so loud that all the diners around looked over. Wow, are we filming a movie? What movie? Let me act in a scene. I won't ask for payment. Several diners joked. The man picked up the triangular military dagger from the floor, his gaze icy as he stared at Lu Feng. His eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. He didn't expect a high school student's skills to be so impressive. What's going on? Li Jingya stood up in panic, not understanding the situation. Lu Feng didn't look back and said, Stay away from here. Through his enhanced vision, he saw that the man was covered in scars. There were even bullet marks. Coupled with the calluses on his hands and the triangular dagger, one of the deadliest close combat weapons in the military, Lu Feng couldn't figure out how someone from a poor background like Li Jingya could have provoked such a person. Don't move, police! Stay still! At that moment, 3 plainclothes police officers surrounded them from different directions, each holding a black handgun. Seeing this, the man showed no signs of panic, because there were many people eating around. As long as one dared to shoot, once he dodged, the bullet would randomly hit a lucky bystander. The officers naturally knew this, and one of them said, Police are handling a case, everyone leave immediately. As soon as the words fell, one of the dusty crowd said, Leave? I've been lifting cement at the construction site all morning, and finally got to eat lunch, and you want me to leave? Who will pay for the meal? If I don't have the strength to work, Who will be responsible for delaying the project? I say, you filmmakers, can't you choose a time when there are fewer people to shoot? As soon as this was said, the rest of the crowd echoed, exactly, I'm really fed up. The three officers. Not a single person in the crowd laughed. The officers, helpless, could only put their handguns away. Then they pulled out their crackling electric batons. Li Zhanghua, you are surrounded. I advise you to put down your weapon and surrender immediately. Li Zhanghua, think of your daughter. It's not too late to regret now. Two officers urged loudly. What a cliché plot, the brother moving cement complained. Li Zhanghua, the suspect, hesitated for a second upon hearing the word daughter. But then it seemed he thought of something again, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Ah! He shouted and crazily charged at Lu Feng, who was blocking Li Jingya. The three officers immediately stepped forward to intercept him. But what was utterly unexpected was that as soon as they got close, Li Zhanghua knocked them all down with just a few punches and kicks. Ah! The three officers lay on the ground, their expressions filled with pain. Not far away, Lu Yun was hiding in a corner, silently observing everything. As an undercover agent, he could not reveal his identity as a police officer in front of Lu Feng. What? A triangular bayonet. Lu Yun was shocked upon seeing this weapon. Recalling the scene where Li Zhanghua fought three men, Lu Yun immediately opened his mini-communicator and said nervously, all comrades, please speed up the support. This suspect is not simple. He should be a retired Special Forces soldier. He has a triangular bayonet in hand, and it's not suitable to fire guns around. Everyone must pay attention to safety. Voices of shock came from the Bluetooth headset. What? A retired Special Forces soldier? How could a Special Forces soldier have been involved in child trafficking over a decade ago? Hearing this question, Lu Yun also felt puzzled, but she had no time to think. The most important thing now was to bring the criminal to justice. If such a person became bloodthirsty, the entire B1 floor of the mall would likely turn into a pool of blood. Inside the food court, after Li Zhanghua knocked down the three officers, his cold gaze turned back to Lu Feng. Ah! He shouted again and charged forward. Lu Feng was just about to kick him away when suddenly, another police officer rushed in from behind. He directly pulled Lu Feng behind him. Kid, it's dangerous here, hurry and leave. After saying that, the officer charged towards Li Zhanghua without hesitation. Puff! As the two made contact, Li Zhanghua landed a punch squarely on the officer's face, knocking him stiffly to the ground. What a hard punch, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Li Zhanghua raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Feng, his tone icy. I don't want to kill innocents, get lost, don't be a hindrance. Lu Feng curled his lip, not moving. Upon hearing this, Li Zhanghua was taken aback. Then he became furious, shouting hoarsely, get lost. The volume was so loud that it startled the brother moving cement nearby, causing him to drop his chopsticks. The brother, also hot-tempered, pointed at Li Zhanghua's nose and cursed, damn it, shouting like that while eating, are you looking to die? Li Zhanghua completely ignored such insults. Seeing that Lu Feng still showed no signs of moving, he brandished his weapon and launched a third charge. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Not far away. Lu Yun was so anxious that she was almost bouncing up and down. Even though she knew Lu Feng was exceptional, he was still just a high school student. Compared to a trained Special Forces soldier, he was like a toddler trying to fight an adult man. There was no way he could win. Lu Feng, you big fool, what are you showing off for at a time like this? Lu Yun scolded while frantically calling for backup, but the nearest comrades wouldn't arrive for another 2 minutes. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to be in serious trouble, Lu Yun could no longer sit still. She drew her pistol and aimed it at the suspect. Let the exposure come. She couldn't just watch Lu Feng get killed. As a police officer, it was her duty to protect every citizen, and Lu Feng had not yet been convicted of any crime. Just as Lu Yun was about to pull the trigger, the scene before her suddenly shocked her to the core. She saw Lu Feng, facing Li Zhanghua's charge, first make a swift dodge, easily avoiding the attack. Then, bending his body, he swung his fist with lightning speed towards Li Zhanghua's stomach. There was a loud bang. Ah! Li Zhanghua screamed in agony. His body flew like a kite with a broken string, hurtling towards a nearby public dining table. Sitting at that table was a brother who was moving cement. He had just picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat the steaming noodles. Thud! Li Zhanghua crashed down hard. Crash! The dining table, along with the bowls, was sent flying, soup splattering everywhere. The cement worker, holding his chopsticks in the air, was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, his face turned red. He threw down his chopsticks and pointed at Li Zhanghua, ready to curse. You son of a... Ah! Before he could finish, Li Zhanghua executed a flip and kicked the cement worker away. Everyone witnessing this scene realized it wasn't a movie. Real police were capturing a criminal. Run! In an instant, hundreds of people scattered. Heh, your punches are pretty hard, but unfortunately, they can't do anything to me. Li Zhenghua stood up, but before he could finish his sentence, he looked up in surprise to find Lu Feng already leaping through the air, his legs crossed, coming down towards him. Crows fly. Accompanied by a furious shout, Lu Feng's size 43 Nike shoe landed squarely on Li Jinghua's face. Clang! This strike sent Li Jinghua's head crashing into the floor, knocking him out cold. A large Nike logo was imprinted on his face, next to a line of English letters, "Just do it." Lu Yun. She was completely dumbfounded. This kid was so fierce? A special forces soldier that 3 police officers couldn't handle was taken down by Lu Feng in just 2 moves? She only knew Lu Feng was exceptionally skilled in mathematics. Could he also be a natural-born fighter? Seeing the suspect unconscious, Lu Yun finally felt her heart settle back in her chest. Just then, a dozen police officers arrived one after another. Looking at the chaos and the unconscious suspect, the officers were all bewildered. Wasn't it said that the opponent had high martial arts skills? How could he be lying on the ground asleep? Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy through violence. Your actions have influenced a total of 103 people. Reward, lifespan plus 10 hours. Have you ever offended anyone before? Lu Feng asked Li Jinghua. Li Jinghua immediately shook her head. No, everyone here has been very nice to me. I haven't had any conflicts with anyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng rubbed his chin in confusion. Then it's strange. Why would this person want to harm you? Ha, he was coming for me? Li Jinghua pointed at herself in surprise. Lu Feng. When a person is speechless, they really can be left speechless. What a clever girl, yet she can't seem to grasp the situation. At that moment, a police officer approached. Excuse me, students, would it be convenient for you to come back to the station to give a statement? Lu Feng sighed. It seemed that today's luxurious bowl of ramen was off the table. He and Li Jinghua nodded in agreement, saying, sure. The police car's siren wailed as they sat inside. They soon arrived at the local police station. In the meeting room, Lu Feng recounted the situation as it had unfolded. The officer taking notes nodded and said, we initially estimate that this suspect was targeting the 200,000 yuan cash in your card, intending to steal it in broad daylight. However, during the crime, he was discovered by Lu Feng, which led to the suspect panicking and developing a motive for murder. After saying this, the officer closed the notebook, still feeling a bit shaken, and remarked, I have to say, your skills are impressive. This suspect is not only a wanted criminal but also a former elite soldier. Several of my colleagues ended up in the hospital because of him. Lu Feng scratched his head and smiled. It's just a bit of basic skill. After finishing the statement, Lu Feng and Li Jinghua exited the police station. At that moment, a composed older officer approached them. Xiao Chen, have you finished your statement? Is everything alright? Do you need me to send you home? Lu Feng immediately recognized him as the station chief. He was no stranger to such situations. I'm fine, uncle, I can go back by myself, Lu Feng replied politely. That's good to hear. Remember to say hello to your father for me, the chief said with a kind smile. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Feng suddenly remembered something. He turned to the chief and asked, Uncle, could you send my classmate back to the mall? She needs to work part-time there. If possible, could you also send someone to protect her? Lu Feng was certain that Li Zhenghua was not after money but rather after a life. It seemed that Li Jinghua must have some unknown secret. Upon hearing this, the chief readily replied, no problem. Our officers are scheduled to patrol there anyway, we can drop her off on the way. It's all in a day's work for the people. Li Jinghua shyly bowed. Thank you, officer. Once everything was arranged, Lu Feng strolled back home. As he pushed open the gate of the Lu family villa, bang, bang, the sound of firecrackers erupted from both sides of the entrance. In front of him, dozens of servants stood in a line. A festive red carpet was laid out on the ground, and various flowers adorned the sides of the path. A large banner hung in the air. Welcome young Master Lu and young lady by home. Lu Feng stepped onto the red carpet, utterly bewildered. What was going on? It felt like a wedding. Just as Lu Feng was puzzled, he heard his mother's gentle voice from inside. Oh, it's Lu Feng and you are coming back. He saw his mother, Lu Guilan, linking arms with Lu Zhixiong, both wearing broad smiles as they walked out of the living room. They were dressed very formally. Anyone who didn't know would think they were attending some grand banquet. However, when they saw that only Lu Feng had returned, the smile on his father's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of sternness. Why are you the only one back? Where's Bai Wanyue? Bai Wanyue? Lu Feng suddenly understood. No wonder it was such a grand affair. They must have thought he was bringing Bai Wanyue back. I never said I was bringing her back, Lu Feng mumbled. You idiot, you've been meeting outside of school and couldn't even bring one person back. How did I end up with such a foolish son? Lu Zhixiong exploded in anger. His mother, Lu Guilan, hurriedly advised, "Oh, you can't rush when pursuing a girl, especially since she's from the Bai family. Have you forgotten how you pursued me back then? It took 3 years for you to say the first word to me, 5 years to agree to date, and 10 years for us to confirm our relationship. Compared to you, our son's progress is quite fast." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong curled his lips. He could never forget how Lu Feng's grandfather had scolded him for 10 years, calling him a fool. "Alright, just do your best." Lu Zhixiong waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. The surrounding servants all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't lose his temper. Every time Lu Zhixiong flew into a rage, he would smash a bunch of things, and they would have to clean up for half a day. Just as the words fell, Lu Zhixiong's phone rang. "I haven't been a big brother for many years." Lu Zhixiong glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and pressed the answer button, saying, "Hello, who the hell is this?" An excited voice came from the phone. "Master Lu, congratulations. I am Wu Zhongxiang, a mathematics professor at the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. Your son has shown brilliantly in this mathematics competition, not only winning the championship, and he is a kind child. You have a good son. I plan to take him as my disciple and nurture him well. He will definitely shine in the mathematics world in the future." Hearing this, Lu Feng's expression tightened. This is bad. He's going to get beaten. Sure enough, after listening, Lu Zhixiong turned red with anger and shouted, "Take a disciple? Take your mother. If you dare come to Yunhai City, I'll make sure you can't come back. Get lost." After cursing, Lu Zhixiong raised his phone and smashed it hard on the ground. Crash! The 8848 Platinum phone shattered into two 4424s. The servants were all dumbfounded. It seemed they had celebrated too early. On the other side, Professor Wu, hearing Lu Zhixiong's curses, was utterly confused. Professors Zhang and Li beside him also looked bewildered. What kind of precious person is this? If it were anyone else who learned their child was so outstanding and appreciated by a professor from the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, they would be overjoyed. But Lu Zhixiong? Not only was he not happy, but he also gave the professor a scolding. Now, their dreams of fame and fortune were completely shattered. Inside the Lu family villa, the atmosphere in the yard was extremely gloomy. All the servants stood on either side with their heads down, not daring to breathe. Lu Zhixiong had fully understood the entire situation. Holding his 7 Wolves brand knife, he pointed at Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, and angrily said, "Damn it, you've made progress, even daring to deceive your father. I've told you several times, you must focus on studying hard. The most important task right now is to win over Bai Wanyue. And you, under the pretense of pursuing Bai Wanyue, you actually went to participate in a competition? And you helped that girl named Li Jingyao win the championship? Kind-hearted? Today, I'm going to deal with you, you ungrateful son." After saying this, Lu Zhixiong raised the 7 Wolves knife, ready to unleash a scene like Neza wreaking havoc in the sea. Lu Guilan knew that she couldn't persuade her son regarding education, so she simply went back to her room to watch dramas. Just as the knife was only a few centimeters away from Lu Feng, suddenly, a servant rushed in from the door in a panic. "Sir, there is a valuable guest at the door looking for the young master." The servant lowered his head, sweating profusely. "A valuable guest? Damn it, can't you see I'm educating my son? Even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't see him," Lu Zhixiong said, his face turning red with anger. However, the servant continued to tremble and said, It's the Bai family's young lady, Bai Wanyue." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong was instantly stunned. He watched as the anger on his face disappeared at a visible speed. Soon, a smile returned to his face. Good. I won't see the King of Heaven, but she must be seen." Lu Zhixiong was about to hit Lu Feng a second ago. The next moment, he directly helped Lu Feng up, a look of satisfaction on his face as he said, "As expected of my good son, really smart. You played the strategy of letting go to catch better than I did, even I was fooled. Why didn't I think of preparing the answers in advance for the competition and getting a few professors to act? Now look, you've won a championship. Bai Wanyue couldn't sit still and came looking for you herself. Ha ha ha." Lu Feng, this old man not only had a dog-like face but also changed his mind in an instant. His imagination was extremely rich. He could conjure up plots that didn't even exist. Although Lu Feng didn't know why Bai Wanyue was looking for him, at least he was spared a beating. "Guilan, come out and meet our daughter-in-law." Lu Zhixiong happily shouted into the house. Soon, Lu Zhixiong, Lu Guilan, and Lu Feng appeared at the door of the Lu family villa. "Uncle Lu, Auntie, hello, I'm here to find Lu Feng," Bai Wanyue said politely. Lu Zhixiong smiled like a blooming flower and said, "Oh, Wanyue is really sensible. Next time you have something, just let me know, and I'll have this little rascal Lu Feng come find you." A grown man, letting a girl come to visit him first, really lacks masculinity. Lu Guilan also praised, Wanyue is really beautiful. Having a friend like you is truly a blessing for our Lu Feng. Come in, let's talk inside, don't just stand outside. Hearing that she could come in, Bai Wanyue didn't refuse and nodded, saying, then I'll be disturbing you. Oh, it's no disturbance. Feel free to come anytime. Treat this place as your second home. Under the warm reception of Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan, the three of them walked into the living room like a family, chatting and laughing, while Lu Feng followed behind like an outsider. When they reached the living room, Bai Wanyue felt a bit shy and said, Auntie, Uncle Lu, I have something to discuss with Lu Feng. I'd like to talk to him in a private room. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan were momentarily taken aback. Go to the bedroom? Alone? Immediately, the couple's smiles nearly split their faces. Okay. The bedroom is good, it's quiet there, you two take your time, don't rush. That's right, dinner will be here. If it's too late, then just don't go home, stay here for the night. Hey, Wang the butler, hurry up and arrange the dinner, and prepare a room for Wanyue. Got it. By Wanyue, the two of them entered Lu Feng's bedroom and closed the door. Lu Feng, with a blank expression, said, Speak, what do you want from me? Seeing Lu Feng's attitude, Bai Wanyue first remained silent. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Lu Feng, I came to find you because of Ba Gu. He wants to be your disciple and learn mathematics from you, Bai Wanyue said. After the competition, Ba Gu suffered a huge blow, but he didn't let it get him down. Instead, he begged Bai Wanyue to come find Lu Feng to plead for him. As long as Lu Feng agreed to be his math mentor, Ba Gu would accept any conditions. Hearing this request, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. He had considered starting an offline math tutoring class to extend his lifespan. You see, reading a book takes about 1 to 2 hours, and the lifespan gained is only about 3 to 6 hours. But if he taught, with 100 students, for every problem explained, he could gain 10 hours of life. He didn't know how many problems he could explain in the time he spent reading. Moreover, the more students there were, the more lifespan he would gain. The two were simply not comparable. If he wants to learn math from me, no problem, let him wait for news. As for being a disciple, that's out of the question. I don't have the habit of taking disciples, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue nodded and continued, Lu Feng, your talent in mathematics is very strong. I hope you can make good use of it and become a person useful to the country. Don't be like before, aimless and idle. I will always look down on those who rely on family power and live off their inheritance. Lu Feng? This Bai Wanyue always had a condescending attitude in front of him. It was either mockery or grandstanding. Hadn't she just started lecturing him after only a couple of sentences? My affairs are none of your business, Lu Feng said impatiently. Seeing Lu Feng's attitude, Bai Wanyue frowned, and immediately, the young lady's temper flared. In a confrontational tone, she said, Lu Feng, don't think that just because you have a talent for mathematics, you're something special. If you continue to be as unproductive and aimless as before, then your talent is worthless. I thought you would change after the competition, but I didn't expect. You will always just be you. Hearing this, Lu Feng's anger flared up. Upon reflection, it was not worth getting angry over her. Lu Feng said expressionlessly, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Bai Wanyue gritted her teeth in anger and insisted, do you think I want to come to your house? If it weren't for Beige begging me for 2 hours, even transferring from the capital to Yunhai City just to study mathematics with you, I wouldn't have come to find you. Beige transferred to Yunhai City? He didn't expect that guy would go to such lengths for mathematics. But what did it have to do with him? Lu Feng's gaze turned cold. No need to see you off. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was kicked open with a loud bang. Lu Zhixiong, who had been eavesdropping, stormed in with a wolf-tooth club, angrily saying, you little brat, how dare you chat with Yuer? If you want to roll, then roll. Clear the room for Yuer. From today on, I have no son like you. I only have a daughter like Bai Wanyue. His mother, Lu Guilan, leaned against the doorframe, cracking sunflower seeds, and disdainfully said, average man, really pathetic. Lu Feng, Dad, Mom, how could you eavesdrop on our conversation? Lu Feng said, speechless. Indeed, in Longwa, no matter what kind of family, children never have privacy in front of their parents. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Lu Zhixiong was slightly taken aback, then replied, aren't I just afraid you might have ulterior motives towards Yuer? It's Yuer's first time at our house. If you did something to wrong her, how could I, as her father, go out and explain to others? Lu Feng was completely speechless. Could there be a more ridiculous reason? He would rather something happen between him and Bai Wanyue. At that moment, Lu Guilan pulled Bai Wanyue to her side, smiling, Yuer, come on, let's go to the living room and chat. I'm so bored at home every day facing these two straight men, and no one talks to me. Bai Wanyue wanted to refuse. After all, she had already achieved her purpose for coming here and had no need to stay any longer. But Lu Guilan didn't give her a chance to speak and firmly dragged her to the living room to chat. After the two women left, Lu Zhixiong whispered, "You little brat, your strategy of feigning indifference has backfired a bit. If I hadn't stepped in just in time, all your previous efforts would have been in vain. Indeed, when it comes to chasing women, you still need to learn more from your old man." Lu Zhixiong wore a proud expression. Lu Feng, under his parents' enthusiastic hospitality, Bai Wanyuan never had the chance to express her desire to leave. Soon, it was 7 p.m., the time for the dinner party. In the resplendent living room, the dining table was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies. Lu Guilan and Lu Zhixiong kept serving dishes to Bai Wanyue. "Yuer, this king crab was airlifted from the island just an hour ago, you must try it. Yuer, this matsutake mushroom is good for the brain and said to be beneficial for beauty, eat more." In less than 2 minutes, a small bowl of white rice had been transformed into a Christmas tree. Bai Wanyue could barely hold her bowl steady and awkwardly smiled. Thank you, uncle and aunt, I can manage on my own." On the other hand, Lu Feng looked at his empty bowl in confusion. "Dad, Mom, where's my rice?" Lu Zhixiong's face darkened. "Go serve yourself. You can't even hold a conversation and you dare to let Yuera leave. This is your punishment." Lu Feng sighed. He couldn't imagine how low his family status would drop if he really married Bai Wanyue. After dinner, Lu Guilan insisted on taking Bai Wanyue for a walk to aid digestion. Naturally, Lu Feng had to accompany them. How could he not know that his mom made dumplings just to stir up jealousy? Soon, the three arrived at the most bustling area of Yunhai City, Lujin Street. At a glance, the roads were lined with sparkling jewelry stores. Not only that, but there were also various lottery shops and gambling stone shops. In front of the gambling stone shop, many gamblers gathered, hoping to get rich overnight and throwing away their fortunes. However, most ended up losing everything, even their families. "Wow, it's really lively here, Yuer, let's check out that store." Lu Guilan pointed to a shop. After spending some time together, Bai Wanyue no longer felt awkward and nodded, The mother and Bai Wanyue walked arm in arm ahead, while Lu Feng silently followed behind. As the three passed by a gambling stone shop, Lu Feng suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Inside the shop, Li Jingya took out a 200,000 yuan bank card and handed it to the shop owner. "Boss, there's 200,000 yuan on this card, enough to pay off my father's debts." At the entrance of the gambling stone shop, Li Jingya handed the bank card to the owner, her face beaming with happiness. Just thinking about paying off the debts made the pressure of life feel much lighter. Li Jingya was extremely excited. The future was gradually becoming bright. The shop owner was a plump middle-aged man, wearing a big gold chain and a small watch, exuding a streetwise vibe. He took the bank card with skepticism and had a young employee verify it. After confirming that there was indeed 200,000 yuan on the card, the owner grinned widely. "Ah, Jingya, you're much better than your father. At such a young age, you can earn so much money. Tell uncle how you did it." The owner leered at Li Jingya with a mischievous smile. Feeling uncomfortable under his lewd gaze, Li Jingya suppressed her discomfort and said, "I earned it by participating in a math competition." "Uncle, my father owes you money, and I've paid it all back. From now on, our family doesn't owe you anything, so please don't send anyone to our house again. Goodbye, uncle." With that, Li Jingya turned to leave. However, at that moment, the owner's voice turned cold. "Stop. Who said you've paid it all back? This 200,000 yuan has been owed for so long, shouldn't there be some interest?" Hearing this, Li Jingya's heart tightened. But upon thinking carefully, how much interest could there be? At worst, she could just continue working to pay it off. She turned around and asked, "Uncle, how much interest do you want?" The owner made a gesture and smiled, 200,000. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with fear. She clenched her fists, indignantly saying, "I only owe you 200,000. Even if it's been 4 or 5 years, the interest can't possibly be the same as the principal, right?" The boss revealed his 2 big gold teeth and laughed. "The money I lend, whatever interest I say, that's what it is. I'll take this 200,000, but remember to pay back the remaining 200,000 quickly. Otherwise, it could turn into 400,000. After saying this, the boss and several employees beside him burst into laughter. Hearing this, Li Jingya was on the verge of tears, her eyes red as she said, "You're committing fraud, this is illegal." As soon as these words were spoken, the boss's expression darkened instantly, his tone cold as he said, "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The IOU is here, it's all written in black and white. Dare to say I'm breaking the law? Do you believe I'll cut your face?" The boss raised a watermelon knife, speaking fiercely. Li Jingya was so frightened that she kept retreating, her face pale. The boss snorted coldly and said, "Get lost. If you dare not pay back the money, I'll bring people to smash your doghouse." "Pa, you bastard, You talk about the money you earned from gambling. I see you're just a sellout. Keep selling. When the powder turns black, that's when my money is considered paid back. There were many people on Gold Street. Such a noisy scene inevitably attracted a crowd. When the crowd saw the pitiful Li Jingya, several kind-hearted bystanders stepped forward to advise her. Little girl, hurry and leave, why provoke him? Yeah, this gambling stone Lu is notoriously a bully. Don't be fooled by him just being the owner of a gambling stone shop. The whole Gold Street is under his control. Exactly, you, a little girl, can't compete with him. Just accept it. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Accept? Why should she accept? A middle-aged man in his 50s, yet extorting a minor. Do you even deserve to be called a person? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look. It was Lu Feng, Lu Guolan, and Bai Wanyue stepping forward. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 75 people. Reward, lifespan plus 7 hours. Lu Feng didn't expect that just going out for a stroll could extend his lifespan, but he wasn't happy inside, because the scene that had just unfolded had filled him with rage. The image of Li Jingya video calling her mother during the math competition was still vivid in his mind. He knew how hard and difficult it was for Li Jingya to repay her debts. Classmate, stop crying, wipe your tears. Bai Wanyue came to Li Jingya's side, taking out a tissue. She was also deeply moved when she saw Li Jingya video calling her mother, knowing that Li Jingya was a strong and struggling girl. Thank you, Li Jingya said with red eyes. At this moment, her mother Lu Guolan stepped forward, smiling as she said, Boss, you don't look like someone who lacks money. Since the child is paying you back, just let her off. Why do you have to push a little girl to the brink? That's not something a man should do. Gambling stone Lu frowned. Having been in the underworld for many years, he could tell at a glance that these three were not simple characters. Their clothing, style, and demeanor clearly indicated they were not ordinary people. But as the boss of the entire street, with so many little brothers watching, he had to maintain his dignity. He clasped his hands and said, Debts must be repaid. It's only right. Her father took a 200,000 loan from me and then jumped off a building. As a daughter, she has the obligation to repay her father's debts, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Guolan immediately showed an impatient expression, waving her hand and saying, All right, stop with this nonsense. I know the methods of people like you. You won't rest until you've drained someone dry. How about this? How much interest does she owe you? You can collect it according to the National Bank's highest standard. How does that sound? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu, the stone gambler, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Collecting according to the bank's standard? Then what was he doing in the underworld? He might as well work at a bank. Lu's eyes revealed a murderous intent, but he still spoke politely. This matter is a private affair between me and this girl. It has nothing to do with you. I hope this lady will leave quickly and not meddle in other people's business. Upon hearing this, Lu Guolan also became angry, her eyes widening as she said, Today, I will definitely intervene in this matter. In an instant, Lu Guolan exuded an inexplicable sense of authority. This aura shocked Lu, the stone gambler, and the onlookers around them. At this moment, everyone was guessing the true identity of this woman. As the atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point, Lu Feng stepped forward and said, How about this? I'll cover the 200,000 in interest for her. However, I see that the stones in your shop are quite good. How about you give me one for free? If he were alone, he would have no hesitation in giving this boss a good beating and throwing him into the police station. But with his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyue beside him, and so many of the other party's lackeys around, he was afraid that if things escalated, his family would get hurt. Upon hearing this, Lu Guolan, Bai Wanyue, and Li Jingya all looked at Lu Feng in confusion. However, Lu, the stone gambler, was beaming with joy. He had originally planned to back down and discuss things after finding out Lu Guolan's identity. He didn't expect this foolish kid to willingly offer money. What a coward. Oh, this handsome guy is really generous. No problem. I fully agree with your solution. You can pick any stone in the shop. Lu, the stone gambler, said happily. All the stones here were worthless junk. Not even 200 would anyone want to buy. Since this foolish kid was willing to spend 200,000, he could pick whatever he wanted. Under the bewildered gazes of his mother, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyue, Lu Feng decisively picked out a small stone. The surface of the stone was very rough. Under the light, one could vaguely see that it was full of impurities. If it weren't displayed in a gambling stone shop, it would be thrown away on the street. This one, cut it open for me, Lu Feng said, clapping his hands. All right, Lu, the stone gambler, chuckled. He appeared respectful on the surface but was cursing Lu Feng in his heart. What a foolish rich idiot. He couldn't even pick a decent stone. Lu Feng, why did you agree to give him money? Isn't this just nurturing the underworld's bad influences? Bai Wanyue questioned. Lu Guolan also wondered, Child, when did you become so easygoing? Lu Feng smiled mysteriously, not saying a word. The onlookers looked disappointed. They thought these three had some big background, but it turned out they were just that capable. Just when everyone thought there was no show to watch and were about to disperse, suddenly, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. As soon as the stone Lu Feng picked was cut open, everyone saw the emerald green luster inside, and they were all stunned, speechless. They stood there like wooden chickens. After a while, a bystander shouted, "Imperial green, it's imperial green." As soon as this was said, the crowd that was about to leave rushed back over. Everyone stared at the green revealed by the stone's cross-section, all dumbfounded. Wow, it really is imperial green. I've never seen it in my lifetime. Goodness, this color, this smoothness, it's simply top-notch. Can someone explain, is imperial green really that impressive? Imperial green is the most precious and rare material in gambling stones. A small piece like this can sell for at least 20 million. How much? 20 million? I've never seen so much money in my life. My goodness, this 200,000 was worth it. The return rate is a full 100 times. Awesome, I'm so envious. Lu Guilan and Bai Wanyue both showed expressions of disbelief. Coming from prestigious families, they were quite knowledgeable about jewelry. How could they not know the value of imperial green? I didn't expect my son to have such good taste, Lu Guilan said, somewhat puzzled. When did her good son learn to gamble on stones? Lu Feng's luck is truly unmatched, Bai Wanyue couldn't help but exclaim. Just casually cutting a stone earned 20 million. If it weren't for what was happening right in front of her, she would have suspected Lu Feng was a scammer. Beside them, Li Jingya looked somewhat dazed. The imperial green her father always talked about, was this it? In the store, the stone gambling Lu and the staff responsible for cutting the stones were both dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. But when they confirmed it was indeed imperial green, they were completely stunned. This store had been open for decades and had never seen such a big find. Logically, a piece of imperial green rough stone could sell for at least 300,000. However, this stone looked too shabby on the surface. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it could yield a big find. That's why it was treated as second-rate and tossed into the store. Who would have thought? This. The staff looked at the boss, unsure of what to do. Damn. Stone gambling Lu's face turned red. Just a moment ago, he had called Lu Feng a fool with too much money. And what happened? The stone was cut. 200,000 turned into 20 million. What was even more infuriating was that the imperial green rough stone, originally worth 300,000, he sold for just 200,000. Not only did he lose 100,000, but he also settled Li Jingya's debt. It was a loss so great that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. If this got out and his little brothers and peers found out, how would he ever survive on Gold Street again? Lu Feng at the door smiled. He had long seen the imperial green material inside this stone with his X-ray vision. Otherwise, why would he spend 200,000 on a stone? Boss, is my stone cut yet? Lu Feng asked with a smile. This young man. Stone gambling Lu gritted his teeth in anger, forcing a smile. It's like this, I've decided not to take Li Jingya's interest. In that case, our contract is void. This stone, naturally, is no longer yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. Playing games with him? Well, he had found the right person. Seeing stone gambling Lu's attitude, the onlookers felt a chill. That's it. This 20 million was gone. Those who knew him understood. Once stone gambling Lu decided to default, no one could help. Heh, I knew it would end up like this. If it had turned out to be worth a few thousand, this young man might have walked away with something, but for a 20 million imperial green, he probably wouldn't get a single cent. That's how stone gambling Lu is. What a pity, though the girl's debt is settled, the 20 million that was within reach has vanished. That's even more painful. The onlookers were all disappointed, as if they had lost 20 million themselves, each one lamenting the loss. Lu Feng smiled lightly and said, Boss, a gentleman's word is his bond. You wouldn't want to default, would you? Stone gambling Lu snorted coldly and said, Kid, don't you go around asking, do you think I'm a gentleman? From start to finish, I've been polite enough to you. Be sensible and don't force me to turn hostile. After saying that, a sinister expression appeared on stone gambling Lu's face. Just a moment ago, he might have backed down, but the 20 million was right in front of him. Even if he had to lose a piece of flesh, he would never let this money slip away. At this moment, Lu Guilan furrowed her brows and said, Boss, is it okay to bully us like this? You promised 200,000, and the stone belongs to us. Can the spit you've thrown out be licked back? Hearing Lu Guilan's words, the stone gambler Lu instantly turned red, puffing up his cheeks and glaring, Damn it, stop babbling nonsense. Don't push your luck. If you make me angry, I won't let any of you go. After saying this, he gestured to his little brothers nearby. Several of them immediately ran towards the surrounding gold shops. It was clear that he was calling for help. Lu Guilan watched this unfold, and in an instant, her usual gentle demeanor vanished. In its place was the fierce look of a woman who was a black boss. She glared, her entire aura radiating anger, and shouted, "I'll be damned. You dare to glare at me? Back then, I would have killed you with a BYD. Today, I'm determined to take this stone. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll make sure their own mother wouldn't recognize them." "You, still calling yourself Stone Gambler Lu? Go to hell." Feeling this powerful aura, the onlookers around didn't dare to breathe. Each person felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Wanhua looked at Lu Guilan in shock. The aunt she remembered as always kind and approachable had such a domineering side. Lu the Stone Gambler was no exception. He stared at Lu Guilan, dumbfounded, cold sweat inexplicably trickling down his back. His fingers trembled. Yet, despite this, he still refused to back down. "You old hag, you've really provoked me. I congratulate you. Today, with these 3 kids here, no one gets to leave Lujin Street. And all you onlookers, if you don't want to die, get the hell out now." The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests. They knew that once Lu the Stone Gambler cleaned up the scene, things would get serious. Immediately, everyone fled in all directions. In less than a minute, the entrance of the stone gambling shop was empty, leaving only Lu Feng, Lu Guilan, Bai Wanhua, and Li Jingya. Seeing this situation, Lu Guilan couldn't hold her ground any longer. She knew she was getting older and had been a good wife and mother for so many years. She was no match for her younger self in a fight. With 3 kids by her side, she absolutely couldn't let them get hurt. Thinking of this, she quickly took out her phone and dialed Lu Zhixion's number. At this moment, in the Lu family villa, in the living room, Lu Zhixiong sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar, a smile plastered on his face. He was very happy today. He was one step closer to his son Lu Feng marrying Bai Wanhua. Once these two got married, with the Bai family as their backing, the Lu family's position in Long Country would be even more solid. At that time, he could confidently hand over the Lu group to Lu Feng and retire to enjoy life. "Sir, the new phone has arrived." At this moment, the butler walked over with the newly purchased 8848 Platinum phone. As Lu Zhixiong opened the new phone, he said, "Everyone performed well today, I'm very pleased. Later, you can go to finance and each get a 100,000 yuan red envelope." Upon hearing this, the butler and all the servants showed expressions of extreme joy. "Thank you, sir," they all thanked in unison. Lu Zhixiong crossed his legs, just as he inserted the SIM card. Suddenly, he received a call from his wife Lu Guilan. Without hesitation, Lu Zhixiong answered. "Hello, wife, if you see any jewelry you like, just buy it. Don't you have a few 100 million in pocket money? Why are you calling me?" Lu Zhixiong took a deep puff of his cigar. However, Lu Guilan's next words made the smiling Lu Zhixiong's face instantly change, turning red with anger. "Lu Zhixiong, there's a black-hearted boss on Lujin Street who wants to kill me in Chener. Yuer is also here. Are you going to do something or not? They called for help. If you don't come now, my life, your son's life, and Yuer's life will all be gone." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's cigar fell from his mouth in shock. He stood up abruptly, his anger rising to new heights, nearly setting the villa ablaze. "Who the hell dares to bully you? Don't worry, I'm coming right now." After saying this, Lu Zhixiong rushed to the garage while frantically making phone calls. "Hello, Black Tiger, is Lujin Street under your jurisdiction? What the hell are you doing as the big brother? My wife and son are about to be chopped up on Lujin Street. If they lose a single hair, I swear I'll chop you up." "Hello, Money Leopard, gather all your brothers and meet me at Lujin Street immediately. Someone is trying to harm your sister-in-law in Chener." "Hello, Eagle, what the hell are you doing? Getting a massage? Get your ass over here with your men. Your sister-in-law is about to be killed." "Hello." Lu Zhixiong made over a dozen calls. Each person who answered was a big brother from different areas of Yunhai City. Not long after these calls, at the same time, in various regions and streets of Yunhai City, groups of SUVs, vans, and trucks began to drive out. All these vehicles had the same destination, the most prosperous street in Yunhai City, where Lu Feng was located, Lujin Street. At the entrance of the gambling stone shop, Lu Guilan had just hung up the phone when a group of men armed with sticks and weapons surged out from the nearby gold shops. Each of them looked fierce and menacing, surrounding Lu Feng, Lu Guilan, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanhua. At that moment, the gambling stone Lu walked out, a sinister smile on his face. "You old hag, do you regret provoking me now?" Hearing this, Lu Guilan pointed at him and cursed. "Regret? I regret your damn mother. When I was playing this game, you didn't even know where you were, and now you want to play this with me?" Upon hearing this, the expression on gambling stone Lu's face darkened. Being scolded in front of dozens of his underlings at his own doorstep was no different from having a pile of stinking shit dumped on his head. "You old hag, you're asking for it. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Beat her to death." Gambling stone Lu waved his hand fiercely. Just as a fight was about to break out, suddenly, Gambling Stone Lu's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his face changed dramatically. The caller was none other than the big brother he usually didn't even have the right to meet. Black Tiger. Who? Brother Tiger? Gambling Stone Lu immediately pressed the answer button, his voice trembling. On the other end of the line came a very domineering male voice. Gambling Stone Lu, what the hell are you doing? Do you know who you're targeting right now? She is from the Lu family. If you haven't made a move yet, stop immediately, or no one can save your damn life. Hearing the words Lu family, Gambling Stone Lu nearly dropped his phone in fear. Those two words were like the sky to him. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend them in the slightest. Everyone stop. No one move. Gambling Stone Lu shouted loudly. Then, in front of everyone, he walked straight up to Lu Guilan, knelt down with a thud, and while slapping his own face, cried out, "I'm sorry, I was blind, I deserve to die. I really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, I deserve to die. It's all because I didn't know your true identity, otherwise, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend you." The sudden scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was shouting to beat someone to death. How did he end up kneeling and slapping himself after a phone call? Luga, why kneel to this shrew? Just kill her with a single blow. A small-time thug with dyed red hair brandished a watermelon knife and shouted. Upon hearing this, Lu, the gambler, nearly exploded with rage. What kind of idiot teammate is this? I've already knelt, which means this woman is not to be trifled with. How can he still not understand the situation? Shut your mouth, you bastard. Come over here and apologize. Lu, the gambler, cursed with a flushed face, venting all his anger onto the other party. The red-haired thug's face darkened upon being told to apologize. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu the gambler, I've been fed up with you for a long time. You, a coward who only sees money, are worthy to be our boss? The red-haired thug said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little brothers glared at Lu the gambler as if responding to a call. Each expression was fierce, their faces showing malice. Seeing this scene, Lu the gambler's heart sank, and he nervously asked, What do you want to do? The red-haired thug pointed with the watermelon knife and sneered, Brothers, kill Lu the gambler and these few people. Once I take over, I won't treat everyone poorly. Tomorrow, just say it was a fight between both sides, and a few people accidentally died. I'm sure brother who won't care about these few dog lives. Upon hearing this, several little brothers let out cold chuckles, wielding their machetes as they approached Lu the gambler and Lu Feng. Looking at the gleaming knives in front of him, Lu the gambler trembled in fear, unable to move while kneeling on the ground. He never expected that his little brothers would turn against him. Meanwhile, Lu Guilan frowned, equally shocked. Having been in the underworld for many years, she had seen her fair share of such dramas. She just didn't expect this to happen today. Mom, you guys step back a bit, and when the opportunity arises, hurry and leave. Lu Feng stood in front, his expression unchanged. Bai Wanyue and Li Jingya looked at Lu Feng's tall and sturdy figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of security rise within them. Is this what it feels like to be safe? Son, don't be reckless. Your father is coming soon, Lu Guilan said worriedly. The red-haired thug sneered, Leave? Today, none of you will leave alive. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, three little brothers quickened their pace, raising their watermelon knives to slash at Lu Feng. Just as they were about to reach him, suddenly, a series of car horns blared from both sides of the street. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, stop right now. Accompanied by a deep male voice, the thugs at the entrance of the gambling stone shop all halted and looked towards the street. They saw trucks and cargo vehicles driving into Gold Street. Each vehicle was filled with people, all holding machetes, watermelon knives, and spiked clubs. At a glance, the convoy resembled a dragon, with no end in sight. In the blink of an eye, the entire Gold Street was filled with cars. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone on the vehicles jumped down with their weapons in hand. Hundreds, even thousands of people, instantly filled the entire street. Although Lu the gambler and the red-haired thugs had been in the underworld for many years, they had never seen such a large scene before. For a moment, everyone was so scared they stood frozen in place, silent as the grave. At this moment, the leading SUV opened its door, and a tall man with a fierce expression, tattooed with a descending tiger on his back, stepped out. With this man's appearance, Lu the gambler, Huang Mao, and all the little brothers gasped in shock. This man was one of the key figures under the Lu family group, Black Tiger. Those who could be the boss of the Lu family were all ruthless characters. It is rumored that back in the day, Black Tiger single-handedly chased down a dozen people with just a knife, cutting through several streets. Such audacity and momentum are simply unmatched by ordinary people. Before anyone could regain their senses, several car doors opened with a click, click, click. The core members, including Money Leopard and Eagle, all stepped out in unison. Each of these individuals had countless legendary stories that left people in awe. Just one of their tales could make these small-time thugs obedient. The appearance of these big brothers was nothing short of a dimensional strike for Lou the Gambler and Red Hair. Everyone was so scared they trembled, their legs shaking like they were dancing the jitterbug, nearly dropping their weapons. And what was even more terrifying was yet to come. After these big brothers stepped out, in the darkness, Lu Zhixiong appeared, holding a lit cigar, seemingly out of nowhere. Xiong Yi, Xiong Yi. Upon seeing Lu Zhixiong, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, and Eagle all respectfully greeted him. Lu Zhixiong nodded slightly, exuding an intimidating presence without needing to be angry. His grim face, shrouded in darkness, was extremely chilling. Upon seeing this face, Lou the Gambler and the other thugs were completely dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes were vacant, cold sweat pouring down. Their weapons slipped from their hands like they were coated in lubricant, thud, thud as they fell to the ground. Some couldn't withstand the immense pressure and directly knelt down with a thud. Xiong, Xiong, Xiong 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 Yi. Lou the Gambler trembled as he knelt on the ground. At some point, a puddle appeared on the ground. Lu Zhixiong didn't even glance at him. He walked straight towards Lu Guilan and Lu Feng. Seeing his family safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Black Tiger kicked Lou the Gambler several meters away, cursing, "Go to hell, all you do is cause trouble for me. Who the hell dares to touch me? You really must be tired of living, just die already." Lou the Gambler was kicked to the ground, but he didn't dare to complain, quickly getting up and crying, "Tiger brother, I didn't touch Madame Lou and the others, it was Red Hair who turned against us, not only threatening to kill them but also me." Red Hair, already scared silly, immediately begged for mercy upon hearing this. "Tiger brother, I was wrong. I really didn't know they were from the Lou family, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend you even if I were beaten to death. Tiger brother, please spare my life. I am absolutely loyal to you, Tiger brother." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger looked at Lu Zhixiong. The meaning was clear. He wanted to know how Lu Zhixiong planned to handle it. Lu Zhixiong snorted coldly, his tone icy. "According to the rules, handle it as it should be. If it's not handled well, I'll handle you." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's heart tightened. No matter how powerful, arrogant, or well-connected he was, in front of Lu Zhixiong, he felt like a chick. Power, status, wealth, none of it wasn't given to him by Lu Zhixiong. In other words, whoever the Lu family appointed as the big brother was the big brother. Immediately, Black Tiger waved his hand, calling over a few younger brothers. "Tie them all up and take them to the dock." "Yes, Tiger brother." A few younger brothers responded. Hearing this, Lou the Gambler, Red Hair, and a group of small-time thugs were terrified, begging pitifully, tears and snot flowing. But no amount of pleading would help. Before long, all the thugs involved in the gambling stone incident were stuffed into burlap sacks and taken to the dock. As for what would happen at the dock, it was undoubtedly to experience an immersive swim that one could only do once in a lifetime. After dealing with these thugs, Lu Zhixiong turned to Lu Feng and scolded, "It's all your fault, you dead kid, not doing the family business and insisting on going to that B school. If you had shown your face more often, would Lou the Gambler not recognize you? If he knew you were my son, would such a thing have happened tonight? Almost got your mom and Yuer involved, not to mention losing so many brothers. Tomorrow is Sunday, you better show up for me." Hearing his father's scolding, Lu Feng curled his lips. He knew that part of what his father said was genuinely directed at him, while some of it was to save face for Black Tiger. The underworld isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social etiquette. After all, Black Tiger is a big brother in the area, and since he had dealt with his little brother, he still needed to give him a way out. Sure enough, after Lu Zhixiong finished speaking, Black Tiger smiled and advised, "Oh, Xiong, why are you blaming Xiao Chun? It's those few little brothers who are not doing their part. I told them long ago that our Lu family only does legitimate business and never engages in bullying or extortion. Not only did they not listen, but they also became even more reckless, which will eventually lead to big trouble. In my opinion, Xiao Chen helping the family eliminate the troublemakers should be praised." As expected from a big brother who has been in the underworld for many years, a few words turned criticism into praise. He played the game of human relationships to perfection. If he didn't act as the big brother, who would? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong laughed heartily. "All right, I've booked a private room at Yunding Manor. Tonight, let's eat, drink, and have fun. I'll cover all the expenses." As soon as these words were spoken, Black Tiger, Money Leopard, and the other big brothers all raised their hands in approval. Soon after, a group of people left in a flurry. Before long, only a few dozen people remained, leaving Lu Feng and the others as bodyguards. Seeing that Lu Jin Street had returned to its usual calm, Li Jingyao walked over, expressing her gratitude. Auntie, Lu Feng, by Wanyue, I can't thank you enough for tonight. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Lu Guilan, having watched the math competition video, knew that Li Jingyao was a pitiful yet strong girl, and gently said, You don't need to thank me. If it were someone else, I would have stood up for her too. However, if you really want to thank me, there's something I would like your help with. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and Bai Wanyue exchanged puzzled glances. A dignified lady from the Lu family, the woman of a black boss. What could she possibly need a high school student for? Li Jingyao was also taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously like she was pounding garlic. Auntie, just say it. As long as I can help, I will do my utmost. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lu Feng had just helped her out at the school gate yesterday. Today, he helped her win the 200,000 yuan prize in the math competition. Then, during the day, he bravely fought off a thug and saved her life. In the evening, he stood up for her to settle her debts. Such kindness, she felt she could never repay in her lifetime. Lu Guilan slowly spoke, Our family business is busy, and a hotel we own urgently needs a waitress. I heard you are working part-time to help with household expenses. I wonder if you could help me with this urgent matter. Don't worry, you can set your own working hours, it won't affect your studies. As for the salary, it's 20,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Upon hearing such terms, Li Jingyao's mouth fell open in shock. Lu Feng and Bai Wanyue also understood Lu Guilan's intentions. This was not asking for her help, it was clearly helping her. To put it into perspective, the average monthly salary in Yunhai City is only about 6,000. The average salary for a waitress is even less than 4,000. Yet Lu Guilan was offering her 20,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus, and she could set her own working hours. Such a job would be impossible to find even if her ancestors' graves erupted in mushroom clouds. Auntie, Li Jingyao was moved to tears. Her big, watery eyes looked at Lu Guilan, unable to express her excitement. Lu Feng had already helped her so much. Now, Lu Feng's mother was also extending a helping hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Lu Guilan chuckled, Girl, in life, you will always encounter hardships. When you break through the difficulties and look back, you will find that the former you was incredibly brilliant. Go home and rest early. Here's the hotel address. Remember to check in on time tomorrow. Lu Guilan handed her a business card. Li Jingyao looked at the card in her hand, nodding frantically in thanks. She expressed her gratitude to Lu Feng and Bai Wanyue once more before turning around and disappearing into the dark night. What a good girl, Lu Guilan sighed as she watched Li Jingyao's departing figure. At that moment, Bai Wanyue looked at Lu Guilan, feeling a warmth rise in her heart. An extremely terrifying thought even crossed her mind. If she really married Lu Feng and became part of the family, having a mother like Lu Guilan didn't seem too bad. But the thought only lingered for a few seconds before Bai Wanyue dismissed it. No, she could never become a tool for a family marriage, let alone marry a man like Lu Feng, who lacked ambition. Her partner must be outstanding, must love her. Moreover, he must have a proper worldview and be positive. She wanted to break free from the Bai family. She wanted to take control of her own life. After Li Jingyao left, Bai Wanyue insisted on going back to her own home. Just then, the Bai family driver arrived in a Mercedes-Benz van, accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards. Auntie, I happen to be passing by your house on my way back. Why don't you ride with me? Bai Wanyue warmly invited. Lu Guilan was more than willing and pulled Lu Feng to jump into the car. But just as the car was about to start, Lu Guilan suddenly jumped out. Son, I just remembered something important. You go back with Wanyue. Lu Guilan revealed a mysterious smile. Lu Feng's face fell. He knew his mom was trying to create an opportunity for them to be alone together. Oh, I also just remembered something important. Let Bai Wanyue go back by herself. Saying this, Lu Feng was about to jump out of the car. Seeing this, Lu Guilan's face darkened. She lifted her foot and kicked Lu Feng back into the car just as he was about to land. Then, with a strong pull, she closed the car door with a thud. Have a safe trip, Lu Guilan smiled and waved. Through the car window, Lu Feng felt like crying without tears. This was truly a mother. It was October, the night breeze blowing, bringing a hint of chill. The evening city of Yunhai was brightly lit, ethereal and extravagant. On the street, in a moving Mercedes-Benz van, Lu Feng and Bai Wanyue sat in the back seat, the atmosphere strange and quiet. They were half a meter apart. If it weren't for the car window, Lu Feng could have even sat outside. Lu Feng. After a long while, Bai Wanyue miraculously took the initiative to speak. Speak, Lu Feng replied flatly, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Whenever they met, it was either mockery or lecturing, which had already caused Lu Feng PTSD. Sure enough, Bai Wanyue continued, if you're willing to listen, I sincerely hope you don't get involved in any family business. Your mathematical talent is very strong. You can completely rely on this ability to live in this world. Have you ever thought, what if one day your family falls into decline? Without support, how will you survive in this world? What will you use to support your aging parents? Hearing the 3 questions about death, a mask of pain appeared on Lu Feng's face. He felt a tightening in his chest. Here we go again. Is this some kind of nurturing game? Trying to brainwash a gangster's son into a positive young man? The emotional toll she was putting on him was indeed overwhelming. Compared to this mental torture, Lu Feng would rather be whipped by his father a few times. Fine, I won't participate in the family business and will work hard on my own. Lu Feng conceded. No matter what, he would agree first to avoid endless lecturing. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Bai Wanyue's eyes lit up. Really? She asked in disbelief. Really? Lu Feng replied expressionlessly. Are you free tomorrow? Bago wants to ask you about math, and I'd like to catch up on some studying too, Bai Wanyue said, unusually cheerful. Lu Feng replied without a second thought, I'm not free. Dad wants me to watch the place tomorrow. Bai Wanyue? She was left speechless with anger. What kind of nonsense is this? Just a moment ago, he agreed not to get involved in the family business, and now he's going to watch the place? He clearly didn't take her words seriously at all. Disappointment surged in Bai Wanyue's heart. As expected, a dog can never change its habit of eating that stuff. A wastrel will always be a wastrel. And Lu Feng's willingness to watch the place naturally had its own purpose. At home, he was supervised by servants every day. Whenever Lu Feng picked up a book related to studying, he couldn't escape a beating from his dad. Even that book on martial arts from Longwei was bought under the pretense of learning self-defense. But watching the place was different. There, he was the boss, with no one to restrain him, allowing him to enjoy a bit of freedom. How could Bai Wanyue know what Lu Feng was thinking? She thought he was just a useless piece of clay. She simply turned her face away and looked out the window, no longer speaking. This suited Lu Feng just fine. It made the ride much quieter. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the Lu family villa. As Lu Feng got out of the car, a loud bang echoed behind him as the door slammed shut, nearly shaking the earwax out of his ears. Crazy, Lu Feng muttered, then strolled toward the house. Back in his bedroom, Lu Feng kicked off his shoes, flopped onto the bed, and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Feng body function status, perfect remaining lifespan, 40 days to 8 hours, 34 minutes, 43 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10, max. World class, mathematics knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class. Looking at his information, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. In just one day, he had gained 11 days of lifespan. But with only 40 days left, he could barely make it to the college entrance exam. It seemed he needed to come up with some ideas tomorrow to gain more lifespan. His requirements weren't high. He'd set a small goal first, live for a few hundred more years. I really want to live for another 500 years, Lu Feng hummed a tune as he went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and took a comfortable shower. Then he lay on the bed and fell asleep instantly. On the other side, Bai family manor. Bai Wanyue had just arrived home when Bago rushed over, asking, So, where, did Lu Feng agree to teach me math? Since Bago was transferring to Yunhai City and the two families had a good relationship, he was temporarily staying at the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue pouted and said, he said to wait for news. That's great. Bago was overjoyed, already imagining the wonderful scene of Lu Feng imparting all his knowledge to him. Then, Bago seemed to remember something and said, By the way, I heard from my old man that your sister seems to have news, and she's currently in Yunhai City. Hearing this, Bai Wanyue was taken aback, her heart racing with excitement. Is it true? Where is she staying? How is she doing? It's true. The traffickers who kidnapped Bai Jingying have been caught, but... Bago's tone shifted, and he sighed. The trafficker refuses to reveal her location, and before the police could interrogate him for long, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Based on age estimates, if Bai Jingying had enrolled normally, she should be in high school by now. Sigh, what kind of people did your Bai family offend back then for them to be so cruel? Hearing Bago's words, Bai Wanyue felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Growing up, she had been raised in a free-range manner by her parents and elders. Lonely and neglected, the only companion in her childhood was her younger sister, who was 2 years younger than her. She never expected that one day, her sister would be kidnapped by traffickers. It had been more than 10 years since they last parted. Because of this, she resented her parents for not spending more time with them back then. If only they had shown a little more care, human traffickers wouldn't have had the opportunity. Once the seeds of hatred were sown, they took root. It wasn't until Bai Wanyue entered high school that the Bai family arranged for her to marry into the Lu family. Upon realizing she was merely a pawn in the family, she began to entertain thoughts of breaking away from the Bai family. It's bad enough to be burdened with family matters, but to have a whole group of enemies outside as well, without the ability to cope. In the end, we are the ones who suffer, Bai Wanhua said with a light laugh. Beige wanted to comfort her but didn't know what to say. The two walked silently toward the living room. The next morning, 7 o'clock, Lu family villa. Lu Feng was still asleep when he was awakened by the sound of an alarm. Damn it, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? Damn it, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? Damn it, what time is it? Lu Feng rubbed his eyes and reached out to turn off his father's custom alarm. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Lu Feng sat in the Rolls Royce. Young master, where are we going today? The driver asked. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, 0 Point Bar, I'm going to check out the place today. The driver exclaimed, young master, you finally want to get involved with the family business? Lu Feng nodded, of course, I love checking out the place. Just thinking about being able to read in the bar made Lu Feng feel excited. It would be a great place to spend time after school and on weekends. Alright, young master, please make yourself comfortable, the driver said cheerfully. Then, he stepped on the gas, and the engine roared, the car speeding toward the city center. Behind them, only thick smoke was left. Yunhai City, city center. 0 Point Bar. This is the largest and most invested bar in the city, with the highest capacity. Even in the morning, customers kept pouring in. At a glance, there was even a long line. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, the manager was already leading all the staff to welcome him at the bar's entrance. A banner hung above, and a red carpet was laid on the ground. Welcome, young master, everyone shouted in unison. Lu Feng frowned. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal? It was just a visit to a bar, after all. Don't do these flashy things in the future. I prefer a low profile, Lu Feng said. After saying that, he took out his wallet and gave 1,000 yuan red envelope to each person, while the manager received 10,000. Everyone looked at the cash in their hands, their faces beaming with joy, and they shouted in unison, young master is generous. The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing a large gold watch. His hairstyle was somewhat messy, and his appearance was a bit sleazy. He looked at Lu Feng and said respectfully, young master, Xiong Yi has already spoken to me. If you have any questions on your first day here, just let me know. Don't hesitate. Hesitate? Lu Feng wouldn't hesitate. The bar belonged to his family, who would be polite in their own home. Lu Feng walked ahead, with the manager and a group of employees following him, entering the bar in a grand procession. Before they even reached the dance hall, they could hear the loud noise coming from inside, the entire building shaking. Continuing inside, they saw colorful lights illuminating the room, with a stylishly dressed DJ wildly spinning records on stage. In the dance floor, young boys and girls were dancing wildly, moving as one. The booths and tables were filled with people, some toasting drinks, others shaking their heads madly. Lu Feng frowned. How could anyone study in such noise? He pressed his hand down toward the DJ booth, signaling for quieter music. The manager's eyes lit up at this gesture, and he immediately opened the intercom to say a few words. As for what he said, Lu Feng couldn't hear, it was too loud. Immediately, the DJ turned off the music and picked up the microphone, shouting loudly, today, all expenses will be covered by young Master Lu. Screams. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers. All the customers turned to Lu Feng and applauded. Lu Feng, what the hell? Just because the music stopped, he became the scapegoat? Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to care. After all, this money would eventually flow back into his own account. Is there a private room? A quieter one, Lu Feng whispered to the manager's ear. Yes, of course. Please, young master. The manager waved his hand enthusiastically. Soon, under the manager's guidance, Lu Feng arrived at a luxurious VIP room. Inside, he could still faintly hear the sounds from the stage, but it was much better compared to the noise outside. Young master, do you have any instructions for the next step? The manager asked obediently. Nothing much, you all can leave, Lu Feng said, then suddenly remembered something and continued. Alright, I have a shipment arriving later, remember to help me move it over. Upon hearing this, the manager was slightly taken aback. He quickly nodded and said, understood, young master. After the manager left, Lu Feng saw that no one was around, so he secretly unbuttoned his jacket and slowly took out a physics book from inside. What's the point of watching the scene? Reading is far more important. He opened the first page and began to read with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading High School Physics Volume 1. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Physics ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. This is the feeling. Refreshing. At this moment, outside the room, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, clearly having been very nervous just now. A subordinate quietly asked, "Why did Boss Xiong suddenly send the young master to oversee the place? Is there something going on?" This question hit the nail on the head. The manager had the same doubt in his mind. The 0-point bar had been open for so long, and business had always been booming. Why would they suddenly send the heir to oversee? Could it be that the higher-ups were still dissatisfied with the performance here? Thinking of this, the manager immediately said, "You go and call back all the female staff who are on break. Today's revenue must double." The subordinate was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Doubling the revenue? Even if we call everyone back, it might not be enough. We don't have that many people." Not to mention the few who were hospitalized last night, there were also some who resigned a few days ago. Upon hearing this, the manager's anger flared up. "What a useless bunch! What good are you to me?" Scolding aside, the problem still needed to be solved. The manager pondered for a few seconds, suddenly thinking of something, and said, "You all keep an eye on the place. I'm going to borrow some people." The subordinates were bewildered. Borrow people? But before they could ask, the manager had already rushed off in a hurry. Next to the 0-point bar, 0-point chain hotel. As a subsidiary of the Liu family, it is the most luxurious and high-end hotel in Yunhai City. The hotel has over 80 floors, reaching straight up to the sky, seemingly endless. Li Jingya held a business card and, following the address on it, arrived at the hotel lobby. "Excuse me, are you urgently hiring waitstaff here?" Li Jingya asked a young lady at the front desk. Upon hearing this question, the young lady's expression became serious, and she asked, "Are you surnamed Li?" Li Jingya nodded, "Yes." The young lady's expression turned solemn as she opened the intercom, saying, "Calling the supervisor, the girl you mentioned has arrived." As soon as she finished speaking, within half a minute, the supervisor rushed over in a flurry. Upon arrival, he shook hands continuously, proactively making friendly gestures. "Ah, welcome Miss Li to the 0-point hotel. Your arrival is truly an honor for me." Li Jingya was stunned. Clearly, she had come to apply for a position as a waitress, so why did it feel like a leader was inspecting the grassroots? Before Li Jingya could speak, the manager enthusiastically introduced, "Your job is very challenging. You need to open the hotel's service management system every day. If you don't open it, the entire hotel won't be able to operate." Hearing such job content, Li Jingya was somewhat confused. What kind of work was opening the service management system? The manager noticed Li Jingya's puzzlement and explained, "It's like this, for example, this machine case, you need to press the power button, and then our hotel's service management system can start." Li Jingya, is that it? Just press the power button? 20,000 a month. And there's also a year-end bonus? So opening a computer is considered work. Under the supervisor's guidance, Li Jingya arrived at an office. Inside, there was a desk, a chair, and a computer. "This will be your workstation from now on. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me anytime," the supervisor said warmly. Li Jingya was still in a daze and asked, "Supervisor, did you make a mistake? I applied for the waitress position." In her understanding, wasn't a waitress supposed to clean and provide services for guests? Hearing this question, the supervisor smiled and said, "That's right, it is a waitress position, just with different responsibilities. The waitress serves the guests, and you serve the work of the waitresses. It's all service. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Guilan had informed the supervisor in advance to maintain Li Jingya's self-esteem and not let her feel the slightest bit wronged. Therefore, the supervisor hadn't dared to sleep all night, just waiting for Li Jingya's arrival. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally catch up on sleep. Li Jingya was completely confused by him. Just as she wanted to continue asking, she looked up and found that the supervisor had already disappeared. With no other choice, Li Jingya had to sit there and begin her so-called work. Just then, on the first floor, the manager of the 0-point bar walked in. "Hey, whoever is at the front desk, make an announcement and gather all the female waitresses in the lobby on the first floor. I'm a bit busy over here. I need a few female waitresses to help out," the manager said, panting. Since the bar and hotel were very close, and both were under the Liu family's enterprises, the leaders and employees from both sides knew each other. "Oh, Manager Jiang, business is so good, maybe I'll come work for you someday," the front desk girl joked. Manager Jiang looked at the girl's figure and shook his head, saying, "You can't, you're too small. Get lost." After a while, under the announcement from the loudspeaker, all the female waitresses gathered on the first floor, and Li Jingya was among them. Manager Jiang inspected each one, and when his gaze landed on Li Jingya, his eyes lit up. "Little girl, you, come out." Hearing this, Li Jingya stepped forward. Manager Jiang showed a satisfied smile and said, "Here's the thing. Our bar next door is short on waitresses, so we want to find some of you to help out. Don't worry, you won't be treated poorly. Each person will get 1,000 per hour, paid daily." The work is similar to what you're doing now, just serving drinks and cleaning a bit. As soon as this was said, all the female waitresses became restless. It's important to know that each of their monthly salaries was less than 4,000. At 1,000 per hour, even if they only worked 4 hours, it would be equivalent to what they earned in a month at the hotel. Under such temptation, all the female waitresses began to sign up eagerly. Li Jingya was also stunned. She had only earned a few dozen yuan a day from her previous part-time job. The front desk girl frowned when she saw Li Jingya being selected. She approached manager Jiang and whispered, "This girl seems to have an extraordinary background. Our supervisor specifically instructed us to take good care of her." Upon hearing this, manager Jiang appeared indifferent. "It's fine, I'll just mention it to your supervisor later," he said casually. When he saw Li Jingya, he knew this girl had to be taken away. With her looks and figure, wouldn't she mesmerize those young masters? With her around, today's revenue was guaranteed. The receptionist, seeing this, didn't say anything further. Soon, under manager Zhang's selection, more than a dozen young female waitstaff were chosen to assist at the 0-point bar. Not long after manager Jiang led a group of girls into the bar, Lu Yun and several comrades sent from the capital, dressed in plain clothes, arrived at the bar's entrance. "Report, Chief, we have arrived at the mission location," Lu Yun whispered. From the invisible Bluetooth earpiece, the chief's voice came through. "According to our investigation, this 0-point bar under the Lu family is practically lawless under the protection of the local elite. Not only do they provide sexual services to customers in broad daylight, but they also engage in public selection of brides and coercing women into prostitution, among many other illegal activities. It is precisely because of this protection that their awareness of prevention is extremely weak. Therefore, the difficulty of this mission is not high. As long as we capture evidence of the illegal activities in the bar, we can take a crucial step towards dismantling the Lu family," the chief said confidently. "Rest assured, Chief, I guarantee the mission will be completed," Lu Yun vowed. Considering the importance of the mission, the chief decided to use live streaming, allowing Lu Yun to capture the situation inside in real time. All members of the team would watch online and analyze frame by frame. Subsequently, Lu Yun activated the pinhole camera on her clothing and entered the bar. After providing the pre-booked phone number, she was led by the staff. Together with her colleagues, they slowly made their way to the dance hall. 0-point bar. On the second floor, in the VIP room, Lu Feng was engrossed in a physics book. At that moment, an employee walked in and respectfully said, "Young master, 2 people claiming to be your friends have come to see you." Friends? Lu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. He really didn't have any friends in Yunhai City. "Let them in," Lu Feng said with interest. He wanted to see who had the ability to find him here. The door to the room opened. The next second, Beige and Bai Wanyue walked in side by side. "Lu Feng, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I begged Yuer for several hours before she agreed to ask your mother about your position in the family business. I didn't expect to find you in a bar, but it doesn't matter, it won't hinder me from learning math with you." As soon as he entered, Beige pulled out several math books and said. Lu Feng was left speechless. Was Beige really this obsessed with math? He even came to a bar just to learn math with him. Bai Wanyue crossed her arms and said with annoyance, "Lu Feng, you are sinking into depravity, insisting on getting involved in the family business, and I won't interfere with that. But Beige is here today to learn math with you. I hope you know your limits and don't lead Beige astray, so he doesn't end up as complacent as you." "Here we go again." Lu Feng sighed. The moment they saw him, it was all sharp words and tension. "Did I steal your dog in my past life? Or blow up your outhouse with firecrackers? Is there really this much resentment? Besides, weren't you the ones who came to me to learn? It sounds like I'm desperately begging you to come." In the past, Lu Feng would have told them to get lost without a second thought. But today was different. He was plotting a big plan. The more people involved, the better. "Please, have a seat. I have something to attend to right now. Once I'm done, we can discuss math," Lu Feng said lightly. Hearing this, Ba Ge couldn't help but smile widely, scurrying to find a sofa to sit down. Bai Wanyue shot a fierce glare at Lu Feng, but when she saw the physics book on the table, her expression turned to one of surprise. Meanwhile, in the backstage room next to the VIP box, many young and beautiful hostesses were busy applying makeup, resting, and changing clothes. "Come on, change into your work clothes, and later everyone will stand on stage," Manager Jiang said, looking at the dozen or so female attendants borrowed from the neighboring hotel. Hearing Manager Zhang's words, the girls were puzzled. Wasn't it said that the work here was similar to that of the hotel, just cleaning? Serving drinks? What did it mean to stand on stage for the big boss to choose? When they saw the work clothes in front of them, they immediately understood Manager Zhang's meaning. The work clothes were minimal, consisting only of lingerie and panties. The material for those 2 parts was less than the size of a palm, even more revealing than sexy lingerie. If they wore that, every mole on their bodies would be clearly visible. In addition, there was a rope similar to a dog leash. No need to ask, it was definitely meant to be put on them. Most of the girls working as waitresses in hotels were from rural areas, lacking education, and wanting to establish themselves in the big city. There were also poor kids like Lee Jingya, who worked part-time to earn some tuition during the holidays. These girls were mostly conservative in thought and simple in character. Not to mention such revealing clothes, they couldn't accept it. Just that dog leash alone exceeded their psychological tolerance. "I'm sorry, boss, I can't wear these work clothes." "Boss, you promised cleaning and serving tea, how can you deceive us?" "Exactly, if I had known it was this kind of work, I wouldn't have come." We're leaving. Saying this, the girls turned to leave. Seeing this, Manager Jiang smiled coldly and directly pulled out several stacks of cash from his clothes. "Whoever stays, I'll pay her a day's salary in advance, 10,000 yuan. And if chosen by a customer, I'll give an additional 10% commission. Based on the bar's minimum consumption of 1,000 yuan, the commission would be 100 yuan. And there are plenty of bosses who spend millions at once. 10% could mean hundreds of thousands in commission. Just think about how long you would have to work to earn hundreds of thousands." As soon as these words were spoken, indeed, a divorced single mother was tempted. She was young and naive, having given birth to a child with a scumbag. After the divorce, she was raising her child alone in Yunhai City, living a very difficult life. Now, the opportunity to make big money was right in front of her, and she didn't want to miss it. "I'll stay." Manager Zhang nodded in satisfaction and looked at the others. Who else wants to stay? However, the girls looked at each other. In the end, they all shook their heads and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Manager Jiang became anxious. The young master of the Liu family was present in the venue. He was eager to achieve results to prove himself. If he angered his superiors and got fired, he feared he wouldn't be able to find a foothold in all of Yunhai City. Manager Jiang immediately revealed his true nature, his expression twisted. "Damn it, a bunch of filthy bitches pretending to be pure in front of me? Do you think this is a public toilet, where you can come and go as you please? Today, if anyone dares to go out that door, I'll make her crawl out." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen fierce-looking thugs, armed with weapons, surrounded the entrance, blocking any escape. The girls turned pale with fear, retreating a few steps. At that moment, a bold girl stepped forward, disdainfully saying, I don't believe you dare to do anything to me in broad daylight. It's already the 21st century, do you still want to force the innocent into prostitution? Is there no law anymore?" After saying this, the girl boldly walked towards the door. Manager Zhang's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, grabbing the girl's hair and dragging her back. "Ah!" The girl cried out in pain, stumbling and falling to the ground. Manager Jiang pulled her into the room as if she were a rag. In front of everyone, he slapped her face twice. While slapping her, he angrily cursed, "Damn it, you talk about the law with me? In this bar, I am the law." After the 2 slaps, Manager Jiang ignored the girl's cries and pointed at her, saying, "Damn it, you like serving tea and water, right? Strip her naked and send her to serve drinks to the guests. You want to provoke me and make me angry, this is what happens when you resist me." Seeing the horrifying scene before them, all the girls trembled in fear. At a loss, Li Jingya, feeling nervous, accidentally fell to the ground. For a moment, everyone looked at her. Manager Jiang also turned to Li Jingya, showing his gold teeth and revealing a sinister smile, saying, "Someone, help her up, change her clothes, and send her on stage. If she dares to struggle, strip her naked and send her to serve drinks to the guests." 2 of his lackeys nodded, yes. As the 2 thugs approached, reaching for her clothing buttons, Li Jingya was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "What's going on?" Everyone turned to look. It was Lu Feng, striding in confidently. He had intended to read quietly, but the noise next door was too distracting. With Bai Wanyue and Ba Gu also there, he couldn't concentrate at all, so he came to see what was happening. "Oh, young Master Lu, what brings you here?" Manager Jiang immediately changed his demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. Lu Feng did not respond, his gaze scanning everyone in the room. When he saw Li Jingya, he paused slightly. "This girl doesn't seem to be one of our bar staff, does she?" Lu Feng asked. "Shouldn't she be working at the hotel introduced by her mother? How did she end up in a bar?" Manager Jiang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Feng to grasp the bar's staff so quickly after just arriving. He dared not hide anything and recounted the entire situation. After listening to the explanation, Lu Feng nodded and continued to ask, "What about the clothes and the rope?" Manager Jiang smiled and explained, "Young master, it's your first day overseeing the place, so you might not know. Making them wear these clothes and putting on dog leashes is to make it easier for the guests to choose. Think about it. If they don't wear something revealing, how would the guests pick them? After saying this, manager Jiang pointed at Li Jingya, flattering, take this girl for example, look at her figure, her looks. If she wears such clothes and has a dog leash, leading her to the stage, by then, wouldn't she mesmerize the wealthy bosses? The manager displayed an extremely lewd smile. Lu Feng sneered, I didn't expect you to do anything for the revenue, impressive. Hearing Lu Feng's praise, manager Jiang first smiled, but then he froze, feeling something was off. He didn't think too much about it and continued, young master, the show is about to start. Why not let these girls change into their outfits quickly and get on stage? We can enjoy it together later? Lu Feng smiled coldly and nodded, sure, I can't wait. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya's heart sank. She looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, her expression astonished. Her eyes were filled with shock. In the ballroom, the lights flickered continuously, and the music was exhilarating. At this moment, the DJ took the microphone and said, welcome everyone to Midnight Bar, and now, it's time for the highly anticipated new selection of concubines. As soon as these words were spoken, all the guests erupted in excited cheers. The next second, click, 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 all the lights went out, and all the bar doors closed. The entire room was pitch black, unable to see a hand in front of one's face. In booth 44, Luyan's expression turned serious as she said, it's about to begin. According to the information provided by the superiors, the so-called new selection of concubines meant that the bar would recruit several new female employees every day, dressed in extremely revealing clothing, to be auctioned off to the guests. The highest bidder would gain the right to accompany them. Not to mention that this behavior is suspected of being a form of sexual trafficking. More importantly, most of the girls are not doing this voluntarily but are coerced and threatened. Once this is clarified and substantiated, it will constitute criminal offenses such as violating women's will and forced prostitution. With this evidence, they would be able to arrest the bar manager and all the staff without question. With so many people, surely one or two would confess, right? At that time, they could follow the clues and uproot all the grasshoppers on the same rope, targeting the Lu family directly. In the deer hunting mission conference room, the leaders and core members were all incredibly excited, their emotions surging. After 2.5 years, they were finally going to find the Lu family's weakness. It had not been easy. Comrades, next, we will witness history. Please everyone, keep your eyes wide open and miss no detail. Every piece of evidence will become a powerful proof to bring down the Lu group. The leader said, trembling with excitement. Yes. The core members responded in unison. Everyone's eyes widened, staring seriously at the screen. In the footage, the originally pitch-black bar suddenly illuminated with a beam of light shining on the stage. Like a morning star in the night, it deeply attracted the attention of every guest. As romantic jazz music began to play, click, click, the quiet bar was filled with the sound of high heels clicking. The sound was like a drumbeat, striking at the hearts of every guest and resonating with Lu Yun and all the members of the deer hunting mission. As the sound of the high heels gradually approached the stage, the next second, a group of staff dressed in bikinis stood in the beam of light. When everyone saw their faces, they were instantly stunned, dumbfounded, bewildered. Each person's gaze shifted from anticipation to confusion, and then from confusion to horror. The guests' mouths formed an O shape, their eyes vacant, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Even Lu Yun was left speechless, utterly incredulous. There stood manager Jiang and a group of burly thugs, dressed in scanty outfits, striking poses on stage. Scars adorned their bodies, exuding a murderous aura. The lingerie they wore highlighted their sensuality. Together, they created a bizarre image reminiscent of Zhang Fei in a bikini. Even more nauseating was manager Jiang, who was already overweight, now wearing such clothing. His flabby figure was on full display. His large belly resembled a giant beach ball. It was as disgusting as it could get. The eye-watering scene could no longer be described abstractly. It directly assaulted everyone's psychological defenses, causing a collapse in aesthetic appreciation and physical discomfort. Following this, the bar was filled with pulsating music. Boy next door, move it, come, ah, oh yeah, fuck you. The dynamic BGM, paired with manager Jiang and the thugs' seductive dance moves, made one core member in the deer hunting mission conference room unable to hold back any longer and vomit. Ugh! Seeing this, the leader suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and angrily scolded, "What a disgrace, can't you handle this level? When you were in the police academy, how did you train for physical fitness? What's more disgusting than eating in front of a cesspit?" Just as he finished speaking, manager Jiang on stage blew a flirtatious kiss. Moo! Coincidentally, his greasy face was right in front of Lu Yun's pinhole camera. The chief, seeing such a scene, had his pupils dilate sharply, and his expression turned grotesque. The next second, he couldn't help but let out a vomit sound. The core members saw the chief vomit and all stopped pretending, stretching their necks. They opened their mouths. Ugh, 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 ugh. In an instant, the sacred and solemn conference room was filled with the sounds of retching. Inside the bar, Lu Yun and a few colleagues covered their eyes with their hands, not wanting to see the dirty scene on stage. The guests on site could no longer hold back and began to curse. What the hell, is this for people to watch? Which idiot thought of this program? I want to stab him with a BYD. Where's the manager? Where the hell is the manager? I want to complain. The manager is dancing on stage. The one in the center is him. I bought a watch last year. This is my first time here. I heard the selection of concubines is very exciting, but I was really deeply stimulated. I need to go to a mental hospital. Open the door. I thought closing the door meant something big was going to happen, but it turns out they were afraid we would run away. I beg for a pair of eyes that haven't seen this. Damn it. Refund. The guests erupted with beautiful national essence, and some people couldn't stand the eye-watering scene and went to complain to the manager. They were told that the one dancing the most joyfully on stage was the manager. At this point, the guests were completely desperate, many shouting for a refund. But no matter how they shouted, no one came to attend to them, because the bar staff were also in line in the restroom to vomit. In the torturous minutes that followed, the dance finally ended. Manager Jiang and the little thugs fled the stage at a speed of 80 miles per hour, like wolves chasing their prey. If they were to participate in the Olympic sprint now, they would definitely win a good ranking. Below the stage, the guests touched their hearts, relieved to still be alive in this world. Lu Yun let out a sigh and lowered her hand that was blocking her eyes. The core members of the deer hunting mission also straightened their expressions, their gazes returning to the video screen. The chief said solemnly, "What on earth is going on? Why does the situation on site seriously contradict the information we investigated? Could it be that we really have a traitor in our organization? This shouldn't be the case." The chief questioned life. After the last incident with Lu Feng's positive energy video, he had dispatched a large number of personnel to examine the loyalty issues within the organization. But after rigorous assessments, he confirmed that every member was a trustworthy comrade. Could it be a coincidence? Lu Yun said softly. The chief nodded and said, "It seems we can only explain it this way." Just as the two finished speaking, the host in the bar walked onto the stage with a microphone. "We sincerely apologize, everyone. What just happened was a spontaneous performance by our manager, and we didn't expect such a poor response. Next, we will enter the second segment, Group Touch Dance. Don't worry, the participants in this dance are all young and beautiful hot girls, definitely not those few from before." Hearing this, the guests finally felt relieved. At last, it was a normal program. That previous segment of the gay performance almost took their lives. Is there anyone who can explain what Group Touch Dance is for those of us who are here for the first time at 0 Point Bar? Group Touch Dance is much more exciting than the newcomers selection. All the goddesses dance in the nude, with various large-scale movements. The scene is absolutely explosive. Fruit equals naked, that's right. After the goddesses finish dancing, they will randomly select guests for a close-up performance. I've heard you can even touch them. Damn, this is the show I want. Hee hee. I'm already looking forward to it. Lu Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing the guests' discussion. It was indeed a coincidence. The chief let out a sigh of relief and rallied, "Everyone, get ready. The main event is about to begin. And our main event is about to start." Received. The members of Zhulu reignited their fighting spirit. Everyone was full of confidence. At this moment, in the backstage room, Lu Feng watched as manager Jiang and his lackeys ran back as if fleeing, and a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 53 people. Reward, lifespan plus 5 hours. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He had only intended to punish the manager, but unexpectedly, it was also considered promoting positive energy. Since that was the case, he absolutely could not miss this great opportunity to extend his lifespan. What's the next program? Lu Feng asked Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang had just changed his clothes and nearly wet his diaper upon hearing Lu Feng's question, pleading, "Young master, the next show is a group touch dance. It requires nudity. Please don't make me go on. I promise, I will never force anyone into prostitution again. Please let me go." That's right. Lu Feng not only educated him thoroughly but also compensated the girl with 1 million for medical and emotional damages. As for the other girls, they were sent back to work at the hotel, including Li Jingya. The other small-time thugs also chimed in, begging, "Yes, young master, please let us go." Lu Feng feigned realization and said, "Oh, in that case, let the female staff go on. However, I have one request." Under everyone's gaze, the second program, the group touch dance, officially began. As the music started and the lights flashed, the guests erupted in excited shouts. Lu Yun stared at the stage in a daze, murmuring, "The fruit dance alone could determine a charge of public indecency." It seems this time, the Lu family cannot escape their doomed fate. Victory seemed to be within reach, but for some reason, Lu Feng's figure faintly appeared in her mind. Recalling the talent he displayed during the math competition, Lu Yun felt a pang of regret. This rare mathematical genius, about to be implicated due to his family's downfall, was truly a pity. Sad. Regrettable. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Next, let's welcome the goddesses to the stage. With the host's shout, amidst the cheers of the crowd, one by one, beautifully made-up tall women stepped onto the stage. Each goddess wore a headscarf, a floral cotton jacket on top, cotton pants below, and large cotton shoes on their feet as they stood on the stage. The guests were bewildered. This attire didn't look like something worn for a fruit dance in a bar at all. Those who didn't know would think a group from some northeastern village had come to harvest corn. What the hell? Where's the fruit dance? This outfit could stop bullets. Where's the manager? Get out here, I want a curse. Calm down, it might be a striptease? A striptease? That's also a possibility. Some guests were dissatisfied but could only treat it as a striptease and continued watching with expectations. But when the BGM started playing, everyone couldn't sit still. In the vast bar, a powerful soprano filled with positive energy slowly began to resonate. "Me and my motherland, we cannot be separated for a moment. No matter where I go, a song of praise flows out. I sing of every mountain, I sing of every river." Wafting smoke, a small village, a track on the road under the backdrop of music, the goddesses danced an elegant ethnic dance. Don't even mention striptease. Some bare-chested big brothers couldn't help but put on their clothes, fearing they would taint this peaceful atmosphere. Guest? Lu Yun? The chief? Key members of the deer hunting team? What the hell is going on here? Is this still a bar? Are we sure this isn't the Spring Festival Gala? In an instant, the bar patrons felt the drinks on the table turn into tea leaves. The clothes on their bodies transformed into formal attire. The scarves around their necks became red scarves. Backstage. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 533 people. Reward, lifespan plus 50 hours. Lu Feng listened to the system voice ringing in his ears, a satisfied expression on his face. So refreshing. Too refreshing. Just by playing some music, he could gain 50 hours of life. This is too easy to earn. But upon further thought, after all, it was his own bar. He couldn't just focus on extending his life while neglecting the guests' feelings. If the business went downhill, it would be hard to explain to his father. "Hey, you, come here." Lu Feng beckoned with his finger. Manager Jiang immediately ran over. "What's wrong, young master?" Manager Jiang was puzzled. He completely didn't understand what Lu Feng was up to. In just half an hour, the bar had received hundreds of complaints. If this continued, they would definitely go bankrupt. "Get me a microphone that connects to the stage. I want to sing." Lu Feng straightened his collar and said. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's mouth twitched. Great, now they were really going to go bankrupt. If it was just bad reviews and complaints, they could still handle it with some tricks. But if Lu Feng started singing, it might lead to a few casualties. Once, Lu Zhixiang had led Lu Feng and a group of big brothers to a gathering, and Manager Jiang was fortunate to be present. He vaguely remembered Lu Feng singing "The Genie is Too Beautiful." After hearing it, several big brothers went straight to the second-floor private room to vent their anger. They didn't come out all night, and their tempers were quite high. Although Manager Jiang was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it. After all, it was the Lu family's business, so he let this young master do as he pleased. At this moment, in the deer hunting task conference room, the chief and key members were completely baffled. What was going on? The previous selection of a new consort had turned into a gay dance frenzy. Now the group dance had transformed into a Dragon Kingdom gala scene. Was it another coincidence? But how could there be so many coincidences in the world? I really can't understand where the problem lies, the chief said, somewhat breaking down. As the leader of the entire organization, he had the obligation to be responsible for every detail of the process. He was sure there were no moles within the organization, and the mission had not been leaked. But how could everything happening right now be explained? For a moment, all the members of the deer hunting team, including Lu Yun, fell into deep thought. In the ballroom, the guests' dissatisfaction grew stronger, and some had even begun to protest. Just as it seemed a riot was about to break out, the host took the microphone and said, "Next, we have the young master of the Lu family, Lu Feng, to perform a song for everyone. We hope you enjoy it." Lu Feng is also here? Hearing this name, Lu Yun was somewhat surprised. She looked around and indeed found Lu Feng holding a microphone on the second floor. The guests were completely uninterested. Many shouted that they came to the bar for leisure, not to attend Lu Feng's personal concert. But when the rhythm began to play, everyone heard that enchanting melody, and in an instant, each person seemed to be entranced. They stopped making noise. They stopped causing a ruckus. Instead, they perked up their ears and began to enjoy it with great interest. The spring breeze of reform blows all over the land. Blows all over the land. The spring breeze blows all over the land. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are truly impressive. Truly impressive. The people are truly impressive. This world is too crazy. That's right. Lu Feng was surprised to find that the entertainment works in this world were slightly inferior to those of his previous life. For example, this song, a song titled The Reform Spring Breeze Blows All Over the Land, adapted from a skit by teacher Ben Shan, did not exist in this world. In his previous life, this song became a nationwide sensation as soon as it was released, and Lu Feng was confident he could conquer every guest in the bar with it. Of course, he sang this song for the bar's performance. As for whether he would step into the entertainment industry, that could wait for later. No injections, no medication. Just sitting here chatting with you. This is called talk therapy. Now, please listen to the first topic. Postpartum care for sows, wrong book taken. Soon, the first half was finished. The guests in the bar were deeply brainwashed by the melody and lyrics. Hey, this song is quite interesting. It's simply addictive. Oh no, this tune keeps echoing in my head. How ting! I didn't expect this young master from the Lu family to be quite talented. I want to record it and post it online. The views will definitely be high. I want to post it too. In no time, many people opened Douyin, filming videos of the song to share online. Just as these people said, as soon as the video was released, it attracted a lot of viewers. They received a massive number of likes, which also served as a significant advertisement for the 0-point bar. When the interlude ended, Lu Feng began to sing the second half. Many people couldn't help but join in singing along. Lu Feng, the reform spring breeze blows all over the land. Guests, blows all over the land, the spring breeze blows all over the land. Lu Feng, the people of Longwei are truly impressive. Guests, truly impressive, the people are truly impressive. Everyone sang while swaying their bodies. The atmosphere was electrifying, and there was no sign of trouble. Some core members couldn't help but sway along to Lu Feng's rhythm. At that moment, someone said, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at him. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, the member's heart tightened, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. The chief clenched his fists, nearly turning red with anger. Wonderful, wonderful cow demon. The last video conference had turned into Lu Feng's youth study session, and this time, it had become Lu Feng's gala night, the breakthrough for the Lu family. Why was it so hard to achieve? About 2 minutes later, the song ended. Wow! Colorful fireworks erupted above the bar. A large national flag swept across the sky, and as it passed over each area, people below raised their hands to touch it. This grand patriotic scene looked nothing like the presence of any criminals. Comrade Lu Yun, wrap it up. The chief sighed, issuing the order with disappointment. Lu Yun felt helpless upon hearing this. She and a few colleagues stood up, just about to leave. At that moment, a bar staff member next to Lu Yun spoke into the intercom. "Attention everyone, the young master's goods have arrived. To ensure discretion, please turn off all cameras. Also, the young master has instructed that no one should know about this batch of goods, including Master Xiong." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression instantly tensed. The goods appearing in the bar were being handled with such caution. Even the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhixiong, had to keep it a secret. Could it be Lu Feng was secretly selling white sugar here behind his father's back? The live stream hadn't been turned off yet, and upon hearing the staff's words, the chief immediately said seriously, "Comrade Lu Yun, don't leave just yet, observe for a while longer. Perhaps we might have an unexpected gain." Lu Yun responded and sat back down with her colleagues, just as the chief expected. About a few minutes later, at the entrance of the bar, a group of people sneaked in carrying several boxes. They looked around, saw that no one was paying attention, and quietly transported the items to the VIP room on the second floor. Not long after these boxes were brought in, another group of young thugs appeared at the door. About dozens of them, they entered the same VIP room on the second floor, bustling around. Lu Yun and all the members of the deer hunting team witnessed this scene. Coupled with the words of the staff member earlier, everyone was filled with excitement, and the flickering hope in their hearts reignited. The chief exclaimed, "As far as I know, Lu Zhixiong has explicitly forbidden it, the Lu family's enterprises absolutely cannot touch white sugar. But unexpectedly, this young master from the Lu family has hidden it from his father and brought us such a big surprise. It seems that Comrade Lu Yun can directly complete the task of monitoring Lu Feng and return to Beijing ahead of schedule. It should be noted that in Manhwa, white sugar is an absolute legal red line that cannot be crossed. Because of white sugar, how many drug enforcement officers sacrifice each year, and how many families are shattered. Therefore, once Lu Feng is caught, he will surely be imprisoned, and even a deity won't be able to help. Notify Team 2 to forcibly enter the room and search. We can close the net, the chief said excitedly. For this mission, 2 teams were dispatched. One team consisted of Lu Yun and the other reconnaissance personnel. The second team was made up entirely of well-trained armed police soldiers, who were responsible for protecting the safety of the first team while also tasked with capturing the criminals. As the chief issued the order, a dozen strong men suddenly surged out from the long queue at the bar entrance. They moved swiftly and soon surrounded the entrance of the bar. "What do you want?" the front desk staff exclaimed in fear upon seeing this scene. A man who looked like a team leader stepped forward, took out his credentials, and said, "We are the police. We have received a report that your bar is suspected of illegal goods trading, and we are here to conduct a search. Please cooperate with our work, thank you." Hearing this, the front desk lady breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought you were here for something else. It's just a search." Recently, these inspections have been getting more frequent. "Alright, hurry up and go in to check. Don't block the guests at the door." Team 2 members, on the second floor of the bar. After Lu Feng finished singing, a system prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 533 people. Reward, lifespan plus 50 hours. Comfortable. Another 50 hours of lifespan credited. In the future, when he wants to relax, coming to the bar to sing is not a bad idea. It's both leisure and a way to extend his life, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone." At this moment, Manager Jian walked over, speaking respectfully, "Young master, the goods and people you wanted have all arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded and returned to the VIP room. Pushing open the door, he saw that the room was filled with people. On the left, a group of young thugs were smoking, drinking, and chatting. On the right, Li Jingya, Bai Wanyue, and Beige were sitting on the sofa, cautiously observing the group of thugs. When they saw Lu Feng enter, the thugs immediately stepped forward and shouted in unison, "Lu Gu." "Whom?" Lu Feng nodded. At this moment, Bai Wanyue asked incredulously, "Lu Feng, what do you want with so many people? And what's in this box?" Lu Feng did not answer, turning to Manager Jiang and saying, "You can leave now. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Also, let me remind you again, do not tell my father about today's events." Manager Jiang hesitated a bit but still nodded, "I understand, young master." After Manager Jiang left, Lu Feng waved his hand and said, "Open the boxes, check the goods." Outside the room, Manager Jiang looked at the tightly closed door of the private room, like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. Although Lu Feng hadn't told him what was in the box, just the thought that Lu Zhixiong had strictly forbidden any white sugar in the bar, combined with Lu Feng's warning not to tell his father about this matter, made it clear that the box contained white sugar. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately decided to report this matter to Lu Zhixiong. Soon, the call connected. Manager Jiang got straight to the point, "Master Xiong, it seems that the young master has brought a batch of white sugar into the bar." As soon as he said this, Lu Zhixiong's angry voice erupted from the phone, "That little bastard, didn't you tell him we never touched these things?" Manager Jiang silently put on a mask of pain. He wanted to say, but who would dare? Lu Feng's methods of getting back at people were well known throughout the bar. He certainly didn't want to wear a bikini and dance on stage again. Knowing that Manager Jiang had his reasons, Lu Zhixiong said, "Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter. I'll go over personally in a bit." Hearing this, Manager Jiang felt a surge of relief and said, "Alright, Master Xiong, I understand." Just as he was about to hang up, suddenly, members of the second team on a deer hunting mission rushed up the stairs. Before Manager Jiang could react, the armed police surrounded him and the nearby thugs. "Don't move, police. We suspect that your bar is illegally selling prohibited items, and we are here to search. Please cooperate immediately." Looking at these people, Manager Jiang didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just another routine check. But upon further thought, something felt off. As the bar's boss, he usually received notifications for search operations, but this time, he hadn't received any word at all. "Which unit are you from? Do you have a search warrant?" Manager Jiang asked with a serious expression. The team leader stepped forward, handed him a piece of paper, and sneered, "This is the search warrant. As for which unit we are from, it's written on it. Take a look and you'll know." Manager Jiang leaned in. When he saw the 6 characters Beijing Police Headquarters, he was instantly dumbfounded. "You are from Beijing?" Manager Jiang exclaimed, his vision darkening. "If you know, then step aside," the team leader said firmly. Whoosh! Manager Jiang's body went weak. If it weren't for a few of his younger brothers supporting him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. His heart raced, and his fingers trembled. Since they were sent from Beijing, it meant this was not just a formality. This time, they were serious. Throughout this, Manager Jiang's phone had not been hung up. Therefore, every word of their conversation had been heard clearly by Lu Zhixiong. Boom! Lu Zhixiong's mind exploded, his expression extremely serious. He had thought that one day, Beijing would eventually take action against the Lu family, but he never expected the move to be so swift, with no warning, completely catching him off guard. If it were any other day, it would be one thing, but today, it was his son, Lu Feng, who was in charge at the 0-point bar. Even more terrifying was that Lu Feng had secretly brought in a batch of white sugar behind his back. Once the evidence was solid, even the King of Heaven would have to face the music. That little brat is really driving me crazy. Lu Zhixiong was furious. For over a decade, he had never let him run the bar, and yet on the first day, such a big incident occurred. He even suspected that it was precisely because Lu Feng's purchase of white sugar had exposed their tracks, prompting Beijing to take action against the Lu family ahead of time. "Old Jiang, hold on, no matter what. You have to stall until I get there," Lu Zhixiong whispered into the phone, but he didn't realize that the other end was on speakerphone. Not only could Manager Jiang hear, but the members of the second team on site could also hear everything clearly. The captain sneered and shouted, "Master Lu, it doesn't matter if it's you or anyone else who comes today." Click. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong directly hung up the phone. With a dark expression, he drove his car urgently towards the 0-point bar. In the Zhulu conference room, the chief and the members all smiled broadly at the scene, each face lit up with joy. The bar manager's collapse. Lu Zhixiong's hurried tone. It was enough to prove that their judgment was correct. Lu Feng was indeed doing something illicit in the private room. Thinking of this, the chief excitedly said, "All members of Team 2, immediately enter the private room and apprehend the suspect." On the second floor, outside the VIP room, Manager Jiang and the thugs stood at the door, blocking all the Team 2 members outside. The captain, seeing this, angrily said, "What do you want? Are you trying to obstruct law enforcement? Do you believe I can arrest all of you right now?" Manager Jiang clutched his stomach, a pained expression on his face, and said, "Officer, my stomach hurts, I can't move." The other thugs echoed, "Yeah, oh, it hurts so much. I can't even move. I'm afraid if I take another step, I'll mess my pants." Seeing the other side acting like hooligans, the captain gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Get them out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, several team members stepped forward to pull Manager Jiang away from the door. At that moment, Manager Jiang, who had been squatting, suddenly flopped down onto the ground. Weighing over 300 pounds, he lay there like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Several officers tried to lift him for a long time but couldn't budge him an inch. With no other options, the captain, feeling ruthless, pulled out a crackling electric baton and said, "This is the last warning. Please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Seeing this scene, the thug who had been clutching his stomach suddenly felt better. Even Manager Jiang was taken aback, quickly standing up to make way. The captain smiled triumphantly, and just as he was about to push open the private room door, suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a minute." Everyone turned to look. It was Lu Zhixiong, rushing over with a phone in hand. "Hello, officer, I have a friend in the capital who hopes you can take a call." Saying this, he gestured with the phone screen towards the captain. The captain glanced at the caller ID, his heart sank, realizing the Lu family's powerful background. He hadn't expected that even this person could be invited. But then, the captain shook his head and said lightly, "Sorry, we are not within his jurisdiction." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's heart sank. His face turned a deep shade of purple, and he became extremely gloomy. The oppressive aura he exuded made even the members of Team 2 shiver. It seemed that today, no matter what, Lu Feng could not avoid this ordeal. The captain let out a disdainful sneer, then pushed open the private room door. Creak! The door opened. However, when everyone saw the scene inside, they were all stunned. As the door swung open, the scene in the room came into view. Lu Feng was standing in front of a blackboard filled with formulas, holding a math book in his left hand and a teaching stick in his right. Around him, dozens of thugs were intently watching the blackboard, each with a serious expression. At that moment, a thug flicked off some ash and raised his hand to ask, "Brother Lu, the second question is clearly about adding two numbers. but why does the result equal 0? Lu Feng explained, I just covered this, any number added to its opposite equals 0. You clearly weren't paying attention, do 50 push-ups as punishment. Upon hearing this, the thug looked dejected and reluctantly started doing push-ups. The others burst into laughter, counting and mocking him. What a fool! Brother Lu explained it so clearly, I understood it in one go, and you still didn't learn it. Alright, do it well. For everyone that slips, 10 will be punished. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. The punished thug cursed with a red face, damn it, just wait, I'll study seriously later. With our IQ, we will definitely crush you. The captain at the door was stunned, his face showing a look of astonishment. What's going on? This scene before him didn't look like selling white sugar at all. It looked more like a tutoring class. In the conference room, Lu Yun, the chief, and the members of the deer hunting team watched this scene on the screen, all of them dumbfounded. Each person widened their eyes, looking at the screen in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if to confirm. Is this for real? Lu Feng was not only not selling rock candy, but he was also tutoring these thugs in math? They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them. No, Lu Feng must have hidden the white sugar somewhere. This is all a facade he created. The chief frowned tightly, resolutely stating. The other members nodded in agreement. Manager Jiang had blocked the door for so long, making such a commotion that even a deaf person inside could hear it. Everyone believed that Lu Feng must have hidden the white sugar during that time and was now putting on a show with a group of small thugs. Search the scene immediately. The chief's voice was powerful and commanding. Inside the VIP room, after hearing the order, the captain waved his hand, and the team members immediately filed in. It was at this moment that Lu Feng noticed a group of people standing at the entrance of the room. Upon closer inspection, he saw that his father, Lu Zhixiong, was also among the crowd. Oh no! Lu Feng's heart sank. In order to extend his lifespan, he had specially brought in a batch of books and called a group of thugs to set up a math tutoring class here. Although the number of people was small, these thugs had poor basic skills, and just teaching them the multiplication table could earn him several hours of lifespan. In just half an hour, Lu Feng had already gained over 2 days of lifespan rewards. Because of this, Lu Feng had instructed all the bar staff to ensure that his father did not find out about this matter. Otherwise, with his temper, he would definitely break his legs. But unexpectedly, the matter was still exposed in the end. Dad, I was wrong. Lu Feng walked over, ready to admit his mistake. However, Lu Zhixiong was not angry. He looked at the second team members rummaging through the room and quietly asked, Where did you hide the stuff? Lu Feng was taken aback. What stuff? Now, Lu Zhixiong was truly angry, suppressing his fury as he said, The knife is already at your neck, and you're still playing dumb. These people are undercover agents sent from the capital. I can't protect you later. Quickly say, where is the white sugar hidden? Lu Zhixiong also believed that his son had hidden the white sugar, so he wanted to know the exact location, hoping to salvage the current situation. Upon hearing the words white sugar, Lu Feng understood. So his father thought he was doing that thing in the bar? No wonder these plainclothes officers looked familiar. They were all sent from the capital. For Lu Feng, even though he hadn't sold white sugar, he couldn't tell the truth about the tutoring class, or he would still end up getting beaten. Thinking of this, Lu Feng quietly replied, I'm not dealing in white sugar. It was Bai Wanyue who told me that people from the capital would be sent to the midnight bar as undercover agents. So, I specifically called a group of thugs to pretend to sell white sugar. In reality, I wanted to use this opportunity to flush out the undercover agents. This answer was perfect. It not only explained what was happening but also made his father think that he had a very close relationship with Bai Wanyue. Sure enough, when Lu Zhixiong heard this, his eyes nearly popped out. His expression changed from gloomy to sunny. Then, it turned from sunny to a 10-level sunburn. His mouth opened wide, and he looked like he was about to burst into laughter. Ah, so that's how it is. Lu Zhixiong laughed heartily, excitement overflowing. How could he not be happy? The reason for letting Lu Feng pursue Bai Wanyue was to rely on the Bai family's stronghold in the future, allowing the Lu family to stand more firmly. Now, with an undercover agent sent from the capital, he, as the head of the Lu family, was unaware. However, Lu Feng had received the news in advance through Bai Wanyue. What did this indicate? A great achievement was about to be accomplished. Moreover, Lu Feng had entered the fray himself, using the situation to expose the undercover agent. Such cleverness made Lu Zhixiong feel he could retire early. The members of the second team, who were rummaging through the house, were somewhat annoyed to see Lu Zhixiong suddenly laughing. What are you laughing at? The captain asked coldly. After searching for a long time, they found nothing but some math textbooks. Anyone would be emotional in such a situation. I suddenly thought of something happy, Lu Zhixiong said, maintaining a straight face. The captain, furious, said, Don't think that hiding things will make it all right. You all won't be able to operate today. Everyone, go search outside. even if you have to turn the entire bar upside down, you must find it. Upon hearing this, the other members nodded in unison, yes. Hearing this, manager Jiang became restless. The bar's daily revenue was in the hundreds of thousands, especially since today was Sunday. Reaching $1 million was not a problem. If they continued searching like this, that $1 million would likely go down the drain. At this moment, Lu Feng stepped forward and pointed to the camera on the wall, saying, "There's a recording, why go through all the trouble of searching the entire bar?" Upon hearing this, the captain gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, then we'll watch the recording. Don't think you can secretly delete some segments and get away with it. We have technical personnel here." After saying this, a bespectacled member of the second team stepped forward. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone quickly arrived at the monitoring room. They pulled up the surveillance footage and everyone began to watch seriously. On the screen, it showed an hour ago. The bar staff sneaked in with several boxes into the VIP room. The boxes remained untouched after being placed inside. Not long after, the door opened again, and dozens of thugs swaggered in. Once inside, these thugs smoked, drank, and chatted. After another 10 minutes, when Lu Feng shouted, "Open the boxes, check the goods," several thugs stepped forward and opened all the boxes. The staff enlarged the surveillance footage, and it was revealed that the boxes were filled with math books. High school, middle school, even elementary school. Immediately after, Lu Feng stood in front of the blackboard and began to teach slowly. Until half an hour later, when the captain burst in with a group of people, there was no need to watch the rest of the footage. At this moment, the technician responsible for examining the tape came over and said, "Report, Captain, after investigation, the video has not undergone any post-processing. It is indeed the original video." Upon hearing the technician's response, the second team captain, Lu Yun, and all the members of the Zulv organization fell into silence, completely dumbfounded. In the Zulv task conference room, all members wore expressions of disbelief. Stunned, dumbfounded. The thugs who usually didn't study well were secretly taking lessons from Lu Feng. Who would believe that? And in such a noisy environment as a bar. Clearly, it was a place for 857, yet you managed to get into 985? Even more ridiculous was Lu Feng. If he wanted to buy books, he could just buy them, sneaking around like he was stealing a dog, and not even letting his father know. In such a situation, anyone would think the worst. The chief clenched his fists, angrily saying, "All right, let's disband." This mission not only ended up being a waste of effort but also exposed the existence of the Zulv organization. In the future, Lu Zhixiong would surely be more vigilant. As a result, the task of bringing down the Lu family seemed to be getting further from success. Inside the bar's private room, after receiving the order, the captain decisively led a group of people, looking disheveled, out of the bar. Lu Yun, not yet exposed, deliberately waited an extra 5 minutes before quietly leaving to avoid suspicion. The storm had passed. The bar returned to its usual state. In the VIP room, Lu Zhixiong noticed that Bai Wanyue was also inside, which made him trust Lu Feng's explanation even more. Thinking about how they had managed to get through the crisis today, all thanks to this future daughter-in-law, Lu Zhixiong happily took out a bank card and said to Lu Feng, "You little rascal, you don't have to watch the place today. Go accompany Wanyue for some shopping. Whatever Wanyue likes, just buy it for her. If it doesn't cost at least 10 million, I'll break your legs when you come back." Lu Feng. Immediately after, Lu Zhixiong turned to the young ruffians and said, "You guys don't need to stay here anymore. Go outside to drink and have fun. All expenses today are on the house." These young ruffians were all students from the 13th middle school, and the black bear from the school gate that day was among them. The ruffians looked at this legendary idol in front of them, excitedly nodded, and said in unison, "Thank you, Uncle Xiong." In no time, everyone in the room had left. In the large VIP room, only Lu Feng, Bai Wanyue, and Beige remained. "Let's go," Lu Feng said. Since they couldn't hold a tutoring class, it was better to find a quiet place to read for a while and extend his lifespan. Although it wasn't much, at least it was better than nothing. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue retorted, "Who wants to go shopping with you?" Lu Feng? Not a buddy. Who said anything about taking you shopping? He would rather squat by the street and play with stray cats than be with Bai Wanyue. Every time they were together, it was either mockery or lecturing. Why put himself through that? Bye. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to her and turned to leave. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly found 2 burly bodyguards had been waiting here for a long time. "Young master, Uncle Xiong has instructed us to protect you and the Bai family's young lady, and to supervise you spending 10 million. If you can't spend it all, we'll break your legs," one of the bodyguards said. Lu Feng was completely stunned. He thought his father was just joking. He didn't expect it to be serious? It seemed that shopping today was unavoidable. Bai Wanyue would definitely not agree, so Lu Feng looked at Beige. Shall we change places to discuss math? As soon as he said this, Beige was so excited he almost wet himself, saying, sure, no problem, let's go. With that, he jumped and landed right next to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Bai Wanyue couldn't sit still anymore. The reason she came here was to prevent Beige from being led astray by Lu Feng, so she accompanied him to supervise. But now, bastard! Bai Wanyue angrily cursed. Then she stood up and hurried to catch up with the two. Lu Feng smiled lightly. Little one, isn't it easy to handle you? Under the covert protection of the bodyguards, the three slowly walked out of the bar. It was now 11 a.m., and even though it was October, the temperature outside was over 30 degrees. The bustling street was filled with voices and continuous traffic. Just as Lu Feng was pondering how to spend 10 million, Beige could no longer contain his desire to learn and pointed to a coffee shop, saying, look, there's a Starbucks, perfect for us to discuss math. Let's go, I'll treat you to coffee. Lu Feng considered it and thought it was fine. There was still plenty of time. He would think about spending money later and first read a bit to extend his lifespan. Just as they were about to enter Starbucks, Lu Feng suddenly spotted a familiar figure. At the entrance of the shop, on a bench, several police officers were sweating profusely while eating boxed lunches. Among them was Li Fu, who had been on duty at the school gate that Friday after school. Brotherly, Lu Feng greeted politely. The original owner of the body had caused quite a bit of trouble at school, and almost every time, Li Fu personally came to mediate, showing great concern for Lu Feng. Oh, Xiao Chun, what a coincidence, out playing with classmates. Have you had lunch? I have a box of fried noodles here, come try it, it tastes really good. Li Fu smiled, holding up a lunchbox. Lu Feng waved his hand and politely said, no thanks, brotherly, I'm not hungry yet. On such a hot day, why don't you go sit inside? There's air conditioning in there. As a global chain coffee shop, when there are few customers, both the inside and outside chairs can be occupied. This not only helps boost the shop's popularity but also attracts a wave of customers. Right now, there were only 1 or 2 tables occupied inside, and it was so hot outside. Li Fu and the others sat outside, their police shirts already soaked with sweat. Li Fu shook his head and said, they need to do business, and we haven't ordered anything, so it's already quite embarrassing to sit here. Besides, we'll just eat and leave, it won't take long. You guys hurry inside, it's hot outside, don't just sit here in the sun. Hearing this, Lu Feng said, alright, brotherly, we'll go in now. After bidding farewell to Li Fu, Lu Feng and the others slowly walked into the shop. Bagu ordered 3 cups of fresh coconut latte, then found a spot and plopped down. Splash! Lu Feng, like a magician, pulled out a physics book from his clothes and began to read it with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading high school physics. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Physics knowledge plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. This is the feeling, comfortable. Soon, Lu Feng was immersed in the joyful ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. Bai Wanyue had a look of disbelief on her face. She couldn't have seen it wrong, could she? Lu Feng was now so eager to learn? He even had to read a book while drinking coffee? Bagu timidly said, Lu Feng, didn't you say you would teach me math? Why are you reading physics? Without looking up, Lu Feng replied, if you have questions, just ask. Hearing this, Bagu was no longer polite and threw out a difficult problem he encountered in discrete mathematics. Lu Feng hardly thought about it. While flipping through the physics book, he explained it to him. In just a few words, he solved a problem that had troubled Bagu for half a year. Upon hearing Lu Feng's answer, Bagu was completely convinced. A genius. A god. He was extremely excited inside, more determined than ever to take Lu Feng as his master. Bai Wanyue also secretly marveled at Lu Feng's proficiency in mathematics. It's just a pity. Lu Feng had no grand ambitions and only wanted to rely on the family business. This was in stark contrast to her self-reliant philosophy. Just as the few of them sat inside, each lost in their thoughts, suddenly, at the front desk of Xingbake, a female staff member frowned as she looked at Li Fu and the others outside. She strode to the shop entrance and said aggressively, what's going on with you guys? This is a place for business, not your dining table. Hurry up and leave, don't just occupy the place without ordering. So annoying, it's infuriating. Because the staff member's voice was loud, the customers inside, including Lu Feng, all looked outside. They saw Li Fu and the others clearly stunned. Sorry for disturbing your business, we'll leave right now, Li Fu said with an apologetic smile. After saying that, he and a few colleagues quickly packed up the lunchboxes on the table. They then left their seats and went to a nearby green area to continue eating. Seeing them leave, the female staff member showed a look of disdain, returned to the shop, and complained to her colleagues, these police officers really have no manners, not ordering a single drink, just taking up space for free. All dirty, their clothes are soaked with sweat, it stinks. I don't know how people like this become police officers, they have no professional ethics at all. I'm going to report them later, the female staff member complained. Lu Feng and the few tables of customers in the shop frowned at this scene. Just then, Li Fu, who had already left, suddenly turned back. He and several colleagues had conducted a night-long arrest operation, having not slept a wink or eaten a bite since last night. Therefore, he had only ordered 2 portions of fried noodles to fill his hungry stomach. Due to his exhaustion, he accidentally left 1 portion of fried noodles on the table when he left, so he turned back to retrieve his fried noodles. At this moment, the female staff member had already come outside with her colleagues, carrying towels and disinfectant, to the bench. It should be noted that when Li Fu and the others were eating, each of them had a newspaper under their bottoms. Despite this, facing the clean and tidy chairs, the female staff member still sprayed disinfectant with a look of disdain, wiping them down continuously. Spray the disinfectant a few more times, there are bacteria all over. Here and there, spray it all. After wiping the chairs, she looked up and happened to see the leftover fried noodles on the table. Without a second thought, the female staff member swung her arm and directly knocked the takeout box away. Crash! The takeout box flew several meters away. The fried noodles inside scattered all over the ground. It's so dirty, the female staff member said with a disgusted expression. Lu Feng and the customers in the shop couldn't help but feel a bit upset at this situation. First, the outside area is a public space. You placed the chairs outside, occupying a public pathway. Why can't people sit? Second, there weren't many customers in the shop. They wouldn't delay your business. They could eat and leave in 5 minutes, so why chase them away? Third, what kind of attitude is this? If you don't want others to sit, just say it nicely, why be so rude? Li Fu stood frozen in place. He didn't quite understand. He just wanted to borrow a chair to eat, so why was he treated with such disdain? Even though he felt confused, Li Fu didn't get angry and still apologized, saying, "I'm very sorry for causing you trouble at work. I hope you can understand." After saying this, Li Fu used his hand to scoop the fried noodles from the ground back into the takeout box and turned to walk towards the trash can. The female staff member frowned tightly at Li Fu's actions. She took out her phone and recorded the scene. While filming, she said, "Guys, who understands? I encountered a few police officers at work today who are particularly rude. They didn't order anything and still had the nerve to occupy our chairs. Not to mention they were all sweaty, but they even picked up the fried noodles from the ground with their hands. How disgusting." After filming this, the girl showed the video to her colleague and joked, "See, your husband." Upon hearing this, the colleague pretended to be angry and retorted, "Nonsense, he's clearly your husband." Your husband. Your husband. The two of them laughed and started playfully hitting each other. Such a terrible attitude made Li Fu's colleagues unable to stand it any longer. One of the officers walked over and angrily scolded, "Is it really necessary to speak so hurtfully just because they sat in your chairs for a while?" As the team leader, Li Fu quickly intervened, saying, all right, let's go, we still have patrols to do." Upon hearing this, the female staff member became displeased and retorted, "If my words hurt, first you have to be human. Are you doing human things? I work hard to earn a living. Why should I be disgusted by you? You think you can take our chairs for free and still have a reason? Can the police do whatever they want? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're in uniform. As long as I haven't broken the law, you have no reason to arrest me. Get away from our shop, it stinks, and what if it affects our business?" After saying this, the female staff member spat on the ground. Such excessive behavior even made Li Fu, as the team leader, feel a bit angry. As he pulled his colleague back, he shouted at the female clerk, "Why don't you just say a little less? Aren't you just working in this store? Why take it so seriously?" As soon as he said this, it seemed to hit a nerve with the clerk. Her expression immediately darkened, and she turned on her phone to record again, "Everyone, look. The little dog is anxious. The little dog is angry and wants to bite. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Bite me. Bite me." Hearing her mockery, Li Fu's anger surged instantly, his fists nearly crushing. But considering the consequences, he resolutely turned to leave. "If you're scared, just hurry up and roll away, you little bug who likes to take advantage. With your kind of quality, you deserve to eat street food," the female clerk scolded with a laugh. At that moment, Lu Feng, sitting in the store, could no longer bear to watch. He put down the physics book in his hand, his expression cold, and slowly walked towards the female clerk. Since reasoning didn't work, he understood a bit of fighting. The scene at the store entrance. Not only could Lu Feng not stand it, but even the gentle Bai Wanyue and Beige were a bit angry. Therefore, they not only did not stop him but were also glad that Lu Feng was there. Since ancient times, evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Lu Feng walked out of the store, giving Li Fu a glance. The meaning was simple: let them leave quickly, or else it would be hard for him to act. After all, he couldn't hit someone in front of the police. Li Fu nodded in understanding. Patrol time is up, let's go. Li Fu patted his colleagues on the shoulder. Seeing the captain speak, even though his colleagues were very angry, they didn't dare to say anything more. One by one, they left with red faces, fuming. As they walked away, the female clerk became even more arrogant, shouting in the direction they left, "What's wrong? Realizing you're in the wrong? Too embarrassed to stay? Don't go, keep arguing with me. You little bugs who like to take advantage, dare to come back, and I'll scold you again." Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of passers-by. Just as Lu Feng was about to reach her, suddenly, a young couple carrying several bags of food stormed over. Judging by their angry expressions, they had probably been paying attention to this matter from the start and knew the whole story. The boy and the couple stepped forward, angrily saying, "Is it just because you're sitting there eating? Why are you so sharp-tongued? Others can sit, but the police who maintain social order can't sit. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you know that they didn't sleep all night last night, chasing criminals the whole time?" It turned out, last night, this couple was out shopping. Passing by an alley, they were suddenly confronted by a few drunken thugs who rushed out, brandishing knives to rob them. The two didn't dare to resist and handed over everything they had. They were from out of town, working in Yunhai City, and without money, survival was a problem. After Li Fu received the case and heard about their ordeal, he immediately led a team to catch the criminals. It wasn't until morning that they apprehended the criminals on the highway and returned all the money to the couple. To express their gratitude, the couple wanted to treat Li Fu and the others to a meal, but they refused, citing the need to patrol later. Helpless, they could only pack some food from the restaurant to treat a few officers. But unexpectedly, just after they bought the food, they witnessed the earlier scene. The girl in the couple chimed in, "Exactly. It's not like we took anything from you. Here's 1,000 yuan. Consider it my treat for them." You immediately invite them back and apologize in person. Saying this, she pulled out 10 red bills from her pocket and stuffed them into the female clerk's hand. The clerk stared at the 1,000 yuan in her hand, momentarily stunned. Then she smiled, but soon, her expression turned sinister as she raised the cash. With a loud bang, she threw it hard at the girl's face. Bills scattered all over the ground. The female clerk pointed at her nose and scolded, "Don't think you're something special just because you have a few stinky bills. They didn't sleep all night. What does that have to do with me? If they die suddenly, it's none of my business. Get lost quickly. If you make me angry, I'll make sure you regret it. Damn it, I didn't check the calendar before going out today. Why do I keep running into idiots?" The girl who was hit was stunned. The boy beside her was also taken aback. Once he regained his composure, his anger surged. "You beast, if I don't deal with you today, it would be against the heavens." With that, the boy rolled up his sleeves and was about to strike the female clerk. However, the clerk not only showed no fear but instead wore a provocative smile and said, "Dare to hit me? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Have you heard of the Crossing River Dragon? With one call, I can take your life. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing the words Crossing River Dragon, the boy, who had been filled with rage, instantly deflated like a punctured ball. His eyes cleared, and his expression became dazed. He calmed down, and the fist he had raised slowly lowered. In Yunhai City, no one was unaware of the name Crossing River Dragon. Even he, a newcomer, was no exception. It was said that this person was ruthless and efficient. He was also quite capable in management. Therefore, all the bars owned by the Lu family in Yunhai City were almost managed by this Crossing River Dragon, making his status not to be underestimated. The female clerk, seeing the man's reaction, couldn't help but laugh. She took out her phone, displayed a number with a note, and said proudly, "Do you see it clearly? Do you recognize my husband, the Crossing River Dragon's number?" Before he could respond, the clerk raised her hand and slapped him across the face, scolding, "Damn it, how could a poor loser like you even know my husband's phone number? You filthy dog from the lower class, my husband could crush you with just one finger." Seeing her boyfriend being hit, the girl couldn't hold back any longer and asked with red eyes, "What right do you have to hit someone?" As soon as she finished speaking, the boy hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, "Okay, stop talking. We can't afford to mess with this person. Let's hurry home, our son should be waking up soon, and we need to feed him." Clearly, he was not only the girl's boyfriend but also a father. He was the pillar of the family. Just then, several front desk employees from the Xingbake store came out, confused, and asked, "What's going on? Why is there still a commotion?" The female clerk, seeing her colleagues come out, seemed eager to show off her power in front of everyone. She proudly said to the couple, "Leave? Who allowed you to leave? Kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, no one is leaving here today." Upon hearing this, the boy's pupils dilated sharply. He trembled with anger, but looking at his girlfriend and thinking of their hungry son at home, he clenched his fists, his eyes hollow, and stiffly turned around. Damn, are we really going to kneel? Sister, you're too powerful. 666, from now on, I'm following you, several employees exclaimed. Hearing her colleague's flattery, the female clerk covered her mouth in delight. Then, she looked at the hesitant boy, her smile abruptly stopping, her expression changing as she scolded, "Damn it, kneel already. What are you waiting for?" As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, Lu Feng walked over from the side and kicked the female clerk. Boom! The kick was heavy. The female clerk flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, face down, landing in a way that made her look ridiculous. The detergent in her hand fell to the ground, splattering onto Lu Feng's shoes. Ah! The girl let out a terrible scream. She struggled to get up, looking around, her whole being in a state of rage. Damn it, who kicked me? I'm going to kill you. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced 25 people. Reward, plus 2 hours of lifespan. Hearing the system notification in her ear, Lu Feng waved at the couple, signaling them to leave. The two, seeing this, dared not linger and hurriedly took their food and left. Immediately after, Lu Feng turned to the female clerk, her expression emotionless, and said, "Kick you? No, no, no. I still want to slap you." With that, Lu Feng raised her hand and slapped the other person. The female clerk hadn't recovered from her shock when, the next second, smack. Ah! The female clerk was once again sent flying 2 meters away. When she got up again, all her previous arrogance was gone. Her eyes were filled with fear. You have the guts to let me make a call. I'll call someone. The female clerk trembled. Go ahead. Lu Feng rubbed her sore fist, looking completely unconcerned. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, honey, where are you? Someone is deliberately causing me trouble, not only scolding me but also hitting me. Hurry over, woo woo woo. Hearing her complaint, Lu Feng was speechless. This ability to turn black and white was indeed impressive. Not long after, a luxury car slowly stopped by the roadside. Click! The car door opened. The next second, Manager Jiang hurriedly jumped out. Who the hell dares to hit my baby? Seeing Manager Jiang, the female clerk rushed into his arms, crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. Woo woo woo, you finally came. If you hadn't come sooner, I would have been bullied to death by that person. Manager Jiang felt heartbroken and, suppressing his anger, asked, What happened? Didn't you report my name, Jiang Long? The girl pounded her small fists against his chest, crying and acting spoiled. It's because I reported your name that I got hit. You always brag that as long as I report your name, no one in Yunhai City would dare to touch me. But now, look at how badly I've been beaten. It's all your fault, woo woo woo. Manager Jiang felt guilty and comforted her. Don't cry, baby, it's indeed my fault. Today, I will definitely avenge you. Where is that person? Upon hearing this, the female clerk immediately pointed at Lu Feng. Manager Jiang followed her finger and looked over. There stood Lu Feng, hands behind her back, a mysterious smile on her face, staring directly at him. As soon as Manager Jiang's gaze met Lu Feng's, he froze in place. In an instant, cold sweat swept over him. Recalling how he had just been cursing and swearing, Manager Jiang wished he had a time machine to go back. Even if it meant dying, he would never come to avenge this little lover. At this moment, Lu Feng walked over, smiling without sincerity, and said, Manager Jiang, when looking for a girlfriend, you need to keep your eyes open, you can't just want any woman. Then, Lu Feng recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After hearing Lu Feng's account, Manager Jiang's face turned red, anger written all over it. Smack! Manager Jiang slapped the female clerk hard across the face, scolding, Damn you, you heartless bitch, do you want to die? The female clerk covered her face, her eyes wide in disbelief. She was completely stunned. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be avenging her? She had even planned to make Lu Feng kneel and apologize. But now, how did it turn into a slap for her? Who was this person in front of her? Just a few words and her boyfriend believed him? Before she could react, Manager Jiang yanked her hair, pulling her down hard onto the ground. While beating her, he cursed fiercely, You mother ******. I was really blind to have gotten involved with you. You shameless filthy whore, even if you were sold to a brothel, no one would want you. You even insult the police. Today, I'll beat you to death, you worthless piece of trash. Manager John's anger wasn't solely because the other party insulted Li Fu. The more important reason, the capital had already set its sights on the Lu family. After the bar incident in the morning, those people hadn't gone far. Lu Zhixiong had specifically instructed him to keep a low profile in the coming days and to avoid causing any trouble. But now, It hadn't even been an hour. His mistress was publicly insulting the police, and she was doing it under his name, committing all sorts of misdeeds. If it attracted the attention of those people in the capital and inadvertently implicated the Liu family, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Manager Jiang charged at her like a wild beast, his fists moving so fast they left after images. The female employee was beaten to a pulp, unable to utter a word. At that moment, she regretted it deeply. If she had known, she wouldn't have chased away those police officers. But where in the world can you buy regret medicine? Outside Xingbage, the employees watched the scene unfold, all showing anxious expressions. At that moment, the store manager took out his phone and called the police. After a while, a police car arrived. When the door opened, out stepped Li Fu and several colleagues. Seeing Lu Feng, manager Jiang, and the bruised female employee, Li Fu immediately understood what had likely happened. Who called the police? Li Fu asked according to procedure. I did. The store manager rushed over. He pointed at Lu Feng angrily and said, he assaulted someone in broad daylight, suspected of violent injury. We hope the officers can uphold justice and severely punish the criminals. Upon hearing this, everyone present laughed. How could he have the nerve to say such a thing? When he was insulting the police just now, where was this righteous demeanor? At that moment, the beaten female employee hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No, they didn't hit me. I fell by myself. After saying that, she shot a resentful glance at the store manager. Wasn't this just making things worse? If today's troublemaker ended up in the police car because of her, her future days would be tough. Hearing this, Li Fu didn't hesitate, pulling out a notebook and pen, asking, Are you sure? If that's the case, we'll close the case. The female employee quickly replied, Absolutely sure, and, as she spoke, she bowed to Li Fu and the others, crying, I deeply apologize and feel guilty for my previous behavior. Seeing her sincere demeanor, Li Fu didn't say much. After taking notes, he led the female employee to the police car to take her statement. Once the commotion settled, only Lu Feng and manager Jiang remained. At this moment, manager Jiang looked terrified, clearly afraid that Lu Feng would come after him later. Lu Feng didn't make things difficult for him, patting his shoulder and saying, All right, if there's nothing else, hurry back, the bar needs you. Hearing this, manager Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, young master, I'll get back to work at the bar. After saying that, he got into his luxury car and drove away. Back at Xingbage, Lu Feng returned to his seat. Ba Ge gave a thumbs up, saying, Lu Feng, I have to say, for a moment there, you were indeed cooler than me. Bai Wanyue also indirectly praised, who would have thought, you actually have a sense of justice. Faced with such compliments, Lu Feng showed no interest. Oh, he casually replied, then continued to delve into his physics book. Beige, Bai Wanyue. Just then, at the front desk of Xingbake, the store manager, who had just called the police, walked over with a gloomy face. Dear customers, I am very sorry to inform you, our store will no longer welcome you all, and as for the 3 cups of fresh coconut latte you just ordered, we are unable to make them. Please tidy up your books and leave as soon as possible, thank you. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, Bai Wanyue, and Beige all looked at him in confusion. What was going on now? The one who just entered the bureau, and now another one looking for trouble? However, this attitude was much more polite than that of the previous female staff member. From a certain perspective, it could be considered progress. Beige was unhappy and asked, as legal citizens, we have the right to consume according to the law. What right do you have to kick us out? It was hard to find a place to focus on studying math with Lu Feng. How could he let this great opportunity slip away? The manager insisted, you have the right to consume, but our store also has the right to sell. Therefore, we have the right to decide whether to sell products to you. Please leave quickly and do not tarnish the store's image, thank you. The manager forced a stiff smile on the surface. Inside, he had cursed Lu Feng hundreds of times. The reason for this was that his employee had been beaten, and as the manager, he had cowered in the corner, not daring to say a word. In front of the other employees, he had lost all his authority and face. The reason was that he feared the over-the-river dragon and was cowardly. However, while he couldn't afford to provoke the over-the-river dragon, he could certainly deal with Lu Feng. In his eyes, Lu Feng was just the first passerby who liked to meddle in other people's business. So, he wanted to regain his lost authority in front of everyone by confronting Lu Feng. Interesting. Lu Feng closed his physics book. He looked up at him and said, This is the first time I've heard that reading in a coffee shop can affect its image. The manager nodded and smiled, That's right. Lu Feng stood up, turned to walk out, and without looking back said, All right, since that's the case, I won't make it difficult for you. I will definitely take care of your store's image. Seeing Lu Feng leave, Beige hurriedly followed. Bai Wanyue was also encountering this situation for the first time. Her face was cold as she snorted at the manager and quickly followed the two. After they left, several employees applauded. Awesome, mighty. Manager, you were so cool just now. But in their hearts, they were cursing. Idiot, coward. Only picking on soft persimmons. Why didn't he say a word in front of the over-the-river dragon just now? The manager brushed his bangs and said proudly, "Ha, dare to bully my employees? Of course, I won't let it slide. From now on, as long as they dare to come, just kick them out. That's what I say." The employees applauded again. Well done. The manager didn't lose face. And just after Lu Feng and the others left for a short while, a group of small-time delinquents from the 13th middle school, led by Black Bear, entered the store. About 30 people surged in together. Suddenly, the empty coffee shop was packed tightly. The manager, seeing this scene, thought a big business had come in, and his face was about to split from smiling. "Hey, handsome guys, what would you like to drink?" the manager asked cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Black Bear snorted coldly. He had been dancing with his brothers when Lu Feng called him, asking him to bring people to this coffee shop to boost the good reviews. How could he not understand Lu Feng's meaning? Black Bear pointed at the menu and said expressionlessly, "Give me 35 cups of fresh coconut latte, extra sugar, extra ice, but no coffee." Upon hearing the first two sentences, the manager was thrilled. But when he heard the last sentence, he was dumbfounded. Drink coffee but don't want coffee? What are you drinking then? Just give you some ice and sugar, and you can lick it yourself, right? But seeing the crowd on the other side, the store manager dared not lose his temper and forced a smile, saying, "Little brother, you really know how to joke. How can you drink coffee without coffee?" As soon as he said this, the next second, the Black Bear slammed his hand down on the table, startling the manager and the other employees. Then, with a fierce expression and a dark face, he said, "Get the hell out of here, do I look like I'm joking with you?" The manager was stunned. At that moment, he realized that these people were not here to buy coffee but to cause trouble. Faced with so many people, the manager lost the courage he had when dealing with Lu Feng. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled, "Little brother, just say what you want to drink, and I'll give you a 20% discount. It's just, this latte should have more sugar and ice, but no coffee, we really can't do that." Upon hearing this, the Black Bear's expression changed dramatically. He reached out with his strong arm and lifted the manager up with one hand, cursing, "Damn it, if you can't make it, then you can just close your damn coffee shop. You look down on me, don't you? Someone, take good care of their store's image." With the keywords care and image mentioned, the manager shivered all over, realizing what was going on. It turned out these troublemakers were all called here by that meddlesome person earlier. Thinking of this, the manager, being held in midair, darkened his face and said, "You little punks, I know who sent you, but do you know who backs this store? Gui Jianglong, Brother Jiang. Dare to mess with me? Do you believe Brother Jiang will bring people to chop you all up?" The manager, in a moment of desperation, brought up Gui Jianglong to scare these kids. In fact, it was true. Ever since that female employee became Gui Jianglong's lover, the business had been booming. Occasionally, when troublemakers showed up, Gui Jianglong would help out for the sake of his lover. However, when the Black Bear heard Gui Jianglong's name, he chuckled and said, "Gui Jianglong? Isn't he just the manager of 0 Point Bar? In front of our brother Lu, he's nothing." After saying this, the Black Bear gently lifted the manager, and then slammed him down hard. Ah! The manager almost split his backside. At that moment, he finally reacted. Lu, Brother Lu? In Yunhai City, who could be above Gui Jianglong and also have the surname Lu? Who else could it be? I'm sorry, I didn't know he was the young master of the Lu family, otherwise, even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to provoke him." The manager regretted it so much that he felt like his eggs were about to crack. Just thinking about how he had treated the young master of the Lu family earlier made him break out in a cold sweat. But what had already happened. It was too late to say anything now. The Black Bear sneered and said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Go maintain the store's image properly." As soon as he said this, dozens of people shouted in unison, "Yes." Immediately, these little thugs grabbed long-legged benches and began to smash the glass windows. The cash register at the front desk was smashed open, spilling coins everywhere. One of the younger guys, having drunk too much at the bar, even took off his pants and urinated in the store. The other employees were so scared they were trembling, helplessly saying, "Manager, you need to assert your authority and drive them away." The manager turned around and shouted at him, "Assert your authority? Damn it, I'm resigning. From now on, I'm no longer your manager." Just as the Black Bear was leading people to maintain the image of Xingbake, at that very moment, in the Oaks Mall, Lu Feng, Bai Wanyue, and Beige arrived at a shoe store. Since the detergent had accidentally splashed on his shoes when he hit that female employee earlier, Lu Feng planned to buy a new pair of shoes. But as soon as they entered the store, they spotted a familiar figure. There, in the safety shoes section, Li Jingya was haggling fiercely with the store staff. "Boss, can you make it cheaper? The cost of these shoes is less than 100 yuan. Selling them for 500 is too expensive. Sell them to me for 250. Oh dear girl, where is there a half-hearted bargain? If everyone bargained like you, how would we do business? 260? Not possible. 270? Really not possible. Then I'm leaving to buy next door. Alright, I'll sell them to you." Hearing their conversation, Lu Feng and the others were stunned. Shoes that were originally 500 had been bargained down by nearly half. They say children from poor families mature early, and it seems to be true. "Jingya," Bai Wanyue called out enthusiastically. Hearing the call, Li Jingya turned to look. Classmate Lu Feng, classmate Bai Wanyue, and there's a BUG. Li Jingya was overjoyed. "Jingya, didn't Lu Feng's mother introduce you to a job? Why are you here?" Bai Wanyue asked, holding her hand. Li Jingya pouted, "That job is too easy. I feel uneasy about the money I earn. So I asked the supervisor to give me more work, and after begging for a long time, he finally let me come out to buy work clothes." During the girls' conversation, Lu Feng had already chosen new shoes at lightning speed and pulled out the bank card given to him by Lu Jixiong. His father specifically instructed him to spend less than 10 million or he'd break his legs. Since that was the case, he had to spend lavishly. "Boss, I want these shoes, I'll pay by card," Lu Feng said. The salesperson, seeing his straightforwardness, couldn't help but smile widely. "Alright, these shoes are originally 23.99, but with the autumn discount, you only need to pay 19.99. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. "No way, let's stick to 23.99, or round it up to 3,000. And also, add that girl's safety shoes to my bill." At this statement, the salesperson, Li Jingya, and Bai Wanyue were all stunned. They had never heard such a strange request in their lives. "Lu Feng, don't spend money recklessly, this is all hard-earned by your parents," Bai Wanyue said irritably. This was one of the reasons she looked down on Lu Feng. Wasteful. However, when the salesperson took the bank card and placed it on the card reader, her eyes widened in shock. Her mouth formed an O shape, and her face showed undeniable astonishment. Because the card reader displayed an infinite amount. It wasn't that the money on the card was endless, but that this sign meant the card's owner was the owner of the entire mall. Who needs to spend money when shopping in their own mall? Thus, the staff respectfully approached Lu Feng and said, "Boss, you can choose anything in the store, it's all free." Hearing this, Lu Feng looked confused. Free? Didn't that mean his earlier bargaining was for nothing? "Come on, charge me something." Lu Feng continued to bargain. "Not possible, really not possible. Please don't make it difficult for me," the staff said helplessly. Seeing that the other party was adamant, Lu Feng had no choice but to take back his bank card. Li Jingya was responsible for purchasing the company's uniforms, so after buying shoes, they still needed to browse the clothing section. Lu Feng, not believing in bad luck, decided to follow along and would settle the bill later. However, Li Jingya struggled hard to bargain the 300 yuan work uniform down to 100 yuan. When Lu Feng pulled out that bank card, the other party showed a surprised expression, then announced that all the clothes in the store were free. Lu Feng, feeling dejected, took back the bank card, scratching his head in frustration. So annoying. Being wasteful is so hard. About half an hour later, Li Jingya's purchasing task was completed. The four of them arrived at the mall entrance, just about to leave. Suddenly, in the center of the mall, they saw a row of BMW cars parked on the first floor, a dazzling array. All kinds of models were available. Next to each car stood a stunning model. Their cool outfits and long, white legs dazzled the onlookers. Clearly, BMW was holding an exhibition here. At that moment, at the entrance of the exhibition, a staff member stood in front of a refrigerator, holding an ice cream cone, and shouted loudly, "Join the BMW exhibition and get free ice cream. Come quickly, everyone." Hearing this shout, Li Jingya, who was struggling financially, brightened up and excitedly said, "Bai Wanyue, there's free ice cream over there. Let's go try it." Bai Wanyue was momentarily taken aback. She had eaten only the most expensive things since she was little. She had never had free ice cream before. Thinking of this, she happily nodded and said, "Okay." With that, the two girls held hands and dashed over. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. His father's bank card couldn't be spent in any store in the mall. BMW was just temporarily using the venue. Strictly speaking, it didn't belong to the Aox Mall. If that was the case, buying their cars would definitely cost money, right? Thinking of this, Lu Feng was filled with excitement. He clutched his bank card and rushed straight to the sales department. Behind him, the pug wanted to take this opportunity to ask some math questions. Seeing Lu Feng run off, he followed like a little shadow, sniffing the air. Aox Plaza, first floor, BMW exhibition. Whoosh! Lu Feng swiftly arrived at the sales department. It was called the sales department, but it was actually just a small table with two salespeople standing beside it. Since it was an exhibition, the cars couldn't be driven away directly, so they could only be reserved here. "Hello, I want to reserve a car," Lu Feng said casually. The two salespeople were chatting when they heard this and nearly laughed their teeth out. Sure. May I ask which model you would like to reserve, handsome?" One salesperson said with a very polite smile. "Which model is the most expensive?" Lu Feng asked. The salesperson smiled knowingly. Based on years of experience in the mall, he knew a big spender had arrived. He took out a tablet, opened a 3D rendering, and introduced, "Handsome, this BMW 8 Series is a new model just produced this year. Look at this streamlined design, this magnificent appearance. It screams one word, grandeur. Especially the rear space, not only spacious but also equipped with a 5G large screen for gaming and karaoke." Lu Feng shook his head and said, "I won't sit in the back." He just wanted to spend the money. Who would sit in this thing when there's a Rolls-Royce? The salesperson was stunned. Not sitting in the back? Owners of cars at this price point were usually big bosses with dedicated drivers. Could it be that he was a driver? No wonder he looked so young. Thinking of this, the salesperson quickly changed his tone and cheerfully said, "Actually, the biggest feature of this car is that it's comfortable to drive. Look at these leather seats, this smooth steering wheel. You just need to hold it, and you can immediately feel a silky smooth experience like first love." Lu Feng didn't have time to listen to him ramble on. He directly pulled out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. "Can you check if this card works?" Lu Feng asked. Every time he had bought something before, when it came to the payment step, the other party would refuse to take the money. This time, he had to ask clearly in advance to avoid wasting his time. The salesperson immediately took the card, placed it on the card reader, and nearly had a heart attack when he saw the balance. The amount was enough to buy his life. The salesperson excitedly said, Yes. This is amazing. May I ask if the boss wants to order this car? You only need 1 million to easily secure it, of course. You can also choose additional options." Lu Feng interrupted, "I want 10. As soon as these words were spoken, all the salespeople around were drawn over. How many? 10? So many? The salesperson's eyes were nearly popping out in disbelief. Can't I just string them together and ride like a little train? Lu Feng was speechless. This person really talked too much. Oh, fine. That's great. With that, he grabbed his bank card and ran frantically toward the transaction area, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, Lu Feng would regret it. On the other side, Li Jingya and Bai Wanyue arrived at the entrance. Hello, we would like to attend the Bama exhibition, Li Jingya said politely. Just go inside. The staff member waved his hand and then turned to shout, participate in the Bama exhibition and receive free ice cream. Seeing this, Bai Wanyue felt a bit shy. She had never actively asked others for food since she was little. This time was no exception. Li Jingya, however, had grown much bolder. She pointed to the refrigerator covered with thermal cloth and asked, "Didn't you say that participants in the exhibition could get ice cream? We want ice cream." As soon as she said this, the staff member was taken aback for a moment and then replied, "I'm sorry, but the ice cream is all gone." Hearing this, Li Jingya felt a wave of disappointment. It was such a pity not to get free ice cream. Bai Wanyue also felt a bit empty inside. They wouldn't have the chance to taste free ice cream again anytime soon. Just as the two girls turned to leave, a foreigner walked over. They saw. When the foreigner was still a good 10 meters away from the exhibition, the staff member's face lit up. He immediately opened the refrigerator, swiftly took out 2 ice creams, and jogged over to the foreigner. "Hello, participate in the Bama exhibition and you can receive ice cream," the staff member said enthusiastically. The foreigner accepted the ice cream and politely said, "Thank you. You are the most beautiful girl from the dragon country I have ever seen. In light of your beauty, I've decided to take a stroll around the exhibition." Upon hearing the compliment, the staff member nearly burst out laughing, blushing as he said, "Thank you for your praise, please hurry inside. If you encounter any language barriers, I can assist you at any time." The foreigner flashed a charming smile and then swaggered through the entrance. This scene, Li Jingya and Bai Wanyue watched in disbelief. The two were stunned. Just a second ago, they had been told there was no ice cream, and the next second, 2 were pulled out from the refrigerator. Was this magic? When the staff member returned, Li Jingya continued to ask politely, "Hello, can the 2 of us get ice cream?" Seeing her again, the staff member showed a hint of impatience but still maintained a smile. "I'm sorry, I already told you, there is none left." Li Jingya pointed at the foreigner and asked, "Then why does he have 2? Upon hearing this, the staff member's smile instantly vanished, and he said heavily, he made a reservation in advance. If you want ice cream, there's a supermarket next door. Reservation in advance? Did they think they were deaf? The foreigner had clearly said he was attending the exhibition because of her beauty. It was obvious he had no intention of going in before. Moreover, how could ice cream bought with money taste good? They had come for the free ice cream. It seems there really isn't any left this time, Li Jingya said. Let's go. Bai Wanyue linked her arm with hers. However, before the two could turn around, the automatic revolving door of the mall opened, and 4 foreigners walked in. The foreigner who had entered the exhibition held an ice cream in his hand and shouted at the entrance, Here, here, okay, I'm coming. The staff saw the few foreigners and once again broke into beautiful smiles. She opened the refrigerator, reached in, and took out 4 ice creams. Then she quickened her pace and happily approached the 4 foreigners. Hello, you can get free ice cream for attending the expo. Thank you, one of the foreigners replied in stiff Chinese. Upon hearing this, the staff quickly responded with a smile, You are welcome. You're welcome. This time, Bai Wanyue was a bit angry. The first time she said there wasn't any. As a result, when the foreigners came, she took out 2. The second time she thought there really wasn't any. When the foreigners came again, she took out 4 ice creams. Such behavior of treating people as fools is intolerable for anyone. Hello, why did we say there was no ice cream twice, but they got some? Bai Wanyue said indignantly. The staff saw these two again and immediately got angry. With an impatient look, she said, What, are you two so poor that you've never had ice cream in your life? No. How many times have I told you, are you deaf? If you really want it, buy it yourself. Don't bother me. What kind of person is Bai Wanyue? Straightforward, soft on the outside, tough on the inside. If she sees someone she doesn't like, her words can infuriate them. After all, even Lu Feng had been left with psychological scars by her. Bai Wanyue shot back, We just want 2 ice creams. You keep saying there aren't any, but when foreigners come, you give out 6. When foreigners arrive, you run over, constantly fawning over them. And we just express our doubts, ask a few more questions, and you turn hostile? Isn't this just worshipping foreigners? What's so great about foreigners? If you like them so much, why don't you go abroad? Is it because you lack the ability, or is it that your family conditions don't support you? If you look down on people from Long Country, then don't stay in Long Country. Why demean yourself like this? After a series of remarks, the staff's face twitched, her eyes rolled, and she was almost about to collapse from anger. After calming down, she pointed at Bai Wanyue and shouted, It's just for foreigners, not for you poor people. Does that make you mad? My family conditions aren't good? Even if they're bad, they're still better than you poor people. For an ice cream, you won't let it go. I've never seen someone so eager to take advantage. Let me tell you, I'm really going abroad for a while, and I will never come back. You poor people, have you ever been on a plane, seen the world? Do you know what the outside world looks like? You're just a frog in a well. The argument was loud. Plus, the mall had an echo. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to this side. The staff didn't feel relieved and continued to curse. So what if I look down on people from Long Country? People from Long Country are ugly, short, and in every way inferior to foreigners. I just can't choose where to be born. Otherwise, I wouldn't be born in Long Country even if you beat me to death. You poor thing. And you're trying to educate me? Are we from the same world? Do you even deserve it? Among the onlookers, there were quite a few men. They had been watching this spectacle with amusement. But upon hearing the staff's words, they were all taken aback. Damn it! You can say we're ugly, but you absolutely cannot say we're short. A few guys stepped forward and started to retort. What the hell, Long Country men are short, but your dad isn't a Long Country man. What my brother said is right, her dad is short. But he still managed to have her, didn't he? You can't choose your reincarnation, but I can give you a chance to choose again right now. What the hell? The curses grew louder. More and more people joined the verbal battle. Before long, almost everyone on the first floor of the mall had gathered to watch. Bai Wanyue was just about to retort again when a man in a suit walked over. He stood in front of the staff and shouted to the crowd, Everyone, quiet down. I am the president of this auto expo, and if you have something to say, please do so calmly. The male crowd grumbled, That bitch looks down on men from Long Country, saying all Long Country men are short. That's right, you're her boss, and you're a man too. What do you plan to do about it? Hearing these words, the president's eyes widened. Did they just insult him too? Zhang Shui, apologize to everyone immediately. The president said firmly. Zhang Shui, the staff member, refused. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I was just speaking the truth. Is it wrong to state facts? As soon as she said this, the previously quiet surroundings exploded like a torpedo had been thrown in. What the hell? You dare say I'm short again, and I'll make you regret it. What kind of president are you? She's your subordinate, and you're her boss? Seeing that it had already provoked the crowd's anger, the president sighed helplessly. If it were any other staff member, he would have slapped them by now. However, Zhang Shui was a bit special. It was said that her boyfriend was a high-ranking official at the Long Country Baoma headquarters, holding significant power. All Baoma sales points across the country were under her boyfriend's control, including the president himself. In this situation, the president really didn't dare to do anything to Zhang Shui. Xiao Shui, it's just an apology. It won't cost you anything. You don't want our expo to end in failure, do you? The president tried to persuade her gently. However, Zhang Shui stubbornly replied, I'm just a salaried employee. Why should I care if the expo fails? No matter what, I absolutely will not apologize today. Seeing her attitude so resolute, the president was completely at a loss. The male crowd could no longer hold back. Several burly men strode over aggressively. Seeing that they were about to start a fight, the president quickly took out his phone and started recording, saying, I advise everyone to calm down. We live in a society governed by law, and violence has consequences. Think about your parents, think about your children. If you win, you'll end up in the police station. If you lose, you'll end up in the hospital. If this gets recorded, it will affect your children's future. Is it worth ruining your child's life just for a moment of venting? It must be said that the president understood people's hearts well, using the future of parents and children as a shield. As soon as he said this, several of the burly men froze in place, their expressions gradually clearing, and their anger subsiding significantly. Although they no longer intended to fight, the anger in the hearts of the crowd had not dissipated. Everyone was glaring at that foreign dog, Zhang Shui. And Zhang Shui? Seeing the other side back down, she became even more arrogant. With a smug look on her face, her eyes were filled with provocation. For a moment, the men were furious but dared not do anything to her. Just then, Lu Feng and Ba Ge strolled back, followed by two salespeople. Boss, I have a new car here with excellent cost performance. Take a look, and if you like it, I can offer a discount. Boss, the performance and comfort of these cars under me are absolutely top-notch. If you think it's good, I can take you for a test drive right away. Due to Lu Feng's extravagant act of buying 10 cars at once, the salespeople were eager to perform, their spittle flying as they spoke, almost wearing their mouths out. They just hoped Lu Feng would splurge again. However, he had already completed the 10 million in spending that his father had assigned, so there was no need to waste any more money. Hey, why are there so many people over there? Let's go take a look. From a distance, Lu Feng saw the situation at the entrance and immediately quickened his pace to head over. When Lu Feng and Ba Ge arrived in the crowd, he then noticed that Bai Wanyue and Li Jingyao were standing at the entrance. Moreover, Bai Wanyue's face was slightly flushed, her fists tightly clenched. Her full chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly looking angry. Seeing this, Lu Feng made his way through the crowd and asked Li Jingyao, what happened? Upon seeing that it was Lu Feng, Li Jingyao immediately detailed the situation. After hearing her account, Lu Feng was also stunned. It's already the 21st century, and there are still people who worship foreign dogs? Isn't that a relic from the last century? Nowadays, Long Country is so developed, with its citizens living well and the nation strong and peaceful. In such circumstances, to still go and fawn over foreigners, is that not a sign of mental illness? Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately opened his phone. He opened the order page and refunded all 10 of the Baoma cars he had ordered. Let's just say, with this 10 million, I could build a shelter for stray dogs across the country, rather than buy your cars. Meanwhile, the president saw the two salespeople sticking to Lu Feng like a dog and asked, Boy, what are you two doing running around during work hours? Hearing the president's shout, the two immediately ran over and explained how Lu Feng had ordered 10 cars in one go. Upon hearing this, the president was extremely excited, his mouth grinning like a lotus flower. He jogged over to Lu Feng. Before Lu Feng could react, he grabbed his hand and began to inquire warmly, saying, This boss is truly young and promising. Lu Feng? Seeing the confusion on Lu Feng's face, the president explained, I am the general person in charge of this Baoma Expo. I heard you ordered 10 8 series cars at once, and I am deeply impressed. I wonder if it would be convenient to add you on WeChat. If you encounter any issues in the future, I will personally serve you. However, what Lu Feng said next left the president dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Lu Feng raised his phone and said, Sorry, I just refunded everything. Buying a car is simple for me. I just hope to drive freely on the land of Long Country and enjoy its beautiful landscapes. But your employees openly insult their own country in public, despising their own nation, cursing their own compatriots. If I drive your car out, I'm afraid it will be cold in winter. Cold-hearted. With this powerful speech, the surrounding crowd erupted in an instant. Everyone applauded and cheered, loudly praising him, with some even clapping until their hands turned red. Well said, No wonder you're a man of long country, you deserve to get rich at a young age. Good job, brother, you said it perfectly, thumbs up for you. This is what a good son of long country looks like, foreign dog, get out of China. The president is also not a good thing, protecting foreign dogs. What's the difference between you and a dog trader? Exactly, dog trader. Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 132 people. Reward, lifespan plus 13 hours. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, the president felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, falling into a state of panic. It should be known that he did not care about that 10 million in sales, money was nothing. What he valued was Lu Feng's status and resources. To be able to buy 10 luxury cars in one go at such a young age, this was no ordinary small boss. The connections and relationships he held must be extraordinary. And now, because of this Zhang Shui, this so-called high-level girlfriend, this foreign dog, not only did it cause him to lose such an important client, but today's expo was destined to go unnoticed, ultimately ending in dismal failure. What mattered more was the constant sound of the crowd cursing the traitorous dog in his ears. He gained nothing. His reputation was gone. Thoughts of distressing matters filled his mind. Listening to the insults coming from around him, the president could no longer hold back. With a face full of anger, he strode up to Zhang Shui and slapped her hard. Smack! The loud slap made Zhang Shui spin around on the spot, and she fell to the ground. For a long moment, she covered her swollen face, looking at the people around her who were cheering, her expression a mix of shock and panic. Just then, suddenly, the revolving door of the mall was pushed open. A foreign man in a suit walked in, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. Who is bullying my fiancé? Who is bullying my fiancé? As these words rang out, everyone turned to look at the entrance. There stood a foreigner in a suit, slicked back hair, looking sharp and capable. With the support of his bodyguards, he strode over with an air of arrogance. Honey! Upon seeing this foreigner, Zhang Shui rushed into his arms as if he were a lifeline. The president, shocked, exclaimed, Peter? Peter was the vice president of the Bauma headquarters in Longwa, responsible for overseeing all Bauma companies in the country, including personnel appointments and promotions. In simple terms, whether this president could be promoted or demoted depended on Peter's word. Oh, Peter, welcome. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have sent someone to pick you up. The president, sweating profusely, forced a smile. Peter, expressionless, raised his hand and slapped him. Smack! The president had no temper left to retaliate. Peter pointed at him and shouted, Do I need to notify you where I'm going? What do you think you are? A mere president dares to hit my fiancé. Bullshit! Hearing the insults, the president was so frightened he didn't dare lift his head, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry. I really didn't know that Xiao Shui was your girlfriend, otherwise, even if I had 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to hit her. Peter snorted coldly, took out a tissue, and wiped his hands. Then he looked at Zhang Shui with a doting expression and said, Don't worry, dear, with me here, I will definitely get you justice. Tell me, how can I make you feel better? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui was not polite. She lifted her foot and kicked directly at the president's groin. Ah! The president screamed in pain, cold sweat pouring down, nearly fainting. Zhang Shui glared, You slapped me, so I returned the kick. We're even. Seeing this scene, the surrounding male crowd all gasped, instinctively covering their groins. That kick was just too brutal. Even if it didn't lead to permanent damage, it would take at least 10 days to recover. With Peter's appearance, everyone finally understood. No wonder the president was protecting Zhang Shui. It turned out her boyfriend was a higher-up. Men understand men. The president just wanted to keep his job after all. Who doesn't have a family to support? With sympathy and understanding, people began to stand up for the president. Damn foreigner! What right do you have to hit someone? Call the police, arrest this foreign devil. May you two have a long-lasting relationship, and may you die without a burial place. Faced with these insults, Peter sneered and coldly said, There's an old saying in Longwei, an eye for an eye. He slapped my fiancé, and my fiancé returned the kick. It's only fair. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully again, I swear I will use all my connections and resources to ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Peter's voice was loud and imposing. At the same time, a bodyguard took out his phone and began recording the crowd. Seeing this, everyone around fell silent, no one daring to speak up. After all, no one knew just how ruthless this foreigner could be. The crowd looked at him with eyes full of hatred, wishing they could devour his flesh and swallow his skin. Just then, a strong voice rang out. In our dragon country, there is an old saying, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Your girlfriend, as a citizen of dragon country, insults her own compatriots and spits on her own country, showing no shame and lacking any morals. And you, this damn foreigner, standing on the land of dragon country, making money from dragon country, yet acting so high and mighty. Who gave you the face? Who gave you the courage? Where do you get the audacity to stand here and threaten the people of Dragon Country? As these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and it was Lu Feng stepping up at a critical moment. The onlookers raised their arms, cheering wildly. The scene was shocking. Peter turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Who are you, sir?" The president, enduring great pain, revealed that Lu Feng had reserved 10 BMW 8 Series cars. After hearing this, Peter dismissed it with a laugh. Ridiculous, just 10 cars? In my eyes, that's not even worth a loser. After saying this, Peter took out his phone and dialed a number. In less than a few seconds, the call was connected. Peter spoke domineeringly, "From today on, BMW will withdraw from Yunhai City and will not sell a single car to the residents of Yunhai City. You heard me right. This city's scum has offended my beloved fiancé, and this is my revenge." After hanging up, Peter looked at Lu Feng with a mocking smile and said, "Now, do you still think you're something special? 10 cars? Son of a bitch. Your little assets are like a drop in the ocean to me. What gives you the right to talk to me?" At that moment, the onlookers were completely stunned. Even though they were furious inside, facing such a domineering and decisive Peter, they felt an overwhelming shock and disbelief. Not selling a single car to the residents of Yunhai City, what kind of confidence and power did it take to say such a thing? Lu Feng was not angry. He stepped aside and quietly dialed Lu Zhixion's phone number. When the call connected, Lu Feng asked, "Dad, how many shares do we have in the BMW company in the country?" From the other end came Lu Zhixion's impatient voice, 70%, or maybe 80, almost all the BMW dealerships in Dragon Country belong to us. Why are you asking this? I'm playing mahjong with your Uncle Bao. Hurry up and say what you need. Lu Feng responded with an "oh" and then recounted the entire situation, such as Bai Wanyue wanting free ice cream and being scolded by the staff for being poor. He also mentioned the foreign dog publicly insulting Dragon Country men for being poor and short, and how Peter planned to withdraw BMW from Yunhai City to vent her anger. After listening, Lu Zhixiong exploded with rage. Plus, since he was on speakerphone, the brothers playing mahjong nearby could hear everything clearly. Soon, beautiful phrases of national essence came through the phone. "I'll be damned, what's a vice president? How dare he act tough in Yunhai City? I'll take him down. Damn it, I hate sycophants who worship foreign things. No way, we can't let this pair of dog men and women off lightly. Don't say anything else, just leave it to me. Have Xiao Chen send me the location." After the brothers finished cursing, Lu Zhixiong said, "Son, send your location to your Uncle Bao, he'll head over shortly. Also, we must vent this anger for you. Do you understand?" Lu Feng replied, "I understand." He hung up the phone. Lu Feng opened the contact labeled Money Leopard and sent the specific location of Oscar Square. Meanwhile, inside the venue, the president clung to Peter's thigh, pleading, "Peter, please don't close the Bauma store in Yunhai City. I don't want to lose this job. My mother has diabetes, and my 2 children are still in school. We can't lose our source of income. If it really comes to it, considering I've worked hard for Bauma for decades, let me go to the neighboring city as an ordinary salesperson." Hearing his pleas, Peter looked disgusted and kicked him away, cursing, "Get lost, look at your disgusting face." In my opinion, Xiao Shui is right. People from Longhua are just useless. No backbone, no dignity, willing to kneel for money. That's you Longhua people. A bunch of second-rate people. You should have all been killed by the islanders back then. Upon hearing the last sentence, in an instant, all the Longhua crowd's eyes turned red with anger. At the same time, they lost their rationality. What started as a case of worshipping foreign culture had now escalated. Peter, in a fit of rage, recounted the historical event of the islanders invading Longhua and even declared that the islanders should kill all Longhua people. For any Longhua person, this was a stab at their backbone. It was a blatant humiliation. Absolutely intolerable. "Damn it, you foreign bastard, I'm going to fight you. Today, either you die or I die." In an instant, all the onlookers could no longer hold back and rushed towards Peter recklessly. Seeing this, Peter remained unfazed and waved his hand. The bodyguards, all brought from abroad by him, immediately raised their electric batons and began to swing them at the crowd. Although the onlookers had the numerical advantage, the bodyguards were fully armed, not only with protective gear but also specially trained. When the two sides clashed, the battle quickly turned one-sided. The Longhua crowd fell like wheat stalks after harvest, one after another. "Ah!" Hearing the cries of his compatriots, Zhang Shui looked at Peter with admiration and said, "Darling, you are just too handsome. I can't wait to go to your hometown and walk into the hall of marriage with you." Peter chuckled, "Don't rush, babe. Once I deal with my family matters, I'll take you away from Longhua." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui showed a happy expression, eager to strip off her clothes right there and have a romantic encounter with him. At that moment, Lu Feng, having finished his call, saw the scene before him and felt a surge of blood. He stuffed his phone into his pocket, leaped up, and delivered a flying kick towards Peter. Caught completely off guard, Peter didn't dodge at all and took the hit head-on. Boom! Ah! Peter's physique was already weak, and with Lu Feng using all his strength, the kick sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. As he landed, several of his ribs cracked. "Don't hit Peter!" Zhang Shui cried out in distress, frantically lunging at Lu Feng. At that moment, Ba Ge, Bai Wanyue, and Li Jingya rushed forward, grabbing her hair and starting to pull. On the other side, Lu Feng approached Peter and began to kick him mercilessly. "Ouch! Stop hitting me! Help! Help!" Peter lay there, howling like a dying pig. The bodyguards, hearing their boss's cries for help, immediately abandoned the fight with the crowd and turned to rush towards Lu Feng. Just as these bodyguards reached Lu Feng and were about to make a move, suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from the entrance of the mall. "Damn it, let's see who dares to touch Xiao Chen." The golden leopard, wearing sunglasses and a yellow jacket, swaggered into the mall, twirling a string of beads in his hand. He pointed at the bodyguards and commanded, "Beat him up." Hundreds of his underlings rushed towards Lu Feng's direction. Although the bodyguards were well equipped, the clubs and machetes in the hands of the underlings were not to be underestimated. In a moment, Peter's dozen or so bodyguards were left searching for their teeth, weapons and gear scattered everywhere. Watching Lu Feng kicking Peter fiercely, the golden leopard shouted, "Xiao Chen, leave him some breath, don't kill him." Hearing this, Lu Feng finally stopped, politely saying, "Uncle Leopard." The golden leopard nodded, then looked at Peter, who was nearly out of breath, and scolded, "What the hell, are you Peter? I heard you're the vice president of the Longhua Baoma headquarters, and you even claimed you would pull BMW out of Yunhai City. You think you're so impressive? I hold over 70% of Longhua Baoma's shares, and from now on, you are no longer the vice president. Go back to your hometown and pick cotton. Damn it, you dare to mess with our young master, you dead foreign devil." Upon hearing this, Peter's brain short-circuited. When he came to Longhua for work, his superiors had specifically warned him, "In Longhua, you can mess with anyone. Just don't mess with the major shareholder, the Lu family." Although Baoma is a global luxury car brand, a significant portion of its sales comes from the vast market of Longhua. Losing the Lu family means losing the Longhua market. Peter firmly believed that if he caused the group to lose such a big piece of cake, the leaders at the global headquarters would not let him off easily. Immediately, disregarding his pain, Peter looked at Lu Feng and knelt down to beg for mercy. "I swear to God, I really didn't know you were the young master of the Lu family. Please, great sir, give me a chance. I will definitely perform well and start anew." There's an ancient saying in Longhua, it goes, "Ow." Before he could finish, Lu Feng kicked him, interrupting, "Enough with the ancient sayings, you talk too much. Let me tell you, you're not just messing with me, but with everyone in Longhua." At this moment, the onlookers, ignoring their own pain, marched over fiercely. Seeing this scene, Peter was so scared that he quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me." Forgive? Not a chance. The crowd was already boiling with anger. After just taking a beating, no one could swallow this humiliation. Immediately, everyone started punching and kicking him again. At this moment, the mall's revolving door was pushed open. Li Fu arrived with a group of police officers. From the caller's description over the phone, he already knew the details of the incident. Therefore, facing the crowd that was beating Peter, he pretended not to see and simply stood there chatting with a few colleagues. As Peter was on the verge of death from the beating, Li Fu finally stepped forward and advised, "All right, everyone disperse. We've contacted the embassy, and he will be deported tomorrow, never to set foot in Longhua again. If he dies from the beating, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't want to make things difficult for the authorities, so they all withdrew, clearing a path. Li Fu walked straight up to Peter, took out a summons, and coldly said, "According to the Longhua Exit and Entry Administration Law, you are suspected of insulting Longhua in a public place, organizing violent assaults on citizens, and openly contempting our laws. You are to be deported within 48 hours. If you agree, just sign the document." Seeing the police, Peter felt as if he had found a savior. He wiped his bloodied hands on his clothes and excitedly said, "I agree. I'll sign." Struggling to pick up the pen, he quickly began to write with a flurry. Just as he was signing, Zhang Shui rushed over from somewhere, grabbing Peter's arm and saying, "Dear, take me away from Longhua. I want to fly far away with you, to your hometown, and from now on, we will be together for a lifetime." Just moments ago, she had been scratched badly by Bai Wanyue, Beige, and Li Jingya, her face covered in bloody nail marks. Her hair was a mess, resembling a bird's nest, looking utterly tragic. Before Peter could respond, Li Fu interjected, "You can't leave. As a citizen of Longhua, How dare you insult your own compatriots and country? Prepare to face legal consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui seemed to go mad, replying, "You're talking nonsense. Peter is an American, with noble blood from several countries flowing in his veins. He said he would take me away, so he can take me away. Right, Peter?" Faced with Zhang Shui's question, Peter was furious and slapped her across the face. "Get lost. It's all because of you, you filthy bitch, that I'm in this terrible situation. You should look in the mirror and see what you look like. You can't seriously think I would marry a trashy woman like you, right?" Zhang Shui covered her face, disbelief written all over her. Then her eyes became hollow, and she appeared dazed. She grabbed Peter's arm again, pleading, "You promised me. You said you would take me abroad. You wouldn't lie to me." Peter kicked her away again. "Stay away from me, you're disgusting." Zhang Shui, kicked to the ground, slowly got up, her expression vacant. She could no longer bear such a blow, opened her arms, and mumbled, "No, I'm not trash. I'm about to become a supreme American, not a lowly Longwa person. I am the best in the world, I am the noblest, and I can fly." Seeing this scene, the people around shook their heads helplessly. It was clear, diagnosed as a late-stage obsession with foreign culture. No saving her. Under the escort of Li Fu and his colleagues, Peter and Zhang Shui were taken to the police car. From now on, Peter could not set foot in Longwa. Zhang Shui's dream of becoming an American was shattered, turning her into a mental patient. Inside the Oshi Mall, just as Li Fu and the others got into the police car, a system prompt sounded in Lu Feng's ear. "Ding! You have successfully promoted positive energy. Your actions have influenced a total of 162 people. Reward, lifespan plus 16 hours. Reward, mysterious gift pack *1. Lu Feng felt a surge of joy. It's here! The long-awaited mysterious gift pack had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he chose to open it immediately. Ding! Gift pack opened successfully. Obtained mysterious reward, photolithography machine manufacturing blueprint *1. A photolithography machine? Seeing this name, Lu Feng became excited. The previous mysterious potion and the golden eye, strictly speaking, could only make him stronger. But this thing could not only ensure he would never worry about food and clothing for life, it could even make Lu Feng a national treasure, loved and respected by the people of the country. Calming his excited heart, Lu Feng looked through the mall's glass and noticed that it was getting dark outside. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't spent a single dime of the 10 million his father required. Just as he was feeling troubled, an idea suddenly brightened his mind. Before long, with the help of the money leopard and a group of little brothers, the large first floor of the mall was filled with refrigerators of all sizes. Inside the refrigerators were all kinds of ice creams, including Little Pudding, Ice Factory, and Agendas, everything you could imagine. That's right. Lu Feng exchanged the entire 10 million for ice cream, inviting everyone to taste for free. Any citizen of Longwood could present their ID and receive it for free, with no limits. When people learned about this, they were instantly stirred up. This move had severely slapped Bauma in the face. Worshipping foreign things? Ice cream only for foreigners? Sorry, we don't care for your broken cones. Lu Feng has agendas, and plenty of it. In no time, many people actively responded, flocking to the AUX Mall to participate in the event. Some even traveled thousands of miles by plane to Yunhai City. Of course, more people were drawn to Lu Feng. "Bro, I saw your video online where you beat up that foreigner, it was so cool. Dude, you really have guts, what you did moved me a lot, thumbs up for you. I came from the neighboring city, can I take a photo with you? I want to take a picture too." In an instant, the requests for photos kept coming. Cameras flashed non-stop. Lu Feng was almost blinded by the flashes as he mingled with the crowd. To protect his big, beautiful eyes, Lu Feng quietly pocketed 2 ice creams and, while no one was paying attention, slipped away with Li Jingya and the others. When they exited the mall, night had fully descended. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz van stopped in front of them. The Bai family driver rolled down the window and said, "Miss, I'm here to take you home, and the head of the Bai family is waiting for you at home." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue's expression darkened noticeably. The head of the Bai family was, of course, her father. "Oh," she replied expressionlessly. Then, she and Beige got into the car one after the other. Just before the car drove off, Beige waved reluctantly and said, "Lu Feng, thank you for teaching me math today. I will miss you, see you tomorrow." Lu Feng? A big guy getting all mushy like this. It seems I can't teach him too much math in the future. Not long after they left, the driver from the Lu family arrived. Lu Feng first dropped Li Jingya off at her hotel for work, then turned around and headed home. Soon, the car arrived at the Lu family villa. When Lu Feng entered the living room, his father was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. "Dad, I completed the task you assigned to me. Lu Feng took out the bank card, saying it without a hint of embarrassment. However, Lu Zhixiong didn't even look up and said, "Don't think I don't know, you spent 10 million just to treat people to ice cream. But you did well this time, I'll let you off the hook for now. This is not to be repeated." Lu Feng's heart sank. It seemed nothing could escape his father's keen eyes. Alright. With that, Lu Feng dejectedly returned to his bedroom, closing the door tightly. Lu Feng lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Feng body function status, perfect remaining lifespan, 49 days to 23 hours, 54 minutes, 38 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10, max. World class, mathematics knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, physics knowledge ability, LV9, 21% experience, extraordinary, backpack, photolithography machine blueprint *1. Not bad. After a day, I gained nearly 10 days of lifespan, about to break the 50-day mark. The physics knowledge ability is also nearing max level. Then, Lu Feng took out the photolithography machine blueprint, his face filled with excitement. Click to use. Whoosh! The next second, the blueprint flew into the air, transforming into streaks of white light that shot towards Lu Feng's head. In an instant, countless words, information, and formulas were etched into Lu Feng's mind like a printer. For a moment, Lu Feng felt an itch in his head. Oh no! I'm about to get smarter. Ding! Successfully used photolithography machine blueprint *1. Physics knowledge ability, level +1. Chemistry knowledge ability, level +1. Computer knowledge ability, level +1. Hearing a series of notifications, Lu Feng was stunned. Unexpectedly, just by using a single blueprint, so much related knowledge was gained? Before he could react, the system's voice rang in his ears. System prompt, physics knowledge capacity is full. You can obtain a high lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Participate in physics competitions. 2. Teach physics knowledge. 3. Publish physics-related papers. Publish papers? Lu Feng immediately noticed the third option. Nowadays, his mind was filled with theoretical knowledge about photolithography machines. Hiss! A thought emerged in Lu Feng's mind. If he divided this theory into 10 volumes and published over 5,000 papers, would he then receive 5,000 rewards? He absolutely couldn't miss any opportunity to exploit the system. With that in mind, Lu Feng approached his computer desk and opened his notebook. He entered the website, and the screen flickered as the page jumped to a low-quality paper website. Most of the papers here were written by amateurs or were free content pirated from other sites. Its purpose was to provide some students a chance to practice and get free resources. Then, Lu Feng placed his hands on the keyboard and began typing away. The process flowed smoothly, and ideas poured out like a spring. About half an hour later, a brand new paper was born. His mood became tense. He knew that even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, once it was published, it would surely cause a stir in the entire scientific community of Long Country. At that time, all physicists would desperately search for the source of this article. It could be said that it would be hard not to gain fame. Lu Feng smirked. If his father found out he was messing around with such things, he would probably get a beating. With that thought, Lu Feng switched his network to a foreign VPN node. Then he clicked the mouse, selected Anonymous Upload. At the moment the paper was submitted. Current readers, 1. Extractable lifespan, 1 second. Looking at the information before him, Lu Feng pouted. Come on, a single person can only provide 1 second of lifespan? That's too stingy. But upon reflection, this thing was just like some unscrupulous novel website, mainly relying on volume. Lu Feng didn't want to think too much about it, closed the computer, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. Sleep. Meanwhile, at the Bai family manor, after Bai Wanyue got out of the car and arrived in the living room, a middle-aged man with glasses, a thin build, and a scholarly appearance approached her. You're back. Where did you go to play today? The man asked with concern. Bai Wanyue replied expressionlessly, Does it matter where I went? Bai Yingtian, I know you came back for your sister, so there's no need to pretend to be worried about me. Facing her father, who called her by her full name, Bai Yingtian showed a helpless smile. Bai Wanyue was right. He indeed came back for his younger daughter. Ever since Bai Jingying was abducted over a decade ago, the Bai family had used all their connections to search the country for years without any results. So when he heard that Bai Jingying had been taken to their hometown, Yunhai City, he rushed back immediately. Are you still angry about your sister being abducted? This matter is indeed your father and mother's fault. It's all because we didn't accompany you well back then. Don't worry, this time, no matter what, I will definitely bring her back. He thought this sincere apology would calm Bai Wanyue's anger. But unexpectedly, the next second, Bai Wanyue's eyes turned red as she hysterically shouted, I actually hope you can't find her back. At least, my sister can choose her own life now. and marry the person she likes in the future. Instead of living in this cold family like me, becoming a tool for the Bai family's marriage alliance in the future. Bring her back, and you'll have another piece on your chessboard, right? Hearing his daughter's roar, Bai Yingtian's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Bai Wanyue, his heart aching. He never expected that after living together for so many years, as her father, he had never truly understood his daughter's inner thoughts. It wasn't that he didn't want to understand, it was just that as a professor at the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, he was too busy with research. Moreover, the old man of the Bai family was still alive, and the marriage alliance with the Lu family was a decision he had personally made, making it difficult for Bai Yingtian to intervene. Watching Bai Wanyue walk dejectedly toward her bedroom, he suddenly seemed to make a decision, his expression serious. Yue, do you really not want to marry into the Lu family? If that's the case, then this matter. I'll take charge. We won't get married. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue was taken aback. She turned around to look at her father, somewhat amused. For so many years, Bai Yingtian had never dared to go against the old man. If he was told to go east, he would never go west. Even Bai Yingtian's own marriage had been arranged by the old man. In this situation, she thought her father was just saying it casually. Nevertheless, Bai Wanyue's anger subsided significantly, and she said lightly, I'm already very happy that you can say these words. I'm going to sleep now, Dad. After saying that, she tightly closed the bedroom door. Hearing Bai Wanyue call him Dad, Bai Yingtian's pupils instantly dilated. Then, he pushed open the door and walked into the room. He placed his hands on Bai Wanyue's shoulders and, with a determined gaze, said, Yue, since childhood, I've listened to whatever your grandfather said. But this time, I've decided to go against him once. We absolutely will not marry that useless heir of the Lu family. Even if I'm kicked out of the family, Dad will let you pursue your own happiness. Don't worry, Dad means what he says. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue was first stunned. Then, her cold expression melted like snow on a mountain. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Dad! Bai Wanyue threw herself into her father's arms, trembling and crying. For the first time in her life, she felt the warmth of family. My daughter! Bai Yingtian held Bai Wanyue tightly, his face full of heartache. He silently vowed, no matter what happens, he would never marry his daughter to that spoiled young master of the Lu family. The next morning, Lu family's villa. Damn it! What time is it? Why aren't you up yet? Damn it! Lu Feng, still with his eyes closed, reached out to turn off the alarm clock. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to check the system. Current readership, 1. Extractable lifespan, 1 second. Still only one view from himself. Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry. He guessed the title was too explosive, making others think it was nonsense, which is why they didn't click to read. It was like walking down the street and someone trying to sell you a spaceship. Only a fool would buy it. A normal person wouldn't even glance at him. After getting up and washing up, Lu Feng soon arrived at the school gate. With only a month left until the college entrance examination, all third-year students were to take their last mock exam today. As the exam time approached, Lu Feng quickened his pace. Just then, two familiar figures appeared not far ahead. Bai Wanyue and Ba Gu were walking side by side toward the school gate, accompanied by two bodyguards. Each bodyguard was carrying heavy boxes of books. Lu Feng, woo woo woo. Ba Gu greeted Lu Feng with a face full of grievance. Lu Feng? What does it mean to cry upon seeing him so early in the morning? Is this some special etiquette from somewhere? He heard Ba Gu explain, Uncle Bai said to let Yue transfer to the best first high school in Yunhai City to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Let me be a reading companion, and if you don't agree, I'll be sent back to the capital. But I want to stay at 13 middle school and learn math with you, boo-hoo. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly realized. No wonder he was crying. For Beige, math was more important than his own life. But then, Lu Feng's curiosity began to stir. As far as he knew, Bai Wanyue was studying at 13 middle school because she was forced by the old master of the Bai family to cultivate a so-called relationship with him here. Could it be that the old master had an epiphany? Just as Lu Feng thought, Bai Wanyue said expressionlessly, Lu Feng, my father has decided to cancel our engagement. From now on, you no longer need to deliberately approach me. Also, through these past 2 days of contact, I've found that you are not a bad person, just lacking ambition. This is my last piece of advice. Do not interfere with the family business, and try to live on your own in this world. Goodbye. After saying this, Bai Wanyue reached out, pulling the tearful Beige along, their figures gradually fading away. Watching their backs, Lu Feng stood frozen in place. Bai Wanyue's words echoed in his ears, and for a moment, he was a bit dazed. The engagement was cancelled? He would never see Bai Wanyue again? Lu Feng jumped up 3 feet high in joy. Hooray! Just thinking about how he would never have to hear Bai Wanyue's sarcasm and chanting again made him so excited he was about to cry. At this moment, There were only 2 minutes left before the exam. Lu Feng forcibly suppressed his excitement and rushed into the classroom at the last minute. The first subject was Chinese. As the invigilating teacher distributed the exam papers one by one, the exam began. Lu Feng took the paper, wrote his name and class on it, and raised his hand. "Teacher, I'm done, I want a hand in my paper early." He had spent the last 2 days focused on math and physics books, without studying any Chinese knowledge at all. In this situation, even if he scored well, the system wouldn't give any rewards. Rather than waste time in the exam room, he might as well take a book and find a place to brush up on his lifespan. The teacher distributing the papers was dumbfounded. The papers hadn't even been fully distributed, and he was already done? But seeing it was Lu Feng, the spoiled rich kid, the teacher didn't say much more and said, "This student, just put your paper on the desk and you can leave." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. After placing the paper down, he went to the playground and took out a chemistry book from his pocket, reading it with great interest. Ding! Detected that the host is reading high school chemistry. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Chemistry knowledge plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. This is the feeling. Master math, physics, and chemistry. Fear nothing in the world. At this moment, at the Bai family estate, rows of bodyguards stood in the courtyard. Bai Engtian was assigning them tasks. You few, responsible for collecting the hair of all middle and high school girls in Junhai City. And you, responsible for collecting the hair of all the girls working in shopping malls, pedestrian streets, and snack stalls. In short, as long as they fit the age characteristics of the second young lady, collect all their hair. Then send it to the inspection department for DNA comparison. Did you all hear? Bai Engtian said with his hands behind his back. Heard, the bodyguards shouted in unison. Set off. Whoever can find the second young lady will receive a reward of 1 billion. With Bai Engtian's command, all the bodyguards left the courtyard in an orderly manner, heading to their tasks. After assigning the tasks, Bai Engtian returned to the house and opened his laptop. There was no way around it. He had to find his daughter, and work couldn't stop. With graduation season approaching, as the dean of the physics department at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, he had a large number of student papers to review every day. Opening his email, he looked at the dazzling array of messages. Bai Engtian slid the mouse and found an email titled Physics Department Li Ming among numerous papers. This Li Ming was notorious for being the last in exams every year, a well-known poor student in the entire department. Because of this, Bai Engtian paid special attention to the quality of his paper. He clicked to preview the document. Upon seeing the title, he was momentarily stunned. The title boldly read The Principles of Lithography Machine Manufacturing. This little brat, is he messing with me? Bai Engtian cursed angrily, truly a case of mud that can't stick to the wall. He hadn't even figured out the exam results yet. And here he was researching lithography machines? It should be known that the Dragon Country invests countless talents and funds every year to develop lithography machines. Yet, even after decades, there has been no significant progress. As a result, the Dragon Country had to lower its stance and import chips at high prices from abroad. Even the foreign lithography machines were pieced together through the cooperation of multiple countries. In this situation, how could a student on the verge of being expelled for poor grades write a theory on lithography machine manufacturing? He wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. Nevertheless, Bai Engtian still opened the paper, wanting to see what it was all about. But after reading a few lines, he was instantly wide-eyed, his mouth forming an O shape, his face showing a look of shock. He stared at the content of the paper, his expression dazed, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, Bai Engtian couldn't believe it. My God. He then trembled as he took out his phone and dialed Li Ming's number. The call was quickly connected, and a timid voice came through. Teacher? Bai Engtian spoke excitedly. Li Ming, I just read your paper. I never expected it. You hit it too well. This truly gives the teacher a big surprise. As soon as he said this, there was silence on the other end of the line. Then, laughter from several boys could be heard. I said that paper from that shady website shouldn't be copied. Now it's over, right? From old Bai's tone, it seems he's really angry this time. Better prepare for a delay in graduation. If it were me, I'd be angry too. Poor grades are one thing, but writing a paper on lithography machines? Isn't that just fooling around? Exactly. Do you know what lithography machines mean? Old Bai has poured half his life's effort into this thing, and it still hasn't made a splash. Aren't you just poking him in the heart? Hearing the boy's words, Bai Engtian, who was initially extremely excited, suddenly changed his expression, his mood plummeting to the bottom. The next second, Bai Engtian was furious, his voice deafening. Li Ming, what on earth is going on? If you don't explain clearly, I guarantee you won't graduate this year. With this roar, the phone fell silent. About 10 seconds later, Li Ming trembled and said, Teacher, I'm sorry, that paper was copied from a shady website. I didn't know it was nonsense. Please, give me another chance, don't let me delay my graduation. Copied? If that's the case, does that mean this paper really exists? Thinking of this, Bai Yingtian's anger subsided considerably, and he quickly said, You now, immediately send me that website. After saying this, Bai Yingtian hung up the phone. Then he opened WeChat, his gaze fixed tightly on Li Ming's chat window. Ding! The WeChat notification sound rang out. Bai Yingtian clicked into that website with the fastest fingers. He wished he could press his face against the screen. He read carefully, word for word, with utmost seriousness. As he delved deeper into the paper, Bai Yingtian became more and more excited. The more he read, the more thrilled he became. He was even trembling all over. He couldn't believe it. It was hard to believe. Bai Yingtian was almost out of breath. The thing that the scientific physics community of Manhwa had dreamed of for decades actually appeared on a shabby website. Just as Bai Yingtian was overwhelmed with excitement, the phone rang. He picked up his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and showed an expression of annoyance. Pressing the answer button, he said in a harsh tone, Master Lu, what do you want? Indeed, on the other end of the line was Lu Zhixiong. Lu Zhixiong laughed heartily. Bai, my brother, you returned to Yunhai City without even telling me. I could have welcomed you. Bai Yingtian coldly smiled and replied sarcastically, I can't afford that. He had already decided not to marry Bai Wanyue to Lu Feng. Therefore, there was no need to be polite to this grey family. Lu Zhixiong was clearly taken aback, fell silent for a few seconds, and then changed the subject. By the way, I heard there's news about the second miss. I've mobilized all my subordinates to search. As soon as there's news, I'll notify you immediately. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingtian forced a smile and said, Master Lu, you really are enthusiastic. Our Bai family's matters have nothing to do with your Lu family, and we don't need your Lu family's help. At that moment, in the Lu family villa, Lu Zhixiong listened to the words on the phone, frowning deeply. He didn't understand what was wrong with Bai Yingtian. Why was he speaking so sarcastically? Lu Zhixiong suppressed his anger and continued to joke. What do you mean your family and my family? Once Yue and Xiaochen get married, we'll all be one family sooner or later. However, next, Bai Yingtian's words made Lu Zhixiong's face turn red. Who said we are one family? Let me tell you, Lu Zhixiong, my daughter Yue will absolutely not marry your useless son, and our Bai family will not have a marriage alliance with your Lu family. Not even if my old man comes. If you want to marry my daughter, let your son dream on. After saying that, Bai Yingtian hung up the phone with a snap. Beep, beep. Hearing the standby tone from the phone, Lu Zhixiong was stunned. He was dumbfounded. After regaining his senses, he was extremely furious and raised his 8848 phone, smashing it hard onto the ground. Bang! The phone shattered with a loud crash. The butler, seeing this, waved his hand, and two servants immediately ran over. One servant took a broom to clean up the scene. The other servant pulled out a brand new phone and handed it over. Lu Zhixiong naturally took the new phone, inserted the SIM card, and dialed the old man of the Bai family in the capital. He didn't know where he had offended the Bai family, leading to their sarcastic remarks and even the cancellation of the engagement. But as long as the old man of the Bai family didn't speak up, there was still hope. Bai family manner. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yingtian turned his attention back to the paper, his expression once again filled with excitement. He clicked on the information of the paper's author. To his dismay, he found that the other party was an anonymous user. Helpless, Bai Yingtian could only try to establish contact with the paper's author through a private message. Hello, I would like to have a good talk with you. If you see this message, please contact my phone number XXXX. He sent it several times in a row. Then, Bai Yingtian opened a WeChat group named Academic Exchange and sent the paper into the group. The group members were all top experts in the physics community of Manhwa. At first, when everyone saw the title of the paper, they thought it was a joke. At Old Bai, what nonsense are you posting? At Old Bai, have you been drinking? However, a few minutes later, the entire WeChat group exploded. Holy crap, I just took a look, and it's actually real. God, I can't believe my eyes. This is simply shocking. At Old Bai, did you write this paper? Bai Yingtian, I didn't write it. I found it on a shabby paper website. The WeChat group fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into life again. Sure enough, geniuses are different from ordinary people. They actually put such a precious thing in the trash. We must recruit such talent. At Old Bai, can you get in touch with him? Bai Yingtian replied, the other party is an anonymous user. I sent him a private message, but he hasn't replied yet. No problem. I'll have a friend from the computer science department trace his network IP address. Just send me the paper link. Upon seeing the last sentence, by Ingtian immediately sent the link to the group. At that moment, the entire WeChat group was silent, with not a single message. Everyone was holding their breath, quietly waiting for the result. A few minutes later, ding, ding, a series of notification sounds rang out in the WeChat group. Bai Ingtian hurriedly opened the group chat, but when he saw the message, his expectations instantly fell flat. My friend got back to me. Although the publisher's address shows it's overseas, the network fluctuations are significant, and the exact location is unclear. So my friend speculates that the publisher is still in the country, just using a VPN. At everyone, let's all send him private messages. With so many messages, he should see at least one, right? Exactly, at this time, we need to unite, there's strength in numbers. I've already started sending messages. Come on, we must get in touch with him no matter what. In an instant, these top physicists from Manhwa began bombarding the anonymous user with messages. Each person's phone screen was about to crack, and their keyboards were nearly worn out. Yet they remained undeterred, deeply immersed in the frenzy. At the 13th middle school, on the playground, Lu Feng was sitting cross-legged on a ping-pong table, reading a book. Ding dang, ding dang, ding. His phone in his pocket started buzzing with messages. Lu Feng frowned, switched his phone to silent mode, and continued to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a pair of long, black-stockinged legs in high heels out of the corner of his eye. Looking up, he found Lu Yun standing in front of him, wearing a roaming invigilator badge around her neck. Lu Feng, why are you sitting here instead of taking the exam? Lu Yun asked curiously. Teacher, I've finished my Chinese exam. Since I'm weak in chemistry, I'm cramming at the last minute, Lu Feng said, patting the chemistry book in his hands. Lu Yun glanced at her watch, bewildered. It's only been 20 minutes since the exam started. This little time isn't even enough to write an essay, and you've already finished everything? Lu Feng shrugged. I only said I finished, not that I got everything right. Lu Yun was speechless. So you just wrote your name in class? Since we ran into each other here, there's something I want to discuss with you. Lu Yun cleared her throat and said, you see, there's less than a month until the college entrance examination, and many universities have already started their special recruitment process. I think with your math talent, getting a special admission to Qingbei University shouldn't be a problem. So I want to visit your home for a home visit regarding this matter. What do you think? After failing the mission at 0 Point Bar, Lu Yun became more determined. She decided to confront Lu Zhixiong under the guise of a home visit. Of course, there was also some personal interest. She genuinely hoped Lu Feng could get a special admission to Qingbei University. With his math talent, as long as he was provided with a sufficiently large platform, he could definitely become a leading figure in the field of mathematics in the future. However, when Lu Feng heard her thoughts, he shook his head like a rattledrum. Special admission? That wouldn't do. He was counting on the college entrance examination to earn a wave of system rewards. Now that his knowledge in physics and mathematics was at max level, and chemistry was also improving, there was still a month left, which was more than enough to max out all the other subjects. 6 subjects in total. Plus, there are hundreds of thousands, even millions of people competing in the province. If he could get first place in the province and defeat all these people, he couldn't imagine how generous the rewards would be. As for home visits, with Lu Zhixiong's temperament, if he were specially recruited into a college, he might even consider it. Teacher, I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to enter a good university through the college entrance examination. Lu Feng refused. Hearing this, Lu Yun was somewhat speechless. Lu Feng's talent in mathematics was top-notch, but his performance in other subjects was hard to describe. Participating in the college entrance examination, let alone getting into a good school, it was questionable whether he could even pass the vocational college scoreline. This matter is not up to you. I need to consult your parents' opinions. Alright, it's decided then. See you at your house tonight. With that, Lu Yun left without looking back. Lu Feng, fine. Since he couldn't stop it, let it be. He could already envision the scene of Lu Zhixiong flying into a rage. After Lu Yun left, Lu Feng continued to enjoy reading his chemistry book. Soon, the morning passed in the blink of an eye. After this period of reading, Lu Feng's chemistry knowledge level had risen to level 4. He also gained a total of 8 days of lifespan. Chemistry knowledge level, LV4, 36% experience. Proficient. Just then, the campus broadcast announced the end of the Chinese exam. Lu Feng put away his chemistry textbook and went to the school cafeteria, casually having a bite for lunch. In the afternoon, the subject was English. Lu Feng still finished writing his name in class before handing in the paper, then returned to the playground to continue reading his chemistry textbook. At this moment, Longwei Academy of Sciences, Mathematics Department. In the office, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang were gathered together, discussing a major matter. Since the special recruitment had begun, according to the school's requirements, their mathematics department had a total of 5 special recruitment slots. So the professors were discussing how to allocate these 5 slots. The first person they thought of was Lu Feng, who had shown brightly in the mathematics competition in Yunhai City. No matter what, this year we must recruit Lu Feng. Even if we only recruit one person, it has to be him. That's right, this kid's mathematical talent is unparalleled. Only he can ensure our names go down in history. Agreed, even if that bastard Lu Zhixiong makes it so we can't return, we must make a trip to Yunhai City. The professors still remembered the threatening words from Lu Zhixiong when they previously called him to recruit Lu Feng as a disciple. He claimed that if they dared to go to Yunhai City, they would have no way back. Nevertheless, compared to their thirst for reputation, even if it meant going through fire and water, they had to bring Lu Feng into their fold. Let's go, the meeting about special recruitment is about to start. We should report Lu Feng's name first. With that, the 3 professors chatted and laughed as they made their way to the conference room in the comprehensive building. Inside the large room, professors from various departments were already seated. On the stage, the dean sat in the middle, with several vice deans beside him, and a laptop was placed in the center. The computer was on a video call, and on the screen was Bai Yingtian. He was not only the head of the physics department but also the vice dean of the Longboy Academy of Sciences, specifically responsible for the approval of special recruits. This meant that any college wanting to specially recruit someone had to get his signature approval. At this moment, the dean tapped the microphone and said, "All right, the meeting is about to begin, please keep quiet." Due to Vice Dean Bai having important matters to attend to, he is participating in the meeting via remote video. We hope everyone understands. After saying this, the dean looked at his watch and continued, "The time has come, the meeting officially begins. Professors from the mathematics department, please report the names of the special recruits." In this segment, the professors needed to introduce the names, ages, and schools of the special recruits. More importantly, what honors and awards has this specially recruited individual received? If the deans are satisfied, they will immediately approve it, emphasizing openness, fairness, and justice. Professor Wu Zhongxiang from the mathematics department stood up, took out a photo of Lu Feng, and said, "Lu Feng, male, 16 years old, studying at Yunhai City No. 13 Middle School. I have discussed with Professors Li and Zhang and decided to give the first special recruitment slot to this child. Although Lu Feng has not won any awards compared to the outstanding students of previous years, his exposed mathematical talent is extremely terrifying. If properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly surpass the 3 of us in the future and even become a unique mathematical genius in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful voice came from the laptop on the stage. "I disagree." At this statement, all the professors in the conference room looked shocked. By family manner. In the living room, Bai Yingtian looked at the photo of Lu Feng on the screen, showing a look of disdain and disgust. After so many years of contact with the Lu family, how could he not know what kind of person Lu Feng, the son of Lu Zhixiong, was? Every day he either skipped class to go online or got into fights. He never looked at his books, a complete wastrel with no academic skills. If it weren't for the old man's pressure, he would never have entertained the absurd idea of a marriage alliance between Bai Wanyue and the Lu family. Looking at Professor Wu Zhongxiang's surprised face on the screen, Bai Yingtian said seriously, "Professor Wu, please understand that my actions are not aimed at you. This child is completely a learning waste. If he takes the college entrance examination, he won't even be able to get into a junior college. Since he started school, he has never passed an exam, let alone any mathematical talent. So, please consider a new candidate and report back at the next meeting." As these words were spoken, all the professors in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yingtian's earlier rejection was so decisive that they thought he had a conflict with the mathematics department professors, but it seemed to be a misunderstanding. Wu Zhongxiang also showed an understanding expression and explained, "Dean Bai, I know you have a prejudice against the young master of the Lu family. Initially, Professors Li, Zhang, and I shared the same view as you, thinking that Lu Feng was just a spoiled rich kid who couldn't be helped. But after the math competition the day before yesterday, the 3 of us have a new appreciation for him. This child is still in high school, yet he can solve competition problems that even college students can't, and he can even solve the problems we design in seconds." After saying this, Professor Wu Zhongxiang took out a pre-prepared video and projected it onto the big screen for everyone in the room to watch. What played was Lu Feng's shining moment at the math competition. He casually stated the answers to calculation problems. His problem-solving approach was both clear and efficient. Looking at the recording, Wu Zhongxiang said excitedly, "Such terrifying calculation ability, logical thinking ability, and comprehensive application ability, I believe there is no second person in the world who can achieve this." The other professors in the conference room were shocked. If the video was real, then Lu Feng was indeed a once-in-a-century mathematical genius. However, Bai Yingtian was not persuaded. Instead, he angrily said, the video is simply too fake. How could Lu Feng possibly solve all the calculation problems in seconds? Even with a calculator, there must be a calculation process. I am very sure that Lu Feng got in through the back door and memorized the answers in advance. So, Professor Wu, let's not discuss this topic any further, it is meaningless. As these words were spoken, in an instant, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This was too harsh. Saying Lu Feng got in through the back door implied that Professors Wu and the others had been bribed, right? In academia, reputation is of utmost importance, and Professors Wu and the others were no exception. Bai Yingtian's words were no different from rubbing their reputations into the ground, and all in front of so many people. In an instant, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang blushed to the roots of their necks and stood up in unison. Director Bai, what do you mean by this? Are you openly humiliating us? Director Bai, you can expel me, but you absolutely cannot use such words to disgust me. Director Bai, the three of us guarantee in our personal capacity that we have not received any benefits from Lu Feng. For those engaged in academia, guaranteeing with personal reputation is no different from using one's life as collateral. However, Bai Yingtian looked down on Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart, and faced with the repeated recommendations from the professors, he was thoroughly enraged, his voice deafening. 3 professors, I have already given you face, do you really want me to spell it out? Why did Lu Feng win the championship? What did you gain from it? Do you need me to investigate this in detail? Let me make it clear today. Lu Feng will absolutely not pass the special recruitment review of the Manhwa Academy of Sciences. You might as well give up. Seeing the venomous words from Bai Yingtian, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang were so furious they jumped up. Bai Yingtian, you old fool, calling you director is giving you face, otherwise, you wouldn't even count as a fart in my eyes. That's right, you call yourself a physics professor, yet after half a lifetime of research on photolithography machines, you haven't made any progress, just wasting the country's funds and talent, an absolute economic black hole. You suspect us of accepting bribes from Lu Feng? We suspect your academic ability. Exactly, what qualifications do you have to be a professor, and what qualifications do you have to be vice president? The argument in the conference room grew more intense. Even words like old fool were thrown around. If Bai Yingtian had been present, they would have surely come to blows. At that moment, the director picked up the microphone and said helplessly, all right, professors, please stop arguing. My suggestion is to observe Lu Feng for a while longer. After all, there's still about a month until the special recruitment period. There's no need to rush this. Hearing this, both sides' tempers cooled slightly. After sitting back down, Professor Wu confidently stated, I guarantee that if, after observation, Lu Feng does not possess such high mathematical talent, I will immediately resign and leave the Manhwa Academy of Sciences, never to step into academia again. Professors Li and Zhang also chimed in, I guarantee it too. Me too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingtian gritted his teeth and said, fine, if Lu Feng is truly the once-in-a-century genius you claim, I will not only resign as the head of the physics department but also step down from all positions, including vice president of the Manhwa Academy of Sciences. In the end, the argument gradually came to a close under the guarantees from both sides. The conference room returned to silence. The professors from other departments breathed a sigh of relief and began to introduce their own candidates for special recruitment. Yuhai City, no. 13 Middle School. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the English exam had ended. With still an hour or two until school was out, the senior students needed to return to class, truly valuing every moment. For Lu Feng, today was a rare day of leisure. Nothing disturbed him. He comfortably spent the entire day refreshing his life. Back in the classroom, Lu Feng took out a brand new chemistry book and continued reading. At that moment, the class bell rang. As the biology teacher entered the classroom, he saw Lu Feng seriously hugging a book and studying. He felt quite pleased and walked over with a smile, wanting to praise him. But as he got closer, he realized Lu Feng was holding a chemistry book, and his face darkened as he turned back. Time passed second by second. After school, just as Lu Feng reached the school gate, suddenly, an SUV stopped in front of him. Lu Yan rolled down the car window and smiled. Let's go, Lu Feng. I'll accompany you home. Seeing this, Lu Feng sighed. It seemed that today he couldn't escape the home visit after all. Reluctantly, Lu Feng opened the car door and got in. After fastening his seatbelt, Lu Yan pressed the gas pedal, and the SUV slowly drove towards the Lu family's villa. Lu family villa. In the living room, Lu Zhixian was playing mahjong with a few older brothers. Damn it, I just spoke with the old man from the Bai family, and he never mentioned canceling the engagement. It was that bastard Bai Yingtian who made the decision on his own. not only breaking the engagement but also insulting Xiao Chun. Next time, we need to teach that bastard a lesson. Lu Zhixiong cursed. Jin Xianbao picked a tile and said lightly, why bother with a clueless scholar? As long as the old man from the Bai family doesn't say anything, what Bai Yingtian says is just nonsense. Nan Feng. Just as they were enjoying the game, Lu Feng and Lu Yun slowly walked in through the living room door. Dad, my homeroom teacher is here for a home visit, Lu Feng said. As soon as he said this, the older brothers all turned to look at the door. Home visit? I've lived this long and never heard that term before. Oh, the homeroom teacher is quite a beauty. Nice figure, she'll definitely have a son in the future. The older brothers joked. Hearing their crude remarks, Lu Yun didn't feel nervous. She had already prepared herself mentally before coming. Lu Yun's gaze was fixed on Lu Zhixiong, and her heart stirred with a few ripples. Is this the enemy she has to face? After secretly investigating the Lu family for so many years, today was her first formal meeting with Lu Zhixiong. Although it was under the guise of a home visit, she felt she was one step closer to bringing down the Lu family. I am Lu Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. May I ask who is Lu Feng's father? Lu Yun pretended not to recognize Lu Zhixiong and asked. Lu Zhixiong exhaled a puff of smoke without looking up and said, I am his father. Damn it, home visit, what a joke. If you have something to say, hurry up, don't waste my time playing mahjong, Lu Zhixiong said impatiently. Seeing his attitude, Lu Yun couldn't help but clench her fists. Then, she took a deep breath and pulled out 2 test papers from her bag. These 2 papers were Lu Feng's Chinese and English tests from today's mock exam. Lu Feng's dad, since I came in, you haven't looked at me once. And knowing I was coming for a home visit, you still have this indifferent attitude. Do you really care about your son? Do you know how poor his grades are? With that, Lu Yun stepped forward and directly threw the 2 blank test papers onto the mahjong table. Lu Zhixiong was about to play a tile when he saw this scene, and his expression darkened. But when he noticed that Lu Feng's paper only had his name and class written on it, with no other questions answered, his expression changed from cloudy to clear, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah, good, great score. Lu Yun? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. Good? What's good about it? Not a single question answered. The paper was cleaner than his face. If it were other parents, they would have probably used their child as a punching bag by now. How could Lu Zhixiong still be laughing? What left her even more dumbfounded was yet to come. Lu Zhixiong picked up the test paper and began to show off to the older brothers. Ha ha ha, see this? This is my son, look at his score. Not a single question answered, 0 points. So, what do you think? Isn't he better than your sons? As he spoke, Lu Zhixiong wore a proud smile. The older brothers looked at Lu Feng's pristine test paper, their eyes wide open. Each of them even showed a hint of envy. Wow, Xiong Yi, you raised a good son. Yes, that deadbeat of a son of mine scores only a few points on every exam, sometimes barely passing, almost drove me to death with anger. Xiong, how do you usually teach Xiao Chen? Share the secret to success with us. Exactly. If you have this method and don't tell your brothers, that's really not fair. Several older brothers complained. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong laughed even louder. He crossed his legs and couldn't help but boast. There's nothing I can do, my genes are excellent, and my son was born to be outstanding. When I tell him to study, he refuses. When I tell him to go to school, he won't. Every day he skips class to go online, sing karaoke, and party. I can't control him at all. If it weren't for Guilan insisting he get a degree, he would have dropped out long ago. Ha ha. Hearing Lu Zhixiong's words, the older brothers couldn't help but give a thumbs up, envy and jealousy clearly etched on their faces. Lu Feng felt a dark cloud over his head. If it weren't for the 7 wolves tattoo still on him, he might have believed it too. Meanwhile, Lu Yun stood there in shock, her face full of disbelief, completely dumbfounded. What? What is going on? Am I still asleep? Am I dreaming? She pinched Lu Feng's arm hard. Ouch! Lu Feng let out a cry of pain. Hearing this commotion, Lu Yun was completely stunned. It hurt, this wasn't a dream. Then, Lu Yun's pupils quickly dilated, her face revealing an unmistakable shock. What kind of terrible environment could shape such a distorted worldview? Not ashamed of poor grades, but rather proud of them. What she couldn't understand even more was that the few people beside her were showing expressions of envy and jealousy. My God, is this a world for normal people? Lu Feng noticed the change in Lu Yun's expression, as if he saw himself when he first crossed over. Ah, yes, it's this abstract look. 1 part melancholy, 2 parts speechless, 3 parts abstract, 4 parts bitter smile. At that moment, Lu Zhixiong looked at Lu Yun and praised, your child is so outstanding. You, the homeroom teacher, deserve a lot of credit. Wang, the housekeeper, give her 100,000 as a reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a bit unsteady. Is this a compliment or an insult? If she took this money, word would get to those teachers, and she'd probably be laughed at. No, I absolutely won't take your money. Lu Yun quickly waved her hands and then said, actually, I have some good news to tell you. Although Lu Feng's grades are poor, he has a high talent for mathematics. If he participates in the special recruitment, with his ability, he is very likely to be admitted to Qingbei University. So, the main purpose of my visit today is to discuss the special recruitment with you. When Lu Zhixiong heard this so-called good news, his smile instantly froze, replaced by an uncontrollable anger. Stop talking nonsense, special recruitment to Qingbei? If Lu Feng dares to go to such a good school, I'll break his legs. And you, the homeroom teacher, I'll deal with you too, damn it. Lu Zhixiong shouted with a red face. The older brothers beside him echoed, you little teacher, why do you always bring up such topics? Can't you say something that makes people happy? Exactly, everything was fine. Why bring up such a depressing topic? Alright, let's hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us while we play mahjong. At that moment, Lu Yun felt the world spinning, dizzy and disoriented. Her mind was unclear. She felt lightheaded, her worldview had completely collapsed. Teacher, let me see you off, Lu Feng said. Everything happening before him was entirely expected. Okay. Lu Yun felt there was no need to stay any longer. If she talked to these people a bit more, she feared she might faint. At the entrance of the villa, before leaving, Lu Yun reminded Lu Feng again, hoping he would reconsider the special recruitment matter. Lu Feng expressed that he would think it over carefully and seriously. After bidding farewell to Lu Yun, he turned around and completely forgot about the matter. Back at the villa, in the living room, Lu Zhixiong was still playing mahjong with a few older brothers. Lu Feng walked straight into his bedroom, closed the door, and summoned the system panel. A day had passed. He didn't know if anyone had discovered that paper. Current readers, 6. Extractable lifespan, 6 seconds. Seeing this data, Lu Feng felt a bit disheartened. Just 6 people, that was too few. However, the 6 seconds of reward time was enough for the readers to have a few shots at it. Immediately, Lu Feng took out his phone and opened that obscure paper website app. As soon as he clicked in, suddenly, unread messages appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, there were actually tens of thousands of them. Moreover, all these messages were sent by a few individuals. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding, hello, I would like to have a good talk with you. If you see this message, please contact my phone number XXXX. Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding, are you there? I really appreciate your paper and would like to present it at a press conference. Can we add each other as friends? Gongcheng Mingjiu, I beg you, please add me as a friend. My WeChat is XXXXXX. Green grass, leave a contact method. Leave a contact method. Leave a contact method. Looking at the dazzling array of text on the screen, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed that there were people with discerning eyes who had discovered his paper. Then, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the second message. A press conference? Hiss. That sounds quite good. The system's reward rule is that the more readers there are, the more lifespan is granted. If he could use this person's hand to increase the paper's exposure, it would indeed be a good choice. Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at the message requesting to add him as a friend and chose to accept. Ding! You have successfully added Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding as a friend. Please feel free to speak your mind. After the addition was complete, Lu Feng opened the chat box with Wang Lai Wu Bai Ding, edited a message, and chose to send it. Scholar 11, you can present this paper at the press conference. After sending this message, Lu Feng contentedly closed his phone, humming a little tune as he went to take a shower. By family manner. Dad, I'm back. Bai Wanyue ran into the living room after school, her face beaming with a happy smile. Ever since she broke off her engagement with Lu Feng, she had become much more cheerful. Behind her, Beige followed in, each hand carrying a backpack, looking lifeless. Today was the most boring day of his life. Those high school math concepts in front of him were as dull as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Bai Engtian was speaking into his phone, looking quite determined. Ha, I knew that bastard Lu Zhixiong would complain to you. Dad, I've listened to you all my life, but Wanyue's marriage must be decided by her. Dad, please stop. I've made up my mind about this. Unless you kick me out of the Bai family. Trust me, I recently found a paper on lithography machines online, and my intuition tells me success is near. When I research the lithography machine, we won't need to marry into any family anymore. After saying this, Bai Engtian hung up the phone with a snap. He then turned around and looked at Bai Wanyue, smiling. Wanyue, I've already taken care of things with Grandpa. Dad keeps his promises. I will definitely let you marry the person you like. Seeing this scene, Bai Wanyue was moved to tears. She could no longer contain her excitement and rushed into Bai Engtian's arms, happily saying, "Thank you, Dad. Good daughter." Bai Engtian comforted Bai Wanyue's head. Suddenly, Ding dong! A message rang on his phone. Hearing this message, Bai Yingtian jolted, and excitement surged through him. Daughter, Dad has something important to do now. You go have dinner with Xiaoba first, Bai Yingtian said. After saying that, he quickly opened his phone. On the screen, there was the person he had been eagerly waiting for. Scholar 11, you can present this paper at the press conference. Upon seeing this sentence, in an instant, Bai Yingtian trembled with excitement. Seeing this message felt like winning 100 billion in the lottery. His face was filled with exhilaration. Unable to contain his inner excitement any longer, he placed his fingers on the phone keyboard and began typing furiously. WCLB, really? Thank you so much. WCLB, I greatly admire your paper. Every word and punctuation mark has been carefully considered. It's simply shocking. WCLB, is it convenient to meet offline? I have many questions I want to ask you. WCLB, as long as you agree to meet, I will guarantee to meet any conditions or requirements. WCLB, Bai Yingtian sent out dozens of messages in succession. Reluctantly, he finally turned off his phone. He held the phone tightly, joy evident on his face, his eyes reflecting hopes and dreams for the future. After spending half a lifetime on this, he was finally going to witness the birth of the lithography machine in his lifetime. For Bai Yingtian, this was an extremely critical moment in his life. After sending the messages, Bai Yingtian immediately shared this joy in the academic group chat. The big shots in the group were also overjoyed upon hearing the news. At old Bai, go for it. Let the old men in the math department see if we can make the lithography machine. At old Bai, whether Longwa physics can make a name in the global scientific community depends on you. At old Bai, I believe in you. At old Bai, believe in the power of belief. Seeing everyone's replies, Bai Yingtian's already trembling heart shook even more violently. Especially thinking about the mockery and doubts from Professor Wu and the others during the meeting earlier, Bai Yingtian picked up his phone and sent out dozens more messages. At the Lu family villa, after taking a shower, Lu Feng came out of the bathroom and saw a series of unread messages on his phone. He opened it and found that they were all from WCLB. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to look. He had already authorized the paper to him. He just needed to wait for the press conference to be held, the exposure to soar, and then reap the rewards. As for the lithography machine, Lu Feng decided he would figure it out himself. Theory is ultimately just something on paper. Only practice is the sole way to verify the truth. However, he knew he couldn't do it at home. If Lu Zhixiong found out he was doing research, he would probably throw him out like scrap metal. Throwing his phone aside, Lu Feng collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes. Before long, he was snoring. The night passed quickly. Before he knew it, the sky was already lightening. At 6:30 in the morning, before the alarm rang, Lu Feng was awakened by Lu Zhixiong's shouts from the living room. Damn it, living well is worse than living better. Li family village is so poor that it's ringing. Not even 1 million can be gathered from the whole village, and now they want to requisition their land. Compensation is 20,000 per square meter. Now, good, everyone in the village has become a damn millionaire. Money Leopard, I'm entrusting this project to you, you must handle it well. After being woken up, Lu Feng rubbed his eyes, fully awake. Since he couldn't sleep, Lu Feng decided to head to school early to earn some lifespan. After all, for him, time was not just money, it was also precious life. Under the service of the servants, Lu Feng soon sat in the car and headed towards the 13th middle school. When he arrived at the school, the gate was still closed. Only a few students were scattered outside. As Lu Feng approached, he saw Li Jingya engrossed in memorizing an English vocabulary book. You're working so hard in your first year of high school, Lu Feng said as he walked over to greet her. Li Jingya looked up, recognized Lu Feng, and smiled happily. Good morning, Lu Feng. I heard that some universities have programs for young students, allowing first-year high school students to participate, she explained. So I wanted to give it a try. If I'm selected, I could save several years of tuition. Lu Feng nodded. He was somewhat familiar with these programs, which are a special educational model for gifted children. As long as they are outstanding enough, they can skip high school and start university courses early. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Jingya, does your family have a yard? Is it big enough? If possible, I'd like to store some things at your place. He was worried about where to get a lithography machine. If he kept it at home, Lu Zhixiong would definitely find out, and it would be hard to explain. Storing it in a warehouse would also require considering external factors and safety risks. In short, keeping it at home felt more secure. Hearing this, Li Jingya blinked and said, we have a yard, about over 100 square meters. Is that enough for you to store things? Lu Feng was shocked. So big? Li Jingya covered her mouth and laughed. It's just a rural house, worth nothing. Lu Feng nodded. All right, after school tonight, I'll go home with you. Just then, the gatekeeper arrived with the keys. As the school gate opened, all the students filed in. After bidding farewell to Li Jingya, Lu Feng walked straight into the classroom, which was empty at the moment. He turned on the lights, went to his seat, and picked up his chemistry book to read. After a short while, a system notification sounded in his mind. System notification: chemistry knowledge capacity is full. You can obtain a high lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Participate in chemistry competitions. 2. Teach chemistry knowledge. 3. Publish chemistry-related papers. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Great, another subject has reached the maximum level. The college entrance examination consists of 6 subjects, and he had now completed 3, leaving only Chinese, English, and biology. With that thought, Lu Feng put the chemistry book in the drawer and took out a biology book, focusing intently on it. As he read, students from the class arrived one after another, and the dim sky became completely bright. Ding ding ding! With the ringing of the class bell, Lu Yun walked into the classroom holding a math test paper. Classmates, we have a math test this morning. Please put away anything unrelated to the exam in your drawers. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng put away his biology book. When the test paper was handed to him, Lu Feng glanced at it, and all the questions were easily solved. After filling in his class and name, in less than 10 minutes, he had completed the math test paper. Teacher, I want a hand in my paper. Lu Feng raised his hand. Lu Yun seemed to expect this and said, "Bring the paper over, let me take a look." Lu Feng dashed up to the podium and handed the paper to her. Lu Yun took a quick glance and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You're good to go, go play." Oh. With that, Lu Feng dashed out to the playground. In the afternoon's comprehensive science exam, Lu Feng still completed the questions at the fastest speed and then ran to the playground to study biology. By the end of the day, his biology knowledge level soared. Biology knowledge level, LV7, 93% experience. Professional, after school, since the first-year high school classes ended earlier. When Lu Feng arrived at the school gate, Li Jingya had been waiting for a long time. The two got into a taxi, and the driver asked, "Where to?" Li Jingya mentioned a place name, Lijia Village. Upon hearing this name, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. This morning, Lu Zhishon had called, saying that a Lijia village was about to be demolished, with compensation amounting to a full 20,000 yuan per square meter. Could it be Li Jingya's hometown? If it really is, Li Jingya's yard alone is over 100 square meters. Wouldn't that mean a payout of 2 to 3 million? However, Lu Feng kept his thoughts to himself. After all, there are many Lijia villages in Yunhai City. What if it turned out not to be her family's? Wouldn't that be playing with her feelings? You two, hold on tight, the driver said, stepping on the gas as the car sped towards Lijia village. At this moment, in the capital city, at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, Bai Yingtian flew back to the capital immediately after receiving authorization for his paper, holding a press conference for academic reporters. At the venue, several reporters were armed with cameras, snapping photos and recording. On stage, Bai Yingtian stood alongside several physics professors, all looking excited. Then, Bai Yingtian's trembling voice rang out, "Welcome, friends from the press and physics enthusiasts across the nation, to the academic press conference at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Today, we are going to announce an academic achievement regarding the lithography machine." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue began to stir. The moment the words lithography machine were uttered, the reporters were momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, the venue erupted. All the reporters surged towards the stage, their cameras almost pressed against Bai Yingtian's face. "Director Bai, is what you said true? Has Dragon Country already developed a lithography machine? Director Bai, has the first lithography machine been made? Or when do you expect it to be completed? Director Bai, I heard you have studied lithography machines for half your life. What does this success mean for you? Director Bai." The reporters clamored to ask questions, each arm stretching longer than the last, eager to shove their microphones into Bai Yingtian's mouth. Among the audience were many physics enthusiasts, and when they saw the content on stage, they erupted into cheers. "Oh my, it's a paper on the principles of lithography machine production. Incredible, I can hardly believe my eyes. Although it's only part of the content, I am still greatly shocked. Director Bai is amazing. Director Bai is the best in the world. Now our Dragon Country has risen, we will no longer have to humbly import foreign chips. Director Bai, you are my idol." Hearing the cheers, the reporters became even more passionate, nearly unable to resist rushing the stage. At this moment, Bai Yingtian spoke with righteous fervor. "To be honest, this paper was not written by me. Its author is an unknown individual. However, I have contacted this person and obtained his authorization to hold this press conference. And this person, we at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences will secure. and we will cover all his future research expenses. Even if I have to personally empty my pockets and go bankrupt, I will create the first lithography machine belonging to Dragon Country." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became fervently excited, cheering for Bai Yingtian. Although this paper was not written by him, his openness, sincerity, and patriotic spirit, along with his integrity as a scientist, undoubtedly conquered everyone present. Just then, Bai Yingtian shifted his tone and said, "As a scientist, I must adhere to professional ethics, maintain an academic atmosphere, and be truthful. Not like certain professors who abandon their reputations for profit, desecrating academia without any bottom line. Such people should be expelled from the academic circle and stripped of their professorships." Hearing this, the reporters stared at each other, somewhat bewildered. The shift in tone was too abrupt. One moment it was all about Bo Ran, and the next it turned sarcastic. So the question arises, who were the professors that Bai Yingtian was alluding to? At this moment, in the mathematics department of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang watched the scene unfold, their faces instantly turning red with anger. They hadn't planned to pay attention to this press conference. It was a colleague who informed them that Bai Yingtian was promoting the lithography machine. Such a significant matter naturally drew them in to watch. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the live stream, they heard Bai Yingtian's sarcastic remarks about them. Last time in the conference room, their argument was merely a joke within the academic circle. But this time was different. This was a live broadcast. Not to mention the millions of viewers in the stream. In the future, those reporters would surely write about this incident in the newspapers. By then, people all over the world would think the three of them accepted bribes, and their reputations would be utterly ruined. This was no longer about whether they could stay in the academic circle. It was about whether they had the face to continue living in this world. Thinking of this, the three of them were furious, rolling up their sleeves and heading towards the press conference venue. At the press conference, Bai Yingtian was still talking big. "You don't need to guess who I'm talking about. You will naturally know in the future. And I believe that even if they aren't watching the live stream now, they will watch the replay later. Here, I tell these professors, I, Bai Yingtian, walk straight and true, and I absolutely will not allow you scoundrels to tarnish the Dragon Academy." Just as the reporters grew increasingly curious about who Bai Yingtian was targeting, the next moment, bang, the main door of the venue was pushed open. Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang stormed out with great momentum. Upon seeing them, the reporters instantly had their answer. "Bai Yingtian, you old fossil, shut your filthy mouth. We agreed to observe Lu Feng for a while to confirm whether he truly has mathematical talent, and yet you dare to insult us in front of the whole world. Old Bai Deng, we're not done with you today." As they spoke, Professor Wu had already stepped onto the stage, raised his arm, and slapped Bai Yingtian. Smack! A loud slap echoed through the venue. Bai Yingtian staggered back 2 steps, looking bewildered. Once he regained his senses, Bai Yingtian's face twisted in rage, and he swung a fist at Professor Wu's shoulder. Boom! Due to Professor Wu's advanced age, the punch sent him crashing to the ground, his dentures flying out. "Old bastard! How dare you touch Professor Wu?" Seeing this, Professors Li and Zhang turned red with anger. They cursed loudly and immediately joined the fray. Below, the reporters watched the professors fighting on stage, all dumbfounded, their faces blank. This wasn't what they had expected. Wasn't this supposed to be an academic press conference? How did it turn into a cage match? It's important to note, each of these professors was a top figure in the academic world of the Dragon Country, with status and identity that were anything but ordinary. Yet, they were brawling over someone named Lu Feng. If this embarrassing incident were to be reported, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Thinking of this, the reporters quickly raised their cameras, snapping away. One punch from above, one kick from below. One was taking pictures, while another was recording video. There was even a foreign scholar standing at the front, making a peace sign for a photo. Just as the wigs and dentures were flying everywhere, bang, the conference room door was pushed open again. Then, an elderly man in a wheelchair, with a head full of white hair and dressed in a Zhongshan suit, was pushed in by a dozen armed police officers. "Stop it!" the old man shouted angrily. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but his presence was commanding, exuding authority without needing to be angry. The imposing aura radiating from him instantly silenced the scene. Not a sound was heard. Everyone turned to look at the old man. Upon seeing him, Bai Yingtian froze, his raised fist suspended in midair. At that moment, several reporters recognized the identity of the old man. "Old Bai! It's Old Bai! Oh my, I can't believe Old Bai would appear at this press conference." the reporters exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this old man was the very person Lu Zhixiong sought to associate with. By Wan Yue's grandfather. Everyone leave, disperse, Old Bai said succinctly. In an instant, the reporters scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, each grabbing their equipment and rushing out in a frenzy. Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang also got up from the ground and slowly walked toward the exit. As they passed by Old Bai, the three bowed. Then they turned back and glared at Bai Yingtian before leaving in indignation. For a moment, only Bai Yingtian, Old Bai, and a dozen armed police officers remained in the room. Dad! Bai Yingtian trembled. He had completely fallen out with this old father over Bai Wanyue's marriage. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing the other man's face still sent shivers of fear through him. Why didn't you come home first when you returned to the capital? What did I teach you before? No matter how important the matter, you should return home first. Old Bai reprimanded. Slap! Bai Yingtian's legs trembled, and he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Dad! I was wrong. Bai Yingtian didn't even dare to lift his head. However, the next second, Old Bai's expression changed, and his tone softened. All right, get up. I watched your press conference just now. You did well. I've thought it over carefully, and perhaps you're right. Wanyue really doesn't need to marry. Hearing this, Bai Yingtian showed an expression of disbelief, shocked. Dad, are you serious? Wanyue really doesn't have to marry that useless Lu guy? Old Bai did not answer directly. He turned his wheelchair, facing away from Bai Yingtian, and said lightly, I haven't been back to Yunhai City for a long time. Now, my eldest granddaughter is about to face the college entrance examination, and my youngest granddaughter hasn't found a match yet. And you, my son, are doing something earth-shattering. At such a critical time, as the head of the family, how can I stand by? After saying this, Old Bai turned around, his gaze profound. Let's go, I'll accompany you back to Yunhai City. If Lu Zhixiong bothers Wanyue again, I will personally clarify things with him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingtian was so moved that tears almost flowed. He vowed, Father, rest assured, I will not let you down. Ha ha ha, gratitude? We are merely a pawn under your Lu family. To put it bluntly, we are just a tool for making money. When we are no longer useful, you can just discard us. Do you really think we are foolish enough to willingly serve your Lu family for a lifetime? Hearing this, Lu Feng also laughed and scolded, Pawns? No, you overestimate yourselves. In my view, you aren't even worth as much as the dogs raised by the Lu family. At least dogs know how to be close to their masters, but you were raised by us, yet you turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. You ungrateful, unappreciative wolves in sheep's clothing are even worse than beasts. Upon hearing Lu Feng's insults, in an instant, the tall, thin man's expression darkened, his eyes filled with anger. The others didn't look much better. Lu Feng's AoE attack had dealt maximum damage. Child, no matter what, we grew up alongside your father. By age, we are still your uncles. Is this how you insult your own uncles? The tall, thin man gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Feng was about to retort when the villa's main door swung open. Lu Zhixiong stepped out, pointing at these people and cursing, your mother. The most ridiculous thing in this world is adopting a stray dog, and after living in the house for a while, the dog thinks it's the master of the house. Still calling you uncle? You ungrateful scum, how dare you think of being my son's elders? Go to hell! Lu Zhixiong shouted, his face flushed with rage. With that outburst, the faces of those people twisted in fury, all of them breaking down. No wonder the Bai family cancelled the engagement. It seems the Lu family will eventually fall into your hands. The Bai family was right to cancel the engagement. With trash like you, if we were to unite, the Bai family would definitely suffer. Exactly, the old man Bai is wise. Brothers, we must not let the old man Bai down. We must work hard to show our worth and restore the Bai family's honor. Everyone vowed earnestly, looking like a pack of loyal dogs. Hearing their words, Lu Zhixiong's heart sank, a mix of anger and surprise crossing his face. He couldn't believe the Bai family intended to cultivate these ingrates? If that were true, it would indeed be a severe challenge for the Lu family. The original umbrella had turned into a sharp knife aimed at them. Now even those who knew the Lu family inside out had all turned against them. If these two factions united, it would pose a significant threat to the Lu family. Just as Lu Zhixiong was both furious and worried, creak, cars pulled up in front of the Lu family's villa. As the doors opened, more than a dozen of Lu's brothers, including Black Tiger, Golden Leopard, and Eagle, stepped out. Xionggu, you called us over, what's the matter? Black Tiger asked, wearing sunglasses and speaking with confidence. Seeing these brothers, Lu Zhixiong was momentarily taken aback and asked, damn it, when did I call you over? Black Tiger looked confused and said, Gouda clearly called and said you needed us. What's going on? Golden Leopard, Eagle, and the other brothers nodded in agreement. Gouda was the tall, thin man. Once all the brothers had gathered, Gouda stepped forward and smiled. I called you all over for one thing. The Bai family has completely turned against the Lu family and intends to support us brothers to replace the Lu family. We hold some shares in the Lu group, and if you brothers are willing to join forces, our combined shares will be enough to kick this useless father and son out of the Lu group. You are all wise men. At this time, you must choose the right master. With trash like Lu Feng in power, the Lu family is doomed. So, please make your choice. Gao De spoke with an air of certainty. Lu Zhixion's face darkened, an invisible rage radiating from him. At that moment, he realized these people had long since figured out how to deal with him. And as Gao De finished speaking, the brothers looked at each other. Then, one by one, they stepped forward towards Gao De. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gao De laughed triumphantly. He believed that today, the Lu father and son would surely be kicked out of the group. But unexpectedly, the next second, as Black Tiger reached Gao De's side, he raised his fist and swung it. Ah! With a scream, Gao De flew several meters away like a kite with a broken string. As Black Tiger threw the first punch, the fight erupted. The other brothers wasted no time, launching attacks on these people. Ah! Ah! In an instant, screams filled the air. A few minutes later, all these people lay on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, in immense pain. Black Tiger clapped his hands and scolded, "In this world, we talk about loyalty. With a bunch of little brats like you still want to learn from Sima Yi to rebel?" Golden Leopard spat on the ground, his expression unchanged. "Humph, dare to insult our young master? If you dare to say another word, I'll send you all to meet the king of hell." The other big brothers, seeing this, also spat on Gao De and the others. Immediately after, the big brothers led by Black Tiger and Golden Leopard lined up in front of Lu Feng, sincerely saying, "Xiao Chun, we watched you grow up, just like our own son. You can grow up in peace. When you take over the Lu family in the future, your uncles will definitely assist you well." That's right, who hasn't faced some difficulties? When there's a problem, we brothers will face it together. At worst, we die together. It's just that the Bai family cancelled the engagement. With Xiao Chen's looks and conditions, is he afraid he can't find a woman? Humph, even if the Bai family tries to finish us off, we'll at least knock out an old tooth from Bai. Xiao Chen, just do what you want. If there's any trouble, your uncles will take it on. Looking at the united front of the big brothers, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. The brothers that Lu Zhixiong had made friends with were quite loyal, no wonder they could be the big brothers. At that moment, beep beep, a series of car horn sounds rang out. Everyone turned to look, and saw several cars from the Bai family parked not far away. Soon after, Bai Ying Tian pushed Bai Lao towards them. Seeing this, Lu Feng curled his lips. What's going on today? The street in front of the Lu family, which was quite wide, was now almost full of parked cars. Lu Zhixiong and the big brothers looked at the Bai family duo with puzzled expressions. What were they here for? Were they here to back up Gao De and the others? At this time, Gao De and the others saw the old man Bai and, like dogs seeing their master, scrambled up from the ground, wagging their tails as they rushed over, complaining, "Bai Lao, you came just in time. If you were any later, we would have lost our lives." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying Tian and the old man Bai were stunned. What was going on? As the trusted aides of the Lu family, how did they end up beaten to this state at the Lu family's door? Gao De continued, "Bai Lao, these bastards from the Lu family are too inhumane. You must punish them severely." "That's right, Bai Lao, you said you would back us up. You have to help us vent this anger." Upon hearing this, the old man Bai was even more confused. What the hell was going on? What he meant by backing them up was to support the Lu family. How did it turn into wanting to take these people as little brothers? Just as the old man Bai was puzzled, Lu Zhixiong crossed his arms and said with great authority, "Bai Lao, no matter what, my father was not unkind to your Bai family back then. You going back on your word and cancelling the engagement is one thing, but now, you are also poaching the Lu family's trusted aides, colluding from the inside and outside to deal with us. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Are you really leaving no way out for the Lu family?" Lu Zhixiong pressed on fearlessly. Upon hearing this, the old man Bai and Bai Ying Tian finally understood. It turned out that Gao De and the others went to the Bai family manor not because Lu Zhixiong sent them but because they wanted to use Zup power for their own selfish interests. The old man Bai coughed twice, his expression slightly awkward. At that time, he had welcomed them with a smile and was willing to back them up. It turned out that everything had gone into Gao De's ears. Thinking of this, the old man Bai scolded Gao De and the others. As the saying goes, don't forget the well digger when drinking water. Back then, Grandpa Lu took care of you meticulously, treating you like his own son, but what about you? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also stabbed the descendants of your benefactor in the back. You truly are a bunch of heartless scoundrels. After saying this, Old Master Bai looked at his secretary and said, "In the capital, all enterprises related to these people must be thoroughly investigated. Any violations will result in immediate suspension for rectification. For serious cases, all company assets will be frozen directly. Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded and replied, yes. As soon as these words were spoken, Gauda and the others were completely dumbfounded. Over the years, under the protection of the Liu family, they had not only participated in Liu family enterprises but had also engaged in many unsavory businesses privately. Once an investigation began, not only would their company assets be frozen, but they would all end up behind bars. Old Master Bai, please don't. Old Master Bai, you promised us. Gauda and the others fell to their knees with a thud, crying out in despair. Lu Zhixiong and the older brothers were taken aback by this scene. What was happening? Wasn't the Bai family supposed to cultivate them to fight against themselves? Why were they turning on each other? Just as everyone was confused, Old Master Bai nodded at Bai Yingtian, signaling him. Then, in front of everyone, Bai Yingtian walked straight towards Lu Feng. He then bowed 3 times and sincerely said, Xiao Chun, Uncle Bai truly knows he was wrong. Please forgive me. I apologize for everything I said and did before. As long as you can forgive Uncle Bai, please feel free to speak, and I promise to fulfill all your requests. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. They were dumbfounded. Gauda couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, feeling as if the world was spinning. The entire world seemed on the verge of collapse. What was he seeing? Bai Yingtian was actually bowing and apologizing to Lu Feng, and his attitude was extremely humble. Gauda's pupils dilated sharply. This world was too crazy. Even the mouse was acting as the cat's bridesmaid. Meanwhile, for Lu Zhixiong and the older brothers, who never surfed the internet, they were all in shock and confusion. What was Bai Yingtian doing? They had already banded together, planning to fight the Bai family to the bitter end. Yet, Bai Yingtian came out with an apology, leaving everyone at a loss. It felt like, on the battlefield, you draw your bayonet, ready to fight the enemy to the death. When you are just a meter apart, about to reach the moment of life and death, the enemy suddenly hails a taxi and leaves. Meow meow meow. Just as everyone was puzzled, Professor Wu and the other two, who had been squatting at the door for a long time, walked over. Bai Yingtian, look at you now. Old Bai, where's your former pride? Where's your lofty attitude? Now that Lu Feng has invented the lithography machine, you've become humble? Bai Yingtian was slightly taken aback upon seeing the 3 professors. He was puzzled as to how these 3 old men ended up here. But he didn't have much time to think. He was gritting his teeth in anger but still maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, Professors, I also formally apologize to you. You have a discerning eye. Lu Feng is indeed a once-in-a-century mathematical genius. It was my lack of insight that prevented me from seeing the good and the bad. Hearing Bai Yingtian's apology, the 3 professors laughed. As long as you understand, we hope you will fulfill your promise and resign from all positions at the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. Just as they were arguing, Lu Zhixiong and the older brothers were becoming increasingly confused. Lithography machine? At that moment, the butler ran over with a phone, saying, Master, look, the young master is famous now. The whole internet is filled with news about him. As soon as this was said, all the older brothers looked at the phone. On the screen, there were headlines about Lu Feng. Lu Feng invented the lithography machine, insulted the Bai family, smashed the lithography machine, and so on. Looking at the news of Lu Feng insulting the Bai family, everyone was incredibly curious and couldn't help but click on it. Inside was a video. When they clicked play, it was a scene of Lu Feng insulting the Bai family in the yard of Li Jingya's house. Are you members of the Bai family all a bunch of brainless pigs? Head of the Bai family, Old Master Bai, may I ask what you two have on your shoulders, tumors? Listening to the insults coming from the phone, Black Tiger and Money Leopard laughed so hard they nearly fell over. Lu Zhixiong nodded in satisfaction and said, Xiao Chen's ability to curse has improved, worthy of praise. He had been holding a belly full of anger. Now, Lu Feng had vented his frustration for him. The older brothers continued to joke among themselves, completely unaware that, not far away, Old Master Bai's face had turned the color of pig liver. In the past, Old Master Bai would have already exploded in rage. But today was different. He could only suppress his inner anger and say, Head of the Lu family, the matter of canceling the engagement was indeed improper of me. After returning, I deeply reflected on it. Now, I intend to renew the engagement. I wonder how you feel about that. Before coming, he was extremely confident that Lu Zhixiong would agree to renew the engagement. However, upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's expression remained unchanged as he said, Old Master, Xiao Chen has grown up. There are some things he can decide for himself. So, please seek his opinion. Hearing this, Old Master Bai's heart sank. He had come to find Lu Zhixiong precisely because Lu Feng disagreed. Now he had to ask Lu Feng again. Wasn't that a wasted trip? But since he was already there, he couldn't just give up. Old Master Bai turned and shouted into the car, You err, get out. You err. After calling several times, Bai Wenyu still did not open the car door. It was clear she was extremely unwilling. Lu Feng watched this unfold and coldly said, "Old Master Bai, I seriously tell you, I have no feelings for Bai Wenyu. Moreover, I absolutely will not become a tool for family marriage. At the same time, I advise you to treat your family members like real people. While interests are important, if you lose love for the sake of interests, no matter how big the family, it will just be a cold shell. Such a family is destined to go nowhere in the long river of history. So, please leave, no need to see you off." Lu Feng's attitude was resolute, his voice powerful. Each word struck deep into Old Master Bai's heart like ice picks. At this moment, everyone's faces showed shock once again. Who was Old Master Bai? A prominent figure in the capital, wielding great power. An influential elder. Yet, such a formidable figure was being scolded like a grandson in front of Lu Feng. In the past, they would never have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. But this surreal scene was happening right before their eyes. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Bai Wanyu's eyes widened after hearing Lu Feng's words. She looked through the car window at Lu Feng's resolute face, unable to help but slightly part her cherry lips. What Lu Feng had just said struck a chord deep within her. She was also very surprised. After knowing Lu Feng for so many years, it was the first time she felt the charisma he exuded. Old Master Bai's face turned red with anger, his beard bristling, but he knew he absolutely could not lose his temper now. Although the Bai family still held power over the Lu family, if Lu Feng were to hand over the lithography machine, the next day, the Lu family could dance on the Bai family's head. This world is just that realistic. Since Xiao Chun is unwilling, let's put this matter on hold for now. Head of the Lu family, we won't disturb you any longer. We will take our leave. Old Master Bai said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiang nodded and expressionlessly said, "Old Master, then I won't see you off." There was no need to be overly polite to ungrateful people. Lu Zhixiang believed that if it weren't for Lu Feng developing some lithography machine, the Bai family wouldn't even bother with him, let alone treat him with utmost respect. Once the Bai family's convoy had completely left, Lu Zhixiang shifted his gaze to Gauda and the others. Sensing the murderous glare, Gauda and the others couldn't help but tremble. Terrified, they all knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, Xiong Yi, we were wrong, please forgive us. Xiong Yi, we were momentarily blinded, please have mercy and don't hold it against us. Xiong Yi, considering how hard we've worked for the Lu family all these years, please give us another chance. Everyone knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. Lu Zhixiang watched coldly and said, "Damn it, the Lu family has treated you well, yet you dare to betray me. Working hard for the Lu family? What the hell have you done? How long have you even been at the company? Doing nothing every day, pocketing millions in dividends each year, and secretly making money on the side. Do you really think I don't know? If it weren't for my father's sake, I would have kicked you parasites out long ago, and you still dare to have designs on the Lu family?" After saying this, Lu Zhixiang looked at Black Tiger and said, "Take them all away, handle it according to the rules." "Yes," Black Tiger replied. Immediately, Black Tiger stuffed all these people into burlap sacks and threw them into the car. Then, stepping on the gas, the car roared and sped towards the dock. Their fate would be the same as those thugs outside the gambling stone shop. They would experience a lifetime of immersive swimming that could only be played once. After dealing with these people, the older brothers all left one after another. At this moment, Lu Zhixiang turned to Lu Feng and said earnestly, "Kid, there are some things I need to tell you. I'm not stopping you from studying or striving for success because I want to keep you from getting bookish and unable to control Black Tiger and the others when you rise to power in the future. Just think about it, if you don't have a bit of ruthlessness and gangster spirit, why would those big brothers who lick blood off blades listen to you? But it seems that you have made significant achievements in your studies. This lithography machine, although your father doesn't know what it is, he knows its importance to the country, so much so that even the Bai family treats you with deference. Since that's the case, starting today, you can study and apply to universities, your father won't interfere with you anymore." Lu Zhixiang said in a series of statements, completely in a kind demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but show an excited expression. "So, does that mean he can now extend his lifespan at home?" Okay. Lu Feng nodded vigorously. At this moment, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang walked over. "Lu Feng, we finally meet you, it hasn't been easy." The three professors stared at Lu Feng, their eyes shining. It was as if a single man for decades had seen a naked woman, making Lu Feng feel quite embarrassed. "Professors, I know you came for the special recruitment. However, I want to get into a good university through my own efforts, so I appreciate your good intentions," Lu Feng stated directly. He just wanted to hurry home and extend his lifespan like crazy. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the three professors showed disappointed expressions. Although they had long been mentally prepared, hearing such a result still made them a bit sad. Well, it seems we are destined not to become teacher and student. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave, the three professors said. At this moment, Lu Zhixiong said, Professors, all your expenses during this trip to Yunhai City will be covered by me. Food, clothing, accommodation, transportation, just come to me for reimbursement later. Lu Zhixiong learned from the news that the professors had fought fiercely with Bai Yingtian for Lu Feng. Plus, he also disliked Bai Yingtian, so it was inevitable that he would feel goodwill towards the professors. Master Lu, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. Farewell. After saying this, several professors turned back 3 times as they left, looking at Lu Feng with reluctance. At this moment, in the car leading the Bai family's convoy, Bai Wanhua sat in the passenger seat, the words of Lu Feng echoing in her ears. She appeared dazed, her expression lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Bai Yingtian looked anxious as he spoke to the old man Bai. Dad, is this really how it ends? Hearing this, the old man Bai sighed. He gazed out the window, filled with ambition, and said, We must climb this high branch of the Lu family. It seems I have no choice but to return to the capital to find my old leader. Only he can resolve the difficulties we are facing. After saying this, the old man Bai looked at Bai Wanhua in the front seat and said helplessly, I'm sorry, please understand your grandfather. There are some things I don't want to do either. Faced with such hypocritical family members, Bai Wanhua would have ignored them in the past. However, this time, she turned around and said calmly, Grandfather, can you choose to return to the capital on the weekend? Since it's a holiday, I would like to visit that old leader with you to resolve the matter of my marriage with Lu Feng. As soon as she said this, both the old man Bai and Bai Yingtian showed expressions of joy. The two exchanged smiles and nodded at each other. Clearly, they believed that Bai Wanhua had finally come to her senses. At the Lu family villa, in the bedroom, Lu Feng not only brought all the books from school back home but also bought some books online. For example, Compendium of Materia Medica, Economics Management, Finance and Investment, and so on. He bought a copy of everything that could enhance his abilities. Finally I can read properly. Lu Feng stretched lazily. He then sat at the desk and picked up the Compendium of Materia Medica, reading it carefully. Ding! Detected that the host is reading Compendium of Materia Medica. Lifespan +1 minute, +1 minute, +1 minute. Pharmaceutical ability +1, +1, +1. Hearing the system's voice in his ear, Lu Feng gradually immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that he reluctantly put down the book and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lu Feng, attended by the servants, completed his daily routines of washing up and having breakfast. He then got into a Rolls-Royce and slowly drove towards the school. At the entrance of the 13th middle school, at the pancake stall, Li Jingya waited for her breakfast while nervously holding an envelope. In recent days, Lu Feng had helped her a lot, especially after the demolition incident, and her mother urged her to be grateful. So, Li Jingya wrote a letter expressing her gratitude to Lu Feng and mentioned that she wanted to invite him to dinner and a movie over the weekend. However, for Li Jingya, who was just beginning to understand love, she had never written a letter to any other boy. This act felt very much like writing love letters between boys and girls in class, making her somewhat embarrassed. Classmate, your pancake is ready, a total of 4 yuan. The owner said at that moment. Oh, okay. Li Jingya took the pancake and handed over 5 yuan. The owner returned 1 yuan. Li Jingya stuffed the money into her pocket and walked towards the school while glancing around. Just then, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the school gate. Under the watchful eyes of her classmates, Lu Feng stepped out of the car. Looking at Lu Feng not far away, Li Jingya took the envelope out of her pocket, her heart starting to race. Her face turned red, her breathing quickened, and her fingers trembled slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, she gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and quickly walked towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng! Lu Feng was walking towards the school when he heard the call and turned to look back. Just as Lu Feng clearly saw Li Jingya's appearance, she stuffed a piece of paper into his hand, then ran away shyly towards the campus without looking back. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was up with her? She seemed a bit off today. He then opened his palm to see what she had given him. In his hand lay a 1 yuan bill. Lu Feng? What does this mean? It's not even the new year. Early in the morning, it felt like she was giving him a red envelope. Lu Feng didn't think too much about it. He tucked the money into his pocket, grabbed his backpack, and wobbled towards the classroom. Meanwhile, after Li Jingya arrived in class, she sat at her desk, her face so red it seemed like it could bleed. She was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling quickly, feeling incredibly nervous inside. But no matter what, the envelope had finally been sent out. Jingya, why do you look so flustered? What happened? At that moment, the class monitor walked over, curious. Li Jingya awkwardly shook her head and said, nothing. I just got a bit hot from the morning run. The class monitor nodded and said, Oh, you should hand in the class fee, it's 1 yuan. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya nodded. Then she remembered that she had exactly 1 yuan left from buying pancakes that morning, so she reached into her pocket and pulled out the bill. However, when she saw the envelope in her hand, Li Jingya froze. Didn't she give the letter to Lu Feng? Why was it still in her pocket? Li Jingya's heart tightened. Something was off. Very off. She quickly rummaged through her other pockets and was astonished to discover the 1 yuan bill was gone. What she had given to Lu Feng was. In an instant, Li Jingya covered her mouth in shock, letting out a desperate sound. She had actually given Lu Feng 1 yuan. What to do? Li Jingya was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote down her thoughts. Calm down. Li Jingya, you need to stay calm, don't panic. It's just to express gratitude, inviting Lu Feng to a meal. Just treat him like a carrot, cabbage, rotten potato, or rotten tomato. He's not a person, don't be nervous. After finishing, Li Jingya let out a sigh, and her tense emotions indeed eased a lot. Once she calmed down, Li Jingya decided to deliver it again. So, she tore off the paper she had just written on, crumpled it into a ball, went to the classroom door, threw the paper into the trash can, and jogged to Lu Feng's classroom. At that moment, Lu Feng was focused on reading in class. Suddenly, a voice came from the window. Lu Feng, classmate. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng looked up and glanced towards the window. He saw Li Jingya squatting below the window, her head peeking out. Her face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and there seemed to be a wisp of smoke rising from her head. Jingya, is there something you need? Lu Feng asked curiously. Li Jingya hesitated, unable to say a word. The next moment, she suddenly opened her mouth and shouted loudly, as if unleashing a flood, I want to invite you to dinner this weekend. The loudness of her voice immediately drew the attention of everyone in the class towards Li Jingya. Feeling the gazes of her classmates, Li Jingya's face turned as red as a ripe apple, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Then, she quickly threw the crumpled paper onto Lu Feng's desk and said, I have something to tell you, it's all written inside, you can read it yourself. After saying that, Li Jingya fled the teaching building at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Watching her escape, Lu Feng scratched his head and muttered, that's really strange. Just say what you want to say. It's like borrowing money. Lu Feng's expression froze. Could it be that she really wants to borrow money from him? With that thought, Lu Feng opened the crumpled paper. Lines of text came into view. Calm down. Li Jingya, you need to stay calm, don't panic. It's just to express gratitude, just inviting Lu Feng to dinner. Just think of him as a radish, a vegetable, a rotten potato, a rotten tomato. He's not a person, don't be nervous. Seeing the words inside, Lu Feng felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. Li Jingya rushed back to the first-year department, breathless. Leaning against the wall, her face flushed, her heart could not settle for a long time. Although there had been some twists and turns, at least she had finally sent the letter. Her feelings of gratitude had been conveyed. Now she just needed to wait for the weekend to invite Lu Feng to dinner. Thinking of this, Li Jingya let out a sigh, feeling much calmer. She walked into the teaching building and arrived at the classroom door. Just then, Li Jingya suddenly noticed a group of female classmates huddled together, giggling. What are you all doing? Li Jingya asked curiously. The girls, seeing Li Jingya, hurriedly waved her over. Jingya, come quickly. We found a love letter in the trash can. What girl doesn't love gossip? Hearing the words love letter, Li Jingya's eyes lit up, her face showing excitement. A love letter? Who wrote it to whom? I don't know, let's open it and see. I can't wait. The girls rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Then, one of the girls slowly opened the envelope. As the envelope opened, everyone's eyes, including Li Jingya's, were glued to the words inside. Classmate Lu Feng, thank you very much for your help these past few days. My life was originally dark, like a forest that blocks out the sun, the road ahead filled with thorns. But when you appeared, it was like a ray of sunlight piercing through my dim world, illuminating my path and allowing me to see the thorns, making my way smooth. So, classmate Lu Feng, I express my deep gratitude to you and would like to invite you to dinner and a movie this weekend, hoping you can accept my goodwill. Upon seeing the content of the letter, in an instant, Li Jingya stood frozen in place, her eyes vacant, her whole being petrified. Wasn't this the letter she wrote to Lu Feng? How could it end up in the trash can? Could it be? Li Jingya's heart sank, her pupils dilating sharply. Did she accidentally give Lu Feng that scrap of paper meant to soothe her feelings? At this point, it seemed that could only be the case. Just thinking about the part where she called Lu Feng a rotten tomato, a rotten potato, and not a person made Li Jingya want to cry without tears. she even had the thought of transferring schools. More importantly, the female classmates in front of her were looking at the letter she wrote to Lu Feng, bursting into laughter. Oh my, how cheesy. It gives me goosebumps. Lu Feng, could it be that Lu family young master? It must be him. There's no other Lu Feng in our school. God, who does a toad think it is to want to eat swan meat, daring to pursue the Lu family young master? Quick, see if there's a signature at the bottom. Usually, the person writing the letter would mark their name in the lower right corner of the envelope. Li Jingya was no exception. Seeing that these people were about to eat the melon that was her, Li Jingya couldn't care less. She reached out and snatched the envelope back. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of tearing paper, Li Jingya held the envelope and ran towards the restroom without looking back, shouting as she ran, "Sorry, I suddenly need to use the bathroom, borrowing some paper." In the blink of an eye, Li Jingya disappeared. The sudden scene left the female classmates dumbfounded. They stared at Li Jingya's retreating figure, looking again at the paper in her hand, on the torn corner. The three characters Li Jingya were glaringly written. The girls suddenly realized, covering their mouths in surprise, their faces showing disbelief. Oh my, the one chasing Lu Feng is actually Jingya. At this moment, Lu Feng was sitting in class, watching the paper ball that Li Jingya had thrown at him, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. It was one thing to call himself a rotten tomato or a rotten potato, but to say he wasn't even human? This silly girl. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and stuffed the paper ball into his drawer. He understood in his heart. Li Jingya probably just wanted to express her gratitude for the help he had given her in recent days. It wasn't a love letter. Why was she so nervous? Sighing, Lu Feng picked up his biology book and continued reading. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Bai Wanyue was seen walking in with a stack of books in her arms. Her appearance was like a beautiful landscape, drawing the attention of everyone around. Under the gaze of all the boys in the class, Bai Wanyue, with a determined look, walked straight towards Lu Feng. Smack! When she reached the desk next to Lu Feng, Bai Wanyue placed the books on the table. "We meet again," she said. Seeing this, Lu Feng curled his lips and did not respond. It was obvious that it was another arrangement by the Bai family patriarch. Moreover, this time she was directly transferred to his class. But so what? He had clearly expressed that he had no feelings for Bai Wanyue and would not become a tool for the family. Even if the old man Bai transferred her to his bed, it would be of no use. At this moment, Bai Wanyue continued, "This time, my family didn't force me. I voluntarily applied to transfer to Shirsan Middle School." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng raised his head and said expressionlessly, "So what?" Bai Wanyue. A week ago, Lu Feng had been like a clingy snail, sticking to her wherever he went. But now, he completely ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. This change left Bai Wanyue with a huge sense of loss. Despite this, Bai Wanyue still took the initiative to find a topic. "Are you free this weekend? Beige mentions you every day, wanting to learn math from you. I also have a few questions I want to ask you." In the past, Lu Feng would never have dared to think that one day Bai Wanyue would take the initiative to invite him. But now, facing Bai Wanyue's invitation, Lu Feng looked at the biology book in his hand, not raising his head, and said, "I'm not free, I have plans to eat out this weekend." Seeing herself being rejected, a hint of disappointment appeared on Bai Wanyue's face. "All right." After saying that, she sat down and began to tidy up her desk. About 2 minutes later, the class bell rang. Following that, the principal, sporting a receding hairline and a big belly, walked slowly into the classroom holding a book. "Students, your homeroom teacher Lu Yun is on leave, and I will be taking this math class." The principal stood at the podium and said, then looked at Bai Wanyue with a flattering smile. "First, let's welcome Bai Wanyue to our class. Everyone give her a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. The classroom erupted in warm applause. After the applause ended, the principal got back to the point. "Students, there are only about 20 days left until the college entrance examination. Today, I want to gather your target universities. I wonder which universities you all want to apply to." As soon as this was said, the students in the class raised their hands to respond. "I want to go to Qingbei. I want to go to Oxford. I want to roast beef tendons. I want to roast lamb eggs." Just as the class was in a heated discussion, a system voice suddenly rang in Lu Feng's mind without warning. Ding! Side quest detected. Task content: establish a university or become the president of a university. Task rewards: 1. Lifespan plus 10 days. 2. Mysterious gift pack * 10 draws. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feng was first taken aback, then his face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Establish a university? A 10-day lifespan reward? 10 draws. Lu Feng's fingers trembled nervously. But if he were to establish a university temporarily, it would be quite a waste of time. However, the task content stated that becoming the president of a university would also complete the task. He wondered if there was a private university under the Lu Corporation. After class, Lu Feng couldn't wait to get to the hallway, took out his phone, and dialed Lu Zhixion's number. When the call connected, Lu Zhixion's deep voice came through. Yao Ji, hey son, what's up? The other party was clearly playing mahjong. Lu Feng got straight to the point. Dad, does our family have a university? Lu Zhixiong replied, yes, Qingbei University. 3 strips. Hearing his father's answer, Lu Feng was stunned. What the hell? Is the Lu family's foundation this strong? Even Qingbei University is ours. But isn't Qingbei University a national school? Just as Lu Feng was in shock, Lu Zhixiong's voice came through again, next to Qingbei University. Sanchakou Vocational Technical College, what's up? Lu Feng. He took a deep breath, startling himself. I want to be the president. Lu Feng said calmly. Alright, tomorrow I'll have the board of directors come to our house to handle the handover procedures. Once the procedures are done, you can take office anytime. Lu Zhixiong said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng returned to class and continued reading his biology book. As time passed, soon a day had gone by. By the time school was over, Lu Feng's biology subject had reached max level. Biology knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, well, that leaves only Chinese and English subjects. After school, Lu Feng packed his bag and was just about to leave the classroom. At that moment, Bai Wanyue walked over with her hands hanging shyly in front of her waist and said, Lu Feng, do you have time tonight? My grandfather wants to invite you over for a meal. Don't worry, it's just a meal, nothing else. Bai Wanyue's attitude was extremely sincere, fearing rejection. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled. Nothing else? What a joke. Sorry, I don't like eating. With that, Lu Feng turned and left the classroom. Bai Wanyue. After returning home, Lu Feng quickly finished 2 bowls of rice. Then he went back to his bedroom, picked up Compendium of Materia Medica, and started reading. Time is money, it must be used wisely, not wasted for a second. After reading for several hours, a system prompt sounded in Lu Feng's mind. System prompt, pharmacy ability has reached max level. You can obtain a high lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Save people with medicine. 2. Teach pharmacy. 3. Participate in pharmacy competitions. At the moment his pharmacy ability reached max level, Lu Feng's mind was filled with astonishing pharmaceutical knowledge. Many terminal illnesses that modern medicine cannot cure could be resolved with just a few prescriptions in his hands. Then, Lu Feng's gaze fell on the 4 big characters, save people with medicine. Well, it seems he could open a small pharmacy in the future. Not only could he help others and accumulate virtue, but he could also receive system rewards. Why not? But then Lu Feng thought again. No, the system didn't say he had to treat people offline. While opening a pharmacy, he could also do business online, right? With the internet so developed now, he could mail the medicine to customers via express delivery and cure them. Wouldn't that work? Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately found the black bear from the 13th middle school and asked him to help advertise. Soon, at the call of the black bear, the little rascals from class 13 began advertising on various major QQ groups, forums, and other social media platforms. A divine doctor is among us, guaranteed to cure all ailments. If we can't cure it, you pay nothing. If we kill you, we pay. Contact info, QQ, XXXXX. When Lu Feng saw the advertisement, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He berated Black Bear, are you stupid? If you kill someone, what good is paying them back? After being scolded by Lu Feng, Black Bear eagerly took the advice and immediately revised the advertisement. A divine doctor is among us, guaranteed to cure all ailments. If we can't cure it, you pay nothing. If we kill you, we pay with our lives. Seeing the revised advertisement, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and said to Black Bear, good, next time I kill someone, I'll take your life as compensation. Black Bear's face tightened, crying, JPG, no, Brother Lu. At the Bai family manor. In the living room, Bai Wanyue recounted Lu Feng's indifferent attitude at school that day. Bai Laoi and Bai Yingtian fell silent upon hearing this. They had thought that having Bai Wanyue return to class 13 and sit next to Lu Feng would improve the relationship between the two families. But unexpectedly, it worsened. At this moment, Bai Laoi could no longer sit still and said anxiously, no, I need to call the old commander right now. Lu Feng must marry Ruer. This marriage cannot be changed by anyone, not even Lu Feng himself. After saying this, he took out his phone and found the contact labeled Lu Jinan. He then dialed the first call in over a decade. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in the capital, on a sickbed lay a frail, dying old man. Despite being plagued by illness, his resolute face still conveyed an aura of unyielding authority. Beside him, a dozen top doctors from the country were surrounding him, conducting a full-body examination. While the old man underwent the examination, he held his granddaughter's hand and weakly asked, Yuner, how's work going lately? Have you eliminated that tumor from the Lu family? Hearing her grandfather's question, Lu Yun looked at her sickly grandfather, wiping her tears as she said, your health is in such a state, don't worry about my work, just rest well. Upon hearing this, the old man managed to squeeze out a smile with great difficulty. Compared to eliminating the Lu family, what is this little illness of mine? The Lu family, as a century-old clan, has committed countless evils over the years, their sins are beyond measure, and heaven and earth cannot tolerate them. If only my body were stronger, otherwise, cough cough cough. As he spoke, the old man began to cough violently. Seeing this, Lu Yun was nearly in tears and hurriedly urged him to stop talking. At this moment, the doctors finished their examination, unplugged all the instruments, and each wore a worried expression. Doctor, how is my grandfather's condition? Is there any improvement? Lu Yun asked anxiously. Let's talk outside. The leading doctor sighed. Lu Yun nodded and followed a few doctors out of the bedroom and into the living room. Just then, ding-a-ling ding-a-ling, the old man's phone rang. Hearing the ringtone, he exerted all his strength to reach for the phone. When he saw the caller ID, his brows furrowed, and his expression showed a hint of disgust. Pressing the answer button, Bai Leoi's voice came through. Old commander, long time no see, how's your health lately? Upon hearing this, the old man replied impatiently, old fool, didn't you say you'd never contact me again? Why are you calling me? Indeed, this old man was Lu Jinan, as referred to by Bai Leoi. Back in the day on the battlefield, Bai Leoi was just a squad leader, while Lu Jinan was his commander. During a battle, Lu Jinan was hit by a bullet and severely injured. Old Master Bai, disregarding his own safety, carried him out from the midst of the cannon fire, saving his life. From that moment on, the two forged a deep friendship, while Old Master Bai was left to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After the war ended, both remained in the capital, each developing their own families. In order to rise to prominence, Old Master Bai befriended Lu Feng's grandfather, but was met with strong opposition from Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan despised the Lu family, leading to a fierce argument between the two, and they decided to cut off all contact from then on. And today marked the first time in over a decade that they spoke on the phone. Old Master Bai slowly said, Old Chief, I called you today because I have a favor to ask. The descendant of the Lu family, Lu Feng, has invented a lithography machine, bringing great honor to the country. I know you hate the Lu family, but surely this lithography machine is enough to change your rigid impression of them? Now, with the Lu family's name rising, he is unwilling to marry into the Bai family. So, I would like to ask you to act as a mediator for the marriage between our two families. Upon hearing Old Master Bai's words, Lu Jinan nearly jumped out of his sickbed in anger. You old bastard! Have you forgotten that we cut ties because of the Lu family? And now, you want me to step in to ease your relationship with them? Do you want me to die slower? A lithography machine? Even if Lu Feng invented a spaceship, it cannot erase the sins left by the Lu family. If you came for this matter, then next time, let's meet underground. With that, Lu Jinan angrily hung up the phone. Just as the call ended, Lu Yun, with tear-streaked cheeks, walked into the room. The doctor had just told her that the old man wouldn't live much longer, at most 2 more months. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinan, aware of his limited time, said, Yuner, don't cry. Grandpa has lived long enough. Think about it, soon I'll be able to see my old comrades again. It's not such a bad thing. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lu Yun could no longer hold back and rushed to the bedside, crying out, No, Grandpa, you haven't lived enough. You need to live for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I want to take you abroad to find the best doctors in the world to treat you. Looking at his granddaughter with her makeup ruined by tears, Lu Jinan smiled gently, Silly child, our country is developing so strongly now. Our medical skills are not inferior to those abroad. Besides, my body can't take any more strain, let alone going abroad. Yuner, it's getting late, hurry back to your room and rest. I'm feeling a bit tired too, Lu Jinan said weakly. Okay, Grandpa, you rest well. Lu Yun wiped her tears and nodded. She then left the room and returned to her own. Once in her room, Lu Yun opened her laptop and began searching online for information on lung cancer treatments. Although she knew her grandfather was beyond cure, she still refused to give up. Just then, her gaze landed on a title in a forum. It boldly read, Divine Doctor in the World, cures all diseases. No charge if not cured, compensation if dead. Contact, QQ, XXXXX. Lu Yun knew that such titles were mostly clickbait, but thinking of her grandfather's limited time, she felt compelled to click in and added the person's QQ. At this moment, in the Lu family villa, with the help of the capable General Black Bear, Lu Feng had given up on obtaining system rewards through online channels. Just then, cough cough, the computer coughed twice, indicating someone had sent a friend request on QQ. Oh, Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately added the person without hesitation. You have added Lu Ruyan as a friend. Please start chatting. Lu Ruyan? Lu Feng scratched his head, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness with the username. Before he could greet the other person, they took the initiative to send a message. Lu Ruyan, hello, can you really cure all diseases? Lu Ruyan, if you can cure my grandfather, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Seeing this message, Lu Feng knew he had a job. He then placed his hands on the keyboard and began typing rapidly. I am the Divine Doctor, just opened for business. You are my first customer, free of charge. As soon as this was sent, the other party fell silent. The avatar seemed lifeless, not moving for a long time. About a minute later, Lu Ruyan's chat box popped up again. Lu Ruyan, I'm willing to give it a try. I am the Divine Doctor, your grandfather is an idiot. Lu Ruyan? I am the Divine Doctor, sorry, I typed that wrong. What illness does your grandfather have? Lu Ruyan, lung cancer, late stage. I am the Divine Doctor, minor illness, just take 2 packets of medicine and he'll be fine. After this message was sent, the other party fell silent again. About 2 minutes later, the other party's QQ avatar popped up again. Lu Ruyan, what medicine? Lu Feng thought for a moment, and to dispel the other party's concerns, he replied, you prepare some sheep whip, cow whip, horse whip, dog whip, and black goji berries, then mix them with my medicine, take 2 doses and he'll be fine. On the other side of the screen, Lu Yun was stunned upon seeing the prescription. Her grandfather had lung cancer, not impotence. Why would he need so many tonics? Despite her doubts, Lu Yun still replied, Lu Ruyan, okay. Lu Ruyan, you better not be lying to me. Lu Ruyan, otherwise, I will find you and kill you. Believe me, I definitely have that ability. I am the Divine Doctor, don't worry, just send me your address. After receiving the address sent by the other party, Lu Feng first made a big purchase based on the knowledge in his mind. After buying the medicinal materials, Lu Feng ran to the express delivery point and sent the materials with expedited shipping. After doing all this, Lu Feng returned home, reading a book while sitting in front of the computer waiting for new clients. Until midnight, seeing no business, Lu Feng washed up and went to bed. The next morning, in the villa in the capital city. After receiving the express delivery, Lu Yun first prepared the various whips into medicinal residue and mixed it into the medicinal base. Then, according to I am the Divine Doctor's instructions, she simmered it slowly over low heat to make the medicinal soup. About 2 hours later, Lu Yun carried a bowl of dark medicinal liquid into Lu Zhenan's room. Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine, Lu Yun said. Looking at the dark concoction that resembled a dish from a horror movie, Lu Zhenan weakly said, Yuner, Grandpa doesn't have many days left. I don't want to drink this bitter stuff. For the time you have left, let Grandpa eat what he wants, he added. As soon as he finished speaking, no, you must drink it, Lu Yun said sternly. Under her strong insistence, Lu Zhenan smiled helplessly and said, all right, I'll drink it, I'll listen to my good granddaughter. Then, under Lu Yun's personal feeding, he finished all the medicinal soup. Grandpa, after you finish the medicine, lie down and rest, don't move around, Lu Yun said as she set down the bowl. Just then, as Lu Zhenan lay down, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face visibly darkened. He then trembled all over, his limbs going numb. His mouth slightly opened, looking as if he was about to vomit. Grandpa, what's wrong? Lu Yun asked anxiously. The next second, pfft, Lu Zhenan spat out a mouthful of black blood, splattering all over the sickbed and the floor. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun was so frightened that she lost her composure, panicking. At this moment, she regretted believing that person's nonsense. Lu Yun gritted her teeth in anger, secretly vowing that if anything happened to her grandfather, she had to find that scammer's address and kill him herself. However, after Lu Zhenan spat out blood, suddenly, he began to calm down slowly. His expression gradually relaxed, and his face became rosy. His originally pitch-black eyes also turned incredibly bright, full of spirit. Seeing this, Lu Yun hurriedly asked, Grandpa, how do you feel? Hearing his granddaughter's question, Lu Zhenan did not answer. Instead, he slowly sat up, unbuttoned his hospital gown, and gasped, I feel a bit hot. After saying that, Lu Zhenan tentatively moved his legs. He raised both arms. Feeling fine, he then sprang up like a carp. After that, he flipped over and did push-ups on the bed. Lu Yun was stunned, her mouth agape in shock. Her eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Looking at her grandpa doing push-ups, Lu Yun's face showed a look of incredulous astonishment. Who would have thought? Just a second ago, he was lying on the bed, barely alive, a late-stage lung cancer patient. The next second, he was fully healed and exercising? Lu Yun was overjoyed. It seemed that the miraculous doctor was indeed real. He hadn't deceived her. Grandpa was fine after just one dose of medicine. Just then, while doing push-ups, Lu Jianan suddenly stopped. He lay stiffly on the bed, his brows furrowed tightly, motionless. Then, Lu Jianan's expression turned grim, his face darkening to a terrifying degree. Put! He spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, Lu Jianan lost all strength, closed his eyes, and fainted on the hospital bed. Grandpa! Lu Yan was terrified at this scene and rushed over. She was both anxious and confused. What was happening? Wasn't Grandpa fine just now? Could it all have been an illusion? Just a brief return of vitality? Lu Yan didn't have time to think too much and quickly called the doctors from yesterday. Before long, the door was pushed open, and the doctors walked in. As soon as they entered, the leading physician scolded, "Miss Lu, you are really confused. How could you believe those online quacks? To think 2 doses of medicine could cure lung cancer, how could you fall for such nonsense? Given old Lu's condition, he could have lived for a few more months, but now that you've misused medicine, we can't determine how long he can live." The physician said this while examining Lu Jianan. However, after the examination was completed, the doctors looked at the results, and suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. Lung cancer has really been cured? The physician said, his face full of shock. Hearing this, Lu Yan asked in confusion, "Professor Wang, since my grandpa's lung cancer is cured, why did he faint again?" Professor Wang looked at the examination results in his hand and sighed. "We discovered half a year ago during a checkup that a small part of old Lu's liver had undergone cancerous changes. At that time, I suggested removing that part before the cancer cells spread, but old Lu refused to do so. He said he wouldn't live to see the cancer cells spread and just wanted to enjoy his last days peacefully. We accepted his wishes and didn't mention it again. But unexpectedly, due to old Lu's poor physical condition, the cancer cells spread throughout his liver in just half a year. At this point, he can live at most 3 more months. Professor Wang said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan felt utterly helpless, lamenting, "Why is my grandpa's life so unfortunate? Just as his lung cancer was cured, liver cancer has invaded." After saying that, tears welled up in Lu Yan's eyes as she looked at Professor Wang with hope, asking, "Is there really no way to save my grandpa?" Hearing this, Professor Wang shook his head and said, "We can at most help old Lu delay his condition for a few days, but that doesn't solve the fundamental problem. By the way, don't you know a miracle doctor? Why not try contacting him again?" As he spoke, an excited expression appeared on Professor Wang's face. He had studied in the beautiful country, where he cured countless incurable diseases and even helped the president of the beautiful country extend his life by 10 years, making him a world-renowned doctor. Later, in order to serve his country, he planned to return to Longwood to pass on his skills, but was imprisoned for 2 full years by the president of the beautiful country upon learning of this. Since then, he realized that the idea of science having no borders was complete nonsense, and his determination to return home only grew stronger. He is now the dean of the medical school at Qingbei University. Since this miracle doctor can cure all diseases and has even cured lung cancer, it means liver cancer can also be treated. I would like to see what kind of prescription this miracle doctor uses that is so miraculous," Professor Wang said with an expectant look. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan nodded and immediately took out her phone. She then opened QQ and found the contact "I am the miracle doctor," continuously sending messages. At this moment, Yunhai City, No. 13 Middle School. Lu Feng was reading an English book in class when suddenly, a system notification sound rang in his ear. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure lung cancer. Reward, plus 10 hours of lifespan. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng knew that his client Lu Ruyan's grandfather had been cured. Just by sending a package, he gained 10 hours of life, simply exhilarating. Just then, ding ding ding, Lu Feng's QQ rang. He opened his phone to see a message from Lu Ruyan. "Lu Ruyan, miracle doctor, my grandfather's lung cancer has been cured, but his liver cancer has relapsed. Lu Ruyan, miracle doctor, please save my grandfather once more. I am willing to pay any price. Lu Ruyan, please, 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 I beg you." Lu Ruyan, crying, JPG. Seeing the messages, Lu Feng smirked. This old man has quite a few ailments. Is he raising a curse in his body? He then replied to the message. "I am the miracle doctor. Okay, I will send you the medicinal materials tonight." Lu Ruyan, how much? "I am the miracle doctor, no charge, I guarantee a cure. If your grandfather develops cancer in other areas, you can still come to me." Lu Ruyan, okay, thank you. Crying, JPG. Closing his phone, Lu Feng looked down at the first word in the English book and began to read it aloud seriously. Iburden. Ding. Detected that the host is reading High School English Volume 1. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. English proficiency plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Just as Lu Feng was immersed in his English book. At that moment, at the classroom door, Bai Wanyue arrived with her backpack. As she walked toward her seat, her gaze was firmly fixed on Lu Feng. Last night, after old Bai was rejected by Lu Jianan, the whole family was extremely dejected. Since seeking the old leader was fruitless, the Bai family could only place their last hope on Bai Wanyue, and Bai Wanyue had also decided not to let everyone down. She was determined to give it her all, not believing she couldn't win over Lu Feng. Classmate Lu Feng. Bai Wanyue walked straight to Lu Feng's side and called out, "Speak if you have something to say." Lu Feng replied without looking up. Bai Wanyue hesitated for a moment, pursing her lips. Then, as if making a decision, her expression turned serious, and she said earnestly, "To be honest, I'm not approaching you now for a family marriage, but for myself. What you said yesterday at your door was very courageous and resonated with me. So, it is precisely because I like this about you that I actively transferred back to No. 13 middle school." After saying this, Bai Wanyue quietly looked at Lu Feng, waiting for his response. What she had just said could basically be considered a confession. They say that when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain in between, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin veil. Bai Wanyue didn't believe it. With her sincerity, Lu Feng would surely be moved. Sure enough, upon hearing her, Lu Feng immediately looked up, his face filled with surprise. "Are you serious?" Bai Wanyue, with a sincere expression, replied firmly, "I am." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Actually, I like one thing about you." At this, Bai Wanyue's face lit up with joy. "What is it?" "I like it when you keep your distance from me." With that, Lu Feng continued to lower his head and picked up his English book. "Bitch, fuck, get out." Upon hearing Lu Feng's responses and the words he uttered, Bai Wanyue's face turned red with anger, her teeth clenched, and her hair almost frizzed. She glared fiercely at Lu Feng, her small fists cracking with tension. After all, she was a young lady from the Bai family, right? Even if he had developed a lithography machine, her background, looks, and demeanor were not lacking in any way. There were so many people pursuing her. How dare he treat her like this? At that moment, Lu Feng, feeling a bit thirsty from reciting words, reached for the Ao Ao Jiao drink on the table to moisten his throat. The more Bai Wanyue thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing this, she directly reached out and snatched it away. In Lu Feng's surprised gaze, Bai Wanyue twisted off the cap and gulped down a few big swigs. After 2 sips, smack, Bai Wanyue slammed the drink back onto the table, her tone venomous. "I let you drink, and now this bottle has my shape on it." After saying this, Bai Wanyue angrily returned to her seat. Lu Feng, looking at the lipstick mark on the bottle, Lu Feng fell into silence. What a vicious woman. Without this drink, how would I recite my English words? He sighed, took the drink, and walked out of the classroom with a calm expression. Seeing this, Bai Wanyue quickly got up and peered through the window to observe Lu Feng's movements. She saw that after Lu Feng left the classroom, he went to the campus and waved at a stray dog. "Da Wang, come here, over here." This big yellow dog, accustomed to being fed by students, was not afraid of people at all. Hearing Lu Feng's call, it wagged its tail and waddled over with its plump body. Then, Lu Feng half squatted down, aimed the drink bottle at Da Wang, and said, "Come on, drink up, Da Wang." The dog seemed to understand human speech. After Lu Feng said this, it immediately stuck out its tongue and started licking the bottle's opening. Before long, the lipstick left by Bai Wanyue was licked clean by Da Wang. In the classroom, Bai Wanyue saw the scene and instantly exploded with rage. The drink she had just sipped, still bearing her lipstick mark, was being licked by a dog. What was the difference from an indirect kiss? Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng was feeding the dog enthusiastically, behind him, in the classroom, Bai Wanyue's hysterical roar echoed. When Lu Feng returned to the class, Bai Wanyue fixed her gaze on him, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Lu Feng, are you being too much? You actually fed the drink I had already sipped to a dog?" Bai Wanyue asked aggressively, clearly very upset. Hearing her accusatory tone, Lu Feng replied expressionlessly, "It's my drink. I can feed it to whoever I want. Once Da Huang finishes drinking, I'll take the bottle back to use as a night pot tonight." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue was so furious she nearly jumped up, her teeth almost grinding to dust. Just then, the class bell rang. As the teacher walked into the classroom, Bai Wanyue could only turn around and suppress her anger. On this day, Lu Feng did nothing but read English books. In this state of focus, time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was evening and school was over. At this point, Lu Feng's English subject level had increased significantly. English knowledge level, LV6, 27% experience. Professional, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he would be able to max out his English level by tomorrow. After that, Lu Feng packed his bag and left the classroom. This time, Bai Wanhua did not come over to talk to him, probably still brooding over the drink incident. After leaving school, Lu Feng did not go home but instead went for a big shopping spree to collect herbs for treating liver cancer. After buying the herbs, Lu Feng went to the express delivery store and sent the items urgently to his client, Lu Ruyan. After completing this series of tasks, Lu Feng returned to the place where he bought the herbs and set up a small shop nearby, with a sign hanging next to it, "Centennial Old Chinese Medicine, cures all illnesses." Yes, Lu Feng had spent a lot of money to take over this shop to open a small clinic and earn system rewards. The reason for choosing this location was that it was close to where he bought the herbs, so he could restock whenever he ran low. Curing illnesses, Centennial Inheritance, specialized secret recipes, any illness can be treated. Lu Feng set up a small table and chair, sitting there shouting. At the same time, he took out a notebook, running a physical store while managing online work. After shouting for a long time without a single person coming, Lu Feng felt bored and simply took out his English book to read. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Yunhai City, Li Jingya pushed her paralyzed mother on a stretcher to the neurology department. Today was payday at the hotel. Although she had just started working a few days ago, the hotel manager insisted on paying her a month's salary. Helpless, Li Jingya accepted it. Her lifelong hope was to see her mother stand up again. So after receiving her salary, Li Jingya immediately brought her mother for a checkup. When the mother and daughter arrived at the entrance of the neurology department, they saw only a man dressed like a migrant worker in line. The migrant worker was holding an unconscious elderly woman in his arms, her lips were purple, and her face was ashen. There were 2 sharp wounds on her feet, with black blood oozing out like threads, looking as if she had been bitten by something. At this moment, the migrant worker supported his mother with one hand and pulled out a dozen test results with the other, saying, "Doctor, the CT scan you requested is done, the blood has been tested, and the physical examination has been completed. The results of the more than 10 tests you requested are all here. Can you treat my mother now?" The migrant worker wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. The doctor was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and with a face full of pockmarks. Looking at the test results handed to him by the migrant worker, he didn't even take them and said, "Your mother's blood has been completely saturated with snake venom. She cannot be saved. Prepare for her last rites." Hearing this, the migrant worker was stunned for a moment. Then, with a puzzled expression, he said, "Doctor, you haven't even looked at any of these results. How can you say to prepare for her last rites right away?" The doctor, expressionless, replied, "Being bitten by this kind of snake requires urgent treatment within 2 hours. And now, 5 hours have already passed. How can you expect me to save her?" Upon hearing this, the migrant worker's expression froze, nearly bursting into tears. "Doctor, my home is nearby. It took me less than 10 minutes to bring my mother here. During that time, you first had me do a CT scan, then a blood test, and after the blood test, you required a physical examination. I completed more than a dozen tests, which took a full 4 to 5 hours. Now that I bring the results to you, you tell me it's too late and to prepare for her last rites. If time is so urgent, why didn't you treat my mother first?" the migrant worker said anxiously. Hearing these words, the doctor glanced at him with a cold expression and said, "What use is it for you to talk to me? The examination is a necessary procedure. I've already informed you of the diagnosis results. Hurry up and leave, don't affect others who are seeking treatment." The doctor waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, the migrant worker was completely enraged, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Do you have any medical ethics? My mother could have been saved. How is this any different from directly killing her? I don't care, if you don't save my mother today, I will sue you in court." As soon as these words were spoken, the doctor's eyes widened like copper bells, and he angrily shouted, "Go to hell. If your mother dies today, that's her fate. And you want to sue me? Please, go ahead. If you can get me imprisoned, I'll treat you to a meal. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Don't delay me from treating other patients." Seeing the other party's attitude, the migrant worker was furious and ready to strike. Just as he was about to explode, several security guards suddenly rushed out and firmly grabbed his arms. This caused his unconscious mother in his arms to fall directly to the ground. Mom. Looking at his mother lying on the floor, the migrant worker was on the verge of tears. The doctor, seeing this, stood up in anger and said to the security guards, "Quickly get this mother and son out of here. I don't want them dying in my workplace." As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards carried the 2 of them out. Just as this group left, a doctor in a white coat approached the doctor and said, The CT department is doing good business today. Olshin, it's all thanks to you for bringing me so many orders. I'll treat you to a meal another day." The doctor referred to as Olchen took a sip of tea, nodded, and smiled. No need to be polite, we're buddies. Seeing this scene, Li Jingya couldn't hold back any longer. Isn't this treating patients like fools? She immediately walked into the consultation room and angrily rebuked, Doctor, as a physician who saves lives, do you think you deserve the title of doctor? That mother could clearly be saved, yet you watch the patient die right in front of you for your own benefit. Is this how you practice medicine? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Don't you have a mother? Li Jingya questioned with a strong voice. Upon hearing this, the doctor was instantly furious, blowing his beard and glaring, shouting, Where did you pop up from? What I do is none of your business. If you want treatment, get treated, if not, get lost. The tense doctor-patient relationship is caused by you uncivilized patients. The day the hospital closes down, you'll all be lying on the street waiting to die. Hearing the doctor's unreasonable insults, Li Jingya's face turned red with anger, her fists clenched, and tears nearly spilling out. Immediately after, she turned to her mother and said, Mom, let's not seek treatment anymore, we're leaving. As Li Jingya walked out of the hospital, she saw the migrant worker in the distance, carrying his mother on his back, looking desolate as he walked down the street. Looking at his pitiful figure, Li Jingya sighed. There was nothing she could do to help. She later went to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and returned home with her mother. At this moment, the migrant worker felt his mother's body temperature against his back, wiping his tears as he aimlessly walked down the street. His mother was on the verge of death, and he felt powerless, only able to watch as her life entered a countdown. This feeling was worse than facing his own death. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Under the sky of Yunhai City, it began to drizzle. The man stumbled and fell to the ground. Whoa, Mom! Holding his mother, whose body was already cold, the man cried out loud, his tears mixing with the rain, his heart sinking into despair. Just then, suddenly, he looked up and saw a sign standing straight ahead. It was boldly written above, a century-old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, guaranteed to cure all ailments. Upon seeing these words, the man didn't think much. Like a conditioned reflex, he picked up his mother from the ground and rushed into the shop. At that moment, Lu Feng was sitting inside, reading an English book. Suddenly, the man burst in. Doctor, do you really guarantee to cure all ailments? Please, you must save my mother. She was bitten by a poisonous snake and is about to die. I will give you all the money I have, sob. The man cried. Then, in a frenzy, he threw all the money he had earned from moving cement onto the floor. Seeing a customer, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy. He didn't care about the money but walked over to the man's mother to examine her. Your mother is quite seriously poisoned, but it's not impossible to treat. After saying that, Lu Feng turned to the storage cabinet, opened several drawers, and took out some medicinal herbs. He then tossed the herbs into a pot, mashed them up, and boiled them into a medicinal soup over a high flame. After a few minutes, under the man's tearful gaze, Lu Feng poured the medicinal soup into his mother's mouth. Moments later, the elderly woman, who had been in a coma, began to cough violently, her whole body trembling. The next second, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. The old woman slowly opened her eyes and reached out to touch the man's face, saying with concern, Son, why are you crying? Seeing this scene, the man was overwhelmed with excitement, his face revealing uncontainable joy. He then knelt before Lu Feng, banging his head on the floor, making a loud thud. Thank you, divine doctor. Thank you, divine doctor. You are simply like Hua Tuo in this world, a modern-day Li Shizhen. After finishing, the man pointed at the money on the ground, his expression excited. Divine doctor, if this money isn't enough, just tell me the amount. Once my salary comes in, I will definitely pay you back in full. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure snake venom. Reward, lifespan plus 10 hours. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Lu Feng picked up the bills from the ground, pulled out a 1 yuan note, and smiled, saying, This 1 yuan is enough. Take the rest back and buy some supplements for your mother. Although the snake venom has been cleared, the old lady is weak, and you need to take good care of her for a few more days. Upon hearing that the consultation fee was only 1 yuan, the man showed an expression of disbelief. Once he processed it, he began banging his head again, excitedly saying, Thank you, divine doctor. I can't repay this great kindness. In my next life, I will work like a cow or horse to repay you. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and said, No need to work like a cow or horse, if possible, just help me spread the word. Upon hearing this, the man immediately replied, Don't worry, divine doctor, this matter is on me. After leaving the shop, the man immediately took out his phone and sent a message in several worker groups. Brothers, I met a divine doctor who can cure all ailments. My mother was saved after being bitten by a snake for 6 or 7 hours. If anyone is facing health issues, you must come here and give it a try, it will definitely cure you. The man had a good reputation in the worker group, and once this news spread, many responded. Boss, is what you said true? My mother was recently diagnosed with colon cancer, and many hospitals said it couldn't be treated. Boss, is that divine doctor really as amazing as you say? Can late-stage lung cancer be treated? Boss, my daughter's dog is a bit sick. Can the divine doctor treat it? The man replied, all can be treated, I guarantee it with my life. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. As soon as he said this, even more people responded. Since the boss said so, what reason do we have not to believe? We must go and try. Nothing more to say, let's go. I'm going too. Foreman, could you please send the location of this divine doctor? Upon seeing the group message, the man immediately sent the specific location of Lu Feng's clinic to the group. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Feng noticed there weren't many people on the street and planned to close up and head home. Just then, suddenly, he saw a dark figure approaching from not far away. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 people. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy and sat back down in the shop. Are you the divine doctor who cured the foreman's mother of snake venom? One of the group asked upon arriving at the shop. Foreman's mother? Snake venom? It must be that man from before. Lu Feng nodded and said, that's right, it's me. A century-old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, guaranteed to cure all ailments. Please line up, one at a time. As soon as he said this, everyone formed a line that stretched from inside the shop to outside. The first patient was a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, looking listless and lifeless. Lu Feng asked, what illness do you have? The middle-aged man weakly replied, I've been smoking for over 30 years, lung cancer, late stage. Lu Feng nodded, how many do you smoke a day? The middle-aged man held up 5 fingers. Lu Feng curiously asked, 5? The middle-aged man shook his head. Lu Feng, 5 packs? The middle-aged man shook his head again. Seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes widened in horror. Could it be 5 cartons? The middle-aged man sighed and slowly said, 5 lighters. Lu Feng. The crowd waiting in line displayed expressions of shock upon hearing the middle-aged man's answer. 5 lighters a day, and he had been smoking for over 20 years. Was he trying to refine his lungs? They probably had absorbed the flavor. The air he exhaled must be like smoke. 2 doses of medicine, 1 pack a day, and you'll be cured after finishing the medicine. Lu Feng tossed out 2 packs of lung cancer medicine. How much? The middle-aged man asked, somewhat worried. 1 yuan. Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. Thank you, divine doctor. He then took out his phone to scan the 1 yuan, picked up the medicine, and left excitedly. Next, Lu Feng waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl entered, holding a bony little black dog, and sat down on a chair. Seeing how young she was, Lu Feng asked in surprise, little girl, what illness do you have? I don't have an illness, it's Nige who is sick. The little girl shook her head, pointing at her little black dog on the ground, her face filled with worry. Nige hasn't eaten for several days, won't eat anything, and is about to starve to death. Divine Dr. Gigi, please save Nige. After hearing her description, Lu Feng nodded. In light of the dog's name, I'll help you treat it. The difference between treating a dog and a person is that he didn't know the dog's condition. In this case, he couldn't prescribe targeted medication. Thus, Lu Feng activated his golden eye and used it to look inside the dog's body. He saw that little black dog Nige had a dark mass in its stomach. It seemed like there was a problem with its stomach. I'll give you a few doses of medicine for stomach issues, you can take them home to feed the dog. If it doesn't work, come back to find me. Lu Feng tossed out several packs of medicine. Thank you, divine Dr. Gigi. The girl nodded, then hugged her little dog and happily left. Next, for each patient, Lu Feng would first ask about their symptoms and then prescribe the appropriate medicine. By the time all the patients had left, it was already midnight. Lu Feng stretched and closed the shop door. Then, feeling exhausted, he walked home. After all, tomorrow was Saturday, so he wasn't in a hurry. Once home, he took a shower and read an English book. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that he lay down in bed and fell asleep. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Lu Feng quickly washed up, had breakfast, and then headed to the herbal medicine shop. He had arranged to have lunch and watch a movie with Li Jingya in the afternoon, so he could spend this time in the shop, extending his lifespan a bit. Seeing that there were no customers, Lu Feng opened his QQ and sent a message to the client, Lu Ruyan, I am a divine doctor, how is your grandfather? Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the villa, after receiving the sent herbs, Lu Yun, under the watchful eyes of Professor Wang and other doctors, brewed the herbs into a medicinal soup. Once the soup was ready, under the eager gazes of everyone, Lu Yun spooned the black medicinal soup into Lu Zhenan's mouth. Before long, Lu Zhenan, whose skin had been dull, showed visible signs of recovery after taking the medicine, his complexion becoming rosy at an astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, Lu Jianan opened his eyes, his gaze bright and full of spirit, looking completely revitalized. He appeared nothing like a terminal liver cancer patient, almost indistinguishable from a healthy person. Professor Wang immediately conducted a full-body examination on Lu Jianan. When the results came out, and he saw the report stating that the cancer cells had been completely eliminated, Professor Wang was filled with excitement, trembling all over, nearly losing control of himself. Divine doctor, truly a divine doctor. I have studied Western medicine for decades, but I never expected that traditional Chinese medicine from Manhwa would be the best in the world. I must see this divine doctor in person to know who he really is. The other doctors echoed, yes, this divine doctor's traditional medicine not only works quickly and effectively but also eliminated the dampness in old Lu's body. It's simply unbelievable. More importantly, this person has blended the herbs quite reasonably, and there are almost no side effects after taking it. Just this point alone, we are utterly defeated. Just as the doctors were marveling at the miraculous effects of the medicine, Lu Jianan sat up, full of energy, and asked, Professor Wang, what exactly is going on? In just 2 days, Lu Jianan felt as if he had wandered through the underworld several times. Each time he was on the brink of death, after drinking the medicinal soup brewed by Lu Yun, he miraculously revived. Moreover, he felt refreshed, his body even stronger than before, as if reborn. Subsequently, Lu Yun and Professor Wang recounted the whole story without omitting any details. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan was filled with excitement. I never expected that such a divine doctor exists in our great China. It truly is a blessing for Manhwa. If I have the chance in the future, I must thank him in person. At this moment, Professor Wang approached, unable to contain his eagerness. Old Lu, no need to wait for the future, we should go find him now. As far as I know, such a person has never appeared in Manhwa, which shows he is living incognito, detached from worldly affairs. But if we let this divine doctor remain hidden, it would be a great loss for the people of Manhwa. Only by letting him promote traditional Chinese medicine can future generations benefit. Hearing Professor Wang's words, all the doctors nodded in agreement, believing he was right. Lu Jianan also concurred, yes, if we can find this person, Manhwa will prosper. Can you locate where this divine doctor is? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded. She first took out the delivery box, glanced at it, and found that the name and phone number were hidden. Helpless, she could only ask a colleague at her workplace to trace the source through the network IP address. Soon, her colleague sent over the location. Based on the latest message from the other party, we have pinpointed his current address. Yunhai City, Central District, Happiness Street No. 44. A century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop. In Yunhai City, at the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Lu Feng sat inside when suddenly, a series of system notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure lung cancer. Reward, lifespan plus 10 hours. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure just leakage. Reward, plus 10 hours of lifespan. Ding! Successfully helped a patient cure premature ejaculation. Reward, plus 10 hours of lifespan. Hearing these sounds, Lu Feng knew that the patients from yesterday had been cured. At that moment, a special system notification rang out. Ding! Successfully cured the same patient twice in a row. Reward, plus 20 hours of lifespan. Reward, mysterious gift pack *1. Cured the same patient twice in a row? Without thinking, it must be Lu Ruyan's grandfather. Then, Lu Feng eagerly opened the mysterious gift pack. Ding! Gift pack opened successfully. Obtained mysterious reward, 1000 Faces Technique *1. 1000 Faces Technique, can freely adjust one's appearance. Seeing the explanation of the skill, Lu Feng was filled with excitement. He then took out a mirror, looked at himself inside, and gently brushed his hand across his face. Whoosh! The next second, Lu Feng's face transformed into that of Lu Dehua. Not bad, quite handsome. After admiring for a while, he brushed his hand again. Whoosh! The face in the mirror changed to that of Pang Yuyen. No wonder he's so handsome that even his name has become an adjective. Truly dashing. Magic mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? After saying this, Lu Feng flicked his hand, and whoosh! The face in the mirror returned to its original appearance. Hee, I knew it was you. Mirror. After playing for a while, Lu Feng felt a bit bored and picked up an English book to continue reading. Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor. Just as Lu Feng was swimming in a sea of words, suddenly, calls rang out from outside. He looked up. Not far from the store, a crowd was rushing towards him. Among them, some were familiar faces from last night's patients, holding various banners. There were also some reporters, carrying cameras, and some were holding selfie sticks live streaming. Seeing those reporters, Lu Feng's heart tightened. Each time he treated a patient, it only cost 1 yuan, and he guaranteed to cure all ailments, which probably put a lot of people out of work. If this got online, wouldn't hospitals across the country be hunting him down? Better to avoid trouble, he just wanted to extend his lifespan, no need to attract unwanted attention. With that thought, Lu Feng flicked his hand and adjusted his appearance by 30%. At first glance, it didn't look much different from his original appearance, but upon closer inspection, it was completely different. As the crowd rushed into the store, a leading older man exclaimed, "Divine Doctor, why does your face look swollen?" Lu Feng placed his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "Woke up too suddenly this morning, my face is a bit puffy." Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the crowd didn't ask further but handed over the banners. "Thanks to the Divine Doctor, my disc leakage that troubled me for over 10 years is finally cured. Thank you, Divine Doctor. After taking your medicine for lung cancer, I can breathe easily and worked 2 acres in one night. Thank you, Divine Doctor. After my dog ate your medicine yesterday, he could finish 2 bowls of dog food in one go, and his belly got so big." After saying this, they enthusiastically hung the banners on the wall. "The Divine Doctor of ancient Greece who cures lung cancer. Thank you, Divine Doctor, for saving my dog's life. A master at treating dermatitis, truly exceptional." Looking at these banners, Lu Feng fell silent. Such niche wording. Is there nothing more normal? Before Lu Feng could gather his thoughts, a group of reporters rushed up, thrusting microphones at him. "Hello, Divine Doctor. I heard that Mr. Wan's late-stage lung cancer was really cured by you. How did you do it?" Hearing this question, Lu Feng's heart stirred. Isn't this a chance to promote himself? Ahem. Lu Feng cleared his throat and said, "Our ancestor developed a special medicine for treating lung cancer 100 years ago. With a century of inheritance, it's a secret formula that is never shared. Later, every night, I would lie in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I often asked myself, what is the significance of my ancestors researching secret formulas? Is it just to prevent our family from suffering from lung cancer? After much thought, I ultimately made a decision that went against my ancestors. I want to make this secret formula public. I want to benefit the people and save countless lung cancer patients from their suffering. So, a formula that only costs 1 yuan and cures all ailments. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and come buy it," Lu Feng said to the camera, striking a pose. The reporter was stunned, not expecting this guy to take the opportunity to advertise without paying. Slightly dissatisfied, the reporter shifted the topic and asked, "Then, how did you treat Mr. Lee's stomach cancer? It can't still be your ancestors' secret formula, right?" The reporter added, to prevent Lu Feng from secretly promoting. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then, with his hands behind his back and a calm expression, he said, "This brings me to my great-grandmother. My great-grandmother developed a special medicine for stomach cancer 200 years ago. Later, every night I would toss and turn. Ultimately, I made a decision that went against my great-grandmother." The reporter. After a moment of silence, the reporter continued to ask, "What about liver cancer?" Lu Feng, "I made a decision that went against my great-grandfather." Reporter. "What about pancreatic cancer?" Lu Feng, "I made a decision that went against my great-grandmother." In just a few sentences, Lu Feng had contradicted 18 generations of his ancestors. Seeing that he couldn't extract anything useful, the reporter simply turned away and went to interview the public with the camera. After sending the media reporters away, Lu Feng sat back in his chair, relaxed, and began cheerfully receiving patients. Meanwhile, Central Hospital of Yunhai City, Neurology Department, Dr. Shen sat in the consultation room, doing nothing, like a wooden chicken. It had been 3 or 4 hours since he started work, and he hadn't seen a single patient. Compared to the usual bustling scene, it felt as if the world had come to an end, with all the patients disappearing. Just as he was feeling puzzled, doctors from the CT, lab, and physical examination departments came over one after another. "Old Shen, what's going on? Why hasn't a single order come in today? Old Shen, I just treated you to a meal yesterday, don't forget your friends. Hurry up and get me some physical examination orders, I'm dying of boredom over here." Hearing their complaints, Old Shen showed an innocent expression. "It's not that I'm not sending you orders, I haven't had a single patient since morning. How can I send anything?" Dr. Shen said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, ding ding ding, everyone's phones rang with WeChat notifications. When they checked, they were all stunned. "Wang Ba, surgery, what's going on? Not a single patient today, is the hospital door locked?" "No air, internal medicine, I have no patients either. I'm so bored I'm about to fall asleep." "Who knows what's going on?" "Li Liang, ENT clinic +1+1+1. Jiangxi, urology Adina Dina Dean Wang Ba, surgery Adina Dina Dean no air, internal medicine at Dean, everyone, meet in the first floor lobby. Hearing the dean's order, soon all the consulting doctors from various departments gathered in the first floor lobby. The dean was holding up his phone, which displayed a local news article. And this local news article was about Lu Feng's claim that for just 1 yuan, he could cure all diseases. As you can all see, this is clearly a con artist. The common people find it hard to earn a little money, even if it's just 1 yuan that they are cheated out of. Such despicable people should be punished severely. As everyone looked at the news on their phones and heard the director's words, they were all filled with indignation. The director is right, we must not let him harm the people. Exactly, let's call and report him to shut down his shop. The common people must receive treatment from our legitimate hospital. At that moment, the director walked up to Dr. Shin and said in a probing tone, "Old Shin, I heard you have some connections in the capital. Why don't you take care of this matter?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to Dr. Shin with questioning looks. Sensing their gazes, Dr. Shin wore a proud expression and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, I just need to make one call, and the police in Yunhai City will shut down his shop." Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Dr. Shin took out his phone and dialed Professor Wang's number. At that moment, in the capital, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were on their way to the airport. Just then, Professor Wang's phone rang. Without thinking, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiaoshin, what's up?" On the other end, Dr. Shin's voice came through, "Mentor, there's a con artist in Yunhai City harming the people and swindling money. Not only is he selling fake medicine that harms people, but he has also opened a shop. Such a person can open a shop. He must have some connections behind him, so I would like to ask for your help." As a big shot in the medical field, Professor Wang naturally despised quacks. He was about to explode when Lu Jinan interjected, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll call the highest authorities in Yunhai City and have his shop shut down." Upon hearing this, Dr. Shin's surprised voice came through the phone, "Mentor, is that Lu Lao speaking beside you?" Professor Wang replied straightforwardly, "That's right, it's Lu Lao. We're planning to visit Yunhai City, so please arrange a welcome for us." "Okay, no problem. I will make good arrangements." "Alright, that's settled." After saying this, Professor Wang hung up the phone. In Yunhai City, at the Central Hospital, Dr. Shin hung up the phone, a triumphant smile plastered on his face. He was feeling incredibly pleased with himself, his head almost reaching the sky. Everyone around him, including the director, wore flattering expressions. "Oh my, I didn't expect Dr. Shin to have such strong connections in the capital. One word from him directly influences the highest authorities in Yunhai City." Indeed, as expected of the disciple of the world-renowned Professor Wang, with just one call, Lu Lao personally handles this matter. "Brother Shin, you must take good care of your younger brother in the future. Xiaoshin, I was wrong in our previous conflict. Please forgive me." The director also put on a fawning expression and said, "Well done, Old Shin. I've decided to promote you to the head of neurology and deputy director of the hospital." In an instant, everyone around was fawning over him, even his sworn enemy bowed down in submission. Watching this scene, Dr. Shin's face was about to split from smiling. At the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Lu Feng was busy inside, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, a group of armed police officers appeared at the door and walked in. "Everyone disperse, the owner of the shop is a con artist. Be careful with your money," said a man who looked like the captain. As soon as these words were spoken, the patients exchanged glances, speechless. Did they not know whether Lu Feng was a con artist? "Officer, the owner of this shop is truly a miraculous doctor. Many of my relatives suffering from terminal illnesses have been cured by him." "Yes, officer, think about it. Which con artist would only cheat 1 yuan? That's just too little." "Officer, we are all willing to vouch that the owner of this shop is definitely not a con artist." However, in the face of everyone's words, the captain remained expressionless and said, "It doesn't matter what you say. This shop does not have a medical practice license and cannot operate under any circumstances. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders." Inside the room, Lu Feng felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing the words medical qualification certificate. He had already sent someone from his family to handle the relevant documents, but it required multiple layers of approval, and it still hadn't been processed. So, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Lu Feng brushed his hand across his face. He changed to a brand new appearance. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone, he leisurely left the store. After walking a few hundred meters, Lu Feng returned to his original appearance inside. It seemed that before the medical qualification certificate was issued, this pharmacy could not be opened. Just then, ding ding, his phone rang with a WeChat message. Lu Feng opened it to find a message from Li Jingya. "Lu Feng, I've arrived at Aokisi Square. Where are you?" Lu Feng slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that it was time to meet Li Jingya. He quickly hailed a taxi and rushed to Aokisi Square. 5 minutes later, as soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, he saw Li Jingya standing in the center of the square, looking down at her phone. At that moment, her expression was somewhat gloomy, and she looked a bit angry. "What's wrong, Jingya?" Lu Feng approached and asked. Li Jingya looked up, unhappy, and said, "I used to sell lunchboxes at the construction site and joined a few worker groups. Now everyone is discussing how infuriating the doctors at Yunhai City Central Hospital are. No matter what illness you go to see, they always make you do some unnecessary tests, wasting money, especially Dr. Shen from neurology. I took my mother for a checkup, and there was an old lady in front of us who had been bitten by a poisonous snake, a life that could have been saved, but Dr. Shen, for his own benefit, watched the patient miss the treatment window and ultimately die. Moreover, I heard that recently there was a miraculous doctor who could cure all ailments for just 1 yuan. The common people praised him, benefiting greatly, but he was reported and shut down by Dr. Shen. I really don't understand how such a person becomes a doctor." Hearing this, Lu Feng was taken aback. So the one who reported his clinic was this Dr. Shen. He then turned his gaze to Li Jingya's phone. Sure enough, people in the group were speaking out for him. Just then, a newcomer with the name Neurology Shindad joined the group chat. As soon as he entered, he sent a series of offensive messages. "A bunch of stinking dogs from the lower class, if you have the guts, don't come to our hospital in the future. A miraculous doctor? You all are just a bunch of idiots. I can shut him down with a single phone call. If you want to see a doctor, you can only come to me from now on, and each person must pay a 100 yuan red envelope, or just wait to die." Such remarks instantly ignited the anger of the crowd. One group member retorted, "Dr. Shen, don't think you can do whatever you want online. We can easily screenshot these comments and report you." As soon as the message was sent, the person named Neurology Shindad replied, "Damn, another idiot who wants to report me. I'm using a secondary account and a foreign VPN node. With insufficient evidence, how can you determine my identity? I just want to curse you. I enjoy watching you try to take me down while being powerless. A bunch of dead migrant workers, you deserve to carry bricks for a lifetime. Spit." After cursing, the group showed that Neurology Shindad had exited the chat. After he left, the group members were all furious. "What's wrong with carrying bricks? Did we not earn our money through hard work? Who does he think he is to look down on people?" Exactly, everyone screenshot and report him. Reporting is useless. I heard he has connections in the capital. We can't do anything about him. What is wrong with this society? Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't stay any longer and said, "Jingya, I suddenly have something urgent. Let's have dinner together tomorrow." "Ha!" Li Jingya just raised her head, but found that Lu Feng had already disappeared. 10 minutes later, Yunhai City's Central Hospital. Lu Feng got out of the taxi and walked straight into the hospital lobby. After entering the lobby, he glanced at the directory. Then he took the elevator to the second floor and arrived at the neurology department's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng knocked on the door. The next second, an impatient voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Lu Feng shouted, "I want to see a doctor." "If you want to see a doctor, go get a blood test, physical examination, urine test, and other items first. It's all written at the entrance." Hearing this, Lu Feng looked at the sign at the door. Sure enough, it listed more than a dozen items that needed to be done before seeing a doctor. He hadn't even seen the doctor yet, and thousands of yuan had already been thrown in. It seemed that what Li Jingya said was true. This hospital was indeed quite shady. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly pushed the door open and barged in. At that moment, Dr. Shin was lying comfortably in a chair with an eye mask on. Due to the urgent promotion ceremony organized by the hospital director, which took up his lunch break, he needed to catch up on sleep. Noticing someone entered the room, Dr. Shin took off his eye mask and cursed, "Can't you understand human language? I told you to do the tests first, didn't you hear me?" In response, Lu Feng showed an apologetic smile. He then turned around and walked out. Dr. Shin cursed a few more times, put his eye mask back on, and intended to continue his nap. Seeing this, Lu Feng took out some hypnotic herbs from his pocket and crushed them into powder with his fingers. He then gently waved his hand, tossing the powder into Dr. Shin's nose. Yawn! Dr. Shin sneezed and rubbed his nose. The next second, he suddenly slumped back in his chair as if he had run out of power, making a loud snoring sound, completely falling asleep. "Sleep well." Lu Feng smiled, waved his hand lightly, and transformed into his appearance. He then put on a white coat, donned a name badge, and returned to the corridor. "Hello, Dr. Shin." Dr. Shin. At this moment, two passing nurses greeted him. Dr. Shin was now a celebrity in the hospital. Even the director would smile and greet him when they met. Damn it! Lu Feng suddenly cursed. The two nurses were startled, shivering all over, almost sitting on the ground. But they didn't dare to retaliate, silently cursing Dr. Shin's entire family in their hearts as they left with dark faces. Well, cursing while using someone else's identity is quite refreshing. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. With his hands behind his back, he aimlessly wandered around the second floor. As he walked, he came to the front of an operating room. At that moment, the door opened, and two nurses wheeled out a patient who was under anesthesia. Dr. Shin, one of the nurses, greeted. Lu Feng nodded with an air of authority. He then pointed at the patient on the bed and asked, "What surgery did this person just have?" The nurses didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully replied, "Dr. Shin, this person just had an appendectomy." Lu Feng showed a look of sudden realization and then said, "Later, send the appendix to my office. I'm just hungry, I'll braise it as a side dish." As soon as he said this, the two nurses were completely dumbfounded. They stared at each other, unable to say a word for a long time. After a while, one of the nurses awkwardly laughed and said, Dr. Shin is really humorous, ha ha ha." Lu Feng's expression darkened as he scolded, "Humorous? Do you think I'm joking with you? I want to eat braised appendix, didn't you hear me?" Seeing Lu Feng so stern, the two nurses were almost in tears, nodding like garlic being pounded. Yes, I understand, Dr. Shin." Then, the two secretly cursed the lunatic and quickly pushed the patient away. At that moment, the patient, still under anesthesia, opened his eyes a crack. He pointed at Lu Feng and weakly said, "Change, pervert." Lu Feng didn't care. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to stroll forward. After a few steps, they arrived in front of a patient room. The doorplate read, "Surgery Area A, Room 44. Without a second thought, Lu Feng pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a patient half reclining on the bed, his right leg wrapped in bandages and hanging in the air. He was holding a bowl of noodles, clearly having just undergone surgery, and was eating. Noticing someone had entered, the patient put down his bowl and chopsticks, glanced at Lu Feng's name tag, and said, "Hello, Dr. Shin." Lu Feng nodded and pretended to care, asking, "How's the recovery of your right leg?" The patient expressed his gratitude, saying, "Director Wang said the surgery was very successful, and I should be able to be discharged in about 10 days to recover at home." Lu Feng had seen Director Wang's photo on the hospital lobby wall. He was responsible for performing surgeries. Thinking of this, Lu Feng said seriously, "Director Wang just told me that your leg bone is misaligned, so after you finish eating, prepare for another surgery." Upon hearing this, the patient spat out the noodles in his mouth. After regaining his composure, the patient looked shocked and said, "Dr. Shin, please don't joke with me. How can the leg bone be misaligned?" Hearing this, Lu Feng, unfazed, replied, "It's just a misalignment. You should be happy about it. A couple of days ago, Director Wang accidentally attached a dog's leg to a patient. Quickly notify your family to pay the surgery and hospital fees, or Director Wang will throw you out." With that, Lu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and left the room. At that moment, the patient stared at Lu Feng's back, wide-eyed and horrified. Just then, a nurse walked in carrying in 4 drip. The patient pointed at Lu Feng and asked with a trembling voice, "Nurse, who is that person?" Hearing the question, the nurse turned her head and saw Lu Feng hadn't gone far. She deliberately raised her voice, speaking in a flattering tone, "You mean Director Shin? He's a big shot in our hospital. His medical skills are the best in the whole hospital, extremely professional. I really admire him." Upon hearing the nurse's response, the patient could no longer hold back and shouted, "Damn it, call your Director Wang here. He actually misaligned my leg. I want to kill him." Hearing the roar from the patient room, Lu Feng couldn't help but quicken his pace. Turning a corner, suddenly, Director Wang walked towards him. "Hey, hello, Director Shin," Director Wang said with a smirk. Looking at the other's obsequious demeanor, Lu Feng pointed to the patient room and said expressionlessly, "Director Wang, there's a patient in room 44 causing a scene, claiming you misaligned his bones." Upon hearing this, Director Wang was surprised. What? Such a thing happened? Immediately, he ran towards the patient room without looking back. Soon, the sounds of their cursing came from behind. As Lu Feng continued walking, rows of hospital beds began to appear on both sides of the corridor. The beds were filled with patients, some were playing on their phones, while others were still unconscious from the anesthesia. Lu Feng looked up at the department name, which prominently read, Urology. Just then, a nurse rushed by with a worried expression, shouting, "Oh no, that patient's floor is almost empty. I need to grab another bottle." Seeing Lu Feng, she greeted him, "Hello, Director Shin." Lu Feng nodded. Watching her hurriedly leave, he turned and walked towards the patient whose floor had finished. He saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed, still under the effects of the anesthesia. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the presence of a doctor nearby, slowly opening his eyes and weakly asking, Doctor, that nurse was in such a hurry just now. What happened? Upon hearing this question, Lu Feng glanced at the information on the patient's bed. Name, Ma Ergu. Gender, male. Age, 31. Condition, skin flap excision surgery. Attending physician, Zhen Si. After reading the information, Lu Feng pursed his lips. Then, facing the patient, he revealed a sorrowful expression and said, I'm very sorry to inform you that during the surgery, Director Zhang accidentally removed your kunkan. To express our apologies, we suggest you fly to Thailand for a reconstructive surgery. Of course, the responsibility for this medical accident lies with us, so Director Zhang is willing to compensate you with a donkey whip as a keepsake. As these words were spoken, in an instant, the effects of the anesthesia wore off halfway for the man named Ma Ergu, and his expression turned to one of terror, his eyes wide in shock. He pointed at Lu Feng, wanting to curse, but with the anesthesia still lingering, he could only weakly say, I want to complain. Seeing the other person struggling, Lu Feng sighed helplessly. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a bag of snacks beside the adjacent bed. Inside the snacks was a long, bright red sausage. Seeing this, Lu Feng took out the sausage and hung it around Ma Ergu's neck. Whenever you miss your little brother, just look at this donkey whip, sigh. After saying this, Lu Feng shook his head and left the spot. Upon hearing donkey whip, the patient Ma Ergu stared at the bright red sausage around his neck, his eyes nearly popping out. Quick, take it away. He wanted someone to hurry and remove this thing. However, despite using all his strength, he couldn't say the words completely. At that moment, the nurse who had gone to fetch the four returned. Seeing the scene before her, the nurse thought the patient was hungry. She first replaced the four, then picked up the sausage and, in front of Ma Ergu's desperate gaze, directly stuffed the sausage into his mouth. Eat slowly, no rush. Woo. Lu Feng continued walking down the corridor, passing by the internal medicine, dermatology, and ENT departments, but found no opportunities. So he simply took the elevator to the third floor. The third floor was the laboratory department. As Lu Feng stepped out of the elevator, right in front of him was the Human Bodily Fluid Testing Center. There, on the central table, were cups of bodily fluids from patients waiting to be tested. There were yellow liquids, white liquids, and even yellow solids. The one in charge of reception was a very ordinary-looking female nurse. When Lu Feng walked over, the nurse looked up and suddenly said shyly, "How annoying, thinking about me in broad daylight. There are still a few hours until I get off work. Why are you so impatient? Just wait a bit. What do you plan to take me out for dinner tonight?" Seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed that Dr. Shen and this little nurse had an unspeakable secret. Immediately, Lu Feng pointed at the testing cups and said, "When you get off work later, sneakily fill some of these up, and we'll have this for dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, the nurse's eyes widened. Her face showed an expression of disbelief and shock. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the nurse was first startled. Then, she pretended to be shy and said, "You naughty boy, that joke isn't funny at all." Hearing her response, Lu Feng didn't say anything but opened his arms and shouted to the people around, "Everyone, look at me, look at me. I have an announcement to make. I love eating poop. I eat 10 pounds of poop every day. If I don't eat for a day, I feel all itchy." Lu Feng's voice was loud, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. When the crowd heard Lu Feng's words, they were all left speechless. Awesome, eating shit is one thing, but to dare to make such a loud fuss, I admire that. Damn, who is this person? So wild. Isn't it written on his name tag? Director Shen. What the hell? He's actually the director of this hospital? I can't believe I didn't walk into a mental hospital by mistake. Let's go. If the director is like this, can the doctors even treat patients? Exactly, I'm out of here, going to the hospital next door. The crowd was frightened by the crazed Lu Feng and hurriedly left the hospital, heading towards the neighboring one. The nurse watched the scene unfold, her previous shyness completely vanished. In its place was a furious indignation. "Old Shen, what the hell are you doing? Just because you were just promoted to director, you think you're so impressive? If you keep acting like this, all the patients in the hospital will be scared away," the nurse said angrily. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng returned to his normal demeanor and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I was just joking around to cheer you up." Seeing this, the nurse's anger subsided a bit, but she still complained, "You call that a joke? Don't do that again." Lu Feng nodded like a garlic peeler. Okay. After saying that, he approached the nurse and pretended to be mysterious, saying, "Can we discuss something? I can't have children, been married for over a decade, and still no kids. Look at all these specimens here, pick one, and I'll help you with artificial insemination. Once you have the baby, I'll divorce my wife and marry you." Upon hearing this, the nurse was momentarily stunned. When she reacted, her eyes widened in anger, and she shouted, "Olshin, you bastard. No wonder you've been so nice to me, you had this in mind, huh? You worthless piece of trash who can't even have kids, stay away from me, disgusting." Seeing her insult him, Lu Feng laughed instead of getting angry, saying, "A bitch deserves a dog, eternal together. You're the bitch, I'm the dog, we really are a match made in heaven." The nurse could no longer tolerate it. Her face turned red, and she was breathing heavily, clearly on the verge of fainting from anger. Then, she turned and stormed out of the lab, rushing towards the director's office. In the director's office, the nurse arrived at the door and found it open, with several attending doctors inside complaining. "Director, Olshin is going too far. Not only did he insult the nurses for no reason, but he also wants to roast the patient's appendix. Are you going to do something about it?" "Director, that's nothing. I was in the middle of a surgery, and he tricked the patient into thinking I had their leg on the wrong way. The patient almost broke my leg when they heard that. That Olshin is simply inhuman, saying I cut off someone's foreskin and ruined their manhood. After the anesthesia wore off, the patient wanted to fight me. Director, what should we do?" The nurse listened to their words, feeling a jolt in her heart. Compared to these people's experiences, she seemed somewhat lucky. Nevertheless, she rushed into the room and complained to the director, "Director, Olshin is a lunatic. Not only did he publicly declare that he loves eating shit, but he also called me a bitch. I don't want to live anymore, woo woo woo." The director was already overwhelmed by the complaints of the others. Now, with a little nurse coming in, he could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, pointing at them and saying, "What the hell is going on with you all? Olshin just got promoted to director. It's normal for him to be overly excited. Who hasn't made mistakes? Who doesn't have their own personality? If you can tolerate it, then tolerate it. No one is perfect." Although Olshin is indeed a bit excessive, compared to his contributions, the latter is still greater. Upon hearing the director's words, everyone clenched their fists, gritting their teeth, and lowered their heads in silence. How could they not know that the director wanted to climb onto Olshin's high branch, so he dared not offend him? Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. Lu Feng strolled in leisurely with his hands behind his back. "Oh, Olshin, what brings you to my office?" The dean, upon seeing Lu Feng's face, rushed over to shake hands like a dog greeting its owner, wagging its tail. Inside the room, a few people looked at Lu Feng's face, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Lu Feng first shook hands with the dean and then said, "Xiao Gao, there's something I want to discuss with you." Hearing the name Xiao Gao, the dean was taken aback. He looked around and realized that he was the only one in the room with the surname Gao, confirming that Lu Feng was indeed addressing him. Although Olshin had been promoted to vice dean, he was still the official leader. Who calls a superior by a diminutive form? The dean felt a bit dissatisfied but still forced a smile, saying, "Olshin, just say what you need. We're all friends here." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and then arrogantly declared, "It's like this. Tomorrow let your sister-in-law wear black stockings to my office. I need to check her body." As soon as he said this, the nurses and several attending physicians gasped in shock, completely dumbfounded. They had initially thought Olshin was just trying to show off in front of them, but they never expected him to be so audacious in front of the dean as well. Listen to this, checking someone else's wife's body and asking her to wear black stockings. Anyone would find this kind of humiliation unbearable. The dean's expression turned cold, and he sternly asked, "Olshin, what do you mean by this? I admit, you have a lot of influence, and I want to climb your ranks too, but isn't what you're saying a bit too humiliating? Are you really trying to make a move on your sister-in-law?" Hearing the dean's questioning, Lu Feng scoffed, "Damn, I just like it provocative, is that a problem?" Everyone. The dean could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened like copper bells, his face flushed to the roots of his neck, and he shouted, "Olshin, what do you want? Is it not enough to turn the whole hospital upside down? Are you not going to spare me either?" The dean's aura was formidable. After all, he was the top dog in the hospital, and when he got angry, the people behind him trembled in fear. Even Lu Feng took a few steps back, a hint of fear crossing his face. Then, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Feng bowed repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry, Dean, I spoke out of turn just now. Please don't take it to heart." The dean watched this unfold, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Humph, no matter how impressive you are, when I, the top leader, get angry, you still have to tuck your tail between your legs, right?" Thinking this, the dean stepped forward to help Lu Feng up, smiling, "All right, Olshin, I was just joking, don't take it too seriously." Just as he was about to help Lu Feng up, in the next moment, Lu Feng swiftly kicked towards the dean's groin. Boom! Ah! With that kick, the dean's face turned ashen, letting out a sound reminiscent of Tom from Tom and Jerry. He clutched his broken eggshell, bent over, and beads of sweat the size of beans poured out. Immediately after, Lu Feng turned and dashed out. Seeing the opportunity, Lu Feng hurried down to the second floor, back to Dr. Shen's office. He pushed the door open, and the other party was still sound asleep. Lu Feng quickly took off his clothes and badge, putting them back on the other person. Then he brushed his hand over his face, transforming into the dean's appearance. "Hey, wake up!" Lu Feng nudged him. Dr. Shen stretched lazily, waking from his slumber. When he removed his eye mask and saw the dean's face, he immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. "Dean." Lu Feng nodded, hands behind his back, with an imposing expression said, "Old Shen, your sister-in-law has been having insomnia these past few days and suspects there might be some issues with her brain nerves. I've already told her to come here for an examination, so make sure to treat her well when she arrives." Upon hearing Lu Feng's order, Dr. Shen did not dare to be negligent, bowing slightly and saying, "Yes, Director, you can rest assured, I will definitely treat my sister-in-law well. You are the pillar of our hospital. Work hard, and in the future, the position of director will be yours." After Lu Feng finished speaking, he turned and left the room. In the corridor, Lu Feng gently brushed his hand across his face, returning to his own appearance, and then swaggered towards the hospital's main entrance. At that moment, the director, accompanied by several attending physicians, passed by Lu Feng with angry expressions. In the neurology department's consultation room, Dr. Shen sat in a chair, reflecting on Lu Feng's words, feeling elated. Just thinking about the future where he would become the director made his mouth stretch into a grin, his face unable to hide the joy. The next second, bang! The consultation room door was pushed open forcefully. The director and several attending physicians walked in with dark expressions. Seeing this, Dr. Shen was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Didn't the director just leave? He even instructed him to check on his sister-in-law's brain nerves. Why was he back again? Thinking of this, Dr. Shen stood up and asked, "Director, when is my sister-in-law coming?" As soon as he said this, the director exploded like a lit powder keg, his anger boiling over. "Old Shen, you bastard, dare you mention your sister-in-law?" The director cursed, losing control, and slapped Dr. Shen across the face. Smack! The slap sent Dr. Shen flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As he lay on the floor, covering his face, he was bewildered. What was happening? Why did he get slapped for no reason? On the other side, after the director slapped him, he immediately regretted it. Having vented his emotions, he looked at his right hand, feeling extremely remorseful. That slap, it might cost him his career. "Old Shen, he intended to stop there. Just as he was about to apologize, several attending physicians rushed over. "Old Shen, how dare you speak disrespectfully to my sister-in-law? Today, I will help the director vent his anger." "Old Shen, you bastard, insulting me is one thing, but insulting the director is absolutely unacceptable. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the director. Director, step aside, I'll take care of him." With that, the group surged forward, raining punches and kicks down on the prostrate Dr. Shen. In an instant, Dr. Shen was beaten to a pulp, sprawled on the ground, searching for his teeth, letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. The director watched the scene unfold, nearly jumping up in anger. Did they think they could beat him up under his banner? When Old Shen comes to settle the score, it will all fall on me. Stop hitting. Everyone, stop. The director hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. But no matter how he tried to mediate, the attending physicians were like madmen, fists raining down on each other. They fought while voicing their grievances for the director. After a full 5 minutes, the group finally tired and slowly stopped. I won't let this go." Dr. Shen, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, weakly protesting. Just then, ding ding ding, Dr. Shen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his heart leaping with joy, and quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, mentor, have you and old Lu arrived in Yunhai City?" As he spoke, Dr. Shen switched to speakerphone. He heard Professor Wang's voice on the other end. "Yes, we have arrived in Yunhai City and are currently heading to 44, Xingfu Street in the city center. You can come over." "Okay," Dr. Shen replied eagerly. He then got up from the ground and pointed at the dean and others, threatening, "Molly Bai, my master and old Lu have arrived in Yunhai City, just wait. If you don't kick you out of the medical team, I'll change my surname to yours from now on." Dr. Shen shouted hysterically. For him, he had merely taken a nap and hadn't done anything else. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was beaten up by several people. Who wouldn't be angry in such a situation? After the dean and several attending physicians finished beating him, their anger had dissipated quite a bit. Now, hearing Dr. Shen's words, they exchanged glances and began to feel a bit scared. They believed that with Professor Wang and old Lu's abilities, not to mention kicking them out of the medical team, it wouldn't be impossible for them to make them disappear from this world. Thus, several of them quickly stood up, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Xiaoshun, I was impulsive just now. Please forgive me this once for the sake of our years of working together. Brother Shun, I was young and ignorant. Please don't hold it against me. Brother Shin, I was wrong. Why don't you hit me back? The dean also stepped forward, patted Dr. Shin on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Old Shin, as long as you forgive me this once, I guarantee the position of dean will be yours. Faced with such a tempting offer, in the past, Old Shin would have been overjoyed. But now, he directly pushed the dean aside and scolded, Go to hell. You almost beat me to death. What use is the dean's position to me now? Just wait, none of you can escape. Prepare to face my revenge. After saying that, Dr. Shin took the car keys from the drawer and angrily walked towards the hospital's main entrance. Seeing this, the dean and the others hurriedly followed. They arrived at the garage. Old Shin got into the car, stepped on the gas, and with a roar, the car sped onto the street. The dean and the others also got into a car and closely followed behind. Thus, a scene unfolded on the streets of Yunhai City. A person was driving wildly in front, while a car closely followed behind, with several heads poking out of the windows, shouting continuously, Old Shin, calm down, forgive me this once. Old Shin, do you remember I invited you for a massage the day before yesterday? Old Shin. After Lu Feng left the hospital, he hailed a taxi at the entrance and headed straight to Li Jingya's house. After all, he had promised to have dinner and watch a movie with her, but left halfway. It was somewhat unreasonable. At this moment, it was nearing evening. When Lu Feng arrived at Li Jingya's house, she was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng arrive, Li Jingya excitedly ran out of the kitchen and said happily, Wait for me, I'm going to the supermarket to buy fish and make your favorite fish head soup. Hearing this, Lu Feng's heart tightened. The tragic scene after drinking the fish head soup last time was still vivid in his mind. He almost broke the toilet. He nearly filled her family's latrine, and his backside still hurt like hell. Jingya, I suddenly want to eat scrambled eggs today, Lu Feng said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya raised the spatula and said, Okay, then you go wait in the room, I'll fry it for you right now. Lu Feng nodded, then took out a few packets of medicinal herbs from his waist and continued, I got a few prescriptions from the divine doctor. You can boil these herbs later, they might cure your mother's paralysis. Hearing it was the divine doctor's medicine, Li Jingya's face showed uncontrollable excitement as she said, That's great, thank you, Lu Feng. Just after she finished speaking, Li Jingya frowned, sensing something was off. Wait, Lu Feng, the divine doctor's pharmacy was sealed. Where did you get the medicine? Seeing her doubt him, Lu Feng's heart sank. Oh no, he hadn't thought this through. His identity was about to be exposed. I have a friend, Lu Feng initially wanted to cover it up. He then straightened his collar and said seriously, That's right, I am that renowned doctor. Since he couldn't hide it anymore, he decided to stop pretending. After all, there was nothing to hide in front of this innocent girl. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Li Jingya covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Feng, her face showing disbelief. Meanwhile, in the city center, on Happiness Street, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were heading towards the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop at No. 44. Just thinking about meeting the legendary doctor made Lu Jinan and Professor Wang extremely excited. When they arrived at the shop's entrance, they were surprised to find it crowded with people. To the left of the shop, a little girl with an unusually swollen head was holding a lollipop and asking her mother, Mommy, when will the doctor open the door? The mother stroked her daughter's head and comforted her, Be patient, dear. The doctor will be here soon. Oh, the little girl nodded, then licked her lollipop and continued asking, When the doctor comes, will the little stones in my head be gone? Hearing this question, the mother nodded, Yes. The little girl asked again, Then will my classmates want to play with me? At this, the mother's expression froze. Her eyes turned slightly red as she replied, Yes. That's great. I'm finally going to have friends. The little girl jumped up in joy. Seeing this scene, the mother could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to sob softly. To the right of the shop, a wife was holding her husband, her expression numb. At that moment, her husband coughed a couple of times and said slowly, Wife, let's go. The doctor probably won't come. The wife, upon hearing this, firmly refused, No, we must wait for the doctor. I just can't believe how cruel fate is, not giving you a chance to live. You have a weak constitution, and when I didn't support you in going to the countryside to teach, you insisted on going. As a result, just a few days after you went, you contracted pneumoconiosis. What were you thinking? You earned so little in a year and ended up with a terminal illness. Now you leave me and our son in this world. How are we supposed to live? Sob, sob, sob. Looking at his crying wife, the man forced a pale smile and said, I was born in the mountains and knew how hard it was for the children there to go to school, so I decided to give back to my country when I grew up. In this life, I have no regrets, I have lived the way I wanted. The only thing I feel sorry for is you and the child, who have suffered because of me. I am an unqualified husband, but if I had to choose again, I would still stick to my original decision. After he finished speaking, the wife hugged her husband tightly and began to cry loudly. At the entrance, there were many people like them. Most were suffering from terminal illnesses or couldn't afford treatment, seeking the doctor for help. Not far away, Professor Wang and the others felt a tremor in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. It is said that a doctor has the heart of a parent, especially for someone like Professor Wang, a top-tier physician. At this moment, his heart felt as if it were being cut by glass, an unbearable pain. Although Lu Jinan and Lu Yun were not doctors, how could they remain unmoved in the face of such human suffering? The three of them calmed their emotions and then walked towards the shop in trance. "Excuse me, is the doctor not opening today?" Lu Jinan asked the crowd around him. Upon hearing this question, everyone showed expressions of indifference. Clearly, he was not the first to ask this. At that moment, the mother who was seeking medicine for her daughter said, "It's not that the door is closed, it's been sealed." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jinan and Professor Wang showed expressions of surprise. How could it be sealed? They heard the mother slowly say, "Because the divine doctor charges too much, every time it costs a full yuan." The higher-ups couldn't stand the divine doctor's exorbitant fees, so they sealed his shop. Anyone who was a person and not foolish could tell that this mother was being sarcastic. Professor Wang clenched his fists and said angrily, "This is outrageous. What is a charge of 1 yuan considered expensive?" As the few of them conversed, several patients walked over, saying, "Isn't it because Dr. Shin from the Central Hospital of Yunhai City reported him? This Dr. Shin is simply inhuman. To profit from patients, every time you see him, you have to undergo at least a dozen tests. Our foreman's mother was bitten by a snake and arrived at the hospital in less than 10 minutes. She could have been saved, but the tests took 4 or 5 hours. If it weren't for the divine doctor, she would have been dead long ago." That's right, after Dr. Shin sealed the divine doctor's shop, he even insulted us as stinky migrant workers, saying we deserve to carry bricks for a lifetime. We work hard to build our country, earning our own blood and sweat money. Why should we be treated like this by him? Sigh, this is how it is for people at the bottom of society. We've reported Dr. Shin several times, but he has connections in the capital. I heard his master is Professor Wang from Qingbei University, and he has ties with the Lu family. What can we do against these people who protect each other? Yes, his master, Professor Wang, is a beast, and the Lu family is no good either. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lu Jinan and Professor Wang's faces darkened to the extreme. Even if they were senile, they could hear. The people were cursing him. "This ungrateful disciple, I must tear him apart with my own hands." Professor Wang's face turned red, and he thundered with rage. On the phone, his disciple kept saying, "There was a swindler selling fake medicine, seeking profit and harming the people." It was precisely for this reason that Lu Jinan ordered the shop to be sealed. But, unexpectedly, they had not only sealed the divine doctor they were searching for, they had also sealed the hope for the common people to survive. Moreover, the actions of this disciple were simply inhumane. Not only was he infamous, but now even he and Lu Jinan were being cursed by the common people. They were beasts. Just thinking about how his lifetime of reputation was being dragged down by this rebellious disciple made Professor Wang wish he could kill him right now. "Professor Wang, you truly have a discerning eye, taking in such a good disciple." At this moment, Lu Jinan said coldly, his face dark. As soon as these words were spoken, Professor Wang's heart tightened, and cold sweat poured down. How could he not know that Lu Jinan was mocking him for being blind? "Rest assured, old Lu, I will definitely clean up the house later." Professor Wang gritted his teeth in anger, swearing earnestly. Just then, on. A deafening sound came from 2 cars several hundred meters away, driving towards them. The next second, creak, the cars stopped. Dr. Shin, bruised and battered, walked out from inside. Following closely were the dean and several attending physicians. "Old Shin, let's discuss this." "Old Shin, I'm kneeling down as the dean, please forgive me." Saying this, the dean suddenly knelt on the ground. However, Dr. Shin had already made up his mind to take revenge on them. Without looking back, he ran straight towards Professor Wang and the others. "Master, old Lu, you must stand up for me, woo woo woo." After running over, Dr. Shin showed a wronged expression. Then, he pointed at the dean and others behind him, saying, "These few dogs beat me for no reason. You see, look at what you've done to your disciple." After saying this, Dr. Shin leaned in to show his wounds. But unexpectedly, the next second, slap, Professor Wang directly slapped him, sending Dr. Shin flying a few meters away. Then he pointed at him and scolded, "Why didn't I just kill you, you beast?" In an instant, Dr. Shin lay on the ground, covering his face, completely bewildered. What is going on? What happened today? He woke up to being beaten by the dean and a few others. Finally, he sought his mentor and wanted to regain his dignity, but instead, he was slapped away again. Where the hell did this come from? A parallel world? The information gap is too big. Mentor, why are you doing this? Dr. Shin asked, covering his increasingly swollen face in confusion. Professor Wang pointed at him and cursed, "What the hell did you do? Don't you know in your heart? I was really blind to take such a vicious person as my disciple. From now on, I am no longer your master, and you are no longer my disciple. Our bond is completely severed." After saying this, Professor Wang turned around and left with Lu Jinan and Lu Yun. "Mentor, please don't go." Dr. Shin panicked and hurried forward, wanting to keep him from leaving. But just as he was about to get close, Lu Yun, who came from a police academy, turned around and kicked him back with a high whip kick. Ouch! Dr. Shin fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground hard and nearly losing consciousness. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the blue sky, feeling immense pain in his heart. Why is this happening? Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a little bird flew by and precisely dropped a poop into his mouth. Ugh! Dr. Shin quickly got up, gagging. After he finished, he looked up and saw the dean and several attending physicians standing in front of him, all with gloomy faces. "What are you looking at? I forgive you all, just get lost," Dr. Shin shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the dean directly sat on him like a crow, giving him a beating. "Forgive you? You're no longer Professor Wang's disciple, and you still want to act tough with me. I've tolerated you for a long time, today I'm going to beat you to death." The dean took the lead, and the other attending physicians were not far behind, rushing up. "Damn it! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Shin bastard, return the money I paid you for the massage." The group beat and cursed him for a good 10 minutes. Their hands were almost cramping. Huff! After the beating, the dean stood up, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Let's go." Hearing this, the attending physicians hurriedly followed. This time, they were finally satisfied. As they got into the car, the dean opened his phone and shouted in the hospital WeChat group, "Professor Wang has completely severed ties with Shin the Bastard. From today on, anyone who stands with Shin the Bastard is going against me." After sending this voice message, the dean stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. In front of the century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop, Dr. Shin was beaten into a puddle of mud, his glasses shattered all over the ground. He struggled to take out his phone, pressing the 120 emergency number with his bloodied fingers. When the call connected, the voice of the operator came through. "Hello, this is the Central Hospital of Yunhai City." Dr. Shin weakly said, I'm at 44 Happiness Street in the city center, please come save me." Hearing this, the operator curiously asked, "Your voice sounds so familiar, are you Dean Shin?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Shin snorted coldly and couldn't help but put on a bit of authority. "That's right, it's me. I demand you send a car to pick me up immediately." As he said this, the phone was silent for a few seconds. Then, a strong and powerful voice came through. "Answer, damn it. Beep 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 beep." Listening to the sound of the call disconnecting on his phone, at that moment, Dr. Shin felt as if his heart had died. Why had the world changed so drastically after just waking up? Half a day ago, he was still the vice president of Yunhai City Hospital, wielding great power. Now, he lay on the ground, waiting for death like a lamb to the slaughter. Just when he thought he was about to depart this world, suddenly, he heard the concerned voices of the crowd around him. "Dr. Shin, you haven't passed away, have you? Dr. Shin, is your injury serious?" The common people rushed over, offering him comfort. Seeing the situation before him, Dr. Shin felt a surge of joy, reigniting his hope for life. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought?" In a critical moment, he still had to rely on these kind-hearted people from the lower strata of society. I'm about to die, help me." Dr. Shin struggled on the ground, weakly pleading. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the crowd's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Damn it, how can you die now? Brothers, go, beat him to death." With that command, the crowd surged forward, raining down punches and kicks on Dr. Shin. At that moment, Dr. Shin was utterly despaired. In Li family village, after Li Jingya finished preparing the medicinal soup, she sat by her mother's bedside, blowing on the soup to cool it down before feeding it to her. Once the entire pot of soup was consumed, she noticed her mother's previously pale limbs starting to turn rosy at a visible rate. In no time, her mother appeared revitalized, looking just like a normal person. Seeing this, Li Jingya was so happy she nearly jumped up. "That's great, Mom, try to see if you can move," Li Jingya said excitedly. However, no matter how hard her mother tried, she remained lying on the bed, completely still. "What's going on?" Li Jingya's expression turned tense again. Lu Feng took a look with his golden eye and said, Your mother has been bedridden for a long time, and her limbs have become stiff. She needs to do rehabilitation exercises every day to gradually recover. Moreover, due to lack of movement, she has developed chronic heart failure, with damaged myocardium and insufficient blood supply. It seems that she will need to undergo heart surgery, Lu Feng said slowly. If it were just a pathological issue, he could use medicinal herbs to treat it. But this organic change could only be intervened through surgery. It seemed he needed to supplement his knowledge in this area. Hearing Lu Feng's analysis, Li Jingya looked at him with admiration. Lu Feng, you are really amazing. Not only did you invent the photolithography machine, but you also have such great expertise in medicine. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled gently and said, it's just some superficial knowledge. At that moment, Li Jingya looked at the group messages on her phone and frowned, saying, Lu Feng, now all the worker groups are in an uproar. Hundreds or even thousands of people are looking for you everywhere, asking for medicine. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng pondered. After helping those people with their ailments yesterday, he had gained several dozen days of life. That was quite a substantial income, much faster than the rewards from studying. High risk came with high returns. So, Lu Feng said, tell those people in the group to gather at the Yunhai City Grand Theater tomorrow at 2 p.m. Tell them not to make a fuss, to be quiet. I will book the venue and help them for free. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Jingya looked at him with even more admiration, nodding like a garlic pounder. The two chatted for a few more moments, and seeing that it was getting late, Lu Feng left Li Jingya's house. On the way back, he also bought a book on cardiothoracic surgery. As soon as he got home, Lu Feng went to the bedroom, eagerly starting to read. Ding! Detected that the host is reading cardiothoracic surgery. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Cardiothoracic surgery ability plus 1. Plus 1, plus 1. Meanwhile, at the Zero Point Chain Hotel, in the presidential suite, Lu Jinan and Professor Wang sat in the living room, the atmosphere somewhat gloomy. They had come to Yunhai City to find the transcendent divine doctor. But unexpectedly, the divine doctor they valued so much had been sealed off by his own hands, leaving the people disheartened. At this moment, Lu Yun brought over 2 cups of tea and said, Grandpa, the front desk just called and said the Bai family is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan showed an expression of expectation and said, Humph, I knew it. Within 12 hours of coming to Yunhai City, that brat would definitely receive news. Don't let them in. Just as he finished speaking, there was a series of knocks on the door. Immediately after, the voice of Old Master Bai rang out. Old Chief, since I'm here, why not let me in to catch up a bit? Lu Yun looked at Lu Jinan. Lu Jinan waved his hand helplessly and said, Fine, open the door. When the door opened, they saw Old Master Bai sitting in a wheelchair, pushed in by Yingtian, followed by his granddaughter, Bai Wanyue. Oh, even your granddaughter is here. I suppose it's again about your family's marriage with the Lu family? Lu Jinan said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai laughed. Ha, as expected of the old chief, you really understand me. So, old chief, with such great sincerity from me, why don't you reconsider? Old Master Bai got straight to the point. Lu Jinan immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared, saying, You wish. Let me tell you, old man, even if you break the heavens today, I won't go to the Lu family as a negotiator. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Bai's smile instantly vanished, and he sighed, saying, Old Chief, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Today is my first and last time asking you. For my granddaughter, for the Bai family, please help me with this. Old Master Bai spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Lu Jinan remained resolute, shaking his head and saying, Not helping. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai became somewhat restless and said, Old Chief, have you forgotten when I took a bullet for you? After saying this, Old Master Bai rolled up his pant leg, revealing a bullet scar. This scar has accompanied me for decades and will eventually accompany me to the grave. Even if you consider this bullet, help me just this once, okay? Lu Jinan looked at it with disdain. Then, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a long knife scar and said, You took a bullet for me. Did I not take a knife for you? Back then, you were still a rookie, couldn't even clean the battlefield, and almost got stabbed in the back by a half-dead little devil. If I hadn't happened to patrol and blocked that knife with my arm, could you have lived to today? Hearing Lu Jinan's words, Old Master Bai furrowed his brows tightly, gritting his teeth. Then, with a cold snort, he stubbornly lifted his shirt. Do you see this patch of dead skin on my belly? When I was your bodyguard, a grenade happened to fly over. If I hadn't lunged forward and blocked the shrapnel with my body, could you sit here intact? Seeing Old Master Bai lift his shirt, Lu Jinan clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table with a bang. Then he stood up, under the gaze of everyone. Ignoring that Lu Yun and Bai Wanyue were beside him, he directly took off his pants, revealing a pair of red shorts in his thighs. Both thighs were covered in dull, dead skin. You were blown up by a grenade. I've never been blown up by a grenade. You have a disability in both legs and can't move, sitting in the command center as a clerk, and then got hit by an enemy plane in a night raid. Who carried you for over 10 miles? And who almost lost his legs to an explosion? At least you still have 2 legs to look at. I almost lost my entire lower half. Seeing Lu Jianan take off his pants, old Master Bai anxiously pounded his wheelchair, angrily saying, "Then how did my legs become disabled? Wasn't it because I carried you off the battlefield and stepped on a landmine?" After saying this, old Master Bai looked at Bai Yingtian, his voice deafening. "Yingtian, take off my pants. And take off my shorts too. Let me tell you, if I hadn't already given birth to Bai Yingtian when I saved you, I would have been left without descendants. Today, I'm going to show you what a eunuch really looks like." As old Master Bai was about to take off his shorts in anger, Bai Yingtian, Bai Wanhua, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang couldn't hold back any longer. "Alright, that's enough. Head of the Bai family, hurry and take your family away, don't disturb Grandpa any longer." Lu Yun tried to mediate. "I'm not leaving. I want this old bastard to see what someone without a root looks like." Old Master Bai shouted hoarsely. Bai Yingtian knew the situation was irreparable, sighed, and forcibly pushed old Master Bai out. Bai Wanhua followed closely behind and gently closed the door. "This old turtle is driving me crazy," Lu Jianan said angrily after putting on his pants. Not long after the Bai family left, suddenly, the door was knocked on again, and a strong voice came from outside. "Old Lu, we have news about that divine doctor." Hearing about the divine doctor, Lu Jianan and Professor Wang exchanged glances, their faces revealing uncontrollable excitement. "Quick, Yuner, open the door," Lu Jianan urged eagerly. The next moment, a man in a suit with deep-set eyes walked in. "Old Lu, according to information provided by one of our comrades, tomorrow at 2 p.m., the divine doctor will be treating patients at the Grand Theater in Yunhai City." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan exclaimed excitedly, "Good, very good. You relay the message to the upper echelons of Yunhai City. No department is allowed near the theater tomorrow. We must ensure the divine doctor can proceed smoothly." The man bowed and said, "Understood." After the man left, Professor Wang, full of spirit, said, "What a benevolent and skilled divine doctor. The shop has already been sealed, yet he still insists on saving lives. Such a kind-hearted and magnanimous expert. I truly admire him from the bottom of my heart." As he spoke, Professor Wang looked at Lu Jianan with a pleading expression. "Old Lu, can you promise me one thing? If this divine doctor is willing to teach medicine, please make sure he joins the medical school of Qingbei University. What do you think? Consider it my request," Professor Wang said sincerely. Hearing his request, Lu Jianan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I knew it. You always prioritize character over skill. In your heart, a person's morality is more important than life. Don't worry, if the divine doctor is willing to teach, I will definitely do my best to help you." Seeing the other party agree, Professor Wang was overjoyed and clasped his fists. "Thank you, old Lu." Downstairs at the hotel, old Master Bai was pushed by Yingtian, cursing from the 70th floor to the first. "Old turtle, old bastard, you ungrateful wretch, I won't let this go with you." Until they exited the hotel, old Master Bai had scolded himself hoarse, and only then did he quiet down. Immediately after, he patted the wheelchair and said with determination, "No, I must get Luigan to agree with me. It seems that I can't persuade him alone. I need to call another old comrade. I don't believe that with his involvement, Luigan won't soften his heart." After saying this, old Master Bai, supported by his family, sat into the car. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, that night, Lu Feng did nothing but read that book on cardiac surgery. When the clock struck 1 a.m., his skills in cardiac surgery had significantly improved. Cardiac surgery skill, LV4, 82% experience. Proficient, at this rate, he would probably reach max level by tomorrow morning. Stretching lazily, Lu Feng contentedly lay down on the bed. Before long, he was snoring. The next morning, as dawn broke, damn! Just as the alarm was about to ring, Lu Feng swiftly extended a finger and turned it off, his speed so fast that it left an afterimage. Following that, he got up, washed up, had breakfast, and then read. Today was Sunday, with an appointment to see patients at 2 p.m., leaving him plenty of time in the morning to level up his skills. Thus, Lu Feng buried himself in the book on cardiac surgery, nearly burying his face in it. By noon, he finally heard the long-awaited system notification. System notification. Cardiac surgery skill is maxed out. You can obtain a significant lifespan increase in mysterious rewards through the following methods. 1. Save lives. 2. Teach cardiac surgery knowledge. 3. Publish related papers on cardiac surgery. Hearing this, Lu Feng rolled his eyes in pleasure. It felt so good. He had unlocked another unique skill. Glancing at the time, it was almost time to see patients. He then picked up a language book and headed to the Grand Theater of Yunhai City. Upon arriving at the theater entrance, Lu Feng was surprised to find it already surrounded by people seeking medicine. Lu Feng! At that moment, Li Jingya cheerfully ran over. She found her work at the hotel too boring. The manager was unwilling to give her more tasks, so she simply came to help out. Let's proceed as planned, Lu Feng said lightly. Due to the overwhelming number of patients, and to maintain order, they issued consultation numbers to each patient. When their number was called, the person with the number would go up for consultation. This way, everything could proceed in an orderly manner, preventing any stampede incidents. Lu Feng walked into the theater, and it was both grand and imposing. In the center was a large stage, with a red curtain over 20 meters wide hanging in the middle. Below the stage, seats were neatly arranged, accommodating over 2,000 people. Lu Feng walked straight to the back of the curtain, where a table and a small stool were already set up. Seeing this, Lu Feng plopped down on the chair and took out his language book to read. He could read while helping people with their ailments. 2 birds with 1 stone, rapidly increasing his lifespan. This felt fantastic. Jingya, stop working, let the theater staff distribute the numbers. We can't let the money go to waste, Lu Feng said casually. To book the theater, he had spent a hefty 500,000. Lu Feng also slipped each staff member a 10,000 yuan red envelope to keep it confidential. Okay, Li Jingya replied, then took the microphone and stood on the stage, waiting quietly. Soon, it was 2 p.m. As the theater doors opened, patients holding their numbers began to enter one after another. Meanwhile, at the 0 Point Grand Hotel, a mother was holding a little girl's hand as they passed by the hotel entrance. At that moment, the little girl suddenly looked scared and pointed at the entrance, saying, "Mommy, there's a ghost over there." Upon hearing this, the mother dismissively said, "Children shouldn't talk nonsense. Where would ghosts come from in broad daylight?" After saying this, she followed the direction her daughter was pointing and saw Dr. Shen, beaten to a pulp, squatting at the hotel entrance, holding a cigarette. His hair was a mess, dark circles under his eyes like ink, and he looked utterly resentful. "Mom, a ghost." The mother was taken aback, then grabbed the little girl and fled like a kite in the wind, escaping at 80 miles per hour. "Ghost? Where's the ghost?" Dr. Shen curiously looked around. When he saw himself in the mirror at the hotel entrance, he was so scared that he exclaimed, "What the hell?" and sat down on the ground. Just then, the elevator door on the first floor opened. Lu Jinan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang stepped out of the elevator. Seeing this, Dr. Shen immediately threw away his cigarette butt. He knelt and slid from the entrance to Professor Wang's feet. "Master, I was wrong, please forgive me. Now I've lost my job, and other hospitals in Yunhai City won't take me. For the sake of our many years as master and disciple, I beg you to show me a way out." Dr. Shen wiped his nose in tears. Professor Wang was startled by the sudden scene. "What?" He hadn't even finished his words. Professor Wang quickly changed his tone. "I won't forgive you." He straightened his expression and said sternly, "When you became my disciple, I told you that a doctor must be based on benevolence. But you were blinded by greed, exploiting the common people and amassing wealth. Everything that has happened now is the result you deserve. Don't come looking for me again." After saying this, Professor Wang turned and got into the car heading to the Yunhai City Grand Theater with Lu Jinan and his grandson. Seeing his master so heartless, Dr. Shen looked in the direction they were leaving, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. When Lu Jinan, Professor Wang, and Lu Yun arrived at the Grand Theater, they each received a number tag at the entrance. Once inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. Below the stage, not only were thousands of seats already filled, but even the corridors were packed with people. On stage, Li Jingya held a microphone and looked at the number tag, "Patient number 1, Han Bing, please come up for consultation." Lu Yun was surprised to see this and exclaimed, "Jingya?" Hearing Lu Yun's words, Professor Wang and Lu Jinan cast curious glances. "Do you know her?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "She is a student from the 13th middle school, comes from a poor family, and often does various part-time jobs to support her family." Upon hearing this, the two elders nodded in realization. They had thought Li Jingya was like the staff outside, here to work, so they didn't take it to heart. Since they couldn't squeeze inside, the three simply stood outside, tiptoeing to look in. They saw that after Li Jingya called the number, the man who had gone to the countryside to teach, with his wife's support, came behind the curtain. Through the black silhouette behind the curtain, they could clearly see the divine doctor holding a book, sitting on a chair. Soon, a series of conversations came from behind. "Divine doctor, my husband contracted pneumoconiosis from teaching in the countryside. He has a good heart and shouldn't die. Please, I beg you to save his life." The divine doctor flipped through the book while taking out several packets of medicinal herbs from the drawer. "Take this back, brew it in warm water, 1 packet a day, and he will recover in 2 days. Upon hearing this, the couple cried out in excitement, "Divine Doctor, thank you so much. I took my husband to many hospitals across the country, but none could cure his pneumoconiosis. You have given us hope for life. You have given my husband a second chance at life, thank you." After saying this, the couple knelt on the ground and began to bow their heads repeatedly. The divine doctor hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. Then, the couple, with red-rimmed eyes and faces full of joy, walked out from behind the curtain. At that moment, Li Jingya took out a number card and called out, "Patient number 2, Wang Xiaohua, please come up for consultation." As soon as the words fell, everyone looked around, eager to know which patient it was. At that time, in the front row, a little girl with an unusually swollen head slowly walked towards the curtain, cradled in her mother's arms. "Divine Doctor, my daughter has a tumor in her brain, and she cries in pain every night. Please, prescribe some medicine for my daughter. Every time I hear her heart-wrenching cries, my heart nearly breaks, sob sob sob." As these words were spoken, the divine doctor took out 2 bags of herbs and placed them on the table, saying, "The tumor is an organic lesion, surgery is necessary. These herbs can only alleviate your daughter's headache and suppress the tumor's growth. So, you should take your daughter to the hospital as soon as possible." Upon hearing the divine doctor's words, the woman did not take the medicine and leave. Instead, she lowered her head, her figure appearing somewhat dejected. After a while, she raised her head again and said slowly, "Divine Doctor, is there no herb that can directly remove the tumor? My husband and I have sold our house and car to treat our daughter, and we are still 200,000 in debt. Now we are truly left with nothing. Her father is still working 3 jobs outside to pay off the debt." The divine doctor, upon hearing this, looked up. Immediately after, he took out a card from his pocket and placed it in front of the woman, saying, "There is 1 million in this card, take your daughter for surgery. If it's not enough, come find me. If there's extra, you can use the remaining money to pay off your debts." For Lu Feng, money was an illusory external object, life was the most important thing. When everyone witnessed this scene, in an instant, all eyes widened in shock as they looked at the stage. Even Lu Zhinan and Professor Wang were astonished, unable to believe what they saw behind the curtain. What kind of extraordinary tale was this? The divine doctor not only rented the venue to treat patients for free but even took money out of his own pocket to fund surgeries. What kind of heart and compassion could this be? How many doctors in the world could do such a thing? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe there could be such a doctor in the world. Not just a divine doctor, but a saint who helps the world. His actions are incredibly moving. Not only a saint but also a living bodhisattva, a living Buddha among us. The crowd in the theater exclaimed in admiration, each person showing expressions of reverence. At that moment, a man wearing a gold chain around his neck and a large gold watch on his wrist stood up. He stood out like a crane among chickens and addressed the people in the theater. "The divine doctor has already treated everyone for free. How can we let him spend his own money? I have a suggestion. If anyone is in a better financial situation, they can voluntarily donate to help those who cannot afford surgery. I will donate 1 million. After saying this, the man walked up to the stage and handed a bank card to Li Jingya. Li Jingya stared at the bank card in her hand, completely stunned. With the man taking the lead, many others in the audience began to respond. "Since we have gathered here to seek the divine doctor's medicine, it is like a second rebirth. We are brothers and sisters born on the same day, so I will donate 500,000. I don't have that much money, but I can spare a little. I will donate 100,000. I will donate 50,000. As more and more people began to donate, in the theater, some individuals with similar conditions to the tumor girl were moved to tears. Some even knelt down to express their gratitude to these donors. "Thank you. To meet you is truly a stroke of luck." At this moment, those who donated said, "No, you should thank the divine doctor." That's right, if it weren't for the divine doctor, we wouldn't have gathered here, nor would we have gained new life. As the words fell, those people turned to Lu Feng behind the curtain and began to bow repeatedly. However, Lu Feng, who was reading a language book, was stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? It's like a pyramid scheme. Is this illegal fundraising? He wasn't short on money, he just wanted to extend his life a bit. What if this got out and Uncle Hat caught him? Thus, Lu Feng called Li Jingya over and whispered a few words in her ear. When Li Jingya heard Lu Feng's words, her admiration for him reached an almost extreme level. Then, she stepped out from behind the curtain, returned to the stage, and said into the microphone, "Our divine doctor has said, absolutely do not take a single penny from everyone present. For patients who can't afford surgery, the divine doctor will consider giving them money until they are cured. If you really want to donate money, you can build schools or give to those outside who can't afford treatment." After Li Jingya finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded, speechless. The theater was silent, and one could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, the entire theater erupted into deafening cries. "Divine doctor, great sage, you are truly a living bodhisattva reincarnated. Whoa, what good deeds did I do in my last life to encounter such a great benefactor like the Divine Doctor in this life? Divine Doctor, in my next life, I will be your ox or horse, no matter the cost. Everyone present was completely in awe of the Divine Doctor, bowing down in respect. Even Lu Jinan and Professor Wang were utterly stunned. After a while, Professor Wang let out a breath and exclaimed, "Noble, truly too noble. How can there be such a person of such high character in the world? Not only noble, but also with exceptional medical skills, a true masterpiece in the medical field. Such a saint, I must take him as my master." Professor Wang gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. Back when he was pursuing his wife, he had never been this determined. Meanwhile, Lu Jinan and Lu Yun were also deeply moved by the Divine Doctor's actions. "I never expected that our great dragon country would have such a person of great virtue. Not for money, not for fame, only wanting to wholeheartedly treat patients. When I go back, I must apply to my superiors to list this Divine Doctor as one of the top 10 most touching figures in Dragon Country," Lu Jinan said from the heart. As the consultation continued, patients received their medicine and left one after another. About 4 to 5 hours later, the theater, which had originally held thousands of people, was down to just a few dozen. At this moment, Li Jingya called out, "Number 144. Hearing this number, Lu Jinan looked at the number in his hand, his heart trembled. It was his turn to go on stage. "Lu Lao, you go talk to the Divine Doctor first, I'll be right there." Professor Wang waved his number 145 card and said, "Okay." Lu Lao let out a sigh. Just thinking about seeing the Divine Doctor who had saved his life twice made him feel nervous. When he walked onto the stage and came behind the curtain, upon seeing Lu Feng's face, he was instantly stunned. When Lu Jinan saw Lu Feng's appearance, he was first taken aback. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. "Oh my, I didn't expect the Divine Doctor to be so young. At such a young age, to have such medical skills, truly remarkable, with an unlimited future ahead." Hearing the flattery, Lu Feng looked up at him and asked straightforwardly, "What illness do you have?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan clasped his fists and said respectfully, in response to the Divine Doctor, "I previously had lung cancer and liver cancer, and I have already been cured by you. I came here today just to catch a glimpse of the Divine Doctor's grace and to thank you." As he spoke, Lu Jinan bent his legs and was about to kneel on the ground to bow. Lu Feng suddenly realized that he was the grandfather of the online friend Lu Ruyan. He quickly stepped forward to help him up and said gently, "Saving people is the essence of a healer. It's my duty, no need to thank me." "Old man, since you've already seen my appearance, if there's nothing else, please leave," Lu Feng said, as there were still dozens of people waiting behind. He couldn't afford to delay his own lifespan. However, Lu Jinan shook his head and said, "Divine Doctor, before I leave, I have something to say to you. With your character and medical skills, it would be a pity if they were buried in the world. But if you are willing to teach others and promote your medical skills, it would not only benefit all the people of Longhua. At that time, your name will surely spread far and wide, sung by future generations." Hearing his words, Lu Feng frowned and said, "No need, I'm not interested in those messy reputations. You can go now, and if you feel unwell in the future, you can still come to me for treatment. Reputation doesn't give you lifespan, even if the whole world knows me. What use is that?" Lu Feng intended to quickly send this old man away, but unexpectedly, Lu Jinan showed an apologetic smile and continued, "Oh dear, look at my memory. Divine Doctor, you are so pure and noble, treating reputation as dirt. It was my mistake. I hope the Divine Doctor can forgive me." Lu Feng felt exasperated. This old man really talks too much. He simply lowered his head to read, ignoring the other person. Lu Jinan noticed that the Divine Doctor was not paying attention to him and then saw that he was reading a book titled High School Chinese. A look of utter shock appeared on his face, his beard standing on end. A dignified Divine Doctor was actually still a high school dropout? It was simply shocking. Lu Feng, seeing that the other party was still not leaving, raised his head and asked, "How about I leave, and you sit here to treat people?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jinan hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, Divine Doctor, you are joking. I will leave right now." After saying that, Lu Jinan stepped out from behind the curtain and returned to his seat. After sitting down, he sighed and said to Professor Wang, "The Divine Doctor is too aloof. In front of him, I feel like a worldly person tainted by the mundane. I've done my best. Whether I can get the Divine Doctor to come out of retirement or recruit him to Qingbei University depends on you now." Professor Wang felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. It was like preparing to propose to someone he admired, his heart racing. "Patient number 145, Wang Daoyuan, please come up for a consultation." As Li Jingya called out his number, Professor Wang's heart skipped a beat, and his legs trembled slightly as he walked onto the stage. When he reached the curtain, He looked at Lu Feng's youthful face and couldn't help but show the same shocked expression as Lu Jianan. He then bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Hello, divine doctor." Lu Feng didn't even lift his head and replied, "What illness do you have?" Professor Wang, sweating nervously, said, "Divine doctor, I have no illness, like that old man just now. I came to witness your prowess. May I ask if we can take a photo together?" Professor Wang took out his phone, looking expectantly. Lu Feng frowned. Were these two here to visit a zoo? He wasn't a giant panda. What was there to see? Although he felt somewhat annoyed, Lu Feng still nodded and said expressionlessly, "After the photo, please leave and don't delay others from getting treatment." Upon hearing this, Professor Wang was overjoyed. He took out his phone, aimed it at himself and Lu Feng, and pressed the shutter button. "Divine doctor, look here, cheese." The moment the light flashed, Lu Feng immediately raised his head, grinning widely, revealing a sunny smile. After the photo was taken, his face drooped, returning to its usual appearance. Professor Wang looked at the photos on his phone, feeling extremely excited. According to Lu Feng's request, they were supposed to leave right after the photo was taken. However, Professor Wang hesitated for a few seconds and stammered, "Divine doctor, I am the dean of the medical school at Qingbei University. I've heard a lot about your medical skills. May I ask if you really don't consider teaching your skills to the world? If you agree to come out of retirement, I am willing to give up my position as dean and become your disciple." Professor Wang said sincerely. Lu Feng, damn it. After a long time, not even a second of lifespan was gained. These two were just flattering and taking photos, purely wasting his time for business, right? "Please leave," Lu Feng said without looking up. At this moment, the remaining dozens of patients in the theater were also unhappy. "If you're not here to see a doctor, please don't disturb the divine doctor." "Exactly, it's already hard enough for the divine doctor to treat us. Aren't you wasting his energy? So what if you're from Qingbei University? Can your school treat people for free like the divine doctor and pay out of pocket for surgeries? Get down already." Hearing the crowd's words, Professor Wang's face turned red, and he awkwardly stepped out from behind the curtain. After returning to his seat, he wore a worried expression. Lu Jianan watched this and helplessly said, "It seems that inviting the divine doctor out of retirement is not an easy task. Let's go out for dinner first. After the divine doctor finishes treating others, we can find him to discuss slowly." "All right." Professor Wang nodded, walking out while looking at the photos on his phone, feeling pleased. "At least I didn't leave empty-handed. I got a photo with the divine doctor." Seeing this, Lu Jianan glanced over and disdainfully said, "What a lack of ambition, it's just a photo. Send me one too." Lu Jianan pouted. He had been too busy talking earlier and forgot to take a photo with the divine doctor. "Haha, I knew it." Professor Wang chuckled and sent the photo to Lu Jianan. Outside the theater, the three of them came out, preparing to find a restaurant for a casual meal. At that moment, not far away, Dr. Shin was sitting on a motorcycle, staring blankly and coldly at the theater entrance. When he saw Professor Wang come out, his expression remained unchanged as he immediately pressed the throttle, revving the engine. Roar! The motorcycle let out a beast-like roar. "Old Bai Deng, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Be destroyed!" Dr. Shin shouted angrily. Then, he released the clutch, and the motorcycle shot forward like a rocket towards Professor Wang. At the same time, a taxi stopped about 10 meters away from Professor Wang and the others. The passenger had just opened the car door, preparing to get out. The next second, boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash. The passenger looked at the lonely door handle in his hand, stunned. "What the hell? Where's the car door?" Looking up, he saw the car door and the motorcycle together, flung dozens of meters away. In the sky, a handsome guy wearing a helmet was performing free fall like a hula hoop. What the hell, a magical flying hero. At this moment, everyone around looked up in shock at the scene before them. Dr. Shin first executed a standard double backflip, the movements graceful and seamless. Then he performed a 180-degree spin jump, flowing like water, with beautiful posture. Finally, with a loud bang, he crashed heavily to the ground, dying in the northwest. A level 1 head slam turned into 2 level 0. 5 head slams, completely ending his sinful life. Is this a new street performance from the theater? So thrilling, so realistic, it's like he really died from the fall. But I have to say, it was indeed spectacular. Well performed, do it again. A few passers-by surrounded Dr. Shin, cheering and clapping wildly. At this moment, at the entrance of the theater, Lu Jianan, Lu Yun, and Professor Wang were also drawn to the commotion. They turned their heads in unison, but before they could see what was happening, Professor Wang suddenly let out a terrible scream. "Ah!" Hearing this noise, Lu Jianan and Lu Yun hurriedly turned back. They saw that Professor Wang's chest was filled with shards of glass from a car window, blood gushing out like a fountain from the wound. "Old Wang, Seeing this scene, Lu Jianan was horrified. Even though he didn't understand medicine, he could see that blood was spraying from Professor Wang's chest like a watering can. He knew that if this continued, Professor Wang would bleed to death. Yuner, quickly call an ambulance. I'll take Professor Wang to find a miracle doctor, Lu Jianan said in a panic. Lu Yun was also frightened, her face turning pale as she hurriedly dialed 120. Hello, is this the Central Hospital of Yunhai City? My location is. Inside the theater, Lu Feng was still preparing medicine for a patient. At this moment, Lu Jianan rushed onto the stage, holding the blood-soaked Professor Wang. Miracle doctor, my friend has been injured by glass, please save him, Lu Jianan shouted anxiously. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng immediately stepped out from behind the curtain. Looking at the glass embedded in Professor Wang's chest, Lu Feng furrowed his brows and said urgently, the wound is too deep. In less than 10 minutes, he will die from excessive blood loss. I have some medicinal powder here that can slow down the bleeding and buy him 3 to 4 more hours. Although it's not long, it's enough to get him to the hospital for emergency treatment. After saying this, Lu Feng took out a packet of herbs and ground them into powder. Then he squatted down, reached out, and with a pop, pulled out the glass from Professor Wang's chest. Blood gushed out, and Lu Feng immediately sprinkled the prepared powder onto the wound. The blood that had been gushing out like crazy seemed to hit a slow motion button, starting to drip out slowly. Thank you, miracle doctor. I am eternally grateful. Lu Jianan first expressed his thanks, then, holding Professor Wang, he dashed crazily toward the exit of the theater. After they left, Lu Feng returned behind the curtain to continue preparing medicine. Patient number 162, Shi Tian, please come to the stage for consultation, Li Jingya announced with the microphone. 10 minutes later, Central Hospital of Yunhai City. In the operating room, the dean, the head of surgery, and all the attending surgeons were present. Looking at the bull-sized wound on Professor Wang's left chest, they were all sweating profusely, trembling with fear. They knew better than anyone what kind of person Professor Wang was. Even after being imprisoned by the beautiful country for 2 years, he insisted on returning to his homeland to teach medicine and benefit the people of Longwa. Now, his famous disciples were spread across top hospitals and universities nationwide. If such a national treasure were to die in their hospital, the consequences they would face were obvious. The head of surgery looked at the wound on Professor Wang and said with a trembling voice, in the decades since the establishment of the hospital, I have never seen a case like this. The wound is simply too large, it has almost reached the heart. There's no way to perform surgery. Hearing this, the dean's voice trembled as he asked, I just want to know if you can save him? The attending physician looked panicked and said, I can't guarantee it either. Upon hearing his response, the dean's voice turned cold. If Professor Wang dies in our hospital, we all know what the consequences will be. At that time, none of us will escape. Everyone from top to bottom will have to take the fall. Just then, a nurse rushed in, holding a phone and shouting, Dean, there's a call for you. It's the president of the Longwei Sheha Hospital. Hearing the caller's identity, the dean's heart tightened. He didn't dare to delay, quickly took the phone, and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, the other party urgently said, I am the director of Longwa Concord Hospital. I demand that you immediately start a video live stream. Longwa Concord Hospital will assist in the treatment of Professor Wang throughout the process. Upon hearing this, the director broke into a cold sweat and replied, Yes, I will start it right away. The call had just ended when another call came in. Beep beep beep. The director pressed the answer button again, and an elderly voice came through. I am Chun Xinglong, the Dean of the School of Medicine at Longwei University of Science and Technology. I require you to immediately start a remote meeting. Our side will assist throughout Professor Wang's surgery. Received, Dean Chen. The director hung up the phone, completely drenched in sweat. What made him even more anxious was yet to come. Leaders from renowned universities like Modu Medical University and Longwei University of Traditional Chinese Medicine all called in, inquiring about Professor Wang's condition while demanding remote assistance for treatment. In an instant, facing so many big shots, Professor Wang was so nervous he could barely hold it in. When the remote video conference opened, the faces of prominent figures in the medical field appeared on the screen. Behind each expert stood the top thoracic surgery teams from their respective hospitals or medical schools. When these teams saw Professor Wang's wound, they were all filled with shock and dread, their scalps tingling. Everyone immediately began to formulate a treatment plan for Professor Wang's condition. But 10 minutes later, everyone lowered their heads, at a loss for what to do. In the video conference, these experts looked at Professor Wang on the operating table, their eyes reddening. For them, Professor Wang had not only taught them medical skills but also the principles of being a person. He was a guiding light on their life journey. They wanted to do everything they could to save Professor Wang, but the wound was simply too severe. After learning that they could not save him, the director stepped out of the operating room and tremulously told Lu Jianan the results. When Lu Jianan heard this, his face darkened like ink, and he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, I must find that divine doctor. Right now, perhaps only this divine doctor can pull old Wang back from the brink of death." Hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes turned red as she said, "But that divine doctor is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How could he perform Western surgery? I can't care about that anymore." Lu Jianan said resolutely, "No matter what, I cannot just watch old Wang die in the operating room." With that, Lu Jianan hurriedly rushed downstairs, and Lu Yan closely followed. The grandfather and granddaughter hailed a taxi at the door and sped towards the theater. However, when they arrived at the theater, they found it already empty. Looking at the vacant seats and stage, Lu Jianan felt as if he had lost all his strength, his body going weak as he nearly fell to the ground. Sitting on the steps, Lu Jianan looked at the photo sent by Professor Wang, showing him with the divine doctor. He gently touched Professor Wang's face with his finger, tears streaming down his face. Just then, Lu Yan saw the divine doctor's appearance in the photo and her eyes suddenly widened. She was in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could the divine doctor be him? "Do you know him?" Lu Jianan asked, raising his head. Lu Yan took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she said, "Grandpa, this divine doctor beside Professor Wang is the future heir of the Lu family, Lu Feng." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's pupils instantly dilated, as if struck by lightning. What? He could hardly believe it. This benefactor who had saved him twice, the divine doctor who treated patients for free and was even revered by patients as a living bodhisattva, turned out to be from the black family he had despised for half his life, the descendant of the Lu family. At that moment, Lu Jianan stood up abruptly. "Go to the Lu family. Seek the doctor," Lu Jianan said with determination. At this moment, in the Bai family manor. In the living room, old Master Bai was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, his face full of anxiety. He occasionally glanced at the front door, seemingly waiting for something. Just then, a butler rushed in and said, "Old Bai, there's a group of people outside who want to see you. About a dozen of them, claiming to be your comrades." Upon hearing this, old Master Bai was overjoyed. "A dozen people? Quick, let them in!" Old Master Bai exclaimed excitedly. He had only invited one comrade to persuade Lu Jianan, but now a dozen had come. With so many people pleading for him, he couldn't believe Lu Jianan wouldn't soften his heart. "Yes," the butler replied. Soon, under the butler's enthusiastic guidance, a dozen elderly men with graying hair entered the Bai family manor, chatting and laughing. Seeing this, old Master Bai and Bai Yingtian personally stepped forward to greet them. The leading old comrade smiled at old Master Bai and said, "Old Bai, don't blame me for letting the cat out of the bag. When the brothers heard about your situation, they all wanted to come help you. I couldn't stop them." Hearing this, old Master Bai beamed with joy, saying, "Old Zhou, you're too kind. I'm thrilled that my old comrades are here to lend a hand to the Bai family. In the future, if any of you need anything, the Bai family will do its utmost to help." These elders were all soldiers who had once served under Lu Jianan and shared a deep bond with the old commander. After the war, they had stayed in the capital to develop their own families. Now, they had all gained considerable fame and power. Upon hearing old Master Bai's words, the old comrades responded, "Old Bai, you're being too formal. Why say such polite things to your brothers?" "Exactly. We were brothers who fought side by side back in the day. What's the big deal about helping you? In my opinion, there's no need for the old commander to step in. Just our presence at the Lu family will make that old rascal Lu Zhisheng tremble." After a flurry of voices, old Zhou waved his hand and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go to the Lu family for tea. Not only do we need to help Lu Feng and Yuer renew their engagement, but we also need him to hand over a lithography machine to fulfilling Tian's lifelong wish." Upon hearing old Zhou's words, Bai Yingtian was incredibly excited, flashing a big smile and saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Old Master Bai was also moved to tears, saying, "Thank you all. I will remember this kindness." After that, everyone went to the door and boarded the special cars arranged by the Bai family. Soon, a dozen Maybachs lined up and headed towards the Lu family villa. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, after returning home, Lu Feng lay on his bed and opened his system panel. Host, Lu Feng body function status, perfect remaining lifespan, 151 days to 14 hours, 26 minutes, 33 seconds. Martial arts mastery, LV10, max. World class, mathematics knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, physics knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, chemistry knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, biology knowledge ability, LV10, max. World class, pharmacy ability, LV10, max. World class, cardiac surgery ability, LV10, max. World class. Language knowledge ability, LV7, 28% experience. Master, English knowledge ability, LV4, 91% experience. Proficient, skills, golden eye, lithography machine production technique, 1000 faces technique. Backpack, none. Side quest, in progress establish a university or become the president of a university. Well, this week has been quite fruitful. Reading plus treating patients plus lifespan gained from lithography machine papers has increased my lifespan by a full 102 days. Awesome! As soon as Lu Feng thought about getting one step closer to his small goal of living to 100, he couldn't contain his excitement. Filled with motivation, he immediately took out his Chinese textbook and lay down on the bed to read. Outside the door, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan pressed their ears against the door, frowning at Lu Feng's shouts. "What is our son so happy about in there?" Lu Guilan asked worriedly. "What else could he be doing? Boys at this age are usually quite useless," Lu Zhixiong replied seriously. Just then, the butler rushed in. "Sir, madam, the Bai family." Before he could finish, he noticed Lu Zhixiong and his wife eavesdropping. The butler froze. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Startled, Lu Zhixiong and his wife casually walked over to the sofa in the living room and said slowly, "What does the Bai family want this time?" "I don't know, let's let them in first." Lu Zhixiong nodded to the butler, signaling him to open the door. "Yes, sir," the butler replied respectfully. Before long, old Master Bai was pushed in by Bai Yingtian, followed by a dozen elderly men. Looking at the group of elders, Lu Zhixiong asked in confusion, "Old Bai, what does this mean? My home is not a nursing home. We don't take in old people." Upon hearing Lu Zhixiong's words, old Master Bai put on a forced smile and began to introduce his old comrades one by one. Old Li, in charge of the business management in various districts of the capital. Old Lu, responsible for maintaining public order in the capital. Old Gao, in charge of. Old Master Bai continued his introductions without a change in expression. As he revealed the identities of these people, Lu Zhixiong's eyes widened, and he slowly stood up. The people before him practically controlled all departments in the capital. At this moment, he finally realized that old Master Bai was here to flex his muscles. Although Lu Zhixiong felt a bit shocked inside, he still maintained a calm expression and said, "Old Master Bai, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to make it so complicated." Hearing this, old Master Bai revealed a mysterious smile and said, "The head of the Lu family manages the Lu group very well, and his abilities are no less than your father's. He certainly knows how to grasp the situation. Now you can see, my old comrades are all extraordinary and of significant status. If our two families continue to intermarry, the Lu and Bai families will surely thrive together, and the future is promising." Lu Zhixiong understood. They had come for a marriage alliance. "I have said that some matters can be decided by Shaochen herself. If Shaochen disagrees, there is nothing I can do." After saying this, old Zhou snorted coldly and pointed at Lu Zhixiong, saying, "Head of the Lu family, don't think your son is so remarkable. As far as I know, a special organization has been formed in the capital to target the Lu family. You must have already experienced their power. This organization happens to have some connections with our old leader. And our old leader doesn't care what kind of lithography machine or foot bath your son develops. He only cares about the past misdeeds of your Lu family. Moreover, your son developed a lithography machine but did not submit it to the state. In this situation, what is there for your Lu family to be proud of?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's heart sank. How could he forget what happened at 0-point bar? That was the only time in many years he felt helpless and panicked. "Who is your old leader?" Lu Zhixiong asked seriously. "The Lu family of the capital, Lu Zhinan." Upon hearing this name, Lu Zhixiong's eyes widened in shock. The Lu family had been at odds with Lu Feng's grandfather since their generation, engaging in a battle of wits and courage. The Lu family had nearly fallen into Lu Zhinan's hands several times. Later, if it weren't for the other party's serious illness, I'm afraid it's questionable whether the Lu family has made it this far. "Everyone, please take a seat. Butler, serve the tea." Lu Zhixiong knew the gravity of the situation and changed his usual demeanor. Old Zhou watched with a smile, feeling quite pleased, and said, "Lu family head, your ability to change faces is truly impressive. Just now you were indifferent, and now you're so warm. You truly are the Lu family in my eyes." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's expression darkened. This was akin to a direct insult, as if they were cursing at him to his face. However, in order to clarify the situation, Lu Zhixiong could only endure for the moment, forcing a smile as he said, "Uncle Zhou is joking." "Humph." Old Zhou snorted coldly and arrogantly walked over to the sofa, taking his seat. Old Bai and the other veteran comrades followed suit, sitting on the sofa as well. At that moment, just as the servants were about to pour tea for everyone, old Zhou began to make demands. I kindly ask the head of the Lu family to pour the tea personally. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Everyone shifted their gaze, all looking at Lu Zhixiong. Lu Zhixiong's face was dark, anger written all over it, as if he were about to explode. However, after a few seconds of pause, reason triumphed over rage. He took the teapot from the servant's hands and approached the group to pour the tea. The next second, old Zhou raised his hand and coldly said, "Stop." "What now?" Lu Zhixiong replied, slightly dissatisfied. Old Zhou sneered and pointed to the bodyguards at the door, saying, "These bodyguards protect Old Bai every day. It's not easy for them. I trouble the head of the Lu family to pour tea for them first." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's face turned an extreme shade of black, his teeth clenched in anger, and his hand holding the teapot trembled. As the chairman of the Lu group and the head of the Lu family, he was actually being asked to serve tea to a servant. If this got out, where would he put his face? Bang! Lu Zhixiong slammed the teapot down on the table, glaring at old Zhou, remaining silent. He. Seeing this, old Zhou chuckled and said to the surrounding comrades, "Brothers, I heard that our old commander's cancer was cured by a miraculous doctor. Now he's not only full of life but is currently in Yunhai City. I heard that decades ago, the old commander almost uprooted the Lu family several times. What do you think? After the old commander's health improves, will he continue to eliminate the Lu family like back then?" The comrades understood his insinuation towards Lu Zhixiong and laughed as they said, "Of course he will. The old commander has always been righteous and cannot tolerate a thorn in his side. The old commander is truly blessed. We must visit him in the capital one day. Absolutely, when the time comes, we can whisper in the old commander's ear, and who knows, the Lu family might just vanish. Ha 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 ha." Hearing their words, Lu Zhixiong's anger soared to the heavens, wishing he could lift the teapot and splash boiling water on these people. At that moment, Lu Guolan nudged Lu Zhixiong and whispered, "Think of Xiaochen." Upon hearing his son's name, Lu Zhixiong's tense nerves began to relax, and his expression gradually returned to normal. He then picked up the teapot and slowly walked towards the bodyguards at the door. At this moment, Old Bai's lips were harder to suppress than an AK, almost bursting into laughter. The pent-up anger from before was completely released at this moment. Just as Lu Zhixiong was about to pour tea for the bodyguards, the bedroom door swung open. Then, Lu Feng walked out from inside. "Oh, so many guests at home, how lively," Lu Feng said cheerfully. He had heard everything that had just happened clearly from inside the room. Seeing that Lu Zhixiong was actually going to pour tea for the bodyguards for his sake, he couldn't help but come out. "Xiaochen, go back inside. Your father is discussing work with someone." Lu Guolan waved her hand and said. Lu Feng, with a carefree attitude, replied, "It's fine, sooner or later, I will take over the family business. This is a good opportunity to listen in and learn," he added, striding directly towards old Zhou with a smile, saying, "Excuse me, sir, could you please move over a bit? You occupy the most space on the sofa, your backside is too big, must be holding a lot of crap in there, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone felt a wave of darkness wash over them. Old Zhou? The old Bai and the others were stunned. This kid really had no sense of the situation. Your father is busy serving tea to the bodyguards, and you turn around to say that someone has a big backside and is full of crap? Master Lu, you really have a good son, old Zhou said sarcastically. He knew that reasoning with a spoiled brat like this was useless. Only Lu Zhixiong could teach this kid a lesson. However, before Lu Zhixiong could respond, Lu Feng chuckled, "You're right, sir, I also think my dad has a good son. It's just a pity. Your father doesn't have such good fortune, having given birth to a turtle bastard." Upon hearing this, the elderly old Zhou quickly began to sort through the logic in his mind. If Lu Feng's father had a good son, that meant Lu Feng was indirectly praising himself. But if his own father had a turtle bastard, that meant. Realizing this, old Zhou's eyes widened in an instant, his old face turning red with anger, his beard nearly standing on end. He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the table, pointing at Lu Feng and shouting, "You disrespectful brat, you dare to insult me? Did your education go to the dogs?" Old Zhou huffed, nearly jumping up. Beside him, old Bai was a bit anxious. He had come here today solely to force the Lu family to renew their marriage contract. He knew Lu Feng was fearless and would confront anyone. If this continued, the renewal of the marriage contract would surely fall through. Thinking of this, old Bai hurriedly stepped forward to calm him down. "Old Zhou, please don't be angry. The child is just being foolish, don't take it to heart." After saying this, he turned to Lu Zhixiong and said, "Master Lu, stop serving tea to the bodyguards, bring the teapot over. Let Lu Feng serve tea to old Zhou and apologize." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong walked over with a blank expression. Xiao Chen, quickly serve tea to old Zhou. Though he said this, Lu Zhixiong felt quite pleased inside. He had long wanted to deal with this old man. Lu Feng did what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do. At this moment, old Joe waved his hand and coldly snorted, "No need. This kid is young and hot-headed, let him vent. Since Master Lu has failed to teach his son properly, today, I will teach him what it means to endure." After saying this, old Joe took out a cup and placed it in front of Lu Feng, lifting the teapot and saying, "Kid, pick up the cup. I will personally pour you some tea. No matter where I pour it later, you must not let go. If you can withstand the test, I can pretend that what just happened never occurred." Hearing this, even a fool would know that old Joe intended to take revenge on Lu Feng under the guise of teaching him. Old Bai and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. Old Joe really knew how to deal with people. Meanwhile, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan frowned tightly. How could they let their son be tormented by the other party? Just as the couple was about to intervene, Lu Feng eagerly picked up the cup and said, "Then I will trouble you for your guidance, sir." "Humph." Old Joe snorted coldly and began pouring tea into Lu Feng's cup. Whoosh! As boiling water was poured into the cup, wisps of steam rose from it. A few seconds later, the scalding water was about to overflow. Lu Feng suddenly raised his hands in joy and exclaimed, "I understand the lesson you taught me. You mean to say, when you can no longer endure, there's no need to endure any longer." In that moment, as he raised his hands, the boiling water cascaded down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, falling freely onto the people around him. Ah! In an instant, these people screamed in pain, frantically slapping the scalding water off their bodies, their hands leaving after images in the air. Once they regained their composure, everyone pointed at Lu Feng and cursed him. "You brat, you're abusing the elderly. You scoundrel, truly hopeless, a rotten wood that can't be carved. Damn little brat, you're simply lawless. Let's go find the old chief." "Humph, I guarantee that your Lu family will have no place to be buried." With that, a group of people stormed out. Old Master Bai was equally furious, walking out while saying, "Lu family head, since you indulge your wayward son so much, don't blame me for being heartless. From today on, the Bai family will have no further dealings with your Lu family. Whether your Lu family lives or dies, leave it to fate." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan panicked. The couple hurried forward, repeatedly apologizing to the crowd. But no matter what they said, the dozen or so elders remained unmoved, walking out without looking back. Just then, creak, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the Lu family villa. Immediately, the car door opened, and Lu Zhinan hurriedly stepped out, looking anxious. Seeing this scene, old Master Bai felt a surge of joy and said to his comrades, "I knew the old chief had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He may not agree openly, but secretly he came, didn't he?" With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair forward and said, "Old chief, I've come to my senses. I will no longer seek a marriage alliance with the Lu family. You were right, as long as the Lu family exists, the common people will not find peace." However, when he reached Lu Zhinan, the latter didn't even glance at him. He lifted his leg and kicked the old man's wheelchair. Instantly, the wheelchair shot forward as if it had a motor, carrying both the man and the chair several meters away. Lu Zhinan then shouted towards the Lu family villa, Lu Zhinan, I seek an audience with Lu Feng." Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily stunned. They were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Hearing Lu Zhinan's declaration, Lu Zhixiong, Old Master Bai, Old Zhou, and everyone present were all left speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes, their shock beyond words. What has our son invented this time that could shake the heavens and make the ghosts weep? In the courtyard, Lu Zhixiong looked bewildered. He vaguely remembered that back in the day, his father had nearly exhausted half his life battling Lu Zhinan. If it weren't for Lu Zhinan, Lu Feng's grandfather could have lived at least another 10 years. But now, this sworn enemy of the Lu family stood at their doorstep, anxiously seeking to meet his son. "Old chief, what's going on? Old chief, are you confused? Lu Feng is a descendant of the Lu family." At the entrance, Old Master Bai and Old Zhou said in astonishment. In everyone's mind, Lu Zhinan was the Lu family's arch-nemesis. He hated evil like poison and would wish for the Lu family to vanish from this world immediately. Yet, such a person was now standing at the Lu family's door, calling to meet Lu Feng. It was simply absurd. Just as everyone was both puzzled and shocked, Lu Zhinan ignored the people around him as if they were air. Instead, he raised his voice and continued to shout, Lu Zhinan, I seek an audience with Lu Feng. I seek an audience with Lu Feng. I seek an audience with Lu Feng. Lu Zhinan shouted 3 times in a row, his voice deafening. The tone became increasingly anxious. At this moment, Lu Feng, who was reading in his bedroom, heard the noise. He couldn't help but open the window to see who was making such a racket. When his gaze landed on Lu Zhinan, he immediately recognized him as the chatterbox old man who had invited him out of retirement at the theater. Why have you come all the way to my house? Lu Feng looked speechless. He had already wasted half a day at the theater. Now he had come home to disturb him. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt a bit angry and shouted out the window, Old man, I've already given you enough face, isn't it a bit excessive to chase me home? I won't see you. You should leave quickly. As Lu Feng shouted a few times, in an instant, the old man Bai and old Zhou were all stunned, their mouths forming an O shape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. What kind of magical plot was this? What kind of abstract drama was this? Logically, shouldn't the Lu family be the one seeking an audience with Lu Jinan? It was already outrageous enough. Lu Feng actually refused to see him? What is going on here? Old chief, what happened? Old Zhou and the others stood in front of Lu Jinan, asking anxiously. Lu Jinan couldn't care less about explaining to them. His mind was filled with thoughts of getting Lu Feng to the hospital to save Professor Wang. The next moment, Lu Jinan pushed past old Zhou and the others, exuding an air of determination to storm into the Lu family's villa. Lu Feng, come out quickly, I'm begging you. A life is at stake. Everyone was utterly speechless. How could they not see Lu Feng and still be in such a dire situation? Did they really think so highly of him? The few bodyguards at the door saw Lu Jinan trying to force his way in and all looked at Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan. The meaning was simple. Should they stop him or not? If they stopped him, even a fool could see that this old man was not simple. Even the Bai family treated him with utmost respect. If they didn't stop him, it would go against their duty as bodyguards and seem unprofessional. So they could only ask Lu Zhixiong what he meant. Lu Zhixiong was also at a loss. Who would dare to touch this old man? Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do? Lu Zhixiong shouted into the house. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange voice came from the bedroom. What to do? This old man wants to force his way into our house. How can that be allowed? Lu Feng was also puzzled. Why was Lu Zhixiong asking him such a simple question? Their home wasn't a public park. This old man was acting like a bandit. If they didn't stop him, were they supposed to let him come in and take a nap? Kick him out, Lu Feng said emphatically. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the window. This son was truly impressive. If only Lu Feng's grandfather had been half as arrogant as he was now, he wouldn't have lived 10 years less. Hearing this, old man Bai and old Zhou and the others couldn't hold back any longer, anxiously saying, Old chief, how can you lose so much face in front of the Lu family? Exactly, if this gets out, won't you be laughed at in the future? Old chief, let's hurry and leave. Everyone chimed in with their advice. However, the next scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Lu Jinan bent his legs and knelt down with a thud at the bedroom window. This kneel nearly scared old man Bai and old Zhou to death, their intestines almost bursting out of their mouths. Before they could react, Lu Jinan shouted again, Lu Feng, divine doctor, I beg you, please save my friend. Professor Wang is lying on the operating table and is about to die. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng in the bedroom showed a look of realization. Damn it, if you want to save someone, why not say it earlier? I thought you were here to invite me out of retirement again. Thus, Lu Feng, holding a Chinese textbook, leisurely walked to the front door. Let's go, I'll accompany you to the hospital, Lu Feng said. He remembered that the old man's friend was injured in the chest, and his maxed-out cardiac surgery skill could earn some rewards. Seeing Lu Feng agree, Lu Jinan trembled with excitement. Hurry, 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 divine doctor, please get in the car. Lu Jinan personally opened the car door. Lu Feng nodded and sat down in the back seat. Lu Jinan, not daring to waste a moment, sprang into the passenger seat. After the door closed, the taxi let out a roar and quickly sped towards the central hospital of Yunhai City. Only a bit of exhaust was left behind, making the old man Bai and the others squint their eyes. Cough, cough. Old man Bai coughed a couple of times, seemingly understanding what was happening. It seems Professor Wang is in big trouble. But what puzzles me is that Lu Feng actually knows medicine. Old man Bai looked confused. Despite his doubts, they couldn't afford to think too much right now. Everyone hurriedly got into the Maybach, and as the driver pressed the accelerator, the car drove in the direction Lu Jinan had left. Behind them, Lu Zhixiong and Lu Guilan watched the crowd leave, the couple lost in prolonged shock. On the road, after Lu Feng got into the car, he realized that the person sitting next to him was his homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. Teacher Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Lu Yun smiled slightly and pointed to Lu Jinan, saying, because he is my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was taken aback. It turned out that the online friend Lu Ruyan was actually his homeroom teacher, Lu Yun. This world is too small. At that moment, Lu Yun said, Lu Feng, you really are a hidden gem. Not only do you have a talent for mathematics, but you've also invented a lithography machine, and your medical skills are astonishing. A talent like you will shine wherever you go. So, have you decided which university you want to attend in the future? Lu Yun asked expectantly. Lu Feng nodded firmly and said, I've made up my mind. I decided to go to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Lu Yun, after the last home visit, she knew how abstract Lu Feng's family environment was. Therefore, Lu Yun sighed helplessly and didn't say much more. In the passenger seat, Lu Jianan looked at Lu Feng through the rearview mirror, his expression complex. Through the past 2 days of understanding, he found that Lu Feng was completely different from the spoiled young master he had imagined. On one hand was his obsession with eradicating the black family, on the other was his recognition of Lu Feng's character and abilities. The two intersected, and Lu Jianan couldn't help but fall into deep entanglement. Before long, the car arrived at the Central Hospital of Yunhai City. As the three rushed inside, they quickly reached the operating room door. "Old Lu, is this the divine doctor you mentioned? He looks too young." "Yeah, he seems to be under 20, has he taken the college entrance exam?" "Old Lu, why don't you reconsider?" The doctors looked at the youthful Lu Feng in shock. Lu Jianan's gaze was firm. "If the divine doctor fails the surgery, I will bear all the consequences." Upon hearing this, the doctors grabbed Lu Feng's arms, afraid he would run away. "No need to reconsider, old Lu, just let the divine doctor perform the surgery." "Divine doctor, please come in." After Lu Jianan persuaded them, Lu Feng changed into surgical scrubs, put on a mask, and slowly entered the operating room. Upon entering, he saw Professor Wang lying on the operating table, his face pale and lips purple. A bowl-shaped scar was visible on his chest, and he had no color in his body. In front of the operating table, a computer was set up, displaying a video conference. The conference gathered almost all the big names in thoracic surgery from across the country. At this moment, the big names were all astonished to see Lu Feng was so young. The director of Manhwa Concord Hospital asked, "May I ask where you are currently employed?" As Lu Feng prepared for the surgery, he replied, 13th Middle School in Yunhai City. Upon hearing Lu Feng's answer, everyone present showed expressions of surprise. The person about to perform surgery on Professor Wang was actually a middle school student? But thinking of the miraculous doctor recommended by Lu Jianan, they had nothing more to say. At that moment, the dean of the medical school at Manhwa Medical University asked, "Have you performed this type of surgery before?" Hearing this question, Lu Feng observed the dean's wound and replied calmly, "No, I have always been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How would I have had the opportunity to perform surgery?" As soon as he said this, all the big shots felt a wave of darkness before their eyes. The director of Manhwa Concord Hospital exclaimed, "What the hell? Traditional Chinese medicine?" The president of Magic City Medical University said, "What a joke. Is Lu Old confused? How could he let a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner perform surgery on Professor Wang?" The dean of the medical school at Manhwa University of Science and Technology declared, "I demand an immediate halt to the surgery." Seeing everyone opposing in unison, Lu Feng raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Stop the surgery? Are you going to save this patient? If you could save him, why would the old man come to me?" Lu Feng posed 2 questions in succession. The big shots in the conference room fell silent upon hearing this. Lu Feng was right. Even if he didn't perform the surgery, Professor Wang would still be dead. In that case, everyone could only treat a dead horse as a live one. At this moment, Lu Feng shouted to the doctors in the room, "Scalpel number 11. The sudden shout made the doctors pause slightly. It seemed like he had some professionalism. Snap! A number 11 scalpel was handed over. Lu Feng continued, "Hemostatic forceps." The doctors hurriedly searched for the tools. Snap! Another hemostatic forceps was passed over. Then, Lu Feng casually said, "Bring over a lazy person's bracket, and remember to disinfect it." Upon hearing this request, everyone was puzzled. A lazy person's bracket? Isn't that a tool for lying in bed watching movies and holding a phone? What do you need that for during heart surgery? Although everyone was confused, they still searched the entire hospital and borrowed a bracket from a patient. "The bracket is here," the attending physician said as he handed it over. "Thank you," Lu Feng replied, gently placing the bracket beside the operating table. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he pulled out a Chinese language textbook from his pocket and placed it on the bracket. Immediately after, Lu Feng began to recite while performing the surgery. The late emperor had not yet completed his enterprise when he passed away. All the doctors, the big shots in the conference room, the dean, the attending physician, and the big shots in the conference room were all dumbfounded at this scene. Was this child so abstract? A surgery that left the nation's thoracic surgery experts at a loss. And yet he was reciting a Chinese textbook? So eager to learn. Then your grades must be excellent, right? The director of Manhwa Concord Hospital said, "This is simply nonsense. Who does surgery while reciting a Chinese textbook?" The president of Magic City Medical University said, "Young man, please immediately stop this absurd behavior." The The dean of the medical school at Longwei University of Science and Technology warned, "Kid, if you can't save Professor Wang, I will make sure you regret it." Their shouting interrupted Lu Feng's recitation. Immediately, Lu Feng expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "As a doctor, don't you know that you must never disturb the thoughts of the lead surgeon during surgery? If your shouting distracts me and leads to the failure of the surgery, who among you will bear the consequences?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's condemnation, everyone fell silent. "Do you still have a mind to be distracted?" Seeing that they no longer disturbed him, Lu Feng looked at the dean and asked, "Do you have a radio here?" Generally speaking, some doctors play relaxing music during surgeries to ease the tension. The Central Hospital of Yunhai City was no exception. Soon, the dean took out a radio and asked, "What music do you want to listen to?" Lu Feng replied, "I'll play it myself." With the sound of Bluetooth connection successful coming from the radio, the next moment, English voices began to emanate from it. "Hello, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine, and you?" Upon hearing the English conversation, at that moment, everyone felt their brains shrink. What on earth is this bizarre luxury? It was one thing to perform surgery while reciting a language book, but to also learn English conversations? Unbelievable. It was simply too unbelievable. For a moment, everyone in the operating room and the video conference fell silent. At this moment, they could only hope that Professor Wang wouldn't be played to death by this little brat. By now, the pre-surgery preparations were complete. Next, it was time to get to the point and start the operation. Lu Feng gently raised the scalpel, aimed at Professor Wang on the operating table, and with a swift motion, the blade plunged directly into Professor Wang's chest. Upon seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts drop. They all knew that one of the biggest difficulties of this surgery was that the wound was very close to the heart, only a few millimeters away. At this distance, if there was even the slightest tremor or if the force wasn't controlled well, once it pierced the heart, Professor Wang would be doomed. RIP. As Lu Feng cut through the skin and subcutaneous tissue, everyone held their breath and looked towards the wound. The distance was controlled perfectly, neither too deep nor too shallow. Ha! Seeing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The dean of Longwei Sheha Hospital said, "I didn't expect this young man's technique to be so steady. He truly is a natural with the scalpel." The dean of the Western College of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Longwei University said, "Yes, a precision of a few millimeters, perhaps even the most advanced AI machines in the world can't achieve that." The president of Moto Medical University said, "Let's not celebrate too early. Cutting the skin is just the first step. The next part is the most difficult." They had previously analyzed the injury, and besides a bull-sized wound on Professor Wang's chest, there were many dense small wounds around it. These dense small wounds relied on Lu Feng's medicinal powder to form a weak membrane, controlling the amount of bleeding. Because of this, Professor Wang hadn't bled excessively and died. However, as soon as any one of those wounds was sutured, the membranes at all the other wounds would inevitably be pulled and torn. At that time, without the membranes, blood would immediately gush out. If all the wounds weren't sutured within a minute, Professor Wang would still bleed to death. But one must know, once the blood sprayed out, it would cover all the wounds, making it impossible to proceed. The dean of Longwei Sheha Hospital said, "Unless this young man's technique is extremely light, as long as the membranes at the other wounds don't break, he can continue to suture the remaining wounds." The president of Moto Medical University said, "The technique this young man displayed just now was very steady. Perhaps he can truly bring us a miracle." The dean of the Western College of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Longwei University said, "Young man, go for it, we believe in you." The big shots in the video conference held their breath again, each one's gaze fixed on Lu Feng, their eyes filled with anticipation. In the operating room, the dean and several attending physicians also dared not breathe loudly, fearing they might disturb Lu Feng. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Feng read the language book while listening to the English conversation. "The children of the southern village bully me, an old man with no strength. Turn to play with me." Immediately, he picked up the needle and thread and plunged it into one of the wounds. Sizzle! The sound of the needle piercing flesh echoed. The next second, puff! The mucous membranes at the dozens of wounds were all torn apart. Several high columns of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds were completely covered in blood. Seeing this scene, everyone turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They had thought Lu Feng could bring a miracle, but there was no miracle, only despair. Beep beep beep, the heart rate monitor emitted an emergency signal. The curve on the instrument began to develop rapidly into a straight line. Upon seeing this, the dean was so frightened he nearly lost control, urgently pleading with the big shots on the video. "Professors," old Lu said, "if the divine doctor's surgery fails, he will bear all the consequences. So if Professor Wang dies, please don't blame our hospital." The dean looked panicked, almost kneeling on the ground. "Quiet." Lu Feng glanced coldly, his voice icy. At these words, the dean's heart tightened, and he fell silent. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Feng used his golden eye to clearly see every wound beneath the blood. Then, with his left hand holding the thread and his right hand holding the needle, he directly plunged it into the flesh, inserting the needle, suturing, pulling the thread. His hands moved in a seamless flow, actions like flowing water. Swish, swish, swish. To the onlookers, Lu Feng's hands seemed to leave afterimages, his arms almost tangling up. Ah, ha, whoa. Lu Feng made sounds as he stitched. After about a few dozen seconds, Lu Feng stopped, letting out a breath. The hardest phase is finally complete. With this statement, Professor Wang stopped bleeding profusely, and the heart rate monitor gradually returned to normal. At this moment, everyone in the operating room and the deans in the video livestream were all dumbfounded. Reflecting on the earlier scene, each person was filled with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The surgery was not yet over. There were still some finishing touches needed to stitch the epidermis. However, the difficulty was very low, even an intern could easily complete it. Wipe sweat, Lu Feng said without looking up as he stitched the epidermis. Hearing this, the dean hurriedly picked up a towel and rushed over. He displayed a fawning demeanor, personally wiping the sweat from Lu Feng's forehead. Spit, Lu Feng said. Upon hearing this, the dean was slightly taken aback. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly returned with a small plastic cup. Lu Feng slightly turned his head. Spit. A large mouthful of water was spat out. Splash. The dean was drenched like a drowned rat. Everyone was dumbfounded. What an astonishing amount of saliva. It was as if he had spat out a month's worth of water. When Lu Feng stitched the last layer of epidermal tissue, the surgery was completely over. Next, just need to rest. Lu Feng placed the scalpel aside and said softly. At this moment, the deans in the video livestream were so shocked they couldn't speak, staring blankly. After a while, the dean of Longgui Sheha Hospital, What just happened? I completely didn't see it clearly. The dean of Longgui University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, this young man not only stitched up dozens of wounds in just a few dozen seconds, but he did it all blindly. It's simply astonishing. The president of Harbin Medical University, clearly a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, yet he possesses such powerful skills in Western medicine. Truly a promising young talent. The president of Modu Medical University, young man, have you considered joining our team? Our school needs talents like you. Director of Longgua Concord Hospital, that's too much. Professor Wang isn't even awake yet, and you're already trying to poach him? President of Modu Medical University, so what? First come, first served. Whoever gets him first wins. Director of Longgua Concord Hospital, our school has the best medical equipment and talent resources in the country. As long as the young man is willing to come, I guarantee he can become the best physician in the nation. President of Modu Medical University, our school has money. As long as the young man is willing, I can send him to study at prestigious schools around the world and make him the best physician globally. Director of Longgua Concord Hospital, you're talking nonsense. President of Modu Medical University, you shut up. The other school directors, knowing they couldn't compete with these two prestigious institutions, simply fell silent and watched the commotion. Ding! Successfully passed the cardiothoracic surgery skill, saved a patient. Reward, plus 24 hours of lifespan. Hearing this sound, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. In less than 5 minutes, he had gained a day of life. Well, this trip was worth it. Here are some traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. Remember to have the patient take them once he wakes up. Lu Feng tossed out a few packets of herbs. Then, ignoring the shouts of the directors in the video, he left the operating room without looking back. When Lu Feng stepped outside, Lu Jianan rushed over, anxiously asking, "Divine Doctor, has the surgery started?" Lu Feng replied expressionlessly, "It's already over, and the surgery was very successful." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he said excitedly, as expected of the Divine Doctor, "You truly are the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, a miraculous healer." There was a time when he thought Professor Wang, a national treasure, was about to leave this world. If that were the case, it would not only be a loss for Longgua, but he would also feel guilty for a lifetime. "Divine Doctor, please let me know if you have any requests, and I promise to fulfill them," Lu Jianan said gratefully. In response, Lu Feng remained unfazed and said, "If there are no illnesses in the future, please do not disturb me." After saying this, Lu Feng took his language book and walked towards the hospital entrance. Watching Lu Feng's back, Lu Jianan had a complex expression. Why was such a pure-hearted and self-disciplined saintly doctor the son of the Lu family? He sighed softly. Just then, ding ding ding, Lu Jianan's phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Lu Jianan suddenly felt flustered. He didn't dare to delay and immediately pressed the answer button, trembling as he said, "Miss Tang." On the other end of the line, a cold woman's voice came through. How is Professor Wang's condition?" Hearing this, Lu Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Miss Tang, how do you know about what happened in Yunhai City while you are far away in the beautiful country?" The voice on the phone slowly replied, "Is that strange?" Lu Jianan calmed his nervous heart and answered, "No, not strange. Professor Wang has been cured by a complete stranger. This stranger's medical skills are quite remarkable. Perhaps no one in the world can match them." Lu Jianan initially wanted to say Lu Feng, but considering the woman's identity on the phone, he changed his words. However, after hearing Lu Jianan's words, the woman emotionlessly said, "You don't need to hide it. I know that Divine Doctor is Lu Feng from the Lu family. I also know that Lu Feng invented the lithography machine and has extraordinary talent in mathematics." After a pause, the woman continued, "The deer hunting mission is temporarily halted. I received news that prestigious schools around the world have sent people to Longwei to recruit Lu Feng. What you need to do now is to keep him stable. Under no circumstances can Lu Feng leave the country. Wait until he reveals the lithography machine and medical skills, then the deer hunting mission will be restarted." The woman spoke in a steady tone, one after another. "Yes," Lu Jianan replied, then hesitated and asked, "Miss Tang, are you really sure? Was the Tang family's massacre back then also involved with the Lu family? Lu Feng is a talented person, Before he could finish, Lu Jianan realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, cold sweat pouring down. As expected, the woman on the phone became angry and coldly laughed. "Old Lu, you've worked hard for Longwei your whole life, gaining a great reputation. You're about to be buried, so don't stand on the wrong side at this critical moment and ruin your lifetime of fame." After saying this, Lu Jianan's sweat nearly soaked through his shirt, his teeth chattering as he said, Yes, I understand your meaning, Miss Tang. Rest assured, I firmly support Longwa and you. The direction you point to is my battlefield." Lu Jianan spoke submissively, fearing the woman on the phone would be displeased. Seeing Lu Jianan's attitude so sincere, the woman did not pursue the matter further and said coldly, "I plan to return to the country, so you all prepare. Of course, just don't make too much noise, a normal welcome will do." After finishing, the woman hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the line, the news of the woman returning to the country echoed in Lu Jianan's ears, leaving him frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Bai Yingtian pushed the old man by, followed by several comrades, arriving at the door of the operating room. "Old chief, how is Professor Wang's condition?" As soon as he finished speaking, they noticed Lu Jianan's dark expression. He looked very unhappy. Seeing this, they thought Professor Wang had passed away. Immediately, they knelt at the door of the operating room, crying loudly, Whoa, Professor Wang, you saved so many lives, but why won't heaven spare you a life? Professor Wang, may you rest in peace, I will miss you. Professor Wang, don't worry, your family is my family, I will take good care of them." Everyone wiped their noses in tears, crying heartbrokenly. At this moment, Bai Yingtian stood up. With red eyes, he said to Lu Jianan, "Old Lu, I knew that Lu family's kid was unreliable, he must have caused Professor Wang's death. You even knelt to Lu Feng, losing face. We must not let the Lu family go, Lu Feng must be brought to justice," Bai Yingtian said, raising his fist. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Jianan kicked him a few meters away, scolding, "You brain-dead fool, get out of here." After scolding, Lu Jianan pointed at these former soldiers under his command, looking helpless, and said, "What do you old bastards want to do? Professor Wang is not dead, he has already been saved by Lu Feng." As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped crying and looked at each other. Then, they all stood up in unison. "I knew Professor Wang was blessed and would definitely not die." "Heh, you didn't think I was really crying, did you? It seems that Lu Feng really has some skills." Everyone began to chatter. At this moment, Old Man Bai pushed his wheelchair over and asked with some concern, "Old Chief, I heard there's an organization in the capital called the Deer Hunt, is that true?" He had just made a harsh statement in front of Lu Zhixiong, cutting off contact between the two families. But now, Lu Feng not only invented the lithography machine but also used his powerful medical skills to save Professor Wang. In this situation, if the capital shows leniency, not only will they not pursue the Lu family, but they might also let the Lu family rise rapidly. By then, it might not just be a matter of whether the two families can marry. Perhaps Lu Feng would even seek revenge on the Bai family, riding on their heads. Lu Jianan slowly said, "That's right. There is indeed such an organization. However, I just received a call from above, deciding to temporarily halt the deer hunting mission." Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai was instantly stunned, his face looking extremely grim. It was as if he had suffered 1,000 critical hits, leaving him paralyzed in his wheelchair, lacking vitality. After regaining his composure, Old Master Bai glared at Bai Yingtian and turned his head to say, "Old Chief, since you no longer hate the Liu family, are you willing to act as a mediator between us and the Liu family? The marriage between Yuer and Liu Feng can only be saved by you now." Old Master Bai spoke urgently. Hearing this, Lu Jianan's expression turned cold, and he said expressionlessly, "Old Bai, what you should be worried about now is not the marriage between your Bai family and the Liu family. Let me tell you, Tang Qing has already decided to return to the country. Back then, she trusted you so much, leaving the second young lady in your Bai family, but you lost her. This time, Tang Qing's return is most likely because of the second young lady. If you still can't find Bai Jingying by then, let's see how you explain it to her." Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai looked as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. His gaze was filled with fear, his eyes hollow. More than a decade ago, the Tang family was framed by political rivals. The opponents joined forces with evil forces, nearly exterminating the Tang family. Only the 2 daughters of the Tang family survived. To evade enemies, Tang Qing left her sister in the Bai family and went to the beautiful country to develop. Over these years, Tang Qing not only thrived in the beautiful country, but the Tang family's reputation in the country had long been restored. Although Tang Qing is currently abroad, as long as she returns to the country, she will still be the high and mighty young lady of the Tang family. I understand now, Old Master Bai said, somewhat breathless. Humph. Lu Jianan snorted coldly and stopped talking to him. At that moment, Professor Wang was pushed out of the operating room. Everyone hurried forward to inquire about the situation. At this moment, in the beautiful country, on the top floor of a high-rise building on Huar Street, in an office of several hundred square meters, there sat a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament. Her exquisite features were as beautiful as a sculpture, captivating the world. Her hot figure was drool-worthy, a feast for the eyes. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Immediately, a group of people filed in. Once inside, they stood in a row and respectfully called out, "Miss Tang." Tang Qing looked up at these people and nodded slightly. Then, she stood up, her voice strong and powerful. "Among you are top scientists from various fields, as well as elite researchers in finance. I have trained you for nearly 10 years, and now is the time to serve our country. Now, I have decided to return to the country. Who is willing to go back with me?" Upon hearing Tang Qing's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, all of them showed excited expressions, bustling with enthusiasm. "Miss Tang, we've waited so long, and you finally said this." "Yes, Miss Tang, we have long wanted to return to the embrace of our motherland and contribute to the development of Long Country. Miss Tang, as long as you give the order, we can fly back to the country with you right now." Seeing everyone's reaction, Tang Qing showed a look of satisfaction. Just then, bang, the office door was heavily pushed open again. Several well-dressed beautiful countrymen walked in. The leader, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, took out his work ID and said, "Miss Tang, I am a staff member of the beautiful country's Special Operations Bureau. I regret to inform you that you and everyone in this room cannot leave." Hearing this, the scientists and financial elites panicked, filled with anger. "What do you mean? Are you going to confine us like Professor Wang back then?" "Exactly. Isn't your beautiful country supposed to be science without borders? Is this what you call no borders? And the freest country in the world? Bah!" In the face of everyone's curses, the Secret Service agents showed no anger but fixed their gaze on Tang Qing, saying, "Miss Tang, we suspect that your company may have accounting issues, so we need time to verify the accounts. As for these people, we suspect they are spies from the Dragon Country, and we also need time to investigate. As for how long this will take, I'm afraid we cannot say, and we hope you can understand." Seeing this, Tang Qing showed a disdainful expression. She clapped her hands, and the next second, the cabinet door in the office was pushed open. Then, a secretary and several suit-clad individuals from the Dragon Country walked out. "We verified the company's accounts with your Secret Service a day ago. Here are the approved documents." Tang Qing took the documents handed over by the secretary and raised them to indicate. As her words fell, the suited individuals straightened their collars and spoke sternly. "We are staff from the Dragon Country's embassy in the beautiful country. The identities of these scientists and financial elites are legitimate and lawful. Here are their credentials. If you detain them without reason, the Dragon Country will spare no effort to bring them back home." The embassy staff handed over the credentials, their expressions fierce. The Secret Service personnel looked at the documents and credentials before them, and suddenly, everyone's faces turned grim. After a moment, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man at the forefront glared fiercely at Tang Qing and waved his hand, saying, "We're leaving." After the Secret Service personnel departed, the scientists and financial elites all laughed. Miss Tang is so wise, knowing the Secret Service was looking for trouble, so she prepared a countermeasure in advance. Miss Tang is powerful and imposing. Tang Cheng smiled slightly. She then looked at the embassy staff and said, "Thank you for coming to help." The embassy staff waved their hands and smiled. "No, we should thank you for secretly nurturing cutting-edge talent for the Dragon Country all these years. Miss Tang, the plane is about to take off. The car is ready downstairs. Please hurry and leave to prevent any long delays." Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng nodded and did not linger any longer. Soon, a group of people quickly arrived downstairs and got into the car. Dozens of Cadillacs lined up like a dragon, swiftly heading towards the airport. In the leading car, Tang Cheng held a photo in her hand, stroking the little girl in the picture with a sorrowful gaze. "Sister, I'm back. This time, I will never leave you again." If one looked closely, they would find that the little girl in the photo bore some resemblance to Li Jingya. At this moment, in the Lu family villa, in the living room, as Lu Feng entered, his parents greeted him with smiles. "Oh, my precious son is back." Lu Guilan gave Lu Feng a big hug. Lu Jixiong crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "You little rascal, you've really made it now. Your name as a miracle doctor is everywhere online. Even Lu Jinan personally came to visit. Your grandfather would be overjoyed to know." Ha! As he spoke, Lu Jixiong raised his phone. The video playing was of Lu Feng being interviewed by reporters at a century-old traditional Chinese medicine shop. Seeing this, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. Wait, that's not right. He had clearly used the thousand faces technique to change his appearance. How did his parents recognize him in this situation? However, when Lu Feng saw the footage in the video, his vision suddenly went dark. All that could be seen was his face and the name of the pharmacy, both blurred out. The entire video only revealed his upper body and the sound of his voice while speaking. Clearly, the couple pieced together this information along with what had happened today. It wasn't hard to deduce that the so-called miraculous doctor was himself. Damn it! Lu Feng was speechless. It was just because he hadn't paid for advertising, right? These reporters were too realistic. Besides this interview video, there was also a trending topic online titled "The Miraculous Doctor Poverty Alleviation Foundation has helped 108 people." Lu Feng curiously clicked in to take a look. It turned out that those cured patients had spontaneously formed an organization called the Miraculous Doctor Poverty Alleviation Foundation. All donations received by the organization would be used to build schools and treat those who couldn't afford medical care. The entire process was open and transparent, with not a single penny taken for personal use. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. It could be considered a good deed for himself. After being praised by Lu Jixiong and Lu Guilan, Lu Feng strolled back to his bedroom. Since it was still early, he simply picked up his Chinese textbook and immersed himself in reading. At that moment, by family manner. What? Bai Gingying isn't my biological sister? Bai Wanyue's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Seeing his granddaughter's reaction, old Master Bai nodded knowingly and said, "That's right, you were only 3 years old at the time and didn't remember. Now that you've grown up, there are some things that no longer need to be hidden from you." With a sigh, old Master Bai continued, "Tomorrow, the eldest daughter of the Tang family is returning to the country, and I need to go back to Beijing with your father. As for Lu Feng, you'll have to rely on yourself. My dear granddaughter, you must work hard. The future of our Bai family rests entirely on your shoulders." Old Master Bai spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyue nodded thoughtfully. More important than the family's fate was her growing affection for Lu Feng. Recalling Lu Feng's indifferent attitude before, Bai Wanyue secretly resolved to take decisive action with him. The next morning, Lu Feng got up, washed up, and after breakfast, got into a private car heading to school. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the 13th middle school. Just as Lu Feng opened the car door, suddenly, he saw Bai Wanyue approaching with a bouquet of flowers, along with several boxes of snacks. Amidst the surprised gazes of those around, Bai Wanyue sincerely said, "Lu Feng, these flowers are for you. I know that my attitude was wrong before. Every time we met, I either hurt you with my words or pointed fingers at you. I have deeply realized my mistakes and reflected on them. So, Lu Feng, I hope you can forgive me." Looking at the snacks in the bouquet, Bai Wanyue's cheesy love confession echoed in his ears. Lu Feng was stunned. He looked at Bai Wanyue in disbelief, completely frozen, unable to speak for a long time. Now Lu Feng understood what it felt like to be confessed to at the school gate. It was like pulling down your pants in the street to take a dump, doing it while flaunting, and then shamelessly boasting to others, "Who can throw it farther than me?" Ahem! Lu Feng coughed awkwardly. Then he slowly said to Bai Wanyue, I've already forgiven you. Please don't do this again in the future. Thank you." After saying that, Lu Feng hurriedly walked into the school. It was the time for school, and many students were continuously arriving at the school gate. Lu Feng's head almost shrank into his neck, fearing that others would know that Bai Wanyue was confessing to him. However, Bai Wanyue relentlessly chased after him. She blocked Lu Feng's path, raised the flowers in her hand, and loudly said, "Lu Feng, please accept my flowers and forgive me." Bai Wanhua shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice deafening, drawing the attention of those around her. All right, I'll accept these flowers." Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd, Lu Feng was drenched in sweat. At that moment, directly ahead, at a pancake stall, the owner handed a pancake to Li Jingya and then looked at a scene not far away, chuckling, "This young man really is never satisfied. How can he refuse such a beautiful girl pursuing him? If it were my son, if he could marry such a beautiful wife, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams." Li Jingya took the pancake and handed over 100 yuan. Hearing the owner's words, she turned to look. There, Lu Feng had just taken the flowers from Bai Wanhua's hand and was striding confidently towards the school gate. Seeing this, Li Jingya's heart tightened, and she immediately turned back, recalling the scene from just moments ago. Her hands hung limply at her waist, her head lowered, her gaze dimming. Her expression was somewhat desolate. At that moment, the owner handed her the 100 yuan and said, "Sorry, little girl, I forgot to bring change today. Why don't you take it to eat first, and bring me the change tomorrow when you come to school, okay?" However, Li Jingya seemed not to hear, keeping her head down and silent, looking utterly lost. Just then, a magnetic voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Boss, can I trade these flowers and some cigarettes for your pancake?" Hearing this voice, Li Jingya's eyes widened, and she hurriedly looked up. There was Lu Feng, smiling as he handed the flowers to the owner, his profile very handsome. The owner was taken aback. "Young man, are you serious? These flowers were given to you by that beautiful girl. Just tell me if you want them or not." "I do," the owner exclaimed excitedly as he took them. He had worked hard all his life and had never smoked such good cigarettes. Why would he refuse? As for what that little girl thought, the owner didn't care. She hadn't confessed to his son. "Jingya, let's go." Lu Feng nudged the dazed Li Jingya. Okay, Lu Feng." Li Jingya snapped back to reality, a bit flustered. Her face turned as red as an apple, her gaze shy, as if she might melt away. She then followed Lu Feng blankly, the two walking side by side towards the school gate. Behind them, Bai Wanhua, who had been quite happy that Lu Feng accepted her flowers, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her when she saw him trading the flowers for a pancake. Replacing her joy was a mix of shame and anger. "Damn Lu Feng, I refuse to believe I can't win you over." Bai Wanhua clenched her fists, her face dark as she walked into the school gate. Since Lu Feng's class was very close to the school gate, the two parted ways after just a few steps. As they separated, just as Li Jingya was walking towards her class, a few girls giggled and followed her. "Wow, Jingya, we all saw it just now. The young master of the Lu family actually traded flowers for a pancake for you." "Yeah, those flowers were given by Bai Wanhua." Who is Bai Wanhua? The school beauty of the prestigious 13th middle school, from a wealthy family. Who would have thought she would pale in comparison to our Jingya? That's only normal. Our Jingya is so beautiful, it's no surprise the young master of the Lu family has his eyes on her. "Jingya, if you marry into a wealthy family in the future, don't forget your sisters." The girls chattered excitedly, as if Lu Feng had bought them pancakes. Hearing this, Li Jingya's face turned bright red, her voice barely above a whisper, "And no, that's not true, don't say such things." Seeing this, the girls teased, Oh, she's shy. Ha, our Jingya is really adorable." Class 8 of the 3rd year. After Lu Feng entered the classroom, he took out his Chinese textbook and began to read it with great interest. After a few days of reading, his Chinese knowledge level had reached 9 with 17% experience, and he was close to maxing out. Just then, Bai Wanhua walked straight towards Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, why did you take my flowers to exchange for Jian Bingguzi?" Bai Wanhua asked straightforwardly. Lu Feng didn't even look up and replied, "Because Jian Bingguzi is delicious." Bai Wanhua. She clenched her fists to calm herself down. After taking a deep breath, she said calmly, "I want to invite you to dinner tonight. Don't worry, this time we won't go to my house, you can choose the place." Bai Wanhua continued with a bold face. Lu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the textbook as he coldly replied, "I told you, I don't like eating out." Seeing him refuse again, Bai Wanhua showed a gritted teeth expression. Then she lifted herself up and lightly jumped, sitting directly on Lu Feng's Chinese textbook. "I don't care, if you don't agree today, I'll sit on your desk." Bai Wanhua crossed her arms, looking as if she was unbothered by the heat of boiling water, her big eyes fixed on Lu Feng. Lu Feng, playing the rogue? These were all tactics Lu Feng had used to pursue her before. He didn't expect them to be turned back on him. What a clever application. Just then, Lu Yun walked into the classroom holding her textbooks. As soon as she entered, she saw this scene. "Bai Wanhua, why are you sitting on Lu Feng's desk?" Lu Yun walked over and asked. Lu Feng, seeing his savior, quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Report, teacher. Bai Wanhua has a tendency for early romance. Not only did she confess to me, but she also insists on having dinner alone with me. If I don't agree, she sits on my desk and won't let me study." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Bai Wanyue was furious. Wasn't this her line before? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun frowned tightly. "Bai Wanyue, there are only 20 days left until the college entrance examination. Time is tight. If you don't focus on studying, what are you thinking about every day? Please get off Lu Feng's desk immediately and don't disturb him while he studies." Lu Yun reprimanded, her tone extremely stern. Seeing that the homeroom teacher had said this, Bai Wanyue reluctantly jumped down. Then she returned to her seat and took out the textbook needed for this class. Still in school, so young and not earning money, insisting on going out to eat, Lu Yun lectured Bai Wanyue. Then she turned around, cleared her throat, and said to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, come out to dinner with me tonight." Lu Feng? Bai Wanyue? The whole class? Noticing everyone's gaze, Lu Yun smiled and said, "You saved Professor Wang's life. My grandfather is very grateful, so he asked me to thank you properly." Lu Feng shook his head and said, "No need, teacher. I appreciate your grandfather's kindness, but with only a few days left, I want to study more." Seeing Lu Feng refuse, Lu Yun didn't press further. She returned to the podium, picked up a test paper, and said loudly, "Class, open the mock exam paper from last time. The entire paper is made up of must-know questions. Circle them all." The morning passed quickly. By noon, Lu Feng planned to go home for lunch. Just as he reached the school gate, a vendor shouted, "Classmate, fish-flavored shredded pork lunchbox for 10 yuan each. Want to buy?" "Classmate, spicy chicken lunchbox for 12 yuan each. 2 boxes for only 20 yuan. Lu Feng, have you considered the Longwei Academy of Sciences University? Lu Feng, have you considered the Longwa Concord Hospital's combined bachelor's and master's program? The admission notice has already been printed. You just need to sign to enroll." As the shouts from behind rang out, everyone was momentarily stunned. What strange thing had mixed in? Lu Feng scratched his head and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see, not far away, a group of bespectacled individuals, exuding an air of culture, were smiling at Lu Feng. They held an admission notice and several documents, including those from the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, Dragon National Concord Hospital, and Magic City Medical University, among others. There were also a few foreign faces in the crowd. "Are you Lu Feng? I am an admissions officer from the Sun Never Sets Bridge University, here to specially recruit you from Dragon Country. May I have a few minutes of your time?" "Lu Feng, we are special recruiters from the beautiful country's Harvard University. Can we have a conversation? We are from the beautiful country's Ma Province Institute of Technology, Lu Feng." Several foreigners shouted in very awkward Chinese. In addition to these special recruiters, there were many reporters around, speaking into cameras. "Welcome everyone to the live broadcast. Here is Lu Feng's alma mater, Yunhai City's No. 13 Middle School. As the manufacturer of Dragon Country's lithography machines, will he choose to attend university domestically or abroad? Next, let us wait and see." Looking at the foreign special recruiters, Lu Feng pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he shouted to them, "All foreign university recruiters, please follow me. Let's talk in another place." Hearing Lu Feng's response, the foreigners were delighted. They hurried over as if they had just eaten honey. "What about us?" Several domestic university recruiters asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression turned cold, and he said flatly, "I am not considering special recruitment from domestic universities. Please leave, and do not come back in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, all the domestic university recruiters and the reporters on site were taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock. They were dumbfounded. Just as Lu Feng was surrounded by a group of special recruiters at the door, at that moment, in the capital city, at the Dragon National Academy University. After Bai Ying Tian's flight, he first returned home to see old Master Bai, then came to school to pack his things. After all, he had lost a bet with several professors and had now resigned from all positions at the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Despite this, Bai Ying Tian was not sad, because at the very moment he resigned, many university presidents rushed to recruit him. After all, he was a professor in the field of physics, a rare talent. "Principal Chen, I will seriously consider the position of vice president you mentioned. I will give you a response later." "Principal Zhao, you must be joking. You want an ordinary professor to come to your school? Principal Zhou, your school isn't even a double first-class institution. Where do you get the courage to invite me to your school?" Bai Ying Tian was talking on the phone while walking towards the physics department. As he passed by the mathematics faculty building, he deliberately raised his voice, making it thunderous. On the first floor, in the office, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang felt a sinking feeling in their hearts upon hearing Bai Tian's words. This old man, I didn't expect that after resigning, he would not only not decline but instead become a hot commodity. Look at his smug expression. We should have made the bet harsher back then, so he would permanently exit the physics field. Forget him. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough. Hearing the professor's words in the office, Bai Tian walked towards the physics faculty building with a proud expression, feeling refreshed. At the entrance of Yunhai City, No. 13 Middle School, seeing that Lu Feng only entertained those prestigious foreign schools, the domestic university recruiters and reporters were all at a loss, looking anxious. They knew that their leaders had given strict orders for this visit. If talents like Lu Feng were to flow abroad, it would not only be a loss for their school but also for the entire dragon country. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Feng must not be allowed to study abroad. Lu Feng, let's discuss this further. Lu Feng, please let us know what conditions you want. The admissions staff from domestic universities spoke kindly. In response to their words, Lu Feng remained indifferent. The foreigners watched this with delight and quickly said, Dear Lu Feng, as long as you are willing to come to Jianqiao University, we not only offer a full scholarship but also provide the best research environment. Our school emphasizes academic freedom without borders, and all research is aimed at benefiting the people. Lu Feng, if you come to our Harvard University, we will spare no academic resources to cultivate you, and our research is focused on advancing human technology to make life happier for people around the world. Our Neojin University is the same, academics come second, people come first. Lu Feng, don't hesitate, choose our school. Digui Institute of Technology +1. It was clear that these foreigners had done their homework before coming. They spoke of the people, and then they spoke of the people again. At that moment, Lu Feng felt that the blood in his body was not as red as that of these foreigners. Then, Lu Feng nodded and said, Well, your words resonate with me, but with so many schools, it's really hard to choose. How about this? Aren't your main goals all for the happiness of the people? We have a miraculous Dr. Poverty Alleviation Foundation in Yunhai City. Whoever donates more, I will consider going to their school. Upon hearing this, the foreigners were momentarily stunned. Then, everyone became extremely excited. For them, anything that could be solved with money was the least of their concerns. It should be known that these countries invest billions annually to independently develop lithography machines. In this context, donating a little to the foundation was nothing. Thus, the special admissions staff from Harvard University was the first to react, immediately pulling out their phone to donate 500,000 yuan. Then, they raised their phone, showing the donation proof to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, look, are you satisfied with this amount? Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that some foreigners were hesitating while others were slowly tapping their phones. How could this attitude be acceptable? To encourage them, Lu Feng smiled and said, Well, since that's the case, I will go to Harvard University. After saying this, Lu Feng stepped forward to take the admission notice, looking as if he was about to sign it. The other foreign university admissions staff watched in a panic. They quickly began to frantically tap their phone screens, almost breaking the tempered glass. Wait, don't sign yet. The admissions staff from Jianqiao University raised their phone and shouted, We are donating 700,000 yuan, here's the proof. As Jianqiao University presented their donation proof, the other foreigners also began to raise their phones one after another. We, Digui Institute of Technology, are donating 900,000 yuan. We, Neojin University, are donating 1.5 million yuan. Hearing the 1.5 million, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He then stepped forward with a beaming smile and said, It seems that Neojin University is truly dedicated to academic research for the happiness of the people. I believe the citizens will have a better life with your donation. Since your school's philosophy aligns with my aspirations, I have decided to sign on your admission notice. As Lu Feng was about to sign, the other foreigners were dumbfounded. They gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, continuously raising their donation amounts. Digui Institute of Technology is donating 2 million yuan. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who was about to sign, put down his pen again. He then turned around and walked towards Digui Institute of Technology. Seeing this, the special recruitment personnel from Neojin University reported an even higher figure. Neojin University donates 3 million. Lu Feng paused slightly. He turned around and walked towards Neojin University again. The recruitment personnel from the beautiful country of Hakka University watched this with disdain, snorting coldly and revealing their phone. Hakka University donates 5 million. In US dollars. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped at the donation proof on each other's phones. This was no small amount. The total donations from everyone before didn't even match what their school was offering. Just then, the recruitment personnel from Qingbei University stepped forward and shouted, Lu Feng, as long as you are willing to come to Qingbei University, our school is willing to donate $7 million US. As a citizen of Long Country, I hope you can keep all your skills in the country and benefit the people of Long Country. These foreigners keep saying that science knows no borders, but our Professor Wang from the medical school of Qingbei University was detained by the beautiful country for 2 whole years before being allowed to return. In this situation, can you trust the words of these hypocrites? Upon hearing this, several foreigners showed disdainful expressions and chimed in. How can you still say that? Talents like Lu Feng are hard to find even with a lantern, while your Long Country's professor Bai Ying Tian forced him to smash the lithography machine. Exactly, a professor from the physics department actually did such a thing. It's hard to imagine how terrible the academic atmosphere is in your Long Country. That's right, Lu Feng should go develop in a better academic environment. Hearing the words of the foreigners, in an instant, the special recruitment personnel from Qingbei University fell silent, because what the foreigners said was the truth. And for a moment, all the special recruitment personnel from domestic universities didn't know how to refute it. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled and said to the special recruitment personnel from several domestic universities, I believe you have all heard, I will absolutely not go for domestic special recruitment, so you can give up on that. Upon hearing this, the foreigners were almost laughing out loud, smugly saying, Did you hear that? Lu Feng is telling you to give up, don't stand here and be a nuisance. Thanks to your professor Bai Ying Tian. Otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to get a talent like Lu Feng. Ha ha ha. Hearing the foreigners' mockery, the people from domestic universities turned red with anger, all clenching their fists, cursing Bai Ying Tian and his whole family in their hearts. In the live broadcast room, the audience was furious after hearing the foreigners' words. It's over, the worst thing we feared has happened. Lu Feng is disheartened. We can't blame Lu Feng for being pro-foreign. You have to know that making a lithography machine is extremely difficult, yet Bai Ying Tian forced Lu Feng to hand it over. If it were me, I would choose to smash it too. Professor Bai Ying Tian, IF **** your mother, this is your good deed. Bai Ying Tian, you owe me Lu Feng, you owe me the father of the lithography machine. Bai Ying Tian, die. The audience in the live broadcast room was furious, collectively cursing Bai Ying Tian, with various national treasures appearing continuously. Almost simultaneously, several posts about this incident appeared online. As soon as these posts emerged, they sparked intense discussions among netizens and quickly topped the trending searches. Top 1, father of the lithography machine Lu Feng decides to study abroad. The reason is suspected to be Bai Ying Tian's disheartening actions. Top 2, what has Bai Ying Tian, as a professor of the Long Country Academy of Sciences, brought to the physics community of Long Country? Top 3, on the domestic academic environment, besides the anger felt by netizens, all the professors in the physics community of Long Country's universities also felt immense rage. At this moment, at Qingbei University, in the physics department, the dean, upon learning this news, smashed his phone in anger. This Bai Ying Tian truly deserves a bad end. For his own selfish desires, he actually forced Lu Feng to go abroad. With such a beast, the principal still wants to hire him as the vice dean? No way. I need to have a serious talk with the principal. With that, the dean stormed off towards the principal's office. Longhua University of Science and Technology, Department of Physics. Upon seeing the news, the dean was so furious he nearly overturned his desk. Damn it, Bai Ying Tian has spent his whole life researching photolithography, and it's not easy for him, is it? I've spent decades researching photolithography, and now Longhua has finally produced such a talented individual, yet he's been driven abroad to study by that bastard Bai Ying Tian. No way. I have to report him to the education department. The more the dean thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately picked up the landline and dialed the education department's number. Longhua Medical University, conference room. The principal was holding a meeting with the various deans when he saw the news headline, his expression darkening. Colleagues, Bai Ying Tian has chilled Lu Feng's heart, and losing photolithography is one thing. But I want to ask, what about Lu Feng's medical skills? Are we going to let those foreigners inherit Longhua's traditional Chinese medicine? Upon hearing the principal's words, the deans were all enraged, slamming their hands on the table and cursing. How can this be? Traditional Chinese medicine is what our ancestors left us. How can we let foreigners promote it? As far as I know, Lu Feng is not only skilled in traditional Chinese medicine but also excels in Western surgical techniques. Professor Wang's life was saved by him. What? Longhua actually has such a brilliant child? Damn it, the consequences of Bai Ying Tian's actions shouldn't fall on us. That bastard Bai Ying Tian, let's report him to the education department. At this moment, similar incidents were happening continuously. The deans of the physics departments from almost all universities in Longhua, including the medical universities, were extremely angry. They not only cursed Bai Ying Tian thoroughly but also began to make calls to report him. Meanwhile, Longwei Academy of Sciences University. After packing his things, Bai Ingtian walked to the school gate and hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to Qingbei University." Bai Ingtian got into the car, looking very happy. "Sure thing," the driver replied. Then, stepping on the gas, the car sped towards Qingbei University. Once the car was in motion, Bai Ingtian took out his phone and called the principal of Qingbei University. When the call connected, Bai Ingtian straightened his expression and feigned calmness, saying, "Dean Li, I have good news for you. I've decided to take up a position at Qingbei University. However, the position of vice dean is a bit low. At the very least, I should be given the position of full dean, right? You should know that all universities are vying to recruit me, and I'm only considering your school first because of our old friendship." On the other end of the line, there was silence for a few seconds. Then, a thunderous barrage of curses erupted. "Go to hell. Do you know how you're being insulted online? And you still think the vice dean position is too low? Now you want to come here to guard the gate? I don't want you. Get lost." With that, the other party hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on his phone, Bai Ingtian was dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened his Weibo. Upon seeing the trending topics and the insults in the comments section, Bai Ingtian's face turned pale. His lips turned purple. His eyes revealed endless terror. Then, he stubbornly dialed the numbers of other schools. But without exception, all were met with stern refusals from the principals. "Professor Bai Ingtian, I'm sorry, but our school cannot accept you." "Professor Bai Ingtian, after reconsideration by the school committee, we've decided to look for someone more capable. You can just go away." Seeing that no one was willing to hire him, Bai Ingtian's eyes went hollow, and he felt a sense of despair. At that moment, he suddenly thought of that inconspicuous double non-university. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Bai Ingtian called the president of that university. When the call connected, Bai Ingtian's heart raced, and he spoke nervously. President Wang, after careful consideration, I've decided to take the position of dean at your school. Even if I can't be the dean, being the vice dean is acceptable too." As soon as he finished speaking, a furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Bai Ingtian, your mother, you turtle bastard. You give me back Lu Feng, give me back the father of photolithography, give me back the future of Longwa." Damn! Bai Ingtian was terrified and quickly hung up the phone. At that moment, his face turned a mix of green and purple, looking worse than if he had eaten feces. The driver in the front seat chuckled. "Hey, what's the rush? Sounds like it has something to do with your mother?" Hearing this, Bai Ingtian shot him a fierce glare. Then he sighed and said helplessly, "Master, I'm not going to Qingbei University anymore." The driver asked, "Then where to?" Upon hearing this question, Bai Ingtian recalled what had just happened, and in an instant, he felt a flush of anger. "Where to? How the hell should I know where to go? If I knew where to go, would I need you to ask me? Damn it!" Bai Ingtian kicked the front seat in frustration. Seeing the enraged Bai Ingtian, the driver was momentarily taken aback. The next second, the car stopped by the roadside. When the door opened, Bai Ingtian, along with his luggage, was unceremoniously thrown out. At this moment, outside the 13th middle school in Yunhai City, with the competition from these foreigners, the bids were getting higher and higher. "I'll donate $12 million. I'll donate $25 million. I'll donate $35 million. Just then, several admissions officers from beautiful country universities gathered together, whispering as if discussing something. Following that, the admissions officer from Harvard University presented a donation certificate, saying, "Harvard University has donated $50 million, and we just received news from the upper echelons of beautiful country. If anyone dares to compete with us for Lu Feng again, don't blame us for being rude. We'll send little flying sticks that explode to your country." As soon as these words were spoken, the other foreigners fell silent. The reporters on the scene were also dumbfounded. This was too outrageous. To win Lu Feng, they even resorted to tactical intimidation? Everyone sighed inwardly. No wonder they were called eagle sauce. Truly unreasonable. The special admissions officer from Harvard, seeing that everyone had gone quiet, wore a smug expression. He then approached Lu Feng with the admission notice and documents. "Dear Lu Feng, I believe you can see our sincerity. May I ask if you can sign this admission notice now?" Lu Feng curled his lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He could have tricked them for more, but with this threat, he lost a lot of money. However, in just a short span of a few minutes, the Divine Doctor Poverty Alleviation Foundation had received several $100 million in donations, which was already quite a lot. Lu Feng nodded and said, It seems your school truly puts the people first. I will consider it carefully. I've thought it over and decided not to go for the special admission. Goodbye, everyone." With that, Lu Feng turned and walked away. The Harvard special admissions officer was left dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't it said that whoever donated more would go to which university? They had just thrown in tens of millions of dollars. It was like burning money at lightning speed. They were practically donating their underwear. And yet, he wasn't going for the special admission? The Harvard special admissions officer panicked and immediately rushed forward to block Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you can't go back on your word. For you, our school has already invested $50 million, which is equivalent to several hundred million in your country's currency. With so many reporters present, you wouldn't really turn your back on us, would you? Seeing the anxious look on the other person's face, Lu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, "When have I ever gone back on my word? I only said I would consider it, not that I would definitely go. Now that I've considered it, I'm not going. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing Lu Feng's helpless expression, the admissions officer from Hakka University was completely flustered. He raised his fist, his face flushed, and said, "Then please return the donation money to me. Strictly speaking, this is fraud." Lu Feng feigned innocence. "There are so many cameras recording. You donated voluntarily. When have I ever defrauded you? Besides, you didn't donate the money to me, so why should I return it? Don't follow me, or I'll call the police on you." With that, Lu Feng left without looking back. Only the special admissions officer from Hakka University was left standing there in a daze. At that moment, all the special admissions officers from foreign universities realized they had been outsmarted by this little brat. Once they came to their senses, all the foreigners were furious. "Damn it! Refund the money! Damn Dragon Country people, give me back my money! Lu Feng, you bastard, how can you deceive me? A fraud like you doesn't deserve to be in academia." Just as these foreigners were cursing and shouting, around them, the special admissions officers from domestic universities and all the reporters couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, no wonder Lu Feng didn't let us donate. He wanted to scam these foreigners. Impressive. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be not only academically talented but also such a convincing actor. Even I was fooled. I'm convinced. I am completely impressed by Lu Feng. A talent, a definite talent. We must not let him go abroad." It seems Lu Feng doesn't plan to study abroad? Not necessarily. What if there aren't any foreign universities that Lu Feng is interested in? That's a good point. That means Lu Feng still has the possibility of going abroad. It looks like we need to unite like the beautiful country and keep Lu Feng in the country first. Exactly. The special admissions officers from domestic universities chattered excitedly, all praising Lu Feng's wisdom. They also decided to unite to keep Lu Feng in the country. As the reporters posted this incident online, major entertainment platforms exploded again. New trending topics emerged, pushing down the previous entries about Lu Feng studying abroad. Top 1, the biggest reversal in history. Lu Feng scammed foreigners out of hundreds of millions under the guise of studying abroad. Top 2, a few words made foreigners spend hundreds of millions. Why is the teenage Lu Feng so extraordinary? Once the headlines appeared, they sparked widespread discussion among netizens across the country. As Lu Feng left the crowd and passed by the school gate, suddenly, Li Jingya bumped into him. "Lu Feng, classmate?" Li Jingya covered her mouth, slightly surprised. Recalling what had happened in the morning, her face began to flush. Lowering her head, she appeared shy. Lu Feng noticed and scratched his head, saying, "Jingya, are you going back to cook for your mother?" Li Jingya nodded eagerly, then looked at Lu Feng with an expectant expression. These days, Lu Feng had often gone to her house for meals. Each time, he finished everything and praised the food. This made Li Jingya inexplicably fond of this feeling and even more eager for Lu Feng to come to her house for dinner. I can." After school, Lu Feng called the driver to pick him up for dinner. Since they had just run into each other, he could give her a ride first. But before he could finish his sentence, Li Jingya eagerly said, "Of course you can come to my house for dinner, Lu Feng. I recently learned a new dish, specially made for you. You'll get to taste it later. Let's go, we need to buy ingredients at the supermarket first," Li Jingya said with a beaming smile. Lu Feng, oh no, this is a big misunderstanding. Now I have to be a guinea pig again. Looking at her eager expression, Lu Feng felt too embarrassed to refuse. So he nodded, and the two walked side by side towards the supermarket. When they arrived at the supermarket entrance, they saw a red cloth table set up outside, with a dozen large golden eggs on it. "Here they come." The staff member seemed a bit nervous upon seeing Lu Feng and straightened his expression. Then he shouted loudly to Lu Feng and Li Jingya, "Students, today we have a free golden egg smashing event. Would you like to participate? The first prize is a whopping 500,000 yuan. Li Jingya tugged at Lu Feng's arm, excitedly saying, "Lu Feng, did you hear that? The first prize is 500,000 yuan. And it's free to participate. Let's hurry and give it a try." Lu Feng nodded. After all, the lunch break was long, so they had time to spare. Thus, the two headed towards the red cloth table. It was lunchtime, and there were quite a few people shopping at the supermarket. When the crowd heard the staff's shouts, they quickly surrounded the table. Everyone raised their hands, clamoring to participate. The staff smiled and pointed at Lu Feng, saying, "First come, first served. Let this student go first." Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He took the wooden hammer from the staff and swung it lightly, smashing it down on the golden egg in the center. Crack! The golden egg shattered. A card printed with the words "Grand Prize" appeared amidst the broken pieces. Li Jingya was momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Then, she jumped up in excitement. "Wow, it's actually the grand prize. Lu Feng, your luck is incredible. The first prize is already 500,000, so the grand prize must be even more." The onlookers nearby were equally astonished, their eyes filled with envy. Lu Feng pursed his lips. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Then, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The staff picked up the card, astonished, and said, "Oh, my goodness, it's actually the grand prize. Student, congratulations. You've received an admission letter from Qingbei University." After saying that, the staff pulled an admission letter from a drawer and handed it to Lu Feng, grinning widely. "Student, just fill in your name, and you can enroll." As soon as he finished speaking, a special recruitment officer from Qingbei University walked out of the supermarket. Clapping his hands, he smiled and said, "Lu Feng, it seems this is fate between us. In the name of destiny, just sign this admission letter, and I'll take you to the capital right away." Seeing this, Lu Feng felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He finally understood what was wrong. No wonder the staff member looked familiar. He had been waiting for this moment. How infuriating. The scheming Qingbei recruitment officer. "Jingya, let's go," Lu Feng said, pulling Jingya away from the spot and heading back into the supermarket. The staff. The Qingbei recruitment officer. Behind them, the onlookers stared at the admission letter, then at the Qingbei recruitment officer. Suddenly, they were all dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What is this? An admission letter from Qingbei University? This supermarket is too amazing. They can use this as a prize? I want to participate too. My grandson is taking the college entrance exam this year. I must get him a Qingbei University admission letter. Let me smash. I was here first. The onlookers couldn't sit still any longer, each one eager to try their luck. The elderly woman standing at the front seized the moment, picking up a wooden hammer and smashing it down on the golden egg. Crack! The golden egg shattered. Another card with the words "Grand Prize" fell out. Looking at the text on the card, the old woman was so excited she nearly fainted. My grandson got into Tsinghua and Peking University. My grandson got into Tsinghua and Peking University. The old woman danced with joy, shouting loudly. At that moment, the crowd noticed that the staff were bending down, preparing to sneak away. Don't leave. What about my prize? Yeah, they smashed it. But we haven't even had a turn. The old woman and the crowd clamored. Realizing they had been discovered, the staff felt a pang of anxiety and forced a smile. They then pulled a box of Durex from a drawer and tossed it to the old woman. Grandma, this is your grand prize reward. Please keep it safe. The old woman stared at the Durex in her hand, stunned. Coming back to her senses, she asked, Isn't this nonsense? What do I need this for at my age? That young man just got an admission letter from Tsinghua and Peking University. I want the same prize. My grandson has been retaking the college entrance exam for 10 years, and today he finally gets to go to Tsinghua and Peking University. You can't be joking with me. The staff grinned widely and chuckled. Sorry, only the first lucky winner of the grand prize can receive the admission letter from Tsinghua and Peking University. Upon hearing this, the old woman was furious. Then give me a whole box of eggs instead. In the supermarket, as Lu Feng walked in, he felt goosebumps all over. He had the distinct feeling that countless eyes were watching him. With the experience from earlier, Lu Feng decided he would not participate in any lottery activities and would only buy groceries. I'll take a basket of eggs. Spinach is out too. It seems we've run out of cooking oil at home. Li Jingya placed her finger on her lips, selecting what to buy. At that moment, a staff member in work attire approached. Hello, may I help you with anything? The person smiled. No, thank you, Lu Feng replied warily. Seeing the firm rejection, the staff member's smile vanished, and they turned to leave. Just as they walked away, another staff member came over. Hello, today we have a lottery event for buying eggs, may I ask? Not participating, Lu Feng interrupted. Okay, alright then, the staff member said, looking disappointed, and turned to leave. It was as if they had all conspired. Just as one left, another arrived. Whether it was for spinach or cooking oil, there was always an event going on. In short, no matter what Li Jingya wanted to buy, they always seemed to catch the store's promotion. Lu Feng felt helpless, wishing he could wear a sign that said he refused to participate in all activities. Fortunately, after rejecting a dozen people, the two finally reached the checkout. Phew, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief, finally done. Hello, that will be 132 yuan, the cashier said with a smile. I'll take care of it. Lu Feng pulled out his bank card and handed it over. At that moment, the cashier's face lit up, just as she was about to take it. Noticing her subtle expression, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. He quickly pulled the card back and warily said to Li Jingya, Jingya, you handle the payment. I'll transfer the money to you later. Li Jingya nodded. Lu Feng guessed that according to the supermarket's pattern, if he paid, he would likely win some prize again. Sure enough, when the cashier saw this scene, the joy on her face vanished, replaced by disappointment. Because the store manager told all the staff that whoever could hand the admission notice to Lu Feng would be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. She was just planning to use the excuse of a lucky user to slip the notice to Lu Feng. Seeing the expression on the young lady's face, Lu Feng grinned and smiled. As the saying goes, the higher the magic, the higher the path. It's always wise to keep a vigilant heart. After checking out, the two of them carried their things and walked towards the supermarket entrance. Just as Lu Feng stepped out with his left foot, the next second, bang, the sound of firecrackers went off on both sides. Immediately, a man in a suit walked out, holding an admission notice and said, "Congratulations to this young man. After purchasing eggs, spinach, cooking oil, salt, beef, and tenderloin, you successfully left the store by stepping out with your left foot, earning a hidden reward. The reward is an admission notice from Qingbei University." The man in the suit chuckled. Looking at the man in front of him, Lu Feng's expression gradually twisted. Then, Jingya, run! Lu Feng shouted, grabbing Li Jingya's hand and started to run out like he was being chased by a dog. Behind them, the man's anxious voice came from the store entrance. "Young man, don't be in a hurry. If you don't like Qingbei University, I also have offers from Shanghai Medical University and Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine." The two ran several hundred meters. After glancing back and seeing no one chasing them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, let's go, Jingya, we should go back and cook," Lu Feng said lightly. However, after he finished speaking, the other party remained silent for a long time. When Lu Feng looked at Li Jingya, he was surprised to find. At that moment, Li Jingya's face was as red as a monkey's bottom, her mouth wide open. She stood there in a daze, her gaze blank, with wisps of smoke rising from her head. "What's wrong, Jingya?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "Did she get tired from running?" "That shouldn't be, it was only a short distance." He saw Li Jingya pointing at their intertwined hands, her voice trembling. Our hands." Lu Feng looked down and realized that their hands were tightly clasped together like buttons. Oh no! Lu Feng's heart sank. He had been too anxious while running and had naturally held her hand. "Sorry, Jingya, I didn't mean to." Lu Feng quickly let go and apologized. Li Jingya, blushing, lowered her head, looking a bit dizzy. After a while, she regained her composure and said, It's okay, Lu Feng. Let's hurry back to cook. We have class in the afternoon." Seeing that she was fine, Lu Feng nodded, and the two slowly walked towards Li's village. After arriving at Li Jingya's home, she busied herself in the kitchen while Lu Feng accompanied her mother with rehabilitation training. Inside and outside the house, it was a harmonious scene. Soon, lunch was ready. To Lu Feng's surprise, the two new dishes Li Jingya had learned tasted quite good. This made Lu Feng's appetite grow, and he quickly finished 2 bowls of rice. After eating, the two walked towards the school. When Lu Feng returned to class, he immediately pulled out his English book and started to devour it. With 6 subjects for the college entrance examination, he only had English left, and in no time, he would reach the maximum level. "Thick crab, oh my god, what the?" Lu Feng recited confidently. Meanwhile, at the international airport in the capital city, the vast parking lot was filled with all kinds of military vehicles. On the left, there were rows of soldiers holding weapons. On the right, there were upper-class individuals in suits, including Lu Jinan, Old Bai, and his dozen or so comrades. Just then, an elderly man in military uniform, with a head full of gray hair and 3 stars on his shoulders, walked over. Although the old man was advanced in age, his eyes were bright and spirited. The whole person appeared imposing without being angry, exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. With his arrival, those standing on both sides, including Lu Jinan and Old Master Bai, shouted in unison, "Commander Gao." "Old Gao." Gao Jin nodded, his expression resolute as he said, As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of airplane engines echoed in the sky. Soon after, an international flight entered the crowd's view and slowly descended in front of them. When the airplane's door opened, in the next moment, Tang Cheng, along with a group of scientists and financial elites, walked out. "Grandpa!" Tang Cheng's face lit up upon seeing Gao Jun, and she rushed forward to give him a big hug. At that moment, Gao Zhen's expression melted like snow on a mountain, revealing a rare smile. "Oh my dear granddaughter, you finally decided to come back home." Gao Zhen patted Tang Qing's head and laughed. After exchanging pleasantries with Tang Qing, Gao Zhen shook hands with the scientists and financial elites, and then the group slowly walked towards the airport hall. "Grandpa, I owe you so much for your help over the years. If it weren't for you, the Xia family wouldn't have been eradicated, and the Tang family wouldn't have been able to take revenge," Tang Qing said gratefully. More than a decade ago, there were two major families in the underground of Long Country, the Xia family and the Lu family. The culprit behind the annihilation of the Tang family was the Xia family. However, that night when she and her sister escaped, they saw the figures of the Lu family at the door. Because of this, she harbored resentment towards the Lu family. Hearing this, Gao Zhen showed a look of guilt. "Ah, I rose too late. If I had risen earlier, your Tang family wouldn't have had to." At the time of the Tang family's annihilation, Gao Zhen had not yet held power. Moreover, he was attending a meeting in the Bear Country, leaving the isolated Tang family vulnerable to the enemy's schemes. When Gao Zhen rose to power, the first thing he did was to eliminate the Xia family and restore the Tang family's name. However, even after destroying the Xia family, his sworn brother, who was also Tang Qing's grandfather, the benefactor who had saved him countless times on the battlefield, could not be brought back to life. Gao Zhen sighed and continued, "It's a pity that the second son of the Xia family escaped abroad. But don't worry, with Grandpa here, no one can harm you now. You can unleash your potential and use the skills you've learned abroad to benefit the people of Long Country." Tang Qing nodded gratefully. At that moment, old Master Bai, pushing a wheelchair, hurried over. "Miss Tang, I apologize to you. You trusted our Bai family so much back then, leaving Tang Ro in our care, but we lost her. But please believe me, we have already collected all the DNA samples from Yunhai City that are similar in age to the second young lady. Within a week, we will definitely find Miss Tang Ro, I promise," Old Master Bai declared earnestly. Hearing this, Tang Qing sighed, "Well, as long as we can find her." At that time, Grandpa wasn't in the country, and if it weren't for your Bai family taking her in, I don't know what would have happened to my sister. Seeing that Tang Qing did not blame him, Old Master Bai looked as if he had won the lottery, his face filled with excitement, nearly jumping out of the wheelchair. At this moment, Yunhai City, Public Security Bureau, a few specially recruited personnel from the beautiful country were reporting to the police station. They were suing Lu Feng for fraud, demanding that he be arrested and that all donations be returned. The ones responsible for taking the report were Li Fu and his colleagues. After hearing the foreigner's description, Li Fu said expressionlessly, "Sorry everyone, this debt is probably difficult to recover, and we have no reason to arrest Lu Feng. First of all, you transferred this money in the name of a donation, and secondly, Lu Feng did not force you, so you can only resolve this matter through negotiation and good communication with the other party." Upon hearing this, the foreigners couldn't help but show disappointed expressions. It is not difficult to get a high school student's phone number. Soon, these foreigners began bombarding Lu Feng with text messages, taking turns. "Lu Feng, son of a bitch, refund. Damn dragon people, you dragon people are all a bunch of liars. You deserve to be skinned alive." At the 13th middle school, as Lu Feng continued to read English books, his English knowledge level finally maxed out. System prompt: English knowledge ability is full. You can obtain a high lifespan and mysterious rewards through the following ways. 1. Participate in English competitions. 2. Teach English knowledge. 3. Take English exams. Lu Feng stretched comfortably. All 6 subjects were finally maxed out. Now he just needed to wait for the college entrance examination to arrive. Just as Lu Feng was about to take a break, ding 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 ding, his phone started ringing with text message notifications. Upon opening it, it was from those special recruitment personnel from beautiful country universities. His eyes scanned the lines of foul language. Lu Feng frowned. It was one thing to insult him, but why were they launching a broadside attack? Seeing this, Lu Feng curled his lips and began to reply to the messages with a flurry of taps on the screen. "Sorry, there were too many reporters at noon. I couldn't agree, afraid of being scolded by the dragon people. Actually, I am very willing to study abroad in beautiful country, and I was planning to find an opportunity to chat with you privately. Look, I've already got my passport." After saying this, Lu Feng took a photo of the passport he had obtained for his previous trip abroad and sent it to them. Once the message was sent, the other party fell silent for a moment. Soon after, a series of messages came flooding in. "Kid, don't think you can play tricks. Don't think we're that easy to fool." Seeing their messages, Lu Feng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, if I deceive you, I won't get into 985. I won't get into 211. I won't get into double first class. I won't even get into a junior college. In the police station, the special recruitment personnel from beautiful country saw Lu Feng's reply and couldn't help but show joy. In their minds, for a talented person like Lu Feng, of course, he would pursue prestigious schools. But now, the other party had actually made such a poisonous vow about not even getting into a junior college. For a moment, everyone believed it without a doubt and gradually became excited. I knew he couldn't refuse our prestigious schools. He wants face and wants to study abroad. This Lu Feng is really double standard. Hypocritical kid. The special recruitment personnel from several universities chattered. At this time, the Harvard University recruitment personnel continued to send messages. May I ask, when do you plan to come to beautiful country with us? Not long after, Lu Feng replied, tonight is fine, but shouldn't the airfare and passport be reimbursed? Upon seeing that he wanted money, the Harvard University recruitment personnel frowned. After the events of noon, he was now extremely sensitive to money, especially since it was Lu Feng. I will take care of the airfare, you don't need to worry. As for the passport, that can be reimbursed. Processing a passport usually costs less than 200 yuan, and the Harvard University recruitment personnel didn't mind that little amount. After both parties added each other on WeChat, he directly transferred 200 yuan to Lu Feng. After the transfer was successful, the Harvard University recruitment personnel sent another message. Then we'll set off tonight. However, as soon as the message was sent, a red exclamation mark popped up in the chat box. You and the other party are not friends. Please add WeChat to continue communication. Upon seeing this line of text, in an instant, the Harvard University recruitment personnel felt a darkness before his eyes and nearly fell to the ground. Nearby, several foreigners were also dumbfounded at this scene. They tried to contact Lu Feng again, but the result was, sent a message, no reply. Making a phone call, but no one answers. In an instant, the foreigners were furious. This bastard, scamming us for such a small amount? Damn Lu Feng, you won't have a good end. All the foreigners were cursing angrily. They didn't care about the money, but being scammed twice by a middle school student made them feel like fools. If this got back to the beautiful country, how would they show their faces? Soon after, they approached Li Fu, pulled out the chat records, and said, Officer, look, this time Lu Feng is blatantly scamming us. The chat records are right here. Can we arrest Lu Feng now? Li Fu and his colleagues nearly burst out laughing upon seeing the chat records, their lips twitching uncontrollably. Then, Li Fu straightened his expression and said seriously, Sorry, according to our dragon country's laws and regulations, we cannot file a case unless the amount is over 2,000 yuan. Li Fu held back his laughter as he spoke. What? The foreigners were stunned. Then, one of them gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He immediately took out his phone, opened a payment app, and entered Lu Feng's phone number. Sure enough, a user named Lu Feng popped up. He directly transferred 1,800 yuan to Lu Feng and then, with red eyes, said to Li Fu, Now it's over 2,000 yuan, can we arrest him now? At that moment, a notification pinged on the screen. Lu Feng has initiated a transfer of 1 yuan to you. Seeing this transfer record, the foreigner's eyes nearly popped out. As it turned out, it was still not enough to reach 2,000 yuan, and the police station still couldn't file a case. They didn't expect Lu Feng to be so knowledgeable about the law. The foreigners were furious. He tried to transfer money to Lu Feng again, but it showed that he had been blocked, and the transfer failed. In an instant, the special recruitment personnel from Harvard were so enraged they jumped 3 feet high, nearly exploding with anger at the police station. Bastard! This bastard! Damn Lu Feng, you're driving me crazy! At this moment, Li Fu and his colleagues could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The Harvard special recruitment personnel asked through gritted teeth. Realizing he had lost his composure, Li Fu quickly regained his serious demeanor. He then sat up straight, expressionless, and said, Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Now, let's not even mention that it's not enough to file a case with less than 2,000 yuan. Just your previous action of actively transferring money doesn't solidify the other party's guilt. So, everyone, how about considering downloading an anti-fraud app? Li Fu raised a QR code and asked, Download what? The foreigners shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the other special recruitment personnel followed him and left the office in unison. As soon as they left, the room erupted with thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha, this group of silly foreigners is killing me. Li Fu laughed so hard he was slapping his thigh. His colleagues were also laughing uncontrollably. Hearing the laughter, the Harvard special recruitment personnel immediately pushed the door open and turned back. His gaze was cold, surveying his territory like a fierce tiger. Inside the room, Li Fu sat at his desk, expressionless, looking at him and asking, Excuse me, foreign friend, do you have any other business? Nothing. Seeing this, the foreigner gritted his teeth in anger. He then closed the door and left the office. As soon as the door closed, laughter erupted again from inside. Ha 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 ha. The Harvard special recruitment personnel couldn't be bothered anymore, and a few of them went straight downstairs to the police station. Fuck. I've lived so many years and have never suffered such a loss. This is simply a great humiliation. No way, I absolutely cannot swallow this anger. At this moment, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the Harvard special recruitment personnel as he said, "Since Lu Feng is unwilling to study abroad, then we will forcibly take him away. Once we get to the beautiful country, without a green card, he will be an illegal resident. At that time, he won't have a choice but to listen to us." As soon as these words were spoken, the other foreigners showed signs of fear on their faces. This isn't very good, is it? This is kidnapping, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the recruitment officer from Harker snorted coldly and said, "You don't need to worry about it. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility." With his assurance, the few foreigners immediately seemed invigorated, rolling up their sleeves to start plotting an audacious kidnapping scheme. At No. 13 Middle School, Class 8 of the 3rd year. Just as Lu Feng was reading a finance book, the final bell rang for the last class. Lu Yun walked into the classroom holding a textbook. "Class, today is my last day teaching you. Tomorrow, the teacher will be leaving, and from now on, we can only hope to meet again by chance." Due to changes in the hunting mission, there would be no surveillance on Lu Feng for the time being, and to wait for Lu Feng to hand over the lithography machine and medical skills, they would have to wait until he went to university. Under these circumstances, Lu Yun saw no reason to continue staying at No. 13 Middle School. "Teacher, I will miss you so much. Teacher, please don't go, woo woo woo." The classmates in the class expressed their reluctance, especially some of the boys, who nearly wiped their noses in tears. At this moment, Lu Yun looked at Lu Feng and found him engrossed in a book. "Lu Feng, did you hear what the teacher said?" Lu Yun asked curiously. Hearing his name called, Lu Feng immediately looked up and reflexively said, "Teacher, the answer to this question is C." Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt a bit disappointed and said, "It's okay, you can sit down." "Oh, okay." Lu Feng lowered his head and continued reading, somewhat surprised. Did he really guess right? Lu Yun sighed and began today's lesson. "Class, take out the mock exam paper from last time and turn it over. The backside also has essential questions, circle all of them for me." As time passed, before long, it was time to leave school. Just as Lu Feng was strolling down the street, suddenly, creak, a van stopped beside him. Immediately, the door opened. 3 burly men wearing stockings on their heads rushed out. "That's him, Lu Feng, right? Damn it, come with us." With that, the 3 men raised their strong arms and charged over menacingly. Lu Feng watched in surprise as their hands were about to reach him. In a critical moment, Lu Feng lightly leaped into the air. With a spinning kick, like autumn wind sweeping away leaves, he sent all 3 men flying several meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed around. The 3 men let out a cry and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Lu Feng smirked, then took out his phone and called Li Fu. "Hey, brotherly, there are 3 thugs at the entrance of No. 13 Middle School trying to attack me. They are already unconscious. Come over and take them away." The next second, Li Fu's excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Got it." After hanging up, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Feng walked home slowly, hands behind his back, like a hidden master in the city. Just as he arrived at the Lu family villa, before he even entered the door, he heard Lu Zhixiang's angry voice. "Damn it, I knew it was that bastard from the Xia family who hired someone to hit Xiao Chun. He's already gone abroad, yet he can still reach into the dragon country, almost turning my son into a vegetable. You all keep an eye on him. If Xiaobo dares to enter the country, I'll be the first to bring people to chop him up." Hearing Lu Zhixiang's voice, Lu Feng pondered. It seemed related to the coma he fell into when he first crossed over. "What's wrong, Dad?" Lu Feng walked into the living room and asked. Lu Zhixiang had just hung up the phone. Seeing his son return, his anger dissipated significantly, and he calmly said, "This is all my and your grandfather's fault. We didn't handle the remnants of the Xia family well back then, and almost let them harm you." "Xia family?" Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued. Lu Zhixiang nodded, sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigar as he said, "You've grown up now, and you're about to go to university. There are some things I need to tell you." It turned out that more than a decade ago, there were 2 powerful underground families in Longwa. One was the Lu family, and the other was the Xia family. At that time, the 2 families were in a fierce struggle, fighting for their lives. Their powers were evenly matched, and they fought for over a decade without a clear outcome. Until one day, the Xia family set their sights on the Tang family, planning to ally with upper-level allies to wipe out the Tang family. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How could the Lu family stand by and watch? Moreover, although the Lu family was not clean, they respected those loyal and brave souls who served the country. What was the status of the Tang family? Their blood was worth more than that of Lu Jianan and Old Master Bai combined. In this situation, even if the Tang family had never helped the Lu family still had to lend a hand. Thus, on that stormy night, a bloody battle unfolded. At this point, Lu Zhixiong let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, your grandfather and I arrived a step too late. By the time we reached the Tang family, their entire family had been nearly slaughtered. Only a little girl and a baby in swaddling clothes were left. In the end, we exhausted all our strength to help them escape. Later, the Xia family was completely uprooted by the sworn brother of the Tang family's head. It is said that his sworn brother is a big shot from a military district. From that point on, our Lu family became the sole power in Longwa. The only regret is that Xia Bo escaped abroad and almost turned you into a vegetable. Damn it. By the end, Lu Zhixiong couldn't help but curse, slamming his hand on the table. Bang! The table HP won. After listening to his father's account, Lu Feng suddenly understood. He hadn't expected the story from over a decade ago in the capital to be so thrilling. Recalling the three big men who had attacked him after school, Lu Feng frowned. Could it be that these three were also sent by the Xia family? At this moment, Lu Zhixiong shook his shoulders and said, "Alright, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. You should hurry back to your room and study. I'm feeling quite angry right now, so I'm going to get a massage with your uncle who." With that, Lu Zhixiong strolled towards the yard. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded and returned to his bedroom. Sitting at his desk, Lu Feng took out a finance book and began to read. Now, all 6 subjects for the college entrance examination were full. Reading more beneficial books to increase his skills was the way to go. Ding! Detected that the host is reading Finance and Wealth. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Financial ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Just as Lu Feng was immersed in the sea of knowledge, suddenly, a notification sound rang out, and his phone received a text message. When Lu Feng opened it, he immediately held his breath. His brows furrowed tightly. The content of the message was an image, and in the image, Li Jingya's mouth was sealed, her hands and feet bound, tears glistening in her eyes. The accompanying text read, "This is your little girlfriend, right? We caught her while she was going to the supermarket to buy ingredients, shouting that she was going to cook for you tomorrow. Ha, bring your passport, see you at Yunhai Dock. Only you are allowed to come. If you dare to report to the police, we will kill her." Upon reading this, Lu Feng's gaze turned icy. A hint of murderous intent arose in his heart. He then stood up, left the bedroom, and quickly headed to the garage. "Young master, where are you going?" "I'll have the driver take you," the butler hurriedly asked upon seeing this. "I don't need it. I'll drive myself," Lu Feng said expressionlessly. He then opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. With a press of the accelerator, the car let out a roar, speeding towards Yunhai Dock like a rocket. At this moment, above the sea, in the dim cargo hold, Li Jingya had been untied, holding a box lunch but had no appetite. Her eyes were red, her face full of grievance, and she occasionally sobbed. Beside her, several foreign university recruitment personnel spoke anxiously. "Little girl, please eat something. Little girl, we had no choice but to kidnap you. Don't cry, little girl. Once Lu Feng arrives in the beautiful country, we'll send you back immediately." The recruitment personnel looked helpless. They had originally intended to kidnap Lu Feng, but who knew this guy was so strong that he kicked 3 of them over? In desperation, they recalled how Lu Feng had walked with this little girl at noon. Considering their close relationship, they decided to target Li Jingya. "I won't eat," Li Jingya said with red eyes. Compared to being kidnapped, what hurt her more was that these people were using her to threaten Lu Feng. What kind of person was Lu Feng? A rich young master, a second-generation heir, his life more precious than gold. He had invented a lithography machine, was exceptionally skilled in medicine, and was admired by the world. But what about her? Coming from a poor family, with average abilities, aside from her studies and looks, she had almost no advantages. In this situation, what reason did Lu Feng have to risk himself for her? To take a risk? Even if she knew Lu Feng wouldn't come to save her. But if such a thing happened, it would be like a patient who had hoped for life suddenly being diagnosed with late-stage cancer. How could Li Jingya not be sad? To say she wasn't disappointed would be utterly impossible. "Why did you kidnap me? Lu Feng would never come for me, woo woo woo." As she spoke, Li Jingya began to cry again, feeling wronged. The foreign university recruitment personnel panicked and rushed to comfort her. "Alright, don't cry, what if he comes? Little girl, believe in yourself, Lu Feng will definitely come." The foreigners reassured her in a flurry. Just then, ding ding, the phone of one of the recruitment personnel rang. He immediately pressed to answer, and an English voice came through. "Lu Feng is here." Upon hearing this, Li Jingya's red eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. Lu Feng came for her. He really came alone? Ha, see, I told you he would come, right? Stop crying, little girl, your boyfriend still loves you, eat something first. The recruitment personnel's face was full of excitement, then he said into the phone, proceed as planned. After hanging up, they knew Lu Feng was highly skilled, so they had prepared 2 cargo ships. One carried Li Jingya as a hostage in front, while the other followed behind with Lu Feng. At Yunhai Dock, on the shore, under the dim lights, Lu Feng stood under a utility pole and asked, "Where are they?" A few foreigners stepped forward and said to Lu Feng, "Miss Li is already on her way to the beautiful country. Rest assured, once we arrive in the beautiful country, I will immediately send her back." One of the foreigners vowed. Upon learning the identity of the kidnappers, Lu Feng's previously furrowed brow relaxed. He had thought it was the Xia family, but it turned out to be recruitment personnel from the beautiful country. Since that was the case, Li Jingya's personal safety was temporarily guaranteed. And now, if he refused, Li Jingya would become an illegal resident in the beautiful country, and no one would want to hire her for part-time work. By then, she would have no hope of survival, only waiting to die in the beautiful country. Thinking of this, Lu Feng calmly said, "I'll go with you, but if Li Jingya is harmed in any way, even if I have to go to the beautiful country, I will annihilate all of you." Lu Feng's tone was very calm, yet, it exuded a powerful sense of oppression, like an invisible giant hand tearing at everyone's hearts. Feeling this force, several foreigners couldn't help but tense up, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Gulp! One of the foreigners swallowed hard. Then he extended his hand, trembling as he said, Lu Feng, please come aboard." Lu Feng coldly glanced at him. Then he walked to the shore and entered another dimly lit cargo ship. Although the foreigners were the ones holding him captive, they appeared to be trying to please him in front of Lu Feng. "Rest assured, Lu Feng, once we arrive in the beautiful country, we will treat you well." "That's right, the conditions we proposed earlier still stand: full scholarship, professor position, green card, and all the benefits will be yours. Lu Feng, someone of your talent should develop in the beautiful country. I guarantee your future will be incredibly bright." Listening to the flattery from the foreigners, Lu Feng showed no interest at all. He silently sat there, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the foreigners hurriedly approached, fanning him with small fans, fearing that Lu Feng's brilliant mind might overheat. As the cargo ship sped towards the center of the ocean, the night passed quickly. When the sun rose again, a brand new day arrived. At this moment, the Lu family villa was in chaos. The sound of Lu Zhixion's curses echoed in the yard. "Damn it, you all are useless. A bunch of you can't even keep track of a high school student? Keep searching for me. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into Yunhai City, I want that young master found." Lu Zhixion was like an ant on a hot pan. How could he not be anxious? For so many years, Lu Feng had never stayed out all night. Today was the first time. Moreover, he had asked all the bars, internet cafes, and hotels in Yunhai City, but there was no sign of Lu Feng. Beside him, Lu Guolan was crying, tears streaming down her face, pointing at Lu Zhixiong and scolding, "It's all your fault, you bastard," insisting on that dead end. "If anything happens to Xiaochen, I will fight you, woo woo woo." Hearing this, Lu Zhixiong's face showed fear, the scars on his body faintly aching. He hugged Lu Guolan's shoulders, comforting her, "All right, stop crying, Xiaochen hasn't been found yet. He's such a big person, I refuse to believe he can just disappear." In the capital city, at the deer hunting organization base, a huge conference room was filled with hundreds of members. At that moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Tang Ching walked in. "Comrades, although the deer hunting mission is temporarily on hold, we cannot rest. Recently, the scams in northern Myanmar have become increasingly rampant, shattering thousands of families, and countless citizens have lost their lives in northern Myanmar. So during this time, we need to assist our comrades in northern Myanmar to complete the undercover mission." After saying this, Tang Chun walked down. Immediately, a man in a hat stepped up, turned on the projector, and said, "According to our investigation, the most notorious organization in the northern Myanmar scam group is the Xia family group. The group's boss, Xia Qingfeng, not only harms our citizens but also swindles their money. Moreover, his father, Xia Bo, was once a notorious criminal in the Dragon Country. I believe Miss Tang knows this person." Upon hearing this name, Tang Qing's eyes widened instantly. How could she not know this remnant of the Xia family that exterminated the Tang family? It was one thing to escape abroad. She never expected that now, his son was scamming in northern Myanmar, continuing to harm her fellow citizens. These two father and son are truly despicable. Tang Qing clenched her fists and cursed. At this moment, the man in the hat continued, "The existence of the Xia family group in northern Myanmar is like a cash cow, continuously providing funding for the Xia family. Xia Bo's son, Xia Qingfeng, is not only ruthless but also extremely cautious in his thinking. We have sent many comrades one after another, and all have met a tragic end at his hands. I know that everyone present is an elite undercover agent, so I can only ask for your help." After saying this, Uncle Hat bowed to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open. The next moment, Lu Yun walked in, raised her hand, and said, "I am willing to go undercover." Seeing Lu Yun, Tang Qing was slightly taken aback and then said, "Yuner, you just completed the task of monitoring Lu Feng, and you still have a month of annual leave. During this time, you should rest well, there's no rush to take on a mission." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled boldly and said, "Sister Qing, you know I can't sit still, staying at home is worse than death. Now that there's finally an opportunity to stretch my legs, how can I let it slip away? No, I must go." Seeing that she was determined to participate in this mission, Tang Qing sighed and nodded helplessly. "All right, is there anyone else who wants to go?" Tang Qing looked at the people behind her. Then, four more comrades stood up, expressing their willingness to go. Tang Qing saw this and spoke with a strong voice, "Then everyone pack up, we will set off today." Meanwhile, on the sea's surface, just as two cargo ships were sailing towards Malaysia, suddenly, several boats sped towards them. The personnel from Haektae were puzzled and said, "That's not right, according to the schedule. The people from Malaysia won't come to pick us up until tomorrow, and then we'll transfer to the beautiful country. Could it be the maritime police from Long Country?" As soon as this was said, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and became tense. However, when these boats approached and they saw the identity of the other party, they were all stunned. Good news, they were not the maritime police from Long Country. Bad news, it seemed to be pirates. What bad luck, how could we encounter these people on our first attempt at smuggling? The personnel from Haektae said in despair. The expressions of the other foreigners were also filled with terror. If it were the maritime police from Long Country, at least their personal safety wouldn't be threatened. But with pirates, anything could happen. Before long, a dozen boats tightly surrounded the two cargo ships. Then, armed Asian men rushed onto the cargo ship. "Don't move! Damn, another group of smugglers. Finally, some fresh blood has arrived in the park, ha ha ha." A group of people laughed and joked. Meanwhile, all the foreigners were so scared that they froze, kneeling on the ground and trembling. At this moment, a personnel from Haektae mustered up his courage and stepped forward, saying, "There are $10 million in the account. If you let us go, all the money is yours. To be honest, we are all from the beautiful country. And right now, we are taking a very important talent to the beautiful country. Please be lenient." Saying this, the personnel from Haektae straightened his collar, looking proud. But the next second, the leading Asian man kicked him to the ground and scolded, "Be lenient, my ass. So what if you're from the beautiful country? Isn't smuggling illegal? $10 million? I'll take you away, and the money will still be mine. Get the boat moving." The leading Asian man waved his hand. Then, the cargo ship carrying Lu Feng and Li Jingya turned around and slowly headed towards northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar BGM, Northern Myanmar, a country known as the paradise for scammers. Almost every minute, someone dies an untimely death. Most of the dead are people from Long Country who were deceived for various reasons. Among them are farmers working abroad, high-achieving students studying overseas, and beautiful women lured by money. Northern Myanmar port. Two cargo ships were docked at the shore. Immediately, under the escort of a dozen armed men from northern Myanmar, Lu Feng, Li Jingya, and a group of specially recruited personnel from foreign universities stepped off the deck. Looking around at the single-story houses and the backward scenery, Lu Feng was bewildered. What the hell is going on? How did I end up in northern Myanmar after just a nap? Lu Feng. At that moment, Li Jingya ran over. She tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve, her tone somewhat reproachful. "You're so silly, they asked you to come save me, and you just came." Hearing this, Lu Feng straightened his expression and smiled, "Because I like eating the scrambled eggs you make." Upon hearing this, Li Jingya's eyes widened in surprise, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, looking shy. "Is it just because you like scrambled eggs?" Li Jingya asked bashfully. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lu Feng chuckled and continued, "The pork tenderloin you made last time was also pretty good." Li Jingya. The surrounding men from northern Myanmar couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Are you two filming a romance here? Can you at least show us some respect? Damn it, it's painful for a single dog to watch this. I might just shoot you two later." "Don't! Our young master Xia loves watching this kind of drama." "True, you two just keep showing off your love, and we'll see how you cry later. Ha ha ha." Several men from northern Myanmar chattered away. Hearing their words, Li Jingya tightened her grip on Lu Feng's shirt. "Lu Feng, I'm a bit scared." Lu Feng patted her hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm here." Seeing this, the men from northern Myanmar could no longer stand it. All right, put hoods on them, I'm about to throw up," said a man who looked like the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng, Li Jingya, and all the foreigners were put on black hoods, plunging them into darkness where they could see nothing. Damn it, now we can't see anything, right? Still letting you show off your love? The northern Myanmar leader cursed. Under the guidance of the men, everyone quickly made their way to a bus. Since they couldn't see anything, they were all helped onto the bus one by one. Li Jingya was the first to be helped onto the bus. When it was Lu Feng's turn, he opened his golden eye, waved his hand, and said, "It's fine, I can get on by myself." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Feng, wearing the black hood, walked straight to Li Jingya and sat down beside her. "With me by your side, don't worry," Lu Feng reassured her. "The men from northern Myanmar? The foreigners? He can see through this? He must have found his way by smell, right?" The northern Myanmar leader took off Lu Feng's hood, put it on his own head, looked left and right, and found no holes. He then put it back on Lu Feng. "Damn it, you really found your way by smell. What a sensitive nose," the leader cursed and turned to leave. Once everyone was seated, the bus slowly started and headed towards their destination. The journey was extremely bumpy, with dirt roads, cement roads, and even shallow water roads. After passing through all kinds of terrain, the bus soon stopped in front of a factory called Xiagru Park. The factory looked quite large, about 500 to 600 square meters, with 3 or 4 floors. At the entrance, 2 guards with AK-47s vigilantly watched the surroundings. When they saw the bus stop at the gate, they waved their hands and opened the large door. Immediately, Lu Feng and the others got off the bus and removed their hoods. When the foreigners saw Xiagru Park, several of them trembled in fear, nearly scared to death. "Oh my god, this is the infamous northern Myanmar Park? No, no, no. I want to go back to the beautiful country, please let me go." Several foreigners pleaded desperately. The captain of the Myanmar North team watched this with a cold smile and said, "Beautiful country people, bah, scared to this extent." After cursing, under his lead, everyone entered the legendary Myanmar North Industrial Zone. As soon as they entered, they heard a series of miserable cries from the surrounding floors, mixed with the sound of electric currents. In addition, there were sounds of whips cracking and deafening gunshots. At this moment, the foreigners' legs trembled as if the ground was electrified, almost shaking off their toenails. In contrast, Lu Feng appeared calm. It wasn't that Lu Feng was particularly bold, he was just used to it. Compared to the punishments for traitors in the Lu family, these noises were simply child's play. The Lu family had endured for so many years, naturally having their own rules, and their punishments were chilling. The captain of the Myanmar North team saw this and couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Damn it, really can act tough. Let's see if you can keep it up later." After cursing fiercely, the captain led them into the factory on the first floor. As soon as they entered, a spacious, dusty area came into view. Inside the room, hundreds of people from the Dragon Country, dressed in yellow prison uniforms, were constantly making phone calls. "Hello, uncle, I really need money right now. Don't worry, I promise to pay you back within a month." "Hello, second uncle, you can invest in this project. As long as you invest money, you'll be the major shareholder. Just wait for the profit sharing at the end of the year." "Grandpa, I've spent all my living expenses this month. Can you send me another 200,000? I really didn't take drugs. Please just send me the money." "Ah, I'll call right now. Please don't hit me. Let me go. Woo woo woo." These people's job was, without exception, to get money, or rather, to find ways to scam money from relatives and friends. And beside each person stood a guard holding a whip and an electric baton. If they stopped making calls or failed to get money, they would suffer inhumane torture. "Oh, new friends have arrived, ha ha ha." At that moment, laughter rang out from the escalator on the second floor. Looking up, one could see a stylishly dressed man wearing sunglasses, adorned with luxurious accessories, leaning against the railing. He looked excitedly at Lu Feng and Li Jingya, clapping his hands continuously. "Young Master Xia! Young Master Xia!" The captain of the Myanmar North team and others lowered their heads, speaking respectfully. Indeed, this person was the boss of the Xia Group's industrial zone, the former archenemy of the Lu family, the son of Xia Bo, Xia Qingfeng. He jogged down to the first floor, looking at everyone with great interest, and said with a smile, "Please rest assured, I am a very amiable person. I have no other requirements for you, just 3 points. First, be able to make money. Second, be obedient. Third, no running away. As long as you meet these 3 points, we can definitely be good friends." Ha ha ha. Xia Qingfeng laughed heartily, seeming a bit unhinged. Just as his words fell, a prisoner from the Dragon Country broke through the encirclement of the guards and rushed forward. "Young Master Xia! Young Master Xia! I have completed the performance target of 20 million as you requested. I've borrowed from all my relatives and friends, even sold my house. May I ask, can I be released now?" The Dragon Countryman said excitedly. From his appearance, he looked well-maintained, giving off a youthful vibe, suggesting his family might have some money. Xia Qingfeng glanced at him, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Then he patted the man's shoulder and smiled. I am a man of my word. Since you completed the task, of course you can leave. After saying that, he turned to the man's guard and asked, how long did he talk on the phone to achieve this performance? The supervisor did not dare to be negligent and immediately replied, it took about 10 days in total, and 5 days ago, he had already achieved 20 million in performance, and in the following 5 days, he hasn't earned a single penny. Oh, upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng showed a look of sudden realization. He then turned his head and revealed a sinister smile to the captain of the Myanmar North team, send him away. As soon as these words were spoken, the man from the Dragon Country displayed an expression of overwhelming joy, as if he had won $1 billion lottery, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Xia. Thank you, young Master Xia. Your great kindness, I will never forget. Looking at the grateful Dragon Countryman, Xiao Qingfeng still maintained a stiff smile. The next second, the captain of the Myanmar North team took the man out of the factory. The personnel from the Hackett recruitment team saw this scene as if they had seen the dawn of hope, excitedly saying, as long as we complete the 20 million quota, we can be released? Great! I can complete it right now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng burst into laughter, then patted his shoulder and said, everyone's quota is different, you need 200 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the Hackett recruiter's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of astonishment. What? 200 million? Just as he finished speaking, a chilling scream echoed from the factory entrance behind them. No! No! Everyone turned to look. They saw the Dragon Countryman from earlier being pinned to the ground by several people. The next second, a man in a white coat, holding a syringe as thick as an arm, approached him. In the shocked gaze of everyone, the man went from having a rosy complexion to turning pale, and then to lying on the ground, completely silent. Finally, he lay there like a puddle of mud, utterly lifeless. Seeing this scene, the foreigners were stunned, their eyes filled with fear. They trembled all over, cold sweat running down their backs. At this moment, they realized that the reason Myanmar North was called hell was that the people here were not regarded as human beings but as tools for making money. Once they could no longer borrow money, their final value would be their blood and internal organs. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter, startling everyone. He excitedly shook his arms and said, don't think too much, this person broke the rules before, so he was punished. Don't worry, as long as you all honestly complete the performance I require, you will naturally be released. If this had been said a minute ago, a few foreigners might have believed it, but now, they would rather believe that trees could grow pigs. Come on, my friends, let me show you around the second floor. After saying this, Xiao Qingfeng danced and swayed as he walked toward the second floor. When everyone arrived on the second floor, they saw it resembled a super large internet cafe, with computers arranged neatly. Each computer had a person sitting in front of it, typing away on the keyboard. Welcome to the technology department. Those who can work here are all talents. Not only do they receive a salary every month, but they can also enjoy the same benefits as the supervisors. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, a man sitting in front of a computer suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, I hit a big order. I hit a big order. 50 million. A full 50 million. As the man shouted, the supervisor sitting at the main computer in the center of the second floor walked over to him. When the supervisor reached the man's side, he first looked down at his computer. Then, he straightened up and applauded, saying, Congratulations, K07, for successfully completing a 50 million blockbuster order this quarter, earning a commission of 1 million. When the supervisor finished speaking, clap clap. Everyone around stood up, and a thunderous applause erupted, their palms turning red. Then, a woman with a graceful figure pushed a small cart covered with a red cloth over. When the red cloth was lifted, stacks of cash appeared before everyone's eyes. This is your bonus, the woman smiled. So much money. I've struck it rich, ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man who had just made a big sale picked up the cash and scattered it in the air, rolling joyfully on the ground. Xiao Qingfeng smiled gently and said to Lu Feng and the others, Did you see that? This is the treatment in the technical department. Not only are the benefits good, but the commission is also high, much better than jobs outside the park. The recruitment personnel from Hakit brightened up, as if they saw hope for life again. He immediately raised his hand, eager to say, I have some research in computers and am willing to work in the technical department and accept your assessment. The technical department was indeed much more appealing than the first floor. No matter what, it was better than being broke and getting drawn into the second dimension by a syringe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng let out a hysterical laugh. Then, the supervisor on the second floor waved his hand. Xiao Chang, come here. The person named Xiao Chang, upon hearing his master's call, sauntered over. Young Master Xia. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, crossing his arms and asking, If I'm not mistaken, today is the last day of this quarter. Who came in last this time? Upon hearing the master's question, Xiao Chang pointed to the man who had just made a big sale and said, "It's him. This quarter's total performance is about 75 million, and he ranks last." As soon as this was said, all the foreigners widened their eyes in horror. 75 million, and he was actually in last place? How much did the people ahead earn? And how much commission did they get? The recruitment personnel from Hakit gradually became excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. It seemed they felt a sense of regret for not coming to work here sooner. But the next moment, the scene before them made all the foreigners abandon that thought. Xia Qingfeng immediately pulled out a handgun and pulled the trigger at the cheering man. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the man who had been wildly throwing money suddenly froze, his whole body stiffening in place. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. A few seconds later, the man fell over, crashing heavily onto the cash. Blood stained the ground. Xia Qingfeng blew on the gun's muzzle, smugly saying, "How about that? My shooting skills are not bad, right?" Seeing such a scene, the Hakit recruitment personnel looked terrified, their eyes hollow. He opened his mouth wide, falling into deep despair, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "No!" Hearing his desperate cry, Xia Qingfeng showed an expression of enjoyment, laughing and slapping his thigh. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the foreigners truly understood what it meant to be in northern Myanmar. What it meant to be perverse. The last show, third floor. After laughing, Xia Qingfeng bounced ahead. The captain from northern Myanmar followed behind with a gun. Lu Feng and the others were sandwiched in the middle, slowly heading to the third floor. When they arrived on the third floor, they saw that the environment here was much more elegant than the 2 floors below. The large floor only had a dozen square tables. Beside each table stood a somewhat attractive woman, with a camera in front of them. The women faced the camera, smiling, gracefully distributing playing cards. The third floor has 2 things that all men in the world love: beautiful women and money. Each game is automatically controlled by machines. You can only win, never lose. A single table can have daily profits exceeding tens of millions. And these beautiful dealers only need to stand there to earn a pure 5% commission. At this, Xia Qingfeng turned to Li Jingya and leered, "So, little beauty, are you feeling tempted?" Sensing the lewd gaze from him, Li Jingya took a couple of steps back in fear, lowering her head and saying nothing. The foreigners beside them also lost their earlier excitement. It wasn't because they couldn't become dealers, but after the first 2 floors, they understood the nature of northern Myanmar. These dealer girls were bound to meet a bad end. Their lives would be lost. What use was money then? However, this time, it seemed they had miscalculated. Xia Qingfeng waved to one of the girls in a red robe. "Xiao Chang, come here." Immediately, the girl named Xiao Qing ran over. Boss Xiao Chang called out in a sweet voice, making the foreigner's bones feel weak. "You just returned from visiting your family, how is everything at home?" Xia Qingfeng asked with a smile. Xiao Chang nodded excitedly, saying, "Yes, thanks to you, everything is great. I brought back tens of millions, helped my parents buy a house in the big city, and even got them a luxury car. Now all my relatives praise me for being capable," Xiao Qing said with a face full of excitement. Hearing her words, the foreigners were stunned. "Can you go home and take money out? Could it be this is the gender difference?" At this moment, Xia Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Not bad, really great. By the way, the quarterly evaluation just ended on the 2nd floor, and I need you to take good care of the top 10 outstanding employees," Xia Qingfeng said gently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng hesitated and slowly said, "Boss, did you forget? I just took care of the top 20 employees on the 1st floor yesterday. I'm not feeling well right now. How about you let me rest for 2 days, or send someone else?" Xiao Qing said timidly. As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Xia Qingfeng's face vanished, and his expression turned sinister. In the next moment, he pulled out a gun and shot Xiao Qing in the head without hesitation. Bang! Ah! In an instant, the other beautiful dealers screamed in terror. At this distance, the scene was undoubtedly horrific. Even the captain from northern Myanmar widened his eyes, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Slurp! Xia Qingfeng licked the gun. Then he turned to the captain from northern Myanmar and said, "Call the dog." Once the captain regained his senses, his face turned ashen. Yes, yes. At that moment, all the foreigners were utterly despairing. They were so frightened that they lost their minds, their hearts breaking, and they were about to wet themselves. Everyone truly realized that once they entered the northern Myanmar park, there was no hope of leaving alive. The only thing they could do was to maximize their value and survive a few more days. But even so, they could not escape the fate of death. Thinking of this, several foreigners knelt before Xia Qingfeng, pleading continuously, "Young Master Xia, please spare me, I'm willing to give you more money. Young Master Xia, I have old friends and young ones depending on me. I'm impotent and haven't recovered. Please have mercy and let me go." Whoa, I don't want to die, please spare my life. Several foreigners wiped their noses in tears. Looking at these people like drowning dogs, Xia Qingfeng's desires were thoroughly satisfied. He let out a mad laugh again. Ha ha ha, so good. I love this feeling, Xia Qingfeng said with his eyes closed. But at that moment, he felt something was off and immediately opened his eyes to look at Lu Feng. He suddenly remembered that since entering the factory, this person had been expressionless and utterly fearless. Even after experiencing so much, he remained calm and composed, his face as still as water. Xia Qingfeng couldn't help but become interested and quickly asked, "Aren't you even a little afraid?" Before Lu Feng could answer, the captain from northern Myanmar hurriedly complained, "Young Master Xia, you don't know, these two just got off the boat and have been showing off their affection nonstop. The scene, the dialogue, it was just so cheesy. And they were acting all tough, saying they weren't afraid of this place at all and that they wanted to protect the girl." Young Master Xia, isn't this exactly what you like? The captain from northern Myanmar revealed a sinister smile. Hearing his description, Xia Qingfeng trembled with excitement, as if he had just heard the most exhilarating news in the world. I love those fearless people the most. Every time they arrive here, they are unafraid, even arrogant. Until the end, when they kneel on the ground like dogs begging me, nothing feels more fulfilling than that. As he spoke, Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Feng, revealing a chilling smile as he continued. But compared to fearlessness, I prefer love. Because love can give rise to fearlessness. A boy willing to sacrifice his life to protect a girl, what a touching story. But I don't want your life. I want you to watch as I destroy the girl you love. I want you to see how I torment the girl you love. After saying this, Xia Qingfeng waved his hand impatiently. Lock them up. Let them enjoy their last moments together. I'll go take a shower first, and later send this girl to my room. The captain from northern Myanmar quickly nodded, yes. Immediately after, Lu Feng and Li Jingya were locked in a dirty room by themselves. As for the foreigners, they were all locked up next door. Lu Feng, I'm sorry, I've gotten you into trouble, Li Jingya said with red eyes. In the empty room, her sobs echoed. Hearing this, Lu Feng remained unfazed and said calmly, Jingya, take off your jacket. Ha! Li Jingya was momentarily stunned by Lu Feng's words. After hesitating for a few seconds, she seemed to make a significant decision, biting her lip and resolutely taking off her jacket. I am willing, Li Jingya said with determination in her eyes. After taking off her jacket, she placed her hands on her half-sleeve, preparing to continue undressing. Lu Feng was taken aback and quickly stopped her. One piece is enough. Ha! Li Jingya was once again dumbfounded. She had no idea what Lu Feng meant. Put on my clothes, wear the hat, and don't show your face later. Lu Feng handed her his jacket. Okay. Realizing she had misunderstood, Li Jingya's face turned crimson, her eyes filled with shyness. After exchanging jackets, Li Jingya put on the hat, facing the wall, completely covering her face. Lu Feng also put on a hat and gently brushed his hand over his face. In the next moment, he transformed into Li Jingya's appearance. Just then, bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. The captain from northern Myanmar appeared at the doorway, looking at Lu Feng with a lewd smile. Hey girl, it's time, come with me. Lu Feng did not hesitate and stood up to follow him out. When the door closed again, inside the room, Li Jingya showed a look of surprise. Lu Feng followed the captain from northern Myanmar up to the 4th floor. Here, compared to the 3 floors below, it was like the difference between heaven and hell. An open-air swimming pool, a sauna, luxurious private rooms, a veritable sky garden. Soon, under the captain's lead, Lu Feng entered a clean little room. The room was very dark. Without turning on the light, one could hardly see the situation inside. When the captain turned on the light, it revealed only a bed and a chair in the room. Beside the bed was a collection of indescribable toys. Directly in front was a professional camera. Lu Feng had just entered. Following him, Xia Qingfeng, wrapped in a bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine, walked in. Bang! The door closed tightly. Only Xia Qingfeng and Lu Feng remained in the room. In the face of such a scene, you're not afraid at all. No wonder your boyfriend likes you. Ah, I love this feeling, Xia Qingfeng exclaimed excitedly. Lu Feng said nothing, simply standing there quietly. Xia Qingfeng swirled the wine in his glass, dancing joyfully as he moved closer to Lu Feng. When he reached behind Lu Feng, preparing to undo his clothes, the next second, Lu Feng swiftly turned around and delivered a heavy punch. Boom! Ah! Xia Qingfeng was caught off guard, letting out a scream as he collapsed to the ground. Outside, the captain of the Myanmar North team and a few underlings heard the commotion inside. They exchanged glances, revealing lewd smiles. Young Master Xia is getting more and more perverse. That girl will probably be driven crazy. Ha ha ha. After knocking Xia Qingfeng out, Lu Feng lightly brushed his hand, transforming into his appearance. He then put on his bathrobe, holding Li Jingya's coat. Turning off the lights, he staggered out. Young Master Xia, young master, you finished so quickly? One of the underlings at the door said with a wicked grin. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, damn, it was boring, so I left it for you to play with. Don't turn on the lights, so others don't see and think I'm biased. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Myanmar North team and a few underlings looked as if they had eaten honey, their smiles extremely bright. Oh, young master Xia, you really are my dad. Don't worry, young master, if we break him, you can kill me. After saying this, the group charged into the dark room like fierce tigers. Before long, excited voices could be heard from inside. Ha, little sister, big brother is here. Wow, quite fit, looks like you go to the gym often. Ha, wait, why is it a guy? A guy? Damn, isn't that even better? Damn, since young master Xia has spoken, whether it's a guy or a girl, even if it's a pig, I won't let it go. As events unfolded, soon the room was filled with Xia Qingfeng's heart-wrenching roars. Ah! Inside the small dark room, screams echoed endlessly. In addition, there were the excited voices of the Myanmar North captain and his men. Oh yeah, male sign, so awesome. Ah! Half an hour passed. The noise gradually faded. The door opened, and the Myanmar North captain and a few underlings walked out with satisfied expressions. They stood at the door, lighting a cigarette. Damn, it's been a long time since it's been this intense. I've been holding back for 2 years. Today was just too great. Damn, let's take a break. We'll continue later. Just as they were savoring the moment, the door was pushed open again. There stood Xia Qingfeng, bruised and battered, covering his backside, his face filled with despair as he walked out. His gait was uneven, his posture extremely strange. The Myanmar North captain heard the door open, didn't even turn his head, and cursed, damn it, he can still walk out. Looks like I went easy on him. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Qingfeng pointed at them and shouted, I'll fuck you all. You've all rebelled, damn beasts, even I can't play? Upon hearing this, the Myanmar North captain and his underlings immediately turned around. When they saw Xia Qingfeng's miserable state, in an instant, they tightened up, their eyes wide with horror, and the cigarettes they were holding fell to the ground. Xia, young master Xia, how is it you? It's impossible. I saw you walk out earlier, and I thought the one inside was that girl without clothes. They spoke in a panicked tone, everyone drenched in sweat. They had inexplicably gotten the prince into that situation. If this got out, they would be laughed at mercilessly. Xia Qingfeng gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, shut the hell up. That girl knocked me out with one punch. When did I ever walk out? I can see you all have been dissatisfied with me for a long time, so you took the chance to get back at me. Xia Qingfeng was fuming, leaving home at a young age, only to return as an adult. The chrysanthemum had turned into a sunflower. If his father, far away in the beautiful country, found out, it would ruin the family's reputation for generations. The captain of the Myanmar North team and the others were so scared they knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Young Master Xia, please calm down. We really didn't know it was you lying inside. Yeah, otherwise, even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any ill intentions towards you. Seeing the few of them in such a state, Xia Qingfeng didn't pursue the matter further. He recalled how Li Jingya had knocked him out with one punch. Xia Qingfeng picked up his gun, filled with rage, and said, damn it, I'm going to kill that pair of scumbags right now. After saying that, he went back inside to change his clothes, then awkwardly headed towards the 3rd floor. Seeing this, the captain of the Myanmar North team and the others hurriedly followed. 3rd floor, holding room. Lu Feng knew it wouldn't be long before the truth came out, so he didn't continue causing trouble with this face but returned to the place where Li Jingya was held. Arriving at the door, he gently brushed his hand across his face. He transformed back into his original appearance. Then, with a bang, he pushed open the door. Inside, Li Jingya trembled all over, her face showing fear as she nervously stared at the doorway. When she saw it was Lu Feng, still in a bathrobe, her heart finally relaxed. She rushed forward, looking at Lu Feng with a pained expression, saying, Lu Feng, you have suffered. I didn't expect that person to be so perverted, actually liking men. You must have endured inhumane torment, right? Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head and said, it's fine, he didn't do anything to me. Hurry and change back into your clothes. Oh, okay. Li Jingya didn't dare to delay, quickly taking the coat and putting it on. Lu Feng also changed back into his clothes. Just as the two finished changing, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. The next second, Xia Qingfeng walked in with a face full of murderous intent. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Li Jingya and Lu Feng, raising a pitch-black gun, his tone vicious, scumbags, I'm going to blow you both away right now, sending you to your deaths together. Ah! Li Jingya screamed in fright. Immediately, she stepped forward, positioning her body in front of Lu Feng. Embracing Lu Feng, she closed her eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Seeing Li Jingya trying to shield him from the bullet, Lu Feng was slightly surprised. He then composed himself and looked at Xiao Qingfeng, shaking his head. Another late-stage stomach cancer. Sigh. If not treated soon, there really will be no hope. Xiao Qingfeng raised his gun. Hearing the words late-stage stomach cancer, Xiao Qingfeng's expression froze, asking, "What do you mean?" Lu Feng pointed at him, his expression calm as he said, "Late-stage stomach cancer, liver cirrhosis, some inflammation in the lungs, and erectile dysfunction." Hearing Lu Feng list all his ailments one by one, and getting them all right, Xiao Qingfeng's expression turned to shock, a hint of disbelief showing on his face. He indeed had late-stage stomach cancer. The doctor had told him he had at most 6 months to live. When he first heard this news, Xiao Qingfeng nearly went mad. What was the use of having hundreds of billions in wealth? He had a terminal illness but no life to enjoy it. Even in death, he couldn't take it with him. In the face of life, everything seemed worthless. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Qingfeng gradually became deranged. The words of Lu Feng echoed in his ears. If he didn't get treated, there would be no hope. That meant, Xiao Qingfeng put down the handgun and asked coldly, "Do you have a way to save me?" Lu Feng snapped his fingers, "No problem. My ancestor developed a secret recipe for treating stomach cancer hundreds of years ago. If you don't believe me, you can open your phone and search for the words Divine Doctor of the Dragon Country." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Then, with a look of joy, he exclaimed excitedly, "You are the Divine Doctor of the Dragon Country?" He had long heard of the title. When he was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, Xiao Qingfeng had wanted to go to the Dragon Country to find the Divine Doctor to extend his life. However, the Xia family had already been issued a red notice by the Dragon Country. As long as they dared to set foot in the Dragon Country, they would be arrested by the police within half a day and ultimately thrown into prison. He had tried to have someone buy medicine for him, but it seemed the Divine Doctor could see through everything. He could tell at a glance whether someone was sick or not. Those who were not sick would not receive any medicine from the Divine Doctor. He had also tried to find a patient with stomach cancer to seek medicine for himself, but as mentioned earlier, in the face of life, everything else seemed worthless. As a result, those patients with stomach cancer, after obtaining the medicine, gave up the hundreds of millions in rewards Xiao Qingfeng offered and took the medicine themselves. In this situation, Xiao Qingfeng looked at Lu Feng as if he saw a glimmer of hope, invigorated, and said, "If you can really cure my illness, I promise, half of all the profits from the entire park will go to you." "No, I'll give you all of it, not a single cent for myself," Xiao Qingfeng said excitedly, swearing an oath. Just then, the captain of the Myanmar North team and several of his subordinates came up, pointing at Lu Feng aggressively and said, "Damn it, young Master Xia, you don't need to lift a finger. Let me finish him off." "Exactly. How can such trash dirty your hands?" As he spoke, the captain of the Myanmar North team stepped forward, ready to attack Lu Feng. Xiao Qingfeng shot him a glance and kicked him several meters away, cursing, "Get the hell out of here, you useless piece of trash." The captain of the Myanmar North team was kicked to the ground, lying there in a daze. What was happening? At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng walked up to Lu Feng and respectfully said, "Divine Doctor, just tell me what medicinal materials you need, and I'll send someone to buy them." Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Bring me paper and a pen." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze to his subordinate beside him. The cold look made the subordinate feel a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. The next second, Xiao Qingfeng pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into his thigh. "Put! Ah!" The subordinate cried out in pain, clutching his thigh, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. But that wasn't the end. Xiao Qingfeng gripped the dagger tightly, twisting it until blood gushed out like a fountain, and then pulled it out. At this moment, the subordinate's lips had turned pale, and he was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Qingfeng made a gesture inviting Lu Feng to proceed, smiling, "Divine Doctor, just write down the medicinal materials you need on the ground. And by the way, treat this person's leg injury too." Xiao Qingfeng pointed at the subordinate lying on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded. Was this a test for him? First, let him treat the subordinate's leg to verify whether he was truly a divine doctor. Lu Feng was not afraid. He dipped his index finger in the blood and then squatted down, writing quickly on the ground. Before long, looking at the array of characters on the ground, Xiao Qingfeng shouted to the captain of the Myanmar North team, "Stop lying there pretending to be dead, hurry up and buy it." "Yes." The captain of the Myanmar North team, upon hearing this, sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water. Then he quickly entered the house, took a photo of the text, and turned to buy something. About half an hour later, the captain from northern Myanmar arrived with a dozen people, each carrying 4 or 5 bags of medicinal herbs, and came to the 3rd floor. "Divine Doctor, please." Xiao Qingfeng smiled slightly and waved his hand. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He selected a few herbs from the bags, mixed them together, and ground them into powder. Under the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng walked straight to the injured younger brother with a leg wound and slowly sprinkled the powder on the wound. Immediately, the bloody wound visibly began to heal at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped. The cut skin formed a scar, completely closing up. "Well, you just need to rest for a few days, and the scar will fade," Lu Feng said calmly, with his hands behind his back. At this moment, everyone looked on in shock. Xiao Qingfeng, the captain from northern Myanmar, and the surrounding younger brothers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they must have seen it wrong. But looking at the already healed wound, they knew they were not mistaken. Everything happening before them was real. Divine Doctor! Divine Doctor! Xiao Qingfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Just thinking about how he would enjoy endless wealth and all kinds of beautiful women after being cured of stomach cancer made him kneel before Lu Feng, his eyes red, almost bowing his head in gratitude. "Be low-key," Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, yes." Xiao Qingfeng quickly stood up. Then he turned to the captain from northern Myanmar and the others, saying, "From today onwards, the Divine Doctor's words are my words. Everything he says must be followed. Did you all hear that?" The next moment, a chorus of shouts erupted on the third floor. "Heard it." Following Xiao Qingfeng's lead, Lu Feng and Li Jingya went to the fourth floor, passing through the sky garden, and arrived at a luxurious suite. The suite was resplendent, with a beautiful environment and all modern facilities. "Divine Doctor, you and your partner can stay here. All right, what is your relationship with those foreigners? Should we arrange for them to come in as well?" Xiao Qingfeng said, looking like a sycophant. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng replied sternly, "Irrelevant." Xiao Qingfeng, being quite clever, immediately sensed Lu Feng's dissatisfaction with the foreigners. He waved his hand and said to the captain from northern Myanmar, "Damn it, clean those foreigners up and send them all to entertain guests." "Yes." The captain nodded. After he left, the few of them went to the living room and found a sofa to sit down. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng chuckled and said mysteriously, "Divine Doctor, there were too many people outside just now, so I was embarrassed to speak. Since you have already seen my condition, why not just cure me completely? This erectile dysfunction." Before the other party could finish, Lu Feng interrupted, "We're all men, I understand. Don't worry, the herbs are all prepared." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng looked as if he had eaten honey, grinning from ear to ear, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Divine Doctor. Shall we start the first treatment then?" Lu Feng nodded. He then took out the medicinal pot he had bought, stuffed all the herbs inside, placed it on the gas stove, turned on the switch, and boiled it over high heat. About 2 hours later, under Xiao Qingfeng's eager gaze, Lu Feng returned to the living room holding a steaming pot of medicine. "Take this away, drink this pot of medicine, and your condition will improve significantly." "All right, Divine Doctor, I won't disturb you any longer," Xiao Qingfeng said excitedly. He then put on gloves, took the pot of medicine, and left in high spirits. After he left, only Lu Feng and Li Jingya remained in the room. "Lu Feng, are you really planning to cure his terminal illness?" After a while, Li Jingya asked cautiously. Lu Feng answered decisively, "Of course, otherwise how would we survive? Young Master Xia has been generous to us, and I must completely cure his illness." At this point, Lu Feng pointed to his own ear and then to the wall. Li Jingya understood his meaning. There might be someone eavesdropping on them. Just as Lu Feng suspected, in another luxurious suite at that moment, Xiao Qingfeng was sipping on medicinal soup while wearing headphones, secretly listening to the conversation between Lu Feng and the others. Upon hearing Lu Feng's determination to cure him, Xiao Qingfeng took off the headphones and said to his subordinate beside him, "Everyone, stay alert. If the Divine Doctor has any needs, make sure to fulfill them promptly." "Did you hear that clearly?" His subordinate nodded vigorously. "Yes, young Master Xia." After giving his instructions, Xiao Qingfeng finished off most of the medicinal soup. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and sat there frozen, as if stuck. His face then darkened, and his pupils dilated sharply. His subordinate, seeing this, anxiously asked, "Young Master Xia, what's wrong?" Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of black blood. After vomiting, his complexion turned rosy, his eyes sparkled, and he appeared full of vitality. He stood up, tentatively stretched his limbs, and then excitedly said, "Quick, get the doctor to come check me." Seeing that the boss was fine, the subordinate secretly wiped his sweat and respectfully replied, "Yes." Soon, more than a dozen private doctors arrived with professional medical equipment. After they completed the examination on Xiao Qingfeng, the attending physician looked at the CT scan in disbelief and said, "My God, the stomach cancer has really been cured. Young Master Xia, where did you find such an amazing divine doctor?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng joyfully slapped his thigh and laughed, "Huh, he's my personal doctor, so don't even think about him. There's nothing wrong now, you can leave. Don't disturb me for the next program," Xiao Qingfeng said eagerly. After drinking the medicinal soup, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, almost like an urge to indulge. Therefore, he had already instructed his subordinate to arrange for 10 girls for him. "Tonight, I want to have 10, Xia Qingfeng said triumphantly. As time passed, night fell. Lu Feng had the subordinate at the door buy some cooking ingredients along with a Chinese cookbook. Soon, Li Jingya received the ingredients handed to her and busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, holding the Chinese cookbook, and began to read quietly. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the complete guide to cuisine. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Culinary skill plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Although culinary skills were optional for Lu Feng, having them was better than not, especially since it could extend his lifespan. After dinner, Lu Feng and Li Jingya had some free time, so they strolled around the park. At that moment, it was dinner time in the park, and everyone was eating in the cafeteria on the first floor. When Lu Feng and Li Jingya arrived at the cafeteria and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but frown. They saw the supervisors standing in front of the food cart, distributing meals. Nearby, a line of Dragon Country people was orderly receiving their food. The meal was simple, consisting of a steamed bun and a plate of pickled vegetables. If they were thirsty, there was boiled water. Nevertheless, after each Dragon Country person received their bun, they eagerly took big bites as they walked, almost finishing it before reaching the cafeteria seats. At that moment, a supervisor suddenly shouted, K23, this quarter's performance has exceeded 100 million, ranking in the top 20. Reward, 1 boiled egg. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people of the Dragon Country turned to look at him. Gazing at that egg, jealousy was evident in everyone's eyes. The person who received the egg, as if he had won the lottery, excitedly bowed repeatedly to the supervising staff. Thank you, and thank you, young Master Xia. I will definitely continue to work hard and create more profits for the company. After saying this, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he peeled the egg and began to eat. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard, nearly drooling. Just as Lu Feng and Li Jingya were astonished by this scene, Xia Qingfeng appeared at the escalator on the second floor. He was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, as if he had just come from a fierce battle. Clap, clap. Xia Qingfeng clapped his hands and shouted loudly, Friends, everyone put down the food in your hands for a moment, I want to formally introduce someone to you. Saying this, he pointed at Lu Feng and continued, It's him, the Divine Doctor of the Dragon Country. From today onwards, when you see the Divine Doctor, it's equivalent to seeing me. Everyone must respectfully greet the Divine Doctor. Let's give him a warm welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, warm applause erupted on the first floor. All the people of the Dragon Country faced Lu Feng, their hands nearly turning red from clapping. Lu Feng smiled and waved his hand on the surface, but inside, he couldn't feel happy. These compatriots of the Dragon Country appeared enthusiastic, but in reality, each person's eyes were hollow, their expressions cold. There was not a trace of hope for life on their faces. Just then, the captain from northern Myanmar walked in, carrying a bloodied man. Young Master Xia, this Dragon Country cop is about to die. Should we continue? Damn it, after just 3 days, he's half dead. How dare he come to be an undercover? The captain from northern Myanmar cursed loudly. Xia Qingfeng did not respond but looked at Lu Feng, excitedly saying, Divine Doctor, please treat him. Once he's healed, continue the torture. Damn it, after torturing him dozens of times, I don't believe this cop can still be tough. Divine Doctor, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Feng with an arrogant demeanor. The last sentence carried a hint of threat. Hearing this, Lu Feng remained expressionless. He had added some spices to the herbs he prepared for Xia Qingfeng, expecting the effects to kick in by the next morning. For now, to gain Xia Qingfeng's trust, it seemed he would have to put up with Uncle Hat for one more night. Subsequently, Lu Feng sprinkled the prepared medicinal powder on the man's wounds. Before long, the man's wounds healed completely, and he returned to his original state. Of course, Lu Feng had secretly mixed in some pain-relieving and numbing herbs. This would at least alleviate 80% of the man's pain. Take him out and continue the severe torture. Xia Qingfeng waved his hand and said. The captain from northern Myanmar respectfully replied, Yes. After the other party escorted the Dragon Country police officer away, Xia Qingfeng looked at Lu Feng with a lewd smile and said, Divine Doctor, it's getting late, hurry back to sleep. Today's medicine was good, please prepare some more for me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng did not linger any longer and returned to rest with Li Jingya. The next morning, before Lu Feng had even opened his eyes, he heard the anxious voice of the captain from northern Myanmar at the door. Not good, Divine Doctor. Young Master Xia is in trouble. Hearing the call, a slight smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips. It seemed the medicine was taking effect. Quickly, Lu Feng got dressed and hurriedly walked out to ask, What happened? What's wrong with young Master Xia? When the two arrived at Xia Qingfeng's suite, they saw him lying on the sofa, his face pale, clutching his stomach in pain. A trace of blood was at the corner of his mouth, and he looked as if he was in unbearable agony. A few doctors stood nearby, looking at the CT scan in their hands, panicking. It's really strange. Clearly yesterday young Master Xia's stomach cancer was cured, but for some reason, it has flared up again today, and the condition is even more severe than before. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng's voice trembled, and in a weak tone, he said, Divine doctor, save me. Lu Feng pretended to press on his stomach and then asked nervously, Did you have relations yesterday? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Xia Qingfeng looked pained and said, Yes. What a fool. Lu Feng frowned tightly, feigning panic. According to our traditional Chinese medicine, you just recovered from a serious illness, your vital energy is not yet stable, you absolutely cannot engage in such activities with a woman. Now, all your vital energy has gathered in your little kuan. Only through physical therapy can we force the vital energy back into your body to alleviate your current condition, Lu Feng said seriously, looking as if he was not joking at all. The doctors were stunned. They had been in practice for decades and had never heard of such a treatment method. But thinking that the other party was a divine doctor who could cure stomach cancer, they did not ask further. Xia Qingfeng endured the pain, looking confused, and asked, Divine doctor, what do you mean by physical therapy? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng produced a wolf-toothed club from his hand. He raised the club and grinned, saying, Use this to hit your kuan hard, and it will force the vital energy back into your body, and then you can recover. Seeing this, Xia Qingfeng's eyes nearly bulged out, and his face turned pale. No, divine doctor, I still want to be a man, is there no other way? Lu Feng put down the wolf-toothed club, shook his head, and sighed, aside from this, there is no other method. If you continue to delay, don't even think about being a man. I'm afraid you won't even be able to be a person, only a ghost. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng's heart leaped to his throat, and he fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said resolutely, In that case, let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng had already raised the wolf-toothed club above his head and smashed it down towards him. The next second, the room was filled with Xia Qingfeng's wailing cries. At this moment, the doctors looked at the medical equipment and exclaimed, Young Master Xia, your condition has indeed started to improve. Traditional Chinese medicine from Longwei is truly miraculous. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng's eyes glistened with tears. Divine doctor, continue, don't pity me. I want to live, I don't want to die. Lu Feng? Hearing his words, Lu Feng felt a churn in his stomach. How disgusting. Thus, Lu Feng raised the wolf-toothed club again and kept striking him. Ho! Ha! I hit! Lu Feng shouted as he swung, just like a farmer hoeing the field. The wolf-toothed club moved so fast it almost left after images. Swish, 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 swish. La 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 la. Xia Qingfeng was struck so hard he stuck out his tongue. A century-old phlegm flew out of his mouth. Before long, Xia Qingfeng was foaming at the mouth, his face turning ashen. He lay on the sofa, his tongue hanging out, and passed out completely. Great! Young Master Xia's stomach cancer is cured. At this moment, the doctor sitting in front of the instruments shouted excitedly. Turning around, they found Xia Qingfeng had tightly closed his eyes. Unconscious. Young Master Xia! Young Master Xia! The doctors and the little brothers from Myanmar rushed over, their faces filled with anxiety, shaking Xia Qingfeng continuously. But even after shaking him nearly senseless, he did not open his eyes. What should we do, divine doctor? The captain from Myanmar asked in a panic. Step aside, Lu Feng said lightly. The few people hurriedly made way. Lu Feng walked straight to Xia Qingfeng, raising both hands. He slapped him across the face like a 5-speed electric fan. Pa 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 pa. It looked like he had already turned him into a pig's head. Pooh! Xia Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of old blood. When the other party opened his eyes, he looked around in panic, his tone tense. Who am I? Where am I? Am I still alive? Lu Feng grabbed his hand, excitedly saying, Congratulations, young Master Xia, with your strong will, you have successfully defeated the illness. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng felt both joy and sorrow, showing a helpless expression as he said, Whoa, I finally survived. It's just a pity about my little Koan. Feeling the intense pain in his body, 2 tear streaks flowed down Xia Qingfeng's cheeks. Lu Feng comforted him, Think positively, young Master Xia, being a woman isn't so bad. Originally, Xia Qingfeng was just sad, but upon hearing Lu Feng's comforting words, he could no longer hold back and let out a loud cry. Wiping his tears, Xia Qingfeng said, You all go, I want to be alone for a while. Today, the park will be managed by a Fu, the captain from northern Myanmar. Upon hearing this, Afu's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise. Rest assured, young Master Xia, I will not let you down. After saying that, everyone slowly walked outside. At this moment, Afu respectfully said to Lu Feng, Divine Doctor, you haven't had breakfast yet, why not eat with us? Just right, I have something to ask of you. Don't worry, our meals for the supervisory staff are different from the regular employees, they're quite rich. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded, alright. Then, a group of people slowly headed towards the cafeteria on the first floor. Since it was breakfast time, the cafeteria was crowded, with employees from Longhua holding their bowls to get food. At this time, Afu showed a proud look and arrogantly shouted, Today, young Master Xia is unwell, so I will temporarily take over the park. To improve everyone's performance and boost work motivation, I have decided to cancel breakfast. Everyone go work on an empty stomach. Whoever performs outstandingly, I will reward them with 2 boiled eggs at noon. As soon as this was said, the Longwei employees holding their bowls all showed expressions of despair. Their meals were already scarce, with only a bowl of rice porridge in the morning. Although it was called porridge, it was almost like hot water, with hardly any grains of rice in the bowl. Despite lacking nutrition, this was their only opportunity to replenish energy. Now, even the porridge was gone. All the Longwei employees looked dim, their faces filled with disappointment. They stood there with blank expressions, feeling numb. What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get to work. Whoever dares to dawdle again, I'll feed them to the dogs, damn it. Afu blared at the employees, fully embodying the proud demeanor of a prince regent. Seeing this, the Longwei employees sighed helplessly, each carrying their bowls, leaving the cafeteria. Divine Doctor, please, Afu said, extending his hand like a sycophant. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lu Feng was stunned by the meals for the supervisory staff. Roasted chicken legs, boiled beef, assorted pork dishes, and various other dishes dazzled the eyes. Next to it was a pot full of rice porridge, containing supplements like red dates and goji berries. Not far away, a trash can was filled with leftover food, and the leftovers in these trash cans were 100 times better than the meals of the Longwei employees. How is it, Divine Doctor, are you satisfied with the dishes? Afu asked. Not bad. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Since the supervisory staff hadn't started eating yet, there were only Lu Feng and Afu in the room. At this moment, Lu Feng pointed at a dish and asked, What is that dish? Hearing Lu Feng's question, Afu looked in the direction Lu Feng was pointing. Just as he turned his head, Lu Feng gently waved his hand, tossing an unknown medicinal powder into the rice pot. This is Northern Myanmar curry, a specialty dish here. It contains a mix of various sauces and rich broth, along with nutritious ingredients like chicken, lamb, and shrimp. It's quite delicious, Afu introduced enthusiastically. Lu Feng showed a look of sudden realization. Just then, it was time for the regulators to eat. The iron door of the cafeteria swung open. In the next moment, several regulators walked in with exquisite trays, chatting and laughing. Divine Doctor, hello, Divine Doctor. Upon seeing Lu Feng, everyone politely bowed and greeted him. Xia Qingfeng had instructed them that seeing Lu Feng was like seeing him, so they dared not be negligent. No need to be polite, everyone hurry up and eat, Lu Feng said lightly. As his words fell, everyone approached the food cart, picked up tongs, and began to select their food. Most people filled a bowl with the rice porridge mixed with medicinal powder, while only a few ignored it. Seeing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly but didn't take it to heart. After getting their meals, Lu Feng and Afu found a table and sat across from each other. Divine Doctor, after young Master Xia took your medicine yesterday, his strength increased significantly. Even now, those 10 women haven't gotten out of bed. So, I also want. Afu slowly voiced his request. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and he replied slowly, So you came to find me for this, it's a small matter. Don't worry, as long as you take my medicine, not to mention 10 women. Even if 20 women come, they will kneel and beg for mercy. As Lu Feng spoke, all the surrounding regulators turned to look, their faces filled with excitement. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such matters? Captain, I have a friend who isn't doing well in that area. I want to help him get some medicine. Captain, I also have a friend. He asked me to seek some medicine from you. Damn, you guys are so hypocritical, playing make-believe. Captain, my dad wants to give me a little brother. Can you help me out with that too? Hearing the words of those around him, Afu burst into laughter, looking generous as he said, Today, young Master Xia isn't feeling well, so I'm managing the park. Since that's the case, I'll take the liberty to decide, everyone gets a share. As soon as these words were spoken, all the regulators became extremely excited, continuously thanking Afu. At that moment, Lu Feng changed his tone and said, Actually, the effect of young Master Xia's medicine has only been half realized. If he takes some red dates and goji berries before taking the medicine, the effect will be doubled. By then, not just 20 women. Even if 50 women come, you can still stand tall after 3 days and nights of battle. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone was slightly stunned. Those who had filled their bowls with rice porridge looked at the red dates and goji berries in their bowls, momentarily silent. A few seconds later, they all picked up their porridge and began to eat heartily, as if they hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Meanwhile, those who hadn't filled their bowls rushed towards the food cart, clutching their bowls and sprinting. They surrounded the rice barrel, scooping it out like madmen, one spoonful after another. Before long, the barrel of rice porridge was nearly empty. Seeing this, a Fu panicked a little and shouted, "A bunch of bastards, leave some for me." Saying that, he also grabbed a bowl and rushed over. Watching everyone scramble for the porridge, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng packed some food and returned to his suite. At that moment, Li Jingya had just gotten out of bed. She was wearing pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and asked, "Lu Feng, why are you up so early? Are you making medicine for young Master Xia again?" Lu Feng shook his head and said, "Young Master Xia's stomach cancer is already cured. I brought you some breakfast, hurry up and eat." Li Jingya nodded, a hint of a happy smile appearing on her delicate face. Then she sat at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat slowly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa with a cookbook, browsing through it. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Lu Feng's cooking skills had also improved to level 5 with 73% experience. Considering that the food for the supervisors was decent, Lu Feng didn't let Li Jingya cook, and the two headed straight to the cafeteria on the first floor. However, when they arrived at the cafeteria, a shocking scene unfolded. In the first floor, all the employees of Manhwa were kneeling on the ground with their meal trays, heads bowed, trembling in fear. In front of them stood a Fu, shouting at everyone, "Damn you all, a whole morning has passed, and the performance is the worst in history. Young Master Xia entrusted the management of the park to me, and you all are so disappointing, making me look bad. And you still want to eat? Eat your own damn shit." After saying that, a Fu picked up a club and smashed all the meal carts. In an instant, buns and pickles scattered everywhere, and the meal carts were smashed to pieces. A Fu was still not satisfied and stomped hard on the buns. At that moment, a starving employee of Manhwa swallowed hard and trembled, saying, "Boss, we are really too hungry. We have no energy to work at all. How about you just let us eat something? We promise that after eating, our performance will definitely be better than in the morning." As soon as he finished speaking, on the escalator to the second floor, Xiao Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere and shouted at the man, "Go to hell, eat your damn food." Seeing Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and the other supervisors quickly bowed to the second floor and respectfully called out, "Young Master Xia." Xiao Qingfeng did not respond. Instead, he took a stick, trembling with rage, and came down to the first floor. In the terrified gaze of everyone, Xiao Qingfeng raised the stick and smashed it down on the groin of the Manhwa employee who had spoken. Smack! Ah! The Manhwa employee covered his body, curling up in pain, his face pale. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock, their hearts tightening. With that blow, even if it didn't break anything, his life would basically be ruined. Xiao Qingfeng continued to swing the stick, his eyes red with anger, shouting, "Damn it, let you eat, let you eat. I'll make you a eunuch, turn you all into useless people." The other Manhwa employees watched this scene, their eyes wide open, filled with terror. Lu Feng was also slightly surprised. This Xiao Qingfeng, unable to be a man himself, was venting his anger on the Manhwa employees. He had completely turned into a psychopath. Lu Feng looked up at the clock in the factory. The medicine's effect was probably about to kick in. Although Xiao Qingfeng hadn't drunk that bowl of rice porridge, he had long added the same ingredients to Xiao Qingfeng's herbal medicine, and the effect was the same. After a few minutes of beating, the Manhwa employee had completely passed out. But Xiao Qingfeng was still not satisfied and turned his gaze to the other Manhwa employees, crazily saying, "A Fu, spread their legs for me. I want to ruin them one by one." Hearing this, a Fu's heart sank, unable to believe what he had just heard, thinking he must have misheard. "Damn it, didn't you hear what I said? Do you believe I'll ruin you first?" Xiao Qingfeng shouted with red eyes. A Fu jolted, not daring to delay, and waved his hand. The next second, a group of regulators rushed forward, ready to take action against the employees of Manhwa. "No, no, I won't eat anymore, I will work hard, please let me go." All the Manhwa employees pleaded, some even kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingfeng seemed not to hear, his gaze hollow and his expression fierce. Just as he was about to extend his poisonous hand towards others, at a critical moment, Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and all the regulators froze in place, motionless. They were like machines that had run out of power, stuck there as if time had paused. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces darkened, and their mouths trembled uncontrollably. The next second, ugh! All the regulators bent over in unison, spitting out black blood. Then, itch, so itchy, pain, so painful, what's happening? I feel like I'm going to die. A Fu and the other regulators rolled on the ground, their faces filled with agony. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng looked towards Lu Feng not far away, trembling as he said, You bastard, did you poison my medicine? Seeing the suspicion directed at him, Lu Feng feigned innocence, saying, Young Master Xia, how could you suspect me? You did indeed take my medicine, but the others haven't even had a sip of the broth. A Fu and the others clutched their stomachs, nodding like garlic being pounded. Yes, young Master Xia, although the divine doctor promised to cook medicine for us, we haven't drunk it yet. Hearing a Fu's words, Xiao Qingfeng hesitated. Then he lowered his head and compromised, saying, Divine doctor, save me. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward, pretending to check. Then he widened his eyes, panicking as he said, My heavens, it's actually evil energy invading your body? Upon hearing this new term, Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth against the pain and asked in confusion, Divine doctor, what is evil energy invading the body? Lu Feng frowned tightly, speaking urgently, You have committed many evils, done countless bad deeds, which has attracted evil energy to invade your body. I can save you, but if I cure you, my lifespan will also be shortened. Upon hearing that there was hope, Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and the others quickly shouted, Divine doctor, you are the living Huatua, please save us. Yes, Divine doctor, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. With so many of us, even if your lifespan is affected, you will surely ascend to immortality after death. Xiao Qingfeng could no longer endure the torment of illness, sweating profusely as he said, Divine doctor, I promise, once you cure us, I will let you go immediately. Lu Feng pretended to hesitate. After thinking for several seconds, Lu Feng raised his head and sighed, All right, I hope you keep your word and let us go as soon as we are cured. Xiao Qingfeng was almost out of breath, swearing, May my whole family die if I lie. Then, in the hall on the first floor, Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and the other regulators all knelt on the ground. Beside each of them stood a Longboy employee who had been temporarily recruited, each holding a steel whip. Lu Feng sat in front on a small stool and said, When I say a line, you repeat after me. After finishing, the whip must strike immediately. This is the only way to drive away the evil energy. After explaining the rules, Lu Feng straightened his expression, his voice strong and powerful. I thank the heavens and the earth. The people from northern Myanmar did not dare to be slow, quickly repeating, I thank the heavens and the earth. As soon as the words fell, the Longway employees struck hard with the whips in their hands. Crack! Ow! A Fu cried out in pain. Then he turned to the Longboy employee and scolded, Damn it, can you be gentler? Lu Feng frowned, speaking sternly, The harder you strike, the better the effect. If because of you alone, everyone's treatment is affected, can you bear this consequence? At that moment, the doctor sitting in front of the medical machine let out a gasp. Incredible, it's truly amazing. After this whip, young Master Xiao's health index has indeed improved. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Qingfeng, kneeling beside, kicked a Fu with one foot, cursing, Bastard, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you, damn it. A Fu, who was kicked, became obedient. After getting up, he knelt back down, looking submissive. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt amused. But on the surface, he remained expressionless and continued shouting, I thank my parents. The people from northern Myanmar echoed, I thank my parents. With Xiao Qingfeng's earlier attitude, the employees from Long Country gained confidence and raised their whips, striking fiercely. All the pent-up resentment from these days was released in an instant. Smack! Ah! A Fu was almost sent flying from the hit, but he didn't dare to retaliate. After a jolt, he knelt back down in place. Lu Feng continued, I am a sinner. The people from northern Myanmar responded, I am a sinner. Lu Feng, I harm the world. The people from northern Myanmar, I harm the world. Lu Feng, I betray all living beings. The people from northern Myanmar, I betray all living beings. The employees from Long Country raised their whips one after another, striking at Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and others like they were hitting a top, with loud cracks echoing. In an instant, the screams in the park were incessant. At this moment, not far away, on the hilltop, Lu Yun and several undercover agents who had just arrived planned to take out their binoculars to observe. But as soon as they opened the binoculars, they saw Xiao Qingfeng and the criminals from northern Myanmar all kneeling on the ground, being mercilessly whipped by a group of employees from Long Country. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and the others exchanged glances. They looked at each other, all stunned. On the hilltop, looking at the scene in the park through the binoculars, Lu Yun and several team members were dumbfounded. They exchanged surprised looks. Then, Lu Yun took out a photo of Xiao Qingfeng from her waist, compared it, and confirmed that the person kneeling was indeed the head of the park. Lu Yun, bewildered, said, What on earth is going on? Why are Xiao Qingfeng and the criminals from northern Myanmar kneeling on the ground? allowing others to whip them. The other undercover agents also showed puzzled expressions. I was just wondering too, I thought I was seeing things. Could it be that Xia Qingfeng has a masochistic tendency? It's possible. Can a normal person become the head of a scam park? Forget about that for now, let's find a way to infiltrate and observe closely. Let's go! After saying that, Lu Yun and her comrades cautiously left the spot. At this moment, inside the park, on the first floor, Lu Feng was still leading everyone in shouting loud slogans. Lu Feng, I am willing to abandon everything. The people from northern Myanmar, I am willing to abandon everything. Smack! Ah! Lu Feng, eliminate fame and power. The people from northern Myanmar, eliminate fame and power. Smack! Ah! After finishing the slogans, Lu Feng stood up from his chair, took out a pair of scissors, and walked towards them expressionlessly. Xia Qingfeng looked at the shiny scissors, his heart tightened in fear. Gigi God. Doctor, what does this mean? You won't cut off any parts, will you? Lu Feng said nothing. Instead, he came in front of him, aimed the scissors at his hair, and began to snip, snip, snip. In no time, Xia Qingfeng's middle part hairstyle was cut into a bald head. His scalp shone brightly, reflecting light under the lamp. After completing this series of actions, Li Jingya walked over with a basin of clear water containing medicinal herbs. Lu Feng reached out his hand and dipped it in the water. Then, with a flick of his arm, he splashed the water onto Xia Qingfeng's head. As the clear water touched his skin, the medicinal powder began to quickly seep in, spreading throughout Xia Qingfeng's body. Suddenly, the pained expression on Xia Qingfeng's face relaxed, and his features gradually softened. His dim eyes began to brighten. In just a few seconds, he looked much more spirited than before. At that moment, the doctor looked at the data on the instrument and exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Xiao's health has returned to normal levels. It's incredible, I can hardly believe my eyes." As a practitioner of Western medicine, encountering such a bizarre situation was astonishing for anyone. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the people from northern Myanmar stretched their necks like giraffes, all eagerly saying, "Divine Doctor, hurry and cut my hair too. Divine Doctor, I have no hair. Just sprinkle some holy water on me. Divine Doctor, I can't take it anymore. Just cut it for me." Lu Feng signaled with his eyes. The surrounding staff from the dragon country quickly pulled out scissors and began snipping at the hair of the northern Myanmar people. Snip snip. After cutting, they sprinkled a few drops of holy water on their egg-like heads. Soon, everyone's health had mostly recovered. Each person looked relaxed, filled with gratitude towards Lu Feng. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng tightly grasped Lu Feng's hand, excitedly saying, "Divine Doctor, I can't thank you enough. To save us, you were willing to sacrifice your own life. From today on, you are my reborn parents." Looking at Xia Qingfeng, whose tears and snot were flowing, Lu Feng curled his lip. "I don't have such an unfilial son." Then, with a straight face, Lu Feng said, "Don't be too happy too soon. I have only temporarily stopped the evil energy within you. If you continue to do evil in the future, the evil energy will resurface and continue to attack your bodies. Therefore, you must do good deeds every day and always maintain positive energy. Only in this way can you live a stable life." Lu Feng spoke earnestly, sounding quite serious, not at all like he was joking. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingfeng, a Fu, and the others from northern Myanmar nodded like chickens pecking at rice, their eyes firm, fully believing Lu Feng's words. Just then, several northern Myanmar personnel came in carrying the Dragon Country undercover agent, exclaiming, "Young Master Xia, it's unbelievable. We beat this Dragon Country cop for an entire night, and the whip even broke. But he seemed to feel no pain, he didn't even groan. Why not just kill him?" One of the northern Myanmar personnel said fiercely. Hearing this, Xia Qingfeng's heart tightened. Lu Feng had just said they must maintain positive energy in the future. Only then could they survive. If they killed this cop and the evil energy re-entered their bodies, he didn't want to experience that feeling of having his organs shattered again. Thinking of this, Xia Qingfeng stepped forward and pointed at him, ready to curse, "Kill? Kill you." Before he could finish the word mother, Xia Qingfeng quickly changed his tone. "Kill you? That's too much. You must take good care of this person, serve him well with food and drink. Of course, you can't let him go. From today on, we are responsible for taking care of him, do you hear me?" Xia Qingfeng said with conviction. He secretly rejoiced at his quick reaction, almost having let a curse slip out. The young subordinate was dumbfounded. Looking at his serious boss, after a while, he slowly replied, "Yes, I understand, boss." After saying this, he carefully carried the Dragon Country undercover agent on his back. Then he slowly walked out, afraid of hurting the cop on his back and causing him to need treatment. After this young subordinate left, Xia Qingfeng looked at the staff from the Dragon Country, cupping his hands together and revealing a kind smile. "He, the Dragon Country staff. Usually, the domineering and ruthless head of the park showed such an expression. This made everyone feel uneasy. Xia Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "Everyone, I apologize for my poor attitude this morning, and I hope you can forgive me. You can skip the steamed buns, they aren't nutritious. Our supervisory staff have a very rich diet, with plenty of meat and fish, so please eat your fill." At that moment, all the Dragon Country employees showed excited smiles and rushed towards the cafeteria with their bowls. As they passed by Lu Feng, they even bowed. "Thank you, Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor is amazing." They still knew who was good and who was bad. If it weren't for Lu Feng, their little Kuan might not have been safe. Not to mention enjoying the sumptuous food of the supervisory staff. Facing everyone's heartfelt enthusiasm, Lu Feng nodded slightly without speaking. He was secretly calculating. The first step had already begun. Next would be the second step. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country, in the capital city, at the deer hunting base, in a large conference room, Tang Qing sat on the stage, closely monitoring the progress of the Myanmar North mission. Below, hundreds of deer hunting members sat neatly, each busy with their own work. At that moment, a member raised his head and said, "Report, Lu Yun just sent a message. They have preliminarily surveyed the external area of the Xiagru Park. They plan to carry out covert activities against the Xiagru Park tomorrow morning." Tang Cheng nodded and said, "Tell them, safety first, mission second. Many police comrades have already suffered tragic fates. They must protect themselves and retreat immediately if they encounter danger." The member nodded, understood. Just as the words fell, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Old Master Bai appeared at the door, escorted by several armed police officers. "Miss Tang, we have news about the second young lady," Old Master Bai said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing was momentarily stunned. Then, her eyes widened, and her face showed an ecstatic expression. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. Tang Qing quickly walked outside, unable to contain her eagerness, and asked, "Old Bai, where is Xiao Rou now?" Old Master Bai held a document and said happily, "According to our investigation, Miss Tang Rou has been adopted by a family with the surname Li, at No. 44, Li Family Village, Yunhai City. Her current name is Li Jingya, and she is studying at the 13th Middle School in Yunhai City. Moreover, I happen to have visited No. 44, Li Family Village, and met the second young lady. I never expected such a wonderful fate. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity back then." Old Master Bai tried to get closer. Tang Qing was so excited she was about to cry. Her own sister, the only family member in the world who shared the same blood as her. It had been over 10 years since they last met. All these years, she had never stopped worrying about her sister. Not a second went by without thinking of Tang Rou. "Quick, go to No. 44, Li Family Village immediately and bring my sister to the capital." Tang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. She wished she could fly to Yunhai City right now and reunite with her sister. She had waited too long for this moment. However, Old Master Bai hesitated and said, "Miss Tang, we have already sent people to look for her, but you may not know the situation with the Li family. The second young lady's adoptive father has passed away, and her adoptive mother is bedridden. In this situation, the second young lady has to go home every day to take care of her adoptive mother. But when our people arrived at No. 44, Li Family Village, her adoptive mother said that the second young lady did not come home last night. Even during the day today, the second young lady didn't go to school, which is quite unusual." Old Master Bai said hesitantly, his eyes glancing at Tang Qing's expression, afraid she might get angry. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Tang Qing's face darkened, and the joy she had felt earlier vanished completely, replaced by fury. "Are you saying that the second young lady was just found and now she's lost again?" Tang Qing's tone was icy. Old Master Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently nodded. "It seems that's the case. But don't worry, we've already sent people to continue searching." Upon hearing this, Tang Qing's face was like ice, her gaze hollow. She turned away, hands clasped behind her back, and spoke in a completely emotionless tone. "Search. Even if we have to turn Yunhai City upside down, we must find the second young lady. As for that adoptive mother, she must be well taken care of, treated as if she were my own mother." Tang Qing's words were calm, yet, to Old Master Bai, they felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, trapping him in an icy abyss. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. "Why yes, Miss Tang." After he left, Tang Qing opened the document bag and pulled out a photo of Li Jingya from several sheets of paper. Looking at the elegant beauty in the photo, Tang Qing's delicate fingers gently caressed Li Jingya's face. 2 lines of tears fell from her cheeks, softly landing on the floor of the deer hunting base. "Sister, this time, I will definitely find you and stay by your side forever." Saying this, Tang Qing pressed Li Jingya's photo to her chest and closed her eyes. Northern Myanmar. Summer Group's Park. The employees of Long Country had never felt as comfortable as they did today. Not only were they feasting on lavish food, but they didn't even have to work. Everyone's task was to gather around Xia Qingfeng and others, reciting Buddhist scriptures and the Tao Te Ching. Besides that, Lu Feng also gifted Xia Qingfeng and the others a statue. Jesus held a cross in his left hand and a peachwood sword in his right. He wore prayer beads around his neck and a ghost-repelling hat on his head. According to Lu Feng, this was a combination of Eastern and Western practices, yielding twice the result with half the effort. If it were someone else, Xia Qingfeng wouldn't believe it at all, thinking it was just a trick. But with Lu Feng, they believed wholeheartedly, considering it a miraculous remedy. In the evening, in the luxurious suite, Xia Qingfeng, a Fu, and the others from northern Myanmar crowded into the living room, with no space left to stand. Looking at the towering statue, everyone recited scriptures with conviction. Namo Amitba, pure heart mantra, supreme Tai Xing, urgent as the law commands, Amen. After finishing, they leaned against each other, closed their eyes, and peacefully fell asleep. In the next room, Lu Feng had obtained a comprehensive guide to firearms from a Fu. After all, in a place like northern Myanmar, not knowing how to use a gun was not an option. Although his martial arts from Long Country were unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat, they wouldn't hold up long against firearms. Ding! Detected that the host is reading comprehensive guide to firearms. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Shooting accuracy plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Just as Lu Feng was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Li Jingya came out in her pajamas and asked with concern, Lu Feng, it's so late, are you still reading? Do you want me to make you some late-night snacks? Without looking up, Lu Feng replied, sure, I'm a bit hungry. Okay. Li Jingya nodded. She then picked up a recipe and ingredients, busying herself while studying. Outside, the darkness was filled with silence and danger. Inside, the lights were bright, and the sounds of pots and pans echoed. In contrast, in this place where life was as cheap as grass, Lu Feng surprisingly felt a sense of warmth. The next morning, Lu Feng had not yet gotten out of bed when he heard the sounds of training coming from downstairs in the courtyard. Get up in the morning. Embrace the sun. Let your body be filled with the brilliant sunlight, full of positive energy. Lu Feng stretched lazily. After getting up and washing up, he strolled down to the first floor of the factory. Upon arriving on the first floor, he saw that in the yard, a group of people from northern Myanmar, led by Xia Qingfeng, were lined up in neat formations, doing exercises full of positive energy. When they saw Lu Feng, they immediately broke into smiles and rushed over. Good morning, Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor, when does our body purification ceremony start today? Yes, Divine Doctor, after yesterday's treatment, I feel much better. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, no rush, let's eat first. All right, Xia Qingfeng replied. He then waved his hand, and the cafeteria doors opened. Please, you go first. Everyone humbly insisted, none willing to go first, their politeness almost excessive. This was because Lu Feng had instilled in them the belief that the more positive energy one had, the more thoroughly they would heal. As a result, they hesitated for a long time. The food was almost cold, yet no one dared to move first. Even the staff from Long Country believed it. They stood on the second floor, looking at each other, unwilling to come down, fearing they would also be affected by the negative energy. Seeing this, Lu Feng sighed loudly. Then, pretending to be righteous, he put his hands behind his back and was the first to walk toward the cafeteria. The others watched and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. Good, very good. As expected of the Divine Doctor, not only treating us with his life but even giving us the chance to accumulate virtue. Divine Doctor, you are my idol. With Lu Feng taking the lead, they no longer held back, each grabbing a tray and slowly following him. After breakfast, Lu Feng began the so-called body purification ceremony according to yesterday's process. First, he recited incantations and cracked a whip. After cracking the whip, he sprinkled holy water. After completing the entire process, the doctors used instruments to conduct full body checks for everyone. When the results came out, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the doctor looked at the results in his hand and murmured, after the Divine Doctor's second round of treatment, your bodies have recovered about 70 to 80%. With just one more treatment, the ailments will be completely healed. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone was overjoyed, cheering and almost setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Lu Feng cleared his throat and said sternly, don't get carried away. The more critical the moment, the more cautious you must be. In this situation, you must maintain sufficient positive energy. Otherwise, if the negative energy rebounds and re-enters your bodies, at that time, even if I risk my life, I won't be able to save you. The people from northern Myanmar were momentarily stunned by Lu Feng's words. Everyone looked serious, expressing their intention to do things that would increase their positive energy. Soon after, a comical scene unfolded. In order to accumulate positive energy, the the people from northern Myanmar began washing clothes for the staff from Long Country. In less than an hour, thousands of pieces of clothing were washed clean. Each person who finished washing their clothes shook their arms and said with a relaxed expression, I feel like my ailments have improved a lot. Lu Feng couldn't help but scratch his head. He hadn't given them any antidote. It was purely a psychological effect on these people. Just then, two individuals from northern Myanmar started arguing over a dirty piece of clothing belonging to a staff member from Long Country in order to accumulate positive energy. This piece of clothing is mine. Why? I got here first. Damn it, I saw it first. Just because you saw it means you get to wash it? I smelled it first. As the two were about to come to blows over the dirty clothing, the nearby staff from Long Country were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a strange request in their lives. At that moment, Afu walked over and scolded, "What nonsense! The divine doctor told you to accumulate positive energy, yet you curse over a piece of clothing? Where's your reason? Where's your virtue? Was yesterday's scripture recitation in vain? Jesus once said, to gain, one must be willing to give up. If you all show mutual consideration and let each other have the dirty clothes, wouldn't that be accumulating virtue?" At this point, Li Fu changed his tone and continued, "To leave the opportunity for accumulating virtue to you, I will take this dirty piece of clothing." The truth was revealed. The two Myanmar personnel rolled their eyes, secretly feeling disgruntled. But they dared not express it and could only swallow their anger. Just as Li Fu was holding the dirty clothes, preparing to head to the laundry room to accumulate some positive energy, Xiao Qingfeng kicked over, sending Afu flying several meters away, and the clothes soared into the air. Then, Xiao Qingfeng slowly extended his right hand and steadily caught the falling clothes. With his left hand raised in front of him, he bowed and said, "Ahmadba, I couldn't hold back and got rough again. I hope God forgives me, amen." After saying that, Xiao Qingfeng ran towards the laundry room with the clothes, off to accumulate virtue. Just as this abstract scene unfolded inside the room, outside the park's wall, Lu Yun and several undercover personnel were crouched by the wall, secretly observing the situation inside. At this moment, Lu Yun opened the pinhole camera on her chest and quietly spoke into her Bluetooth headset, "Report to headquarters, I am outside the Xia Group Park, and I have started live streaming." Soon, Tang Qing's voice came through the headset. "Headquarters received. We are quickly mapping a 3D layout of the park. Please be careful and stay safe." Lu Yun responded, "Understood." Then, to facilitate the headquarters in mapping, Lu Yun began to move quickly along the wall. However, she soon noticed something was off. According to the information provided by headquarters, the Xia Group Park was heavily guarded, with a sentry post every few steps. Yet, she had walked for quite a while without seeing a single criminal. The mission was progressing unusually smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that even headquarters began to feel uneasy. "Tang Qing, something's not right. The Xia Group Park is unusually quiet today. I suspect this is an enemy scheme. Just in case, Lu Yun, you should retreat." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded and said, "Received, but the map is almost complete. I'll circle the wall a bit longer." After saying that, Lu Yun refocused her attention on the park, cautiously moving forward. Just then, suddenly, to Lu Yun's right, a Myanmar criminal appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, the other party was staring at Lu Yun, his eyes bright and alert. Not good. Lu Yun and several undercover agents, as well as the members of the headquarters, simultaneously sighed inwardly. This is bad. There really is an ambush. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Cold sweat began to pour down. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. The Myanmar criminal lifted a ladder from the grass. He waved his hand and said to Lu Yun on the wall, "Beautiful lady, why climb so high? It's too dangerous. I have a ladder here, come down quickly. If you want to go in, just tell me, and I'll open the door for you." The Myanmar criminal said calmly. He was feeling quite pleased. Originally planning to wash clothes and accumulate positive energy, he ended up not even grabbing a pair of shorts. So he came outside to clear his mind, hoping to help an old lady over the wall or something. But unexpectedly, just a few steps in, he bumped into Lu Yun on the wall. Offering a ladder could be considered doing a good deed, right? Upon hearing the words of the Myanmar criminal, Lu Yun and the undercover agents were completely stunned. In the Dragon Country, the capital city, at the deer hunting base, Tang Qing and the members of the deer hunting team watched a scene on the projector. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. They stared at each other in disbelief, stunned. For a moment, looking at the person from northern Myanmar in front of her, Lu Yun was at a loss. What to do? Should she connect or not? Just as she hesitated, suddenly, dozens of armed personnel from northern Myanmar surged around them, surrounding Lu Yun and the others in the blink of an eye. "Everyone, our boss wants to see you, please come in," said the leader. Lu Yun's heart sank. It turned out she had already been exposed, the other side was just waiting for the right moment to lure her deeper. Looking at the dozens of northern Myanmar criminals around her, Lu Yun knew that resisting would only lead to death. Since there was no way to escape, it would be better to enter the park with them, convey the internal situation to headquarters, and make her last value count. With this thought, Lu Yun signaled to a few comrades. Seeing this, the comrades nodded and gave up resistance. Then, under the guidance of the northern Myanmar criminals, they walked toward the interior of the park. At this moment, at the deer hunting base, Tang Ching and the members of the deer hunting team looked at the live broadcast, each with a face of disappointment and sorrow. After a while, Tang Ching said in a low tone, "Comrade Lu Yun is using her life to convey the situation inside the park to us. Everyone must carefully document it, not missing any corner." Yes, the members responsible for 3D modeling replied in unison. Everyone understood what would happen to an undercover agent falling into the hands of the northern Myanmar people. It was almost impossible to walk out alive. On the screen, as Lu Yun and the others entered the interior of the park. When they reached the first floor, Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and the northern Myanmar crowd approached with fierce expressions. "Are you all Dragon Country police?" Xiao Qingfeng asked coldly. "Yes," Lu Yun replied expressionlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The originally fierce-looking Xiao Qingfeng immediately showed a flattering demeanor and said, "Oh, this is wonderful. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Our divine doctor said that treating enemies well is a great virtue. Since everyone is here, please don't be polite, treat this place as your own home." After saying this, Xiao Qingfeng turned to his subordinates and shouted, "What are you still doing? Bring tea, offer seats." Under Lu Yun's astonished gaze, several subordinates brought over sofas, tables, chairs, and a few cups of brewed tea, all with cheerful expressions. "Police comrades, please have some tea. Police comrades, please take a seat." After completing this series of actions, they all thudded to their knees on the ground, starting to wipe their noses in tears in front of Lu Yun and the others. "Police comrades, you came just in time. I am guilty. I admit my mistakes. Police comrades, I deceived the people, I scammed money, I trampled on lives, I deserve a bad end. Police comrades, please forgive my sins, have mercy on my soul, forgive me." Police comrades. The sounds of pleading and wailing echoed throughout the first floor. Lu Feng, in order to save the arrested undercover agent from Dragon Country, instilled another wave of ideology into the northern Myanmar crowd. The original words were, "Jesus said, when your enemy slaps your right cheek, turn to him the other also." Such a magnanimous heart, such a noble thought, positive energy will naturally flow like a spring. At that time, will you still be afraid that your illness won't get better? Looking at the northern Myanmar crowd crying as if they had lost their family, Lu Yun, a few undercover comrades, and everyone at the deer hunting base were all dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Stunned. What is going on? Are they trying to give them hope first, then let them despair? After all, these outlaws are skilled at tormenting human nature and often engage in acts of murder and heartlessness. Just when Lu Yun thought this was the calm before the storm, suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng stopped crying, wiped her tears, and said, "Everyone, the divine doctor is waiting for you on the 4th floor, please follow me." With that, Xiao Qingfeng turned and walked towards the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Lu Yun and the others were taken aback, then slowly followed. They wanted to know who this divine doctor was, that even the head of the park treated him with such respect. When the group arrived on the 2nd floor, they saw that the floor was filled with computer machines. Lu Yun was not surprised. Before coming, they had already grasped detailed information about the park. They knew that the 2nd floor was the technical department, the core of the entire scam park. It was not only responsible for online fraud but also lured people from Longwei to work in northern Myanmar, supplying fresh blood to the park. But at that moment, a technician sitting in front of a computer was on the phone saying, "Dear, according to our information, you just received a scam call. This scam call was made to you by the KK Park in northern Myanmar. Please do not believe it. Who am I? I am the scammer. As long as you dare to come to northern Myanmar to work, your kidneys will be taken from you. I know their methods all too well." Hearing his words, Lu Yun and everyone from the Zhulu base exchanged glances. What did they just hear? The technician was preventing others from being scammed? Lu Yun was puzzled. How strange. Isn't this a scam park? How could there be such a good person here? Seeing the astonished expression on Lu Yun's face, Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. "The divine doctor told us that preventing others from being scammed is also a way to promote positive energy, so our entire 2nd floor department has turned into an anti-fraud center." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun and the Zhulu members were stunned. They increasingly wanted to know who this divine doctor was, that he could brainwash these scammers. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw a young lady in a cheapao standing in front of the camera, promoting anti-fraud knowledge. "Please look at the card in my hand. Is it a red heart A, right? And now, has it turned into a black spade K? So, no matter what, you cannot win money online. Please quit your gambling addiction and work hard. Be a person full of positive energy, okay? Seeing such a scene, Yun and the Zhulu members doubted their own eyesight. Is this really the scam park in northern Myanmar? The dealer lady had transformed into an anti-fraud promoter. Those who didn't know would think this was the National Anti-Fraud Promotion Center. It was truly outrageous. Without thinking, Lu Yun and the others knew it was the divine doctor who made them do this. As they walked along, Lu Yun felt her worldview had been thoroughly refreshed. At the same time, she couldn't wait to know who this divine doctor was. When they reached the 4th floor, Lu Yun immediately looked around, searching for the divine doctor's figure. However, there was no one in sight, only an outdoor swimming pool and a few luxurious small houses. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng waved her hand, and several little brothers came over with a fruit platter. The divine doctor asked me to treat you well. Please take a short break, the divine doctor will be here soon. Lu Yun was speechless. Looking at the clear swimming pool, she tossed a grape into her mouth and chewed it slowly. She had come to northern Myanmar to carry out a mission out of boredom at home. Now, it seemed she had directly turned it into a vacation. Just then, a voice came from behind. Teacher Lu Yun. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yun quickly turned around. There, at the entrance of a luxurious villa, stood Lu Feng, looking at her with a smile. Lu Feng? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. She thought she had seen it wrong and rubbed her eyes. After confirming she hadn't, she asked in surprise, Lu Feng, what are you doing here? Lu Feng replied, I was abducted. Lu Yun. In the capital city, at the deer hunting base, when Tang Ching saw Lu Feng's face, her heart sank, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. She never expected that this so-called divine doctor, who had brainwashed the entire scam park, was actually the descendant of the Lu family she despised, Lu Feng. Before she could collect her thoughts, Lu Feng in the screen waved his hand and called out, Jingya, come out for a moment and see who has arrived. When Li Jingya walked out of the room, Tang Chang looked at her and her eyes widened in shock. She was stunned, her expression revealing disbelief. Then, Tang Ching immediately took out the photo sent by Old Master Bai and compared it. After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed her sister, she could no longer sit still. With a swift motion, she pulled out her phone and walked towards the door. Grandpa Gao, I found Tang Ro's location, Tang Ching said urgently. On the other end of the line, Gao Zhen's happy voice came through. That's great news. After all these years, you sisters can finally reunite. And I have another good granddaughter, ha ha ha, Gao Zhen said joyfully. However, Tang Ching quickly changed her tone and continued, but Tang Ro is currently in northern Myanmar. As soon as she said this, Gao Zhen's laughter abruptly stopped. After a moment, he spoke in a deep tone, Xiao Chang, don't worry, Grandpa is here. I've checked, the closest unit to northern Myanmar is the Snow Leopard Special Forces. Its leader is Lu Zhenan. I'll contact him right away. Hearing this, Tang Chang hesitated, but sending troops into another country is considered military action. Will northern Myanmar allow entry? Gao Zhen's tone was extremely domineering. We can't worry about that now. Saving my granddaughter is the priority. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from her phone, Tang Ching's face was filled with worry. Then, she returned to the conference room, her gaze fixed on Li Jingya in the video, somewhat lost in thought. Sister. Meanwhile, in Yunhai City, at the Yunhai dock. Sir, we found the young master's vehicle here, but we don't know where he is, the butler said urgently. Lu Zhixian looked at the Rolls-Royce and then at the vast ocean. Considering that Lu Feng had been missing for so many days, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Everyone had the same thought, Lu Feng might have jumped into the sea. Wo, my son. Lu Guilan faced the sea, crying uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Zhixian's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw an unknown number. Without thinking, Lu Zhixian pressed the answer button. Hello? Head of the Lu family, I suppose you've gone mad looking for your son? An old voice came from the other end, belonging to Lu Zhenan. Hearing this, Lu Zhixian's heart tightened, and he spoke in a low voice, Old Lu, if you have something to say, direct it at me, don't target my son. Lu Zhenan chuckled and said, Head of the Lu family, your son is not with me. He is currently in northern Myanmar, locked up in a scam park created by the Xia family. Lu Feng, he is a talent, and I don't want this pillar of the nation to be ruined by scammers. The message has been conveyed to you, the rest is up to you. With that, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, Lu Zhixian's eyes widened in fury, his anger surging to new heights. He gazed towards the other side of the sea, nearly exploding with rage. Damn it! That old bastard from the Xia family actually dared to abduct my son. I will tear them to pieces. After cursing, he was filled with rage. He took out his phone again and dialed the various bosses in Yunhai City. About 10 minutes later, luxury cars appeared at the Yunhai dock, neatly lined up by the roadside. Soon after, the Black Tiger, the Money Leopard, the Eagle, and other bosses gathered around Lu Zhixiong, shouting in unison, "Xiong Yi." Lu Zhixiong nodded and asked, "Have you brought all the information I wanted?" The Money Leopard nodded and handed him a piece of paper, saying, "All the phone numbers you need are on here." Lu Zhixiong took it, looked at the numbers, and began dialing one by one. "Hello, is this the Run-In Security Group in northern Myanmar? I want to acquire your company, just tell me, how much?" Lu Zhixiong got straight to the point. Soon, the other side replied, "Are you crazy?" Lu Zhixiong's expression darkened as he cursed, "Go to hell, is 200 million enough? If it's not enough, I'll add more. If it is, I'll transfer the money immediately." "I'm not joking." Seeing Lu Zhixiong's serious tone, the person on the other end was taken aback. After a silence of several seconds, a new voice came through. "I'm the owner of the Run-In Security Group. I heard you want to acquire our company, but 200 million is a bit low. It has to be at least 300 million, you know we." Before he could finish, Lu Zhixiong interrupted, "I'll offer 500 million. Stop the damn nonsense. Send me the bank account number and the electronic contract. From now on, this company is mine. I command that all bodyguards in the company go to the Xia Family Group Park and rescue my son." Lu Zhixiong's voice thundered. The owner was intimidated by his arrogance and paused before saying, "Okay, I'll send you the electronic contract right away." After hanging up, Lu Zhixiong dialed another number. "Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau in northern Myanmar? I'm Lu Zhixiong from Longwa. I suddenly feel like donating 1 billion to you today. I wonder if you all are interested." Upon hearing this, the person on the other end was stunned, thinking it was a scam call. They were puzzled, as it was usually the other way around, scammers from northern Myanmar targeting Longwa. This was the first time they encountered someone from Longwa trying to scam people from northern Myanmar, and even calling the Public Security Bureau. "I say, you really have guts. Do you know where this is? Scam calls are coming to us now?" The person who answered spoke coldly. Lu Zhixiong snorted, "If you don't believe me, you can send me your bank account, and I'll transfer the money right away. However, once the money arrives, I hope you go to the Xia Family Group Park to rescue my son." The other side thought for a moment. Since there was no risk involved, they replied, "No problem." After completing these calls, Lu Zhixiong stuffed his phone into his pocket and looked out at the sea, silent. At that moment, the Black Tiger, Money Leopard, Eagle, and a dozen other bosses stepped forward, saying, "Xiong Yi, don't hesitate, let's hurry to northern Myanmar to save Xiao Chen." "Damn it, that bastard Xia Qingfeng actually dared to kidnap Xiao Chen. If I catch him, I must castrate him. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles. Going to northern Myanmar this time, I can finally get back to my old profession. Just thinking about it excites me. Ha, I can't wait." Hearing the words of the bosses, Lu Zhixiong nodded with a dark expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Beside him, Lu Guilan cried, "Whoa, I don't know what kind of torment my son is suffering now. He must be very scared and missing home. Whoa." At this moment, in northern Myanmar, at the Xia Family Group Park, on the 4th floor, "Wang Jia, we won, ha. Teacher Lu Yun lost. Go wash the dishes." Lu Feng threw a pair of jokers onto the table, excitedly saying, "Yay, we won." Li Jingya clapped her hands happily. Lu Yun pouted angrily, throwing the cards in her hand onto the table and complaining, "I should have known not to compete for the landlord." Reluctantly, she stood up and went to wash the dishes. On the sofa lay the police officer who had previously suffered punishment. A few comrades who had come with Lu Yun were wiping his body. After Lu Feng's medical treatment, the officer had mostly recovered. At that moment, while washing the dishes, Lu Yun asked, "Lu Feng, do you plan to stay here forever?" Hearing this, Lu Feng replied calmly, "Young Master Xia promised me that as long as I cure his illness, he will let us go. Based on the current condition, he can only live for another year or two. After tomorrow's treatment, he will be completely healed." Lu Yun showed an expression of disbelief. "Do you really believe he will let you go?" Lu Feng said firmly, "Of course, young Master Xia has treated us well. Why wouldn't I believe him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jingya, sitting nearby, mimicked Lu Feng's earlier gesture, pointing to her ear in the wall. Lu Yun's eyes lit up with realization. In the adjacent suite, Xiao Qingfeng, who was eavesdropping, took off his headset and let out a sigh. Just then, his phone rang. Xiao Qingfeng picked it up and saw it was his father, Xiaobo, calling from the beautiful country. "Hello, Daddy." Xiao Qingfeng spoke respectfully. However, Xiaobo immediately scolded him, "You foolish boy, do you know the true identity of the miracle doctor in your park? He is our family's archenemy, the future heir of the Lu family, Lu Feng." Xiaobo got straight to the point. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? He is Lu Feng?" Xiaobo replied with a grunt and continued to scold, "If it weren't for the spies I planted in the park, I wouldn't have known you could be this foolish, believing in some evil aura. Those are just tricks to fool idiots. I've killed so many people in my life, how come I've never encountered any evil aura? So I suspect he must have poisoned you in some way. Just go along with him for now, and once he has cured you completely, chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. Damn it! After finishing his tirade, Xiaobo hung up the phone. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Qingfeng fell into silence, unable to recover for a long time. Then, he called over a Fu. Young Master Xia, you called for me? A Fu ran over. Xiao Qingfeng said expressionlessly, tomorrow is the last treatment session Lu Feng will give us. Have the brothers prepare, after the treatment, kill them all, and don't spare those police officers either. Xiao Qingfeng spoke with a fierce tone. Hearing this, a Fu hesitated. Aren't you afraid of the evil aura? Before he could finish, Xiao Qingfeng slapped him and scolded, evil aura my ass, that's just a trick to fool idiots. I'm hitting and scolding you now, how come it hasn't worsened your condition? Do as I say. A Fu covered his face and nodded like a garlic pounder, yes. The next day, Lu Feng got up and washed as usual. Then, with his hands behind his back, he leisurely made his way to the first floor. Good morning, Miracle Doctor. Miracle Doctor. Xiao Qingfeng, a Fu, and the others from Myanmar stood in a row, bowing. Why didn't you do the positive energy morning exercises today? Lu Feng asked curiously. Everyone is a bit tired today, so we're taking a day off, Xiao Qingfeng replied. Looking at Lu Feng in front of him, recalling how he had been played like a fool these days, he wished he could rush forward and tear Lu Feng to pieces. But thinking about how his illness wasn't completely cured and he only had a year or two left to live, he suppressed his inner impulse. Well, since that's the case, let's start the exorcism ceremony, Lu Feng said. Good doctor. Xiao Qingfeng and a Fu exchanged a glance, a faint smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Soon after, the exorcism ritual began, the same old routine, first reciting incantations, then cracking the whip. After the whip was cracked, they sprinkled holy water. Completing the entire process, Xiao Qingfeng felt a wave of comfort wash over him and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I'm finally better. After laughing, Xiao Qingfeng looked at Lu Feng, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. Just as he reached into his clothes to pull out his gun, suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Following that, a Fu and the others from Myanmar also looked terrified, their pupils dilating rapidly. Their expressions were twisted in agony. Put! Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, like weed-ons in autumn, they all collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. Divine Doctor, what's happening? Divine Doctor, did the evil energy backfire? Realizing something was wrong, Xiao Qingfeng feigned innocence. Lu Feng walked straight up to him and squatted down. Looking at his bloodied face, he chuckled, stop pretending. Did you think I wouldn't see the weapons hidden in your clothes, huh? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng was stunned. What the hell is this? How could you see that? Divine Doctor, it's normal for us to hide weapons in our clothes. It's just for self-defense. We agreed that if you cured us, we would let you go. What should we do now? Xiao Qingfeng continued to act. Seeing the other party stubbornly holding on, Lu Feng showed an interested expression and said, still pretending? Then I won't pretend anymore, let's lay it all out. I've poisoned you, Lu Feng whispered in his ear. I won't pretend anymore, let's lay it all out. I've poisoned you, Lu Feng whispered in his ear again. Upon hearing this, the once pitiful Xiao Qingfeng was instantly filled with rage, cursing loudly, Lu Feng, you bastard, I can't believe it. How dare you poison me? I should have shot you all earlier. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled. Do you want to live? Lu Feng said, as if staring at an ant. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he spoke urgently, you say it, whatever conditions, I can meet. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, return all the money you scammed from the Dragon Kingdom people. Maybe then, I might consider saving your worthless life. Upon hearing Lu Feng's conditions, Xiao Qingfeng gritted his teeth in anger and said helplessly, I've already spent a lot of the money, I don't have that much left to return. However, I can return all the remaining money. What do you think? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Oh, bargaining with me? Smack! Lu Feng stomped directly on his head, his tone icy. You still don't understand the situation, do you? Did you think I was negotiating with you, huh? All the money must be returned, not a single cent less. If you dare to bargain again, I'll take your life right now, Lu Feng said flatly. The powerful aura he exuded made even Lu Yun and several undercover comrades nearby feel a tightening in their hearts, cold sweat slowly forming on their backs. Lu Feng usually appeared very kind, but unexpectedly, he was so domineering when handling matters. The son of the underworld is indeed not an ordinary person. The reason Lu Feng was so angry was that yesterday, when Xiao Qingfeng was on the phone with his father, he saw the caller ID, Xiao Bo. This was the sworn enemy of the Lu family, the person who almost killed him. Faced with such a foe, Lu Feng felt no pity whatsoever. At this moment, Xia Qingfeng felt as if his head was about to be crushed. Adding to the pain from his internal organs, he felt that his life was worse than death, his voice trembling as he said, Lu Feng, I'm calling my dad for money. Please, just let me go, my head is about to explode. Xia Qingfeng pleaded desperately. Seeing this, Lu Feng snorted coldly and withdrew his foot. Xia Qingfeng trembled as he took out his phone and called his father, Xia Bo. Dad, send money, $100 million. Xia Qingfeng got straight to the point. Asking for $100 million right off the bat left the other party stunned for a few seconds before he shouted, You little brat, do you think I'm an ATM? Did that bastard Lu Feng kill you? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng cursed into the phone, Old Bai Deng, hurry up and send $200 million, or I swear I'll kill your son. After saying that, Lu Feng kicked Xia Qingfeng hard in the stomach. Boom! The other party rolled on the ground like a ball, finally crashing into the wall. Ah, Dad! Send money! Save me! Xia Qingfeng clutched his painfully aching stomach, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, in the beautiful country of Florida, a gaunt old man with deep-set eyes heard the cries from the phone. His heart nearly shattered, and his frail body almost collapsed to the ground as he shouted into the phone, Lu Feng, don't hurt Xiao Feng. I'll give you whatever you want, just don't harm my son. Xia Bo, nearing 50, had only this one son left in the family. If Xia Qingfeng died, the Xia family would be cut off completely. Although Xia Qingfeng had previously been diagnosed with stomach cancer, he had now been cured. The terrifying part was not despair, but the hope that turned into despair again. That was truly heart-wrenching. On the phone, Lu Feng's cold voice rang out, Old Bai Deng, we're not done with the matter of you hiring someone to hit me. Do you think hiding in the beautiful country will keep you safe? Just wait, one day I will find your rat's nest and personally take you down. Lu Feng said, each word devoid of any emotion. Even the weathered Xia Bo felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows upon hearing Lu Feng's words. He felt trapped in an ice cave. Was this the kind of momentum a high school student should have? But Xia Bo was not someone to be trifled with. He suppressed the fear in his heart and feigned calmness, saying, Lu Feng, I know you're young and reckless. Don't worry, I'll send the $200 million right now. But remember, if anything happens to Xia Qingfeng, I guarantee you won't get out of northern Myanmar. After saying that, Xia Bo immediately transferred $200 million to Xia Qingfeng. About 2 minutes later, a voice from a staff member of the Dragon Country came through. Divine Doctor, all the money has been returned to the deceived public. Moreover, on average, each victim received an additional 200,000. As this voice sounded, Xia Bo frowned and said, Lu Feng, the money has all been returned to the victims, so can you save my son now? However, Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. I only said I would consider saving his dog life. I never said I would definitely do it. Xia Bo, say your goodbyes to your son. Upon hearing this, Xia Bo's eyes widened in shock, his face displaying an unprecedented terror. Lu Feng, you can't go back on your word, you promised. Before he could finish, put, a sound of spitting blood echoed. Then, Xia Qingfeng fell silent. The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Lu Feng, Xia Bo roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of madness, his screams echoing through the villa. In response to his fury, Lu Feng simply lifted his foot and crushed the phone. Smash! Beep 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 beep. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Xia Bo felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, collapsing onto the sofa. His gaze was vacant, his expression desolate, and he remained lost in thought for a long time. After a while, Xia Bo waved his hand. An Asian butler approached, bowing respectfully and saying, Sir. Xia Bo's face was ashen, and he weakly said, Disseminate the news to all the parks in northern Myanmar. Whoever kills Lu Feng, the Xia family's entire industry in northern Myanmar will be given away. At the same time, contact the Yebwa in northern Myanmar. The deity we've been worshipping for so long should finally be put to use. The butler immediately replied, Understood, sir. After the butler left, Xia Bo's gaze turned cold, and his tone became fierce. Lu Feng, today I will make you pay for my son's death. Meanwhile, in northern Myanmar, at the Xia Group Park, Xia Qingfeng lay on the ground, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, motionless. He was completely dead. As for the others in northern Myanmar, they were continuously screaming in agony, struggling in their final moments. In less than half an hour, these people would also meet their end. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at the people of Longwei and said, The necessary actions have been taken. The bus at the entrance is ready. Everyone hurry up and get on the bus to leave. Upon hearing this, the people continuously bowed to Lu Feng, expressing their gratitude. Then they left in succession, boarding the bus that had brought them to the park. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Feng, Li Jingya, and Lu Yun remained in the room. let's withdraw as well, Lu Feng said calmly. Lu Yun was still in shock, standing there with a dazed expression. It was hard to believe that this Xia Group Park had taken the police department nearly 2 years to eliminate, yet Lu Feng had managed to uproot the head of the Xia Group in less than a week. It was simply surreal. No one would dare to film it that way. Oh, okay. Coming back to her senses, Lu Yun said after a moment of hesitation. Soon, the few of them arrived at the park's entrance and boarded the bus. Lu Yun pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life, quickly speeding towards the port. On the way, Lu Feng pondered for a moment and asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Teacher Lu, since you were a police officer, why did you go to teach at the 13th middle school back then? Hearing this question, Lu Yun's heart tightened, and she casually found a reason. At that time, there was a temporary mission to go to Yunhai City. More than a decade ago, a girl in the capital was abducted, and the traffickers were in Yunhai City. As for teaching at the 13th middle school, it was just a randomly selected school. As she spoke, Lu Yun glanced at Li Jingya. Tang Chang had already informed her that Li Jingya was the second young lady of the Tang family, Tang Rou. However, Tang Chang wanted to wait until the matter was over to reveal her identity personally, so Lu Yun did not expose it. Oh, Lu Feng nodded, not thinking much of it. After the car had been driving for more than 10 minutes, suddenly, a series of piercing gunshots rang out from behind. Tat tat tat, bang, bang. The glass inside the vehicle shattered in response. Seeing this, Lu Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly bent down to hide behind their seats. Not good, we're being pursued. Lu Yun looked in the rearview mirror at the 2 jeeps behind them, her tone tense. Just as her words fell, 4 or 5 more jeeps appeared around them, each carrying 4 or 5 northern Myanmar terrorists armed with automatic rifles. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. Although she had maximized the horsepower, it was still a passenger bus. Moreover, the terrain here was uneven, making it vastly inferior to the high-performance jeeps. As the enemy was about to catch up, 2 comrades could no longer sit still, grabbing their handguns and shooting at the enemy. Bang! Bang! Due to the unstable terrain, both bullets hit the vehicle without causing any impact on the enemy. Tat tat tat! Bang bang bang! The terrorists in northern Myanmar immediately returned fire, and for a moment, sparks flew inside the car. Due to the significant disparity in weaponry, the 2 comrades were too afraid to show their heads. Teacher Lu Yun, give me the gun. At this moment, Lu Feng shouted towards the driver's seat. Hearing this, Lu Yun replied without turning her head, Lu Feng, do you know how to use a gun? Lu Feng answered, a little bit. He had read a comprehensive guide on weapons in the park before. Now, his firearm accuracy had reached level 5, which should be sufficient. Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Lu Yun gently placed the handgun on the ground and then pushed it lightly. Whoosh! The handgun hit Lu Feng's seat. Without hesitation, Lu Feng picked up the handgun and extended it out the window, pulling the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, one of the jeep drivers was shot in the head. A large blood hole appeared on his skull. The next moment, the jeep lost control, swaying left and right before crashing straight into a ditch. Boom! An explosion sounded. The jeep was engulfed in flames. Lu Yun and several comrades were stunned at this scene. Wow, what accuracy! A blind shot to the head. This kid must have determined the enemy's position through the rearview mirror. Impressive. Good lad, your shooting skills are great. We should have a sparring session sometime. They all spoke at once. Just as they finished, Lu Feng extended the gun out the window and fired 3 more shots. Bang! 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 3 bullets flew out. Puff! 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 The sounds of bullets piercing through skulls followed. The 3 jeeps began to sway as if they had been drugged. Before long, they crashed into a power pole with a loud boom, meeting their end in the northwest. Seeing this, everyone in the car, including Lu Yun, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of accuracy is this? 4 bullets, 4 headshots? Is he using a cheat? You really are a versatile talent. Lu Yun sighed. Not only had he developed a lithography machine and possessed formidable medical skills, but his shooting was also so precise, it was infuriating how he outshone everyone. The comrade who had just suggested sparring with Lu Feng scratched his head and said, I take back what I said earlier, the sparring is cancelled, I concede. Hearing this, the others laughed. Ha ha, what's wrong? Are you defeated by a high school student? You can't let that happen. If you can, go ahead. I can't, I admit it. They chatted happily, completely disregarding the danger. After all, they had a sharpshooter like Lu Feng with them. Were they still afraid of not escaping? However, they were too early in their joy. After Lu Feng shot down 4 jeeps, 8 more came chasing after them. They continuously fired at the window where Lu Feng was. Under the suppressive fire, Lu Feng had no chance to shoot back. As the enemy numbers increased, Lu Yun was almost pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Just then, a scene that filled everyone with despair occurred. With a puff, a bullet accurately hit the bus tire, causing the vehicle's speed to plummet. "Oh no!" Lu Yun exclaimed anxiously. "The tire has been shot." As soon as she finished speaking, puff, puff, 2 more tires were hit. The vehicle began to crawl forward at a snail's pace. At that moment, everyone turned pale, their hearts in their throats. "Stop the car. You all go ahead, I'll hold them off," Lu Feng said calmly. If he were alone, he could easily escape using the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom and the terrain of the woods. Having more people would only slow him down. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yun and the others were slightly taken aback. Suddenly, they felt a sense of illusion. "I was a hostage rescued from the scam park." Lu Feng was the police officer. "Hey, kid, don't make a scene. If I let a high school student cover for me, I won't have any face left if this gets out." "That's right, we won't abandon. We won't give up," several people said firmly. Lu Feng. The next moment, with a creak, a bus came to a stop sideways on the side of the road. Then, Lu Feng and Lu Yun, along with a few others, hid behind the bus and kept shooting at the enemy. Bang! 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 Tat 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 tat. Gunfire rang out continuously. Flames erupted everywhere. Bullets whizzed past my ears. Lu Feng had seen many gunfight movies, but they were all on TV. Only when he was truly in the midst of it did he understand how shocking it was. The deafening gunfire was almost enough to tear a person's eardrums apart. The fiery bullets, if they grazed you even slightly, would either kill you or take a chunk of flesh. The enemy was less than 100 meters away. Suddenly, from a nearby alley, several black pickup trucks turned the corner. Upon closer inspection, there were about a dozen of them. Each pickup was filled with muscular men in suits, armed with firearms. "Excuse me, who is Lu Feng?" one of the muscular men shouted in broken Chinese. Hearing this, Lu Feng replied, "That's me." If they were enemies, they would have shot at him already. Since they weren't enemies, they must be friends. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, the muscular men raised their weapons and shot at the nearby jeep. Tat tat tat, tat 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 tat, boom! Bullets crisscrossed, and the jeeps were left in tatters, explosions ringing out continuously. One of the muscular men came to Lu Feng's side and said, "We are from the Run-In Bodyguard Company, commissioned by our boss Lu Zhishong to come rescue the young master. Please hurry and leave, the pickups are ready. We'll handle this place." Hearing their words, Lu Yun and a few comrades couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this the power of money? It seems Lu Zhishong bought an entire bodyguard company just to save Lu Feng. Truly a prominent family in the Dragon Country. Indeed, wealthy beyond measure. "Thank you for your trouble," Lu Feng said gratefully. Then, using the bus as cover, they quickly ran toward the pickup trucks. Once inside, Lu Yun stepped on the gas, and they fled toward the port again. However, they hadn't gone far when they saw police cars blocking their path ahead. "Stop, stop!" a police officer from northern Myanmar shouted from the road. Lu Yun stopped the car, hurriedly showed her credentials, and said anxiously, "I am a police officer from the Dragon Country, just escaped from the Xia family group's scam park. There are terrorists chasing us, and we hope to get your help to cover us to the port," Lu Yun said in a rush. The northern Myanmar police officer glanced at Lu Yun's credentials and said expressionlessly, "I'm very sorry, but you will have to come with us to the police station to make a statement. Otherwise, you cannot leave northern Myanmar." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and the others suddenly realized these police officers were in cahoots with the scammers. Swish! Lu Feng raised his handgun, aiming it at the police officer, exuding a tense atmosphere. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, the northern Myanmar police officer widened his eyes and cursed, "You bastards, you damned Dragon Country people. How dare you point a gun at the police in northern Myanmar? If you don't put down the gun, I will call for backup. By then, it won't just be a simple statement," the northern Myanmar police officer threatened. After saying this, he stepped forward, ready to handcuff Lu Feng. Just then, a powerful voice rang out from not far away. "Let them go." Hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw an old police officer with a handlebar mustache and a strong presence walking toward them. He was followed by dozens of uniformed officers. However, from his attire and physique, the man he brought was clearly a notch above the obstructing police officers. Upon seeing him, the captain of the Myanmar Northern Police reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, hurriedly saluting. "Officer Gon." Officer Gon coldly glanced at him without saying a word. He then turned his gaze to the crowd and asked, "Who is Lu Feng?" Hearing his question, Lu Yun and a few comrades roughly understood the situation. It was likely that Lu Zhishong had already bribed the upper echelons of Myanmar Northern. Is this the power of money? "It's me," Lu Feng stepped forward and said. Seeing this, Officer Gon smiled and nodded, patting Lu Feng on the shoulder. "Good lad, hurry to the port. your father is waiting for you to come home. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. There definitely won't be any police blocking your way. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. Thank you, officer. After expressing his gratitude, the obstructing police immediately removed the roadblocks and let Lu Feng pass. The group got back into the pickup truck and continued driving forward. When the car reached the city, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. We've finally reached the city. There were many people here, and gunfights generally wouldn't happen, as it would easily harm innocents. The car stopped at an intersection, waiting for the traffic light. At that moment, Lu Feng, using his golden eye, noticed that many enemies were approaching nearby. Hurry up, they're surrounding us, Lu Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya, Lu Yun, and the others immediately pushed open the car doors and fled. As they left the car, hundreds of Myanmar northerners surged forward from the crowd like unleashed wild dogs, brandishing axes. Thus, a chase began in the bustling streets of Myanmar Northern. Because Li Jingya was running too slowly, Lu Feng directly picked her up and sprinted, making her face flush red. When they reached the next intersection, the light was green, but Lu Feng suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lu Yun asked, panting. Lu Feng pointed ahead and said, there are more of them over there. Lu Yun looked across and indeed saw a group of Myanmar northerners glaring at them. To the right, Lu Yun shouted, but as she turned, she found another group of unfriendly-looking Myanmar northerners approaching them quickly with axes. In this situation, they could only run to the left. Go! Behind them, three groups of Myanmar northerners converged, numbering several hundred. Bystanders, seeing this scene, thought it was a marathon and began to cheer and clap. Just then, suddenly, the comrade who had been punished fell to the ground with a thud. He clutched his bleeding right leg, gasping for breath. I can't run anymore. You all hurry and go. Don't worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, directly ahead, a dense crowd of countless people was walking toward them. Without exception, all of them were dressed in Zhongshan suits, holding gleaming machetes. At that moment, Lu Yun and the few police comrades felt despair. They were surrounded on all sides. No one could escape now, unless they sprouted wings and flew away. In the next moment, from within the crowd of people in Zhongshan suits, Black Tiger lit a cigarette and slowly walked out. Upon seeing Lu Feng, his face first lit up with joy. Then he threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out, pointing at the Myanmar northerners and cursing, damn it, how dare you chase after our young master, a bunch of ignorant dogs. Brothers, go, cut all these Myanmar bastards down. With that, thousands of Lu family brothers raised their machetes and charged at the Myanmar northerners. With Black Tiger's command, a great battle was about to erupt. Thousands of Lu family brothers, armed with machetes, rushed toward the crowd of Myanmar northerners. At this moment, among the Myanmar northerners, a man who looked like a leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed, damn it, who the hell is this kid? With bodyguards covering him, the security bureau clearing the way, and now this group of people from the Dragon Country showing up. Call for reinforcements immediately, bring in the other parks. Tell them that as long as they kill Lu Feng, the KK Park is willing to share all of the Xia family's industries in northern Myanmar with everyone. The leader of KK Park said anxiously. He was desperate to obtain the Xia family's assets in northern Myanmar. Therefore, he accepted the bounty issued by Xia Bo and relentlessly pursued Lu Feng. But now, seeing such a fat piece of meat that he couldn't swallow, he had no choice but to decide to call in the other parks to share the spoils. Although the earnings would be less, it was better than letting Lu Feng escape from northern Myanmar without even a sip of soup. Yes, a young man who looked like a strategist replied. He then opened his phone and sent the message to the leaders of the various parks. At that moment, the Lu family brothers had already rushed to the front. When the two groups met, clang, 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 the mountain knives and axes clashed continuously, producing sharp sounds and sparking. In an instant, the scene was filled with flashing blades and shadows. The sounds of screams and fighting echoed endlessly. Due to the overwhelming number of opponents, in a short time, the KK Park's men fell like wheat in autumn. Meanwhile, the Lu family's brothers were chopping wildly, letting out excited shouts. It's been a long time since I've felt this good, damn it, so satisfying. Damn, don't chop so fast, leave a few for me. No way, I've been cooped up at home for so long, how can I miss this chance to vent? These northern Myanmar guys are really pathetic, their fighting power is comparable to ants, they only bully the defenseless citizens of the Dragon Country. Damn it, I'm chopping, chopping, chopping. The KK leader looked at the Lu family brothers who were in high spirits and then at his own men lying in pools of blood. He gritted his teeth in frustration and pointed at Lu Feng, shouting, damn it, kill that little bastard first. Xia Bo said that as long as they killed Lu Feng, they wouldn't need to fight these Dragon Country people. Hearing the leader's shout, a group of KK's men raised their axes and charged at Lu Feng. However, in front of them were the Lu family brothers. and by the time they reached Lu Feng, they had no idea how many had already fallen. Only a few scattered individuals rushed forward. At that moment, Lu Feng was tending to the injured police officer on the ground. Seeing these 4 or 5 people, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Yun and several other police officers rushed out first. Lu Feng, focus on healing, leave this to us, Lu Yun instructed. With that, she delivered a flying kick. In the blink of an eye, several people were entangled in a fight. But as the opponents charged recklessly, another 5 or 6 KK men rushed over. Among them, one person took advantage of Lu Yun's moment of inattention. He raised his axe and swung it fiercely at Lu Yun's neck. Lu Yun, be careful! A comrade saw this scene, his face turning pale, and shouted loudly. However, by the time Lu Yun reacted, it was too late to dodge. Just as the axe was about to strike Lu Yun's neck, in a critical moment, Lu Feng's internal Dragon Country martial arts activated, and he flashed to Lu Yun's side. Smack! Lu Feng firmly grasped the wrist of the KK man. The axe blade was only 0.1 millimeters away from Lu Yun's neck, and several strands of hair had already been severed. Whoosh! Seeing this, the KK man turned pale. He looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, thinking he must be seeing things. How did this guy get over here? No one had the answer for him. The next second, Lu Feng threw a punch at his face. With a loud boom, the KK thug flew out like a kite with a broken string, soaring over 10 meters before crashing directly into the crowd of KK members, causing a massive commotion. Lu Yun stared blankly at Lu Feng, unable to regain her senses for a long time. She hadn't seen how Lu Feng had made his move. All she felt was a fleeting shadow, and that thug flew out like a bowling ball. The surrounding KK thugs noticed Lu Feng joining the fight. They quickly turned around, axes raised, and charged at him. But before they could reach Lu Feng, boom! Lu Feng delivered a high whip kick to the nearest thug. The thug flew dozens of meters away, blood spraying from his mouth in a line as he fell heavily to the ground, defeated. The other thugs watched in horror, their expressions frozen in shock. What the hell? Are you even human? One of them cursed in disbelief. They stood there trembling, none daring to advance. Hearing their insults, Lu Feng looked at them with disdain. Then, with a swift movement, he stepped forward, boom, 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 boom. He kicked out with all 4 limbs. In the next moment, 4 of them were sent flying hand in hand, soaring dozens of meters away to join their fallen comrade. Lu Yun and several police officers widened their eyes, staring at Lu Feng as if he were a monster. Terrifying, Lu Yun gasped. Was this the explosive power of a normal person, kicking people like they were soccer balls? Not far away, the KK boss watched this scene, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He looked stunned, disbelief etched on his face. What the hell? So this kid is the strongest one. Xiaobo, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? The KK boss cursed angrily. They had no idea how many of their thugs had been sacrificed just to get close to Lu Feng. After finally managing to send a few people in, they were kicked back by Lu Feng. The KK boss waved his hand at the thugs, shouting, "Stop fighting, retreat." In less than 10 minutes, they had lost half of their several hundred men. If they kept fighting, the KK district would be finished. Hearing their boss's call, the KK thugs turned and fled, each one covering their heads in panic. The KK boss was the first to run, sprinting so fast that his shoes flew off. Black Tiger, seeing them trying to escape, knocked one thug down with a knife and shouted, "Brothers, chase them. Leave none alive." At Black Tiger's command, Lu Feng's thugs surged forward, brandishing their machetes in pursuit. Thousands of them chased after a few hundred, creating a ruckus in the bustling city. Bystanders watching the scene thought it was a movie shoot and eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. When the KK district members reached the next intersection, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and turned to face Black Tiger and his crew. Just as Black Tiger wondered why they had stopped running, he saw a wave of desperate figures armed with steel pipes and watermelon knives pouring out behind the KK members. Clearly, their reinforcements had arrived. Next, 4 or 5 men who looked like leaders emerged from the crowd, their demeanor extremely arrogant. The KK boss lit a cigarette and cursed, "Damn it, if you guys don't show up soon, I'll be chopped to pieces." Hearing this, the other leaders laughed mockingly. "Old K, didn't expect you to have a rough time too. How does it feel?" "Ha, Old K, you brought this on yourself for being greedy. Damn it, those bastards from Longwood dare to cause trouble in Myanmar. Let's get our brothers out." One of the leaders waved his hand. From every alley and shop around, more armed thugs emerged. They were all part of the scam groups from northern Myanmar, including the Wa Gang district and the Xiaomangko district. Together, the various districts formed a formidable force. The number of people instantly surpassed that of the Black Tiger. Dragon country folks, dare to come to northern Myanmar to cause trouble. Today, let you know what it means to be outnumbered. Boss KK, pretending to be powerful, said with a smug expression. Seeing this scene, the Black Tiger couldn't help but chuckle. With his arms crossed and a piercing gaze, he said, "A bunch of idiots, a country smaller than our province, dare to compare numbers with me?" After saying that, the black tiger took out his phone and sent a voice message. "Everyone come out." As soon as he finished speaking, on the left side of the intersection, led by the money leopard, a group of his underlings holding machetes and dressed in Zhongshan suits slowly walked out. A large crowd, looking even more numerous than the black tiger's underlings. The money leopard, wearing casual leather shoes and fiddling with a string of beads, cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of idiots. They don't even realize they've fallen into a trap. Today, our Lu family will act on behalf of the northern Myanmar authorities to eliminate the black forces and wipe out you bastards." Just as the money leopard finished cursing, on the right side of the intersection, the eagle appeared in a tank top and shorts, holding a piece of watermelon, swaggering like a big shot. Behind him followed thousands of underlings, each holding machetes and looking fierce. At this moment, the eagle spat out a watermelon seed and pointed at the leaders of the park, cursing, "Have you really never seen a gang before? Showing off? Let me show you what it means to be haunted by nightmares. Today, I'll let you see what a black hand looks like." In the center of the intersection, Boss KK, the leader of the Tile Gang, and other big brothers saw the scene before them, and everyone tensed up, dumbfounded. They couldn't help but shiver, all of them stunned. Is this really northern Myanmar? How come there are more people from the Dragon Country than from northern Myanmar? The earlier pride of Boss KK vanished, replaced by fear. He trembled and waved his hand, stuttering, "Brothers, retreat! Retreat!" The other leaders nodded in agreement. They were tough, but not foolish. The difference in numbers was too great. If a fight broke out, they would just be beaten up. As the Tile Gang leader fled backward, he cursed, "Damn it, so these people aren't here to rescue anyone. They're here to eliminate the black forces. They want to wipe us all out." The other leaders showed a look of despair, remaining silent. They hadn't finished showing off before they were slapped in the face. Now they had lost all face in front of their underlings. However, after just a few steps, a scene that filled them with despair appeared. Right in front of them, another group of people emerged. Judging by the machetes in their hands and the Zhongshan suits they wore, it was easy to tell they were from the Lu family. A few park leaders felt their hearts sink and began to panic. At this moment, from the crowd, Lu Zhixiong, dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses, and holding a cigar, walked out. He coldly stared at the park leaders, his voice icy, "A bunch of blind dogs, do you know who you've messed with? You dare to touch my son Lu Feng? I see you're simply tired of living. Today, I will turn your doghouses upside down, not leaving a single one." Lu Zhixiong said expressionlessly. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him made all the underlings from northern Myanmar tremble. Upon hearing Lu Zhixiong's name, the park leaders exchanged glances, stunned. As the largest underground family in the Dragon Country, how could they not know? "Master Lu, we didn't know Lu Feng was your son, otherwise, we would never have chased him." "Yes, Master Lu, it was that bastard Xiaobo who deceived us. Otherwise, how could I have accepted the bounty on young Master Lu?" "Master Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't we just let it go? Perhaps we can sit down and talk business?" The leaders spoke in a flurry, trying to negotiate. Hearing this, Lu Zhixiong snorted coldly and pointed at several people, cursing loudly, "Talk nonsense. If I hadn't arrived in time, my son would have been killed by you, and you still want to talk business? Take them all down." Lu Zhixiong waved his hand fiercely. The leaders of the park saw that Lu Zhixiong was determined to wipe them out. With no way to escape, they no longer cared whether this was the city or whether they could use guns. Swish, swish, swish. Several of them pulled out handguns, the dark muzzles aimed at Lu Zhixiong. "Damn it, since you won't leave me a way out, let's die together. What if the Lu family of Longwei is involved? Bullets won't spare you." Several leaders threatened. The Lu family brothers were slightly taken aback upon seeing the handguns, and no one dared to step forward. Seeing this, Lu Zhixiong smiled disdainfully. He waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Several of his younger brothers pulled out automatic rifles. There were AK-47s, M416s, as well as shotguns and light machine guns. One younger brother even directly shouldered a rocket launcher. "Ah, I'll blow you all to bits," the younger brother threatened. "Damn!" The leaders of the park saw the rocket launcher, and their guns went limp in their hands. They were all frightened and nearly sat down on the ground. Boss KK cursed at a 45-degree angle to the sky, "Xiaobo, damn it, you've caused me a lot of trouble. When I die, I won't let you off even as a ghost." It seemed that heaven heard his call. As soon as he finished speaking, military vehicles from northern Myanmar came crashing into view. Soldiers stood on the military vehicles, with a machine gun set up in front and a loudspeaker beside it. Everyone put down your weapons and surrender on the spot. Everyone put down your weapons and surrender on the spot. Everyone. Hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, both sides' younger brothers were stunned. In the dazed eyes of the crowd, military vehicles drove over, surrounding Lu Zhixiong and the others. The door of the leading vehicle opened. Then, a man in military uniform, with stars on his shoulder insignia, full of an imposing aura and killing intent, stepped out of the vehicle. He walked up to Lu Zhixiong and arrogantly said, "You are the head of the Lu family?" Lu Zhixiong showed no fear and replied calmly, "That's me." "Humph." The man snorted coldly. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhixiong. "I am Yebwa, a senior officer of the Northern Myanmar military. You are suspected of gathering a crowd to fight, instructing your subordinates to kill, and even illegally using weapons and rocket launchers. Therefore, you are under arrest. Please come with us," Yebwa said coldly. After saying this, several soldiers came over to take Lu Zhixiong to the military vehicle. At this moment, Lu Yun rushed over from the crowd. She displayed her police badge and said to Yebwa, "Hello, I am a police officer from Longwa, here is my identification." This fight was entirely in self-defense, otherwise, we would have long been dead at the hands of these scammers. I hope you can see clearly and make a fair decision. Upon hearing this, Yebwa smiled coldly and said, "First of all, I am very fair. Secondly, I don't need you to teach me how to enforce the law. What if you are a police officer from Longwa? This is Northern Myanmar, and I have the final say here. Take Lu Zhixiong, Lu Feng, and those other Lu family leaders away," Yebwa said expressionlessly. In fact, he was already overjoyed inside. Over the years, he had received many benefits from Xiaobo, so he came to capture Lu Feng. But he didn't expect that besides Lu Feng, Lu Zhixiong, Black Tiger, Golden Leopard, and other big brothers of the Lu family were also here. If he could capture them all, he could demand a large wave of benefits from Xiaobo. The leaders of the park watched with satisfaction and said, Lord Yebwa is just and mighty. Lord Yebwa, please execute all these Dragon Country people." Hearing their words, Yebwa glanced over and said, "Take these leaders away too." The park leaders were left speechless. Just then, a sudden sound of propellers filled the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw dozens of helicopters rapidly approaching. Yebwa initially thought they were friendly forces, but upon further thought, he realized he hadn't called in any aerial support. Could they be helicopters from another military district? However, when Yebwa saw the national insignia on the helicopters, he was stunned. The Dragon Country military? Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the helicopters hovered above. Then, swish, swish, swish. Ropes were thrown from the helicopters, and soldiers from the Dragon Country, dressed in advanced gear and armed with cutting-edge weapons, stood proudly before them. "We are the Dragon Country Snow Leopard Special Forces, here on a mission. Please do not act rashly," said one of the soldiers who looked like a team leader. Hearing his words, Yebwa gasped and fell silent. The Snow Leopard Special Forces. That meant the person responsible for this mission was that old man? Just as Yebwa marveled at the identity of the other party, one of the helicopters slowly landed on a nearby lawn. Then, escorted by several Special Forces members, Lu Zhinan stepped out of the helicopter and walked straight towards them. Upon seeing Lu Zhinan's face, Yebwa shrank back like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to make eye contact. Years ago, during the political chaos in northern Myanmar, if it weren't for the Dragon Country's assistance and weapon donations, the northern Myanmar officials would have likely changed hands long ago. The person responsible for liaising between the two countries was this old man, Lu Zhinan. "Yebwa, it seems our Dragon Country's support for your military has been a bit too generous. The weapons and equipment we provided, and yet you are pointing them at our Dragon Country people?" Lu Zhinan said coldly, with his hands behind his back. Hearing his words, Yebwa shivered and sat up straight, saying, "Mr. Lu, it's a misunderstanding. These Dragon Country people killed the northern Myanmar civilians in the street, and they are illegally armed with weapons and rocket launchers, violating the laws of northern Myanmar. That's why I came out to apprehend them." Yebwa's back was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong quickly jumped out to explain, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. First, the people we killed were not northern Myanmar civilians, but scammers who have shed the blood of countless Dragon Country people. Second, we acted in self-defense when we chose to harm them, and Comrade Lu Yun can testify to that. Third, these so-called rocket launchers and guns." At this point, Lu Zhixiong pressed down on a lighter. The next second, the rocket launcher ignited. "See, they're all made of plastic, wholesale price 100 yuan a basket. We just wanted to scare those people, who knew they would be so foolish to take it seriously," Lu Zhixiong said, taking a puff of his cigar. The park leaders turned pale with anger, their expressions worse than if they had eaten something foul. Yebwa fell silent. This Lu Jinan snorted coldly and pointed at him, saying, "Our dragon country donates a large amount of money and supplies to you every year, not only to help you maintain order but also to curb scam groups. It seems you are handling things quite well." In recent years, scam groups have become increasingly brazen, and more dragon country people have fallen victim, especially in the Xia family group's park. It has developed the most under your jurisdiction. Lu Jinan hinted subtly. He knew that Yibo was colluding with the Xia group. A high-ranking officer from northern Myanmar was actually in cahoots with a scam syndicate. If this got out, not only would his position be at risk, but he might even lose his head. Realizing he had been exposed, Yibo broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I'm very sorry. You are right to reprimand me. I will definitely correct my ways. Please supervise me." Lu Jinan did not respond but turned to the few leaders of the park and said, "Take all these scammers away." As several members of the Snow Leopard Special Forces were about to escort Boss KK and the others away, Yibo was about to say something. Lu Yun walked over, took out a document, and said, "This is the extradition paperwork. Our actions are reasonable and legal. Please do not interfere any further." Seeing the document in her hand, Yibo shut his mouth and said nothing more. After the few heads from northern Myanmar were taken away, under Lu Jinan's intimidation, Yibo took all those little brothers from northern Myanmar and sent them to military trial. At this moment, Lu Jixiong looked at Lu Jinan and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for the reminder, otherwise, my son might have faced misfortune." Looking at this former enemy before him, Lu Jinan seemed to want to say something. He moved his lips but ultimately sighed and said lightly, "Head of the Lu family, return to your country." After saying this, Lu Jinan, Lu Yun, and several undercover comrades boarded one of the helicopters. Before leaving, Lu Jinan deliberately glanced at Li Jingya. Seeing that she was fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Jixiong had already prepared the ship for their return. A large group of Lu family members drove to the northern Myanmar port. Accompanied by the roar of the cruise ship, the vessel began to sail swiftly towards the Dragon Country. At this moment, in the beautiful country of Florida, when Xiaobo learned that not only had Lu Feng successfully escaped from northern Myanmar, but even the other scam leaders from various parks had been captured and taken to the Dragon Country for trial, his face turned dark and purple, his deep-set eyes filled with murderous intent. After a while, he threw off the small blanket covering him and walked to a wall. The wall was filled with photos, some of the Lu family, some of the Tang family, and some of the Bai family. Then, Xiaobo took down a photo of Tang Cheng. Looking at her beautiful face, Xiaobo revealed a twisted smile. "Lu family, Tang family. This time, I will make sure you all die." When Lu Feng boarded the ship, Lu Guilan rushed forward and tightly embraced him, wiping her tears and snot, saying, "My son, how could you be tricked into northern Myanmar? Who did this? Tell Mom, and I'll make sure they regret it." Lu Guilan said, her eyes red and heart aching. Hearing his mother's words, Lu Feng's mind flashed with the images of those foreign recruits. At this moment, in northern Myanmar, in a KTV under the Xia group, although the scam park of the Xia family had been dismantled, its industries still existed. In the lounge, several foreign recruits walked in and relaxed upon seeing the environment. Although we were tricked into northern Myanmar, we don't have to make scam calls, nor do we have to worry about our personal safety. We can even enjoy food and fun with the sisters. It's simply a stroke of luck and misfortune. Exactly, this is the advantage brought by our bloodline. Wherever we go, we are the center of attention. I heard the clients here are both beautiful and wealthy, and their figures are sizzling hot. I'm already looking forward to the upcoming work. Several foreigners chattered excitedly, fantasizing about the work ahead. At that moment, the manager walked in and said to a few foreigners, "You guys come with me, a rich lady has chosen you. Remember to perform well later. This is your first job, and if you do well, the rich lady might just buy you." Hearing the manager's words, the foreigners were overjoyed, their faces nearly splitting from smiles. They eagerly followed the manager to a private room, but when they pushed open the door and walked in, they were stunned by the scene inside. In the center sat a woman resembling a fat pig, adorned with gold and silver jewelry. At that moment, she was crossing her legs and smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing the foreigners, the rich lady smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of decades-old black teeth, and said, "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. I want all of these foreigners. Don't worry, as long as you treat me well, treasures will be yours." The foreigners looked at the rich lady, catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from her mouth. Their faces turned pale, and they covered their mouths, nearly throwing up. After regaining their composure, one of the foreigners hurriedly waved his hands and stammered, I. He intended to say he couldn't do it, but before he could finish, the rich lady interrupted, "Oh, seeing you so eager, it's you. Come, sit next to me." As soon as she finished speaking, the manager pushed him from behind, and he flew directly into her arms. The rich lady embraced him with a look of infatuation and said, "You're quite handsome, just my type." Saying this, she raised her chubby, oily lips and kissed him directly. Smack! Their lips met. The foreigner rolled his eyes. Trembling, he could no longer hold back and slapped her. Smack! "Let go of me," he exclaimed, shaking off the grease on his hands, his eyes filled with terror. The slap left the rich lady dumbfounded. Then, she became extremely angry and shouted, "You bastard, you dare to hit me! Someone, strip him and hang him up." After saying that, several burly bodyguards rushed in. In no time, the foreigner was stripped down to nothing, like a peel egg. Then, one of the bodyguards took out a rope and hung him from the KTV room's beam. "No, no!" the foreigner cried in panic, tears nearly streaming down his face. The rich lady took out a whip and scolded, "You dog, you've made my beautiful face red. Today, I'll let you experience what it felt like when your ancestors picked cotton in the beautiful country." After saying that, she raised the whip and began to lash out like a madwoman. Smack! 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 Ah! In an instant, the KTV was filled with the foreigner's desperate screams. Before long, he rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth, fainting from the beating. The other foreigners, witnessing this scene, were so frightened that their legs trembled, nearly wetting themselves. The rich lady put down the whip and pointed at them, commanding, "You guys come over. Damn, those who pursue me are lined up abroad, and you still don't know how to cherish it." At that moment, one of the foreigners had a sudden idea. He stepped forward, showing a troubled expression, and said, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to accompany you, it's because I like men, and I've contracted a disease in that area. Now I have little time left, and if I infect you, it would be a national regret to lose such a beautiful flower like you in Myanmar. But if you don't mind, I'm willing to give everything." The foreigner opened his arms and closed his eyes, looking as if he were facing a cold wind at the edge of a river. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the rich woman's expression changed, revealing a look of emotion as she said, "Little brother, I didn't expect you to care so much for your sister. Since you are so sincere, I won't touch you." As soon as she said this, the special recruitment personnel from the rope engineering department felt an overwhelming excitement inside, as if they had just won a 100 million lottery, nearly shouting out in joy. But he didn't dare show it on his face, still pretending to be lost and regretful. Seeing this, a few foreigners nearby couldn't help but feel envious. What a good excuse! Why hadn't they thought of that? Damn it! But at that moment, the rich woman changed her tone and said, "Just so happens, my brother also likes men and has the same illness. He's in the next private room, and the doctor said he has 3 months left to live. During this time, you can indulge in each other as much as you want." Sigh. As soon as these words were spoken, the special recruitment personnel from the rope engineering department was stunned. Before he could come to his senses, several bodyguards directly lifted him and walked towards the next private room. In the corridor, heart-wrenching cries for help could be heard. "Sister, I was lying to you. I'm not sick. I'm willing to accompany you. Please let me go, sister." Woo woo. However, no matter how he shouted, it was of no use. As the door to the private room closed, his life entered a countdown. Inside the room, the remaining foreigners were completely dumbfounded, each of them relieved that they hadn't used such a reason earlier. At this moment, the rich woman stared at them and coldly asked, "Do you guys have an illness too?" Hearing this, the foreigners shook their heads like rattles, their tone urgent. "No illness, sister, I'm in great shape. Look at these big muscles. Sister, rest assured, with my physique, I'll make sure you're satisfied later." The rich woman nodded in satisfaction, revealing a terrifying smile as she said, "Come, pour me some wine." They trembled as they walked over. Just as they were pouring the wine, the rich woman took off her shoes, crossed her legs, and curled her toes. A smell reminiscent of pickled vegetables that had been fermenting for hundreds of years rushed into everyone's nostrils, particularly overwhelming. When the rich woman raised her glass, ready to drink it all in one go, the foreigner pouring the wine could no longer bear it. He bent down and vomited directly into the wine glass. Looking at the vomit in the glass, the rich woman was momentarily stunned. Then, she raised her whip and cracked it with a pop. "Damn it, hang them all up for me." Just as the foreigners were being tortured to the brink of death, the KTV door was pushed open. Yebwa walked in with his hands behind his back, strutting confidently, followed by a group of armed soldiers from northern Myanmar. The manager, seeing this scene, hurriedly stepped forward and forced a smile, saying, "Ah, Commander Yebwa, you're here. How have you been lately?" Upon hearing this, Yebwa slapped him several meters away, cursing, "Damn it, not good. From today on, all of the Xia family's businesses in northern Myanmar are to be cleared out, and no company of the Xia family is allowed to continue operating. The manager lay on the ground, covering his face in confusion. What's going on? The Xia family KTV had developed to this point entirely thanks to Yebwa's protection. They had cooperated for mutual benefit, like grasshoppers on the same rope. Why had he suddenly turned against them? The manager stood up, his smile gone, his tone slightly threatening as he said, "Commander Yebwa, do you think the old master Xia in the beautiful country knows about this?" Upon hearing his words, Yebwa slapped him again, cursing, "Damn it, what if he knows? I want him to know that I, Yebwa, am irreconcilable with him. That old bastard almost got me killed." Yebwa cursed, his face red and neck thick. He never expected that the Lu family could actually gain support from the military of the Dragon Country. Fortunately, Lu Zhennan arrived in time. Otherwise, if he had really done something to Lu Feng, his head would probably be on the line. "Smash it for me!" Yi Bo shouted. The warriors from northern Myanmar behind him pulled out their melee weapons and began to smash everything inside the KTV. In no time, the originally splendid KTV was reduced to a ruinous shell of a building. After they finished, Yi Bo waved his hand and led the northern Myanmar warriors towards another Xia family enterprise. Behind them, the manager watched as everything he had painstakingly built turned to dust. Unable to contain himself any longer, he sat on the ground and cried out, "Wow!" At this moment, in the Dragon Country, in the capital city, there was an ancient-style courtyard. Two impressive soldiers stood at the entrance, weapons in hand, vigilantly watching their surroundings. In the courtyard, Tang Cheng was on the phone with Lu Zhennan. "Lu Lao, how is the situation being handled?" Tang Cheng asked, her tone tense. Ever since Lu Yun and the others began their escape from the Xia Group's park, the video livestream had been cut off. Therefore, she had no idea what had happened afterward. On the phone, Lu Zhennan's excited voice came through. "Miss Tang, don't worry, the second young lady is safe and is already on her way back to Yunhai City. Moreover, all the scam leaders from northern Myanmar have been arrested and are expected to arrive in the capital in 3 hours." Hearing his words, Tang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, her furrowed brows easing. "All right, the interrogation of the northern Myanmar scammers will be left to you. In a few days, I will go to Yunhai City, and at that time, you will take over the Zhulu base." Upon hearing the words Zhulu base, Lu Zhennan clearly paused for a moment. Then, gathering his courage, he said, "Miss Tang, I know you suspect that the Lu family was also involved in the massacre back then, but there are some things I still need to say. At that time, the Lu family and the Xia family were irreconcilable enemies, both fighting to the death. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In such a situation, how could they unite to target your family?" Lu Zhennan spoke earnestly. After the incident in northern Myanmar, he increasingly felt that Lu Feng was a unique talent. So, from a certain perspective, he was speaking on behalf of the Lu family. Tang Cheng, however, did not explode in anger as she had before. She remained silent for a moment before saying lightly, "Lu Lao, how could I not understand this reasoning? I just need evidence. I only believe what I see with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhennan sighed and said no more. The two hung up the phone. Just as Tang Cheng was about to return to the house, suddenly, at the entrance, a man was stopped by the soldiers. "Who are you? Did you make an appointment?" "I am Han Ji from Han Technology Group. I need to see Xiao Chang, let me in." Hearing this voice, Tang Cheng looked towards the entrance. There stood a handsome man with a wicked look on his face. Seeing him, Tang Cheng couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Han Ji, what are you doing at my house?" Tang Cheng said, her tone somewhat unwelcoming. The man called Han Ji hurriedly replied, "Xiao Chang, why didn't you tell me you were back in the country? I could have welcomed you." Tang Cheng replied firmly, "No need." Han Ji, the prince of Han Technology Group. It was under the support of the Tang family that the Han Group had flourished, but after the massacre of the Tang family, he had vanished without a trace. Moreover, when Tang Cheng first arrived in the beautiful country, she had sought help from the Han family, but the Han family did not answer calls or reply to messages, and Tang Cheng nearly starved in the beautiful country. It wasn't until later, when her god-grandfather Gaozhen came to power, that the Han family seemed to come back to life, bombarding Tang Cheng with messages every day, frantically expressing their concern for her. In order to rely on Gaozhen, Han Ji had repeatedly expressed his affection for Tang Cheng. Unsurprisingly, all of it was rejected by Tang Cheng. In the courtyard, seeing Tang Cheng's attitude so cold, Han Ji was not discouraged but said sincerely, "Xiao Chang, do you still remember when we were kids? I said I would protect you when we grew up? When that incident happened in the Tang family, I was still young, powerless. Now, I am about to inherit the Han Group. Don't worry, from now on, I will never let anyone bully you again." Han Ji said with determination in his eyes, his voice strong and powerful. In response to his words, "Get lost." Tang Cheng only uttered one word before turning back into the house. At the door, Han Ji felt his face burning hot. He glared fiercely at Tang Qing, his gaze menacing. After walking a few hundred meters away, seeing no one around, he took out his phone from his pocket. He found a contact labeled SB and dialed it. The plan failed. Tang Qing doesn't believe me. After the call connected, Han Ji said with a dark expression. On the other end, Xiaobo was silent for a moment before slowly saying, well, that's to be expected. The Han family hurt her feelings back then. How could Tang Qing give you a good face? Women are emotional beings. I'll arrange a hero saving the beauty for you, put on a show, and win her trust first. Hearing the other party's words, Han Ji felt a surge of joy and laughed. You really have a way. By the way, how's my matter being resolved? Han Ji shifted the topic. Don't worry, your brother Hanba, I've already sent someone to Yunhai City to handle it. Just wait to inherit the family business in peace. After today, no one can take your position as the heir of the Han Group. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Han Ji's mouth. At this moment, in Yunhai City, at the Lu family's villa, when Lu Feng arrived at the door, he saw 4 or 5 people with briefcases standing not far away, silently waiting for something. When these people saw Lu Zhixiong, they all walked over, bowed, and said, Master Lu. Lu Zhixiong responded and waved his hand, saying, come in, quickly signed the board of directors transfer agreement. Indeed, they were the board members of Sanchakou Vocational and Technical College. When Lu Zhixiong learned that his son had been kidnapped by special recruits from foreign universities, he immediately called for someone from Sanchakou Vocational and Technical College to come over and sign the agreement. This way, Lu Feng had become the principal. What reason would those special recruits from universities have to disturb Lu Feng anymore? Once inside, Lu Feng immediately signed the agreement. Then, several board members stood up and respectfully said, Young Master Lu, from today on, you are the principal of our school. If you encounter any problems in your work in the future, please feel free to ask us. Lu Feng nodded. Just then, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the side quest. Establish a university or become the principal of a university. Reward, lifespan plus 10 days. Reward, mysterious gift pack *10. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng was extremely excited. 10 consecutive draws. You must know that every skill given by the system is incredibly powerful. Now he could really take off. Just as Lu Feng was eagerly preparing to draw, suddenly, the system prompt sound appeared in his mind again. Ding! The system has been upgraded. Yuan Tutor System Learning Help System. The Learning Help System retains the original functions of the Yuan Tutor System. Every time your university's overall strength increases, you will receive generous rewards. Immediately after, a virtual panel appeared before Lu Feng, showing only his information. Sanchakou Vocational and Technical College. Current overall strength assessment. If you can enhance the school's strength through 4 methods. 1. Improve student quality. 2. Enhance teaching resources. 3. Improve school environment. 4. Develop cutting-edge technology. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. It seemed he needed to recruit a wave of talent. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, the nation's geniuses had mostly been specially recruited by prestigious universities. Now, wanting to recruit people seemed to mean waiting until after the exams. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked several members of the board, May I ask, can our school establish a youth class? A youth class, as the name suggests, would allow exceptionally outstanding students in a certain field to skip middle and high school and be specially recruited into the university for education. Upon hearing this question, several board members exchanged glances, each wearing a look of disbelief, completely stunned. It was understandable for elite schools like Qingbei and the Longwei Academy of Sciences to have youth classes. After all, they were prestigious institutions. But what about a mere vocational college like theirs? Students from poor families studying hard for over a decade, crossing oceans to attend a vocational college? It was truly like a grandmother crawling into bed, making the old man laugh. Although the board members found it ridiculous, they dared not show it. At this moment, one of them straightened his expression and said, Young master, the school can certainly establish a youth class, but, given our university's current level, I'm afraid no one would be willing to come. Lu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his voice strong and resolute. Leave the recruitment to me, you don't need to worry about it. Once you all return to the school, immediately establish the youth class. Upon hearing this, the board members were taken aback. Yes. At that moment, the butler approached and said, Young master, there is someone at the door claiming to be Hanba who wants to see you. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Hanba? Could it be Ba Gu? When Lu Feng arrived at the door, sure enough, there stood Ba Gu, looking anxious. As soon as he saw Lu Feng, it was as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. he rushed over and gave a big hug. His face pressed against Lu Feng's clothes, he wiped his nose in tears, saying, "Whoa Lu Feng, I heard you were kidnapped to northern Myanmar. I was scared to death. If you were gone, who would I learn math from in the future? What would be the point of my life?" Lu Feng pushed him away with a look of disdain, wiping the snot off his clothes. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes brightened, and he asked, "Ba Ge, do you want to follow me to learn math?" It was truly a timely opportunity. He was worried about not having quality students, and here one was delivered to his door. With Ba Ge's mathematical talent, he would be considered a top genius anywhere in the world. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Ba Ge immediately stopped crying, his face filled with excitement. "Yes, of course. Just tell me, what are the conditions?" Lu Feng nodded, revealing his true intentions. "I am currently the principal of Sancha Vocational Technical College. If I let you come to our school to study for a diploma, would you be willing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Ge grabbed Lu Feng's hand, his face brimming with excitement. I would. I am willing." Just then, an old man in a white tank top passed by. Seeing this overly affectionate scene, he squinted his eyes and disdainfully said, "This young man, damn." Lu Feng. With a swift motion, Lu Feng pushed Ba Ge a few meters away, maintaining a safe distance. After a pause, he continued, "Since the board members are here, let's directly sign the enrollment agreement." Ba Ge nodded vigorously. Then, the two headed towards the Lu family villa. When the board members saw Ba Ge, they were all shocked. "Oh my, isn't this the math genius boy, the Bug?" Bag held the pen, unable to contain his excitement, and said, "Let's talk. Hurry up and bring the contract over, I want to go to college." Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Bag signed without hesitation. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Ding! The school has successfully recruited a talent. Talent type, mathematics. Talent level, SS, from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S. Reward, lifespan plus 30 days. Hearing the system reward, Lu Feng's eyes widened. He didn't expect that just by recruiting one talent, he would receive a full 30 days of lifespan. He had been looking forward to this book for several days. "Bag, congratulations on joining our team," Lu Feng said with a smile as he shook hands. His thoughts had already flown to Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang from the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. After signing with Bag, to give him a taste of success, Lu Feng immediately taught him mathematics for 2 hours, one-on-one tutoring. Many math problems that had puzzled Bag for a long time were resolved in that moment. "Wonderful, wonderful," Bag exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement, his whole body trembling with joy. For him, nothing was more interesting than solving a math problem. At that moment, Lu Feng stood up and said lightly, "It's getting late, let's call it a day. After school starts, I'll teach you slowly." Upon hearing this, Bag felt a bit disappointed. But thinking about how Lu Feng had just returned from northern Myanmar, having gone through so much, and still taught him math, he felt it was inappropriate to continue bothering him. "Alright then, Lu Feng, you rest well, I'm leaving," Bag said happily. After saying that, he stood up from the sofa and left the Lu family villa. After Bag left, Lu Feng immediately returned to his bedroom, tightly closing the door. He opened the system panel and looked at the 10 mysterious gift packs in his backpack. Lu Feng couldn't wait to say, "Open them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 purple gift packs flew into the air, spinning wildly like hula hoops. The next second, with a whoosh, a white light flashed, and the 10 gift packs burst open as if they had been popped. Ding! Gift packs opened successfully. Received mysterious rewards. 1. The Matrix. 2. Inflatable doll, Dong Bayou version. 3. Investment I. 4. Non-level cup, Ekagat version. 5. Happy sheep rocking car asterisk 1. 6. Little Chef instant noodles asterisk 24 bags. 7. Rocket recovery technology blueprint. 8. Durex asterisk 1 box, ultra thin version. 9. Raw stone asterisk 100,000. 10. King of Glory skin Hellfire asterisk 1. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Lu Feng felt a bit dizzy. Aside from the Matrix, Investment I, and Rocket Recovery Technology Blueprint, what were all these other random things? Fortunately, the system provided backpack space. Otherwise, if he brought them into reality, wouldn't that be social death? Lu Feng pouted and then looked at the 3 skills. The Matrix, after learning, computer knowledge level maxed out, can hack into any global network node. Investment I, after learning, financial knowledge level maxed out, can see investment return rates. Rocket Recovery Technology Blueprint, after learning, unlocks rocket recovery technology. The skill descriptions were very detailed and easy to understand. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and learned them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless white light points flew into his brain. Lu Feng felt his brain become much more enriched. Then, filled with anticipation, Lu Feng came to the computer, opened his laptop. Immediately, his fingers rested on the keyboard, tapping away like raindrops. Lines of code seemed to appear automatically, and before long, they filled the entire screen. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly discovered that his own network node was being accessed back and forth by an IP from the capital. In just 2 years, the number of visits had reached an astonishing hundreds of thousands. When Lu Feng decrypted the other party's path node, a web page named Chasing Deer appeared before him. Chasing Deer? Seeing this name, Lu Feng pondered. He did not know what significance this name held, nor did he understand why the other party was monitoring his network. As Lu Feng delved deeper into the investigation, the truth gradually came to light. Looking at the information file, which contained all the data about himself and his family, as well as all the industrial information under the Lu family, Lu Feng suddenly realized. It turned out that the so-called Chasing Deer was an organization specifically targeting the Lu family. Recalling the group of police officers from the capital he had seen in the bar, he guessed they belonged to this organization. With this thought, Lu Feng's fingers once again flew over the keyboard in a flurry. About 10 minutes later, looking at the lines of code on the screen, Lu Feng pressed the enter key with a snap. Then, he let out a breath and gently closed the computer. After doing all this, Lu Feng kicked off his slippers, lay down on the bed, and began to review the rocket recovery blueprints. At this moment, in the capital, at the Chasing Deer base, Lu Jianan had just finished dealing with the scammers from Myanmar and, as per Tang Qing's request, came to take over all matters here. Just as he entered the base, the conference room door was pushed open, and a panicked Chasing Deer member rushed out. Lu Lao, you finally arrived, something big has happened, the member said, his face full of anxiety. Lu Jianan frowned and asked, what happened? The Chasing Deer member was panting heavily and said, you see for yourself. With that, the two walked towards the conference room. Upon entering, they saw on the big screen that a Chasing Deer member was moving the mouse and clicked on a file named Lu Family Information Archive. The next second, 5 big words popped up in the file. What the hell are you looking at? Seeing these 5 words, Lu Jianan's vision went dark. The Chasing Deer member explained, all the information in the Lu family files has disappeared, leaving only some meaningless text. Lu Jianan did not panic. He pointed to other files and said, open the Lu family industrial data and Lu Feng's personal information as well. Okay, the Chasing Deer member nodded. He then clicked the left mouse button and opened these files one by one. When he clicked on the Lu family industrial data, 2 words popped up on the screen. Still looking? Lu Jianan was slightly taken aback. He maintained a calm expression and said, don't worry about it, keep clicking. The Chasing Deer member nodded and then opened Lu Feng's personal information. Another line of text popped up. Why don't you try looking at another one? Lu Jianan's voice was strong and firm. Keep clicking. Another line of text appeared. Not listening to advice? Huh? Do you believe I can cut off your power? Seeing these words, Lu Jianan was so angry that his beard nearly stood on end, gradually turning red. Click again. I don't believe he has such great power to control our base's power supply. As soon as he finished speaking, when the Chasing Deer member clicked on the file named Lu Feng's living habits, the next second, click, all computers in the Chasing Deer base shut down. The lights in the room went out completely. Even the emergency management green light in the corridor dimmed. At this moment, the entire Chasing Deer base was pitch black, and one could not see their hand in front of their face. Lu Jianan was completely dumbfounded. How could this be possible? There was actually a hacker who could remotely invade the Chasing Deer base? It should be known that a country's top technological power must be controlled by the government. The technicians here were all elites among elites in the computer industry. Call Xiao Wang from the technical department, Lu Jianan said calmly, with his hands behind his back. Although he now viewed the Lu family with new eyes, he remained indifferent towards the Chasing Deer organization. But after all, it was a task arranged for him by Tang Qing. Just as the other party left, such an incident occurred, making future meetings difficult to navigate. At that moment, the door to the technical department was pushed open. A young man wearing glasses, dressed in a checkered shirt, and sporting a receding hairline approached. Xiao Wang had his hands hanging limply in front of his waist and respectfully said, Old Lu, our base just suffered a hacker intrusion. However, thanks to the efforts of me and my comrades, the virus has been completely cleared. I estimate that in less than 5 minutes, the power will be fully restored. Hearing his words, Lu Jianan nodded and praised, as expected of the once nationally famous genius boy, your skills are indeed impressive. How old are you this year? Xiao Wang touched the few remaining strands of hair on his head and smiled, I'm 25. Lu Jianan. Subsequently, with the efforts of the technical department, one computer after another lit up again. The room became brightly illuminated once more. However, when the members of the Zhu Lu team opened their computers to check if the Lu family's files were damaged, the next second, all the computers in the meeting, including those in the technical department, began to uncontrollably autoplay a video. In the video, a small husky sat on the ground, looking adorably dazed. Its eyes seemed to be able to see through the screen and were fixed on the audience. Then, the husky opened its little mouth and let out a cute bark. Fuck! The voice was loud and full of momentum, startling everyone at the Zhu Lu base. Hearing the dog's bark, Lu Jianan and everyone at the Zhu Lu base were dumbfounded. They never expected that such vocabulary could come from a little dog's mouth. Clearly, someone had done post-production dubbing. At this moment, Xiao Wang from the technical department ran over, drenched in sweat, and said, "Not good, old Lu. All the computers in our technical department have also been infected with a virus. The entire Zhu Lu base has completely fallen. The other party is a master. Even with dozens of us studying for half a day, we are helpless," Xiao Wang said anxiously, looking utterly helpless. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan did not feel the disappointment he had imagined. Instead, he asked, "Xiao Wang, when you participated in the national computer competition, what place did you come in?" Without thinking, Xiao Wang replied, "First place." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan gradually became excited. It seems that the Lu family has hired a hidden hacker master. Indeed, money can make the devil push the mill. If there's a chance, we need to discuss with the Lu family about bringing this talent in. After all, the Lu family still owes me a favor, Lu Jianan said, his thoughts drifting back to the scene in downtown Nianbei City when the two gangs clashed. If he hadn't arrived in time with the Snow Leopard Special Forces, it was likely that everyone from the Lu family would have been taken away by the Nianbei military. Just as this comical scene was unfolding in the capital, in Yunhai City, not far from the Lu family's villa, Beige was on his way home. Looking at the enrollment agreement in his hand, he was filled with excitement. Just thinking about studying math with Lu Feng after school made him eagerly anticipate that day. Just then, suddenly, with a creak, a van stopped right in front of Beige. Immediately after, the door opened, and three burly men got out of the vehicle. Before Beige could react, one of the strong men directly pulled out a sack and threw it over his head. "What are you doing? Hey, let me go! Let me go!" Beige shouted as he struggled. The strong man snorted coldly and cursed, "Stop shouting. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." After saying that, he tossed the bagged Beige into the van as if he were throwing away an object. Then, with a bang, he slammed the door shut. Just as the strong man was about to get in the car and leave, he suddenly noticed. Not far away, there stood an old man in a white vest. This man was the same elderly person who had passed by the Lu family villa earlier. "This guy, damn!" the old man exclaimed, holding a cigarette in his hand. Upon seeing this, a burly man furrowed his brow slightly and walked straight over. When he reached the old man's front, he threatened with a fierce expression, "Old man, you didn't see anything just now, got it?" Hearing this, the old man perked up his ears and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" The burly man was slightly taken aback. He couldn't hear even from this close? He then raised his voice and continued to threaten, "You didn't see anything just now, did you? If you dare to say anything, I'll kill your whole family." Looking at the other party's aggressive demeanor, the old man still wore a puzzled expression. "Who are you going to kill?" The burly man got angry. He reached behind him and pulled out a watermelon knife, raising it above his head, ready to chop at the old man. "Damn it, I'll just kill you directly to prevent future troubles." Seeing the other party pull out a weapon, the old man was instantly dumbfounded, running backward while pleading, "I promise I won't say anything about you kidnapping people, don't chop me." "Humph." The burly man snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at the old man, but did not continue to chase. He then got into the car and stepped on the gas. Immediately, the car let out a roar and quickly left the spot. The next morning, Lu Feng rubbed his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He had been looking at the rocket recovery blueprints last night until 3 in the morning. He was already very familiar with all the processes involved in making it. However, rockets consume a lot of space and resources. Moreover, this thing is under the control of the National Defense Department. In this situation, Lu Feng personally couldn't make it and could only wait until school started to try his hand at it. It seemed he would have to go to the Sanchaco Vocational Technical College on Saturday to improve the campus environment, expand the school area, and recruit some talent. After all, once this thing comes to fruition, the so-called 7 Sons of National Defense in the university scene of Long Country would probably have to add another one. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Lu Feng got into a Rolls-Royce and drove towards the school. Just as Lu Feng got out of the car, he was surprised to find that, above each student's head, there was a line of text displayed. Name, Li Wu, talent type, English talent level, E University, none. Name, Zhou Ming, talent type, biology talent level, D University, none. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt a surge of joy. With the text prompt, recruiting talent became much easier. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Lu Feng. Looking over, he saw Li Jingya standing in front of him with a smile, carrying a backpack. Name, Li Jingya, talent type, chemistry, physics talent level, SS University. None. Upon seeing this line of text, Lu Feng was instantly dumbfounded. This girl's chemistry and physics were both SS? He didn't expect her to be even more versatile than beige. A genius was right beside him. What's wrong, Lu Feng? Is there something on my face? Seeing Lu Feng staring at her, Li Jingya blushed shyly. Realizing he was a bit out of line, Lu Feng scratched his head and showed an apologetic smile, saying, No, I just stayed up late last night and my mind is a bit unfocused. By the way, Jingya, where do you plan to go to university in the future? Do you have a school in mind? Lu Feng changed the subject and asked. Hearing this, Li Jingya pondered for a moment and said, People in our village take pride in getting into Qingbei. If any child from a family gets in, not only do they get paraded through the streets, but their name can also be engraved on the village monument. So, I plan to go to the capital this weekend, participating in the assessment for the youth class at Qingbei University. Upon hearing her response, Lu Feng nodded without saying a word. Since she wanted to earn this honor for her family, Lu Feng felt it inappropriate to force her into his college. The two walked towards the school. Suddenly, Li Jingya seemed to remember something and said, By the way, Lu Feng, some really strange people came to my house. They stood at the door and refused to leave no matter what. They were mumbling something about being on a mission from higher-ups, specifically here to stand guard. Lu Feng joked, Maybe you're some long-lost noble's daughter? Hearing this, Li Jingya's face turned red, and she pouted, How is that possible? This isn't a movie. I guess it's because of the situation in northern Myanmar. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the campus. Not long after, they parted ways. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Bai family estate, a thick red carpet stretched for dozens of meters. Hundreds of bodyguards in suits stood in 2 rows with their hands behind their backs. Soon, luxurious cars arrived in a long line, driving straight towards them. When the cars stopped, Old Master Bai and Bai Wanyu immediately went to greet them. As the car door opened, Tang Ching stepped out. As Tang Ching got out of the car, all the bodyguards shouted in unison, Welcome, Miss Tang. As the words fell, Bai Wanyu warmly hugged Tang Ching's arm and smiled, Sister Ching, it's been so long since we last met, I've missed you so much. Seeing her happy demeanor, Tang Ching couldn't help but frown. They had hardly seen each other as children. Where did this sisterly bond come from? Old Master Bai cast an appreciative glance at Bai Wanyu. He then turned to Tang Ching and said, Miss Tang, welcome to the Bai family estate. Your arrival brings great honor to the Bai family estate. I am deeply honored. For such flattery, Tang Ching was not impressed and replied lightly, My purpose in coming to Yunhai City is simple, to reunite with my sister and take her back to Beijing. So, Old Master Bai, there's no need to be so formal. Please feel free. Upon hearing this, Old Master Bai felt slightly awkward and clasped his fists, saying, All right, Miss Tang. After saying this, the group walked towards the house. Bai Wanyu, due to the school time, exchanged a few pleasantries with Tang Ching before heading to the 13th Middle School. At this moment, at 13th Middle School, in the campus, students were coming and going. After parting ways with Li Jingya, Lu Feng did not enter the classroom. Instead, he stood not far from the school gate, looking around. Whenever someone passed by, he would glance at them, checking their talent levels. As a result, some girls, noticing Lu Feng's gaze, turned red and hurried away. Oh, the young master of the Lu family was looking at me just now, did you notice? Ha, wasn't he looking at me? Nonsense, he was clearly looking at me. You all are talking nonsense. It must be because my new manicure looks so good today that it caught young Master Lu's attention. Hearing the shy voices of several girls, 3 black lines appeared on Lu Feng's forehead. After watching for a while longer, Lu Feng gave up. Among so many students, the highest talent level was only B. Lu Feng couldn't help but show a disappointed expression, shaking his head and sighing, Sigh, it seems that this year's college entrance examination acceptance rate for 13th Middle School is going to be at the bottom again. Just then, the principal hurriedly passed by with a briefcase. Upon hearing this, he paused slightly. Back in the classroom, Lu Feng, having nothing to do, took out his phone to check the stock market. At the same time, the new skill Eye of Investment activated. When Lu Feng's gaze touched the stock market information, all the company's return rates became clear. Lulu May Company, return rate, 240%. Market analysis, the company is about to be endorsed by the popular star Yang Mi, and the advertising impact is enormous, with a stable trend expected over the next month. Huang Xiaochu Cookware Company return rate, minus 19%. Market analysis, due to the chairman's actions in the variety show The Life We Long For, where he engaged in pesticide racing, harming and abusing the elderly, Huang Xiaochu's reputation has plummeted, and the company's future trend is heading towards a downturn. Rice Technology Group return rate, 3,840%. Market analysis. The company is about to launch a new energy rice car, with a clear upward trend expected in the stock market. Lu Feng casually flipped through a few pages and quickly focused on the Rice Technology Group, a return rate of over 30 times. Such an opportunity doesn't come by often. I'll just throw in a little for fun, Lu Feng muttered to himself. With that, he tapped his phone and invested 30 million. After investing, Lu Feng stuffed his phone into his pocket and picked up a university textbook, Mold Design and Manufacturing, to read. After all, making rockets requires a fusion of knowledge from various fields. Theoretical knowledge alone is far from enough. Ding! Detected that the host is reading Mold Design and Manufacturing. Lifespan plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute, plus 1 minute. Mold Design and Manufacturing ability plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Listening to the system's voice in his ear, Lu Feng gradually immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. He spent the entire day reading this book. Until school was over, Lu Feng was just about to grab his backpack and leave. At that moment, Bai Wanyuet approached him, looking mysterious, and said, Lu Feng, a guest from the capital came to my house today. Her identity is quite special. You will definitely be interested. Do you want to know who she is? Here's a hint. It's related to your Lu family. Bai Wanyuet teased, pretending to keep it a secret. She knew that ordinary means could no longer attract Lu Feng's attention, so she changed her strategy to a fishing mode, using defense as offense. Upon hearing Bai Wanyue's words, Lu Feng had a rough idea. Her so-called guest was probably related to the Deer organization. However, after his intrusion last night, the Deer organization should be nearly finished. Thinking of this, Lu Feng replied expressionlessly, not interested. With that, he picked up his backpack and walked out. Seeing this, Bai Wanyue became anxious. She immediately chased after him, like a little tail, shouting, just guess. This is about the survival of your Lu family. On campus, Lu Feng walked ahead while Bai Wanyue chased behind. When they reached a corner, Li Jingya came walking towards them, looking down at her phone. Suddenly, there were two screams of awe. The two girls collided. Bai Wanyue and Li Jingya lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. Lu Feng saw this and quickly flashed to Li Jingya's side. He bent slightly, wrapped his arm around her, and securely caught her. Lu Feng, Li Jingya said, staring at Lu Feng's face, feeling the warmth from his body at her waist. She was dumbfounded, her mouth agape, her face turning as red as blood. On the other side, Bai Wanyue wasn't so lucky. She stumbled and sat down hard, making a loud thud as her bottom nearly split in two. Woo, my butt, Lu Feng, you. Bai Wanyue wanted to cry but had no tears, pointing at Lu Feng, about to say something. When she looked up, she was stunned. At the school gate, Tang Qing stood there with her arms crossed, flaunting her impressive figure, flanked by a row of bodyguards in black. At that moment, she looked at Lu Feng holding Li Jingya, her face cold as ice. Her eyes widened, seemingly capable of killing. The next second, Tang Qing uncrossed her arms and walked heavily towards them. When she reached everyone, Bai Wanyue quickly stood up and enthusiastically shouted, Sister Chang. Hearing Bai Wanyue's call, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Bai Wanyue had an older sister? However, Tang Qing seemed to act as if she hadn't heard. She pulled out a check from her pocket and placed it in front of Lu Feng. I know your family is wealthy, but under your parents' control, you probably don't have much pocket money each month, right? This is 10 million. You can spend it however you like. My request is simple. Leave my sister alone. Looking at the check handed to him, Lu Feng was stunned. What does this mean? Do you think I like Bai Wanyue? Then, Lu Feng also took out a check and handed it to Tang Qing. Here's 20 million. Hurry up and take your sister away. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing was dumbfounded. Seeing the 20 million check Lu Feng handed over, Tang Qing was at a loss. What does this mean? Do you look down on your own sister this much? However, Tang Qing wasn't angry. Isn't this just what she wanted? I don't want your money. I just want you to leave my sister alone. With that, Tang Qing strode towards the three of them, opening her arms wide as if to embrace someone. Bai Wanyue was deeply moved. She never expected Tang Qing to spend 10 million for her sake. Although she had previously tried to get closer to Tang Qing to fulfill the task assigned by Old Master Bai, at this moment, seeing Tang Qing walking towards her with open arms warmed her heart, and she raised her arms to rush forward, saying, Thank you, Sister Chang. I appreciate your kindness, but I really like Lu Feng, so. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Qing swayed her body and bypassed her, the two brushing past each other. Then, Tang Chang went straight to Li Jingya, pulling her into an embrace. Sister, I finally found you. I've missed you so much after all these years. Watching this sudden scene unfold, the others were left dumbfounded. Lu Feng, Li Jingya, Bai Wanyue. Bai Wanyue felt her face burning hot. She had thought there would be a big hug for her, but it turned out the person was not even referring to her. At this moment, her arms were still raised in the air, frozen in a hugging posture, like an old Qing dynasty zombie. Li Jingya, somewhat confused, asked, "Elder sister, who are you?" Tang Cheng held her hand, tears glistening in her eyes, saying, "I am your long-lost biological sister, Tang Cheng. Your name is not Li Jingya, but Tang Ro, a descendant of the Tang family in the capital. Sister, this is a long story, and when we have the chance, I will explain it to you properly." Tang Qing trembled all over, her excitement palpable. She had waited too long for this moment. When Li Jingya heard her words, she was completely stunned. She looked at the lavishly dressed woman in disbelief. Remembering the strange people who had appeared at home and recalling Lu Feng's words from the morning, Li Jingya couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that Lu Feng was right, and she was indeed the daughter of some family? Beside her, Bai Wanyue was equally shocked, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. Li Jingya was actually Tang Qing's biological sister? The same Bai Jingying who had accompanied her for half of her childhood? How could this be? The world is too small. Lu Feng understood everything before him and silently took back the 20 million check. He never expected that the sister this woman spoke of was not Bai Wanyue, but Li Jingya. This was truly beyond his expectations. Tang Qing noticed this subtle movement, frowned slightly, turned around, and said, "Lu Feng, a gentleman's word is hard to retract. I hope you can keep your promise and disappear from my sister's life forever," Tang Qing said arrogantly. Looking at her disdainful demeanor, Lu Feng remained expressionless. "Fine, then you give me the money. Without Bai Wanyue, I wouldn't need a single penny. But your sister and I have a good relationship, so you must give some compensation for emotional distress." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jingya was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a look of grievance, she trembled and said, "Lu Feng, you." Before she could finish, Tang Qing directly interrupted, pulling out a check and handing it over. 10 million for you, hurry up and take the money and leave." Seeing this, Lu Feng shook his head. "You think 10 million can buy me off? Am I a beggar? Do I lack this little money?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qing gritted her teeth in anger. Remembering just moments ago, Lu Feng had waved his hand and taken out 20 million. Since he was so generous, 10 million was indeed just pocket change to him. Thinking of this, Tang Qing gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. She pulled out another check from her pocket, gritting her teeth as she said, 100 million, is that enough? Lu Feng, I advise you to be content. This money is enough for an ordinary family for 3 generations to do nothing and live off free food and drink for a lifetime. Looking at the check handed over, Lu Feng curled his lips. 100 million was indeed a lot. So, Lu Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't give me the money. There's a charity foundation for poverty alleviation in Yunhai City. Donate it to that organization. Once you donate the money, I'll leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Tang Qing snorted coldly. What a show of being a great benefactor in front of her sister. Although she felt disdain in her heart, she still took out her phone, searched for the charity foundation, and donated the money. Then she raised the screen and said expressionlessly, "Now you can leave, right?" Looking at the donation receipt, Lu Feng nodded and said, "All right, then I'll disappear." After saying that, Lu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and turned to walk towards the corner. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. Li Jingya was stunned, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. She shouted hoarsely in the direction Lu Feng had left, "Lu Feng." Tang Qing sighed, stroking her head gently, and said, "Sister, you're still young, you don't understand what love is. When you grow up, you'll know that everything your sister is doing now is for your own good. With our Tang family's conditions, there will be many excellent boys for you to choose from in the future. Why obsess over just one Lu Feng?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jingya pushed Tang Qing away, clenched her fists, and with tears in her eyes said, "Who is your sister? I don't know you. I hope you never appear in front of me again and don't disturb my life. I hate you." Seeing the disdainful look on her face, Tang Qing couldn't help but panic. She squatted down, held Li Jingya's hands, and comforted her earnestly, "Sister, I know you hate me, but Lu Feng has already disappeared from your world forever, that's a fact. From now on, whoever you want to date, your sister won't interfere anymore. Look, is that okay?" It would have been better if she hadn't comforted her. As soon as Tang Qing said these words, thinking that she would never see Lu Feng again, Li Jingya couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Woo woo! Just as Li Jingya was wiping her tears, the next second, around the corner, Lu Feng strolled back with his hands behind his back. "Jingya, don't cry, I'm back." Seeing this scene, Tang Qing was momentarily stunned. "Lu Feng, what do you mean? You said you would donate the money and leave, why are you back?" Tang Cheng asked with her brows furrowed. Lu Feng shamelessly replied, "I only said I would leave, not that I wouldn't come back. My arms and legs are mine, can you control me?" A sense of ominous premonition rose in Tang Qing's heart. Her expression seemed to freeze, and she threatened, "Lu Feng, I give you 3 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng pretended to be startled, leaping back to the corner and disappearing from sight. However, in less than 2 seconds, he whooshed back again. He bounced back and forth several times like this. Then, in a tone that was infuriatingly nonchalant, he said, I'm leaving now. I'm back. I'm leaving again. I've turned back again. Hey, how's it going? Are you going to hit me? Lu Feng chuckled, his expression as cheeky as could be. You! Tang Chang was so angry she turned red. Seeing that Lu Feng had no intention of keeping his promise, she furiously shouted, Give me my money back. Otherwise, I'll sue you for fraud. Although Tang Chang wasn't short on money, earning 100 million yuan would still take her 6 months of hard work. How could she not feel heartbroken over the hard-earned money? Hearing this familiar line, Lu Feng pouted, unafraid, and said, Please, go ahead and sue me. If you send me to prison, then I really will disappear. After saying that, Lu Feng turned to Li Jingya and said, Jingya, let's go. I'll take you to work at the hotel. Li Jingya nodded eagerly. She wiped her tears and bounced after Lu Feng, happily heading toward the school gate. Behind them, Tang Cheng stood frozen in shock. Having spent so many years on Huar Street and fought numerous lawsuits, she naturally knew that Lu Feng's actions did not constitute fraud. This meant she had no way to deal with Lu Feng. She had lost $1 billion for nothing. In the campus, Tang Cheng's deafening curses rang out. Lu Feng, you bastard! Lu Feng and Li Jingya arrived at the school gate. The driver had been waiting there for a long time. The two got into the Rolls-Royce and closed the door. With the roar of the engine starting up, the car vanished in the blink of an eye. Tang Cheng watched the scene, gritting her teeth in anger, and said to the bodyguard beside her, Find out where the second young lady is working part-time. Yes, the bodyguard replied. Just as the words left his mouth, Bai Wanyue approached and said, Sister Qing, I know where she is. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face lit up with joy. She eagerly snatched the car keys from the bodyguard and opened the car door, saying, get in the car, and you can guide me later. Bai Wanyue nodded. The two girls sat in the car. With a press of the accelerator, they sped toward the 0 Point Grand Hotel. Seeing this, the bodyguards also got into their cars and followed suit. Lu Feng first dropped Li Jingya off at the 0 Point Grand Hotel, said goodbye, and then took the car home. At the entrance of the villa, as Lu Feng stepped out of the car, an elderly man in a tank top rushed over, looking anxious. Young man, don't go yet, I have something to tell you. The old man shouted while running. The butler, who had come out to greet him, thought he was trying to scam them and was about to stop him. Lu Feng found the old man somewhat familiar and waved his hand, saying, It's okay, you don't need to worry. Hearing this, the butler nodded and silently watched. When the old man reached Lu Feng, he bent over, gasping for breath, and said, Young man, your friend has been kidnapped. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Friend? At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly remembered. This old man was the passerby who had said what the hell while he was chatting with Ba Gu yesterday. So that meant, Ba Gu had been kidnapped? Lu Feng's brows furrowed tightly. Ba Gu, as the first talent he had specially recruited, was not only his student now, but his mathematical talent was also crucial for the development of mathematics at the Sancha Vocational Technical College. Therefore, Lu Feng could not sit idly by. This news is very important to me. Butler Wang, give him 10,000 yuan. Lu Feng said, Okay, young master. The butler nodded. Then he took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to the old man. The old man looked at the money in his hand, almost falling over with excitement, and thanked him profusely. Immediately after, Lu Feng hurriedly walked towards the bedroom. Upon entering the room, Lu Feng opened his laptop and connected his phone with a USB data cable. Then, he opened his phone's contact list and dialed Beige's number. Just as he dialed, the other party hung up immediately. However, for Lu Feng, who had the hacker empire, this was enough. 22, Xingping Road. Seeing this location, Lu Feng frowned. It was situated in a small alley between 0 Point Bar and 0 Point Hotel. It seemed he would have to turn back again. With this thought, Lu Feng strode out the door. The driver had just parked the car in the garage when Lu Feng jumped into the driver's seat and sped off with a press of the accelerator. The driver. At this moment, in front of 0 Point Hotel, Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyue arrived at the front desk, expressing their intention to see Li Jingya to the staff. However, when the staff relayed the message to Li Jingya, her voice came through the landline, not seeing anyone. Hearing the resolute tone, Tang Cheng's face showed bitterness, her expression a mix of emotions. Forget it, let's wait by the entrance and not disturb Sharo at work, Tang Cheng sighed. Bai Wanyue nodded. Soon, the two of them went to the entrance and waited quietly. Not far from them, in a car, a pair of sinister eyes were secretly watching them. Boj, the time has come, we can act now, Hanji said smugly on the phone. On the other end, Xiaobo's voice came through. Make sure to perform well later, I'll have them act more convincingly. You must fully display your manly charm and prowess in front of Tang Cheng. As long as you change her impression of you, the rest will be much easier. Xiaobo spoke with a tone of strategic planning. Got it, Boj, don't worry, my acting skills are top-notch. Hanji chuckled. The call ended. Hanji pushed open the car door, just about to get out. At that moment, there was a loud bang. Immediately after, an old man's scream echoed. Ouch, my lumbar disc. Hearing this, Hanji hurriedly got out to check. He saw an old man in a white shirt lying on the ground, clutching his waist, his face contorted in pain. Surrounding him were scattered red bills. Hanji rushed over to help him, feigning concern, and said, Old man, are you alright? Upon hearing this, the old man's features twisted as he gritted his teeth and said, Damn, this young man, is he stupid? You almost knocked my kidney out with your car door, how could I be fine? Without 100,000 yuan, I'm afraid I can't get up. Hearing the old man's words, Hanji's heart tightened. He stood frozen in place. He realized he had been scammed. However, completing the heroic rescue was the priority. Hanji wasn't short on cash. He immediately took out a bank card and said, Old man, there's 200,000 in this card, all for you. You can go to the hospital yourself, I won't accompany you. After saying that, Hanji placed the bank card on the ground and turned to leave. The old man, seeing the other party so generous, brightened up. He immediately reached out and grabbed Hanji's ankle. Ha, old man, what are you doing? Hanji said somewhat displeased. The old man held onto his ankle with one hand while pulling out his phone with the other, opening a car buying app, and began selecting a new car. With a pained expression, he said, Young man, I suddenly feel unwell, 200,000 might not be enough. I estimate it will take at least. The old man's gaze landed squarely on the Audi Q5. He glanced at the price and continued, I'm afraid it will cost 400,000. Watching the scene unfold, Hanji's expression darkened instantly. He was wealthy, but not foolish. Such blatant extortion was treating him like a fool, wasn't it? As the heir of the Han-style technology group, how could he not be angry? Damn it, old boy, don't push your luck. 400,000. You old bones wouldn't even sell for 40,000. Get lost, don't delay my good fortune, or I'll make you regret it. Hanji threatened coldly. Upon hearing his words, the old man's stubbornness flared up. Yesterday, he had been threatened by a burly man with a knife. Lying in bed last night, he had been furious for a long time and couldn't sleep. Now, a frail person like this, who looked like he weighed barely 80 pounds, wanted to kill him? Damn it! Did he really think he was old and easy to bully? With that thought, the old man shoved his phone into his pocket, gripping Hanji's pants tightly, almost pulling them down. At the same time, he shouted, Sarlang! Sarlang! Everyone come and see, this heartless young man not only hit me but also threatened to kill me. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Who will judge this? As his cries rang out, in an instant, a crowd of onlookers was drawn in. Everyone surrounded the old man and Hanji, pointing and whispering. Among the crowd, Hanji held up his pants, looking like he was about to cry, his expression worse than if he had eaten shit. He's slandering me! He's slandering me! At the entrance of the 0 Point Hotel, in the alley beside it, 7 or 8 burly men, seeing that the attention of passers-by was drawn away, couldn't help but feel delighted. Now was the perfect time to act. Thus, a group of them rushed towards Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyue. Hey, little girl, your figure is pretty hot. Come play with the big brothers for a while? One of the big men said with a lewd smile. Hearing this voice, Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyue turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing this group of ill-intentioned men, both girls felt a jolt in their hearts. They quickly stood up, ready to run into the hotel. But how could the big men give them a chance? Grabbing the girls' arms, they pulled them into the alley. At that moment, Tang Cheng felt immense regret. After so many days back home, this was the only time she was without a bodyguard, and now she encountered such a situation. Where could she seek justice? In the dimly lit alley, the thugs surrounded Tang Cheng and Bai Wanyue. At this moment, the big man chuckled and said, Little beauty, your face is really pretty. Come let your brother give you a good kiss. Seeing this, Bai Wanyue, who was standing in front, closed her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Ah, don't touch me. However, the next second, the big man directly shoved Bai Wanyue aside. Damn it, don't get in the way, go to the side. Bai Wanyue, pushed aside, stood there in a daze, her eyes blank. Tang Cheng saw this and felt a tightness in her chest. This was clearly aimed at her. Good sirs, as long as you let me go, I can pay any amount. I'm not short on money, here's a 10 million check, feel free to take it. Tang Cheng pulled out the check she had previously given to Lu Feng, forcing herself to appear calm. The big man laughed heartily, his gaze lewd. "You silly girl, if I play with you, the money will still be mine, right? You're so pretty, how can you be so dumb? Indeed, big breasts and no brains, ha ha ha." The other thugs also burst into laughter. Hearing the words of a few people, Tang Qing felt a darkness before her eyes, her face turning pale. At that moment, her expression was filled with fear, and she was completely engulfed in despair. She could see the burly man's large hand about to strike her. Tang Qing, terrified, closed her eyes. However, just as the hand was about to touch her, the man hesitated. His peripheral vision kept glancing at the mouth of the alley, his heart racing. The plan was to play the hero and save the beauty. Where the hell was the hero? What kind of act was this? If he delayed any longer, the child would be born. Thinking of this, the man quickly withdrew his hand. Then he took out his phone and pretended to make a call, saying, "Hello, great-grandma. What? You gave birth? Twins? Haha, alright. I'll come to the hospital to see you after I finish work." After saying this, the man hung up the phone. Then, he turned back to Tang Qing, a lewd smile on his face, and said, "Little girl, this time no one can save you. Brother won't show mercy, so don't blame me later. Ha ha ha, Tang Qing." The conversation echoed in her ears, leaving Tang Qing somewhat bewildered. She wanted to know how old this man's great-grandma was. How could she still have the ability to give birth, and twins at that? "No, please, I beg you, let me go." Tang Qing closed her eyes and shouted in despair. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from the mouth of the alley. "Excuse me, everyone, please step aside and don't block the way, let me pass." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw Lu Feng walking over slowly with his hands in his pockets. The pug was trapped in this alley, but there were too many people blocking his way. "Is it you?" Tang Qing's face lit up with joy, filled with excitement. Although she didn't think highly of Lu Feng, he was the only one who could save her now. The burly man and a few of his lackeys also showed expressions of delight. After such a long wait, the hero had finally arrived. "You little brat, where the hell did you pop up from, daring to ruin my good deed? Get lost, or we'll show you how to write the word death." The burly man crossed his arms and recited his lines from the script. However, when Lu Feng walked past them, he first glanced at Tang Qing and Bai Wanhua. Then, as if nothing had happened, he simply walked away. Watching Lu Feng's retreating figure, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. The burly man? The other lackeys? The burly man and the group of thugs were completely confused. What the hell? They called for a hero to save the beauty, and he just turned and walked away? "Hey, you little brat! Damn it, stand there!" the burly man shouted angrily. Then he led a few thugs over, blocking Lu Feng's path with a fierce demeanor. Immediately, swish, 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 the burly man made frantic facial expressions, his eyelids blinking rapidly, almost shaking off the eye boogers onto the ground. Lu Feng remained expressionless? Ahem. The burly man cleared his throat, his expression turning cold as he cursed. "You little brat, do you see those two women? I want to kill them first, then have my way with them. After that, kill them again, and then continue having my way. Ha ha, what do you think?" The burly man crossed his arms, looking smug. At the same time, he wore an expectant expression. Next, it was Lu Feng's turn to respond. However, upon hearing his mocking words, Lu Feng looked confused and said, "What does that have to do with me? You all do as you please." After saying this, Lu Feng turned and left. This time, the group was completely dumbfounded. The burly man scratched his head, feeling something was off. He had already hinted so clearly. Even if Han Ji was an idiot, he should have caught on, right? Could it be they got it wrong? Was this person in front of them not Han Ji? At that moment, Bai Wanhua was frightened by the words of the big man, her small face turning pale as she said, "Lu Feng, please save us, I'm so scared." Bai Wanhua's eyes were hollow, and her whole body trembled. As soon as she spoke, the big man and a few thugs were stunned. "Lu Feng?" They suddenly realized they had made a mistake. "Big brother, this isn't the person Xiaobo mentioned," one of the younger thugs whispered in the big man's ear. The big man slapped him and cursed, "Damn it, do I need you to remind me? I didn't know? It's probably a delay from beautiful country. Han Ji hasn't received the message yet. Damn it, let's drag it out a bit longer." After saying this, he glared fiercely at Lu Feng's back. Then, he turned around with a few thugs and headed back towards Tang Qing and Bai Wanhua. At this moment, Lu Feng heard the name Xiaobo and suddenly stopped in his tracks, frozen in place. Xiaobo, beautiful country. The combination of these two keywords, along with the actions of these people, made Lu Feng very certain that they were working for the Xia family, the former archenemy of the Lu family. He didn't expect that this old bastard's business would be so extensive. Even after fleeing to beautiful country, not only were they scamming people from the dragon country in northern Myanmar, but they had also extended their reach to Yunhai City. Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned to look at those people, his face revealing endless killing intent. When the big man and a few thugs returned to Tang Cheng, a group surrounded her, each face displaying a lewd smile. "Hey girl, I'm not feeling anything right now. Wait for me to get in the mood. I guarantee you'll be satisfied later. Ha ha." Hearing their lewd words, Tang Cheng did not show fear. Instead, her beautiful big eyes were fixed intently on the back of these people, her expression somewhat surprised. Noticing Tang Cheng's gaze, the big man and the thugs were puzzled and followed her line of sight to look behind. There stood Lu Feng, his face cold, eyes fierce, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing this, the big man frowned and cursed, "You little brat, what are you doing back here? You have no business here, hurry up and get lost." Just thinking about how hard he had performed earlier only to mistake the person made him furious. Wasn't this like playing the lute to a cow? However, the next second, Lu Feng raised his fist and, in a flash, smashed it towards his face. With a loud bang, the big man flew out like a little rocket, soaring dozens of meters away. He flew out of the alley, across the road, and crashed into the opposite alley. A few thugs were stunned by this scene, each one wide-eyed and gaping, their mouths forming an O shape, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. Even Bai Wanyue and Tang Cheng were dumbfounded. What explosive power was this? One punch sent someone flying this far? Before the thugs could regain their senses, Lu Feng threw several more punches. Ah! Oh! Ugh! The thugs screamed, and the next moment, they all flew into the opposite alley, collapsing together like a pile of stacked dolls. Bai Wanyue and Tang Cheng. Just as Tang Cheng wanted to thank him, she looked up and found that Lu Feng had already walked a dozen meters away. She moved her lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. At that moment, Bai Wanyue shouted, "Thank you, Lu Feng." Seeing that he completely ignored her, Bai Wanyue wasn't angry. Instead, she turned to Tang Cheng and said, "Sister Cheng, let's go wait in the hotel lobby, it's not safe outside." Tang Cheng nodded, glancing back at Lu Feng's figure. Then, the two entered the 0-point hotel lobby and found a sofa, waiting silently for Li Jingya. After Lu Feng dealt with those thugs, he continued deeper into the alley. The further he went, the dirtier the surroundings became, and a sour smell gradually filled the air. The main reason is the presence of 0-point hotel and 0-point bar, which has turned the alley into a garbage dump for the two establishments. Trash bins are scattered everywhere, and after walking for a while, not a single person is in sight. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the front of No. 22, Xingping Road. Before him stood a dilapidated little attic, its wooden door covered in dust, looking as if no one had lived there for a long time. Next to the attic, there was a staircase leading downwards. At the end of the staircase was an iron door, from which a faint light flickered. Seeing this, Lu Feng approached the iron door and heard a muffled conversation coming from the basement. Looking at the iron lock before him, Lu Feng gently squeezed it, and it turned to dust. He then pushed the door open and walked in. At this moment, in the basement, in a dimly lit small room, a pug was chained to a pillar, filthy and in a pitiful state. In front of him lay a contract and a pen. Just then, the door swung open, and a blond man walked in. Looking at the blank contract, the blond man cursed, "Damn it, you really can endure, huh? It's been almost 24 hours and you still won't sign?" Upon hearing this, the pug showed no fear, spat on the ground, and firmly replied, "I said, even if you kill me, I won't sign. The shares of Hanstyle Technology Group are the legacy my mother left me. I will never hand them over." Seeing the pug's determination, the blond man became furious. He waved his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bring in the torture." Hearing that he was to be tortured, the pug's heart sank, filled with immense fear. The next moment, several thugs entered with a torture kit. The blond man looked at the kit and let out a cold laugh. He then pulled out a feather from inside. He began to rub it back and forth on the pug's bare soles. "Ouch! Ha ha, it tickles, so ticklish, ha ha ha." The pug emitted sounds of both pain and joy. The blond man mockingly said, "You little brat, no one can withstand my torture for 10 minutes. I advise you to sign quickly. This way, you can regain your freedom, and I can report back." The pug laughed heartily and replied, "No, I won't sign, ha." Seeing him stubbornly resist, the blond man fell silent and continued to scratch. 10 minutes later, the blond man's arm was nearly exhausted. Seeing the pug laughing to the point of near collapse yet still unwilling to sign, he angrily threw the feather into the furnace, cursing, "Damn it, I didn't expect your will to be so strong. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Bring out the trump card." Upon hearing this, several of his underlings hesitated, saying, "Boss, the trump card should only be used as a last resort. Are you sure you want to use it now?" "Yeah, boss, think it over." The blond man snorted coldly, his tone icy, "Stop the damn chatter and quickly bring out the torture tools." "All right, fine." The underling looked helpless. He then reached into the torture kit. After rummaging for a while, he pulled out a brand new math workbook. The blonde man took the math workbook and swaggered over to the pug. He then picked up a pen and started solving problems in front of the pug. 1 plus 1 equals. 2 ones added together, of course, is 11. The blonde man mumbled, then wrote the answer down. The pug stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his expression one of terror and rage, his body tied to the pillar writhing incessantly. It was as if ants were crawling on him, causing him to tremble continuously. You can't even solve such a simple problem as 1 plus 1, what a joke. The pug screamed hysterically. Seeing that it was effective, the blonde man revealed a wicked smile. He did not answer but continued to work on the problems with his pen. X plus 13 is equal to 39. What is X? This question is too easy. X is obviously 39 to 13. Huang Mao analyzed. Hearing his correct analysis, Beige's eyes lit up, and he let out a sigh. His body stopped twisting, his expression relaxed, and he became much quieter. However, when he saw Huang Mao write 39 to 13 in the answer space, Beige could no longer bear it. He turned completely red, displaying a look of utter despair, and shouted loudly, "Please stop tormenting me. Let me go. I sign." Seeing this, Huang Mao burst into laughter. He threw away the workbook, picked up the contract, and handed it to Beige, saying, "If I had known this would happen, why didn't you sign earlier? You're wasting both our time." Looking at the share transfer agreement in front of him, Beige gripped the pen, recalling his mother's advice while she was alive, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Just as he was about to sign, the next moment, bang, the door was kicked open. Immediately, Lu Feng walked in with his hands behind his back, looking calm. "Dare to kidnap my student? Seeking death?" Lu Feng said with a frosty expression. "Lu Feng?" Beige exclaimed in surprise. A few thugs were momentarily stunned by the scene. Once they reacted, each of them grabbed their weapons and charged at Lu Feng with fierce momentum. Clang! Smack! Crash! Ah! In an instant, the dimly lit room was filled with the sounds of steel pipes falling and the thugs' screams. 10 seconds later, all the thugs lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs and moaning in pain, surrounded by scattered weapons. "Come with me," Lu Feng said, untying Beige, his tone indifferent. At this moment, Beige was filled with excitement, constantly expressing his gratitude. Just as he was about to leave with Lu Feng, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He picked up the math workbook and corrected the 2 problems Huang Mao had done to the right answers. Then he quickly caught up with Lu Feng and left the basement. After coming out, the 2 arrived on the street and got into a Rolls Royce. As Lu Feng fastened his seatbelt, he asked, "Do you know who kidnapped you?" Beige, sitting in the passenger seat, shook his head and said, "I don't know, but they wanted me to sign a share transfer agreement. I think it must be a competitor from our own company." Lu Feng nodded and said nothing. He then pressed the accelerator, and the car roared with a growl, quickly leaving the spot. Meanwhile, at the 0 Point Hotel, in the lobby, Li Jingya walked out of the elevator, happily carrying several garbage bags. Bored with work, she had seen a waiter about to throw out the trash, so she rushed over to take it. Tang Cheng saw Li Jingya and felt a surge of joy, quickly walking over with Bai Wanyue. "My sister, how can you do such a dirty and tiring job? Come on, let's go back to the capital. The money I earn is enough to support you for a lifetime," Tang Cheng said earnestly. Upon seeing Tang Cheng, the joy on Li Jingya's face instantly vanished. In its place was an impatient expression, and she said flatly, "I told you not to appear in front of me or disturb my life again. Please keep your distance from me in the future, thank you." After saying that, Li Jingya walked out of the hotel door, went into the alley, and threw the trash into the bin. Tang Cheng, unwilling to give up, chased after her. She grabbed Li Jingya's arm and said earnestly, "Sister, why don't you want to give me a chance? You know, we share the same blood, we are the only family in this world. Promise me, come back to the capital with me, okay?" Looking at the other person's sincere expression, Li Jingya was not moved. Instead, she pushed Tang Cheng away with a forceful shove, her tone devoid of any emotion. "No matter whether you are my biological sister or someone else to me, I am very satisfied with my current life and very happy. If you really care about me, then hurry up and leave here, go back to your capital city." With that, she left those words behind. Li Jingya walked towards the 0 Point Hotel without looking back. Behind her, Tang Cheng stood there, her face full of disappointment. The words of Li Jingya echoed in her ears, and she was heartbroken, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why is this happening? This is not what I imagined, boo-hoo," Tang Cheng cried, covering her face. Bai Wanyue patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Sister Ching, don't be sad. Maybe everything came too suddenly, Jingya needs to adapt slowly." Just then, in the alley, the yellow-haired man who had just kidnapped Ba Ge led a group of bruised thugs out towards them. "Damn it, I was planning to take a few brothers to a massage parlor to vent after completing the task. Now look, not only did I not get the bounty, but I also got beaten up. What a damn misfortune." the yellow-haired man said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the thugs pointed towards the alley entrance, excitedly saying, "Big brother, look, those two girls ahead seem pretty good-looking." Hearing this, the yellow-haired man followed his finger's direction. When he saw Tang Ching and Bai Wanhua, his eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed, "Damn, these two chicks look like stars from a TV show. They are really damn beautiful. Let's go, brothers, time to vent. Ha ha ha." The group laughed as they approached Tang Ching and Bai Wanhua from behind. "Hey, little beauty, you look good. Come play with me?" the yellow-haired man said with a lewd smile. Seeing the malicious expressions of the thugs, the two girls were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on today? Did they not check the calendar before going out? Or did they offend something? Just walked past a group of thugs, and now another group was coming. Was there a little thug spawning monsters in the alley? What do you want? Tang Ching asked nervously. The yellow-haired man chuckled and said, "What do you think we want? Come, let me check your body properly." As he spoke, the yellow-haired man reached out his claws, ready to tear Tang Ching's clothes. Seeing this, Tang Ching wanted to escape, but before she could take 2 steps, another thug appeared in front of her, blocking her way. In an instant, Tang Cheng and Bai Wanhua were cornered against the wall, unable to move. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to succeed, and the two girls were in despair, suddenly, a righteous voice rang out from the alley entrance. "Let go of those two girls." Everyone turned to look. There stood Han Ji in a suit, looking somewhat awkward. To get rid of that old man, he had spent a full $1,000,000. Although he had become a fool, at least he hadn't missed the chance to play the hero saving the beauty. "Han Ji, how did you end up here?" Tang Ching asked in surprise. Han Ji revealed a smile he thought was charming. As he walked over, he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qing, I came to Yunhai City on a business trip, and I didn't expect to run into you. Perhaps this is our fate. Heaven has destined us to come together." Immediately after, Han Ji looked at the thugs, waved his hand, and said in a powerful voice, "As long as I am here, I will not allow you to bully any woman. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, don't provoke my anger. Otherwise, this fist of mine, as big as a sandbag, won't be reasonable." Han Ji adjusted his suit collar, looking every bit the gentleman. Hearing his words, the yellow-haired man and the others were slightly taken aback. Then, they picked up a nearby trash can and smashed it hard towards Han Ji's head. Although the yellow-haired man and the previous big guy were both working for Xiaobo, but their tasks were different, and the information they had was different, so they naturally did not recognize Han Ji. The blonde guy smashed the trash can hard, cursing, "Damn it, are we filming a TV drama here, trying to play the hero saving the beauty? You want to act tough? I'll beat you to death." On the ground, Han Ji was almost crying, feeling utterly helpless. Xiaobo had said he would arrange for the thugs to act more realistically, but this was too realistic, wasn't it? If it weren't for the prior arrangement, he would have suspected these people really wanted to kill him. Thinking of the happiness of his later life and the position of the heir to the group, Han Ji gritted his teeth, sprang up like a carp, and shouted with a powerful voice, "Everyone, don't move. Listen to me." The blonde and the little thugs were intimidated by his momentum. Each of them raised their trash cans, looking at each other in confusion, frozen in place. The blonde disdainfully asked, "What do you want to say?" Han Ji stood up with his back to Tang Cheng. He looked at the blonde, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. He was mouthing, "Take it easy, you're hurting me." However, the blonde frowned, his ears almost perked up, and he couldn't hear what he was saying. The next second, the blonde slapped him across the face, cursing, "Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" A little brother beside him chuckled, "Maybe he has laryngitis." Han Ji covered his stinging face, completely bewildered. What was going on? Why did it feel like they weren't acting? It was one thing not to cooperate, but this was genuinely trying to hurt him. Realizing this, Han Ji widened his eyes and tentatively shouted, "The king covers the earth, tiger?" The blonde was slightly taken aback. Then, he raised the trash can in his hand and swung it toward Han Ji's head. "I'll cover your mother. You crazy, which mental hospital did you escape from?" Hit him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs rushed forward, punching and kicking Han Ji, even deforming the trash can on his head. At that moment, Han Ji finally realized that these people were not actors arranged by Xiaobo. They were real thugs. "Ah, spare me, good man. Please let me go. I won't act tough anymore, woo woo woo." Han Ji kept screaming in despair. At a critical moment, he hurriedly got up from the ground, pushing Tang Cheng and Bai Wanhua in front of him. Then he turned and ran down the street, still with the trash can on his head. At that moment, a mother was passing by with her little girl. The little girl pointed at Han Ji and said, "Mom, look, it's the bucket zombie from Plants vs. Zombies." Seeing this, the mother's face darkened, and she quickly covered her daughter's eyes. "Silly child, don't look around, that's not a zombie, that's an idiot." In the alley, Tang Cheng and Bai Wanhua's faces turned pale. The two women never expected that Hanji, who had been so righteous before, would push them forward as shields and then flee like a drowned dog. The blonde revealed 2 rows of big black teeth, grinning lewdly. "Little girl, now no one is here to save you. You better cooperate with me, or if I hurt you, don't blame me. Ha ha ha." Just then, a luxurious car suddenly stopped at the alley entrance. Immediately, a bodyguard in black got out and pointed at Tang Cheng, shouting, "The young lady is over there." All the car doors opened with a clatter, and dozens of strong bodyguards in black rushed over. The blonde and the thugs were dumbfounded at this scene, each one frozen like a statue. In no time, the alley was filled with black-clad bodyguards. Then came a one-sided brutal beating, with the thugs all turned into crumpled screens. After dealing with these people, the captain of the bodyguards lowered his head, looking guilty, and said, "I'm sorry, young lady, we arrived late." Tang Cheng had not yet recovered from the shock and waved her hand, saying, "It's fine, I don't blame you. By the nearest flight back to the capital, we need to leave here." The captain of the bodyguards replied respectfully, "Yes." Seeing Tang Cheng was going back to the capital, by one you felt a bit disappointed and said, "Sister Cheng, are you leaving so soon?" Tang Cheng nodded, her face full of helplessness, saying, "Xiaoro said that if I really care about her, I should leave here. I must prove with my actions that I care about her. Let Xiaoro finish her college entrance examination first. We can talk about other things later." After Han Ji returned to the car, he immediately took out his phone and called Xiaobo. Once connected, he scolded with a flushed face, "Xiaobo, how do you handle things? I almost got killed by the actor you invited." The other side was silent for a moment. After a long while, Xiaobo slowly spoke, "Young Master Han, you were a step too late. All our good plans were ruined by Lu Feng. Not only did he steal the scene of the hero saving the beauty, even your brother was saved by Lu Feng. Neither of the two things worked out, and I've lost both the lady and the soldiers." Hearing Lu Feng's name, Han Ji naturally knew that this person was the young master of the Lu family. Han Ji thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, "Xiaobo, I know the Lu family is your family's mortal enemy, but if you use these two matters to deliberately provoke my hatred towards the Lu family, then I will definitely not let you off." Upon hearing this, Xiaobo calmly explained, "Young Master Han, I absolutely did not deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can check the nearby surveillance to see if that person is really Lu Feng from the Lu family." Seeing the other party's attitude so sincere, he didn't seem to be lying at all. Han Ji slammed his hand on the steering wheel, angrily cursing, "Lu Feng, damn it, daring to ruin my good plans. Just wait, I will definitely kill you one day." Xiaobo was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although both matters were ruined by Lu Feng, he now had a reliable and powerful ally. "Young Master Han, don't panic, it's just a misstep in the game. You go back to the capital first, prepare well for the charity gala the day after tomorrow, and maintain your image in the old man's eyes. As for the matters between the Tang family and the Lu family, just wait for my call," Xiaobo said confidently. With a sense of reassurance, Han Ji sighed in relief, saying, "All right, I'll wait for your news." After hanging up the phone, just as Han Ji was inserting the car key, preparing to leave, knock knock. A traffic police officer knocked on his car window. Han Ji rolled down the window and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The traffic police officer pointed at the trash can above his head and said, "You are suspected of stealing public property. Come with me to the traffic police station." Han Ji. Meanwhile, at the Lu family's villa, in the living room, after Lu Feng rescued Ba Ge, the latter insisted on learning some math from him to calm down. Helpless, Lu Feng explained the problems while opening a mobile app to buy a plane ticket to the capital for the next day. Thinking that Li Jingya would also go to the capital to participate in the assessment for the youth class at Qingbei University, Lu Feng called to ask if she wanted to go together. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya happily said, Sure, but I get motion sickness. I don't know if I'll get sick on the plane." Lu Feng replied lightly, "It's fine, I'll prepare some anti-motion sickness medicine for you in advance." Li Jingya nodded, saying, "Okay, thank you, Lu Feng, see you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Ba Ge widened his eyes and asked, "Lu Feng, are you going to the capital tomorrow?" "It's just that I haven't been back for a long time. Why don't we go together and take a look at my future alma mater?" Lu Feng thought for a moment and found nothing wrong with it. So he closed his phone, crossed his legs, and said, "Then you buy the ticket." "All right," Ba Ge said excitedly. Then he opened the mobile app, tapped his finger, and bought 3 first-class tickets. At that moment, Lu Zhixiang walked over in slippers and reminded him, "Xiao Chen, tomorrow is your first day at school. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. You can approach any school leader, but if the person's surname is Yao, remember to let me know in advance. This person has a complicated background. It is said that your grandfather went to great lengths to invite him to our school." Hearing Lu Zhixiang's words, Lu Feng nodded without much thought and said, "I understand, Dad." After that, Lu Feng taught Beige some math for a while. Then the two went to the herbal medicine shop to prepare medicine for Li Jingya to treat her motion sickness. To prevent any accidents, Lu Feng bought some additional herbs. With Beige's free labor, it wasn't too much trouble. Before long, Beige was carrying a bag full of herbs in each hand, sweating profusely. At that very moment, at the Sanchot Intersection Vocational and Technical College, even though it was already off-duty time, the school conference room was still brightly lit. Inside, leaders of various levels from the school were seated. In front, a large line of text on the screen read, "The third discussion on establishing a youth class at our school." At this time, a woman wearing glasses and exuding an air of sophistication stood up. She was one of the board members who had signed a contract with Lu Feng at the Lu family villa. Establishing a youth class is a new project that young Master Lu specifically requested to expand. I don't understand why such a simple matter has been repeatedly rejected by you. Vice Principal Yao, can you give me a reasonable explanation? The woman slammed her hand on the table, indignant. The first thing they did upon returning from Yunhai City was to create the youth class as per Lu Feng's instructions. However, every time they voted, it was completely denied by the other board members, especially this Vice Principal Yao, who led the charge each time. His arrogance was extreme. As the woman's words fell, a man with a stubbly face and fierce eyes stood up. He was the Vice Principal Yao Long, whom the woman referred to. What the hell are you, to dare make decisions in front of me? So what if he's from the Lu family? Even if his father or grandfather came, they would have to show me respect. The youth class is a project that wastes money and effort without any benefit. Who the hell would want to attend a youth class at our rundown college? Lu Feng is just a little brat who knows nothing, and you all want to join in the ruckus. What a bunch of idiots. Yao Long lit a cigarette, disdainfully cursing. He was originally the principal of the school, but after Lu Feng arrived, he took over and demoted him to a vice position. With just one word difference, the power disparity was vast, and the benefits were greatly reduced. In this situation, how could he not be angry? The woman turned red with anger upon hearing Yao Long's insults. Gritting her teeth, she said furiously, "Fine, fine, fine. Since that's the case, when young Master Lu comes to the capital tomorrow, you can speak to him directly." After saying that, the woman stormed out of the conference room, clutching a pile of documents. Seeing this, several young board members also got up to follow her. However, 90% of the people remained seated in the conference room, unmoving. Yao Long, looking pleased, laughed and cursed, "Damn it, back when the old man from the Lu family came begging me, I only took the job because of that. After working hard for so many years, Lu Feng's one word just pushed me out of the principal's position? If one day I'm not happy, I'll go complain to old Chen and have their school torn down. Damn it. Tomorrow, no one is allowed to welcome Lu Feng, understood?" Upon hearing this, the other board members all showed flattering expressions. Yes, 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 Principal Yao, we will listen to you. Ah, Principal Yao, I might get sick tomorrow and need to take a sick leave. Principal Yao, my wife is going to give birth tomorrow, and I also want to take paternity leave. Principal Yao, I'm suddenly not feeling well. The members of the board raised their hands one after another, their faces full of jest. Vice Principal Yao watched this and couldn't help but laugh heartily. All right, your leaves are all approved. Yunhai City. The next morning, Lu Feng, Ba Ge, and Li Jingyao were sitting in a Rolls-Royce, quickly heading to the airport. There was some traffic on the way. However, for the airline, they wouldn't take off until the first-class customers arrived. Just as Lu Feng had just left home for a short while, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the Lu family villa. When the car door opened, a young man helped an elderly man out. "Excuse me, is Lu Feng at home?" the man asked the bodyguard at the door, his tone somewhat urgent. Hearing this, the bodyguard frowned. "What do you want with young Master Lu?" The man replied, "My grandfather is suffering from a stubborn illness, and we specifically came from the capital to seek medicine from Lu Feng." Oh, the bodyguard showed a look of realization and then said, "You're too late. Young Master Lu has gone far away and doesn't know when he'll be back." Upon hearing his words, the man couldn't help but show a disappointed expression and continued to ask, "May I ask where Dr. Lu has gone?" The doctor said my grandfather doesn't have many days left. It's urgent. Without Dr. Lu, my grandfather might. Before he could finish, the bodyguard impatiently said, "Where young Master Lu goes, how could I possibly tell you? Please leave quickly, don't block the way here." Seeing the bodyguard's resolute response, the man sighed, looking pained. The elderly man smiled in understanding and said, "It's all right, Changqing, perhaps this is my fate. Let's go back to the capital. Even if I die, I want to die in the place that raised me." The man's eyes glimmered with tears, but he said nothing more, helping his grandfather into the car, and they quickly drove towards the airport. Yunhai Airport. Li Jingya stared at the Grand Hall, completely stunned. "Wow, it's so big, Lu Feng, this is my first time flying." Li Jingya said excitedly. Before Lu Feng could respond, Ba Ge directly pulled out a VIP card and handed it over, saying, Jingya, take this card. I'm a VIP customer. All tickets are at a 90% discount, so you can fly anytime you want. Seeing such a valuable gift, Li Jingya hurriedly waved her hands, smiling, no need, Ba Ge, thank you for your kindness. Saying this, the three of them arrived at the ticket check, handing their tickets and IDs to the staff. After passing the verification, they got into the airport's special vehicle, slowly heading towards the plane's parking area. When they boarded the plane and entered first class, looking at the spacious area and luxurious facilities, Li Jingya couldn't help but exclaim again. Soon, they found their seats and fastened their seatbelts. However, 30 minutes later, it was already time for takeoff, but the plane showed no signs of moving. At this moment, the sweet voice of the flight attendant came over the intercom. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize. Due to 2 first-class passengers not arriving yet, the flight will be delayed for an hour. We appreciate your understanding. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, Ba Ge, and Li Jingya were not in a hurry. The three of them took out playing cards and sat together, playing Do Di Zhu. Half an hour later, seeing that Ba Ge had lost too much and was almost covered in notes, at that moment, at the plane's boarding gate, an elderly man with white hair, supported by a young man, walked in. They walked straight to Lu Feng's side, wiped the tables and chairs, and settled down. Since the plane had not yet taken off, the old man took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Lao Gao, I'm on my way back to the capital, already boarded. I heard Xiao Cheng found the second young lady. You old rascal are lucky, half your body is in the ground, and now you have 2 more granddaughters by your side. As for me, Sai, the divine doctor is away, but it doesn't matter, I've lived enough already. No more talking, the plane is about to take off, see you in the capital. Before I die, I have to play a couple of chess games with you, you old rascal. Just after hanging up, the gentle voice of the flight attendant came over the intercom again. Dear passengers, the plane is about to take off, please fasten your seatbelts to avoid turbulence. Hearing this, Ba Ge and Li Jingya hurried back to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. Once the takeoff phase was over and the aircraft entered the cruising altitude, Ba Ge and Li Jingya unfastened their seatbelts and rushed over to Lu Feng, where they started playing Do Di Zhu. Come on, I must win back my losses, avenge my grievances, Ba Ge said angrily while sticking the paper notes from his previous losses on his face. But when he saw the cards in his hand, he was ecstatic. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, A, 2, Big Joker. It was an unbeatable hand. Ba Ge danced with excitement. Ha, come on, this time I will definitely win. Li Jingya, I play 3. Ba Ji's vision went dark, can't play. Lu Feng. In this round, Li Jingya was the landlord. So, unsurprisingly, with the help of Ba Ge, Lu Feng quietly stuck a note on his face. Just as they were having a great time playing, suddenly, a man's cry came from behind. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, open your eyes and look at me, it's Changcheng. As this voice rang out, all the surrounding people's attention was drawn over. Lu Feng, Li Jingya, and Ba Ge also put down their cards and looked back. They saw an elderly man with white hair lying on a recliner, his eyes tightly closed. Beside him, a handsome young man was in tears, gently shaking his body. At that moment, several medical staff from the plane came over with medical kits. They used instruments to examine the old man. Then, one by one, they hung their heads and said to the young man, "We are very sorry, your grandfather has passed away due to heart failure." Upon hearing this news, the man's eyes widened. He looked at his grandfather in disbelief, crying, "Grandpa, wake up. Didn't you say you wanted to see the capital one more time? Didn't you say you wanted to play another game of chess with old Gao? Grandpa, please don't leave me, woo woo woo." The man cried hoarsely, his voice deafening. The first-class passengers were moved by this sorrowful atmosphere and were all deeply saddened. Then, the man stood up and shouted at the medical staff, "You all think of a way to save my grandfather. Whoever can save him, I, Chen Shangqing, will reward them with 100 million. No, 1 billion, 100 billion. The medical staff looked troubled and said, "I'm very sorry, I cannot fulfill your request. The moon has its phases, and people experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. This passenger, please accept my condolences." Upon hearing this, the man nearly went into a rage. He pointed at the medical staff and shouted, "Nonsense, you haven't even tried to save him. You just checked with the instruments, how can you say my grandfather is dead? How much is your airline worth? I, the Chen family, will buy it. I demand you immediately save my grandfather." However, no matter how he shouted, a few medical staff still kept their heads down, remaining silent and offering no response. Seeing this, the man weakly knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying bitterly. Just then, a magnetic voice sounded from behind him. "Let me take a look." Turning around, he saw Lu Feng standing there. Beside him, Baggo had his face covered in sticky notes and was carrying 2 large bags of medicinal herbs. Looking at Lu Feng, the man was momentarily stunned and excitedly asked, "Excuse me, are you a doctor?" Lu Feng shook his head and replied, "No." "Then are you a university student related to medicine?" "No." "Does someone in your family study medicine?" "No." The man was speechless. If it wasn't this, and it wasn't that, then what was he here for, just to watch the fun? Lu Feng ignored him and walked over to the elderly man. He felt a sense of wonder, not expecting to encounter an opportunity to extend life while on a plane. Lu Feng examined the old man closely, left and right, and then came to a shocking conclusion. This person should be dead. Lu Feng pointed at the dying old man. The onlookers, the paramedics. The man was first taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he said, "Buddy, I have no grievances with you, why are you making fun of me?" Lu Feng shook his head and said lightly, "What I mean by dead is that the organs have failed. Your grandfather is not ill, he is just too old, and his heart has naturally worn out. It is impossible for him to fully recover, but I can use medication to forcefully extend his life for a year." After saying this, Lu Feng took out a few herbs from Ba Ji's bag, ground them into powder, and brewed them with hot water. "Now I need to give your grandfather medication, do you agree?" Lu Feng asked, holding the teacup. The man had no choice but to nod. Seeing this, Lu Feng poured the concoction into the old man's mouth. After finishing, Lu Feng looked at his watch and said, "Heart failure is no small matter. We need to wait for the medication to take effect before he can be revived. I estimate that your grandfather will wake up after the plane lands, just wait." Upon hearing this, the man did not feel happy. He frowned and threatened, "You better not be lying to me, otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to leave the capital." Lu Feng smiled and walked back, waving his hand, "Just don't come begging me then." After returning to his seat, Lu Feng continued to play do diju with Ba Guo and Li Jingya. About half an hour later, the plane's announcement came that they were about to land. Li Jingya and Ba Guo hurried back to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. At this moment, it was 11 in the morning. Looking down from the sky, the entire capital was vibrant and full of life. Just as the plane landed, the previously dying old man suddenly began to cough violently, his body shaking uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The old man opened his eyes and weakly said, "Changqing, I just dreamed of your great-grandmother. She called me home for dinner." Seeing his grandfather come back to life, Chen Changqing was overjoyed. "Grandpa, you finally woke up. You almost scared me to death just now." After saying this, he looked up, wanting to thank Lu Feng. However, he found that the others had already disembarked. "Excuse me, what is your name?" Chen Changqing ran to the boarding gate, shouting hoarsely, "Lu Feng." Lu Feng replied without looking back. Upon hearing this name, Chen Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Lu Feng's back, unable to regain his senses for a long time. It turned out that the miraculous doctor he had been desperately seeking was this person before him. The old man gasped for breath and sighed, "I didn't expect my luck to be so good, to meet a miraculous doctor at the last moment of my life." "Changqing, if you have the chance, you must thank the miraculous doctor properly, you must not neglect him." Chen Changqing nodded like he was pounding garlic. "Grandpa, you can rest assured, your grandson will not let you down. Since the divine doctor can extend your life for a year, he must have a way to extend it for more years. No matter the cost, I will make sure the divine doctor continues to treat you." Chen Changqing's gaze was resolute. The grandfather and grandson chatted as they slowly walked off the plane. At that moment, Gao Zhen and Tang Qing approached, followed by a group of armed police officers. "Uncle Chen, Brother Chongqing," Tang Qing greeted politely. Uncle Chen showed a kind smile. "It's been a long time, Qinger, you are getting more and more beautiful." Tang Qing happily replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Chen." Chen Changqing then shifted the conversation directly to the point. "Sister Qing, I know you have issues with the Lu family and have created an organization called Chasing Deer. But just now, Lu Feng saved my grandfather's life. In the future, only Lu Feng can save my grandfather. So, regarding the matter with the Lu family, could you let Lu Feng go?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Qing's smile froze instantly. The atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. The two stared at each other, silent for a long time. After a while, Gao Zhen broke the silence, smiling as he said, "Changqing, don't worry, Shao Qing has indefinitely shelved the Chasing Deer mission. You can let Lu Feng treat your grandfather." He patted Chen Changqing on the shoulder. Then he walked up to Uncle Chen, concerned, and said, "Old Chen, it's good that you're fine. Only when I work with you do I feel completely at ease. Let's go, the chessboard is set up. We must have a fierce battle of 300 rounds today." With that, the group headed towards the airport hall. Outside the airport, after Lu Feng and the others came out, the special car arranged by Ba Guo had been waiting for a long time. The three got into the car, and the driver stepped on the gas, quickly driving towards the Sanchaku Vocational Technical College. On the way, Li Jingya looked out at the bustling scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful, this is the capital." "Lu Feng, I didn't expect my first time in the capital would be with you. I'm so happy." Upon hearing this, Ba Gu beside her was dumbfounded. He pointed at himself, somewhat unwillingly saying, "Am I not a person? Am I really not a person?" Soon, the car stopped in front of the Sanchaku Vocational Technical College. Since Li Jingya had only participated in the Qingbei assessment in the afternoon, she decided to accompany Lu Feng to stroll around the college campus in the morning. As soon as they got out of the car, what caught their eyes was a dilapidated school gate. The iron gate was rusty and looked like it hadn't been replaced in a long time. Inside the campus, the dormitory and teaching buildings were in a state of disrepair, with most of the wall plaster having fallen off. It was hard to imagine that such a rundown school could exist in the capital, a place where every inch of land is precious. Lu Feng didn't mind, though. His purpose for coming this time was to improve the campus environment and recruit some talent. Just as they were about to step through the school gate, a few familiar faces suddenly approached. "Hello, Principal Lu. Young Master Lu, welcome to your new position." The few greeted respectfully. They were the council members who had signed the agreement at the Lu family villa earlier. Lu Feng nodded and said, "Everyone, don't be so polite, just relax a bit. I'm just here to take a look. It's lunchtime, and since we haven't eaten yet, let's go to the cafeteria first." Food is of utmost importance to the people, especially for students. Therefore, Lu Feng's first stop for inspection was the cafeteria. Everyone nodded and followed Lu Feng towards the cafeteria. On the way, a female council member said, "Young Master Lu, there's something I need to discuss with you. After we returned, we created a youth class as per your request, but we have repeatedly faced rejection from the council members, especially Vice Principal Yao, who has failed to establish it 3 times, is the one who took the lead." Upon hearing the name Vice Principal Yao, Lu Feng thought for a moment and guessed he was the person his grandfather had gone to great lengths to invite. Lu Feng was not afraid of his identity and spoke directly about the matter. I can understand. I'll talk to him later." Upon hearing this, the members of the board nodded and did not say anything further. A group of people arrived at the cafeteria, which was already packed with students. To make it easier to get food, Lu Feng suggested that everyone disperse. In front of window number 2, Lu Feng held a communal tray and said, "Hello, Auntie, I would like a serving of curry chicken rice." The auntie cheerfully replied, "Sure, that will be 12 yuan, cash or campus card?" "Cash." Lu Feng handed over 12 yuan. Then, he watched as the auntie dipped a spoon into the bucket and scooped a heaping spoonful of chicken. Seeing such a large portion of meat, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the school was a bit shabby, the students' meals were not bad, which was a small comfort. However, the next second, the auntie's hand trembled as if she had Parkinson's disease, her whole arm shaking. What was originally a full spoon of chicken ended up with just 2 chicken butts being tossed into Lu Feng's bowl. Lu Feng scratched his head, confused, and asked, "Auntie, is the curry chicken rice for 12 yuan really just 2 chicken butts?" Upon hearing this question, the auntie looked as if she had seen it all before and explained, "There's nothing we can do, student. Our cafeteria is not outsourced. It's run entirely by the school. But the school's funding is limited, and to ensure that every student can have chicken, this is all we can serve per person." Lu Feng was puzzled. On his way here, he had specifically looked at the school's financial reports. The cafeteria's revenue was nearly 100 million yuan each year. In this case, how could the funds possibly be insufficient? After getting their meals, Li Jingya, Beige, and the board members had already found a spot. Lu Feng walked over with his tray and asked, "Who manages our school's cafeteria?" A female board member replied, "Report to young Master Lu. All matters regarding the cafeteria's funding, allocations, and procurement are fully managed by Vice Principal Yao." When Lu Feng heard that name again, his expression immediately darkened. It was understandable that this person opposed the establishment of a youth class, as the school's qualifications were indeed lacking. But now, even the most basic student meals were problematic. This crossed Lu Feng's red line. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly noticed a thin male student wandering back and forth in the cafeteria. He wore glasses, had dark skin, and his gaze kept scanning the crowd of diners. Name, Li Shuai, talent type, mathematics talent level, S school, Sanchaku Vocational and Technical College. Seeing the information about the other person, Lu Feng was taken aback. A mathematical talent level of S, second only to Beige. Lu Feng couldn't believe that there was such a presence at Sanchaku Vocational and Technical College. He watched as Li Shuai wandered for a while. At that moment, a classmate who had finished eating wiped his mouth and got up to leave. There was still more than half of the food left in the other person's bowl. Li Shuai's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over, casually picking up that bowl of rice. Then, he began to eat while continuing to look for his next target. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng furrowed his brows. With his talent, he could easily attend a prestigious school and enjoy a full scholarship. How could he be at this vocational college picking up leftover food from others? Lu Feng pointed at Li Shuai and asked, "Which department is that student from? Do you know?" All the board members looked in the direction Lu Feng was pointing. When they saw Li Shuai, each person's face immediately showed a look of pity. The female board member sighed and said helplessly, "His name is Li Shuai, from the mathematics department. He almost won the National Mathematics Competition Championship. On the day before the finals, Vice Principal Yao found him. He claimed that if Li Shuai withdrew from the competition and joined our school, not only would he receive a scholarship of 3 million, but all tuition and fees would also be waived." However, after Li Shuai enrolled, Vice Principal Yao always used the excuse of cash flow issues to deny him any funds. After Li Shuai withdrew from the competition that year, Vice Principal Yao's daughter won the national mathematics competition. A female council member said slowly, her tone filled with sympathy. After hearing her explanation, Lu Feng was instantly filled with rage. To let his daughter win an award, he had caused such a genius to be buried. The academic development of Long Country was hindered by this group of tumors. Thinking of this, Lu Feng bought a portion of fried rice and walked over to Li Shuai. "Hello, classmate," Lu Feng greeted with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shuai hurriedly lowered his head, handed the lunchbox to Lu Feng, and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, classmate, I didn't know you hadn't finished eating." Lu Feng felt a pang in his heart and waved his hand. No, you misunderstood. I bought you a portion of fried rice. Throw away the leftovers in your hand and eat this." Lu Feng handed over the fried rice. Seeing this, Li Shuai hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Thank you." After saying that, he hugged the lunchbox and quickly ran away. Lu Feng was a bit curious and followed him. When they reached the back door of the cafeteria, he saw a woman with a weathered face and disheveled hair lying on a worn-out blanket. Li Shuai was feeding the woman with a spoon, one bite at a time. "Mom, eat slowly, there's no rush." The woman, while eating, scolded, "Child, why did you buy such good food for your mother? Isn't that wasting money?" Although the woman was complaining, the smile on her face proved she was very happy. Li Shuai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom, this was bought by a kind person. It didn't cost any money." Hearing that it was free, the woman finally relaxed. "Good son, you eat too." Li Shuai nodded. Then the mother and son took turns feeding each other, slowly eating while squatting on the ground. Lu Feng watched this scene, his eyes wide open, completely shocked. He never expected that in 2024, there were still people who considered eating fried rice a luxury. Moreover, this was happening in the capital, in his own school. At that moment, Li Jingya, Beige, and the council members also rushed over and saw the same scene. Instantly, they showed the same shocked expressions as Lu Feng, each one finding it hard to believe. Stunned, Lu Feng asked coldly, "Does the school not have a poverty assistance fund?" The female council member lowered her head and said helplessly, "Of course there is, but Li Shuai has repeatedly come to demand the 3 million prize money, which offended Vice Principal Yao. As a result, his poverty assistance quota was specifically cancelled by Vice Principal Yao. In addition, all the scholarships Li Shuai received were also deducted." Lu Feng moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. He knew that this Vice Principal Yao had an impressive background. After all, he was personally invited by his grandfather back in the day, and even his father, Lu Zhixiong, had some reservations about him. In this situation, these council members probably had no way to deal with him. Just as the few of them were discussing, not far away, 4 or 5 teachers were walking over with lunchboxes, chatting and laughing. When they saw Li Shuai and his mother, a few of them joked, "Oh, Xiao Cheng, isn't this your department's Li Shuai? Seeing is believing, he really is feeding his mother leftover food." "Xiao Cheng, your mathematics department is impressive, you have all kinds of talents." Hearing the teachers teasing, one of the female teachers, wearing glasses, was furious and scolded, "Li Shuai, how many times have I told you not to bring your mother to school, and you absolutely cannot eat other people's leftovers? It's bad enough that you act like a vampire, but now you're bringing your mom to school to take advantage. You've embarrassed me completely." Hearing the teachers scolding, Li Shuai panicked and said, I'm sorry, instructor, I promise this is the last time, we'll leave right after eating." Upon hearing this, the instructor's face quickly turned red. "You say it's the last time every time, how come your last times are so many? If I don't give you a 3 million bonus, you bring your mom to take advantage of the school, right? Not studying properly, always thinking about getting rich, it's no wonder Principal Yao is targeting you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll smash your lunch." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Shuai turned pale with fear. He quickly packed up his lunch, carried his mother, and rolled up the blanket. I'm sorry, instructor, we'll leave right now. After saying that, Li Shuai was about to leave with his mother. The instructor glared at the mother and son's backs and scolded, I can't believe it. How did I end up with such a student? No, I need to discuss with Principal Yao about expelling him. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Li Shuai, come back. No one can let you leave without my order. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. There stood Lu Feng, hands behind his back, with a frosty expression. Seeing Lu Feng's youthful appearance, the instructor coldly asked, which department are you from? What gives you the right to speak here? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng did not answer. Instead, he coldly retorted, which department are you the instructor of? What is your name? As soon as these words were spoken, the instructor felt Lu Feng's overwhelming aura. In an instant, she was stunned. After just 2 sentences from Lu Feng, the instructor felt insecure. Listening to this aura, it seemed like he was the leader, but looking at Lu Feng's youthful face, she estimated he hadn't even graduated from high school. How could he possibly be her superior? Therefore, she shouted hoarsely, what monkey are you jumping out from, acting all high and mighty with me? Who I am is none of your business. Are you a student of our school? If not, get lost, or I'll call security to throw you out. The instructor scolded fiercely. Just as her words fell, members of the board walked out of the cafeteria. Outrageous! This is Lu Feng, the young master of the Lu family, our school's new principal, a female board member introduced coldly. Upon hearing her words, the instructor was instantly stunned, her expression shocked. Then, she became dumbfounded, her face showing disbelief. After regaining her senses, she was like a deflated balloon, lowering her head and speaking humbly, Principal Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. My attitude was wrong just now, I hope you can forgive me. You don't know, this student is particularly uncouth. It's one thing to pick up leftovers in the cafeteria every day, and he even brings his mother along. He's completely embarrassed our school. I've warned him many times to no avail, so that's why. Before she could finish, shut up. Lu Feng pointed at her and angrily said, if people could eat enough, who would come to the cafeteria to pick up leftovers? Has your brain been eaten by a dog? What about image? In a prestigious university, students are forced to scavenge for food in the cafeteria, and that's not damaging the image? Someone as heartless as you is fit to be an instructor? After saying this, Lu Feng looked at the board members and said, investigate her information, and immediately dismiss her. Our school should never have such a cold-blooded animal as an instructor. Yes, the female board member replied firmly. Seeing that Lu Feng was going to expel her, the instructor turned pale with fear and began to plead for mercy. Principal, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. My family has been farming for 3 generations, and it was not easy for us to have a college student like me. I can't lose this job. But no matter how she begged, Lu Feng ignored her. Instead, he turned and walked straight towards Li Shuai and his mother. Looking at the thin boy in front of him, Lu Feng said calmly, Li Shuai, please rest assured. The 3 million reward promised by our school, I will pay out of my own pocket, every penny of it. This cafeteria will be open to you and your mother for free from now on, and I will also provide you with accommodation. However, I have a requirement. You must study hard and make the most of your mathematical talent. Can you do that? Lu Feng said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Shuai first showed a look of disbelief and shock. Then, he knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face, saying, Principal Lu, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Rest assured, I will work hard and will not let you down. His mother also shed tears of excitement, repeatedly saying, Thank you. Thank you. Lu Feng stepped forward to help them up. Then, he instructed Ba Go and Li Jingya to take them to eat and solve their accommodation issues. Immediately after, Lu Feng ordered, notify all members of the board of directors to gather in the conference room in 15 minutes. I want to hold a meeting. Thinking of those colluding people, the female board member hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded and said, yes. After that, a group of people slowly walked towards the comprehensive building. As they walked, the campus greenery was in terrible condition. The flowers and trees were either dead or withered, lacking any vitality. If one didn't know better, they might think it had been bombed. Just as they arrived at the bottom of the comprehensive building, they saw the instructor who had been dismissed, holding a suitcase and walking down with tears in her eyes. She was followed by several female teachers who had gone to the cafeteria with her. Xiao Chang, what are you planning to do next? The job market is so bad, can you find a job? If not, just go back to the countryside and raise cattle. The air is so good there, our Xiao Qing loves it the most, right? Oh right, isn't Xiao Qing a bit of a neat freak? The rural hometown is just perfect for her. Xiao Chang, if you don't have enough cattle at home, just let us know, and we'll all pool money to buy you a couple. Pfft, ha ha ha. The female teachers joked among themselves. Because Xiao Qing was quite good looking, the others often spoke in a sarcastic tone, almost writing the word jealousy on their faces. Now that they finally had the chance, how could they not take a jab at her? Meanwhile, the instructor's face turned dark with anger, her teeth clenched, but she said nothing. Seeing this scene, the others were instantly pleased and became even more spirited in their taunts. Noticing this, Lu Feng pointed at those female teachers and said, "Expel all of them." He had been so focused on expelling the instructor that he had forgotten about them. He still remembered that at the entrance of the cafeteria, if it weren't for these people fanning the flames, perhaps the instructor wouldn't have exploded at Li Shuai. Keeping such petty people in the school would only ruin the collective environment and atmosphere. Yes, the female board member replied. This time, the few people were left dumbfounded. Before they could plead for mercy, Lu Feng had already left with the crowd. 10 minutes later, those female teachers who had mocked the instructor also came down one by one, pulling their suitcases, tears streaming down their faces. In the school conference room, after 15 minutes of notification, Lu Feng sat in the main seat and waited for half an hour, but not a single person showed up. "What's going on?" Lu Feng asked. Upon hearing this, the female board member no longer hid the truth. She recounted the events of the meeting from the previous night in detail to Lu Feng. After listening, Lu Feng showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder no one came to the meeting. It turns out they were all following that person with the surname Yao, targeting him together? Interesting. If he hadn't come to the capital, Lu Feng wouldn't have known that this school no longer bore the Lu surname. "Add me to your work group, and I'll send out the notice myself," Lu Feng said, taking out his phone. "Okay," the female council member nodded. Soon, Lu Feng was added to a group chat named Board of Directors Discussion Group. Swipe. Lu Feng sent a message to the group. "Gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. If you don't come, you won't need to come again in the future." Upon seeing this message, the female council member couldn't help but give Lu Feng a thumbs up. She sighed inwardly. No wonder he was the young master of the Lu family. His actions were indeed domineering. At that moment, in the capital, at a high-end bathing club. In the hall, Yao Long was having a party with a group of board members, all dressed in bathrobes. "Everyone have fun, I'll cover all the expenses today," Yao Long shouted loudly, holding up a glass of red wine. As soon as he said this, cheers erupted from the crowd. Just then, ding ding ding, everyone's phones rang in unison. The dean of the physics department held up his phone, looking worried, and said, "Brother Long, it's a notice from Lu Feng himself, telling us to meet in 10 minutes. He also said that if we don't go, we won't need to come again in the future. Looks like he's planning to deal with us?" Yao Long cursed nonchalantly. "What are you afraid of? If Lu Feng fires you, I'll hire you back the next day. Even if Lu Jixiong, his father, came, he'd have to give me a cigarette. A little brat thinks he can act wild in front of me. Damn it, today, I'm going to teach him a lesson." Hearing Yao Long's words, everyone felt relieved. The dean of the mathematics department raised his glass and cheered. "Brother Long is mighty and domineering. Come, let's toast to Brother Long." As the words fell, the others raised their glasses. After respectfully toasting Yao Long, they downed their drinks. At this moment, at the Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College, in the conference room, Lu Feng saw that 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no one in the room. He completely lost his patience. "You, come here." Lu Feng beckoned to the female council member. She hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, Principal?" Lu Feng took a sip of tea and said, "Fire Vice Principal Yao, and all the council members who didn't come. Make sure to send out a notice so they can see it," Lu Feng said calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. They looked at each other. Not to mention that firing all the council members would have a huge impact on the school's management. Just the rumors about Yao Long in the school were numerous. It was said that he had a significant background in the capital. Not only did Lu Feng's grandfather personally invite him to be the principal back then, but even Lu Jixiong, the head of the Lu family, didn't dare to easily move against him. But unexpectedly, Lu Feng was so fierce, waving his hand to fire Yao Long and everyone else. "Young Master Lu, should we discuss this with Master Xiong first?" The female council member hesitated. Lu Feng said decisively, "No need, just do as I say. When I return to Yunhai City, I will personally talk to my father. I will take responsibility for whatever happens." Seeing Lu Feng's attitude so firm, the female council member also took a leap of faith, her voice strong. "Yes, soon." On social media platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili, dozens of announcements from Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College appeared in succession. Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College v. Our school has just decided to dismiss Vice Principal Yao Long. Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College v. Our school has just decided to dismiss Vice Principal Chen Xingxuan. Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College v. Our school has just decided to dismiss Qi Tonwei from the position of Dean of the Physics College. Sancha Co-Vocational and Technical College v. The dismissal of dozens of people, all of whom are school leaders, is such a bizarre act that once the announcement was released, it attracted many netizens to click in and investigate. Damn, this school has broken some heavenly rule. How could so many people be dismissed at once? 666, it feels like a 9-clan elimination game. What the hell, I've really seen it all. Whose AoE damage is so great that it wipes out a whole group at once. Awesome, I graduated from this school, these leaders are all complete bastards. I can only say it's good that they're gone. Alumni upstairs, I've been here for 3 years and have never seen so many leaders. Today they all showed up at once. That bastard Yao Long probably hit a brick wall. Feels good. With the enthusiastic discussions and likes from netizens, it wasn't long before a headline titled, "A certain capital college dismisses dozens of school leaders," topped the trending searches on major platforms, quickly approaching top 1. As the event gained traction, at this moment, Lu Feng was walking towards Yao Long's office. The school cafeteria has nearly 100 million in revenue each year, yet a serving of curry chicken rice only gets 2 chicken butts. Lu Feng absolutely did not believe that there was no corruption. Soon, led by a member of the board, everyone arrived at the door of Yao Long's office. Lu Feng twisted the handle of the iron door. It was locked. Seeing this, Lu Feng raised his right leg and kicked it. The next second, with a loud bang, the iron door deformed, creating a large hole. Everyone was shocked at this scene, cold sweat breaking out behind them. If that kick had landed on them, even if they didn't die, they would probably be half paralyzed. Then, Lu Feng bent down and squeezed inside. Immediately, the scene inside came into view. A desk, a sofa, and a water dispenser. On the desk was a computer. Lu Feng pressed the power button, and after a while, it displayed a prompt for a startup password. For Lu Feng, who possessed hacking skills, this was child's play. He placed his fingers on the keyboard, and in a moment, he decrypted the startup program. The board members were completely impressed. They hadn't expected this young man from the underworld to be so capable. He was well-rounded. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Feng searched for information on the computer while using a program to recover deleted files. It was a good thing he checked. 1 minute later, looking at the photos, chat records, and transaction evidence before him, Lu Feng and the others were all dumbfounded. Among the data, the serious offenses included humiliating female students, bullying female teachers, and massive corruption and bribery. The lighter offenses included insulting subordinates and abusing power. There were even instances of watching adult films during work hours. Upon seeing this, a female board member exclaimed excitedly, "Principal, just the corruption and the humiliation of women alone are enough to send Yao Long to the sewing machine." How could Lu Feng not know? However, before that, he needed to make him cough up the money. No rush. Lu Feng waved his hand, then took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the computer. Click, click. After finishing, Lu Feng handed the phone over and said, "First, post these online to provide some emotional value for Vice Principal Yao. Soon, our school's headline will shoot to the top of the trending searches, and we can take this opportunity to draw some traffic and raise our profile. Once it's hot, who would worry about the youth class not attracting students?" Lu Feng chuckled. Hearing his words, everyone fell silent. They feared that if these negative news stories spread, let alone the youth class, no one would dare to come for the college entrance examination. When the female board member took the phone and saw the scenes in the photos, she blushed and said, "Okay, Principal, I'll take care of it right away." Meanwhile, in a high-end bathing club, Yao Long was enjoying himself with a group of school leaders, singing and drinking merrily. At that moment, the dean of the physics department rushed in with his phone, panic written all over his face. "Not good, Longgu, something big has happened. Lu Feng not only fired all of us, but even you have been expelled from the school." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room exchanged shocked glances, their faces pale, completely stunned. Earlier, Yao Long had boasted that Lu Feng wouldn't dare to do anything to him. And now, not only had he been kicked out by Lu Feng, but all these people were also being sent packing. "Longgu, what should we do? Longgu, I've worked my whole life to get to where I am today. I don't want to lose everything. Longgu, I still have a wife and kids to support at home. Please think of a way." The school leaders spoke in a panic, completely losing their sense of enjoyment. Hearing this, Yao Long was not flustered at all. Instead, he took a sip of his drink and smiled smugly. "Ha! That little brat really fell for it. What a fool." Upon hearing Yao Long's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, looking at each other in confusion. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yao Long explained, "Lu Feng dares to fire me? Just wait, tomorrow Lu Zhixian will have to come to Beijing and apologize to me in person. Otherwise, I'll use my connections to take down all of the Lu family's businesses in Beijing. By then, not only will Lu Feng have to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, but the principal's position will also have to be returned to me." Ha ha ha. The more Yao Long spoke, the more excited he became, bursting into loud laughter. As he laid out his plan, everyone began to understand the situation. Although he had been demoted to vice principal, his treatment was still generous. After all, his son was set to inherit the family business and become principal. That was reasonable, right? If it were just that, it would seem too petty for him to turn against them. But now it was different. Lu Feng had directly expelled him. Not only had he lost his benefits, but he had nothing left. In this situation, he could justifiably turn against Lu Zhixiong and seize the principal position back. Long-Gu, you're amazing. You're truly inscrutable and cunning. Long-Gu, this wisdom is something I could learn from for a lifetime. What are you thinking? Long-Ji's wisdom is beyond our reach. That's right, Long-Gu is someone we can only admire. The school leaders kept showering him with flattery, making Yao Long feel elated, his smile almost splitting his face. Just then, ding ding ding, Yao Long's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button without hesitation, saying, "Hello, wife, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Is something wrong?" The next second, a woman's angry voice came from the other end. "Yao Long, you bastard, you're inhuman. I must have been blind to marry you in this life. I want a divorce, boo-hoo." After saying that, the other party hung up directly. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Yao Long was stunned. What was going on? Why was he suddenly being scolded? Just as he was in a daze, the dean of the physics department, who had been watching the trending topics, suddenly changed his expression, looking grim. His brows furrowed tightly, as if he had seen something infuriating, and he was trembling all over. Noticing his expression, Yao Long asked, "What's wrong?" The dean gently placed his phone in the center of the table, his face pale. "You can see for yourself." In an instant, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they all leaned forward to look at the phone. What came into view was a post about the school firing dozens of people, which had already surged to the top of the trending topics, and below the post, the first pinned comment contained two images. At the Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College, we found some treasures on Principal Yao Long's computer and are sharing them for free. Please check it out. Upon seeing this, Yao Long's heart sank, and an ominous premonition began to rise within him. He then trembled as he extended his finger to enlarge the image. The first image clearly showed the browser history from Yao Long's office computer, i.e. browser history. 1. How to treat Yang Wei. 2. Secret recipe for treating premature ejaculation. 4. Is the reproductive organ of a female goat really very similar to that of a human? 5. Contact information for female goat breeding farms. Seeing these records, Yao Long's vision went dark. His face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart raced wildly. At that moment, Yao Long felt as if the world was spinning, and everything was about to collapse. He sighed inwardly, "It's over." Now, he had completely socialized to death in front of netizens across the country. Yao Long had no time to think about how Lu Feng had decrypted his computer and taken this photo. He shifted his gaze to the second image, but when he saw the content of the second image, Yao Long's heart sank. His expression began to turn awkward. The second image was his WeChat contact list. WeChat, desktop version, contact list, a list of names starting with the letter X. Star slave no. 1. Wife of the Dean of Physics, doing quite well, star slave no. 2. Wife of the Dean of Mathematics, average, but has a good figure, star slave no. 3. Wife of the Dean of Chemistry, doing poorly, but looks beautiful, star slave no. 4. Wife of the Dean of Computer Science, doing poorly, bad figure, ugly, but I just like to put hats on people. There were more than a dozen contacts, all wives of these deans and vice presidents. At this moment, Yao Long clearly felt that dozens of eyes were fixed on him. Gulp! He swallowed hard. Cold sweat soaked his back. Feeling the sharp gazes around him, Yao Long was drenched in sweat. At this time, everyone's faces darkened, and with some dissatisfaction, they said, "Brother Long, what's going on here? Shouldn't you explain?" "That's right, Brother Long. We usually regard you as our big brother. How could you do this to us? You can't deceive a friend's wife. Brother Long, you've really gone too far. Brother Long, I hope you tell me this isn't true." Hearing their words, Yao Long slammed the table with a loud bang and stood up. He glared fiercely at these people and said harshly, "Damn, isn't it just playing with your wives? What's there to be so surprised about? Another day, I'll let you play with my wife too. Wouldn't that make it even? Besides, you're not kids anymore. Can't you tell what's important? What's a woman worth? As long as you follow me, what kind of women do you want? Money and status are not lacking for you," Yao Long said with great momentum. It was as if he was the one in the right. As soon as he said this, everyone was momentarily stunned. They looked at each other, and then one by one, they lowered their heads and fell silent. To live a good life, one must always wear a bit of green on their head. At this moment, this saying was vividly reflected in them. Seeing this, Yao Long snorted coldly. Then he took out his phone and said expressionlessly, "I won't hide it anymore. Today I'll let you see just how powerful I, Yao Long, really am." After saying that, he opened his contact list, found a number, and dialed it. Upon seeing this, everyone present's eyes lit up. They had long heard that Yao Long's background was not simple, but after so many years of interaction, they didn't know who he really was behind the scenes. Now the mystery was finally about to be unveiled, and everyone present couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, as Yao Long dialed the phone, in the capital city, at the Chen family manor. In the courtyard, Chen Changqing was pacing back and forth, his face showing an anxious expression. He wanted Lu Feng to continue treating his grandfather. After returning, he sent people to inquire about Lu Feng's whereabouts, hoping to take this opportunity to curry favor. However, he had dispatched more than a dozen people, and until now, there was no news. Just as Chen Changqing could no longer hold back and was about to make a phone call to ask, a young man in a suit entered the estate and ran straight towards him. Seeing this, Chen Changqing's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "So, did you find out where Lu Feng is?" The suited man, looking excited, replied, "Report, young Master Chen, we have news. According to our investigation, a young new principal has arrived at Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, and this new principal is the Lu Feng you are looking for." Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing was instantly overjoyed. His face was filled with excitement as he eagerly said, "Quick, prepare a car immediately, and head to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. I want to donate 10 teaching buildings to Lu Feng's school." As soon as he said this, the suited man showed a look of surprise. "Young Master Chen, 10 buildings. Isn't this gift a bit too extravagant?" Chen Changqing's expression turned cold as he scolded, "Extravagant my ass. I've been running all over the world to treat my grandfather. Just the consultation and medical fees have cost me no less than 1 billion, and he still hasn't been cured. Yet Lu Feng not only cured my grandfather but also didn't ask for a single penny. Such noble character, let alone 10 buildings, I would be willing to donate 20. Stop wasting time and do as I say," Chen Changqing said, his tone somewhat impatient. The suited man dared not hesitate any longer and nodded, saying, "Yes." After that, he ran out to arrange the relevant matters. Just then, ding ding ding, Chen Changqing's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brows lifting in joy, and quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Uncle Yao." The next second, Yao Long's voice came from the other end. "Ha, Changqing, I heard you returned to Beijing today? I don't know if you have time today, but your uncle would like to invite you to the school for an inspection. The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and a large batch of new students will be enrolling, so I want you to oversee it." Hearing the request, Chen Changqing immediately agreed. "Of course, no problem. I was just thinking of visiting the school to see you, so we'll meet soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the other end was filled with excitement, stuttering, Okay, Changqing, I'll wait for you at the school." Alright." After saying that, Chen Changqing hung up the phone. He then returned to the house, changed into clean clothes, and set off for Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. In a high-end bathing club, after hanging up the phone, Yao Long wore a proud expression. He stuffed his phone into his pocket, strutting around as if his head was about to touch the sky. The members of the board looked astonished, recalling Yao Long's conversation, each face filled with shock. Could it be that the person who just spoke with Brother Long was Chen Changqing from the Chen family in Beijing? Is there any doubt? With Brother Long's strength, the other party must be the young master of the Chen family. Oh my goodness, I knew Brother Long had a powerful background, but I didn't expect it to be this immense. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Changqing, that's a big shot who can shake the entire Beijing with a stomp. Brother Long is amazing. Brother Long is 666. Brother Long, from now on, I'll follow you, even if it means going through fire and water. After learning that Yao Long's backing was the Chen family, the board members were all fired up and excited. They frantically flattered him, pledging their loyalty, as if the previous incident of sleeping with their wives had never happened. Yao Long smirked, proudly saying, "Now you understand why I don't take the Lu family seriously, right? He Lu Feng and Lu Zhixiong are nothing but a bunch of chickens in front of me. Come on, let's go to school and teach that little bastard a lesson," Yao Long said coldly. Hearing Yao Long's words, everyone wore smiles on their faces. Just thinking about seeing the young master of the Chen family soon made them excited. At this moment, at the Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, Lu Feng was sitting in the conference room, reviewing work-related documents. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Lu Feng and several council members turned to look. The door was not locked, and at the entrance stood a dejected female college student. Before Lu Feng could ask anything, she walked over and asked, "Are you Lu Feng, the one who resigned as principal, replacing Yao Long?" Lu Feng was a bit stunned and nodded. "Yes, that's me." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls all knelt down at once, tears streaming down their faces. Heaven has opened its eyes. That bastard Yao Long has finally packed up and left. Principal Lu, you are a saint, a living bodhisattva. We are sincerely grateful to you. Thank you, Principal Lu. The girls wiped their tears, all looking grateful. Lu Feng, still in shock, became even more bewildered. He then scanned them one by one. Name, Wang Yan, talent type, English talent level, A affiliated school, Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Name, Gao Jingjing, talent type, physics talent level, C affiliated school, Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. These girls had varying levels of talent. Since that was the case, their experiences were different from Li Shuai's. Children, what happened? Please tell me slowly. Looking at these girls who were older than him, Lu Feng asked gently. The girls then recounted the events. It turned out they were all children from rural and mountainous areas, deceived by Yao Long with the promise of high scholarships to come to this school. However, once they arrived, not only did they receive no money, but they were also forcibly violated by Yao Long, who took photos of the incidents. For a year, they were repeatedly occupied by Yao Long and subjected to his violent beatings, completely reduced to tools for his emotional release. As they spoke, the girls cried even harder. What's worse is that Yao Long made us report to our families, describing how wonderful life was here. If we refused, we would be tortured by him. It was simply worse than death. So, thank you, Principal. Your arrival has given us hope for life. Listening to their heart-wrenching cries, Lu Feng and all the council members felt their hearts break. They had thought Yao Long was just bullying female students, but they never expected. These bullied students were all carefully selected by Yao Long from the mountains and rural areas. He specifically targeted the meek and easy to bully. While tormenting them, he also forced them to report safety to their families. What was the difference from the KK park in northern Myanmar? Did you not try to report to the police? At that moment, a female council member asked. As soon as she spoke, she immediately covered her mouth, realizing her question was somewhat naive. If she herself didn't dare to provoke Yao Long, how could these powerless female students? With red eyes, a female student replied, "We did report. But Yao Long's background is just too powerful, even the police don't dare to do anything to him." After the incident was exposed, we were locked in a small dark room for 3 days and nights, almost starving to death inside. After she finished speaking, Lu Feng suddenly stood up. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Again, it was Yao Long's background. Grandfather respected him, father feared him. The prestigious university of the Lu family had already become a lawless ground for him to carry out his crimes. I want to see who this big shot behind Yao Long really is, Lu Feng said coldly. Just then, bang, the conference room door was pushed open again. Following Yao Long, a group of council members walked in one by one. Who is the big shot behind me? You little brat aren't worthy to know. But I can tell you, even if your father Lu Jixiong kneels before me, it won't matter. From today on, all of the Lu family's businesses in the capital will be finished, Yao Long said disdainfully, holding a cigarette in his hand. The female students saw Yao Long and screamed like mice encountering a cat. They quickly hid behind Lu Feng, their faces pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies trembled. Yao Long saw these girls and shouted with wide eyes, "You bunch of filthy bitches, thinking that now that I'm down, you can drag Lu Feng down with me, huh? Let me tell you, not only can Lu Feng not save you, but he will also be finished himself. When this is over, just wait and see how I deal with you, damn it." Yao Long took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes fierce. Upon hearing his words, the female students trembled, their mouths uttering desperate pleas. "No, please don't. I was wrong. Please let us go." Yao Long, crossing his legs, laughed heartily. "What did you say? Your voices are too low. I can't hear you." "Can't hear?" Hearing this, Lu Feng, with his hands behind his back and a frosty expression, slowly walked towards him. A powerful pressure radiated from him. Feeling Lu Feng's aura, Yao Long's heart trembled. He swallowed hard and asked, somewhat fearfully, "What do you want, little brat?" 5 minutes later, at the school gate, Yao Long was left hanging by his underwear from the gate's beam, his whole body suspended in the air. Lu Feng wielded a steel whip over 10 meters long and struck him fiercely. Bang! Yao Long let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" Lu Feng shouted, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me this time? Is your deafness cured?" Yao Long screamed deafeningly, cursing, "Lu Feng, you little bastard, you've gone mad, daring to hit me. Do you know who my backer is? He is Chun Changqing from the Chun family in the capital, and I am his uncle." As soon as he said this, several council members following Lu Feng were secretly shocked. Having lived in the capital for so long, they naturally knew who Chun Changqing was. He was a powerful figure who could cover the sky with one hand in the capital. Especially his grandfather, who shared control of the capital's affairs with Gaojin. The two were commonly referred to as Gaochen pair. They never expected that Yao Long was actually Chen Changqing's uncle. Such a person was indeed not someone the Lu family could provoke. Thinking of this, a female council member walked over. She leaned close to Lu Feng's ear and revealed Chen Changqing's identity one by one. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng suddenly realized. Chen Changqing, wasn't he the person he met on the plane? Chen Changqing? I prefer Chen Changlu. He is Chen Changhong. You are Chen Shanghe, Lu Feng said disdainfully. As these words were spoken, everyone was momentarily stunned. If Lu Feng didn't know Chen Changqing's identity and thus acted against Yao Long, that could be understood. But the female council member had already laid out Chen Changqing's identity completely. In this situation, Lu Feng still dared to provoke him. At this moment, everyone realized what it meant to be a fearless young calf. Yao Long, tied up in the air, was dumbfounded, secretly lamenting, "It's all over." Thinking that after mentioning Chen Changqing's name, Lu Feng would be scared to kneel and bow his head. But looking at his expression, not only was he unafraid, but he seemed even more invigorated. The reality was just as he thought. In the next moment, Lu Feng raised his steel whip and crazily lashed out at him like he was whipping a top. Crack, 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 ah, woo, eh. Yao Long gritted his teeth as he was whipped, snot and tears streaming down his face like rain. A few female students who were being bullied saw this scene and quickly took out their phones to record this precious moment. Many passers-by were drawn over, pointing and commenting on Yao Long. Damn, is this a punishment? What the hell is going on? Is it still the 21st century? Wow, that whip is really fierce. This guy has some serious strength. I have to say, this guy's whipping technique is way more skilled than mine when I was whipping tops in the park this morning. I need to find a way to learn from him. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Should we call the police? Call the police. The onlookers, initially just enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but call the police when they saw Yao Long about to be beaten to death. 5 minutes later, Yao Long was already foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, nearly fainting. The dean of the physics department and the school leaders hurriedly tried to intervene. Lu Feng, stop. If you keep this up, Brother Long will die. Lu Feng, I advise you to stop immediately. Lu Feng, you're still young. If you kill someone, your life will be over. A few of them pointed at Lu Feng, shouting indignantly. Hearing their words, Lu Feng slightly turned his head, revealing a chilling smile. I can stop, but may I ask, who among you will take his place? Lu Feng scanned the crowd as he asked. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. In their eyes, Lu Feng was a fearless madman, who would dare provoke him. Cough, cough, Lu Feng, go ahead, hit him harder. Good hit, great hit. Brother Long is crying out. I suddenly remembered something important. I need to take a call, I'll step away for a bit. The school leaders quickly changed their tone, backing down. Brother Long, who was on the beam, was dumbfounded. These people usually claimed they would go through fire and water for him. But now, when asked to take his place on the beam, they started to shrink back. You bunch of... Yao Long weakly pointed at them, wanting to curse. But before he could finish his sentence, crack, Lu Feng lashed out again. This whip landed directly on his mouth. With a loud crack, a gold tooth flew out and landed on the ground. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. Oh, look, it even dropped a gold coin. After saying that, he lashed out several more times. Blood spurted from Yao Long's mouth, his eyes closed, and he completely fainted. Just then, at the school gate, a large group of people approached. Leading them was a young man, handsome and tall. Behind him were dozens of burly bodyguards in suits. When the dean of the physics department and the school leaders saw the young man, everyone felt a surge of joy. They then ran over like tail-wagging dogs to their master. Young Master Chen, you finally arrived. Young Master Chen, please take a look. Your third uncle is about to be beaten to death. The school leaders complained. Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing showed an angry expression and shouted, Bastard, who dares to touch my third uncle? I will take his life. In his heart, Yao Long had always been working for the Lu family. Now that Lu Feng had become the principal, he and his uncle were colleagues. With such a close relationship, Chen Changqing wanted to use his uncle's connections to curry favor with Lu Feng. Therefore, when Chen Changqing learned that his third uncle had been beaten, he flew into a rage. The school leaders, seeing Chen Changqing's attitude, were all excited and pointed towards Lu Feng, who had his back to the crowd at the school gate. It's him! Upon seeing this, Chen Changqing's gaze turned icy. He waved his hand, leading a group of bodyguards, and quickly walked towards the school gate. At that moment, at the school gate, the female council member realized that Lu Feng had made a big deal out of things and had already provoked the person behind Yao Long. She took out her phone, quietly stepped aside, and dialed Lu Zhishun's number. Just as Lu Feng raised the whip above his head, preparing to strike Yao Long, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from behind. Stop! Hearing this, Lu Feng slowly turned around, looking back. The next second, he locked eyes with Chen Changqing. When Chen Changqing saw that the person who had attacked his uncle was actually Lu Feng, he was stunned, his expression blank. He stood there, frozen in place. How could it be you? This left Chen Changqing utterly speechless. He never expected that the one who had beaten Yao Long was Lu Feng. Yao Long is your third uncle? Lu Feng asked expressionlessly. Chen Changqing snapped back to reality from his shock, nodding like a garlic peeler. Yes, divine doctor, may I ask, what did he do to offend you? Upon hearing his response, Lu Feng, holding the steel whip with both hands behind his back, looked disappointed and said, if I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have saved your grandfather while on the plane. Swish! Upon hearing this, Chen Changqing's face changed dramatically, and he was left dumbfounded. What was happening? He had come to find Lu Feng specifically to save his grandfather. Now Lu Feng was saying such things. How was this any different from sentencing his grandfather to death? Chen Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and humbly said, Divine Doctor, why? Why do you say this? Lu Feng pulled out several photos from his pocket, handed them to Chen Changqing, and coldly said, You can see for yourself, these are all the good deeds your third uncle has done. He has what he has today, all thanks to you supporting him from behind. The photos documented all of Yao Long's criminal evidence: bullying a female teacher, abducting a female high school student, embezzlement and bribery, etc. Just one of these would be enough to get him in serious trouble. Chen Changqing looked at the photos, his pupils dilating sharply, his expression gradually turning to shock. This, I had no idea, Divine Doctor, Chen Changqing said, astonished. He never expected that his usually kind uncle would commit such heinous and detestable acts. Is it that you had no idea, or that you just didn't want to care? I know you came here to treat your grandfather, so please leave. From now on, I will not brew medicine for your grandfather again. Lu Feng snorted coldly. He then tossed aside the whip, hands behind his back, and slowly walked towards the school. Seeing this, Chen Changqing panicked completely. Initially, he was confident about establishing a friendly relationship with Lu Feng, but now, because of his uncle's numerous wrongdoings, their relationship had completely broken down, and Lu Feng had declared he would no longer save his grandfather. How could that be acceptable? Divine Doctor, please don't go. I really don't know this uncle well. Divine Doctor, I beg you to let me explain. Chen Changqing shouted as he chased after him. As he passed the gate, just then, Yao Long, tied to the beam, woke up, his eyes barely open. Upon seeing Chen Changqing, he became extremely agitated and trembled as he said, Changqing, you finally came. If you hadn't come, your uncle would have been beaten to death by Lu Feng. Hearing this, Chen Changqing was momentarily stunned. He then picked up the whip from the ground and swung it towards Yao Long. Smack! The next second, Yao Long let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Behind him, the school leaders and all the board members stared at the scene before them, instantly dumbfounded. They were all stunned, witnessing what was happening. The dean of the physics department and all the board members were completely taken aback, exchanging glances, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Yao Long Chen Changqing's third uncle? It was said that he would seek revenge for his uncle, so why was he being whipped instead? Moreover, he was following Lu Feng, looking like a sycophant, which truly left everyone speechless. Not far away, a female board member had just gotten through to Lu Zhixiong on the phone when she saw this scene, and she froze. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Zhixiong's deep voice came through the phone. The female board member quickly changed her tone, stammering, No, nothing, Master Lu. I just wanted to report that young Master Lu is doing well. Lu Zhixiong replied with satisfaction. Oh, that's good. By the way, has Xiaochen seen Principal Yao? How's their relationship? As far as I know, Yao Long is very unhappy about being replaced as principal. They didn't have a fight, did they? The female board member glanced at the unconscious Yao Long and forced a smile. No, Yao Long hasn't said a word. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhixiong said oh and then hung up the phone. On campus, Chen Changqing hurriedly walked up to Lu Feng, looking anxious. Divine Doctor, I truly didn't know about Yao Long's evil deeds. Please believe me. I came this time intending to donate 10 teaching buildings to your school, to contribute to the national education cause. I have a good heart, and I am definitely not on the same path as Yao Long, Divine Doctor. As soon as he said this, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. Contributing to the national education cause, and then donating teaching buildings to a junior college? Those words really came out. However, free is free. 10 buildings would cost at least over 100 million. That's a lot of money. Seeing Lu Feng stop, Chen Changqing felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly approached Lu Feng, continuously building his persona. Divine Doctor, I place great importance on education. They are the future pillars of our country. If you think 10 buildings aren't enough, then I'll donate 20, 30, as long as you are willing to save. As long as I can contribute to the national education cause, I am willing to spend any amount, Chen Changqing said with determination in his eyes. Looking at his sincere expression, Lu Feng cleared his throat. Ahem. "Hey, you, come here." Lu Feng beckoned to the female board member. The next second, she hurried over. "I'm here, young master." Lu Feng, with his hands behind his back, calmly asked, "Have you completed the campus environment optimization plan I asked for?" The female board member took out her phone, opened WPS, and said, "Young master, according to your plan, we have made improvement measures for the school gate, flooring, greenery, water features, restrooms, and other areas. Altogether, it would be about 50 million. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shangqing quickly raised his hand. 60 million. I'll cover it all. Hearing this, the female board member was slightly taken aback. She looked at Lu Feng, then at Chen Shangqing, and quickly understood the implication. So the principal found a wallet. Lu Feng ignored Chen Shangqing. Instead, he raised his head and continued to ask, "How much has Yao Long harmed the school's interests over the years? Has the result been calculated?" The female board member answered smoothly, "The cafeteria 102, 4 million, textbook fees 29, 23 million, school uniform fees 1,037 million. Chen Shangqing was taken aback. He didn't expect the numbers to be so precise. Even a few cents were accounted for. However, he knew that Lu Feng was giving him an opportunity. Now was not the time to be stingy about money. Grandpa's life was the most important. Then, Chen Shangqing raised his hand again and said, "I will cover all the money that Yao Long embezzled. As his nephew, although I am unaware of his actions, I have the obligation to bear the consequences for him." Seeing this scene, the female council members were completely dumbfounded. It was like Zhou beating Huangdai, one willing to hit and the other willing to take it. Thus, Lu Feng was not polite and continued, "What is the estimated cost of establishing the youth class?" The female council member replied, "Food, accommodation, tuition, research funding, a total of about 20 million. Chen Shangqing took out his bank card and threw it on the ground with a bang, his face excited as he said, "Swipe the card. I'll pay." Lu Feng ignored him. "What is the annual expenditure for teacher salaries?" The female council member answered, 2,530,092.01. Chen Shangqing directly took out his wallet from his pocket and shoved it into the council member's hand. "There are 10 bank cards inside. Swipe as you like." Lu Feng still turned a blind eye. How much would it cost to replace the new equipment in the new media classroom and refurbish the desks and chairs? The female council member replied, "About 10 million. As these words were spoken, Chen Shangqing took out his phone, quickly entered a phone number, and dialed. "Hello, is this Ma Yun? I need you to immediately adjust my Huabei limit. I need money." Seeing that Chen Shangqing was almost drained, even bringing out his Huabei, Lu Feng said lightly, "I am deeply moved by your determination to contribute to the national cause, so I have decided to consider saving your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Chen Shangqing felt as if he had won 100 billion lottery tickets. His face was filled with joy, and he excitedly said, "Great, great, great. Divine Doctor, take your time to consider, no rush. I am always waiting for your reply." Lu Feng nodded. Just then, at the school gate, several police cars stopped. When the doors opened, a group of hat-wearing uncles stepped out. "What's going on? Who did this?" A man who looked like a captain pointed at Yao Long, who was hanging from the doorbeam, and asked angrily. Seeing these police officers, Lu Feng ordered the female council members to hand over the evidence of Yao Long's crimes. After the captain looked at the photos in his hand, he couldn't help but give Lu Feng a thumbs up. "Well done." Immediately after, the hat-wearing uncles dragged Yao Long, who looked like a dead dog, into the police car. When the door closed, the police car made a woo-woo sound and quickly left the scene. Seeing Yao Long being taken away, the dean of the physics department and the other school leaders deeply realized that their big brother was completely finished. Thus, everyone came to Lu Feng, changing their expressions to start playing the victim. "Principal Lu, you did well. That bastard Yao Long always beats and scolds his subordinates. I couldn't stand him anymore. Principal Lu, you don't know, I have never gotten along with Yao Long, and he even slept with my wife. He's worse than a beast. Principal Lu, my wife was also slept with by him. Damn, as if no one's wife hasn't been slept with by him." The dean of the physics department cried the hardest, covering his tear-filled eyes and said, "What you all said is nothing. You should know that Yao Long not only beat and scolded me, but also slept with my wife, and even I was." Sob, sob, sob. Hearing the words of the dean of the physics department, everyone felt a darkness before their eyes. The school leaders were convinced this was truly ruthless. When it came to playing the victim, they didn't even care about their faces. Lu Feng looked at these school leaders who had turned into drama queens and lightly uttered a word, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, the school leaders were slightly taken aback, just as they were about to continue pleading. Chen Shangqing waved his hand and shouted to the bodyguards, "Get rid of all these people, don't disturb the divine doctor." "Yes." Immediately, under the persuasion of the bodyguards' fists, everyone covered their heads and ran away. In an instant, only Lu Feng, Chen Changqing, and a few council members remained, and the whole world felt much quieter. At that moment, not far away, Beige came running over, shouting, "Lu Feng, Li Shuai and his mother have been arranged. They are staying at the Buffet International Hotel. I've booked the presidential suite for 3 years, enough for them until graduation. Also, Jingya has gone to take the assessment for the Qingbei youth class. She told you not to worry." Hearing his words, Lu Feng nodded. Then, with his hands behind his back, he asked, "The 3-year presidential suite must have cost quite a bit, right?" Beige hurriedly waved his hand. Not much, just a few tens of millions, a small amount." Lu Feng showed a look of sudden realization, then turned to Chen Changqing and asked, "Has your Huabei payment arrived?" Chen Changqing. After everything was arranged, Chen Changqing looked at the completely emptied Huabei limit, leaving the school with a pained expression, truly with not a single cent left. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was holding a meeting with the few remaining council members. "The school is about to undergo improvements, and my requirements are very simple. Once the money arrives, you will renovate according to the campus environment of Qingbei. Dormitories, cafeterias, dorm buildings, laboratories, etc. must be better, not worse than Qingbei. If the money is not enough, tell me, I will personally cover the difference and continue to allocate funds. If there is any money left, you can divide it among yourselves. I will not pursue it. However, I have one condition: the campus improvements must be exactly as I require. Otherwise, Yaolong will be your fate," Lu Feng said emphatically. The council members were shocked by Lu Feng's straightforward and generous words and began to express their agreement one after another. "Principal, rest assured, we will definitely implement your requirements without any delays. Principal, I am willing to take an oath. I will make you satisfied, or I will willingly come to meet my end." Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well, from this moment on, the youth class of Sanchakou Vocational Technical College is officially established. Issue an announcement welcoming talents from around the world to enroll." The council members nodded in unison, yes. Soon, on major social platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili, a post appeared. "Sanchakou Vocational Technical College V, our school has just decided to officially establish a youth class, welcoming students to apply for study." At this moment, in the Han Technology Building, on the top floor, in a large office, Han Ji was sitting in front of the computer, busy with work, looking very serious. As he delved deeper into his work, he was sweating profusely, cold sweat pouring down, until the moment he saw on the computer screen that his base had been blown up. Han Ji slammed the table in anger and stood up. "Damn, just 4 more kills for a pentakill, what a pity." At that moment, his phone rang. Ding-dling. Hearing the sound, Han Ji quickly took out his phone. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. "Hello, SB. Oh no, Xiaobo, what's the matter?" Han Ji quickly corrected himself. The voice on the other end paused for a second and cursed. "What the hell is the note you gave me?" After calming down, Xiaobo didn't bother to argue and changed the subject. "As far as I know, Lu Feng is currently in the capital and has become the principal of Sanchakou Vocational Technical College. Didn't you want to get rid of Lu Feng? Now the time has come, it's time to take action." Hearing this, Han Ji recalled the previous incidents with Tang Cheng and Beige, all of which had been ruined by Lu Feng. He was furious, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, if Lu Feng dares to come to the capital, I want him to have no place to be buried. Xiaobo, tell me, what should I do?" Immediately after, Xiaobo let out a cold laugh and revealed the plan. After hearing the other party's scheme, Han Ji couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, trembling as he said, You really are ruthless, to think of something like this?" Xiaobo snorted coldly, "No poison, no man. Just do as I say. By then, not only will Lu Feng be executed, but the Lu family school will also be erased from the capital. We can both take our revenge." Han Ji gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right." In the evening, at Sanchakou Vocational and Technical College, in the conference room, as the principal, Lu Feng had many matters to arrange, so he was in a meeting with several members of the board. Once Lu Feng had resolved all the arrangements, a female board member, holding her phone, looked anxious and said, "Principal, look, since our school announced the establishment of the youth class, the public opinion isn't very good. The comments are either mocking or insulting. The netizens are too harsh. Previously, the trending topics about dozens of school leaders were still hot, so the school still had some traffic. Therefore, as soon as the post about the youth class enrollment was published, it attracted a few scattered viewers. Although the number was small, none of the comments were positive." Hearing her words, Lu Feng looked up at the screen. He saw a series of messages appearing in the comments section. "Damn, a vocational college is opening a youth class. Where's the face in that? Good news, another university in our country has opened a youth class. Bad news, it's a vocational college. LOL, a good undergraduate program is no worse than a vocational college. Ha, what a reversal upstairs. Genius youth studying hard for over a decade, finally got into the youth class, only to find out it's Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. The genius instantly feels like the sky has fallen. These negative comments not only chilled the board members' hearts, but even Ba-gu felt hopeless about the enrollment after seeing them. Lu Feng, I won't be the only one in the youth class, right? Ba-gu asked. Lu Feng didn't answer but calmly said, from today, I officially appoint you as the head of the youth class, with the rank of full specialist. Ba-gu. Seeing the other party's speechless expression, Lu Feng didn't tease him anymore. Instead, he looked at the board members and said calmly, you will immediately issue an announcement, revealing my identity as the principal. At the same time, we will recruit professors and teachers for senior positions from all over the world. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the female board member hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. Thus, in the next second, several new announcements appeared on various social media platforms. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College V. From today, Lu Feng serves as our principal. Additionally, our school intends to recruit professors and teachers in various subjects to expand our teaching staff. Generous benefits, plenty of bonuses. Interested parties, please contact us quickly. After this announcement was published, it didn't stir up any waves in a short time. About a minute later, the post's view count began to explode. 5 views, 153 views, 2,304 views, 20,000 views, 180,000 views. In half a minute, the female board member refreshed the page 5 times. Each time she refreshed, the post's view count nearly increased tenfold. Not only that, comments surged in like a tide, instantly filling the comments section. Lu Feng? Is that the genius youth who invented the photolithography machine? No way. How could Lu Feng go to a vocational college as a principal? With his status, he could easily become an academician at the Dragon National Academy. I agree with the above. Lu Feng has no need to ruin his future. +1. Probably just riding on Lu Feng's coattails. This vocational college is really shameless. Wait, I just saw a video of Lu Feng wildly whipping people at the entrance of the Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. Damn, I saw that video too. It can't be the same Lu Feng, right? It's him. As a physics enthusiast, I would never mistake Lu Feng's appearance. Goodness. So the father of the lithography machine, Lu Feng, has really become the president of a vocational college? What the hell? This is shocking to my worldview. At first, some questioned whether the school was riding on the coattails of the father of the lithography machine. But when Lu Feng's identity was confirmed to be genuine, in an instant, this post exploded. It exploded completely. The number of shares and comments grew at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it shot up to the top of the trending search list. Meanwhile, Longwei Academy of Sciences University, Mathematics Department. In the office, Professors Zhang, Wu, and Li were sorting through the list of specially recruited personnel. At this moment, Professor Zhang, with a teasing expression, said, have you heard? Our neighbor, Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College, actually opened a youth class. I've lived for decades and have never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Professor Wu also expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, humph, what kind of youth class can a lousy vocational college open? It's simply sensational. Professor Li echoed, isn't the president just laundering money? You know the training costs for a youth class are astronomical. The education sector seems to have a parasite. Hearing Professor Li's analysis, the other two professors exchanged glances, feeling he had a point. Damn, these outlaws have extended their hands into the education sector? No, we absolutely cannot indulge these societal parasites. We must clean this mess out of academia. Right, let's see who the president of this vocational college is, the few of them said indignantly. Immediately, Professor Wu took out his phone and searched for the words president of Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. At that moment, these keywords were trending online. The next second, on the phone, Lu Feng's name popped up. When they saw the words father of the lithography machine, Lu Feng, the professors were instantly stunned. They looked at the search results on the screen, thinking they were seeing things, and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Once they confirmed they weren't mistaken, their faces were filled with shock, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The father of the lithography machine, a mathematical genius, actually went to a vocational college to be the president? And it seems Lu Feng is in need of staff? As the three professors were shocked, they discovered that Lu Feng was recruiting professors and teachers from various disciplines. Then, an interesting scene unfolded. Professor Wu slowly uttered a word. Go! Upon hearing this, Professors Li and Zhang almost without hesitation said, let's go. It's so close, just a few steps away. What is there to hesitate about? After saying this, the professors directly tossed aside the list of specially recruited personnel. They pushed open the door and headed straight to the neighboring Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. They weren't fools. Although this school was still a vocational college, what did the lithography machine represent? It was a national treasure. To put it grandly, it was one of a kind in the world. As long as Lu Feng opened a lithography machine program, in the blink of an eye, this vocational college could become a double first-class institution. And this was just the physics program. Lu Feng's mathematical talent was even more unparalleled in the world. It had both prestige and mathematical capability. In this situation, the professors even worried whether Lu Feng would be willing to accept them. And similar scenes were unfolding at a hospital in the capital at this moment. At Peking Union Medical College Hospital, in a patient room, Professor Wang, after waking up, was transferred from Yunhai City to the capital for treatment. He was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a respirator, looking like he was barely hanging on. Inside the room stood the president of Longhua Medical University, the president of Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and the director of Beijing Concord Hospital, among other leaders. Master, how are you feeling? Is your body any better? Don't worry, Master, I've brought the entire cardiology medical team from the school to the hospital, specifically to treat you. Master, please rest well, and let us know if anything is uncomfortable. The directors spoke with concern on their faces. Hearing the caring words from his disciples warmed Professor Wang's heart. He had nearly recovered after Lu Feng's treatment, but still pretending to be weak, he said, Disciples, cough. I feel a bit short of breath, although my heart condition has been treated by Lu Feng. It may have triggered an old ailment. Professor Wang looked half dead as he continued, I have a request, whether I can survive or not. Please let Lu Feng join the medical school of Qingbei University, okay? I have saved lives for a lifetime, teaching medicine only to explore all the remedies for saving lives in this world. And Lu Feng is like an immortal descending to earth. His medical skills are astonishing. If I die and he cannot join the place where I worked in my lifetime, I will die with regret. As Professor Wang spoke, he coughed again, as if he might pass away at any moment. Seeing their mentor in such a state, the directors were nearly in tears. They held Professor Wang's hands, their faces filled with anxiety, saying, Master, please don't say any more. We promise you. Master has saved lives for a lifetime, and even before death, he still cares about the methods of healing. How dare we disciples go against your wishes? Master, please rest assured, I will fulfill your wish and let Lu Feng join the medical school of Qingbei University. Master, the directors spoke with choked voices. Just as this touching scene unfolded in the room, suddenly, a bespectacled man rushed in, running straight to Professor Wang's bedside. Teacher, I just received news that Lu Feng has become the president of Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College, and he is actively recruiting professors and teachers. Many teachers from prestigious schools are scrambling to apply. As these words were spoken, in an instant, Professor Wang, who had seemed on the verge of death just a moment ago, sat up straight. He ripped off the breathing mask from his face, took off his hospital gown, and ran out of the ward in his slippers. The leaders were shocked by this scene and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Professor Wang pushed them away and shouted, Get out of the way, don't block me. I'm going to apply at Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. In the conference room, Principal, our school is on fire. The post was published less than half an hour ago, and the views have exceeded 10 million, with comments and shares reaching over 1 million. Now many professors from other universities are messaging me, wanting to join our school. A female council member looked at the data on her phone, her face filled with excitement. As expected. Lu Feng appeared unfazed, then waved his hand and said, Let's go check the dining hall to see how the food improvement is going. It's almost dinner time. The professors and teachers coming to apply later must not have eaten yet. In that case, let's treat them in the dining hall tonight. The council members nodded in unison, yes. Following that, led by Lu Feng, a group slowly made their way to the dining hall. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, in the back kitchen, a group of chefs were busy at the kitchen counter, happily preparing dinner for the students. Looking at the bountiful ingredients in the baskets, they sincerely praised Lu Feng. The new principal is really generous. Not only is there plenty of chicken, duck, and fish, but the dining hall is also open for free. Yeah, I've worked at this school for so long, and I've never seen such a lavish principal. The kids are in for a treat. Unfortunately, those kids who have already graduated don't have this fortune anymore. They were as hungry as monkeys during their 3 years here. Isn't it all because that bastard Yao Long is too greedy, swallowing all the kids' benefits for himself? While the chefs praised Lu Feng, they also dragged Yao Long out to criticize him. Just then, a man wearing a mask and a suit, with bright eyes, walked over. Looking at the chefs in front of him, the man said in a deep voice, "After the food is prepared, serve it to me first. I will inspect the food quality." Upon hearing this, the chefs didn't think much of it, assuming he was the new food quality inspector hired by the principal. Sure, no problem. The principal really cares about the students. It's rare to have someone specifically check the food. Under the mask, the man's lips curled slightly, secretly mocking. He was sent by Han Ji to poison the food. With over 8,000 students at Sancha Intersection Vocational Technical College, if they all died from poisoning, Lu Feng, as the principal, would face severe consequences. This was also why Han Ji cursed the other party for being cruel after hearing Xiaobo's plan. Thousands of lives, thousands of families, were about to be destroyed in an instant. Even the king of hell would feel ashamed. At that moment, the head chef rushed in with a menu. Once inside, he raised the menu and shouted loudly, "Comrades, according to the latest requirements from the school leadership, many professors and teachers will be dining in our cafeteria shortly. So we need to add many new dishes. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Let's work together and do our best." Hearing that new dishes were to be added, the chefs not only didn't complain but were full of enthusiasm. Because Lu Feng had tripled their salaries, such generous benefits made them feel they weren't working enough. "Alright, no problem, let's go." Upon hearing that professors and teachers would also be dining in the cafeteria, the poisoning man's eyes lit up, unable to contain his excitement. Soon, delicious dishes were being prepared and placed into serving trays. The chefs followed the man's instructions and let him inspect the food quality first. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the man took out chopsticks and pretended to taste the food. Then he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad." Seeing this, the chefs let out a long sigh of relief. Their anxious hearts finally settled, and they turned back to continue cooking. The man then carried the serving tray towards the dining counter. On the way, seeing no one around, he took out a small bottle from his pocket and added some seasoning to the food. And so, the cycle continued. Once all the dishes were served at the counter, his task was complete. He then quickly walked out of the cafeteria and arrived at the school entrance. He took out his phone and dialed Han Ji's number. "Boss, the job is done. As far as I know, not only will students be dining in the cafeteria, but many professors and teachers will also be eating there. With so many students and professors gone at once, Lu Feng is undoubtedly doomed." After hearing this, Han Ji's tone was excited. "Very good, well done. Do you see that white BMW by the roadside? Inside is enough money for you to live a lifetime and a green card for the beautiful country. Once you get in the car, the driver will take you to the airport. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in Long Country, understood?" Han Ji said coldly. "Don't worry, boss. I have a strong sense of professional ethics," the man said excitedly. He then hung up the phone and eagerly walked towards the white BMW. As he sat in the passenger seat, fantasizing about a carefree life abroad, the next second, in the back seat, a burly man pulled out a rope and strangled him from behind. At that moment, at the cafeteria entrance, Lu Feng led a group of board members into the cafeteria. The head chef and the cafeteria manager, seeing this, immediately stepped forward to greet them. They displayed genuine smiles from the heart, leading Lu Feng and the others to inspect the cafeteria's dishes. On the dining table, delicious meals, illuminated by the lights, reflected an enticing sheen. The fresh aroma of the food combined with the reasonable pairing of seasonings, after being cooked over high heat, emitted waves of mouth-watering fragrance. The council members couldn't help but swallow their saliva, each revealing satisfied smiles and praising the food. "Not bad, both the quantity of food and the variety of dishes have far exceeded the standards of Qingbei next door. Now I believe the students will definitely eat with satisfaction and peace of mind," two council members said in succession. However, Lu Feng twitched his nose. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned cold. As a world-class traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he had an extremely high sensitivity to the scent of medicinal herbs. No matter what medicine it was, just a whiff would reveal its effects. Yet, in these dishes, he distinctly smelled a poison that could be fatal, with a mortality rate of 99%. If only one or two dishes contained it, it might be that the chef didn't understand the effects of the herbs and mistakenly used them as seasonings. But if every dish contained this herb, it indicated that someone had deliberately poisoned the food. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was extremely angry and said, "Replace all the chefs. Redo all the dishes." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. The head chef and the cafeteria manager felt their hearts leap to their throats, their eyes wide as saucers, cold sweat pouring down. "President, what's wrong? President, is there something wrong with these dishes?" they asked, trembling. The council members also cast puzzled glances. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, "It's not that there's a problem with your dishes. Don't ask too much. Just do as I say." Hearing that it wasn't the dishes that were the problem, the cafeteria manager and the chef finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a female council member, with a conflicted expression, said, "President, there's less than an hour until mealtime. If we hire new chefs, select ingredients, and cook again, we might not have enough time." Before Lu Feng could respond, Beige stepped forward and said, "Lu Feng, why not bring our family's chef over? However, they charge per service, so it might be a bit expensive. But it's fine, I'll cover the cost, consider it a gift for my alma mater," Beige said, looking eager to please. Lu Feng shook his head. Why spend money when there was a free option? He then took out his phone and dialed a number. In the capital city, in the Chen family courtyard, Chen Chongqing was playing chess with his grandfather. "Ah, Grandpa, your horse is gone." Chen Chongqing chuckled, moving his rook to capture Chen Bo's horse. Seeing this, Chen Bo gently shook his head. "Chongqing, you're still too young, your vision isn't farsighted enough." After saying this, Chen Bo moved his cannon across the river and captured his opponent's king. Seeing this scene, Chen Chongqing's heart sank. "Ah, I'm checkmated." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Chongqing's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Divine Doctor, have you decided to treat my grandfather?" The next second, Lu Feng's voice came through the phone. "Yes, I've decided to prepare another prescription for your grandfather, but the school cafeteria is facing some trouble, lacking chefs and ingredients." Hearing Lu Feng's response, Chen Chongqing's eyes widened in excitement, nearly jumping up on the spot. Then, he spoke urgently, "Divine Doctor, don't worry, I'll send my family's chef over right away, and I'll bring the ingredients. Just wait, they'll be here in about 15 minutes. Uncle Chen, hearing the conversation between the two, said somewhat displeased, "How outrageous. How can you send our chef to cook in Lu Feng's school cafeteria? This is just too low." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chen took out his phone and slowly said, "Wait, I'll transfer a national-level chef from my unit to prepare a state banquet for Lu Feng." Chen Chongqing, great. Soon, with Uncle Chen's connections, Chen Chongqing led a group of national-level chefs to the Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. Looking at the busy figures of the national-level chefs in the kitchen, the members of the board gave Lu Feng a thumbs up, filled with admiration. "Principal, amazing. You even managed to bring these people. I've never had a state banquet in my life, I must try it later." Meanwhile, Lu Feng paid no attention to their flattery. Instead, he took out a packet of medicine powder from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chongqing, saying, "After you go back, soak it in hot water for 5 minutes, and it will be ready to take. After drinking it, it can extend your grandfather's life by another 6 months." Seeing this, Chen Chongqing was so excited that tears and snot were almost flowing out. He carefully took the medicine powder, afraid of spilling it, and said, "Thank you, Divine Doctor. Such great kindness. I can't repay you. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know. Chongqing will do his utmost to fulfill them." Lu Feng was not polite either and nodded, About half an hour later, dish after dish of state banquet cuisine was served by the chefs. There were all kinds of dishes, such as water-boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps over the wall, and Wensi tofu, a variety of everything. Considering the number of diners, Lu Feng instructed them to prepare in bulk to prevent the students from not having enough to eat. After the dishes were prepared, Chen Chongqing thanked Lu Feng once again, then left the school holding the packet of medicine powder, followed by a group of chefs. Lu Feng glanced at the time, it was almost mealtime. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, take your positions and get ready to serve the food." As he spoke, the aunties stood in their designated spots, raising their spoons in a serving motion. 5 minutes later, as the students entered the cafeteria one after another, the aunties rolled up their sleeves and got busy. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a robust woman was standing still, holding her phone and making a call. "Brother G, just wait and see. I will definitely capture the moment the students get poisoned and stream it online. By then, Lu Feng won't have a chance to wash away his crimes. It's time for the cafeteria to open. I won't say more, I'm going in first." After saying this, the woman hung up the phone. That's right, she was the second character in Han Ji's plan, a rural internet celebrity, Dong Baiyu. To prevent the news of the students getting poisoned from leaking, Lu Feng had kept it under wraps, so he let her use live streaming to capture everything happening in the cafeteria in real time. When Dong Baiyu started her live stream, viewers flooded in like rain, and soon the number of online viewers exceeded 100,000. "Hello, my friends, I've come to the capital on a business trip. How's the scenery here? It's not easy to get into the city, so today we won't be filming rural cooking. Look where this is, Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. This school has been quite popular online recently. So today, I'm taking you all to try out the cafeteria of this university and see how it is." After finishing her opening remarks, Dong Baiyu excitedly walked towards the school with her selfie stick. Since the school cafeteria was open to the public, the security guard did not stop her, and she easily reached her destination. Upon entering the cafeteria, a mouth-watering aroma wafted in, and as a food blogger, Dong Bayu closed her eyes and silently enjoyed the delightful scents. Upon careful thought, she indeed had a mission today. Thus, Sister Dong Bayu opened her eyes, revealing a look of disdain as she said, "Oh my, what is that smell? It's like shit. Is someone in the cafeteria suffering from a stomach upset and running to the bathroom?" The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at her words. Sister Dong Bayu couldn't help but smirk. She then raised her selfie stick, pointing the camera at the students in the cafeteria, and said, "See, these are college students coming to eat in the cafeteria, each one looking so vibrant. It's really something. But I wonder, after eating this food that smells like shit, will they still have this energy? Let's go see what that student over there is eating." With that, Sister Dong Bayu walked over to a male student wearing glasses. When she pointed the camera at the food in his bowl, she saw a puddle of clear water with 2 small leaves of bok choy. Other than that, there was nothing else. It looked so bland and unappetizing. Sister Dong Bayu's eyes lit up. She initially wanted to capture the students' food poisoning reactions, but she didn't expect the cafeteria food to be this terrible. Seizing the opportunity, she began to roast it mercilessly. "Oh my, what is this? Is this even food? There's not a bit of meat. Can students have the energy to study after eating these bok choy sticks? I heard the principal of this school is Lu Feng, who even invented a lithography machine, but this is unacceptable. Can't you just focus on your lithography machine? Why do you have to be a principal when the cafeteria is such a mess?" Sister Dong Bayu spoke as if analyzing from an objective perspective. Just as she finished speaking, a student who was eating suddenly turned around and disdainfully said, "Who are you to insult our principal Lu Feng? Bok choy sticks? Have you ever seen the world? Do you know what a state banquet is? This is boiled bok choy, specially prepared for us by a national-level chef." After cursing, the student turned back, holding his bowl, and continued to eat ravenously. Sister Dong Bayu was momentarily stunned, holding her phone in the air, completely bewildered. What the hell? State banquet? Boiled bok choy? At that moment, the viewers in the live stream reacted with a flurry of comments. What the hell? Is this for real? Lu Feng actually used a state banquet for the students' dinner? Doesn't seem fake. With Lu Feng's status and resources, he really could hire a national-level chef. This is a bit explosive. What does a state banquet even mean? The food at Qingbei next door doesn't even have this level of treatment, right? Oh my god, if this is true, I'm applying to this school for the college entrance exam this year. 666. I want to go to a vocational college. I want to eat at the cafeteria of Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. The audience was shocked to learn that the cafeteria dinner was a state banquet, with some even clamoring to come study here. Sister Dong Bayu looked at the comments in the live stream, pouted, and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you guys believe it? I don't. A broken vocational college actually finds national-level chefs to prepare a state banquet. It's probably just bragging." After saying this, Sister Dong Bayu ran directly to the serving area, pointing the camera at the dishes. What happened next left her stunned. On the serving table, there were all kinds of specialty state banquet dishes like wincy tofu, braised lion's head, and white-cut chicken. Not only did they look delicious, but when the camera panned over to other students, everyone was eating ravenously, as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. This was enough to confirm what that student said. Lu Feng really did serve a state banquet for the students' dinner. Sister Dong Bayu was completely dumbfounded, although her face was stunned by the reality. Just thinking about how these students will look after they finish their meal and collectively get food poisoning. Dong Bayu shifted her tone and continued to pick a fight. "Guys, this principal Lu Feng is simply too despicable. You have to know, these students are still in school and have no source of income. And Lu Feng actually invited national-level chefs to prepare a state banquet. What astronomical figure must the meal expenses be? How badly are the students going to be ripped off? As a parent, all I want is for my child to eat healthily, safely, and nutritiously, and to focus on their studies. That's enough. And as far as I know, this college doesn't allow students to order takeout. They can only spend money at the cafeteria. Isn't this just blatantly opening a business in the school to profit off the hard-earned money of the children's parents?" Lu Feng, at such a young age, has such severe capitalist thoughts. I'm actually a bit worried about someone like him making lithography machines. Dong Bayu deftly shifted the focus to meal expenses, stirring the emotions of the audience. Many viewers in the livestream were already parents with children in school, and upon hearing Dong Bayu's words, they exploded. "I have to say, what sister you said is spot on. My child just started middle school, and the monthly meal expenses are already over 1,000 yuan. The school doesn't even allow parents to bring food. My husband and I only earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month, and 1/5 of that goes to meal expenses. This is literally living off blood buns. Hearing sister you say this, I just realized, a state banquet must cost several thousand or even tens of thousands, right? Sister you is right, we just want our children to grow up healthily. We're not asking for them to eat anything extravagant. Something as luxurious as a state banquet should never appear in schools. Not allowing students to order takeout and forcing them to eat at the cafeteria, this requirement alone shows that the school is ripping people off. Indeed, being smart doesn't mean having good character. Lu Feng doesn't deserve to be a principal. Dong Baiyu saw the audience directing their fire at Lu Feng and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. That was close. She almost let Lu Feng gain a good reputation. However, just as she was feeling triumphant, a girl serving food nearby heard someone slandering her principal. She frowned, her face showing displeasure, and said, "Excuse me, could you please refrain from making arbitrary comments about our principal?" First of all, the rule of not allowing takeout and requiring cafeteria meals was set by the previous principal. Since the new principal Lu Feng came, this rule has been changed. Now we can eat wherever we want. Secondly, all these state banquets, all the meals you see, our principal has stipulated that they are all free, not a single penny. So you internet celebrities are really annoying, judging a person's character based on your limited understanding and your filthy thoughts. After saying this, the girl left with a plate of wensi tofu. Before she left, she shot a disdainful glance at Dong Baiyu. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted upon hearing the girl's words. What the heck? A state banquet? All free? I can hardly believe my ears. What the hell? You call this a university cafeteria? Are you sure it's not a charity event? I apologize for my previous comments, Lu Feng, I'm sorry. Lu Feng, you're doing great. This is the model principal of our time, worthy of every school to learn from. I can't take it anymore. I want to go to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, and no one can stop me. Whoa, I want to apply to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. I want to eat at the cafeteria. Please let Lu Feng accept me. Dong Baiyu stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. She never expected that all the meals in the cafeteria were actually free. If it weren't for the poison inside, she would have wanted to grab a few plates and feast heartily. Just then, in the cafeteria, a student was eating when a sudden look of pain crossed his face. Immediately after, he fell to the ground with a loud crash, sending his bowl and chopsticks flying. Then, stretching his neck, his face turned pale, and he began to vomit. Ugh! Seeing this, Dong Baiyu's sister's face lit up with joy. She knew that the effects of the poison were kicking in. Then, she hurried over, pointing her camera at the student, and anxiously asked, "Classmate, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the food is poisoned? Is there a school nurse?" Dong Baiyu's sister pretended to panic as she shouted around her. On the surface, she was flustered, but inside, she was already overjoyed. However, the next second, what happened left her completely dumbfounded. The student, after finishing vomiting, suddenly stood up. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, pushed Dong Baiyu's sister aside, and quickly ran towards the serving counter. While running, he shouted loudly, "Damn, this is so delicious. I ate until I vomited. Auntie, give me another bowl." Seeing the student stand up unharmed, Dong Baiyu's sister was stunned. This was not right. It was nothing like the scenario she had imagined. Could it be that the poison hadn't taken effect yet? With this thought, Dong Baiyu's sister didn't get discouraged. Instead, she raised her selfie stick and continued to point the camera at the student. In the frame, the student returned to his original seat with a plate of sumptuous food. His bowl was filled with caviar, white-cut chicken, king crab claw meat, and more. Then, the student kept waving his chopsticks, shoveling food into his mouth, nearly sparking fire from the bowl's edge. Eat. I'm eating. Watching him devour his food and smelling the aroma wafting from the dishes, Dong Baiyu's sister swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Laodi, is it really that delicious?" The student, stuffing food into his mouth without looking up, replied, "Damn, it's simply too fragrant. I've never eaten such delicious food in my life. I love the principal. I love Lu Feng." He paused for a moment, showing a sad expression as he said, "Sigh, just thinking about graduating soon and not being able to eat such delicious food anymore makes me feel bad. No way, I have to find a way to repeat a year." After saying this, the student lowered his head and continued to eat vigorously. In Dong Baiyu's sister's livestream, many college students heard the student's words and all felt envious to the point of tears. Whoa, this is someone else's university cafeteria. Why is everyone else's always the best? Lu Feng, what on earth did you do? Not only does the cafeteria serve a national banquet, but it also doesn't cost a dime. How can I, a fragile college student, accept this cruel reality? I'm not going to this lousy 985 school anymore. I want to transfer. I want to go to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Lu Feng, why don't you come to our school as the principal? I want a principal like that too. +1, plus 10,086. The viewers in the livestream were all teary-eyed, with some wanting Lu Feng to be their principal, and even others wanting to give up on their prestigious 985 school to transfer to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Dong Baiyu's sister looked at the barrage of comments praising Lu Feng and realized that it was no longer possible to slander him. In this situation, she could only point the camera at the student and silently wait for the poison to take effect. However, more than 10 minutes passed. The student finished his meal, walked out of the cafeteria while still vomiting, yet he remained lively and showed no signs of poisoning. Dong Baiyu's sister was starting to feel restless. According to Han Ji, if the student ate this food, he would be dead within 5 minutes. But everything happening before her was clearly different from what Han Ji had said. Subsequently, Dong Baiyu's sister fixed her phone on the table. Then she walked a short distance, took out her spare phone, and dialed Han Ji's number. After reporting the situation, she heard Han Ji's furious voice on the other end. Damn it, that little bastard must have messed up the poisoning, and the jerk still has the nerve to talk about professional ethics. But it doesn't matter, I've already spent a fortune to poach all the teachers from Lufeng School. You go to the campus now and wait to capture the scene of the teachers collectively resigning. It's just a lousy college anyway, and now there isn't a single teacher left. I want to see how Lufeng can keep the school running, Han Ji said calmly. This was the entire plan set up by Xiaobo for him. First poison the students, then poach the teachers, and in one fell swoop, Lufeng's school would be left as an empty shell. Now, the first step of poisoning the students had failed, so he could only pin his hopes on the final move. Hearing Han Ji's words, Dong Baiyu patted her chest and said, "Alright, Ji Go, I'll do as you say." After hanging up the phone, Dong Baiyu returned to her original spot and said to the viewers in the live stream, "Hey guys, we've pretty much toured the cafeteria. Next, let me show you the environment on campus." With that, she didn't care whether the viewers were willing or not. Holding up the selfie stick, she slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Once on campus, through the dim lights, she could see the surrounding dilapidated environment. The flowers and grass were withered, and dead trees stood tall. Seeing such a miserable sight, Dong Baiyu finally found a topic to talk about, slapping her thigh and exclaiming, "Oh my god, what kind of place is this, family? Are we still in college? With this level of greenery, to put it bluntly, my friends, it's not even as nice as the cornfields in our village. Just look at these trees, this grass, these flowers. If you didn't know better, you'd think we just finished World War II. It's really pathetic." Dong Baiyu went on a wild rant. But just as she finished speaking and hadn't taken 2 steps, not far away, several men were pointing at the campus's greenbelt, their conversation crystal clear. This school's area is slightly smaller than Qingbei, and trying to replicate Qingbei's campus environment one-to-one is probably going to be difficult. "No worries," the principal said, "as long as it's not worse than Qingbei, we can directly simulate and transform it based on the Royal Institute of Technology's campus environment. Wouldn't that be better?" Wow, that statement is enlightening. You know what, it actually works. Not just works, it's simply fantastic. The layout of Sanchaco Vocational Technical College is almost identical to that of the Royal Institute of Technology. Alright, let's settle on that. But replicating it one-to-one is too easy. I don't feel comfortable making money like that. Exactly, we need to do even better than the Royal Institute of Technology. Only then can we showcase our value. The conversation among the men was loud enough that every viewer in the livestream could hear it clearly, word for word. Upon hearing their conversation, the viewers were instantly shocked, and the barrage of comments flooded in. What? What is this? The campus environment is going to be transformed based on the Royal Institute of Technology? Holy crap! I can't believe my ears. The Royal Institute of Technology is the top aristocratic university in the world, and its campus environment is several levels above Qingbei. What the hell? How much money has Lufeng put into this? Lufeng, what exactly do you want to do? As a Qingbei University graduate student, I'm extremely unbalanced. Ha, sister, you just finished cursing the cafeteria for being trash, and it turns out they are serving a state banquet. She just complained about the campus environment being trash, and now they want to surpass the Royal Institute of Technology. Her face must be getting swollen. Ha ha ha, why does it feel like Sister Yu is a little hater, specifically here to criticize Lufeng? Dong Baiyu felt her cover was about to be blown, and her heart tightened, showing a tearful expression. She truly didn't expect Lufeng to be this outrageous. It's one thing to treat the students to a national banquet for free. The campus greenery also has to be modified to match that of the Royal Institute of Technology. She really wanted to ask Lufeng, what exactly do you want to do? Are you aiming for the sky? Hey guys, don't get it wrong, I have no intention of slandering Lufeng. This principal really knows how to make a statement. Dong Baiyu's sister said insincerely, her face showing a smile that was uglier than crying. Just then, she saw a group of teachers walking towards them. Some were carrying suitcases, while others were holding storage boxes. Anyone who has worked knows this is a scene of resignation. Seeing this, Dong Bayu's sister felt a surge of joy. Wasn't she just hanging around here to capture the moment of the teachers resigning? She then raised her selfie stick and hurried over to the crowd. Looking at a teacher in front of her wearing pink glasses and dressed in professional attire, Dong Bayu's sister asked knowingly, "Hello, may I ask what happened? Why is everyone carrying suitcases?" The teacher, facing the camera, replied with dissatisfaction, "We couldn't stand the oppression from the new principal Lu Feng, so we chose to resign collectively. As far as I know, this school currently has not a single teacher left. The teaching staff has been completely wiped out. With the college entrance examination approaching, I urge the children who want to apply to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College to reconsider. After all, what's the point of coming here to study when there isn't even a single teacher at a university?" After saying this, the teacher, suitcase in hand, angrily walked towards the school gate. Hearing this, Dong Bayu's sister's face was about to split from laughter. After all this time streaming, she finally found a bone in the egg. She hurriedly chased after them, continuing to ask, "Could you share how Lu Feng has oppressed you?" However, the female teacher showed a guilty expression at this question, because Lu Feng not only did not oppress them, but actually doubled their salaries. It was just that all the teachers received a phone call. It stated that if they resigned from Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, they could receive a reward of 5 million for free. If they slandered Lu Feng in front of the media, there would be an additional reward of 1 million. And right after they hung up that call, before they even started to think, 500,000 had already been transferred to their bank accounts. Realizing that the other party was serious, driven by the lure of profit, these teachers chose to resign collectively to get the 5 million bonus. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer her question, Dong Bayu's sister didn't press further. Instead, she dramatically said to the live stream, "Hey guys, who just said they wanted to come to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College to study? Do you still dare to come now? A prestigious university, with nearly 10,000 students, yet now not a single teacher remains. What does it matter if the cafeteria serves a national banquet, or if the campus environment rivals that of the Royal Institute of Technology? A university is meant for teaching and nurturing. This is not an orphanage, nor a park. What kind of university is it without teachers? To put it bluntly, even a special education college is better than this place. At least they have teachers," Dong Bayu's sister said forcefully, starting to stir the audience's emotions. And what could the audience say? The facts were right in front of them. These teachers had indeed resigned. In the live stream, comments flooded in. "Wow, all the teachers resigning collectively. I've never seen a scene like this in my life. I really can't imagine how harshly Lu Feng oppressed them, forcing them all to resign. Throwing a national banquet and optimizing the campus environment, did the money all come from these teachers? If that's really the case, then I can only say Lu Feng is still too young, not suitable to be a principal. Yes, no matter how well the cafeteria is run or how great the campus environment is, what's the use if education is not prioritized? A university that loses its essential meaning has no reason to exist." Lu Feng is confused. Speak of the devil, isn't that Lu Feng up ahead? Damn, it really is him. I'm seeing Lu Feng in person. Just as the viewers in the livestream were criticizing Lu Feng for being too young and not respecting the teachers, the camera captured Lu Feng leading several council members into view. He looked flustered and was quickly running towards the teachers, reaching out to grab their luggage, appearing as if he was trying to keep them from leaving. Seeing this, Sister Dong Bayu felt a surge of joy and hurriedly aimed the camera at Lu Feng, wanting to post his flustered expression online. She even thought of a title: Lu Feng pressures teachers, faces collective resignation, desperately tries to retain them. However, the next moment, what happened left Sister Yu and all the viewers in the livestream completely dumbfounded. Lu Feng not only didn't try to retain them, but instead helped them carry their luggage as they walked towards the school gate, kindly reminding them, "Watch your step, the campus is a bit dark, don't fall. Hey, if a monthly salary of 30,000 can't keep you, then there's nothing I can do. I wish everyone better development in your future work, and may we meet again if fate allows," Lu Feng said with a smile. How could he not be happy? Just moments ago, the school had received numerous resumes from professors and teachers, over 10,000, all of them talented with impressive backgrounds. But the school had limited capacity, and he couldn't hire everyone, so he was worried about how to optimize the previous teachers. Then he heard that these teachers were planning to resign collectively. Lu Feng was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He immediately went downstairs with the council members to send them off, fearing that the teachers might change their minds. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were stunned to hear that Lu Feng offered the teachers a monthly salary of 30,000. How much? 30,000 a month? What the hell, 30,000 a month? Is that called pressuring teachers? Dude, I've been working in the capital for 5 years in IT, and my salary is still under 30,000. I just want to ask, how amazing are these teachers that 30,000 a month isn't enough and they say Lu Feng is exploiting them? I really can't take it anymore. Such a good job and they don't want it. Are they sure it's not a case of Versailles? The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. They had just been blaming Lu Feng for supposedly exploiting the teachers, but now they realized the problem wasn't with Lu Feng. It was that these teachers were too abstract. Although 30,000 a month isn't particularly wealthy in the capital, it's enough to exceed 90% of industry incomes. Moreover, teachers have other benefits and perks besides their monthly salary. The job isn't tiring, and in the entire capital, such a job is hard to find. Yet this hard-to-come-by job was actually being described as exploitation by the teachers. Meow meow meow. Sister Dong Baiyu was also stunned. She regretted pointing the camera at Lu Feng earlier. Wasn't that just giving him a chance to clear his name? Before she could gather her thoughts, suddenly, a series of buses stopped at the school gate. Then, the doors opened, and passengers began to disembark one after another. Once these people got off the bus, they seemed to have coordinated, all rushing towards the school. Everyone was scrambling, chasing each other, resembling the final sprint of a marathon. Through the dim light, it was vaguely visible that among the crowd were many elderly people with gray hair. Seeing this scene, Dong Baiyu and the audience in the livestream were puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that Lu Feng is throwing eggs at school? Amidst the curious gazes of everyone, soon these people ran up to him. They surrounded Lu Feng, each pulling out their resumes, almost slapping them onto his face. Principal Lu, I am a professor at the physics department of Qingbei University, with decades of research experience. I would like to apply for a position at your esteemed school. Please consider me. Principal Lu, I was the top science student in the college entrance examination in '89, ranked first in physics nationwide. I have been studying for my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in physics at Qingbei University, and I have been working in the physics department ever since. I want to join your school. Principal, I am a mathematics professor at Longwei University of Science and Technology, and I have been ranked among the top 10 in the International Nobel Mathematics Prize. Please consider me. Lu Feng, I'm here for your autograph. I'm your fan. Can you all stop crowding? We are all renowned figures in academia. Can we be a bit more polite? Polite my foot. If I'm late, the position might be snatched away. I want to join Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. Lu Feng, it's us, your math teachers. Just as some were scrambling to shove their resumes at Lu Feng, familiar voices rang out from the crowd. Lu Feng and Ba Ge turned to look. They saw Professors Zhang, Wu, and Li nearly being squished in the crowd. Ba Ge tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve, hesitating. Lu Feng, they are all my teachers. Can we? Before he could finish, Lu Feng interrupted. Please make way, let Professors Zhang and the others handle their employment procedures first, okay? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang, each face showing expressions of envy and jealousy. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang beamed with joy, their faces filled with pride. They secretly sighed. It feels great to have connections. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the three professors approached Lu Feng and handed him their resumes. Lu Feng didn't even look at them. He directly handed the resumes to Ba Ge, saying, "Go, take your teachers to handle the employment procedures." Ba Ge was so excited that tears almost flowed from his eyes, nodding vigorously, okay. With that, he led the three professors excitedly toward the school office. Seeing this, the crowd surged again, all desperately pushing their resumes forward. Just then, a strong voice rang out from behind them. Could everyone please make way? Let us handle our employment first. As this was said, some people in the crowd began to express their dissatisfaction. It was one thing for Lu Feng to use his connections. After all, he was the principal and had the authority. But what right did someone else, who was also seeking a job, have to be so arrogant? Why should they go first? Just as everyone was preparing to complain, they turned around and were stunned. They saw Professor Wang lying on a hospital bed in a patient gown, being pushed over. Beside him, the president of Beijing Concord Hospital was holding a respirator, the president of Longwa Medical University was carrying a pair of slippers, and the president of Longwa University of Traditional Chinese Medicine was holding a heart rate monitor. Yes, after learning that Professor Wang wanted to join Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College, they didn't dare to go against their teacher's wishes, but they were also worried about his health. So they simply brought the hospital equipment along. 1. Professor Wang? Although everyone present were renowned teachers and senior professors, there were still hierarchies among capable people. Professor Wang had been imprisoned for several years by the beautiful country for returning home to pass on his lifelong learning. Such a great deed was known to all. As a result, everyone respectfully greeted and made way. Soon after, the half-dead Professor Wang was pushed in front of Lu Feng, extending his thin arm and urgently saying, "Lu Feng, hurry, I want to start my job." Seeing this, Lu Feng nodded. He stepped forward to take Professor Wang's pulse. Then he pulled out a packet of medicine powder from his pocket, placed it on the sickbed, and turned to the female council member, saying, "Take Professor Wang to start his job, and by the way, mix the medicine powder and feed it to him." The female council member nodded and replied, "Yes." Immediately, a group of people pushed Professor Wang on the sickbed toward the school office. At this moment, Lu Feng, with his hands behind his back, shouted loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, stop standing around here, follow me, and I will screen your resumes one by one." After saying this, Lu Feng and several council members slowly walked toward the school conference room. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed, fearing that if they were a moment late, the positions would be snatched away. Meanwhile, Dong Baiyu stood frozen in place, holding a selfie stick, completely stunned. Her mouth was agape, and her face showed an unmistakable shock, unable to regain her composure for a long time. In the live stream, the barrage of comments flooded in like a storm, densely filling the entire screen. "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I just see? Can someone tell me if what's happening in front of me is real? It's real. These professors are going crazy just to get a job at Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, and some are even using backdoor connections. Even more absurd, Professor Wang is lying on a sickbed and almost dead, yet he still wants to apply for a job at this college. How ridiculous is that? No wonder the teachers collectively resigned. Lu Feng is not only not sad but is practically grinning from ear to ear. How can he not be happy? Yeah, Lu Feng's school doesn't lack teachers at all. Brothers, stop mocking. The so-called undergraduate degree isn't necessarily better than a vocational college. Even a 985 school might not be as impressive as Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Internet memes coming to life. I'm completely dumbfounded. Looking at the barrage in the live stream, Dong Baiyu realized that this plan had completely failed. Alright, everyone, today's live stream ends here. I'm going offline and heading back to the hotel. There's a charity gala tomorrow, and I'll stream again then. After saying this, Dong Baiyu turned off her phone, tucked her neck in, and left the school in a dejected manner. As this incident fermented online, the reputation of Sanchaco Vocational Technical College soared once again. On major social platforms like Tieba, Weibo, and Bilibili, the top trending topics were almost all related to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Top 1. A certain university cafeteria offers free national banquets for students. This vocational college is on fire. Explosive. Top 2. Campus greenery rivals that of Royal Institute of Technology. The most luxurious university in the country is about to be born. Explosive. Top 3. Lu Feng becomes the president of Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. May open a lithography machine major? Explosive. Top 4. A good undergraduate degree really isn't necessarily better than this vocational college. Explosive. Top 5. Professor Wang from the Medical School of Qingbei University officially joins Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Hot. Top 6. 3 mathematical masters, Professors Wu, Li, and Zhang from the Dragon National Academy University, officially joined Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Hot. Top 7. Estimated college entrance examination scoreline for Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Top 8. Tens of thousands of university professors submit resumes to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Top 9. Countdown to college entrance examination, 10 days. Top 10. I want to attend Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Hashtag college entrance examination. Hashtag vocational college. At this moment, countless netizens turned their attention to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. It can be said that Lu Feng's school had completely exploded in popularity. On the other side, in the capital city, at the Han Technology Group, in the top floor office, Han Ji stared at the trending topics online, his face flushed with anger, nearly exploding with rage. He had thought that following the plan laid out by Xiaobo would trap Lu Feng in an irretrievable situation. However, he never expected that the scheme not only failed but also inadvertently helped Lu Feng advertise himself. Now, not only were many students preparing for the college entrance examination clamoring to enroll in Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, but he had also spent money to help Lu Feng clear out mediocre academic teachers, making room for the incoming professors. After a series of operations, even the Buddha would be outdone by him. Lu Feng, damn it, one day I will make you pay. Han Ji cursed with red eyes. Just then, ding ding ding, the notification sound from the WeChat group rang out on his phone. Han Ji took out his phone and saw that it was a message from the teachers who had collectively resigned from Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, urging for the remaining payment. Boss, we have collectively resigned. When will the remaining 5 million be transferred? Boss, I just spoke ill of Lu Feng in front of the media, remember to reward me an extra 1 million. Boss, 5 million is a bit too little. Lu Feng offered a monthly salary of 30,000, and we didn't agree to that. Shouldn't you increase the amount? Right, we should at least get 6 or 7 million. The teachers clamored, some even feeling the amount was insufficient and wanting to ask for more. Hanji looked at the messages in the group, his head nearly smoking with anger. He placed his fingertips on the phone keyboard and quickly replied, "To hell with the remaining payment, go die, you bunch of idiots." After sending this message, Hanji swiftly clicked the top right corner and exited the group chat. At the entrance of Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, the teachers who had collectively resigned stood there, stunned, staring at the messages in the group. They were all dumbfounded. They had just been discussing how to ask for more, and in the next moment, the other party had exited the group chat. Now, they wouldn't get a single cent, and everyone's face turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. Although Hanji had previously given each of them 500,000, compared to Lu Feng's monthly salary of 30,000, that money was nothing. Based on the teachers' salaries, even without counting the year-end bonus, they could earn more than 500,000 in 2 years. And now, the money was gone, and they had lost their jobs. Everyone was like headless flies, cursing Hanji while anxiously pacing in place. After a while, a male teacher wearing glasses suggested, "Why don't we go back and plead with Lu Feng? What if he has a change of heart and rehires us?" As soon as this was said, the others' eyes lit up, and they all agreed, there's a possibility. Lu Feng is so young people's hearts are easily softened. Exactly, let's act convincingly later. It's best if we really cry. With a monthly salary of 30,000, a relaxed job, and winter and summer vacations, where can we find such a job? We must work together to fight for it. Let's go. After discussing, the teachers grabbed their suitcases and marched towards the school gate. However, when they arrived at the entrance, they found the security guards, who previously couldn't muster 10 teeth among 5 of them, had all been replaced by burly bodyguards. Each stood about 6 feet 3 inches tall, lined up like a wall blocking the entrance. Seeing this, the teachers' hearts sank, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. In this situation, they dared not force their way in. Thus, the bespectacled teacher stepped forward to express their intentions. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard snorted coldly and said, "The principal said that although the school is currently short on teachers and professors, it will never hire people like you again. So, please leave, don't make it difficult for me," the bodyguard said in a frigid tone. Upon hearing this, the teachers' faces were filled with despair. One by one, they were on the verge of tears, regretting their choices deeply. But it was too late for regrets. They could only hang their heads and leave the place like living corpses. At the Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College, in the school conference room, Lu Feng and several board members were still busy sifting through resumes. Unknowingly, 4 to 5 hours had passed, and it was nearing midnight. At this moment, Lu Feng stood up and slowly said, "It's getting late, let's call it a day. I have booked rooms at the Buffet International Hotel. If anyone doesn't want to go home, you can stay for free." Considering that professors from all over the country and students coming for the youth class interviews were still on their way to Beijing, Lu Feng directly reserved 5 floors of the Buffet International Hotel for everyone to rest. The professors all gave Lu Feng a thumbs up, unable to hold back their praise. After everyone left, Lu Feng noticed Li Jingya standing at the door with a sleepy expression, waiting for him. "Jingya, how did the interview for the Qingbei youth class go? Did you pass?" Lu Feng walked over and asked. Upon hearing this, Li Jingya showed a dejected expression and sighed, I interviewed for the mathematics major, but the others were just too impressive. They had all won various awards internationally, and they were strong in the written test as well. I simply couldn't compete and was eliminated." Li Jingya pouted. Lu Feng initially wanted to invite her to join the Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College but hesitated. After all, she had applied to Qingbei for her family's honor. If she came to a vocational school, wouldn't the villagers laugh at her? "You could try switching majors, like chemistry or physics. Both have good prospects," Lu Feng suggested, knowing that Li Jingya had SS-level talent in both physics and chemistry. Perhaps she couldn't compete in mathematics, but those 2 majors would definitely be fine. Then I'll try again next year." Li Jingya nodded obediently. The 2 then decided to return to the hotel to rest. They reached the school gate and got into the car arranged by Ba Gu. As the driver stepped on the gas, the car let out a roar and quickly sped towards the Buffet International Hotel. Ba Gu, needing to accompany his family to a charity event the next day, parted ways with Lu Feng and went home. At this moment, in the capital city, at the Rice Technology Group, in the chairman's office, a thin man sat in a chair with a worried expression. He was the head of the Rice Technology Group, the well-known entrepreneur Lei Jun. To develop the Rice automobile, he had invested almost all his wealth, betting everything on it. However, he did not expect that at a critical moment, the funding chain would break. Tomorrow, a charity event would be held in the capital, attended by the owners of major automobile parts manufacturers from across the country. This was a good opportunity for collaboration, but without money, how could he negotiate? If the Rice automobile development failed, not only would years of hard work go to waste, but the entire company would also be in jeopardy. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a senior executive walked in holding a business plan. Mr. Lei, we have come up with a solution for the funding chain. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun sat up straight, eager to hear more. Go on. Then, the executives began to present their plans. First, we will raise the prices of rice appliances in the market by 30%. Although this won't solve the fundamental problem, it will give us a chance to breathe. Second, we will raise the prices of rice smartphones and other smart products by 10%. Our phones are already significantly cheaper than those from iPhone and Huawei. Now the company is facing economic issues. Even if we raise the prices a bit, I believe the users will understand. Upon hearing that the executives wanted to raise the prices of all products under the Demi brand, Lei Jun immediately vetoed it, his tone resolute. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten what our company's founding purpose is? Hearing his question, one of the executives immediately replied, of course we remember, it's to benefit the people and allow the citizens of Longwei to live a more comfortable, easier, and happier life. That's right. Lei Jun stood up, his brow furrowed. Take sockets for example. Before Demi's products came out, small sockets in the market dared to sell for nearly 100 yuan. After we developed the socket, we priced it at just over 10 yuan, directly bringing down the entire market's socket prices. And with Demi phones, Demi air conditioners, etc. It is precisely because of our incredibly conscientious pricing that the common people support us. Now, you are asking to raise prices. How is that any different from destroying our company? In my opinion, it would be better to go bankrupt directly. Lei Jun's voice was strong and full of righteousness. Several executives trembled at his words, their faces pale, cold sweat pouring down. Then, one of the executives mustered the courage to ask, his voice trembling, Mr. Lei, what should we do now? Tomorrow is the charity conference. If we don't have funds, how can we persuade the auto parts manufacturers? Lei Jun sighed deeply, silently looking at a phone number in his contacts. The owner of this phone number was Lu Feng. Not long ago, Lu Feng had invested 20 million in Demi Technology Group for stock trading. Since then, Lei Jun had saved Lu Feng's phone number, always wanting to seek further investment but hesitating. Because Lei Jun feared that after revealing Demi Group's predicament, Lu Feng would not only refuse to invest further but might also sell off the previous 20 million in stocks, which would be adding insult to injury. But now, the company was in dire straits, and he had to choose to take a gamble. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lei Jun, with a nervous heart, pressed the call button. At the Buffet International Hotel, in a brilliantly decorated bedroom, Lu Feng was sitting in front of his computer, checking the surveillance of the school cafeteria's kitchen. Through the poisoning incident and the collective resignation, Lu Feng confirmed that someone was deliberately targeting him. As he analyzed the video frame by frame, he soon discovered a suspicious person. It was the man who used chopsticks to test the food quality. He was the one who brought each meal to the serving area, and there was a segment of surveillance blind spot, which was the only opportunity to poison. However, the other party was wearing a mask, making it impossible to see his exact appearance. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang. Ding ding ding. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Lu Feng didn't think much and pressed the answer button. The next second, Lei Jun's voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Lu Feng, I am Lei Jun, the chairman of Demi Technology Group. I'm really sorry to call you so late. Upon hearing the other party's identity, Lu Feng instantly remembered it was the company with a 2000% return on investment. So he asked, what's the matter? Please go ahead. Lei Jun spoke extremely respectfully. The situation is that Demi Group is currently facing some financial issues and needs about 50 million to get through this tough time. Therefore, I would like to ask you to make some investments. What do you think, Mr. Lu Feng? Please rest assured, our company has always been committed to benefiting the people, and once Demi cars are launched, they will surely be loved by the entire nation. At the same time, as a return, we are willing to offer you 20% of the company's shares. Please consider it carefully, Mr. Lu Feng. By the end, Lei Jun's voice had become much smaller, almost hesitant. The next moment, Lu Feng said decisively, I will invest 100 million. The system does not make mistakes. An investment of 100 million with a return rate of 2000% means 2 billion. Such an opportunity to make money does not come by often and must be seized firmly. As soon as he said this, there was a pause on the other end of the line. Then, Lei Jun excitedly replied, Great, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lu Feng, for your trust. On behalf of all the employees of the company, I express our highest respect to you. Hearing this, Lu Feng replied expressionlessly, "You're welcome." With that, he hung up the phone with a click. At the office of Dami Technology Group, Lei Jun wanted to flatter him a bit more, but hearing the busy signal, he was instantly dumbfounded. He put his phone in his pocket, looking bewildered. "Mr. Lu Feng is really rich. Investing 100 million is like throwing away $1. I should have asked for more." The executives. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Feng got up and headed to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College for a job interview. Meanwhile, Li Jingya was standing downstairs at the hotel, welcoming professors and students coming from all over the country for interviews. At that moment, several staff members came over and raised a large banner at the entrance. It boldly read, 44th Business Charity Conference Venue, Charity Conference? Li Jingya glanced at it, and just then, an elderly man with white hair walked in. "Hello, I am here to apply for a professor position in the physics department at Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Excuse me, is this the place to submit resumes?" the old man asked, his voice a bit hoarse. Li Jingya quickly smiled and said, "Yes, but the morning interviews are already full. I can only schedule you for the afternoon. The hotel room is ready. Please take a rest, and a special car will take you to the interview venue in the afternoon," Li Jingya said politely. "Okay, thank you, young lady," the old man replied gratefully, stooping slightly as he slowly walked toward the elevator. Just then, the hotel door opened again. Hanji, Beige, and their father Han Isua walked in, followed by a dozen bodyguards in black. The staff, seeing the three of them, wore flattering smiles and hurried over to greet them. When Hanji was at the door, he overheard Li Jingya's conversation with the professor and learned that the old man was there for an interview at Lu Feng's school. He pointed at the professor and angrily shouted at the staff, "As the first-class hotel in the capital, how can you let such an unkempt person in? I command you to immediately throw that old man out." Hearing Hanji's words, the staff were stunned. This young Master Han held a high position, but Li Jingya was not someone they could offend either. After all, Lu Feng had booked 5 floors directly. Tens of millions were casually thrown out. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Just as the staff were in a dilemma, Li Jingya said expressionlessly, "Sir, please show some respect. We have the right to stay in the hotel because we paid. Whether we are well-dressed or not is none of your business." Li Jingya stared directly at him, showing no fear. Hanji completely ignored her, looking at the staff with a dark expression. "Did you not hear me? I told you to kick that old guy out. Are you deaf? Don't forget, our Han family has shares in this hotel. Do you believe I can get you fired?" Hanji threatened. Seeing that he might be fired, the staff's face changed, and they were scared. They hesitated, turning to look at the elderly man waiting for the elevator, just about to walk over. At that moment, Beige stepped forward. "Wait." As soon as he said this, the staff froze in place. Beige looked at Hanji and said respectfully, "Brother, Lu Feng is my friend, and that old man is here to apply for a professor position at Lu Feng's school. For the sake of my brother, let's just forget it," Beige said with a pleading expression. Upon hearing this, Hanji snorted coldly in his heart. How could he not know that Lu Feng was Beige's friend? However, Hanji had never taken this brother of his seriously. In fact, he would rather they both die together. But with their father nearby, he had to maintain a perfect image in the old man's eyes. Hanji feigned realization and said, "Oh, so he's my brother's friend. In that case, let's forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." The staff let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Beige happily said, "Thank you, brother." Hanji forced a smile and said, "We're brothers, no need for thanks. I'm your brother, so don't say such formalities in the future." Han father, Hanisua, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Jir is right, family members don't speak like outsiders. Little Beige, as the eldest brother, I have many things to teach you." Beige nodded honestly and said, "Yes, father." With that, the three of them slowly walked toward the charity hall. Before leaving, Li Jingya gave Beige a grateful look. Beige waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. In the charity hall, the spacious room could accommodate thousands of people. The decorations were resplendent, with precious and luxurious food and drink. Hundreds of banquet tables were neatly arranged, and at the front was a large stage. In the center of the stage hung an LED screen that read, "Welcome to all outstanding entrepreneurs attending the 44th Business Charity Conference." At this moment, Hanisua looked at his two sons and said, "Whether our Han Group's automotive division can defeat the Rice Group depends on today. When the bosses of the major auto parts manufacturers arrive later, remember to toast them and keep your wits about you." Yes, the Han Technology Group was also producing cars and boldly claimed to create a top-tier luxury car brand in the country. The Han family and Lei Jun were originally competitors, making them direct rivals. Hearing their father's words, Hanji and Beige nodded in unison. Understood, father. About half an hour later, luxurious cars began to stop at the hotel entrance. As the car doors opened, one after another, well-dressed elites stepped into the hotel lobby. These individuals were business magnates, elites from various industries, each possessing at least hundreds of millions in wealth. Seeing this, Han father led his two sons to greet these business elites one by one. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, several bosses of auto parts manufacturers walked in, chatting and laughing. Accompanying them was none other than Lei Jun, the chairman of the Rice Technology Group. Lei Jun had waited at the door for half an hour just to speak with these auto parts manufacturers first. Upon seeing this, Han father's expression darkened instantly. The business world is like a battlefield. If Lei Jun gained the upper hand, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Han family. Thus, Han father waved his hand and led his two sons to greet them. "Oh, Boss Zhang, Boss Qi, it's good to see you." Han father flashed a brilliant smile and greeted the two auto parts manufacturers. They shook hands. At that moment, Lei Jun extended his hand and smiled. "Boss Han, how have you been lately?" Before Han father could respond, Han Ji sneered coldly and said disdainfully, "Lei Jun, my father is doing just fine, no need for your concern. I heard your company's funding chain has broken. If that's the case, you should retire and enjoy your life. What's the point of developing cars without money?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. Father Han shot a glare at Han Ji, but inwardly, he was overjoyed, because Han Ji had voiced what he wanted to say but couldn't. "Jier, don't be rude. Lei Jun is a renowned entrepreneur in the Dragon Country, dedicated to benefiting the people. How can you poke at his sore spot?" Father Han reprimanded sternly. It sounded like he was lecturing his son, but upon closer inspection, he was informing the two auto parts manufacturers that Lei Jun's company was on the verge of bankruptcy. With the company out of money, how could they collaborate with Lei Jun? Sure enough, as soon as Father Han said this, Boss Zhang and Boss Qi were slightly taken aback, looking at Lei Jun with astonishment. In contrast, Lei Jun not only didn't get angry but instead smiled generously and said, Thank you for your concern, young Master Han. Our company's financial issues have been resolved. I am very confident that the Rice Car Research and Development Project can proceed smoothly. However, I must advise young Master Han to change this habit of being straightforward, or you will suffer great losses in the business world in the future," Lei Jun said with a smile. Seeing the two bosses engage in a subtle power struggle upon their first meeting, the auto parts manufacturer Boss Zhang chuckled and tried to smooth things over. "President Han, President Lei, you are both contributing to the automotive industry of the Dragon Country. Rest assured, I will accept all your orders." Accepting all orders was as good as saying nothing at all. Such vague words were completely meaningless. However, Lei Jun and Father Han didn't mind and instead focused their thoughts on the upcoming charity gala. This gala would also be attended by various prominent families from the capital. Whoever could curry favor with these people, even if just to gain a little resource, would be enough to make their company thrive. Just then, at the hotel entrance, several deafening voices rang out. "Welcome, Elder Gao. Welcome, Elder Chen." As these words echoed, Gao Jin and Elder Chen walked in, chatting and laughing, followed by Tang Chang and Chen Changqing. Upon seeing these individuals, all the business tycoons present could no longer sit still. They rushed to Gao Jin and Elder Chen, bowing and scraping, inquiring about their well-being. Lei Jun, Father Han, and the two auto parts manufacturers were no exception, showering them with flattering words, exhausting their lifetime of learning. "Elder Gao is truly aging like fine wine, still full of spirit at such an age. The younger generation envies you greatly. Elder Chen, your health seems to be getting better and better. I wonder how you maintain it daily. Could you teach the younger generation? I've long heard that Miss Tang is as beautiful as a goddess. Seeing her today, she truly is stunning." Changqing is indeed a descendant of the Chun family. Whether in looks, stature, or talent, he is simply impeccable. The business magnates praised fervently, more excited than they would be to see their own parents. Yet, in the face of these sweet compliments, Gao Jin merely responded with a nonchalant without saying anything further. Instead, it was Chun Changqing who, upon spotting Ba Gu in the crowd, was momentarily taken aback. He then immediately remembered that this person was a friend of Lu Feng, wasn't he? After his grandfather took Lu Feng's medicine last night, his health had indeed improved significantly. This made Chen Changqing realize that he had to stick to Lu Feng like a plaster to help his grandfather recover. And since Ba Gu was a friend of Lu Feng, he had to take good care of him. With this in mind, Chen Changqing pointed at Ba Gu and asked, "Boss Han, is he your son?" Hearing Chen Changqing's question, Father Han did not dare to be negligent and nodded vigorously like a garlic clove, saying, "That's right, young Master Chen, he is my son." Chen Changqing nodded and then said, "In the future, if the Han family encounters any difficulties, you can come to me." After dropping this statement, Chen Shangqing, Tang Cheng, Gaoxian, and Elder Chen slowly walked towards the charity hall. Behind them, the words of Chen Shangqing echoed in Han's father's ears, leaving him dumbfounded, completely frozen in place. His face displayed an expression of disbelief, thoroughly engulfed in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Around him, business elites cast envious glances, all gathering around. Boss Han is truly deep and unassuming. He actually gained the favor of the Chun family. Remember to take care of your little brother in the future. Boss Han, we had some past grievances, I apologize to you here. Boss Han, I suddenly have a business proposal to discuss with you. Hearing the respectful words from those around him, Han's father finally emerged from his shock, trembling with excitement, and laughed, good. He hadn't expected that while his eldest son was making no progress in pursuing Tang Cheng, his youngest son had gained the recognition of Chen Shangqing. Although the Chen family's influence in the capital was slightly inferior to the Gao family, their impact was still remarkable. With the Chen family as a backing, the Han Group's position in the capital would be even more solidified. Ji, you have a lot to learn from your brother, Han's father said, patting Han Ji's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Han Ji's vision darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. He was so angry he could almost grind his teeth to dust. Just a moment ago, his father had told his brother to learn from him. Now, the roles had completely reversed, telling him to learn from his brother. Could his face change any faster? Han Ji worried that if this continued, he might lose the position of heir. Just then, two owners of auto parts factories approached, all smiles, saying, General Manager Han, congratulations. General Manager Han, we just decided to allocate 80% of our factory's production capacity to manufacture cars for the Han Group. After saying this, the two looked at Lei Jun with an apologetic tone, saying, General Manager Lei, we are very sorry. General Manager Lei, for the cars of the Dami Technology Group, we can only contribute 20% of our factory's production capacity. We hope you understand. Hearing the words of the two owners, Lei Jun's vision darkened, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. 20% of production capacity meant that the Dami Group had lost to the Han Group right from the start. Even if Dami cars had advantages in performance and price, what use was it if they couldn't produce cars? No matter how large the user orders were, if they could only produce a few 100,000 cars a year, how could they expect users to wait decades? This was impossible. Over time, the Dami Technology Group would surely fail. Just as Lei Jun felt powerless, Han Ji's next words delivered the final blow. He pointed at the two auto parts factory owners, speaking arrogantly, why should the Dami Technology Group take 20% of the production capacity? I hope you all invest all your production capacity into the manufacturing of Han cars. You should know that our pre-order for Han cars has already reached 10 million units, and customers urgently need delivery. If you can't do that, I'll have to go complain to the Chen family. Han Ji casually found a reason to threaten them. A pre-order of 10 million units was something even a fool wouldn't believe. But just moments ago, Chen Shangqing had said that if the Han family encountered any difficulties, they could come to him. Under this pressure, even though Boss Zheng and Boss Qi knew that Chen Shangqing was lying and deliberately targeting Lei Jun, they could only awkwardly nod and agree. Since young Master Han has said so, what reason do we have to refuse? General Manager Lei, sorry, but it seems we can only accept orders for Han Group cars from now on, Boss Zhang and Boss Qi said with helpless expressions. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's face darkened, his eyes hollow, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then he stood there, speechless, completely engulfed in despair. He never expected that the Han family actually had such a connection with the Chun family. Watching Han's father and 2 automobile parts factory owners walk into the charity hall, chatting and laughing, thinking about the promise he made to Lu Feng, that the Dami automobile would definitely win, Lei Jun gritted his teeth and silently followed. Meanwhile, Han Ji was holding his phone, walking towards the restroom. Upon entering the restroom and confirming that no one was inside, he dialed Xiaobo's number. Hello, Xiaobo, I have some bad news for you. My stupid brother has actually gained the Chen family's favor. If this continues, my position as the heir is in jeopardy. You need to come up with a plan quickly. If I can't inherit the Han Group, don't blame me for severing ties with you, Han Ji said, his face flushed and his tone urgent. After he said this, Xiaobo on the other end of the line seemed visibly flustered. After a while, Xiaobo's voice slowly came through. The variables are too great. The only way to secure your position as heir now is to take drastic measures. Aren't you at the hotel? Find a way to force Tang Cheng and take some beautiful photos of her. Noble people love face. Once the deed is done, with Gaoxian as your backing, the Chen family is nothing, Xiaobo said coldly. Hearing his suggestion, Han Ji hesitated. If he really did that, there would only be 2 outcomes before him. 1. Soaring to great heights. 2. no place to be buried. After considering for nearly 10 minutes, Han-ji gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he said, "Damn it, let's do it. The Han group only belongs to me. That bastard born from Hanba, the mistress, can never overshadow me," Han-ji said viciously. More than a decade ago, Han's father had slept with a maid after drinking and had a child, Ba-gu. Since then, Han's father had shared some of his love with Ba-gu and also allocated some shares of the Han group to the maid. At that time, the Xia family was still thriving in Longwa. Han-ji then found Xia Bo and conspired to assassinate Ba-ji's mother. However, after that, Han's father arranged dozens of bodyguards for Ba-gu every day, and he never had the chance to act again. Therefore, even if he died, he couldn't let Ba-gu take away the Han group that rightfully belonged to him. After saying this, Han-ji hung up the phone and turned to walk towards the charity hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of business tycoons surrounding Ba-gu, holding wine glasses and fawning over him. "The second young master is truly talented. Come, let me toast you. Young master only needs to drink tea. Second young master, I am your uncle Zhao. I held you when you were little. Do you remember me? Little Ba, when you inherit the Han group in the future, don't forget to take care of your uncle's son." In the eyes of these business elites, Ba-ji's connection with the Chen family was undeniable. He was undoubtedly the future heir of the Han group. And after hearing these words, Han's father did not refute but instead laughed happily. Little Ba has been smart since he was young. However, facing everyone's flattery, Ba-gu shook his head and said flatly, "Managing a company is too boring. I don't want to inherit the group." In Ba-ji's mind, managing a company was extremely dull. With that time, he would rather follow Lu Feng and learn a few more problems. Han-ji watched this with disdain and snorted coldly. Hypocritical. He then shifted his gaze to Tang Qing not far away, calculating how to find a reason to lure her out. Just then, at the hotel entrance, Li Jingya had just escorted an elderly professor to his room and turned back downstairs. Looking at the professors coming to submit their resumes at the entrance, Li Jingya smiled and said, "Welcome everyone, the morning interviews are full, so we can only schedule you for the afternoon. The hotel rooms are ready, I'll take you to rest for a bit, and in the afternoon, we will arrange a special vehicle to take you to the interview site." After saying that, Li Jingya led the professors who were interviewing towards the elevator. Tang Qing, who was looking down at her phone, immediately looked up upon hearing the voice. "Xiao Rou?" Seeing Li Jingya, Tang Qing hurriedly stood up and walked over quickly. Seeing this, Han-ji felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly followed. "Xiao Qing, where are you going?" "I'll accompany you," Han-ji said, pretending to be considerate. However, Tang Qing completely ignored him and ran ahead without looking back. At this moment, Li Jingya had already entered the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Tang Qing shouted urgently, "Wait a minute." Hearing someone call out, Li Jingya quickly opened the elevator door and poked her head out. "Hurry up, the elevator is about to." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Jingya saw Tang Qing running towards her frantically. Seeing this, Li Jingya's expression darkened, and she quickly pulled her head back in. Then she frantically pressed the close button, her fingers moving so fast that they left a blur, nearly breaking the button. When Tang Qing reached the elevator, with a thud, the door slammed shut. The elevator slowly ascended. Tang Qing stomped her feet anxiously, almost on the verge of tears. When she saw the elevator stop at the 44th floor, Han-ji pretended to be kind and reminded her, she should be going to the 44th floor. "Xiao Qing, the elevator next to you has arrived, hurry up and get on." Saying this, Han-ji entered the adjacent elevator ahead of her and pressed the button for the 44th floor. At this moment, Tang Qing couldn't be bothered to argue with him and stepped inside. When the elevator doors closed, only the two of them were left in the cramped space. Han-ji glanced at the surveillance camera above, clearly knowing he couldn't make a move here. As the elevator slowly ascended, when they reached the 44th floor, with a ding, the doors opened. Just as the doors opened, the two saw Li Jingya entering room 4408. Seeing this, Tang Qing quickened her pace and hurried towards 4408. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Jingya had been busy all morning and was extremely tired, feeling dizzy from the elevator ride. She flopped onto the bed with a thud, stretching like a little kitten, showcasing her well-developed figure. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon checking, it was Lu Feng. Li Jingya smiled happily and quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lu Feng." On the other end of the line, Lu Feng's magnetic voice came through. "Are you in your room? I brought some lunch from the school cafeteria, and I'll bring it over to you shortly." Li Jingya nodded. I'm here." "Okay." After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone. Just as the call ended, the next second, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Li Jingya was slightly taken aback. Is Lu Feng that fast? Did he arrive at the door right after we finished talking, like the Flash? When Li Jingya opened the door, she saw that it was not Lu Feng, but Tang Cheng and Han Ji. "Xiao Rou, when did you come to the capital? Why didn't you tell your sister? Tang Cheng asked with a concerned expression. Seeing her, Li Jingya's face showed an impatient look. Just as she was about to close the door, Tang Cheng stepped in with her right foot. Sister, please don't hide from me anymore. Can we chat for a bit? Tang Cheng pleaded, holding onto Li Jingya's arm. Li Jingya did not respond. Instead, her gaze turned fearful as she looked behind Tang Cheng, as if she had seen something terrifying, her little face turning pale. Noticing Li Jingya's change, Tang Cheng was slightly taken aback, feeling curious. She then turned to look behind her. The next moment, Hanji pulled out a cloth soaked in a sedative and directly covered it over Tang Cheng's face. Tang Cheng let out a whimper. Then her eyes rolled back, and with a thud, she fell heavily to the ground, her two ample breasts shaking slightly. Seeing this, Li Jingya stepped back in fear. Hanji closed the door, a lewd smile spreading across his face as his shifty eyes assessed Li Jingya, saying, I didn't expect it, the heavens are still favoring me. Double the fun with the Tang sisters, just thinking about it is thrilling. Ha ha. As he spoke, he slowly approached Li Jingya with a rag in hand. You, don't do anything reckless. I'm calling the police. Li Jingya kept retreating, on the verge of tears. Cornered with no way out, she could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face as she screamed, Lu Feng, where are you? The next second, boom, the door was kicked open. There stood Lu Feng at the entrance, holding two takeout boxes, his right leg still in the kicking position, his face dark and grim. His eyes glowed with a murderous red light, exuding a terrifying aura as he stepped into the room. Han Ji was intimidated by Lu Feng's presence. He swallowed hard, his expression fearful as he stammered, what do you want? Lu Feng said nothing. Instead, he swiftly moved in front of Han Ji and then kicked hard at his groin. A loud smack echoed. Ah! Han Ji clutched his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, cold sweat covering his forehead. Time for a name change. Don't call yourself Han Ji anymore, call yourself Han Pai. Lu Feng said coldly. He then raised his foot and kicked Han Ji hard in the forehead. With a loud crash, Han Ji's eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth, and he fainted completely. At that moment, ding ding ding, on the floor, Han Ji's phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringtone, Lu Feng glanced at the caller ID, which read SB. Seeing this, Lu Feng picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. The next second, a deep male voice came through. Hello, Han Ji. How's the situation with Tang Cheng? If it hasn't started yet, you can stop. According to my information, Tang Cheng's sister, Tang Ro, is also at the Buffet International Hotel. Her current name is Li Jingya, and this girl is still a high school student, at a pure and innocent age. For a seasoned player like you, it shouldn't be hard to win her over. I heard she's Lu Feng's girlfriend. If you can get her, not only can you gain the Gao family's influence, but it would also be a way to get back at Lu Feng, killing two birds with one stone. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Feng's face turned purple with rage. Previously, when he spoke with Xiaobo on the phone, the other person's voice was very distinctive, sounding like a duck quacking. The voice on the phone now was almost identical to Xiaobo's. Coupled with the words spoken, Lu Feng could almost confirm that this person was indeed Xiaobo. Realizing this, Lu Feng held the phone and said coldly, Han Ji? Ji is no longer available. Old Bai Deng, you really are a persistent ghost. I can find you anywhere, you dog. It seems you truly have a death wish. Just wait. Within a year, I will find you and reunite you with Xia Qingfeng in hell. Lu Feng spoke with no emotion. As these words left his mouth, there was a deathly silence on the line. After a full 2 minutes, Xiaobo's furious voice erupted from the phone. Lu Feng, you bastard, damn you. You took my money and killed my son, you double-crossing bastard. I will not rest until I settle this with you. You filthy scum, you little bastard, you damned wretch. You won't die a good death. Xiaobo was in a complete rage, spewing all sorts of curses. After all, just recently in northern Myanmar, the scene of Lu Feng killing his son was still fresh in his mind. Not only had his only son been killed, but he had also been swindled out of hundreds of millions, losing both money and life. In this situation, Xiaobo hated Lu Feng to the bone, wishing he could eat his flesh and skin. Hearing the other's insults, Lu Feng didn't hold back, lowering his standards. Immediately, Lu Feng retorted powerfully, old bastard. You're 26 meters tall, weighing about 80 kilograms with all your crap, dragging around a basket that weighs 69 kilograms, and you've got a huge bump on the back of your head that's 8 meters long. What are you pretending to be a dutiful son for? Your son is lying in bed with prostate cancer, asking you for money, and without a second thought, you blacklisted him, then secretly went to a pet hospital to donate all your son's organs to dogs. Still Xiaobo? Get lost. Who the hell dug you out of the grave in the middle of the night with a Luoyang shovel? What's your Xia family worth? Your elder brother and second brother were born at the same time, and after your mother died, you couldn't even tell who was the elder and who was the younger. You almost pulled your mother out of the grave to sort it out. Your mother made you noodles and sauce when she was alive, and you took off your pants and crapped in the pot, thinking it would be a sauce for her. You unfilial son. At your age, with no ability to have children and left with only one son, it's not because you were too indulgent when you were young. I wouldn't believe you didn't have a golden sun tattooed on your back for pig feed. You deserve to be childless and alone. When you're old and no one takes care of you, lying in bed eating, drinking, and shitting, the caregiver could just throw your sheets on the floor and you'd stand up. Lu Feng continued to curse without taking a breath, his voice deafening. What does it mean to insult someone without using dirty words? Lu Feng was a textbook example. After this barrage, Xiaobo's face turned red, his eyes bloodshot. He gasped for air, his chest heaving rapidly, unable to say a word for a long time. After another 10 seconds, Xiaobo weakly cursed, Lu Feng, damn you. Seeing the other still daring to retort, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this old fool to have such strong psychological endurance. Then, Lu Feng took the phone and launched another round of attacks. It's your fault you can't have children. When you went to the hospital, they found a 99% dead sperm rate, and there's a grave growing in your belly. Even Hua Tuo would shake his head. Why is that? Isn't it because back then you wanted to rise to power, harming your brothers to seize control of the Xia family? You went out to eat with your second brother, and when it was time to pay, you just ran off, stealing your second brother's wallet and phone. When the boss found out, he directly welded your second brother to the table, and with a kick, he tore your second brother's pants open. Your elder brother was born to deliver pigs, and you go around bragging that he's the head of urology. When people went to him for treatment, they almost pulled out their duodenum, and with one punch, he became a vegetable. Look, your elder brother didn't die, is that okay? When no one is watching, you pull out your elder brother's catheter and fart into his respirator. When your parents caught a cold, you took the opportunity while they were sleeping and threw them into a cremation furnace, directly cremating them. This is retribution, this is divine punishment, you deserve to die alone. Lu Feng continued to curse, saliva flying everywhere, without a moment's pause. His eloquence left Li Jingya dumbfounded, listening in shock. In contrast, after Lu Feng finished cursing, Xiaobo was completely silent. It wasn't until a minute later that a loud bang came from the phone. Then, the anxious voice of the butler rang out. Not good, Master Xia has fainted. Quick, call an ambulance. Then there was a beep as the call was hung up. Seeing that Xiaobo had been cursed into the hospital, Lu Feng snorted coldly and put down the phone. He then looked at the unconscious Han Ji, starting to ponder. Since he and Xiaobo were secretly in contact, there must be unspeakable secrets in the phone. Thinking of this, Lu Feng swept the phone across Han Ji's face, and in the next second, the phone successfully unlocked. As he saw the messages and call recordings on his phone, Lu Feng was instantly filled with rage. It turned out that the person who poisoned the cafeteria was arranged by Han Ji, and the collective resignation of the teachers was also his doing. Besides colluding with Xiaobo against him, there was also the kidnapping of Beige, the assassination of Beige's mother, and the scheme to pursue Tang Cheng. Now, Lu Feng was fully aware of everything. At that moment, his phone chimed again, receiving a WeChat message. The sender was noted as Secretary Zhou. Boss, the charity event has already started. Where are you? Charity event? Seeing the message, Lu Feng stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. He then looked at Li Jingya and gently said, Jingya, why don't you take the lunch to my room? I'll go downstairs for a bit. After saying that, Lu Feng handed over his room card. Okay, Li Jingya nodded obediently. She took the room card, carrying the lunchbox, and left the room with Lu Feng. Once Li Jingya left, and seeing that there was no one around and no surveillance, Lu Feng lightly brushed his face, and in the next moment, he transformed into Han Ji's appearance. Then, with this face, he took the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Just as he exited the elevator, a woman holding a selfie stick and live streaming came running towards him. She first held her phone far away from him, then leaned in close to Lu Feng's ear and whispered, Brother Ji, the actors I've invited are all ready. Don't worry, their acting is more convincing than the last. When it's time to donate, just show your compassionate heart, the woman said with a flattering smile. Looking at her smirking face, Lu Feng showed a look of disdain. He had seen this woman in Han Ji's phone, Dong Baiyu. She was in cahoots with Han Ji, planning to set him up that night. And this charity event, the two had gathered a group of actors pretending to be from rural and mountainous areas to feign donations. In reality, everything donated would be returned in full. They could gain fame without spending a dime. Their calculations were indeed clever. For the upcoming plan, Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, Well, good job. I'll reward you later. Upon hearing this, Dong Baiyu beamed with joy, showing her 2 rows of big yellow teeth. Great, thank you, Brother Ji. After that, the two walked side by side towards the charity hall. At that moment, in the charity hall, Lei Jun was standing on the podium, announcing the items donated by the Rice Technology Group. Our Rice Technology Group has always taken the people as our purpose, so we have decided to donate 20,000 barrels of cooking oil, 200,000 bags of rice, and various daily necessities to dozens of impoverished areas. As Lei Jun finished his speech, there was a warm round of applause from the audience. As he passed by the table where Han's father was seated, Han Isua clapped again, deliberately shouting loudly, "President Lei is truly impressive. The company can't even produce a single car and is on the verge of bankruptcy. In such a dire situation, he still donates so many supplies to impoverished areas. Truly a renowned people's entrepreneur." As soon as these words were spoken, the other sycophants at Han's father's table burst into laughter, echoing, "Ha, President Han is right. President Lei is impressive. President Han is truly magnanimous. Not only does he refrain from making things difficult for his competitors, but he also praises them lavishly. Such a mindset is indeed our example. Yes, President Han is not only our guide in business but also our mentor in life." The sycophants flattered wildly. Hearing the mocking words around him, Lei Jun gritted his teeth in anger, his fists nearly crushing. But he did not explode. Instead, he remained silent and returned to his seat. Seeing Lei Jun's expression as if he had eaten something bitter, Han's father was almost laughing his head off, feeling extremely pleased. At this moment, the host took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. He revealed a sweet smile and said, "Next, let's invite the head of the Han group to the stage to give a speech on the donation." Upon hearing this, Han's father looked towards the entrance and couldn't help but frown. For this charity event, all donation matters of the Han group were under Han Ji's full responsibility. But as he was about to go on stage to speak, Han Ji's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Just as Han's father was about to stand up in anxiety, the next second, Lu Feng walked in. Seeing this, Han's father let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Feng strolled onto the stage, took the microphone from the host, and said, "Hello everyone, I am Han Ji, the president of Han Technology Group." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, especially from the sycophants sitting next to Han's father, whose hands were red from clapping. When the applause subsided, Lu Feng was about to begin his speech. At that moment, Dong Baiyu unexpectedly brought a group of children into the room. These children were dressed in rags, their hair a mess, and each one was as thin as a stick. Just their appearance made everyone present tremble inside, filled with compassion. Immediately after, these children all ran to the stage and, facing Lu Feng, knelt down in unison. Seeing this, the host thoughtfully handed over a new microphone and asked, "Children, do you have anything you want to say to Uncle Han Ji?" One of the children took the microphone, knelt on the ground, and said with a grateful expression, "We are all orphans born in the mountains, our parents died early, and we often go to school on an empty stomach." When Uncle Han Ji learned about this, he resolutely donated supplies to our mountainous area and promised that every child would have enough to eat. Therefore, we specially came from the mountains to thank Uncle Han Ji. After saying this, all the children stood up, bowed to Lu Feng, and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Uncle Han Ji." Hearing the children's words, everyone in the audience was deeply moved. Although donating supplies to impoverished mountainous areas is not a big deal, many entrepreneurs have done it. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the poor children and hearing their tragic stories, combined with Han Ji's willingness to help, touched everyone's souls. Each person clapped sincerely, expressing their recognition of Han Ji. Chen Shangqing also nodded in satisfaction and said to Han's father, "Han Ji is indeed the son of the Han family, he is truly clever and resourceful. Why is it that when others donate supplies to impoverished areas, it doesn't create a response, but your son can stir so many people's emotions? Because most of the time, seeing is not as good as doing. Han Ji allows people to hear, see, and do. That is the essence of it." Chen Shangqing flattered Lu Feng specifically to curry favor with him. Upon hearing the praise, Han's father was overjoyed. He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Chen. I thank you on behalf of Ji." On stage, the host was also moved by this scene. After calming his emotions, he took the microphone and asked, "How pure and pitiful these children from the mountains are. I wonder what Mr. Han Ji plans to donate to these children?" As he spoke, all eyes in the audience turned to Lu Feng. In contrast, Lu Feng felt extremely disdainful. He knew these children were actors brought in by Dong Baiyu, and all their tears of gratitude were fake. Therefore, Lu Feng took the microphone and calmly said, "Our Han Technology Group has decided to donate 200,000 boxes of digestive tablets." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Han's father, who had been beaming with pride, suddenly had his smile freeze, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. The other business elites were also dumbfounded, looking at each other, thinking they had misheard. But upon realizing that everyone had a bewildered expression, they confirmed they hadn't misheard. The Han group actually donated digestive tablets to children in impoverished mountainous areas. Is this something a person would do? On stage, the children all looked at Lu Feng, their expressions quite strange. Father Han's face fell, his smile instantly vanished. Just a moment ago, Chen Shangqing had been praising Hanji endlessly, yet Hanji was donating digestive tablets to children in impoverished areas. Wasn't that nonsense? They can't even fill their stomachs. What do they need digestion for? At that moment, Chen Shangqing awkwardly chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Wait a minute, maybe there's a twist? Chen Shangqing believed that anyone with a sound mind would never do such a thing. Moreover, Hanji managed the company so well, his intelligence was definitely not in question. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Shangqing finished speaking, Lu Feng took the microphone, smiled, and said, "I was just joking earlier, trying to lighten the mood. Back to the point. For the healthy growth of the children, I have decided to donate all the resources I have accumulated over the decades," Lu Feng said seriously. Upon hearing this, Father Han breathed a sigh of relief. His hand that was clutching his heart relaxed. His expression gradually eased. With so many business elites and big shots present, if Hanji really donated digestive tablets to impoverished children, then the Han group would be finished. The business elites present still felt dissatisfied when they heard Lu Feng's first sentence. What kind of occasion is this, making jokes about poor children? But when they heard the latter part, that he would donate all his resources, everyone nodded in satisfaction, smiles returning to their faces as they forgave Hanji. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Dong Baiyu held up a selfie stick, pointing the camera at the stage. The number of viewers in the livestream had already exceeded 1 million. Initially, there were constant criticisms in the comments. Seeing that Lu Feng was going to donate all his resources, Dong Baiyu quickly salvaged the situation, praising loudly, "Oh my, did you hear that, folks? Boss Hanji is so kind-hearted. As far as I know, Boss Hanji has personal assets of over 1 billion. What does it mean to donate everything? That would set the record for the largest single donation in history. And everyone pay attention, Boss Hanji said resources, which doesn't just include money, but also connections. These children born in the mountains lack background and connections the most. When they go to school or look for jobs after graduation, connections will become more important than money. All my friends, come on, let's give a thumbs up for the great Boss Hanji," Dong Baiyu shouted with a powerful voice. As she spoke, the comments quickly shifted. Many haters turned into bystanders, and then from bystanders into fans. In just a few seconds, the number of likes in the live stream increased by about 10,000. Seeing this, Dong Baiyu showed a satisfied smile and then turned her gaze back to the stage. On stage, the host looked at the children and asked, "Kids, Uncle Hanji is going to donate all his personal assets to you. Are you happy?" The next second, the children raised their heads and shouted in unison, "Happy. Thank you, Uncle Hanji." The host revealed a sweet smile and said, "Next, please welcome the head of the Han group, Hanji, to announce the details of the donation." After saying this, the host put down the microphone and silently watched Lu Feng. Feeling the gaze of everyone in the audience, looking at the eager expressions of the impoverished children, Lu Feng cleared his throat, took the microphone, and said seriously, 1. 50 copies of Ghost Father. 2. 200 episodes of East Shock Heat. 3. Master Sangjing Kong's personal collection 180 episodes. 4. Detailed guide on Luban's jungle play. 5. Yuziai's jumping gun tutorial. All these resources I have accumulated over decades will be unconditionally donated to impoverished mountainous areas. Lu Feng spoke calmly, listing them one by one. As Lu Feng announced the so-called resources, the entire audience was stunned. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions shocked, their eyes revealing disbelief. The hall fell silent, a pin drop could be heard. For the elderly Chenbo and Gaozhen, they could not understand what the young people were talking about. "Changqing, what did Hanji donate? What subject does Master Sanjing Kong teach? And what is Luban's jungle play?" Chenbo asked in confusion. Gaozhen also cast a puzzled look. Hearing his grandfather's question, Chun Changqing's mouth twitched. How could he answer? Should he say that Hanji donated adult films to children in impoverished mountainous areas? And also gave them game guides? I don't know, Grandpa. Chen Changqing scratched his head and replied awkwardly. Just as his words fell, suddenly, Han's father stood up, leading the applause while praising, "Good, my son is indeed remarkable, I applaud your compassionate heart. But as the chairman of Han's technology group, I have one request, which is to have Master Sangjing Kong personally go to the mountainous areas to teach the children. And that Luban, I didn't expect this historical figure not only to be proficient in mechanisms but also to play in the jungle. Children born in the mountains, with towering trees, learning to play in the jungle is not a bad survival skill," Han's father said proudly. As an elder, he also did not understand what Hanji was talking about. But since Hanji had just said he would donate all the resources accumulated over decades, in this case, he only needed to support him blindly. However, after Han's father finished speaking, for some reason, he felt a chill down his back. Turning his head, he found all the business elites staring at him with cold eyes. Everyone's face was gloomy, their expressions slightly angry. Just as Han's father felt surprised, a young and impetuous entrepreneur could no longer hold back and stood up abruptly. He pointed at Hanji on stage, his face flushed, and shouted, "What the hell, you bastard? Are you even human, donating adult films to children in the mountains?" As soon as he stood up, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The other young entrepreneurs also stood up one after another, accusing and cursing. Luban's jungle play, Yuzia's jumping gun course, the children don't even have phones, do you think they can play games? Donating adult films and game secrets to impoverished mountainous areas, I've lived for decades and have never seen such absurdity. It's already hard for the children to leave the mountains, and by donating these things, you ensure that they will forever be trapped in the mountains. Hanji, is it true that all the resources you've accumulated over the years are these filthy things? The business elites glared, each taking turns to curse. And upon hearing the insults around him, even if Han's father was not up to date, he gradually realized. It turned out that what Han donated was even more abstract than digestive tablets. It was simply unforgivable. Just thinking about how he had stood up to support Hanji earlier and had spoken grandiose words made Han's father's expression worse than if he had eaten feces. Pointing at Hanji on stage, he thundered in anger, "You little bastard, what do you want to do? Are you trying to ruin our Han's technology group?" Sister Dong Baiyu realized that things were getting more and more ridiculous, and if the live broadcast continued, Hanji would not only die but also be remembered for a long time in infamy. So, she immediately closed the live stream and rushed to the stage at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Then, leading the children, she quickly escaped from the stage. Lu Feng saw this scene and curled his lips. Want to run? How could that be allowed? Thus, Lu Feng took the microphone and crazily began to sing a farewell song. "Children, before leaving, Uncle has 2 songs to give you. You no longer have a father or mother, each of you has no home in this world. Only mothers are good children with mothers are like treasures." Seeing this, everyone in the audience was completely dumbfounded. They thought Hanji had gone mad, completely insane. Knowing that the children were orphaned, he still sang such songs. It was simply heartless. In the audience, Gaojin could no longer bear it. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, furious, pointing at Lu Feng. What a scoundrel, utterly lacking in moral. Bottom line. Someone, arrest Hanji. Upon hearing Gaojin's order, more than a dozen armed police rushed onto the stage, ready to take Lu Feng away. Seeing this, Han's father turned pale with fear, constantly begging Gaojin for mercy. But no matter how he pleaded, Gaojin remained unmoved. At this moment, Han's father felt like he could tear Hanji apart. Their Han family had finally gained the Chen family's favor, and they were about to soar. Yet at this critical moment, Hanji, for some unknown reason, kept making mistakes. Now provoking the Gao family, let alone a promising future, it would be a stroke of luck if they weren't expelled from the capital. Just then, Lu Feng spoke again. In an instant, he turned the situation around, shocking everyone present. He pointed at Dong Baiyu and said with righteous indignation, "Those children are not from impoverished mountainous areas, nor are they orphaned. They are actors hired by this woman. Sister Dong Baiyu, in order to gain our Han family's connections, specifically approached me, which is why she proposed the ridiculous idea of hiring actors. It is also for this reason that I donated some extravagant items to deliberately make things difficult. Here, I want to tell everyone in the world that the Han family is definitely not a group that takes shortcuts. We would never compromise our morals or betray the essence of being human for money." After this inspiring speech, Lu Feng took out Hanji's phone and publicly displayed their chat screenshots, which included detailed information about each child. It turned out that these children were indeed not from impoverished areas but were scattered across various counties and cities. Some were even born in the capital, coming from extremely privileged backgrounds, taking on this role to hone their acting skills. At this moment, a business elite walked up to one of the children and asked in surprise, "Child, is your name Zhang Xiaoxiao?" Hearing this question, the child nodded without speaking. Seeing this, the business elite excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "No wonder you look familiar, you are indeed the son of the famous host Zhang Dada. I am an old friend of your father." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of realization. Who doesn't know the host Zhang Dada? Although his reputation isn't great, he is definitely a rich second generation. How could his son possibly come from an impoverished area? The scene before them made everyone believe that everything Lu Feng said was true. So that's how it is. No wonder Hanji donated some random things. It left me confused. Hanji is truly admirable, not compromising his principles for petty gains, worthy of praise. Hanji really knows how to create a show effect. Even I was fooled. Everyone praised Hanji. At this moment, Han's father jumped out, pointing at Dong Baiyu and angrily scolding, "Damn internet celebrity, the social atmosphere is ruined by people like you. Old Gao, I suggest we arrest her immediately and ban her from the internet." Han's father looked at Gao Jin, his attitude respectful, speaking in a pleading tone. In just half an hour, his mood had fluctuated like a roller coaster, and he was about to be overwhelmed by such stimulation. At the same time, he blamed Hanji in his heart, wondering why he didn't give his old father a heads up. It made him worry, and he was already drenched in sweat. In contrast, Dong Baiyu was frozen in place, her gaze vacant, completely bewildered. It was clearly Hanji who had approached her to save money, hiring a few actors to pretend to donate. How did it turn around so that she became the shameless person seeking fame and fortune? Especially when she heard that Han's father wanted to blacklist her, Dong Baiyu gritted her teeth in anger, her face instantly flushed. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. As an internet celebrity, if she couldn't make money online, it was like killing her parents. Thus, Dong Baiyu rolled up her sleeves, her eyes red, and shouted, "Hanji, you stinking scoundrel, wearing human skin but not doing human things, you really know how to shift the blame. It was you who poisoned the Sancha Intersection Vocational Technical College, hiring me to go to the school to broadcast and capture the moment the students were poisoned. And it was you who, in pursuit of a little money, hired actors to stage a scene of compassion. Now, not only do you turn your back on me, but your father also wants to blacklist me across the internet. For words for you, what the hell?" Dong Baiyu cursed, looking as if she was ready to risk it all. Before Lu Feng could speak, Han's father retorted first, "You little internet celebrity, lacking in quality, how dare you slander my eldest son? My son Ji is upright and would never do such a heinous thing. Gao Lao, I request that you immediately detain her and remove her from the scene." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, on stage, Lu Feng held the microphone, standing tall and unafraid, saying, "Bullshit, I only killed Hanba's mother and drugged Tang Cheng, that's all. On what basis do you say I poisoned the Sancha Intersection Vocational Technical College, and on what basis do you say I hired you to hire actors? Where's the evidence?" Lu Feng angrily shouted. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. Dong Baiyu, Han's father, Gao Jin, everyone in the audience? Each person looked at each other, glancing at Hanji on stage, all of them dumbfounded. If what was just done was to donate some random things to punish Dong Baiyu for the sake of show, then now, with Hanji saying this, there was no excuse left. Moreover, it also involved Tang Cheng, and Gao Jin's beard bristled with anger upon hearing this. He stared fiercely at Han's father, his face cold, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing this, Han's father was so frightened he almost knelt down to beg for mercy. Then, he looked at the stage, pointing at Lu Feng and cursing, "Hanji, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." He was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this foolish son today. Did he have to break the family apart to be satisfied? However, in the face of Han's father's scolding, Lu Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, he spoke calmly, "Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. You see, I've called you Dad for so many years. It's about time you called me Dad too, right? Hanisuwa, my son, come, call me Dad so I can hear it." Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking as if it was only natural. Upon hearing this, Han's father was momentarily stunned, standing there in shock. After regaining his senses, he was filled with rage, bending down to pick up the stool on the ground. "You unfilial son, I'll kill you today," Han's father shouted, rushing towards Lu Feng on stage. As Han's father shouted angrily, he charged up the stage with the stool in hand. Just as he reached Lu Feng, in front of everyone, Lu Feng lifted his foot and delivered a high kick, sending him flying back to his original spot. Father Han let out a howl, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string, then crashing heavily to the ground. "Father, Mr. Han." Seeing this, Beige and the surrounding business elites hurriedly rushed forward to help him. Although Lu Feng's kick seemed powerful, he had only used a fraction of his strength. Therefore, Father Han was unharmed and sat up calmly. Immediately, he crossed his legs and began to pound the floor, crying out in despair, "Whoa, oh heavens, open your eyes and take a look. My son has hit his father. What kind of world is this? Is there no justice, no law? What sins did I, Hanisuwa, commit in my past life to have such an unfilial son? Oh heavens, if you have any divine power, strike this ungrateful child down with a bolt of lightning." Father Han wiped his nose in tears, resembling a woman cursing in the streets. "Hanji, you bastard. Brother, you've really gone mad." Beige and the business elites pointed at Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lu Feng remained expressionless. He took out his phone, opened the contacts, and found Xiaobo's number. With a tap of his finger, he dialed. Although he knew Xiaobo wouldn't answer, Lu Feng still held the phone to his ear and, in front of everyone, spoke with a strong voice. Hello, is this Xiaobo? I want to ask you, how much did it cost to kill my father? What? 10,000 yuan? Why so much? How about this? I hired you to kill Hanba's mother back then, right? Just kill my father for free as a buy one get one deal. In return, once I finish filming Tang Qing's video, I'll send it to you for free as a little movie. Lu Feng held up the unanswered phone, speaking earnestly. With these words, the people in the hall were left speechless. In their eyes, Han Ji had repeatedly said these things. This was no longer nonsense. Everyone couldn't help but doubt its authenticity. For Gao Zhen, even if Han Ji was truly going mad, he could not tolerate his beloved granddaughter being repeatedly insulted. He trembled with rage, his anger nearly igniting the entire hall, and shouted, Hanisua, since you were such a poor teacher to your son, don't blame me for being merciless. Come, take Han Ji down. Gao Zhen trembled with anger. With a wave of his hand, a dozen armed police officers surged forward towards Lu Feng on the stage. Seeing his goal achieved, Lu Feng threw the phone away and dashed out of the hall. Although there were armed police officers guarding the entrance, Lu Feng, skilled in Longhua martial arts, swiftly rushed out. His speed was so fast that it left an afterimage, stunning everyone inside. Once the armed police officers reacted, they hurriedly chased after him. But when they reached the elevator, the doors had just closed. Helpless, they could only choose to take the stairs. In the charity hall, Gao Zhen looked at the phone Lu Feng had thrown down and picked it up. Upon seeing the call log with a number marked SB, his eyes widened, and his expression turned serious. Over the years, he had secretly sent people to monitor Xiaobo, knowing his personal information like the back of his hand. He could recite things like phone numbers effortlessly. The string of numbers before him was Xiaobo's mobile number in the beautiful country. Moreover, all the secrets between Han Ji and Xiaobo were laid bare. Everything from staging a hero-saving beauty scenario, drugging Tang Qing, assassinating Beige's mother, to poisoning the Sancha Intersection Vocational Technical College. There was even the truth behind the massacre of the Tang family over a decade ago. The information before him was too explosive, and for a moment, Gao Zhen took 2 steps back. His expression was shocked, revealing an incredulous look. As a citizen of Longhua, to maintain close contact with a red notice criminal in private, this is an unforgivable crime. I order that this matter be reported to the upper echelons of the capital immediately for severe punishment. After regaining his senses, Gao Zhen's voice thundered as he issued orders to an armed police officer. Yes, the officer responded. At that moment, Han's father realized that this matter had escalated to a more serious level. His son, Han Ji, was completely ruined. Thus, he looked at Gao Zhen and said resolutely, Gao Lao, if Han Ji should be arrested, then arrest him. If he should be executed, then execute him. Such a deeply sinful bastard must be severely punished, and there can be no leniency. Han's father declared with a righteous demeanor. Hearing his words, Gao Zhen coldly snorted, You don't need to teach me. Han's father. Meanwhile, Ba Ji's eyes were hollow, his face full of despair. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, his head hung low, and he showed no signs of life. How could my brother be like this? Ba Ge said, tears glistening in his eyes. In his memory, his brother had always taken great care of him since childhood. Although they were not born of the same mother, they were closer than real brothers. But Ba Ge never expected that the murderer of his own mother would be his most trusted brother, Han Ji. Just as Ba Ge was lost in thought, an armed police officer ran over and shouted, Report to Gao Lao. According to the information provided by our comrades, the suspect has fled to the 44th floor. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhen did not speak but waved his hand and walked towards the elevator with a frosty expression. Subsequently, a group of armed police officers followed him into the elevator. Han's father, Ba Ge, and the business elites also hurried to catch up with them, heading towards the 44th floor. Meanwhile, on the 44th floor, in room 4408, Han Ji opened his eyes, waking from unconsciousness. As his consciousness cleared, Han Ji instantly felt pain all over his body, cold sweat pouring down. When he caught a glimpse of Tang Qing on the bed, Han Ji endured the pain and revealed a sinister smile. Although he had no intention of doing that now, to gain the Gao family's power, he had to capture Tang Qing in a compromising situation. He took out a bottle of heating medication from his pocket and poured it into Tang Qing's mouth. In less than half a minute, Tang Qing's face turned red at a visible speed, her body unable to help but squirm on the bed. So hot, Tang Qing opened her eyes, her gaze hazy. Looking at her unable to resist, Han Ji leered. Hee, good Qinger, don't you want to have your brother? It's a pity that brother doesn't have that ability right now, damn Lu Feng. But it's okay, You perform your own showtime first, let brother enjoy your charm. Han-ji grinned, pulling out a camera from his pocket. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out at the door. Save the show for later. I've already sung your part, now it's your turn to finish it yourself. Hearing this, Han-ji's heart tightened, and he hurriedly looked towards the door. The door had been kicked open by Lu Feng, leaving a large hole. There stood Lu Feng, hands behind his back, expressionless. Why are you back again? Remembering the previous scene, Han-ji felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning pale. Lu Feng said nothing, taking a quick step forward and instantly appearing in front of Han-ji. He then delivered an uppercut, sending Han-ji flying into the air with a loud bang. Before he could land, Lu Feng kicked him again like he was spiking a volleyball, sending him soaring once more. Boom! No! Boom! Whoa, Lu Feng, spare me! I won't dare to provoke you again. Boom! Lu Feng, I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Each time Han-ji was about to land, Lu Feng would attack again, sending him back into the air. After kicking back and forth a dozen times, Han-ji's mental defenses gradually crumbled, and his gaze began to dull. After another arm-strong kick from Lu Feng, Han-ji's spirit completely collapsed, and he fell heavily to the ground, his expression vacant. He stared at the ceiling, like a person with a facial paralysis, mumbling, I want to kill you. I want to kill. Seeing him in such a miserable state, Lu Feng felt no sympathy at all. Previously, the other party had poisoned, and if he hadn't discovered it in time, thousands of students in the school would have likely died at his hands. Such a cruel person had no right to be pitied. It's none of your business, get out, Lu Feng said. After saying that, he kicked hard, sending the other party flying into the corridor like a kicked ball. Bang! Han-ji flew out and crashed heavily against the wall. Then he got up, wandering aimlessly in the corridor like a mindless zombie. As he walked, he kept mumbling, I want to kill you. Inside the room, Lu Feng was preparing to leave. At that moment, he suddenly felt his leg being tightly grabbed. Turning his head, he saw Tang Qing lying on the bed in an extremely alluring pose, her right hand gripping his calf like a vice. She lifted her head, looking at Lu Feng with starry eyes, saying, Handsome, you smell so good. Seeing this situation, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Lu Feng realized that this woman had probably been drugged by Han-ji. But what did that have to do with him? Lu Feng gently shook his calf, and Tang Cheng rolled off the bed onto the floor like a grasshopper. Due to inertia, a corner of Tang Cheng's top was lifted, revealing her fair abdomen. Handsome, do you want to see? Tang Cheng posed as if to undress, her head tilted as she asked, looking dazed. Hearing her words, Lu Feng's heart was completely unfazed. I want to see. I want to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of my motherland. Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng was momentarily stunned. Then, pouting, she said in a spoiled tone, so annoying, what time is it, and you're still saying such official words? I'm so hot, I feel like I can't breathe. Please help me. It's my first time, you won't lose out. Tang Cheng gasped for breath, extremely proactive. Fragrant liquid slowly flowed down her jade neck, crystal clear, her full chest rising and falling rapidly. Seeing her look as if she were about to die, Lu Feng's heart softened. He sighed and said helplessly, all right, wait for me on the bed. After saying that, Lu Feng walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Not long after, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. At this moment, in the corridor, Han-ji wandered around like a headless fly. The next second, several armed police officers arrived, and one of them, like a crow taking a flight, directly pinned Han-ji to the ground. At this time, the elevator dinged, and 4 doors opened almost simultaneously. Following that, Gaoxian, Han's father, Bago, Uncle Chen, and all the business elites walked out in unison. Unfilial son. I never expected that you would secretly contact the red-wanted criminal Xiaobo. You wretched thing. From today on, I no longer have a son like you. Han's father scolded angrily, his eyes red. However, in response to his words, Han-ji just smiled foolishly, I want to kill you. Ha. Hearing this, Han's father was like a cat stepped on its tail, completely agitated. His eyes bulged like copper bells as he walked up to Han-ji, pointing at his nose and cursing, you ungrateful wretch, after raising you for so many years, I ended up with a white-eyed wolf. If I had known this, I might as well have raised a dog. Looking at Han's father's finger, Han-ji opened his mouth and bit down hard. The next second, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed in the corridor. Han's father jumped in pain. Seeing this, the armed police quickly delivered an elbow strike to Han-ji's neck. Han-ji winced in pain, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Take this bastard away, and that internet celebrity Dong Baiyu as well. Both of them are to be strictly dealt with by the upper echelons of the capital. Gao Xin's eyes revealed a murderous intent, his voice deafening. Yes, the armed police responded in unison. After dealing with Hanji, Gaojin did not leave. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he walked straight towards room 4408. He had already seen from the surveillance footage that Tang Cheng had been unconscious in the room since Hanji had drugged her. Therefore, on his way to room 4408, Gaojin prayed fervently in his heart, "My dear granddaughter, please don't let anything happen." As a grandfather, Tang Cheng was everything to him. If Tang Cheng were to be defiled by Hanji and something unfortunate happened, Gaojin wouldn't want to live anymore. Just as everyone was bustling towards room 4408, inside the room, Tang Cheng was leaning against the bathroom door, her face flushed, knocking on the glass and pleading, "Handsome, I can't take it anymore, I'm so hot. You don't need to wash, I don't mind you, let's get started quickly." As soon as the words fell, the bathroom door creaked open. There stood Lu Feng with a basin of water, his face devoid of any expression. The next moment, with a splash, Lu Feng swung the basin lightly, and cold water poured down, drenching Tang Cheng completely. Instantly, Tang Cheng was soaked like a drowned rat. Her entire body was wet, her devilishly hot figure clearly visible, her hair sticking to her face. "Are you still hot now?" Lu Feng asked coldly. However, Lu Feng never expected that this basin of water wouldn't cool her down. Instead, it acted like a catalyst, intensifying the effects of the drug in Tang Cheng's body. Tang Cheng's face turned even redder than before. Her face was so flushed it looked like it might bleed, her eyes almost glazed over, and she lunged at Lu Feng. "Handsome, I can't take it anymore. I really can't stand it," Tang Cheng shouted hysterically while tugging at Lu Feng's clothes. The sudden turn of events left Lu Feng dumbfounded. "Crazy woman, let go of your hands." Just then, at the doorway, Gaojin led a group of people over. When everyone heard the commotion inside, they all bent down to peek through the large gap in the door. What they saw inside was shocking. Lu Feng was running while pulling up his pants, his arms bulging with veins. Tang Cheng was closely following behind, gripping Lu Feng's pants tightly and shouting, "Handsome, don't run. Be obedient, just give in to your sister. Sister will definitely take good care of you." As everyone witnessed this scene, they were all left dumbfounded. Everyone was wide-eyed, speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Especially Gaojin, whose jaw dropped in shock, almost smashing the floor with it, his eyes nearly popping out. "Xinger, what? What are you doing?" Gaojin shouted in horror. He clutched his heart, gasping, nearly unable to catch his breath. Seeing the scene inside the room, everyone was stunned. What was Tang Cheng's identity? Gaojin's granddaughter, a favored daughter, the perfect daughter-in-law in the eyes of countless noble families. It was no exaggeration to say that suitors chasing her lined up from within the country to abroad. And now, this unattainable goddess was chasing and tearing at Lu Feng's clothes. The young business elites on the scene were green with envy, wishing they could kick Lu Feng aside and take his place. Nearby, Gaojin was rolling his eyes in panic, nearly unable to breathe. After regaining his composure, he spoke urgently, "Quick, control the young lady." "Yes." A few armed police officers responded in unison. Then, under the strong pull of the officers, Tang Cheng was pressed to the ground, rolling and throwing a fit. "Handsome guy. I want the handsome guy." After Lu Feng regained his freedom, he looked at the people at the door with a somewhat awkward expression. According to the plan, he was supposed to beat Hanji and then make a run for it. Who would have thought that Tang Cheng's drug effect suddenly kicked in, dragging him down with her? Just then, Gaojin turned to Lu Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lu and the head of the Lu family, for your assistance. I will remember these two favors." Gaojin had learned everything that had happened through surveillance. If it weren't for Lu Feng's help, Tang Cheng would have likely been violated by Hanji long ago. Moreover, he had seen the truth about the Tang family's massacre in Hanji's phone. The Lu family was not the Tang family's enemy. On the contrary, they were their benefactors. It turned out that all these years, the Lu family had been deeply misunderstood. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback by Gaojin's words. 2 favors? He had indeed indirectly helped Tang Cheng, but that was just one. What was the other? And what did it have to do with his father? Then, Lu Feng recalled the story of the Tang family's massacre that Lu Zhixian had told not long ago. That night, if it weren't for his grandfather and father arriving in time to extend a helping hand to the Tang family, the 2 young ladies of the Tang family would have likely met a tragic end. The occurrence of this event, combined with Tang Cheng's surname, made Lu Feng suddenly realize that the descendants of the Tang family saved by his grandfather and father back then were none other than Tang Cheng standing before him. And since Tang Cheng was Li Jingya's sister, that meant they had also saved Li Jingya. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a small world. After his reflection, Lu Feng waved his hand and said calmly, "No need to be polite. I never intended to save Tang Cheng. Her rescue was purely coincidental." Lu Feng stated the facts expressionlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the business elites were left dumbfounded. With Gaojin's status, They wanted to curry favor, yet Lu Feng, faced with such a rare opportunity to take credit, said such cold words. At that moment, everyone finally realized where the gap between them and Lu Feng lay. They did not have Lu Feng's audacity. In contrast, Gao Zhen, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry but his eyes lit up, greatly appreciating, the young man is neither humble nor arrogant, and he speaks the truth. Well done. You are still young and will surely achieve great things in the future. I have high hopes for you. However, whether you intended to save my granddaughter or not, I will remember this favor. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will do my utmost to repay it. Gao Zhen said word by word. After saying this, he waved his hand to the armed police officers, saying, "Withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the armed police officers helped Tang Cheng and followed Gao Zhen's lead, leaving the scene. For a moment, only Han Ji and his son, Chen Changcheng and his grandfather, along with the business elites remained. Just as Gao Zhen left, Chen Changcheng and Shen Bo stepped forward. Shen Bo had a smile on his face and spoke respectfully. Young Master Lu not only has excellent medical skills but also remained unshaken in the face of Miss Tang, who was under the influence of a drug, never taking advantage of her vulnerability. Such noble qualities are truly rare. I greatly admire you, Shen Bo said sincerely. Chen Changqing looked at Lu Feng and explained, Dr. Lu, this is my grandfather. Ever since you saved his life on the plane, my grandfather has been looking for an opportunity to thank you in person, Chen Changqing said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. Then, with his hands behind his back, he spoke calmly, saving lives is the essence of a doctor. It is my duty, no need for thanks. The business elites watched the scene unfold before them, all dumbfounded, completely stunned. Lu Feng not only gained Gao Zhen's recognition but also had a life-saving grace towards old Chen. With the protection of these two big shots, it is no exaggeration to say, even a pig could fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. At this moment, the business elites all looked at Lu Feng, trying hard to remember the appearance of this young man. In their hearts, they secretly calculated that in the future, they must find a way to curry favor with him. Even if they couldn't win his favor, they absolutely could not provoke this living Buddha. Just then, ding ding ding, Lu Feng's phone rang. Hearing the sound, Lu Feng took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. There it was, a string of unmarked phone numbers. Although there was no note, Lu Feng recognized the owner of the number at a glance. It was Lei Jun, the chairman of Rice Technology Group. The two had just spoken on the phone last night, so Lu Feng remembered the numbers vividly. At this moment, Lei Jun excitedly walked out of the crowd. He hung up the phone in his hand and said with delight, Mr. Lu, I didn't expect it to really be you. Initially, when Lei Jun learned that someone named Lu Feng had invested 20 million in his company, he began to suspect. Could this Lu Feng be the father of the lithography machine who had gained fame online? However, lacking evidence, he did not dare to jump to conclusions. Now, Lei Jun was very convinced that the investor was this young man before him. Lu Feng asked lightly, You are Lei Jun? Lei Jun nodded vigorously, That's right, Mr. Lu, it's me. Lu Feng nodded slightly, showing no expression on his face. He invested in Rice Technology Group simply because of the high return rate, treating the other party as a cash cow. Therefore, under these circumstances, Lu Feng had no need to be enthusiastic towards him. But considering that he was now a shareholder of Rice Technology Group, out of basic politeness, Lu Feng still asked, So, how is the progress of Rice automobile manufacturing? Logically, having invested so much money, Rice Automobile should be progressing smoothly. After that, Lei Jun just needed to respond casually, and the social niceties would be complete. However, unexpectedly, after this question was asked, the faces of two automobile parts manufacturers among the business elites darkened, their expressions extremely unpleasant. They all wore long faces, their bodies tense, and their legs shook like they were dancing the jitterbug. Due to the large movements of the two, Lu Feng's attention was drawn over, and he curiously asked, What are you shaking for? Brothers, moving is too tiring. I took time out of my busy schedule to write 2,000 words. I've never been this busy even during exam preparations. I can only update this much today, but don't worry, I will make it up by the end of the month. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Ba Ge stepped forward and cautiously asked, Lu Feng, do you know Lei Jun? He knew that his company had always been a competitor of Lei Jun. At the hotel entrance, his father had been at odds with Lei Jun, scheming against each other. In this situation, Ba Ge wanted to know the relationship between Lei Jun and Lu Feng. If necessary, the two families must resolve their misunderstandings and turn hostility into friendship. Before Lu Feng could answer, Lei Jun explained, Mr. Lu Feng holds 20% of our company's shares, making him a bona fide major shareholder. Although Lei Jun was the boss of Rice Technology Group, his shares had been almost entirely diluted among the executives of various departments. Currently, he only held a little over 10% of the company's shares, which was less than what Lu Feng owned. This meant that Lu Feng was the true owner of Rice Technology Group in a real sense. However, Lu Feng did not participate in the company's management or decision-making. He was only responsible for profit sharing at the end of the year. The business elite standing around could not possibly be unaware of what 20% of the shares meant. The boss of Rice Technology Group was Lu Feng. At this moment, Chen Shangqing looked at Han's father and said sternly, "Mr. Han, your company started earlier than Lei Jun's. You are considered a senior in the technology industry. If the Rice Technology Group encounters any difficulties, you must lend a hand. When necessary, make concessions when you should," Chen Shangqing said, glaring. He was all too familiar with the nature of capitalists. The business elites attending the charity conference were all there for their own interests, weren't they? He knew that the Han Technology Group and the Rice Technology Group were in fierce competition, and that he had spoken in front of everyone at the hotel entrance to curry favor with Lu Feng. But he never expected that Lu Feng was actually the behind-the-scenes owner of the Rice Technology Group. This twist was something Chen Shangqing truly did not anticipate. His reaction was swift. He immediately changed his stance and sided with the Rice Technology Group. At this moment, two automotive parts manufacturers were so nervous they could almost wet themselves, their teeth chattering. When Han Ji was arrested, they had already given up on the Han family and planned to re-establish cooperation with the Rice Technology Group. Although they had previously shown a cold shoulder to Lei Jun, businessmen pursue profit, they thought it was enough to just inform Lei Jun, as it was all for their own interests, and there was no need to lower their stance, nor had they considered apologizing. But now, it seemed this was no longer a matter of apology. Chen Shangqing was looking after the Han family because of Lu Feng. Lu Feng had also gained the support of Gao Zhen and was himself the owner of the Rice Technology Group. With these three factors combined, the two automotive parts manufacturers knew all too well the consequences of choosing the wrong side. The two men were sweating profusely, their legs nearly shaking apart, and they spoke in trembling voices. "Mr. Lei, I am willing to dedicate all our factory's resources to produce cars for the Rice Technology Group." "Mr. Lei, no matter how many cars the Rice Technology Group produces, our factory will take them all." Watching everything unfold, Lu Feng turned to Lei Jun and said, "It seems that the Rice automobile manufacturing process has encountered some obstacles?" Upon hearing this, Lei Jun lowered his head, his expression filled with shame. "Yes, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, this is all due to my personal inadequacies." As soon as he finished speaking, Father Han hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hands. No, Lei Jun is extremely capable. It is precisely because of this that I am wary of him. In fact, our Han Technology Group's automobile production project has not yet been finalized. It was just the unfilial son Han Ji who, in order to compete with the Rice Technology Group, falsely claimed that the cars had already been produced. Father Han trembled as he shifted the blame onto his eldest son, Han Ji. Hearing this, the two automotive manufacturers shot him a fierce glare, mentally cursing Father Han's ancestors. Fortunately, Lu Feng's appearance had allowed them to see the true nature of the Han family. Otherwise, their factory would have become a pawn in the Han family's competitive strategy. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at Father Han and Lei Jun. He stroked his chin, revealing a meaningful smile. Then, Lu Feng posed a question that shocked everyone in the room. "May I ask, are you two interested in the manufacturing and design of rocket materials? Our school plans to establish a major in rocket recovery, during which we will conduct various experiments, so we would like to invite you two to undertake the design and manufacturing of rocket materials." As soon as he said this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Each person looked at Lu Feng in shock, the surroundings so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The topic had shifted too quickly. One moment they were discussing car manufacturing, and the next, they were jumping to the renowned rocket recovery technology. It should be noted that currently, in Long Country's technology, every rocket launched is a one-time use, discarded after use. It's like taking a flight. After completing a journey, the plane is directly scrapped. Such waste is undoubtedly enormous, with astronomical costs incurred every time it takes off. The emergence of rocket recovery technology could allow the plane to be reused multiple times, requiring only regular maintenance. Not only has it greatly reduced funding costs, but it can also increase flight frequency, promote environmental protection, and resource conservation. It is a great technology that brings countless benefits without any harm. Currently, the only country in the world with rocket recovery technology is the beautiful country. In an environment where scientific barriers are extremely difficult to break through, how can anyone not be surprised that Lu Feng wants to establish a rocket recovery major? For the business elites present, if someone else had said this, they might have thought the person was talking nonsense. But when it's Lu Feng who says it, it's different. How could a genius who can even produce lithography machines speak carelessly? Mr. Lu Feng, this matter is truly monumental. I am utterly astonished. Lei Jun gasped, feeling incredibly excited. He secretly lamented how lucky the Rice Technology Group was to have someone like Lu Feng on their side. Mr. Han also said excitedly, Han Technology Group is willing to contribute all its strength to the rocket recovery major at the Sanchaco Vocational Technical College. Although they couldn't make cars, the profit from manufacturing rocket materials was even greater. Moreover, it was working for the country. As long as they took on this job, it would be a continuous source of wealth. To put it simply, there was no fear of not making money. However, in response to Mr. Han's words, Lu Feng ignored him. Instead, he bypassed Mr. Han and looked at Beige, saying, Beige, for this project, I want to invite you to be the liaison for Han Technology Group. If that doesn't work, then forget it. I'll look for other tech companies later. Producing rocket materials was a major project, and relying solely on Lei Jun's company was not enough. Lu Feng had a poor impression of Mr. Han, so he didn't want to establish a cooperative relationship with him. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Mr. Han was now in a panic. His eyes were fixed on his younger son, Hanba, his face flushed, and his eyelids blinked so fast that they almost fanned Beige into a cold. Whether the Han family could take off depended on how Hanba would respond next. If he could take on this job, Han Technology Group would surely reach a new level. But Beige didn't seem to consider it at all and decisively said, I'm not doing it. It's not interesting. I just want to follow you to learn math. I don't have time to deal with family matters. As soon as he said this, Mr. Han's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear, and his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. Coming back to his senses, Mr. Han spoke urgently, Shaba, as long as you agree, I will immediately hand over the company to you to manage. At that time, you will be the boss of the company. No one will dare to control you. You can learn as you wish, even if you don't attend meetings, it doesn't matter. Whatever you say goes. Mr. Han said anxiously, spitting as he spoke. After this incident, he realized it was time for him to step down. Once Beige took over, with Lu Feng as a backing, Mr. Han believed Han Technology Group would go further. When Beige heard that after taking over the company, he wouldn't have to attend meetings, he was slightly taken aback and felt a bit tempted. Although he usually didn't manage the company much, attending meetings from time to time was indeed quite annoying. For example, today's charity conference was forced upon him by his father. Thinking of this, Beige nodded and said, All right, I'll consider it. Seeing this, Mr. Han let out a long sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally settling back in his chest. This left the surrounding business elites dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a father begging his son to take a position. Could the plot be any more magical? Seeing this, Lu Feng said calmly, In that case, it's settled. I will have the members of the school council contact you regarding the specific details. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun and Beige nodded in unison, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chen, holding his fist, said excitedly, Brother Lu is truly a dragon among men. Having someone like you in the dragon country is indeed a blessing for the nation and the people. The other party changed the subject and continued, manufacturing rockets is no small matter. It falls under national control and requires certification and assessment from relevant departments. Changqing, this matter will be left to you. If the situation is true, you must help Brother Lu get through the approval process as soon as possible to accelerate the progress of technology in Longwa. When Uncle Chen said true, he deliberately raised his voice. The meaning was clear. Although he was currying favor with Lu Feng to save his life, he could not be careless about national affairs. Whether the rocket recovery specialty could be established must comply with national requirements, without any personal feelings involved. Chen Changqing nodded and said, Understood, Grandpa. Hearing the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Lu Feng clenched his fist and politely said, Then I'll trouble you both. After saying this, since Lu Feng still had to sift through job applications in the afternoon, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the Chen family before leaving. Meanwhile, the business elites returned to the hall to participate in the ongoing charity conference. However, everyone treated Lei Jun with utmost respect, a stark contrast to their previous indifference. Half an hour later, Sanchaco Vocational Technical College, conference room. An elderly job applicant sat in a chair, facing Lu Feng at the podium, and slowly said, I once served as the head of the physics department at Zhongyuan University of Technology and published 8 SCI Zone 1 papers. I have taught many excellent PhD students, some of whom work at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, holding positions such as professor, vice dean, and lecturer. All of the above information is true, and my achievements can be verified. There is absolutely no falsehood. The old man spoke slowly. Hearing his self-introduction, Lu Feng continued typing on the keyboard without looking up, saying, "Oh, good, very nice. You are hired, come sign here." Lu Feng took out a document and placed it on the table, then returned his gaze to the screen and continued typing. Seeing this, the old man showed a hint of confusion. Since the beginning of the interview, Lu Feng had been typing without looking at him even once. This made the old man curious about what he was doing. When he approached Lu Feng to sign the contract, he gently raised his head and glanced at the screen. This glance was shocking. The old man almost shouted in surprise. He saw that Lu Feng was writing a paper. The title was prominently displayed in large letters, "Principles of Rocket Recovery Technology." The old man pointed at the screen, his eyes wide, stammering and unable to speak. Lu Feng said in a calm tone, "Please sign quickly and leave, there are many people waiting behind." In the afternoon, Chen Changqing would send someone to assess the authenticity of the rocket recovery technology. Before that, Lu Feng had to write the paper to convince the assessors with evidence. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Okay, I won't disturb you any longer." After saying this, the old man unsteadily left the conference room. As soon as he stepped out, he took out his phone and shouted uncontrollably, "Hello, disciple, hurry up and resign from the Chinese Academy of Sciences University. Don't ask me why. Come immediately to Sanchaco Vocational Technical College for an interview." About 3 hours later, after Lu Feng finished interviewing another professor, a female board member walked in, knocked on the door, and said, "Principal, a few people from the Education Department and Military District have come to the school for an assessment." Hearing this, Lu Feng glanced at the unfinished paper and nodded, "I understand, arrange for them to wait in my office." The female board member nodded, "Okay, in the principal's office." When Lu Feng pushed the door open, he saw several elderly men wearing glasses, exuding an academic aura, sitting on the sofa. A man in military uniform stood beside him, his face resolute and full of righteousness. "Hello, Principal Lu. I am the head of the Construction Certification Department of Longwei University, pleased to meet you." "Hello, Lu Feng. I am the political commissar of the Rocket Army District in the capital." The few exchanged greetings. As Lu Feng also took a seat, the head of the certification department eagerly said, "I heard your school plans to offer a major in rocket recovery. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng remained silent. Instead, he took out his phone, opened the unfinished paper, and placed it on the table. "Due to time constraints, the paper is only half written, but rest assured, I should be able to provide you with the complete version by tonight," Lu Feng said calmly. Looking at the phone Lu Feng handed over, several members of the certification department, including the head, leaned in. As their eyes met the screen, their brows first furrowed. Then, all their brows relaxed, and expressions of joy appeared on their faces. Finally, light sparkled in everyone's eyes, and they trembled with excitement. "Principal Lu, we've finished reading it," the head said, returning the phone to Lu Feng, his voice trembling. Lu Feng asked, "So, can it pass the review?" The other party did not answer Lu Feng's question but sincerely asked in return, "May I join your school?" Lu Feng. After the certification process concluded, the group left with great enthusiasm. Before leaving, they shook hands with Lu Feng repeatedly, nearly rubbing the dust off their hands. Soon after, several posts appeared online. Longwei University Education Network V. With approval from relevant departments, Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College has officially been upgraded to a college, renamed Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. Longwei University Education Network V. After review by relevant departments, Sanchaco Vocational University meets the characteristics of double first-class institutions and has been awarded the qualification for double first-class education. Longwei University Education Network V. After investigation by relevant departments, Sanchaco Vocational University has met the training conditions for national defense students and has been certified as the 8th National Defense Institution in Longwa. As these 3 posts were published online, in an instant, the entire nation of netizens exploded. After finishing this chapter, the computer will be sent off, and I'll rush to the high-speed train tomorrow morning. I need to go to an internet cafe later to get tomorrow's chapter typed out in advance. I hope the internet cafe in Mukangzu isn't too expensive. I'm so broke I could eat dirt. 555. And with these posts going viral, almost all netizens across the country were discussing the matter fervently. Wow, a junior college upgraded to a bachelor's degree to double first class, and now double first class to a national defense university. It's faster than riding a rocket. Incredible, a once mediocre junior college has suddenly become the 8th National Defense Institution. Even a wish-fulfillment novel wouldn't dare to write it like this. This is the value of the father of the lithography machine. Lu Feng is amazing. Lufeng 666. At this rate, Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University might surpass Qingbei in the future. I can't take it anymore, don't stop me. I want to apply to Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. Dude, whether they want you or not is a question. The estimated college entrance examination scoreline for this school is 500 plus this year. That's too low, at least 600. Netizens were shocked by the rapid development of Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College. Some even estimated that the school's college entrance examination scoreline would be at least 600 plus. Just as the national netizens were fervently discussing, at that moment, at Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. In the school conference room, a female board member held a list in her hands and respectfully said, "Principal, the enrollment process for the youth class has concluded. All the candidates' scores are on this paper." Upon hearing this, Lufeng reached out and took the list. Looking at the names on it, Lufeng couldn't help but be lost in thought. The rocket recovery program has been approved, and it won't be long before this program officially opens, creating an urgent need for talent. Although the boys interviewed are all impressive, the highest talent level among them is only A. Compared to Li Jingya's SS, that's a direct difference of 2 levels. Moreover, Li Jingya's talents in chemistry and physics are both SS, making her a rare find. Just as Lufeng was pondering this, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Li Jingya, and he pressed the answer button. "What's up, Jingya?" On the other end of the line, Li Jingya hesitated before saying, "Lufeng, I want to apply for the youth class at your school. Is that okay?" The reason she initially applied to Qingbei was for its reputation. After all, the villagers take pride in getting into Qingbei, and anyone who succeeds has their name engraved on the village monument. Now, Sanchaco Vocational Technical University has gained significant fame, often dominating trending topics. With such high recognition, its strength has also rapidly advanced, becoming a top-tier national defense university. With these titles, Li Jingya felt that if she could get in, the villagers would likely be quite pleased. Hearing her words, Lufeng felt a surge of joy and feigned calmness, saying, "Of course, no problem. There are still a few hours left until the youth class entrance exam ends, so hurry and register. You can also try for the physics and chemistry programs," Lufeng reminded her. For a girl like Li Jingya, being directly admitted through connections might hurt her self-esteem. Li Jingya obediently nodded, saying, "Okay, then I'll try the physics program first." After hanging up, Lufeng turned to the female council member and said, "Extend the youth class recruitment time by 2 hours. Someone will come for an interview soon, so prepare." "Yes," the female council member replied decisively. Just as she was about to leave, Lufeng suddenly called out, "Wait." The female council member paused and turned back to ask, "Principal, is there anything else?" Lufeng said seriously, "Do not go easy on this person," and appropriately increased the difficulty of the exam questions. Upon hearing this, the female council member was taken aback. She found it hard to understand why he would not show mercy to someone familiar and instead raise the difficulty. Although puzzled, she nodded and said, "I understand, Principal." Lufeng was confident that with Li Jingya's talent, even with increased difficulty, she would pass easily. The reason for this was to let everyone know that Li Jingya earned her place through genuine ability. Moreover, her exam difficulty would be greater than anyone else's. Under such circumstances, who would dare to dispute it? After the female council member left, Lufeng sat at the podium, writing the unfinished paper on the working principles of rocket recovery technology. About an hour later, the female council member returned with a report card, her face filled with shock as she said, "Principal, Li Jingya's interview results are out. This girl is truly amazing. I increased the difficulty of the questions by 20%, and she not only got them all right but also submitted her answers early. Among all the interviewees, her score ranks first," the female council member said in disbelief. Lufeng displayed an expression of expectedness and calmly said, "For the physics and mathematics programs, the top 10 will all be admitted as national defense students. The remaining 11th to 30th will be admitted to the youth class." While writing his paper, Lufeng ordered without looking up. The female council member nodded, saying, "Understood." As time passed, the paper was finally completed. The recruitment process at Sanchaco Vocational Technical University also came to a close. Lufeng stretched and opened the system to check the current strength assessment of the school. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University Current Comprehensive Strength Assessment. You can enhance the school's strength through the following 4 ways. 1. Improve student quality. Current rating, C. 2. Enhance teaching resources. Current rating, A. 3. Improve the school environment. Current rating, SS. 4. Develop cutting-edge technology. Current rating, F. The total lifespan gained from the above 4 items, 174 days, 21 hours, and 49 seconds. Seeing this information, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Just by rebuilding the campus and recruiting talent, he gained a full 6 months of lifespan. He was one step closer to his small goal of living for 100 years. At this moment, the conference room door was pushed open. Following that, a group of about a dozen distinguished individuals walked in. Seeing these people, Lu Feng curiously asked, "Who are you all?" After inquiring, he learned that they were the presidents of various universities in the capital. Recently, many of their teachers and professors had been poached by Lu Feng, which had left them somewhat dissatisfied. However, upon learning that Lu Feng's school had been upgraded to a national defense institution, everyone was stunned. Students with the national defense attribute were not just anyone who could be easily qualified for training. Being a president meant they were all sharp individuals, and they realized the situation was not simple, so they formed a group to visit and leave a good impression. After understanding their purpose, Lu Feng did not feel repulsed. Establishing relationships with these universities would bring some benefits to Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. Subsequently, Lu Feng began to communicate with them, engaging in the nuances of social interactions. Meanwhile, in beautiful country, Florida, in a high-end VIP ward, several foreign individuals lay on the brink of death, looking dazed. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were the special recruitment personnel from foreign universities who had come to Dragon Country to recruit Lu Feng. After being rescued from northern Myanmar by the beautiful country's Fabul, they were already in critical condition. Some were dead, some were severely injured. One person had contracted an incurable disease, X disease, and was in critical condition. Outside the ward, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed man from Europe and America saw the scene and was furious. Fuck, if Lu Feng had agreed to study in beautiful country, they wouldn't have chosen to smuggle. If they hadn't smuggled, how could they have been deceived by scammers to northern Myanmar, ending up in such a tragic situation? Not only did we fail to recruit talent, but we also lost so many academic elites. It's all that damned Lu Chen's fault. He actually looks down on our prestigious universities, son of a bitch. The man cursed, his voice echoing throughout the hospital. How could he not be angry? As the director of the Beautiful Country Higher Education Administration, the loss of these individuals was undoubtedly a severe blow to the education sector of Beautiful Country. Moreover, the person suffering from X disease was his younger brother. Under the dual blow of work and family, his anger was almost enough to set the entire hospital ablaze. Behind the man stood several university presidents, including those from Harvard and MIT, among others. At this moment, the president of Harvard approached with a phone in hand and said, "Director Dick, I think I understand why Lu Feng is unwilling to study in Beautiful Country." After saying this, he extended the phone screen to show everyone. Upon seeing this, Director Aludik and all the university presidents shifted their gaze over. On the screen, there was a trending topic. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University had rapidly risen to become a first-class national defense university. The president of Harvard explained, "According to our investigation, Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College is a property of the Lu family. This school was originally just a junior college, equivalent to our associate degree in Beautiful Country, with extremely poor teaching qualifications. Now, however, it has transformed into a first-class national defense university," the president of Harvard University said indignantly. After hearing his words, everyone suddenly understood. It turns out that in order to keep Lu Chen, the Dragon Country directly promoted a trash school under the Lu family to a double first-class university. AI Ludic snorted coldly, his face showing disdain as he said, "The Dragon Country is willing to spend so much just for a lithography machine, and they still claim to be far ahead? They want to develop a lithography machine to break the monopoly market, then I will make them pay the price." After saying this, AI Ludic's tone turned icy, "Issue an announcement to immediately place Sanchaco Vocational Technical University on the sanctions list." Nowadays, universities around the world are almost all using teaching software developed by the Beautiful Country. The so-called sanctions mean canceling the school's qualification to use the software. Many well-known universities in the Dragon Country, such as 985 and 211, are on the Beautiful Country sanctions list. Although it is not fatal, it greatly reduces teaching efficiency. More importantly, this operation is too disgusting. Every day they shout that science knows no borders, claiming to be the freest country, with the mission of benefiting all humanity. And the result? They suppress whoever develops well. Yes. Several university presidents nodded in unison. 10 minutes later, the Beautiful Country's Ministry of Education uploaded a new document on their official Twitter, titled Sanctions List for Dragon Country Universities. In recent years, the Dragon Country has been in a heated battle with the Beautiful Country, and news from both countries has attracted much attention. Therefore, this document, shortly after its release, attracted countless netizens worldwide to click in and view. Beautiful Country's Ministry of Education. According to departmental decisions, the following Dragon Country universities will be collectively sanctioned by Harvard University, MIT, Princeton University, and several other universities. 1. Dragon Country Aerospace University. 2. Dragon Country Academy of Sciences University. 18. Sanchaco Vocational Technical University. Soon, people noticed a strange item mixed into the list. XQ Dead Rice? Sanchaco Vocational Technical University? Is the beautiful country's education department serious? They are actually sanctioning a college in the Dragon Country? I once studied in the capital of the Dragon Country for a while and have some impression of this school. The school gate is as broken as my great-grandmother's old underwear that she has worn for over 30 years. By the way, don't you all watch the news? The president of this college is Lu Feng, the so-called father of the lithography machine in the Dragon Country. Sanchaco Vocational Technical University has already become a double first-class national defense university in the Dragon Country. So what? A lithography machine is so highly regarded by the Dragon Country, and it's a national defense student, it's really laughable. The Dragon Country is like this. They are far ahead even when they fart. A bunch of brain-dead foreigners. Damn it, you all are dead. Pretending to be high-minded? The personnel from the beautiful country's universities are so eager to recruit Lu Feng that they are almost kneeling on the ground calling him father. If you don't value it, don't act like this. Oh, the Dragon Country's dogs are climbing over the wall to protect the country again. Be careful not to get caught by your internet police uncle. I'll catch you and put you in a dog cage to feed you urine. Do you understand what a foreign student is? Damn it! In the comments section, netizens across the country began to discuss heatedly. Some people from the beautiful country thought the Dragon Country was making a big deal out of nothing, just for a lithography machine. It wasn't worth such a fuss. As a result, the next second, they were fiercely rebutted by netizens from the Dragon Country studying abroad. As the heat continued to rise, it wasn't long before this document spread to major social platforms in the Dragon Country. When netizens in the Dragon Country saw this news, they all excitedly left comments in the comments section. Damn! Sanchaco Vocational Technical University is really getting better. It was actually listed on the beautiful country's Ministry of Education sanctions list. Brothers, take this list seriously. Choose from these schools for the college entrance examination. The guy upstairs is right. In the Dragon Country, in the capital city, in the conference room, Lu Feng was talking with the presidents. At that moment, a female council member walked in with her phone, excitedly saying, "Principal, you have to see the news. Our school has been collectively sanctioned by several prestigious universities from the beautiful country." The other party spoke with a slightly agitated tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. He then took out his phone and opened the Tushio app. Sure enough, at the top of the trending list, he saw his school's name on the latest sanctions list from the beautiful country. Several universities, including Hakka University, MIT, and Princeton, had refused to engage in academic exchanges, student exchanges, and the use of teaching software with Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Congratulations, Principal Lu. Being sanctioned by the beautiful country is enough to show that you have gained recognition from the world. Don't be angry, Principal Lu, it's just a small matter, it won't have much impact. Yes, we at Manhwa Industrial University are already used to it. The surrounding principals comforted him one after another. Lu Feng ignored them and looked at the female council member, his voice strong and resolute. Immediately issue an announcement to sanction all the universities from the beautiful country listed, including Hakka University. At the same time, announce to the outside world that our school has found a breakthrough method for cancer. Lu Feng said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, staring at Lu Chen with wide eyes, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in. The room was silent, and no one spoke for a long time. After a while, the principal of Manhwa Industrial University snapped back to reality, trembling as he asked, what did you just say? Finally finished moving, the computer is still on the way, typing on the phone is hard. Once the computer arrives, I will immediately enter a state of explosive updates. Chapter 116, Surprised? Unexpected? As the principal of Manhwa Industrial University asked this question, all the other principals widened their eyes, looking at Lu Feng in shock. Each of them displayed an expression of disbelief, their gazes blank, thinking they had misheard. Countless patients die from cancer every year, and even today, scientists around the world are still at a loss for how to tackle it. Yet Lu Feng claimed that Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University had found a way to conquer cancer. How could anyone believe that? Feeling the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng did not explain but instead looked at the female council member and said, "Stop standing there in a daze, just do as I say." Upon hearing this, the female council member snapped out of her shock, still a bit dazed, and said, Okay, principal." After she left, the door had not yet closed. A few elderly men brushed past the female council member and walked in. "Greetings, Principal Lu. Principal Lu, nice to see you again." They clasped their fists, speaking respectfully. Lu Feng recognized them. They were the principals of Longhua Medical University, Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and other medical institutions. Hello, Lu Feng replied indifferently. The several medical school principals looked at Lu Feng, their expressions gradually becoming excited. When Lu Feng first arrived in the capital, they had wanted to meet this young divine doctor. However, Professor Wang had issued orders to ensure Lu Feng's personal safety, stating that his true identity must not be revealed. They also could not visit him privately and disturb his life. Today, upon learning that the principals from the capital had formed a group to visit Lu Feng, everyone was thrilled. They finally had a legitimate reason to meet him. Therefore, they immediately found Professor Wang to apply in person, which was why they arrived later than others. As the principal of Longhua Industrial University and others looked at the medical school principals, they gradually recalled Lu Feng's earlier words. Could it be that the legendary divine doctor is Principal Lu? The president of Longhua Industrial University asked in horror. They knew that there was a miraculous doctor in Longhua who could cure all ailments. However, the doctor had never revealed his true identity, and online there was only a pixelated interview video. In this situation, the number of people in the world who knew the true identity of the miraculous doctor could be counted on one hand. Seeing that the president of Longhua Industrial University had guessed Lu Feng's identity, several medical school presidents were terrified. Before coming, Professor Wang had warned them that they could meet Lu Feng, but they must never expose his identity as the miraculous doctor. As a result, the first thing the president of Longhua Industrial University said upon meeting was the term miraculous doctor. This truly left the other medical school presidents dumbfounded. Are you a detective, Conan? How did you react so quickly? Miraculous doctor? What are you talking about? Where did this miraculous doctor come from? We are here to visit President Lu. The president of Longhua Medical University and the president of the Capital Concord Hospital were sweating profusely, trying to cover up their panic. Watching the elderly men in a state of panic, the president of Longhua Industrial University felt more and more that Lu Feng was indeed that miraculous doctor. He slowly said, President Lu has decided to announce to the world the news that Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University has conquered cancer. Moreover, President Lu will share the method of curing cancer with every medical school in Longhua. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. The presidents of Longhua Medical University, Longhua University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and others rushed forward, grabbing Lu Feng's arms, and began to wipe their noses in tears, saying, as expected of the miraculous doctor, I heard from Professor Wang that the miraculous doctor is selfless and of noble character. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. Not only is the miraculous doctor skilled in medicine, but he is also willing to pass on his medical skills to benefit the common people. Truly unparalleled, he should be remembered for generations. Miraculous doctor. Looking at their excited expressions, Lu Feng calmly said, I never said I would share the method of treating cancer with you. Who said that? Go find out. Upon hearing this, the medical school presidents were stunned. At that moment, they realized they had been played. Just as everyone turned around, ready to scold him, the presidents of Longhua Industrial University, Longhua Aerospace University, and others rushed to Lu Feng's side, shouting loudly, Miraculous doctor, it really is you. No wonder so many medical professors have switched to Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University, even Professor Wang has joined. Miraculous doctor, my mother is over 70 and in the late stages of liver cancer, she doesn't have many days left. Please save her. Miraculous doctor, I have a friend who is suffering from premature ejaculation, please help him. Lu Feng. Just as this comical scene was unfolding in the conference room, in the capital city, at the Chen family mansion. In the living room, old Master Chen was playing chess with Chen Chongqing. At that moment, the butler rushed in. Sir, Lu Jianan requests an audience. Upon hearing this, old Master Chen raised his head and said, Quick, invite the guest in. Yes. After saying that, the butler hurriedly ran off. Not long after, Lu Jianan walked into the living room, holding his fists and smiling. Old Chen, it's been a long time, how have you been lately? Hearing his words, old Master Chen chuckled and said, Thanks to you telling me the miraculous doctor's home address back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me today. Old Master Chen shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan smiled and continued, as far as I know, Lu Feng is not only skilled in medicine but also has excellent character. Not only does he help people for free, but he even pays out of his own pocket to perform surgeries for patients, expecting nothing in return. Such a good young man, calling him a national treasure is not an exaggeration. We must protect him for the sake of the common people. After all, no one is perfect, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Moreover, it is not Lu Feng who has made a mistake, but his family, isn't it? Lu Jianan revealed the true purpose of his visit. In his understanding, Tang Cheng had always wanted to eliminate the Lu family, and among all of Beijing, only Chen Bo could match Tang Qing's grandfather in a battle of wits. That was why he had disclosed Lu Feng's address to Chen Bo that day. If Lu Feng could cure Chen Bo's illness, he would have a strong ally by his side, significantly improving his previously dangerous situation. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lu Jianan's words, Chen Bo suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at the chessboard and said meaningfully, "The world is a chess game, and all beings are mere pieces. Even I cannot escape the fate of being a river guard. I know you are eager for talent, so don't worry. After what happened during the day, Gao Jin and Tang Cheng will no longer pose a threat to the Lu family. Just keep your mind at ease, it won't be long before the deer hunting organization disbands." Chen Bo spoke in a series of reassuring words, calming Lu Jianan's nerves. Lu Jianan was momentarily taken aback. Then, a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face as he excitedly said, "Thank you, Elder Chen, for sharing these words with me. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. Farewell." With that, Lu Jianan turned to leave. Chen Bo hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, I heard from Changqing that Lu Feng's school has been sanctioned by the beautiful country. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University has just been upgraded to a double first-class national defense institution and is still in its developmental stage, as fragile as an infant in swaddling. The subsidies for double first-class, university construction, and national defense students have not yet been issued to Lu Feng. You will handle these matters," Chen Bo said calmly, holding a chess piece in his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's face lit up with excitement. Yes. At the same time, island country, Dongjing University. In the university conference room, President Ida Hiroko sat on the podium, holding a meeting with senior university leaders. I believe everyone has seen that a college from the Dragon Country has appeared on the beautiful country's latest list of sanctioned universities. According to the information provided by the beautiful country, this school is itself a poorly qualified college, and the Dragon Country upgraded it to a double first-class national defense institution just to retain Lu Feng. The essence of education is to cultivate the next generation for the future of the country, yet the Dragon Country has created a false prestigious school from a failing college just to keep Lu Feng. Such behavior from the Dragon Country is shameful and should be condemned by the entire world. Therefore, I demand that Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University be immediately added to Dongjing University's sanctions list. President Ida Hiroko shouted with righteous indignation. The beautiful country had sanctioned many prestigious universities in the Dragon Country, but the island country dared not follow suit, except for Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. The reason was simple. As the world's largest economy, more than half of the island country's overseas product orders each year came from the Dragon Country. If they sanctioned those prestigious universities and angered the Dragon Country into canceling orders, it would severely impact the island country's GDP. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University was different. In his mind, this college was merely a tool to retain Lu Feng. Even if they made some noise, the Dragon Country's officials would not say much. This way, they could curry favor with the beautiful country while not affecting their national economic development, achieving a win-win situation. A similar scene was unfolding at that moment in the great Han Ming country. At the second university, in the university auditorium, President Park Gukchang stood at the podium, his voice thunderous. The elevation of Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University to a double first-class prestigious school is an unbearable disgrace for every educator in the world. Therefore, I have decided to sanction Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. We, the first and second universities, refuse to have any connection or academic exchange with this garbage school and will forever blacklist it. Soon, several highly similar headlines appeared on the global social media platform Twitter. Dongjing University v. From today, Longgua's Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University is officially added to Dongjing University's sanctions list. First and second university v. Our school has decided to include Longgua's Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University in the sanctions list and strongly condemns the actions of Longhua. As these posts appeared online, global netizens were amused. The top trending topic was the beautiful country sanctioning Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. The second and third trending topics were the island nation and the great cold dark country sanctioning Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University. Such a scene, with so many world-renowned universities simultaneously sanctioning a vocational college from Longwa, was unprecedented. Just as netizens around the world were fervently discussing the matter, a notice released by Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University added fuel to the fire. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University v. By the decision of President Lu Feng, from today, our school will sanction several prestigious universities including beautiful countries Harvard University, MIT, and Princeton University. We refuse to engage in any academic exchanges or projects with these schools. As this post was released, it instantly exploded across the internet. Lu Feng is awesome. Lu Feng is amazing. Lu Feng is mighty. Well done. Not only are we not afraid of the beautiful country's sanctions, but we are also retaliating with our own sanctions. This is the idol we should admire as Longwa people. Laughing to death, a garbage school can only make a lithography machine and is now sanctioning Ivy League schools? Who says otherwise? Just one lithography machine has these Longwa people all riled up, as if they are invincible globally. Haha. Yo yo yo, if you have the ability, make one yourself. If not, keep your tail tucked and stop barking. Longwa clowns are embarrassing themselves, provoking public anger and still trying to defend their motherland? Longwa people are laughing to death. Hurry up and open your eyes to see that universities around the world are targeting your so-called double first-class national defense universities. It's not just universities, the entire country of Longwa is being targeted by the world. This is a clown country, a clown nation, they can't stand being criticized. Suckabuli, who says the whole world is targeting Longwa? Our bear country will always be the strongest support for Longwa brothers. Dare to bark again, and I'll make you drink vodka. After Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University's post was released, many foreigners began to leave mocking comments. However, in less than a minute, the next post from Sanchaco Vocational and Technical University silenced all the foreigners. Sanchaco Vocational and Technical College v. Good news. Our school announces that we have successfully found a breakthrough method for cancer. When this news hit the internet, the world exploded. Ah, what the hell? Oh my Lou dad. No wonder they dared to sanction Ivy League schools. It turns out they have a big move up their sleeves? Not just a big move, it's practically a nuclear bomb. One strike and the whole world will explode. It can cure cancer. What does this mean? Hundreds of thousands of Longwa families will be saved every year. The last time there was such shock was when that miraculous doctor from Longwa appeared. But unfortunately, this immortal has gone incognito. Yeah, what a pity. Wait. I just compared the video of the miraculous doctor's interview online and found that not only does he sound very much like Lu Feng, but his figure is almost identical too. What the hell? What does this mean? Could it be that the miraculous doctor is Lu Feng? Explosive. It's just too explosive. If Lu Feng is really the miraculous doctor, plus the identity of the father of the lithography machine, then Lu Feng is directly invincible. Hey, what happened to those foreign dogs just now? Why aren't they barking anymore? I don't know, maybe they're all busy applying for Dragon Country passports to cure cancer. Ha ha ha. And at this moment, the presidents of foreign universities, upon hearing this news, were instantly dumbfounded.